story begins in the 12th grade year at Jia Cheng High School No. 2. The teacher's booming voice echoes, reminding everyone about the impending university entrance exam, where years of hard work are just waiting for this decisive moment. Teacher Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher, reminds his students, "Whoever registers for the civil exam, remember to double-check your pens and rulers tonight, and whoever chooses the martial exam, better get your armor and weapons sorted out properly." Then Teacher Chen Fan sternly drops a blunt truth, that the martial exam can easily cost you your life, so anyone who awakened an ability below rank D shouldn't foolishly throw themselves into it. Sitting in the back row, a male student lets out a long, heavy sigh. These words are clearly aimed straight at him. "Yes, I am Su Jingming, a young man who has just transmigrated here. This land is called Lanzing, and its technology is quite similar to his previous life. The only cruel twist is the addition of bloodthirsty, giant vicious beasts, forcing humanity to rely on awakened individuals to survive. Here, as soon as someone turns 16, they have the chance to awaken hidden powers, with thousands of different, diverse abilities. Of course, every power is ranked by high and low tiers. The standard system of Lanzing divides abilities into 9 ranks, and the vast majority of people are stuck at rank F or E. As for my ability, a weak rank E lightning ability, its destructive power probably on par with an electric mosquito swatter. Right at that moment, a figure rushes over, slamming the desk with a bang, and says loudly, "Su Jingming, the homeroom teacher, has tried his absolute best to advise you. Don't tell me you're still stubbornly insisting on taking the martial exam." He glares at Su Jingming with a disdainful look, curling his lips in mockery. "Taking the exam with your crippled rank E body will only bring shame to the school. You'd be better off knowing your place and choosing the civil exam than coming to my family's company to be an errand boy later. At least you won't starve to death." Suddenly, a female classmate at the next desk stands up abruptly, loudly defending him. "Huang Tian, mind your own business and worry about yourself." Huang Tian glares back fiercely at her, sneering, "HMPH, Lin Jingyao, I'll open your eyes and show you who the brightest star in the upcoming exam really is. As for this baby-faced Su Jingming, he'll only end up as beast fodder on the battlefield." After dropping those harsh words, he shoves his hands into his pockets and walks away swaggeringly. Lin Jingyao then turns to gently advise Su Jingming, "Just ignore him. Everyone has their own strengths. Why don't you change your preference to the civil exam? Finding a peaceful job in the city would be great too, wouldn't it?" In response, Su Jingming remains in deep thought, saying nothing. Staring at the Dazia registration form, the text clearly reads Su Jingming, male, 19 years old, rank E elemental ability, with 2 choices, civil and martial. He evaluates silently. In the land of Dazia, education splits into 2 paths. Those with weak abilities who lack the courage to fight can simply take the civil exam to live a peaceful life. Conversely, those who choose the martial path must enter the combat zone to risk their lives slaughtering vicious beasts. Only when they reach the passing score will they be accepted into an ability academy. After a few years of being polished by instructors, they will break through the unranked limit and officially step onto the path of becoming truly powerful individuals. Su Jingming lets out a soft sigh of frustration. He knows the teacher and Lin Jingyao mean well, afraid he'll lose his life on the exam grounds. But living in this era where life and death are so fragile, dodging a dangerous exam won't stop those monsters from invading the city and tearing them apart at any given moment. His family in this life also died tragically under a beast horde attack. He absolutely refuses to let himself fall into a desperate situation in the future, only able to stand and wait for death without the ability to fight back. Having thought it through, he declares boldly, "I'm still determined to choose the martial exam." The evening sun gradually sets. Su Jingming is now gripping a spear, diligently practicing basic thrusts. Tiny streaks of lightning weave around his arm, slowly coiling and spreading all the way to the spearhead. His back is completely drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy, but every single thrust still maintains its fierce and sharp momentum. After a long while, he finally stops, panting and complaining, "I'm so dead." Saying that, he collapses onto the floor, his energy completely drained. Staring at the weapon beside him, Su Jingming scratches his head in frustration. "Ever since unlocking my ability, I've taken up the spear. After more than 2 years of bitter training, my skill level is still stuck at mediocre. Good thing I gritted my teeth and spent 300,000 yuan to buy the ultimate skill, Lightning Gale Strike, saving a bit of face compared to other rank E scrubs. The bad news is, The mortality rate for students below rank D in the martial exam skyrockets every year. He clenches both fists, his eyes burning with a resolute flame. If I want to step into an ability university, even if it costs me my life, I have to go all in. Suddenly, a transparent control panel floats into view right in front of him. The text indicating the system is booting up makes Su Jingming's eyes widen in sheer bewilderment. A ding sounds, reporting a successful connection, accompanied by an invitation to claim a beginner's gift. Su Jingming bounces up like a spring, overjoyed and thinking to himself, "Oh my God, isn't this the legendary golden finger privilege for transmigrators?" He eagerly asks right away, "What kind of toys are in this gift box?" The system immediately replies with an ultramassive reward, an S-rank ability and 200 accumulation points. Su Jingming quietly sucks in a breath of cold air. An S-rank ability, a massive country like Dazia only produces a talent like that once every few years. Whoever possesses it will definitely be headhunted with a red carpet by top-tier schools, slapped in the face with countless resources, and is guaranteed to become a big boss in the future. Swallowing hard, he shakily touches the air, muttering, "Is a rank E bottom feeder like me, finally about to change his fate." The system quickly registers the claiming action, announcing that the 200 points are now sitting obediently in his wallet. Immediately after, the integration process for the S-rank ability Purple Dawn Divine Lightning is activated. Su Jingming clearly feels crackling electricity enveloping his heart, emitting chilling popping sounds. The process hits 10%, and lightning starts coursing through every vein, forcing Su Jingming to grit his teeth tightly to endure the flesh-tearing pain. The status bar jumps to 20, then 30%. The electrical current surges outward so violently that it cracks the gym floor wide open. Su Jingming's apartment quickly turns into a battlefield, window frames shatter, and glass shards rain down onto the ground. Pedestrians look up in horror at the blinding explosion accompanied by booming thunder above. An innocent little girl tugs at her mother's shirt and asks, "Mommy, is that man's house shooting fireworks?" A passerby hastily pulls out their phone to dial emergency services, yelling in panic, "Oh my God, the kid from the Su family is in trouble, call the firefighters right away." Meanwhile, Su Jingming is still writhing and twisting, his inner self screaming from the extreme agony, even as the number on the screen keeps jumping from 50, 60, and then hitting the 70% mark. At the same time, the sky outside suddenly turns pitch black. The crowd looks at each other in confusion, wondering what the hell is blocking out the sun. From the gloomy clouds, a colossal coiling lightning dragon emerges, wrapping tightly around the apartment complex. Witnessing the anomaly, a middle-aged man frowns and mutters, "This lightning strike is too authoritative, a suffocating pressure is enveloping everything. Could a lightning-type beast be attacking the city?" Without hesitation, he immediately issues an order for the 3rd Division of Jiacheng to enter a combat-ready state. The soldier behind him clicks his heels strictly. "Yes, sir." Up in the sky, the electric dragon dives out of the murky clouds like a meteor, spitting out a massive pillar of lightning that strikes straight down at Su Jingming's location. At the center of the blast, Su Jingming still grits his teeth, bearing the violent energy reconstructing his body. The system reports the 80 mark, his whole body bathed in a blinding blue light, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching roar. 90, 99, and then 100%, the ability metamorphosis process officially concludes. When the remnants of the final lightning bolt obediently retract into his body, Su Jingming finally exhales, relaxing his sore arms. He slowly swings his arm, lightly clenching his fist to savor the explosive vitality surging within. He laughs like he hit the jackpot. "Oh yeah, this is what the Purple Dawn Divine Lightning class is all about, completely different from that pig-poking stick from before. Taking a hit from this would shatter bones and tear flesh." Scanning the hole-ridden windows, Su Jingming scratches his head with an awkward smile. "Tusk, playing with this was a bit too loud. It's a blessing from 70 generations of ancestors that I held back earlier, otherwise this whole house would be gone, let alone the gym. I should have just dragged my butt to an empty lot to be safe." Wait, the gift also came with 200 accumulation points. Is this stash just for show? While muttering, he summons the virtual interface to take a look. The system thoughtfully explains, these points can be looted by beating monsters, used to upgrade gear and level up skills. The host can freely operate within the control panel. Su Jingming bursts into hearty laughter. "Top tier, I absolutely love this meaty, user-friendly style. Let's open the status board and see. The screen clearly displays Su Jingming, status, unranked awakened, ability, S-rank purple dawn divine lightning, physique, 121 vitality, mental strength, 140 hertz, skills, basic spearmanship, low-level lightning gale strike, point balance, 200. Su Jingming taps the screen, decisive. I'm on the chopping block tomorrow, gotta spend these points to get my money's worth, dumping it all into combat power is the way. System, buff me up hard. After all, the core of power lies in a human's physique and willpower. So, the optimal move is to max out these two foundational stats first. Acting on his thoughts, Su Jingming dumps points straight into stamina and spirit. The numbers immediately dance continuously. Instantly, his body undergoes a spectacular transformation. Purple aura surges and boils, and streaks of lightning constantly wrap around his flesh and skin. He drops his jaw in amazement. Oh my God, what is this feeling of overflowing vitality and razor-sharp clarity? He pulls his hands back, dropping into a basic combat stance. Then he gathers force and throws a wind-tearing punch into the void, accompanied by a series of crackling electrical arcs shooting out all around. While rubbing his fist, Su Jingming analyzes. As expected when the chassis is upgraded, whether it's throwing hands or casting spells, the damage output is significantly fiercer. Each basic stat branch was pumped with 20 units. Calculating it, one system point trades for 0.2 vitality or hertz. Currently, the info board is updated. Physique 141, spirit skyrocketed to 160 hertz. Su Jingming breaks into a smug smile. With this level, passing the university exam is just a piece of cake. But he is still a bit curious. Among the sea of 700,000 candidates in Jiangnan province, where exactly will he stand when clashing with those rich kids who were fed with money since childhood? Very quickly, he uses the tip of his foot to kick the spear on the ground into the air and catches it with his hand. Why make wild guesses? Heading straight to the dojo to test it out will make everything clear. Just as he is about to slip away, with a loud crash, Su Jingming's door is kicked off its hinges. A group of heavily armed firefighters storms straight into the room, leaving Su Jingming standing there looking at them with innocent, deer-like eyes. A soldier speaks loudly. Center received an emergency report saying there's a massive fire here. Su Jingming scratches his nose and smiles awkwardly. Oh, it's probably just because I was training my ability a bit too hard, so it looked like I was going through a heavenly tribulation. Everything's smoothed out now, guys. The firefighter lets out a sigh, picking up his radio to report. Understood, false alarm, situation is under control. Everyone pull out. Su Jingming stands at the doorway, smiling and waving goodbye. A soldier turns back to look at him with admiration, clicking his tongue, blowing up the whole room, and he's just a student training. Truly the new waves pushing the old, young, and full of talent. A few minutes later, the fleet of fire trucks bustles out of the residential area. Ida Su Jingming steps down to the courtyard. An old neighbor hurries over to check on him. Zio Ming, are you okay from that explosion earlier? Su Jingming smiles easily to reassure him. I'm still in one piece, Xu Yang, the fire is completely put out. Xu Yang pats his chest in relief. Phew, that's great then. Looking at how neatly you're dressed, you heading to the dojo? He nods. Yes, I'm going there to practice a few moves. Xu Yang smiles kindly. Working so hard, the exam is tomorrow and you're still grinding today, unlike that brat at my house. The scene shifts to the dojo. This place is a lifesaver for awakened individuals wanting to rank up, because grinding stamina and spirit requires proper space and professional guidance. Of course, not every family has deep pockets to build their own private training room. In Zia's cultivation circles, the two most prominent names are Lei Ding and Baoxing. Right now, Su Jingming has arrived in front of the dojo. Inside, the atmosphere is incredibly bustling. If the Baoxing group charges a brutal price of up to 100,000 a year, reserved only for rich kids, then Lei Ding plays nice by offering free admission to all high schoolers. While strolling along, Su Jingming accidentally bumps into a familiar, beautiful figure. He mutters, looks like. It turns out to be Tang Qi, Su Jingming's older female cousin. She gently tucks a strand of cloudy hair behind her ear, her light movements exuding an indescribable grace. Next to her is a friend who is chatting away like a little bird. Su Jingming friendly raises his hand and calls out loudly, Sister Qi, what wind blew you to Lei Ding? Hearing her name, Tang Qi snaps her head around. Recognizing her younger cousin, she nods. Yeah, I just dropped by here with a friend for a bit. Su Jingming catches on, smiling as he walks past. I see. Well, you keep chatting with your friend then, I have to hit the training room to grind. Tang Chi crosses her arms, watching his back with a weird feeling. Strange, why do I suddenly feel like this kid is giving off a different vibe today? Her best friend nudges her curiously. Hey Chi, who is that romantic-looking guy? He's pretty easy on the eyes. Tang Chi replies nonchalantly. Su Jingming, my younger cousin. He's also a 12th grader, dragging his butt to the university exam tomorrow just like us. A male student in the group shows obvious jealousy. Why dig into his background so deeply? Zioya, don't tell me you've fallen for him? The girl Zioya blushes, boldly admitting, so what if I have? With those looks, as long as his ability isn't total trash, grabbing him to be a boyfriend to walk around town with would make me so proud. Tang Chi then pats her friend's shoulder, shattering her pink dream. I'm afraid your bubble's about to burst. The kid only snagged a rank E ability. Hearing this, Zioya's face drops like a soggy rice cracker. Huh, rank E? What a waste of good looks. That male student seizes the chance to mock. Tusk, a rank E having the nerve to take the martial exam, guts as big as the sky. Tang Chi sighs wearily. What good are guts? Going into the exam is no different from throwing his life away. I'd rather hope he drops out. Zioya quickly grabs Tang Chi's arm to soothe her. Let's drop the family drama. Aren't we here at Lei Ding today to have fun? Tang Chi nods in agreement. True, after 3 years of wearing out our pants at Baoqiang, we finally brought our faces over to Lei Ding for a change of pace. Exams are right around the corner, we need to blow off some steam to clear our heads. Saying that, the whole crew trails after each other deeper inside. Back to Su Jingming, he is now settled in the training room, imposingly resting the spear on his shoulder. Weighing his familiar weapon, Su Jingming clicks his tongue in praise. Why does the spear feel light as a feather today? Or is it because my tanky health pool got upgraded? The pain is that tomorrow I'm on the chopping block, so there's no time to run out and buy good gear now. I guess I'll just test pure physical damage first, without even bothering to use the ability buff and see how it goes. Thinking so, he takes a deep breath that fills his chest and then exhales, both hands gripping the spear shaft tightly. Right after, he launches a lightning-fast thrust at the sandbag in front of him. The spearhead sinks deep into the target, burying itself into a massive indentation. The electronic board flashes the number 321 kg. The interior of the training room is built from first-generation elastic metal. As long as the damage doesn't exceed its tolerance limit, it automatically bounces back like new. Raw physical damage without buffs is doubling what it used to be. One must know, a sweating awakened individual maxes out at a punch of about 100 kg at best. Now for the main event, testing out the Purple Dawn Divine Lightning. A bolt of lightning flashes across Su Jingming's eyes. He calmly points his hand at the test dummy. From his fingertips, blue electricity starts dancing and crackling. A lightning bolt tears through the air, crashing into the target, creating a slight tremor. The displayed number this time skyrockets straight to 3,021 kg. Su Jingming is thrilled to the bone, exclaiming, "A premium S-rank product indeed, truly peak. A Tier 1 awakened attacking only hovers around 1,000 kilos, yet I haven't even broken through, and I'm already dealing damage on par with a mid-tier Tier 1. But this definitely isn't the ceiling yet." Su Jingming continues to push his strength, his entire body flaring up with electrical currents exponentially more fierce and blinding. Tightly gripping the weapon in his hand, he mutters, "Stamina and ability buffs are all set. Now if I stack a combat skill on top, that's what you call a critical strike." Finishing his words, he lowers his center of gravity, blending the power of lightning into every martial technique. Without a flinch, he violently thrusts the spear, rocketing toward the target. Purple lightning wildly tears at everything around, causing the surface of the target to start peeling off. Su Jingming roars, lightning gale. On the tip of the spear, a deep purple orb of lightning has now condensed. Su Jingming lets out an earth-shattering shout, "Strike!" Following the roar, the lightning orb detonates, wiping out everything in its range. Outside in the main hall, the aftershock spreads, making the entire high-rise wobble violently. The crowd panics and screams in chaos. "Oh mommy, is it an earthquake?" On the same floor as Su Jingming, Tang Chi's group is also thrown off balance by the tremor, almost taking a nosedive. The guy in the group shouts in panic. That fluctuation is too domineering. This level of destructive power must surely belong to a ranked awakened. Zioya quickly wipes away a drop of cold sweat, trembling as she speaks. This floor is supposed to be just for us high schoolers to use. Shouldn't all the monster prodigies of our batch be grinding over at Baoqing right now? The guy speculates. Maybe some big shot had too much free time and strolled over here for a change of pace, or who knows, maybe some school just birthed a hidden awakened genius. Tang Chi furrows her brows, coldly concluding, "Let's go over there and see what's what." So she points towards the corner of the hallway, decisive. That energy wave definitely came from that corner. At that exact moment, Su Jingming also happens to finish his test and casually strolls out. Seeing her cousin's face, Tang Chi casually asks, "Xiao Ming planning to head back to your coop already?" Su Jingming nods, "Yep, I'm heading back early to pack some gear." Tang Chi advises, "All right, then try your best to swim through the exam tomorrow and remember to be careful and keep your life." The guy with them impatiently pulls her arm. Why waste breath worrying about him? Hurry up and go see that explosion site. Tang Chi hesitates, pointing at the empty room. Is it this exact nest? The young man nods firmly, 100% accurate. As soon as they push the door open and peek inside, the whole group freezes dead at the desolate pile of rubble, the machinery blown to smithereens. Hitting their eyes is a massive crater smashed straight into the wall, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just swept through here. The friends look at each other, faces pale with fright. Xiaoya covers her mouth in shock. Oh my goodness, even the superlastic alloy wall is mashed like this. Just how beefy must this punch have been? Where in Jiacheng could we dig up such a freakish high schooler? Xiao Ming observes the wall and points, speaking up. It's probably not a high school student. I can still smell violent killing intent lingering around here. It's very likely some Tier 2 awakened, stepped onto the wrong floor by mistake, and borrowed this room to test their damage. The rest immediately nod and chime in. Exactly, told you so. Normal students couldn't even dream of outputting this kind of terrifying destructive power. Exactly, even those provincial-level geniuses might not be able to pull it off, let alone in this tiny land of Jiacheng. Xiaoya suddenly narrows her eyes in suspicion. Wait a minute, earlier only Su Jingming came out from this corner. Do you guys think, what if this battlefield is his masterpiece? Like he's a hidden final boss, holding his cards back waiting to feed defeat to the world tomorrow. The guys burst into laughter and brush it off. Grandma, please read less of those pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger novels. Stop being so delusional. If you want to hide your skills, you gotta have some capital first. That useless Ranky scrub would cry tears of joy if he could flop out 300 kilos. Xiao Ming chimes in. This hallway opens into two paths. That boogeyman definitely slipped away through the side door, that's why we didn't bump into him. Saying that, he turns to ask Tang Chi, "Tang Chi, do you think my deduction is on point?" After looking around for a bit, Tang Chi nods and hums, "That must be it." She gently touches the edge of the deep crater on the wall, assessing silently. But looking at this scratch mark over and over again, it really looks like the trace of a spear thrust. Tang Chi involuntarily thinks of her little cousin, muttering in her head. No wonder Su Jingming stubbornly insisted on registering for the martial exam. This kid is truly deaf and unafraid of guns, completely delusional. Time flies by until exam day. Candidates from all over pour into the assembly point, shuttle buses lining up endlessly. Every single one of them is gripping a weapon on their back, burning with fighting spirit. The crowd calls out to one another, loud and soft whispers echoing everywhere. Su Jingming also carries his spear to the exam site, his eyes radiating an unprecedented calm and composed demeanor. A few kids mutter complaints. Holy crap, this spot is the actual exam ground. I swear I just saw the silhouette of a one-horned rhino prowling around. Every year they just release armored wild boars and shadow cats, right? Playing us this dirty this year, who can even survive? Suddenly, a male student standing nearby lifts his chin and interrupts. So what if it's a rhino? If you can't even catch these trash mobs, even if you crawl your way into a university, you'll still just be garbage after graduation. The students who were just loudly complaining catch a glimpse of his face and quickly bite their tongues, shutting up, their faces drained of every drop of blood. Su Jingming curiously nudges and asks, "Who's that arrogant guy?" Liu Jai, a die-hard buddy of Su Jingming standing next to him, smacks his lips. Who else could it be? Zhou Ming Yang, the successor of the Gale Sword from High School Number 1. Rumors in the streets say he harbors a rank B wind ability, and on top of that, he just smashed through the unranked boundary to proudly step into the ranks of Tier 1 Awakened. Su Jingming hearing this curls his lip slightly. Oh, so it's the rich kid being hyped as the heavyweight candidate for this year's martial valedictorian. He secretly smiles to himself. wondering, when the two of them clash, who will be the one holding the upper hand. Suddenly, a booming, gruff voice echoes across the square. All students listen up. Waiting for the brats to quiet down and fix their eyes on the grandstand, the man continues. I am Wang Hai, the chief commander of the martial assessment in Jiacheng. Before opening the gates, I will review a few core rules so you kids don't get caught off guard. This survival battle lasts for 12 grueling hours, kicking off at 9 in the morning and closing out at 9 at night. Your arena is the ruined town lying right behind me. The rules are the same as last year. The map is divided into 4 zones: the outer rim, the middle belt, the inner ring, and the core area. Kill premium monsters for high points, smash trash mobs for low points. The difficulty is directly proportional to the points you bring back. The central core area is like the extra credit question on a test, reserved only for those top student monsters to test their mettle. My sincere advice is that you kids should know your own limits. Don't throw away your little lives for the sake of some vain numbers. Down below, Jingming rubs his chin calculating. If it were the me from yesterday, I probably would have only dared to tiptoe around the outer rim. But with my current skill set, not sweeping straight into the dead center would be a total waste of a heaven-sent gift. Mr. Wang Hai shouts commandingly. Now, everyone line up and head over to your homeroom teachers to receive your survival kits. As soon as the shout ends, thousands of students swarm over to get their gear. Jingming also strolls up. The homeroom teacher announces there are exactly 3 treasures in the bag. First, a sensor bracelet to count monster kills and stack points. Second, a tactical backpack containing 3 packs of rations, a bottle of energy drink, and a quick first aid kit, enough to keep you going through 12 hours of rolling around in the dirt. Finally, a magnetic field bead. Press it once, and it creates an ultra-protective electrical shield. Even trash mobs biting until their teeth rot won't pierce it. The homeroom teacher doesn't forget to grab Jingming's shirt to drill it into his head. Remember, using this bead means tossing away the exam, but failing is better than being buried under the grass. Your life is what's truly precious. Jingming smiles obediently. Thank you, teacher, for the reminder. I know how to weigh my options. Just as he is about to turn away, a voice calls out to Jingming. Lin Jingyao walks over, flashing a bright smile. You're wandering alone with no one to scoop you up, right? Join our team. Liu Jai, carrying his freshly unboxed rank C ability, stands looming behind her and pats his chest with a thump. Jingming, once we get in there, just hide behind my back. I'll carry you all. Some kids in the same group pout and grumble. Good heavens, class rep. It's one thing to play the hero normally, but today is a life-or-death exam. A party maxes out at 5 slots, suddenly dragging along this dead weight. Where are we supposed to farm good points? Liu Jai angrily swats the hand of the kid next to him. You guys promised to carry our brother. Are you backing out now? The other guy strains his neck arguing. Who could have predicted this guy was tired of living and actually showed up to take the exam? Long story short, I don't want to carry a burden, point blank period. Jingming quickly raises his hand to intervene. Mr. Liu, class rep, I appreciate the good intentions from both of you. At this moment, Liu Jai is still rolling up his sleeves, demanding to brawl with the other guys. Jingming then finalizes. I plan to act as a lone wolf and wreck this arena. You guys just group up and play together. Liu Jai stares at him with wide eyes. Are your nerves functioning normally? Lin Jingyao is also burning with anxiety. You're really going alone? Oh my, then remember to honk your horn and stay far away from the monsters in there. The opposing crowd immediately gathers around to flatter Lin Jingyao. See, he knows his place. Let's go hit up Huang Tian to boost our rank. Meanwhile, the girl still turns her head, looking back at Jingming full of unease. As those kids disappear from sight, Jingming smirks slightly with a wry smile. HMPH. He mutters, excuse me, but without you guys getting in the way, taking first place is going to be as easy as flipping my hand. Right then, the loudspeakers from the fleet of drones hovering in the sky blast down. The 2037 Life-or-Death University Scramble for the Jiacheng district officially begins. The panoramic camera system is live. Drones are starting to tail. The live broadcast feed is ready to cover the whole nation. Like a broken beehive, tens of thousands of students crazily swarm into the battlefield, yelling wildly, "Charge, brothers! Jiangnan Ability University is calling my name. This time I'll bring glory to my clan." All candidates flood in en masse. Tang Chi and her squad also frantically dash straight into the fog. Everyone runs for their lives to snatch the easy monster farming spots on the outer ring. Zhou Ming Yang is naturally no exception. Gripping his precious sword in hand, he rides the wind and blasts into the arena like a blur. Hidden in the bustling crowd, Jingming calmly tucks his spear under his arm and runs along. In his stomach, the fire of excitement is blazing. This stage, I am here to tear it up. Once he has slipped into an empty, secluded corner, Jingming lightly taps his sensor bracelet, and a beep sounds. The screen flashes, registering. Jingming, grade 12, class 5, Jiacheng High School number 2, personal ID activated. Map area 179. Top 1 Zhou Mingyang School number 1, 7 points. Top 2 Li Yuan School number 1, 5 points. Top 3 Zhaohu School number 1, 4 points. Skimming over the leaderboard, Jingming clicks his tongue in admiration. As expected of the ace card from school number 1, hands faster than brains, already managed to slash monsters and slurp up points. All right, I gotta go hunting too. He glances at the map, calculating mentally. Grinding all the way from the outer rim to the dead center is pretty tough. I might as well turn on hacks and dart straight into the eye of the storm for speed. With just himself and his spear, Jingming calmly parts the grass and heads straight for the bloodiest sector of the arena. Suddenly, his heart skips a beat as he trips over a lifeless corpse lying curled up, an unactivated protective jade pendant rolling beside it. Jingming wipes a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. Wow, a critical one-shot like this, he didn't even have time to press the life-saving bead. No wonder the old homeroom teacher kept nagging me to turn back. Just imagine if I didn't have this S-rank lightning blessing me. I'd probably be lying stiff and chewing mud just like this short-lived buddy right now. But once you throw the spear, you have to follow it. The martial exam is inherently a blood-soaked game. Free cheese is only found on mousetraps. Not everyone has the fortune to turn the tables. Letting out a sigh, he casually presses the dead person's bracelet. A robotic voice rings out, "Please wait for the rescue team to clean up." At that exact moment, a surge of bone-chilling killing intent shoots straight into the back of Jingming's neck. He narrows his eyes, warily scanning his vision backward. A hideous claw of a monster is stealthily creeping closer. Glaring at the closing vicious beast, Jingming curses inwardly. This little brat is smart. It intentionally left the corpse here as bait to lure other prey into its trap. Absolutely spot on, a perfect trap. The beast's eyes glow with a bloody red glare, the killing intent radiating from its body is overwhelming. The monster bares its fangs and growls, drool dripping down around its razor-sharp teeth, its gaze locked onto Jingming as if looking at a piece of fresh, tasty meat. Without giving him a chance to blink, the beast lunged forward with the speed of a tornado. But Jingming was no pushover. He deftly pushed off his feet and flipped backward, smoothly dodging the deadly pounce. The demonic beast lost its momentum, its claws tearing up the ground not far away. Jingming calmly turned his head, pointing the tip of his spear straight at the enemy. Missing its prey, the monster roared in fury, glaring at him intensely. Jingming smirked and commented, "Wow, ruthless tactics, razor-sharp claws, and a bite force of a ton. The title of King of the Jungle suits you perfectly." The monster slowly turned its body, baring its drooling fangs in preparation for the next pounce. Jingming gripped his spear tightly, silently analyzing. Fierce beasts are called fierce because they carry an innate killing intent strong enough to paralyze their prey. No wonder rookies facing them for the first time are scared shitless by the pressure, unable to exert even 30% of their strength, sometimes even standing obediently waiting to be eaten. No wonder the rich always throw money at hiring experts to take them exploring in restricted zones, just to get used to this stench of blood from the very beginning. But for a poor kid like me, where would I get such a death exemption amulet? This is genuinely my first time tasting a real monster encounter. Right as the vicious beast launched itself for the second time, he remained still as a rock, coldly using his eyes to judge its landing trajectory. The distance between the monster's fangs and his throat was only a hand's breadth away. Jingming flexed his arm muscles, and a brilliant purple lightning flashed brightly. In the blink of an eye, he used pure muscular strength to pierce through the vicious beast's flesh before it could even touch him. Dark crimson blood splattered everywhere, but was instantly incinerated to nothing by the crackling purple lightning surrounding him. A cold glint flashed across Jingming's eyes as he thought to himself that the pressure exuded by prey of this caliber was nothing compared to his endurance. The notification panel suddenly popped up, reporting the defeat of an unranked dark cat demon, yielding 3 energy points. More specifically, vicious beasts are classified from Tier 1 to Tier 9, and those below Tier 1 are just small fries, equivalent to humans who have just awakened their abilities. Glancing down at the map on his wrist, Su Jingming nodded, concluding that killing monsters would grant ability points to upgrade his strength. The only problem was that these unranked mobs gave too few points. No wonder he was as unfazed as a rock by their killing intent. Hanging around the outer perimeter forever is boring. It's best to charge straight into the central core. Putting his thoughts into action, he strode deeper into the danger zone. Along the way, he cleanly swept away the hordes of monsters blocking his path. The system chime rang continuously like hitting a jackpot. Defeated an unranked dark cat demon, plus 5 points. Cleared an unranked iron spike spider, bagged 5 points. Took the life of a small fry monster, got 3 points, then another 5 points, 5 points, 6 points just kept dropping into his pocket. After sweeping the area, Su Jingming let out a breath, muttering that using the lightning skill killed these trash mobs really fast, and he collected a decent amount of points. But the downside was that his actual combat experience was stagnating, doing nothing to help elevate his skill level. Not to mention, using his ultimate move was extremely draining. If he kept casually unleashing lightning at full power, he probably wouldn't last an hour before being completely depleted. He remembered back when he used low-level electrical energy, he could stall for a whole 3 hours. Unfortunately, this exam dragged on for a grueling 12 hours. The path to the core zone was still long, so he shouldn't be foolish enough to overexert himself and run out of juice. So he decided to change tactics, carrying his spear on his shoulder to hone his martial arts, personally stabbing and slashing to accumulate combat experience. Right at that moment, a massive one-horned rhino appeared, blocking his way. The moment the monster saw Su Jingming's figure pass by, it went into a frenzy and charged, ramming an unlucky car nearby and sending it flying into the clouds. Having dealt with the obstacle, the crazed beast bulldozed straight toward its opponent, but Su Jingming remained expressionless, elegantly gliding away with extreme finesse. With just a light push of his feet, he soared into the air, spinning and doing a somersault to narrowly dodge the deadly horn. While hovering in midair, his hand gripped the spear and immediately flipped the tip to point straight at the ground, preparing a welcoming stance. With a soft thud, the spear pierced through the monster's skull. Fresh blood erupted like a fountain, accompanied by a mournful roar that shattered eardrums. The colossal body crashed to the ground, producing a dull thud, while Su Jingming landed as lightly as a falling leaf. Exhaling a heavy breath, he muttered to himself in self-praise. My clearing skills have definitely improved lately. Pulling off such a smooth strike, maybe my spear martial arts have unknowingly leveled up again. Hurriedly pulled up his stats panel to check. Physique hit 141, vitality and spirit reached 160. Spear skills hit the intermediate mark, the lightning storm move was at the starting line, and he had a handsome stash of 256 ability points. The corners of Su Jingming's lips curled up in delight. Indeed, practical grinding is the fastest way to level up. If intermediate skills already let me thrash around this comfortably, how formidable would it be if I leveled up once more? Driven by curiosity, he decisively pressed the button to add points and upgrade. Instantly, a massive flood of memories rushed into Su Jingming's mind. Countless martial arts techniques were deeply imprinted into his brain, allowing him to achieve complete mastery without day and night training, making even the owner widen his eyes in astonishment. Tusk, this is truly miraculous. My mind is now filled with supreme techniques. He tightened his grip on the spear, flashing a devious smile, itching to drag out a Tier 1 monster immediately to test them out. In another development, the hunting squad led by class monitor Lin Jingyao was scouring for targets. Suddenly, she flinched when she saw a familiar shadow dart past like a gust of wind. Rubbing her eyes, she hesitantly spoke up. Hey guys, are my eyes playing tricks on me, or did I just see Su Jingming's figure hovering around here? Hearing this, her teammates burst into sarcastic laughter. Class monitor, you must be joking. With his skill level, showing his face in this place is no different from offering his life for the monsters to devour. It's absolutely impossible. Lin Jingyao also scratched her head in confusion. Maybe she really did see wrong. But that reckless running posture looked exactly like Su Jingming. Standing nearby, her friend Liu Jai was also feeling anxious, unsure of how his bro was doing right now. Suddenly, a guy in the squad shrieked in terror as he tripped over a monster's corpse. Gather around and look at this. This one-horned rhino died before it even had a chance to gasp. Lin Jingyao rushed over to inspect it. The blood was still warm, proving that the kill had just happened a few minutes ago. The brown-haired guy casually kicked the corpse, clicking his tongue in praise of its massive size. Another schoolboy squatted down to check the fatal wound on the skull, then nodded and deduced. With such a clean piercing wound, the murder weapon was definitely a long spear thrust deep. Lin Jingyao broke into a cold sweat, her heart pounding. Oh my God, could that figure that glided past just now really have been Su Jingming? The boys also began to panic intensely. Wait, are you saying that this monster, which only intermediate levels would dare to provoke, was butchered by Su Jingming? How could that guy even touch a single hair on its body? The other guy slapped his thigh. Oh, come on, if you want to know if it's him or not, just open the leaderboard and check the points. It'll be clear immediately. Lin Jingyao hurriedly opened the scoreboard to check. Number 45 was Liu Chang with 261 points from Jiangcheng No. 3 High School, and at the 46th position sat the name Su Jingming with 256 points from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Next was Wang Mingming with 248 points. She dropped her jaw and screamed, "Oh my God, it really is him." The youths who had just uttered mocking words were instantly dumbstruck, their faces turning pale. What the hell is this? Su Jingming actually climbed into the top 50? Or is it a system glitch with the names? Since when did people who awakened E-class abilities possess such destructive power? I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Side in the stands, the crowd was buzzing like a broken beehive. The No. 1 high school faction was still dominating, hogging almost all the top 10 seats, with the most prominent being Zhou Mingyang sitting comfortably on the throne with 472 points. People were gossiping that the valedictorian spot was already claimed, and this time Jiangcheng was brimming with hope to break into the top 100 of the entire province, just waiting to see if that kid could make history. Zhou Mingyang is the trump card of our Jiangcheng. That kid's sharp tornado move is enough to sweep through the provincial arena. I bet he has more than enough power to bulldoze his opponents and enter the top 100 of Jiangnan province. The person who just patted his chest and boldly declared this was Zhang Wenshan, the big boss of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. Zhang Wenshan turned to glance at the principals, beaming with a radiant smile. "Old Liu, the training quality at your school always warms my heart." The No. 3 high school side is also quite solid, finally producing a seed that made it to the top 10. The two principals of schools 1 and 3 hurriedly stood up, bowing and flattering. "Yes, it's all thanks to the bureau chief pointing the way. We will have to rely on you for a long time to come." Shifting his gaze to the other side, Zhang Wenshan cleared his throat and tactfully reminded. "However, the No. 2 high school needs to pour more passion into it. How is it that your best fighter is still lagging way behind at 18th place? The principal of the second school was scared out of his wits, breaking into a cold sweat and nodding profusely in agreement. This person was Zhao Yao, the big boss of the No. 2 high school. Outwardly humble, but inside he was screaming and cheering for his beloved students to quickly rise to the top 50. Going back and forth, there were only 8 core students like Li Mingyang, Jian Tang, and Ku. He cursed inwardly, "You little brats, please don't slip any further, I'm begging you." Suddenly freezing, he frowned and scratched his head. Wait a minute, where did this guy Su Jingming pop out from? How did such a completely unfamiliar name make it into the elite class roster? Right next to him, homeroom teacher Chen Fan had his eyes glued to the rankings, looking like his eyeballs were about to pop out. How bizarre. Did this Su Jingming eat some magic ginseng or something to climb straight into the top 50 like this? Hurriedly pulling out a handkerchief to dab the sweat off his forehead, he silently assessed. Obviously, this student is just a rookie with an E-class ability. Could it be that he was hiding his skills? But no matter how well he hid his talents, he couldn't possibly erupt from a small fry to the level of an S-class master overnight. Only the top 10 monsters are granted the privilege of being filmed. Now, even if you flip the whole system upside down, you won't find any combat footage of Su Jingming. What kind of trick is he using to farm points so horrifyingly? Deep inside the central zone, where danger lurked at a high level, a boot heel stomped down, crushing a glass bottle into crunchy powdery shards. Su Jingming munched on his supply rations, his quick mind analyzing. Entering this area, the petty mobs suddenly evaporated. The ranked monsters here are much more cunning, and they also suffer from extreme territoriality. The difficulty completely eclipses the turkeys on the outskirts. A creepy rustling sound came from ahead, and he smirked, whispering, "The heavy hitters have come knocking at the door." Looming into view was a massive striped tiger, swinging its steel claws to swat away the cars blocking its path as if tossing toys. Its eyes locked tightly onto Su Jingming as it advanced. The monster exuded a berserk aura with its demon-like green eyes and blood-stained, razor-sharp fangs. It threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, flaunting its identity as a notorious Tier 1 beast, the arm-bladed tiger. The cars swatted away by the arm-bladed tiger tore through the wind, flying straight toward its opponent. Jingming didn't even bother to flinch, the corners of his lips twitching slightly. My luck is really good today. I just showed my face in the middle zone, and I already get to interact with a premium beast. Fine then, I'll borrow your life to polish this spear. With that said, he hoisted his weapon and charged straight into the fray. The arm-bladed tiger lunged, launching a lightning-fast pounce at Jingming. Its razor-sharp claws and deadly fangs were more than enough to crunch the bones of anyone in its way. Jingming held a steady stance, his sharp eyes locking onto every movement of the vicious beast. Using his momentum to bend his body, he thrust the spear forward with wind-tearing force, stabbing straight ahead. Who would have thought the cunning monster would use the horny scales on its claws to deflect the strike in a split second? The monster's front leg trembled slightly, revealing a razor-sharp blade growing hidden beneath its claws. Jingming let out a bland laugh. I thought the power of a Tier 1 monster would be something, but it turns out to be just an empty barrel making a lot of noise. You'd probably have to drag the Tiger King out here for me to even break a sweat. Without another word, he gathered momentum and shot upwards, sending the monster to the afterlife with a basic strike. Seeing its enemy lunge, the arm-bladed tiger also pounced madly. But Jingming's agility was too smooth. He slid low to dodge the fatal blow and thrust his spear, piercing through the beast's thick flesh. The monster howled miserably as foul-smelling blood erupted from the puncture wound, soaking a patch of ground. Jingming skillfully pulled his spear back, his cold eyes sweeping across the enemy's silhouette. His gaze locked onto the target like a blade. The beast glared back, anger rising to its brain, wanting nothing more than to tear apart the one who had just made it bleed. Roaring in fury, it gathered its strength and leapt forward. The spear in Jingming's hands was already in a welcoming stance, not wavering in the slightest. Jingming's footwork was as nimble as a phantom, elegantly sidestepping to cleanly dodge all of the opponent's air-tearing pounces. The tiger's earth-shattering swat smashed a nearby concrete wall to pieces, but it only hit thin air because the boy had craftily ducked under to avoid it. Glancing at the ruined wall, he clicked his tongue. A Tier 1 premium good is indeed different, pretty tough, and resilient, still having the strength to flail around even on the verge of death. The death match between the young man and the vicious beast fiercely resumed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jingming took a slight half-step back, channeling all his inner power into his two arms as the radiant glow of his ability wrapped around the spear tip. He shouted loudly, biting blindly as useless kid. With that said, both his body and spear transformed into a bolt of lightning that struck straight at the target. The spear howled as it aimed straight for the beast's skull, but its eyes remained crazed and unyielding. With a boom, the surge of power blew off half of the arm-bladed tiger's head, and fresh blood poured down heavily onto the brick floor once again. The colossal mass of flesh crashed down to the ground, officially passing on, while the male lead maintained his stylishly cool combat stance. A chime indicating the defeat of a Tier 1 beast rang out, pocketing him 14 energy points. Jingming spun the spear in his hand, smiling in delight. The harvest is truly bountiful, premium monster meat just hits differently, the bonus points are almost double compared to those rookie mobs. The bigger the monster, the more massive the point drop. Outsiders looking at the exam grounds only see lurking dangers, but in his hands, this is unequivocally a priceless point farming mine. Saying so, he excitedly dove straight into a monster's lair. Continuously stumbling upon delicious batches of monsters, Jingming clapped his hands in excitement. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. I must seize the moment to sweep up all the resources. Beneath the clear sky, the ruins had now been reduced to a desolate battlefield scattered with rubble. The audience outside remained glued to the constantly jumping leaderboard. In 32nd place, Chuan from the number 1 high school snatched 345 points. Following closely at 33rd was Jingming from the 2nd school with 328 points. Li Ziyang was also right on his heels at 34th with the same score. A voice rang out in sheer astonishment. "Teacher Chen Fan, is that Jingming really a student from your class 5? Crowd swarmed tightly around old Chen Fan, cheering, while with so many regular classes in the school, only your troops managed to squeeze into the top 50. Teacher Chen's molding methods are truly godly. After this exam is over, you definitely have to open a class to pass down your secrets to the rest of us." Teacher Chen could only grimace and wave his hands. "Oh, come on, I'm being wronged here. The boy is self-taught. I didn't do anything to him." A panicky scream came from the corner of the room. "Oh my, everyone look. Su Jingming's score is jumping like crazy again. He just swallowed up 44 points in one go, sitting pretty as he climbed straight to 25th place." Hearing this, Chen Fan's heart almost stopped, and he stared blankly up at the screen. Zhang Wenshan stroked his chin, his eyes full of hidden meaning as he analyzed. According to the martial arts exam scoring rubric, defeating a high-level small fry monster gets you about 6 to 8 points. Swallowing the cheapest Tier 1 monster also pockets 14 to 16 points. Zhao Yao counted on his fingers, calculating. The recording device shows that his target elimination speed only took a mere 4 seconds, which means... Bureau Chief interrupted, taking over. Which means that in just a few blinks of an eye, Su Jingming slaughtered 5 trash mobs or wiped out 3 lightweight Tier 1 monsters. He thought to himself that this time was truly like panning for gold. He turned to Zhao Yao with a smirking smile. "Principal Zhao hit his hand really well. With a top-tier fighter like this, why didn't you show him off sooner?" Zhao Yao broke into a sweat, clumsily pointing his hand toward the homeroom teacher. "Well, reporting to you, sir, my eyes were just opened as well. As for the specifics, we'll probably have to interrogate that homeroom teacher to get the truth out." In that corner, teacher Chen Fan was sweating profusely, trying to explain himself to the masses. Zhao Yao hastily ran over, grabbing Chen Fan by the collar and dragging him out. "Teacher Chen, quickly tell the big boss the truth about which rock this Su Jingming kid popped out of, and what his aptitudes are." Chen Fan bowed deeply, stammering, reporting to the 2 big bosses when this kid awakened. He only possessed a bottom-tier ability, which was a weak electric spark. Zhao Yao almost bit his tongue, staring wide-eyed. "What the heck? A trash-tier ability and he's showing off like this? Are you out of your mind?" Chen Fan scratched his head, crying out, "I swear I didn't remember it wrong. Before the university entrance exams, I even wasted my breath advising him to just drop out of the martial arts exam to save himself the trouble, who would have thought?" Zhang Wenshan twisted the cap of his thermos, his face filled with interest. Trash-tier martial arts, yet he can produce results on par with monsters. It seems this teenager Su Jingming has been hiding some secret techniques from a hidden sect. This script is turning out to be quite intriguing. Taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat, he unhurriedly continued. "At this machine gun point farming pace, it won't be long before the kid locks himself into the top 10. The moment he enters the top 10, the cameras will shove right into his face. By then, the truth will come to light, and we'll see if he's using real skills or relying on cheating software." Hearing the word cheating, both Zhao Yao and Chen Fan felt their stomachs drop, their faces turning pale as drowned corpses. The two understood perfectly well how lethal the bureau chief's thinly veiled smile could be. On the other corner of the screen, the leaderboard shifted again. 8th place called out Li Ziyi, 9th place coincidentally fell into the hands of Su Jingming, pushing Ma Yuwen down to 10th place, followed by Yi Li and Tang Qi. Tang Qi was currently in combat mode, a charming pair of catgirl ears sprouting on her head, and her 10 fingers transformed into razor-sharp claws. The girl glued her eyes to the electronic board, muttering in sheer surprise. "Oh my, it turns out the master who caused a storm yesterday is actually my cousin Jingming." Valedictorian Zhou Mingyang also frowned at the scoreboard, looking curious. Well, it's almost 0 hour, and suddenly a complete stranger has sneaked into the top 10 like this. The name Su Jingming sounds pretty catchy, yet we've never crossed paths before. Just as predicted, the flycam system immediately switched gears, pointing its lens straight at the character causing the storm. The large screen clearly broadcasted the scene of the young man brandishing his long spear like a soaring dragon and a dancing phoenix, mincing the surrounding monsters into a pile of chopped meat. The system reported, dispatched a dark cat demon, collected 14 points. Su Jingming flashed a smug grin. As expected, charging into the center of the universe gives a vastly better drop rate for premium goods. Catching a glimpse of the flycam buzzing above his head, he raised an eyebrow. "Aha, so I'm on live television now, which proves I've entered the ranks of the top 10. This playground was originally a crucible for showing off strength and talent. The fiercer the performance, the higher the locked-in favorability points. He himself had no free time to be modest and hide his skills. Entering the top 10 was just a warm-up debut." Lightly stroking the spear shaft, he mentally calculated. "To stand firm in the epicenter, I need to upgrade my strength properly." Glancing at the status panel, name Su Jingming, premium lightning ability, physique hit the 141 mark, vitality and spirit lingering at the 160 threshold, advanced spear martial arts itching for a breakthrough, and his wallet jingling with 312 points waiting to be unleashed. The plus sign at the end implies that he can click to upgrade. He stroked his chin, calculating, I have over 300 energy chunks, yet the damn system still refuses to let me rank up. It seems that to change my life from a rookie to a master, I'll have to bust my gut grinding for a long time. I might as well bite the bullet and upgrade my physical stats to be tanky first. His hands swiftly poked at the screen to increase his base attributes. Just after feeding the points, his bones cracked refreshingly. He stretched his shoulders and took a deep breath. Perfect, feeling as light as a feather like this, I'm ready to turn the central core upside down. Preliminary statistics, physique plus 40, spirit stuffed with another 22 points. At the coordinates of death in the heart of the exam area, a pack of arm-bladed tigers was mercilessly tearing into the corpse of the massive rhino. These monsters were ferociously aggressive, ripping off chunks of blood-soaked meat. Their bodies were muscular, their eyes bloodthirsty, and they even knew how to gang up to ambush their prey. Carrying his spear and creeping right up to the spot, Jingming lurked in a corner, his eyes lighting up as if he had struck gold. A pack of 9 tigers, among which one was twice as bulky, the blade under its arm so long it looked like it could cleave the sky. Without a doubt, it was precisely the arm-bladed Tiger King. I've hit the jackpot. Licking his lips in craving, he readied himself to dash out and carve up this pack of big cats. His sixth sense suddenly twitched. He paused, his eyes as sharp as carving knives shooting a freezing glare behind his back. He shouted loudly, "The cat is out of the bag, show your face already." From the blind spot, a figure strolled out leisurely, none other than Jingming Yang. That guy clapped his hands loudly. Wow, as sharp as a hound, I hid so well and still got caught. You truly live up to the name Jingming, who just climbed up the leaderboard. Jingming frowned in confusion. Hold on, Jingming Yang, are we that close that you know my name? Jingming Yang shrugged, putting on an arrogant air. I'm familiar with every kid who managed to enter this monster's den, and when a complete stranger suddenly pops out, checking the names on the scoreboard makes it easy to guess. Nothing hard about it. Jingming nodded. I see, that makes sense. Jingming Yang spoke while caressing his sword hilt, his voice full of calculation. Hey brother, I've been stalking those big cats for a while now. Jingming narrowed his eyes in alertness. You mean you want to poach my exp stash? Jingming Yang laughed it off and waved his hand. Oh come on, don't think ill of a good person. That Tiger King is a premium tier 1, plus it has 9 capable henchmen. How can you carry all that alone? Tell you what, let's split it 50-50, cooperating makes it faster. Jingming dismissed him with a flick of his hand. I'll pass. A proud smile painted his lips. All by myself, I have more than enough power to carry the whole team. Having spoken, he straightened his back and strode out into the light. The bloodthirsty pack of tigers gnawing on bones instantly caught the scent of raw meat, simultaneously raising their heads to stare at him like a juicy prey. The boss Tiger King let out a roar of warning, and the lackeys behind it also growled in unison, showing off their fangs and claws. Jingming praised them inwardly. These guys are quite organized, clever enough to use pack tactics. The Lord issued the attack command again, and the lackeys immediately swarmed forward, aiming straight for the delicious prey in front of them, charging with eyes blazing with killing intent. The pack of monsters revved their engines to accelerate, rocketing like artillery shells, tearing through the wind, toward the young man who stood as still as a stone statue, teasing its prey. Hiding behind the rubble, Jingming Yang clutched his stomach and sneered, showing off before an expert, "Ha kid, let's see if you get torn to shreds or if you actually have a hidden trump card to be talking so big." The male lead, of course, had no time to play the comedian. The preparations to welcome the battle were already complete. His 2 hands channeled power to twist the spear shaft, spinning it like a top to create a violent whirlwind. The rotation's acceleration grew increasingly surreal. The foolish tigers that just stuck a paw in to pounce were immediately minced to pulp by the centrifugal force and the sharp spear blade, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Their normally majestic claws now turned into useless toys. Before they could even touch the hem of Jingming's clothes, they were violently deflected backwards. Under the dancing, razor-sharp spear trajectories, the pack of monsters fell away like autumn leaves. The beeping chime reporting his achievements rang endlessly. Dispatched a flyweight tier 1 monster, received 10 points, picked up a middleweight one, took 15 points, yet another one sent to heaven. In a flash, the entire patch of land was littered with monster corpses tragically piled on top of one another. The arm-bladed Tiger King frothed at the mouth in rage. It trampled on the corpses of its kin and leaped down, its eyes bloodshot with hatred, roaring as it advanced toward Su Jingming with a look of absolute ferocity. Lightly clenching his fist, he clicked his tongue with a hint of regret. What bad luck, my muscle stats are still lacking just a tiny bit, otherwise I would have unleashed a strike to cleanly sweep this entire beast pen just now. The colossal monster thrashed its razor-blade-attached tail, slicing through the air and creating an ear-piercing sound. Su Jingming held his stance as steady as a tripod, gripping his spear firmly, awaiting the death match. A roar of furious rage erupted from the throat of the Lord of the Forest. The deafening soundwave swept through like a tsunami, shattering all the glass windows of the surrounding high-rise buildings into glittering fragments. Zhou Mingyang, hiding in the bushes, couldn't endure the onslaught. He had to tightly cover both ears, his face scrunching up as he let out a painful groan. Su Jingming stood tall facing the vicious beast, his lips curled in disdain. "Who are you trying to scare, big cat? Taking this roar to frighten others might work, but you think it can shake me." The moment the taunt left his mouth, he shouldered his spear and dashed forward like an arrow tearing through the wind. The Tiger King feared no one either, swinging its boulder-like steel claws straight down for a slap. Su Jingming quick-wittedly laid the spear shaft horizontally to block the blow, using the rebound force to launch himself soaring high into the air. The monster craned its neck to look up, its chainsaw-like sharp teeth opening wide, waiting with murderous intent for the prey to fall right into its mouth. In midair, Su Jingming executed an elegant somersault, swinging the long spear to gather full momentum from behind. With an earth-shattering thud, the spear tip smashed straight down onto the Tiger King's nape. Gore poured out heavily from the monster's mouth, and its entire colossal skeletal frame was flattened onto the road like a torn mattress. Seizing the kill, Su Jingming violently plunged the spear tip right through the beast's skull. The chime rang out the good news again. Exterminated a high-level arm-bladed tiger, casually scooping up 20 points. Zhou Mingyang rolled his eyes back, sweating profusely as if taking a bath. His jaw dropped as he mumbled, "Holy crap, is this a circus act? Cleaning up the whole pack in one note, what kind of extraterrestrial creature descended to Earth is he?" Wiping clean the bloodstains on his spear shaft, Su Jingming laughed cheerfully. "Hit the jackpot this time. If I keep up this harvesting form until time runs out, my pockets probably won't be able to fit all the points. Many a mickle makes a muckle. It's best to run off and find a few more monster dens to get rich." Seeing the master about to slip away quietly, Zhou Mingyang scrambled after him, calling out, Hey, hold on. Hey, buddy, how does using just a stick smash the gall out of a whole pack of tigers? Are you a physical strength enhancement type player?" Su Jingming turned his head and half-smiled. "Way off, this young master plays the lightning type." Dropping that deadpan remark, he pushed off his feet and soared into the sky, leaving the bewildered guy standing there completely dumbfounded. Zhou Mingyang stomped his feet and pounded his chest, grinding his teeth in anger. "Lightning my foot. If you don't want to share your secret, just say it straight. Why make up some fake ability to trick a kid? You stingy, miserly bastard." Swallowing his anger, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened the sacred smartwatch leaderboard to check how many points that kid had farmed just now, in case he got surpassed. The moment he glanced at the screen, he let out a panic-stricken shriek. Ah! At the peak of glory sat the name Su Jingming prominently, with the number 1,122 points from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Zhou Mingyang was so furious he saw stars. The tables have completely turned. What on earth does this crazy guy eat to farm so insanely? Behind the small screen, Zhang Wenshan clapped loudly, his eyes shining brightly. Wielding a spear this masterfully is truly domineering. Not even 18 yet, and his spear dancing skills are already supreme. Now I can guarantee with absolute certainty that this kid is our genuine, authentic genius. Big Boss threw an arm around Zhao Yao's neck and laughed heartily. With Su Jingming holding down the fort, Jiangcheng has more than enough power to snatch tickets to the provincial top 100. After this exam, I will submit a request for the city to pump more budget into your No. 2 high school. Zhao Yao was thrilled to the core, rubbing his hands together in continuous gratitude. Many thanks to the bureau chief for your patronage. Inside old Zhao's stomach, flowers were practically blooming with joy right now. Oh my goodness, the immense hope of my heart, the No. 2 high school is finally going to raise its head and become the boss this time, everyone. In a flash, 3 hours passed by. At the dangerous epicenter, Jingming Yang was wandering around turning over every leaf, his hair a disheveled mess because he couldn't find a single monster. He wondered what the hell was going on. Did all the fierce beasts go on a group vacation or something? Suddenly from the street corner, a small group sauntered over, accompanied by a sarcastic shout. For this matter, you have to go ask the guy sitting comfortably in first place over there. Jingming Yang turned his head to look, asking in surprise, well, you guys, why are you teaming up to hunt in a pack like this? Bald guy scratched his head while shyly introducing himself as Wu Hao, who was currently swallowing bitter pills in third place. Standing right next to him was Tang Chi, meaning the cold-faced cousin of the top one player, currently trailing in ninth place, who sighed wearily. Things turning out this way is all thanks to his blessings. Wrapping up the roster was the petite girl Meng Dai, sorrowfully holding onto top four, pouting her lips in complaint. Jingming has cleanly swept the entire central zone. We looked until our eyes were sore and couldn't find a single monster, so we had to huddle up and walk together just to feel less lonely. Jingming Yang's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open. Are you kidding me? How could monsters in this core area be wiped out so easily? Tang Chi jutted her chin toward the leaderboard in her hand. Look at his face, you can tell he forgot to check the updates. Here, open your eyes and see Jingming's score. The numbers danced on the screen. Rank 1, Jingming, boasting a blazing 3,435 points. Jingming Yang was lagging in second place with 1,103 points. Closely following was Wu Hao with 945 points. The former king, Jingming Yang, almost fainted, stammering, T3, 3,400 points. Tang Chi rubbed her temples, analyzing exhaustively. Is your brain working yet, buddy? Subtracting the 700 points he farmed in the outer ring, that extra 2,500 points means he single-handedly sent over 200 elite monsters in this core area to the afterlife. Jingming Yang smacked his forehead, laughing bitterly. No wonder he was so worried I'd steal his kills earlier. Turns out he had been planning to massacre an entire ecosystem ages ago. Crossing her arms, Tang Chi looked grave. The countdown to the end of the exam is ticking down to the minutes. We're planning to go all out and rush straight into the dead center to see what's up. Jingming Yang turned pale and tried to stop her. Are you kidding me? That nest is filled with top-tier elite monsters at the very least, maybe even a tier 2 boss. Wandering in there alone is like offering yourself as a sacrifice. Meng Dai smiled mischievously, jutting his chin. That's exactly why we're gathering the crew to ambush them. So, are you getting on the bus or not, bro? Jingming Yang nodded frantically. Yes, save a seat for me. Night gradually fell. Amidst the desolate battlefield, Jingming sat imperiously on a mountain of monster corpses, his long spear planted deeply into the ground, exuding the solitary aura of an unparalleled master. Chewing on a ration bar to recharge, he muttered, My supplies are completely out, and the exam's death knell is about to ring. His brain paraded at maximum capacity. If I want to grind more energy points, I have to drag my feet deeper into the dark core. But rumor has it there's a tier 2 monster nesting in there. Looks like I'll have to bite the bullet and upgrade my strength just in case. The system reported clearly. Awakened rank, S-grade lightning ability, physique maxing out at 181, spirit closely following at 182, spear mastery at the expert level, accumulated points soaring to 2,413. Well, what a massive fortune. Pondering for a moment on where to invest the points for the best return, he made his choice. Whatever, I'll dump it all into this one for the thrill. His fingers rapidly tapped the virtual screen. He stood up abruptly, his hand tightly gripping the shaft of the spear, which was crackling with surging purple lightning. He took a deep breath of the cold air and smirked confidently. With my current power, even the final boss of this exam ground is just a mosquito. The deathmatch horn sounded. On the other side, Tang Chi's group was also hastily running a marathon toward the central black hole. Right at the center of the universe, a mutated stone golem loomed up, its gigantic, guardian-like body covered in sharp spikes pointing in all directions. Jingming smiled with high expectations. The table is set. Let's see which tier 2 monster the organizers have released to welcome me. Tang Chi's group had just sneaked into the area when they slammed on the brakes, their faces completely drained of blood. Blocking their path was a vicious beast so brutal it was suffocating. Someone cried out in despair. We're doomed. We ran into the bloodthirsty berserk bear. The demonic bear stood upright on its hind legs, its body towering like a skyscraper. With just a swipe of its arm, the surrounding rubble was blown away like confetti. Jingming Yang held his head, messing up his hair. Well, this is troublesome. Meng Dai chewed on his snack while trembling, muttering, "This thing is a super rare species. Its fur and skin are as tough as reinforced steel. Shooting a missile at it would probably just scratch an itch. One swipe from it, and our whole team is definitely going to meet our maker." Tang Chi took a half step back, her eyes welling with panic. "I think this looks too rough. Maybe we should just give up to keep our lives." Meng Dai pointed down into the valley, whining. "Forget about the boss bear. Just the pack of Tier 1 minions lurking down there is more than enough to tear us into 100 pieces." Tang Chi decisively turned on her heel. "I'm retreating. I'd rather lose points than leave my corpse in this dump." Zhou Mingyang gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. Which psycho professor came up with this sadistic exam question? Right in the heat of the moment, Meng Dai suddenly shrieked in astonishment, pointing straight down at the battlefield. "Look guys, a god has descended." Tang Chi jumped and spun around, holding her breath as she gasped, "It's Su Jingming." From the top of the ruined tower, the young man leaped down like a falcon, fearlessly diving straight into the fiery cauldron, where a pack of monsters was baring their fangs and claws, waiting for him. Meng Dai exclaimed with immense excitement, "Is that really Su Jingming? He's too awesome." Zhou Mingyang pouted and replied, "Awesome doesn't put food on the table. Diving headfirst into a pack of vicious beasts like that is no different from delivering meat into a tiger's mouth." Beside them, Tang Chi also stared in stunned disbelief. Suddenly, Meng Dai panicked and yelled, "Oh no, he alerted the monster nest." The moment Su Jingming touched the ground, the beasts below growled and lunged forward as if they wanted to eat him alive. Yet with only a long spear in his hand, Su Jingming remained totally unfazed as he engaged them. His spear thrusted nimbly, and wherever it pierced, blood splattered wildly. Provoked, the vicious beasts behind him let out deafening roars, furiously attacking him with increasing intensity. Even though he was surrounded by enemies on all sides and the encirclement was airtight, Su Jingming's expression remained entirely nonchalant. Countless razor-sharp claws swung up simultaneously, crashing down toward Su Jingming. Seeing the hair-raising scene, Wu Hao swallowed hard and muttered, "Su Jingming wouldn't lose his life so early, would he?" Zhou Mingyang clicked his tongue. He brought this upon himself. Dying is exactly what an impulsive fool deserves. On the contrary, Tang Chi was on pins and needles. She abruptly turned around, intending to jump down to the rescue. "No, I have to go down there and lend him a hand." Wu Hao hastily stopped her. "Have you lost your mind? Diving down there means dying together." Meng Dai also quickly grabbed Tang Chi's arm and pulled her back. "He's right. Did you completely forget your own preparation from earlier?" But Tang Chi stubbornly argued back. "You guys don't understand. Su Jingming is my cousin. I absolutely cannot just watch him die." On the battlefield below, weaving through the forest of deadly claws, countless purple lightning bolts suddenly crackled, bursting brightly through every gap. Immediately after, a pillar of deep purple lightning shot straight up into the ninth heaven. The blinding light brilliantly illuminated the night sky, leaving Tang Chi's group above staring in utter shock. Zhou Mingyang had to raise a hand to shield his eyes from the glare, crying out in shock, "This demonic lightning, could this be the lightning-type ability that Su Jingming mentioned before?" Down below, the pack of ferocious beasts that had just swarmed Su Jingming had completely evaporated, leaving the ground slick with pools of fresh blood. Su Jingming stood tall, both hands gripping his long spear, his body wreathed in brilliantly surging layers of purple lightning. He smirked slightly and whispered, "If I only used physical strength to clean up this bunch of high-level Tier 1 beasts, it would be a bit exhausting. Guess I have to bring out my ability for a while." Su Jingming raised a finger to stroke the purple lightning, his eyes shining with triumph. "Wow, it truly lives up to the name of an S-grade ability. This is true overwhelming power. Fighting with it feels so satisfying." By now, the corpses of the ferocious beasts were piled up all around him. Suddenly, a massive noise echoed, and Su Jingming immediately looked up. Catching his eye was the bloodthirsty berserk bear, which had menacingly appeared right behind him. The monster tilted its head back and let out a highly intimidating roar. Facing its colossal silhouette and booming roar, which drew in countless smaller beasts stampeding toward him, Su Jingming carefully analyzed. This bloodthirsty berserk bear is oversized, so its agility must be poor. Combined with the power of my purple heaven divine thunder, taking it down isn't impossible. He glanced at the swarming lackeys rushing in for a cheap shot and sneered, "But if I have to dodge these minions while fighting the boss, it's going to be a headache." In that case, his voice trailed off and his eyes slowly closed. The next second he glared, and the purple lightning flared up violently again, his eyes overflowing with the aura of death. Then I'll take out the trash first. In just the blink of an eye, Su Jingming transformed into a lightning bolt tearing across the sky, plunging straight into the herd of beasts. Man and spear merged into one. Any unlucky beast that entered his sights received an instant ticket to the afterlife. The system's notification chimed. Ding, eliminated one shadow cat, a high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast, ability points plus 13. Su Jingming's battle lust surged. So this is the physical enhancement from an S-grade ability. It's a pity that letting the electric current continuously pierce through my body carries too high a risk. I can't maintain this state for long, however. Used to wipe out you little runts, it's more than enough. Having said that, he charged forward again, stabbing and slashing. Ding, eliminated one horned rhino, a high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast, ability points plus 15. Witnessing its underlings being cleaned up, the bloodthirsty berserk bear went berserk. It swung its giant paw, slapping hard toward Su Jingming, but he just stood there calmly watching without flinching. The bloodthirsty berserk bear's earth-shattering slap hit the ground, causing it to crack open and sending dirt and rocks flying blindingly into the air. However, it looked bewildered as it realized it had just slapped thin air and hit no target at all. Because with wind-like speed, Su Jingming had already dodged to a safe corner. Seeing this, the bloodthirsty berserk bear glared at him fiercely. The beast continued to charge wildly, its roars growing increasingly furious, its massive body and razor-sharp claws locked entirely onto its tiny prey. The exact moment the claws lunged, Su Jingming leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the lethal blow by an inch. Using the momentum, he dashed backward, casually delivering a thrust that finished off a few unlucky beasts. The system chimed again. Ding, eliminated one one-horned rhino, a high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast, ability points plus 15, eliminated a high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast. The bloodthirsty berserk bear finally vaguely understood Su Jingming's tactic. It glared at him furiously, roaring in rage. Su Jingming chuckled mockingly to provoke it. What's the matter, feeling heartbroken seeing all your underlings turned into minced meat? Don't rush, once I finish off the last one, I'll properly entertain you. Finishing his sentence, he dove back in to slaughter the remaining Tier 1 monsters. The bloodthirsty berserk bear's eyes flashed with a glint of light. It used a speed that was absurd for its colossal size, lunging straight at Su Jingming and the one-horned rhino. The massive bear paw swung over in a flash, making even Su Jingming break out in a cold sweat. Impressive, you actually learned to read my moves. The slap of the bloodthirsty berserk bear carried terrifying power, its palm glowed, and an eardrum-shattering smack resounded. The shockwave from the attack swept everything in its path, sending debris flying wildly. When it slowly lifted its hands, a corpse flattened as thin as paper appeared, mashed into a gory pulp. But that clearly wasn't Su Jingming. In that deadly split second, he had leaped high up to dodge the blow. The bloodthirsty berserk bear was also very quick to look up and track his position. Su Jingming let out a hearty laugh. Anyway, the annoying little fry are all cleaned up. Now let me broaden my horizons and see if your armor-like fur can actually withstand my lightning. Saying that, he plunged his spear downward, purple lightning coiled around the weapon like a dragon, striking straight toward the crown of the bloodthirsty berserk bear's head. The organizer's drone hovered above recording, capturing the entire clash between man and beast amidst the storm of purple lightning below. The shockwave from the collision blew the camera far away, and Tang Chi's group standing high above also staggered, struggling to maintain their balance. In the external monitoring area, the audience watching this clash were rendered speechless, their faces frozen like statues. Zhang Wenshan cried out in shock, "Principal Zhao, you call this an E-grade ability, there should be a limit to your bluffing." Another figure stepped up and said to Zhao Yao, "Just by unleashing his ability once, he neatly wiped out a pack of Tier 1 beasts and even smoothly dueled a Tier 2 boss. I'm afraid even an A-grade ability user might not be able to pull off this level of power." Zhao Yao could only scratch his head and smile bitterly. Who knows, maybe his ability mutated. Zhang Wenshan laughed heartily. Whatever the reason, after today, I fear this entire building will be shaken by that kid Su Jingming. Back on the battlefield, the spot on top of the bloodthirsty berserk bear's head where the spear struck only let out a few thin wisps of smoke, while purple lightning continued to course around its body. The crazed bear suddenly roared, opening its massive maw with fangs as sharp as saws, and lunged straight at Su Jingming. Su Jingming instantly sprang backward, internally marveling, What tough skin, hitting it that hard only left a superficial scratch. He landed softly, planting one hand on the ground to absorb the shock and keep his balance. Glancing at the monster, he quickly analyzed. It truly is a rare species of Tier 2 boss, fur as tough as steel, resistant to blades, and most importantly, it's insulated too. With my current combat power, forcing myself to jump 2 tiers and finish it in one strike might be a bit too bitter of a task. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty berserk bear's eyes glowed blood red, and its body began to emit a gloomy, dark aura. Its muscular body slowly stood upright, its giant hands spreading out to show off its deadly claws. Jingming jumped in shock, crying out, "What the hell is that?" The beast, reeking of danger, charged madly, its speed now blurring into an afterimage. Its 2 front paws swung up with immense power and slammed straight down into the ground. Anything in its path was pulverized into dust. Jingming had to use both hands to hold his long spear horizontally for defense, protecting himself. He secretly assessed, being this fast means it definitely activated a berserk skill. Looks like this bloodthirsty berserk bear hates me to the bone. The spot where the bear smashed down caved into a deep crater, sinking past half of its torso. The boss tilted its head up and roared assertively again, its eyes bloodshot. It carried its massive, yet agile body into the attack, but Jingming was no pushover either. He combined his mobility and lightning to elegantly dodge every single one of the bear's strikes. Looking at his thrashing opponent, he smirked faintly. Pretty interesting. Activating the berserk state really boosts a beast's physical strength significantly, huh? As he tumbled to dodge, he calculated. Its power skyrocketed, but its already low intelligence is now at 0. It only knows how to bite and tear on instinct. It's best to dodge, don't foolishly go head-to-head in a bloodbath with it. The survival tactic right now is to stall for time using my reaction speed. Jingming immediately executed a super-speed retreat backward. Gripping the spear tightly, he waited for an opportunity to temporarily lock down its movement. With a slight sidestep, Jingming circled behind the bloodthirsty berserk bear, purple lightning once again enveloping his body and weapon. Next, he lunged forward with his spear, the blade now enhanced with the mighty damage of the purple lightning. Poked in a vulnerable spot, the gigantic body of the bloodthirsty berserk bear crashed to the ground, letting out agonizing roars. Jingming pointed 2 fingers straight up to the sky, shouting out his skill, 9 heavens divine thunder, blast them. Instantly, a torrential rain of purple lightning poured down with a booming crash. The bear lying flat on the ground took the full brunt of the relentless lightning storm, howling and groaning in extreme agony. Just like that, manipulated by Jingming, the deadly lightning bolt struck down more fiercely and densely. A moment later, Jingming finally withdrew his ability. By now, the bloodthirsty berserk bear was lying completely motionless, its tough, bright red hide battered to shreds by the lightning. Jingming smiled in satisfaction. After tasting the 9 heavens divine thunder for over half a minute, even armor as tough as heaven would have to shatter, right? Unexpectedly, the bloodshot eyes of the beast suddenly rolled back. It staggered to its feet, letting out a defiant roar to Jingming's utter astonishment. However, just as it tried to swing its arm to attack, its body completely froze. The paralyzing effect of the lightning had firmly locked its 4 limbs. Jingming gave a sinister smirk. "It's time to send you on your way." He calmly tightened his grip on the spear with both hands, his eyes exuding a murderous aura. Purple lightning once again gathered on the shaft of the spear, and he distinctly gritted out every word, "Lightning gale pierce, go." The tip of the spear had now concentrated all the lightning into a dazzling orb, then shot out like a meteor straight toward the bloodthirsty berserk bear. The ultimate move, carrying destructive power, instantly hit the boss, sending its colossal body flying far backward. A deafening explosion rang out, winds spiraled wildly, and mixed within it was the final, desperate howl of the bloodthirsty berserk bear. When the thick dust finally settled, the corpse of the bloodthirsty berserk bear lay sprawled out, completely devoid of life. The system announced, "Ding, eliminated a low-level Tier 2 bloodthirsty berserk bear, ability points plus 24. Jingming slumped to the ground, panting heavily. "Good lord, finally got that over with, thankfully, to deal with this guy. I thoughtfully dumped points to upgrade the lightning gale pierce from beginner to advanced. The power of this move certainly didn't disappoint my expectations. Although the fight only lasted a mere 2 minutes, this is definitely my most physically draining fierce battle to date." He glanced at his watch, wondering to himself, If I wiped out every single beast in this central zone, how many points would I harvest? The night sky after the great battle suddenly returned to its original tranquility. The square outside, the massive screen began to update the leaderboard. Rank 1, Su Jingming with 18,335 points, Jiangcheng High School number 2. Rank 2, Zhou Ming Yang with 1,103 points, Jiangcheng High School number 1. Rank 3, Wu Hao with 945 points, Jiangcheng High School number 1. The crowd below gasped in shock. Good heavens, over 10,000 points, it's like a dream. Zhang Wenshan laughed heartily. 10,000 points. This doesn't just shatter Jiangcheng's record, this kid has swept the record for the entire Jiangnan province. A genius, truly the elite among geniuses. Zhao Yao and teacher Chen Fan were so ecstatic hearing this that they jumped up and down in celebration. Zhang Wenshan looked at Su Jingming's smile on the screen and commented with praise. Last year, the provincial valedictorian only scraped by with over 8,000 points. The title of top scorer this term is definitely calling Su Jingming's name. Inside the arena, Su Jingming clenched his fists and muttered, "Time for the final sprint. I chased away all the monsters in the central zone, now I have to circle back to the outer ring to sweep up the rest, picking up whatever I can. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat." Having made his decision, he picked up his spear and ran back outward. At this time, Tang Chi's group finally managed to clumsily climb down. Tang Chi clenched her fists, her face flushed with pride. "My little cousin Jingming is too awesome, taking down even a tier 2 beast king. This is shocking beyond imagination." Walking beside her, Zhou Mingyang scratched his head in confusion. Why is he running backwards? He's already ranked first. Instead of sitting around waiting for time to run out, what else does he want to mess with? Standing nearby, Meng Dai squinted at Su Jingming's fading silhouette, analyzing his trajectory. It looks like he's heading back to the middle belt. Tang Chi suddenly had a terrifying thought and cried out, "Wait a minute, don't tell me this kid got too bloodthirsty and plans to herd the rest of them, leaving none alive." Hearing this, the whole group broke out in a cold sweat, their brains simultaneously flashing 4 words, "Exterminate to the last." Zhou Mingyang also turned pale, hurriedly urging everyone to follow Su Jingming out to the middle zone. With that monster's speed, wiping the map clean might actually happen. If we don't run fast in this last hour, our group might end up sucking our thumbs without earning a single extra point. Our team disbands here. Bye folks, I'm out of here. The moment he finished speaking, Zhou Mingyang bolted like lightning, and Wu Hao also bolted after him. Tang Chi transformed into a gust of wind as she dashed off, turning her head to shout, "Hurry up, save a few points for your big sister." Only Meng Dai was left standing dazed behind. An hour passed, and the announcement from the drone echoed clearly. The Martial Arts College entrance exam for the class of 2037 in the Jiangcheng area is officially concluded. Monster kills will no longer be counted. All candidates are requested to gather at the exit. "Attention all candidates." The loudspeaker continuously repeated the reminder. After struggling to farm points for a while, Tang Chi also exhaled and wiped her sweat. Oh man, the exam is finally over. The candidates around her were either crying or laughing joyously. Oh God, why did it end so abruptly? I was exactly 1 kill away from passing. Phew, that was close, I passed, guys. Su Jingming, who was dangling a dead beast by its neck, looked up at the sky and complained. Time's up already, so boring, my hands aren't even satisfied from wielding the spear yet. Next, the sluggish crowd trailed one after another, dragging themselves out of the arena. Having survived such a grueling exam, everyone who stepped out the gate was completely drained, barely able to walk straight. Tang Chi's best friend was clutching her shirt tightly, eagerly asking, Chi, is that Su Jingming really your cousin?" Tang Chi held her head, speechless. "Dear Lord, you've asked that 3 times already. It's true, 100% true." Zioya blushed shyly and pleaded, "Then my lovely big sister, please give me your cousin's contact info, I beg you." Tang Chi puffed out her chest, tilting her chin up to tease. "Oh really? Who was it that was acting all picky and dismissive the other day? Now I'll have to think carefully about it." Caught red-handed, Zioya clumsily defended herself. "Oh come on, today is different from the other day. Today he's the valedictorian of the martial arts exam. Do it for the sake of our sisterhood, please." Suddenly someone sharp-eyed pointed toward the gate and shouted, "Look, everyone, our hero Su Jingming is out." Hearing that, the crowd immediately surged forward in a frenzy. Zioya, standing there absent-mindedly, was also shoved by the crowd until she stumbled. The atmosphere was no different from fans mobbing an idol. Where? Brother, don't push, move aside so I can get a glimpse." Su Jingming casually strolled out of the gate, his face glowing with confidence, his eyes shining brightly, and a gentle smile gracing the corner of his lips. Seeing him appear, everyone screamed in unison, "Su Jingming, you're so amazing! Look this way, bro, Su Jingming, can you spare me 100 points?" Incredibly friendly, Su Jingming raised his hand and waved at the enthusiastic crowd. Seeing Zhou Mingyang standing in a daze looking at Su Jingming, Wu Hao patted his shoulder to comfort him. "That radiant spot should have belonged to you." Zhou Mingyang shrugged, replying calmly, "Just my bad luck that such a freak fell into our school. With my abilities, earning this score is already deeply satisfying." Walking a short distance, Su Jingming ran directly into the principal and the director. Zhao Yao gleefully introduced, "Student Su Jingming, congratulations. Let me introduce you, this is Director Zhang from the Education Bureau." Su Jingming nodded politely, "Hello, leaders." Zhao Yao winked and continued, "You don't need to squeeze onto the bus later. The director will take you straight home in his private car." Hearing this, Su Jingming glanced at the horde of fans swarming behind him and secretly evaluated. "That works. If I get on the bus now, I'll definitely get surrounded and interrogated by these people. It'll give me a headache. I won't get a moment of peace." Thus, he settled into Zhang Wenshan's luxury car to head home. The smooth car glided swiftly down the street. On the way, Zhang Wenshan smiled and initiated a conversation. "Student Jingming, have you set your sights on any ability university yet?" Su Jingming answered honestly, "Lately, I've just been burying my head in training to improve my physique. I really haven't had the time to look into choosing a university yet." Zhang Wenshan nodded, confidently analyzing, "With your dazzling transcript, applying to any domestic university will be a piece of cake. However, our country has hundreds of academies, but over half of the top-tier ability users graduated from the big three training grounds. I suggest you aim for these three schools." Began listing them. First is Qingjing Ability University, located at the Dragon Vein of Great Xia, directly backed by the central government. The moment you graduate, you're immediately placed on the official payroll. The current powerful rank 9 nation-guarding official also graduated from this very oven. Second is Madu Ability University, stationed in the prosperous port city, with extremely abundant resources. The environment is incredibly suitable for individuals who love competition, joining elite factions, and pursuing perfection. Finally, there's Jincheng Ability University, a 200-year-old institution with a remarkable history. It holds countless ancient inheritance manuals, and its faculty is impeccably knowledgeable. These three academies all hide exclusive ability cultivation methods that are never shared outside. They are truly the dream meccas for test-takers nationwide. Hearing this, Su Jingming was curious. "I thought awakened ones only needed normal training to transform into ability users. So what's the difference with these so-called top-tier cultivation methods?" Zhang Wenshan cheerfully explained. "To put it simply, training exercises also have grades. Using a low-grade training exercise, awakened ones would take about 3 or 4 years just to advance a stage. But if they cultivate using top-tier manuals, it only takes half a year for an awakened one to transform into a genuine ability user." After saying that, he patted Su Jingming's shoulder to reassure him. "Rest easy. With your resounding achievements, you'll definitely qualify for special direct admission. When the time comes, those top-tier schools will surely roll out the red carpet and offer countless perks to recruit you. You can just comfortably choose according to your wishes." Su Jingming nodded. "Yes, I understand. Thank you so much, sir." Along the way, the two continued their lively discussion while the car glided smoothly forward. Transitioning to the next day. At his private residence, Su Jingming was taking a relaxing shower, revealing his muscular shoulders and sharp, defined six-pack abs. He summoned the system's stat panel to take a look. Name Su Jingming. Class Awakened 1. Ability Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Vitality 183 points. Ultimate Skills Advanced Spear Mastery Advanced Lightning Gale Pierce. Available ability points 2,534. Skimming through it all, he muttered his calculations. This amount of points should be enough to last me until I enroll in the Ability University. After finishing his shower, he wrapped only a single towel around his waist to cover his sensitive area, stepping out with a highly enthusiastic mood. He thought to himself, "I wonder if they'll let us hunt ferocious beasts after entering university. If not, I guess I'll have to sneak out into the wilderness and make some new plans." Right at that moment, outside the door, Tang Chi and her mother were visiting. Tang Chi pushed the door lightly and found it unlocked. She muttered in confusion, "Huh, is this door broken or something?" But right after, a mischievous idea popped into the girl's head, planning to sneak in and give Su Jingming a heart-stopping scare. Stepping through the door, the girl shrieked brightly, "Tada Jingming, surprise!" Her mother, who was also his biological aunt Su Qingwan, stood nearby, smiling and waving hello. Su Jingming panicked, auntie, cousin, why are you two sneaking over here at this hour?" Seeing her little cousin wearing nothing but a flimsy bath towel, Tang Chi's face turned bright red. She squeezed her eyes shut and yelled, "You crazy Su Jingming, what kind of stunt are you pulling?" Su Qingwan stood beside her, covering her mouth and giggling. Su Jingming hurriedly scrambled into his inner room, defending himself as he ran. "How can you blame me for this? You guys barged in." Tang Chi still looked away with a red face. Su Qingwan rolled her eyes around the messy house filled with cracks, clicking her tongue as she thought, "I haven't visited for a few days. How did this house get trashed to this extent?" Neatly dressed, Su Jingming sat across from Su Qingwan. He felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling that ever since his parents passed away, only this aunt had thoughtfully visited and provided for him. She played the role of a perfect guardian, bringing him the warmth of a family, and even often cooked his favorite stir-fried meat with bamboo shoots. Su Qingwan looked at him and called out gently, "Little Ming. I'm quite clueless about the martial arts exam stuff, but when I heard you insisted on registering, I was worried sick. Now seeing you return home safe and sound, my heart is finally at ease. The results don't matter, failing to get into university is fine too." Su Jingming looked at his cousin in bewilderment. "Wait, Sister Chi still hasn't reported the situation to you, auntie." Tang Chi winked mischievously, smiling sweetly. "I figured letting you show off to my mom yourself would be much more dramatic." Su Jingming then scratched his head, sheepishly reporting, Well, I did all right on this exam. I only got a little over 10,000 points." Hearing this, Su Qingwan immediately choked on the sip of water she had just taken. She hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth, stammering as she interrogated him, "How much? Don't you dare lie to your auntie." Tang Chi then patted her mother's back, happily confirming on his behalf, "It's true, Mom. Cousin Jingming scored a whole 11,124 points." Su Jingming was also flustered, handing over more tissues for his aunt to wipe her shirt. After a while of patiently explaining everything in detail, the rims of Su Qingwan's eyes began to turn red, and her shoulders trembled unconsciously from emotion. She opened her arms and hugged her nephew tightly, shedding silent tears as she thought, "The Su family finally has a successor to bring us glory. Your parents in heaven will definitely be incredibly proud of you." Transition to a high-level meeting room, where a projector was replaying Su Jingming's spear combat from the exam. A female official read the file aloud. Su Jingming, 18 years old, awakened class, possessing a Tier 2 weak natural lightning ability. A representative sitting below clicked his tongue. "If that scoreboard is real, we must recruit this student to our academy at any cost." A bald man held up the resume and scrutinized it, but looking at his talent and rank on paper, it's basically impossible to grind out such a monstrous score. Another specialist chimed in, looking at that godlike practical spear combat performance. His ability must be at least rank A, or even rank S, absolutely not rank E. Someone else interrupted with deep suspicion. How could a godforsaken place like Jiangcheng produce a top scorer? What if this kid used some dirty tricks to cheat? Using a proxy or taking stimulants are all possible scenarios. The female chairwoman frowned at her subordinates' noisy bickering and spoke up to stop them. "All right, stop arguing." She slammed her hand on the table to make the final decision, temporarily put Su Jingming's file under the rank S special recruitment category. As for whether those results are genuine or not, I will personally go to Jiangcheng to investigate and get to the bottom of it. Cutting back to this side, Su Jingming was lounging around scrolling through his phone. Catching his eye was a message from the Jiangnan Provincial Education Bureau. "Examinee Su Jingming of Jiangcheng, the ranking results for the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Exam have been announced. Congratulations on ranking first in the province with a total score of 10,124 points. Updated at 15/03, June 25th. Su Jingming had just finished his physical training, beads of sweat still rolling down his forehead. After reading the message, he cheered in pure ecstasy. "First place, the top scorer of Jiangnan province, I actually did it." Afterwards, countless news outlets buzzed with sensational headlines. "A spectacular dark horse from Jiangcheng is the provincial top scorer with a rank E ability, a product of talent or blood, sweat and tears. An unprecedented record in the history of awakened ones. Who exactly is Su Jingming?" Netizens also swarmed the comment sections in an uproar. "Wait, the top scorer every year is usually a Tier 1 ability user. How did a mere awakened snatch first place this time?" dominating the whole province with an E-rank ability. If this is true, I swear I'll eat crap on the spot. Another comment fired back, bro upstairs, don't jump the gun, I'm digging up his practical combat video for you right now. Paparazzi and reporters from every corner of the province now flocked to surround the number 2 high school, the cradle that nurtured Su Jingming. On the podium stood Principal Zhao Yao next to teacher Chen Fan, backed by a banner clearly stating honoring ceremony for outstanding students of Jiangcheng number 2 high school martial exam. A reporter pointed a mic and asked pointedly, Principal Zhao, the online community is buzzing with cheating allegations regarding student Su's results. Does the school have any explanation to crush these doubts? Zhao Yao calmly adjusted the microphone on the table and declared loudly, the school's homepage has uploaded the complete video of student Su Jingming's exam process. Feel free to dissect and verify its authenticity yourselves. The fairness of the Martial University entrance exam is indisputable. Reporters hurriedly pulled out their phones to snoop. After watching, everyone's jaws dropped in horror. Good lord, piercing the heart of a Tier 1 one-horned rhino with a single spear strike. With this kind of combat power, even Tier 1 ability users would have to call him boss. Wait a minute, how is a lightning ability's destructive power this absurd? Are you telling me this terrifying strength belongs to an E-rank ability, and he's still just an awakened? Zhao Yao tilted his head up with pride, with a crystal-clear video as proof, student Su's results are absolute facts. He is the very first student from Jiangcheng to snatch the title of top scorer, a tremendous achievement highly worthy of praise. With that said, he and teacher Chen Fan brought out a luxurious tray covered in a red cloth. Red cloth was lifted, revealing a giant plaque clearly stating the prize money. Congratulations to student Su Jingming for winning the provincial top scorer in the martial exam. Specially awarded a 1 million yuan bonus. Zhao Yao continued boldly, this is just the cash along with a grand prize of an ability cultivation method rewarded by the City Education Bureau. The government will also provide a luxury villa and countless other privileges. The reporters seized the moment, their camera flashes going off non-stop, clamoring to put it on the front page. Right at that moment, a cold beauty emerged from behind. She rolled her eyes around and spoke up, Jiangcheng can release all the videos you want, but that still doesn't prove he didn't use cheating stimulants. In the end, the key is to reevaluate Su Jingming's true ability rank. On the grandstand, Zhao Yao turned and whispered to teacher Chen Fan, wait, where did our main character wander off to today? Teacher Chen Fan smiled bitterly and replied, I just called him. He said he's finishing up his training routine at the martial arts hall and will rush over right after. Zhao Yao was speechless. The exams are over and he's still burying his head in training. This new top scorer is truly a muscle-brained maniac, ha. At this moment, a lineup of heavyweight guests arrived to pay a visit. Facing these big shots, Principal Zhao humbly brought out a tray of tea, his body trembling uncontrollably. Please have some tea, esteemed teachers. He timidly set the tea tray on the table, his whole body still instinctively shuddering. He secretly wiped away beads of sweat and complained inwardly, truly worthy of being high-tier ability users who have bathed in the blood of battlefields. The oppressive aura radiating from them makes one's knees go weak. The atmosphere in the room was so stifling it felt like it could explode. The killing intent unconsciously released by the guests clashed against each other like incredibly ferocious beasts. Zhao Yao dragged his trembling body to escape outside, muttering a prayer, please don't flip the table and start a brawl in here. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a woman spoke up to break the ice, you two. It seems it's been a long time since we've had the chance to sit at the same table and sip tea like this. The one who just spoke was Zhang Koyue, the admissions director of Madu Ability University. She smiled and asked further, so, which genius seedling caught your eye this time? The gorgeous woman sitting opposite her, wearing a bodycon dress that showed off her alluring curves, was none other than Su Yun, the admissions director of Qingjing Ability University. She fired back, Miss Zhang, drop the innocent act. I'll lay it out straight. As long as Su Jingming's results are real, our Qingjing will take the whole package. The only male teacher in the room laughed loudly, haha, what makes Su Yun think she can just take whatever she wants? I declare outright that our Jiangcheng Ability University is this kid's final destination. This man was Wu Yuan, the head of admissions for Jiangcheng Ability University. Zhang Koyue, sitting on the sidelines watching the other two glare daggers at each other, inwardly clicked her tongue. I knew it, hunting for a special top scorer level student always ends up with ruthless sword crossing between academy teachers. Right at that boiling point, the room's door was pushed open. Su Jingming walked in with a long spear resting on his shoulder and a bright smile on his face. He looked at everyone and nodded in greeting, "Hello, teachers." All three gazes instantly shifted direction, simultaneously locking onto the newly arrived target. Zhang Kaoyue scanned him, nodding in secret praise. Not bad, overflowing with charisma, man and spear united as one. It seems this kid hasn't slacked off at all after the exams. The biggest plus is that despite being suppressed by the aura of high-tier ability users, his face remains completely unfazed, not wavering an inch. Zhao Yao cleared his throat and officially initiated the introduction. "Let me introduce you, this is Director Zhang, in charge of admissions for Madu Ability University. Over here is Miss Su, handling recruitment for Qingjing Ability University. And finally, Teacher Wu, head of the Freshman Recruitment Division for Jincheng Ability University." Stepping forward a beat, Zhang Kaoyue smiled. "Student Su, our admissions committee has reviewed the footage of your martial arts exam. We must admit your practical combat abilities are incredibly impressive, even your striking techniques are flawless. However, I have a tiny question. The power you displayed doesn't seem to match the rank E weak lightning ability registered in your file at all. Would you mind shedding some light on this mystery?" Knowing full well that they would nitpick this issue, Su Jingming calmly replied, "Well, right before the exam, while I was training in the multipurpose hall, I was unluckily struck by a wild lightning bolt. After that near-death experience, I suddenly realized my ability had skyrocketed." Hearing this, both Su Yun and Wu Yuan widened their eyes and exclaimed in unison, "This situation reeks of an ability mutation." Right then, Zhang Kaoyue pulled out a bizarre device and smiled. "Student Su, you're probably clueless about the exact nature of your new ability after the mutation yourself, right? Fortunately, I brought a specialized measurement scanner with me. Feel free to give it a try." Pushing the machine closer to Su Jingming, she instructed, "You just need to channel your energy into this." Hearing that, the teenager put his hand into the device's scanning ring. All eyes in the room instantly zeroed in on him. Returning to the main stage, Su Jingming slowly unleashed the power of the Purple Dawn Divine Thunder. The moment she witnessed the blinding purple lightning, Zhang Kaoyue was so shocked her eyes widened like two headlights. On the other side, Su Yun was also startled, unable to hold back her awe. "What kind of violent lightning is this? It's sending shivers down even my spine." The measuring machine beeped a few times before a mechanical voice announced, "Analysis complete. Ability name, Purple Dawn Divine Thunder. Rank." Before the word for the rank could fully resonate, the entire scanner violently shook and formed countless cracks. The next second, the device exploded into 100 tiny pieces, accompanied by a deafening blast that echoed throughout the room. Sensing a bad omen, the whole crowd frantically scrambled backward to preserve their lives. Patting his chest, Zhao Yao was bewildered. "Wait, what the hell was that?" Clenching his fists in excitement, Wu Yuan roared, "This is a sure thing." Su Yun, standing next to him, also beamed. A power so terrifying it fried a compact scanner, this kid's level must at least touch the S-rank threshold. Zhang Kaoyue's eyes flashed with triumph. She looked at the teenager and muttered to herself, "Absolute peak, our side hit the jackpot on this gamble." Not missing a beat, Wu Yuan strained his neck to pitch his offer. "Student Su, Jincheng Ability University offers you a direct sponsorship of 4 million as an enrollment bonus, plus a complete set of C-rank gear. Throughout your 4 years of study, all cultivation manuals and combat skills will be fully covered by the school, completely free of charge." Standing right behind, Su Yun pouted and mocked, "You're trying to catch a big fish with that pocket change." That said, she strode forward and announced loudly, "Student Su, just nod your head and join Team Qingjing, and 6 million in cold hard cash will hit your account. As for gear, cultivation methods, or combat skills over the next 4 years, pick whatever your hands can carry, the school will cover the whole package. How about it?" At this point, Wu Yuan's face next to her had turned as black as the bottom of a pot out of sheer anger. Su Jingming gulped, screaming internally, "Oh wow, these bosses sure throw money around like it's nothing." But right then, Zhang Kaoyue unhurriedly spoke up to seal the deal. "Madu Ability University will not issue cash bonuses or gear to you, but when it comes to cultivation methods and combat skills, our school has no shortage to offer you. Most importantly, every year you will receive a complete S-rank cultivation resource package." Hearing this, both Wu Yuan and Su Yun froze like stone statues, stammering, "What? An S-rank cultivation resource?" Su Jingming scratched his head in confusion, blinking as he asked, "Wait, what exactly is that?" Stepping closer, Zhang Kaoyue gently explained, Do you know about ferocious beasts carrying dragon blood? They are colossal species born with earth-shattering power, commonly referred to as the dragon race. Just by being born, these monsters already sit comfortably at tier 4 of 5, leaving those ordinary furry wild beasts miles in the dust. Our school's S-Rank resource package is precisely the blood essence extracted from tier 8 dragon race beasts. Consuming this dragon blood will cause your body to undergo an insane evolution, making your toughness rival that of a dragon itself. And every S-Rank reward guarantees this massive amount of dragon blood. Su-Yun slapped her forehead, sighing in defeat. Just hearing you say that makes even my heart sway. You Madu people are truly money-burning tycoons. Wu Yuan also echoed gloomily. S-Rank resources are normally reserved only for top-tier seniors, yet you're throwing it at a fresh rookie. In this bet, we surrender and raise the white flag. We absolutely cannot compete with that. Accepting their fate, all three smiled at Su Jingming. All right, the moment of truth is here. Facing 3 top universities, which house are you choosing? Without wasting a single second to think, Su Jingming answered decisively. Yes, I will join Madu Ability University. The teenager couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Not only did Madu Ability University offer the sweetest deal, but according to popular rumor, their practical combat training was unparalleled. Just look at the inter-school tournaments. More than half the championship trophies flew straight into Madu's trophy room. Seeing Wu Yuan sighing in despair, Su Jingming didn't act arrogant at all. He bowed respectfully to Su-Yun and Wu Yuan, speaking very politely. I am incredibly grateful for the favor you 2 teachers have shown me. Right at this moment, Zhang Koyue casually pulled a Madu Ability University card out from her ring. Handing it to Su Jingming, she warmly said, the school is highly anticipating your arrival, student Su Jingming. Normally, freshmen do their enrollment procedures on September 1st, but since you're a special recruit seed, feel free to pack your bags and enroll early. The school will have a dorm ready for you. Intrigued, Su Jingming immediately probed. Then can I look up ability cultivation methods and combat skills in the school library beforehand? Zhang Koyue laughed and waved her hand. Easy as pie. Our library is more than capable of granting you a private study room. To avoid troublemakers, here is my contact info. Just give me a ring when you set foot in Madu. Stroking the shiny card in his hand, Su Jingming's face lit up. Oh, Madu Ability University, I can't wait to enroll. Standing next to him, Zhang Koyue also cast him a deeply satisfied look. At the bustling Jiangcheng train station, the broadcast speaker suddenly echoed. Passengers for train G91 heading to Madu, please prepare your tickets for gate inspection. Repeating, train G91 to Madu is now beginning ticket inspection. Hearing this, Su Jingming turned around, waved goodbye to everyone, and briskly stepped onto the train. Looking at his back, Su Qingwan sniffled, tears welling in her eyes. Boo-hoo, our little boy has finally grown up. Standing beside her was Tang Daolin, Su Jingming's uncle. He gently patted his wife's shoulder to comfort her. Stop crying, little Ming's journey this time is truly a step into the clouds. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to instruct Tang Chi. Oh right, Chi-Chi, your college application period is coming up too. Your cousin Jingming has planted his roots at Madu University, so you should strive to get into that school as well. Su Qingwan nodded with a smile. Your dad is right, honey. If you both get into the same place, you can look out for each other in the future. Tang Chi blushed furiously, scratching her head as she mumbled, Yes, Mom and Dad, I'll remember that. Meanwhile, on the train speeding toward Madu, Su Jingming leisurely flipped through the pages of an ability cultivation manual. He muttered his calculations. There's still an abundant 6 hours before the next stop. Taking advantage of this time to study and review won't hurt. Among the martial exam rewards, the most brilliant treasure is definitely this ability cultivation method, named the Deep Sea Tempering Method. Just like abilities, cultivation methods are clearly divided into tiers, consisting of 4 different levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. The higher the grade of the treasure, the faster the practitioner's cultivation speed. The book resting in his hands was currently at the intermediate level. With his mental stat hitting the 180 mark right now, he was confident that spending just half a day would be enough to cram all its texts into his head. According to the words in the book, an invisible form of energy is always distributed between heaven and earth. If one channels their chi exactly as instructed, a practitioner can sense this special energy on the very first day. At the same time, the system's virtual control panel continuously flashed a plus sign suggesting an upgrade. However, the teenager firmly held back, not planning to upgrade just yet. Reason was simple. The book stated that the metamorphosis from an awakened to an ability user is extremely crucial, and the higher the grade of the cultivation method used, the greater the benefits reaped after breaking through. Since he would get to touch top-tier cultivation methods once he entered the university anyway, it would be foolish to waste a golden opportunity on this intermediate-level book. As soon as the train screeched to a halt at the station, Jingming quickly hailed a ride and headed straight for Madu University. Standing in front of the school's massive estate, the teenager almost dropped his jaw in awe. The school gate alone was imposingly wide, over 100 meters. With this, the scenery inside the academy had to be on an unimaginable scale of grandeur. While he was busy marveling, a bright red car suddenly tore through the wind and zoomed right up to him. The person behind the wheel was none other than Zhang Kaoyue. Rolling down the window, she greeted him with a bright smile. "Student Jingming, welcome to enrollment. Hop in quick, I'll drive you to the registration office." As the car began to move smoothly, Zhang Kaoyue tilted her chin and asked, "So, is the grandeur of Madu Ability University enough to shock you? The total area is just a modest 40,000 acres, falling around 26 square kilometers. Calculating per capita, each student hogs roughly 2,600 square meters of land. Those students coming here for a tour could walk until their legs break all day and still wouldn't see it all." Jingming was still reeling in shock, clicking his tongue in admiration as he replied, "I have to admit, hearing 100 rumors online doesn't compare to seeing it with my own eyes just once." Zhang Kaoyue casually pulled out a card, printed with Jingming's information, and tossed it over. "Take this. This is your student ID when you get back to the dorm. Just swipe the card and the door will open automatically." Jingming looked up at the sky, inwardly muttering comparisons. Even grinding all the way to PhD in his previous life, he had never seen a university dorm this magical. At worst, it was a 4-person room, at best a single room, and if you were really fancy, a 3-bedroom apartment split among postgrads and PhDs. But the concept of taking an entire luxurious villa and using it as a student dorm was something he had truly never experienced in his life. Because the thing currently standing majestically right in front of him was an absolute mansion reeking of money. Seeing his jaw-dropped expression, Zhang Kaoyue slowly explained, "In our school, students are assigned to villas by default. Of course, different scores mean different levels of luxury. As a provincial top scorer, you obviously get the most lavish one, with a total area of over 800 square meters. But don't worry about getting lonely, a villa fits 2 people, so you and your roommate can just automatically claim 1 floor each." Jingming nodded, thinking to himself, "A shared dorm for 2 doesn't seem so bad, at least it's less boring than living alone. Before crossing over in my previous life, I lived as a lonely orphan, so deep down in my heart, I actually quite like the noisy feeling of 4 people sharing a room." Settling down inside the magnificent living room, Zhang Kaoyue sat opposite him and got down to business. "All your enrollment procedures have been sorted out smoothly. Next, I'll remind you of the special things you need to pay attention to in our school." Jingming smoothed his shirt and nodded seriously. "Please go ahead, teacher." Zhang Kaoyue held up 2 fingers. "There are mainly 2 core points, the academic credit system and the rules for finding a personal mentor. Let's talk about the academic credit system first. At Madu Ability University, academic credits are life. They are everything. From eating meals, buying gear, to purchasing rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, you have to offer up academic credits to pay for them. In terms of value conversion, 1 academic credit is equivalent to about 10,000 Great Zia dollars. The tricks to earning credits take on myriad forms. The basic one is based on the annual evaluation results, which the school distributes consistently. For example, since you bear the title of an S-rank freshman, you can pocket 100 academic credits this year. Finishing her sentence, she clapped her hands a couple of times. "Eva, come out." A floating robotic sphere suddenly appeared, speaking in a monotone voice. "Student Jingming, current academic credit balance is 100. Zhang Kaoyue chuckled and introduced it further. "This is the AI assistant assigned to every villa dorm. Eva's main server is an advanced AI out at the school center. The ones floating around in these rooms are just subunits sharing the connection. Despite being a subunit, its IQ has still touched the Tier 4 AI mark, more than enough to help you breeze through daily life." Jingming inwardly clicked his tongue in terror. Just a subunit, and it's already jumped to Tier 4. It seems the AI tech industry on this blue planet is tens of thousands of times more advanced than the world of his previous life. Keeping a steady pace, Zhang Kaoyue changed the subject. "The second bullet point to note is our school's personal mentor system. Any student has the right to spot a teacher that catches their eye and request formal apprenticeship, inviting the other party to become their one-on-one personal guide. Of course, the power of life and death lies in the teacher's hands. You only have a chance if they agree. Jingming furrowed his brow in confusion. A personal mentor. Does a freshman like me also have the blessing to gain the privilege of one-on-one guidance from a teacher? Zhang Kaoyue gave a firm nod. Exactly. Our school's faculty lineup is full of heavyweights belonging to the ranks of high-tier ability users. Almost every one of them has a few exclusive combat skills and secret cultivation methods strictly forbidden from leaking out. Only when you officially become their disciple will you have the chance to learn them. Currently, Madu boasts a total of 4 personal mentors specializing in the lightning element. Among them, Dean Yang Zhentian of the Weaponry Academy is the top candidate. I recommend you cast your bait at first. Instantly, the Evosphere projected a screen displaying this figure's profile. Yang Zhentian, 52 years old, Dean of the Weaponry Academy at Madu Ability University. Strength, Upper Tier 7 ability user. Possesses the rank Lightning ability, Wind and Fire True Thunder. Proficient in every martial art from fist techniques, broadswords and longswords to other weapons. But his smoothest skill is wielding the long spear, earning him the highly respected underworld title of Thunder Spear. Glorious combat record. Once entered the wilderness and fought hand-to-hand for 3 days and 3 nights against the Tier 8 beast, the earth-shattering demonic python, eventually slaying it single-handedly. Next, Eva pushed out the profiles of the remaining 3 candidates. Zhang Kaoyue shrugged. The info for the other 3 will also be listed completely. Among them, 2 belong to the Elemental Academy faction. The last one is in the same boat at the Weaponry Academy, but mainly dances with a longsword. In short, the final choice is up to you. The corner of Jingming's mouth curled into a calculating smile. Strong in the lightning element and a master of the long spear, this Dean Yang was born to be my master. No need to hesitate. Transitioning to the front of another luxurious villa, tucked away within the Madu Ability University campus. By this time, Jingming had planted himself in front of the main gate. Rolling his eyes to admire the surrounding scenery, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly worthy of being a mentor's lair, this estate is 100 times more premium than a normal student's. Suddenly, the voice of an unfamiliar student walking over rang out from behind. "Oh my, are you here to kneel and beg for an apprenticeship too?" Before he could answer, the young man widened his eyes in shock and scrutinized him. "Wait a minute, this aura. Are you just a rookie awakened? A special recruit, right?" Jingming nodded in confirmation. Hearing that, the young man clicked his tongue. That's wild. All the previous special recruits either barely scraped into Upper Tier 1 or held their ground at Mid Tier 1. I have no clue where they dug up a newbie awakened like you who still managed to snag a wildcard ticket this year. Realizing he misspoke a bit, the guy hurriedly introduced himself. "Hey there, I'm a sophomore from the weaponry department. No, wait, going into my junior year this fall. Remember the name, Tanming Yang." Jingming politely returned the greeting. "I'm Jingming, a freshman who just dragged himself here to enroll this morning." Hearing this, Tanming Yang was dumbfounded. "Damn, you just finished enrolling and you're already scurrying to the back door to find a master. Your gears turn fast. Students who normal freshmen usually wait to get beaten to a pulp in the rookie tournament before they know to show their faces and beg a master." Jingming asked blindly, "What kind of game is the freshman tournament, senior?" Scratching his chin and putting on an air of seniority, Tanming Yang began to lecture. "This is a traditional custom of Madu Ability University. Roughly 3 or 4 days after official registration, the tournament kicks off. When the time comes, both faculty and students across the whole school will come out to watch the matches. Whoever shows off some solid moves will have the academies fighting to snatch them up, and they might even get personally picked by a teacher as a disciple on the spot. Of course, no one is stopping a special ticket holder like you from squeezing in to beg for a master early." Saying that, he thought to himself, but despite bearing the title of a special recruit genius, trying to hug the dean's thigh right after enrollment is harder than winning the lottery. This kid will probably just make a wasted trip. Absorbing the information, Jingming flashed a wide smile. "Thanks for the answers, senior. But looking at your getup, Senior Tan, are you also here to camp at Teacher Yang's door and beg for apprenticeship?" Tanming Yang let out a long sigh and nodded. "Spot on. For over half a year, I've worn out the soles of my shoes running back and forth several times, only to be rejected and chased away from the gate every single time. I was planning to raise the white flag and give up this time, but the grudge in my heart from beginning to end just won't accept it." While they were gossiping, the heavy main door suddenly let out a creak and swung wide open, and someone stepped out, causing Tan Ming Yang to jump out of his skin. The butler uncle flashed a welcoming smile. "Welcome, you two. Teacher Yang is already relaxing in the living room. Please follow me inside for an audience." Firecrackers went off in Tan Ming Yang's head. This is bizarre. The dozens of times I showed my face before, this old butler had never been this enthusiastic. Moreover, Teacher Yang is personally waiting inside. Could it be that my ancestors are watching over me, and I might actually get picked today? With all sorts of exploding deductions in their heads, the two followed on the heels of the butler uncle and headed inside. Entering the hall, the first thing that caught their eyes was an imposing middle-aged man sipping tea, with a handsome young man sporting a ponytail standing behind him. Jingming swallowed hard, inwardly exclaiming, "What overwhelming presence! This sinewy middle-aged guy must definitely be Yang Zhentian, an upper-tier 7 ability user, master of the Thunder Spear, and the dean of the Weaponry Academy." At that moment, Yang Zhentian's hawk-like gaze pinned straight onto him. "Are you the kid, Jingming? Director Zhang Koua already tipped me off. Drag your ass over and follow me. Let's head down to the training room and see what you can do." Jingming decisively replied, "Yes, sir." Stepping into the private dojo, Yang Zhentian stood with his hands behind his back and declared, "I've watched the footage of your martial arts exam round to death. Frankly, your practical combat skills are extremely sharp, and your spear arts have reached the advanced level. But we'll put that aside for now. I want to personally taste just how shocking your S-rank Purple Dawn Divine Thunder really is." Jingming answered resolutely, "Yes, sir." Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. In a flash, deep purple lightning bolts began to writhe around his forearms. Letting out a roar that tore through space, Jingming thrust both hands into the air. The swarm of purple lightning acted like ferocious beasts unleashed from their cages, frantically extending their glowing tentacles outward with increasingly fierce power. Stroking his beard, Yang Zhentian smiled smugly. "So this is the authentic S-rank, the legendary Purple Dawn Divine Thunder." He tried poking a finger lightly at this tyrannical lightning bolt and judged inwardly. "Although I also use the renowned Wind and Fire True Thunder Lightning ability, the fundamental gap between an A-rank and an S-rank is truly an insurmountable fortress wall. If this brat gets thoroughly trained, he might just ride right over my head in the future." Snapping out of his thoughts, he cleared his throat. "Listen here, Jingming, with such a ridiculously overpowered internal setup, letting you be my core disciple is naturally not a problem. But I have to warn you first, this old man has roamed the underworld for half his life. I have plenty of sworn brothers, but I also have no shortage of enemies who want to eat me alive. Bearing the label of my disciple, it's hard to guarantee you won't become collateral damage when you step outside, or even get backstabbed by those underworld factions. Can your little life handle this kind of pressure?" Without hesitating for even half a second, Jingming dropped to his knees with a thud. Clasping his hands and bowing respectfully, this disciple is 100,000 times willing. Deep down, his heart was dancing and cheering. "I admire these big shots who crawled their way up from the bloody martial underworld the most. The more enemies this old man has slaughtered, the more it proves how badass my master's combat power is." Yang Zhentian threw his head back and laughed heartily, shaking the ceiling. "Good, good, good. From this moment on, you brat are officially my 32nd generation disciple, and also my very first brand new S-rank student." Stepping forward to help Jingming up, he swiped his finger over his spatial ring, pulling out 2 battered manuals and talked endlessly. "Stand up and let me see. Here is the hot stuff. This one is a limit-breaking method belonging to the Peak Elite Esper training line. As for the other one, it is a body-tempering ultimate technique personally created by your master, Thunder Immortal Body." Holding the 2 heavy manuals in his hands, Jingming's heart blossomed brilliantly. Hitting the jackpot, this is a super rare body-tempering skill that enhances physical constitution. Compared to those flashy moves like Lightning Gale Strike Back Home, this toy must be called a priceless treasure. Yang Zhentian lifted his chin, boasting proudly. "As for that training method, there is no need to overhype it. It is one of the top 3 internal manuals that only our school holds the copyright to. The most delicious one must be that Thunder Immortal Body. That is the entire life's blood and sweat squeezed out by this old man, and it has been quality stamped by 2 heavyweight factions, Thunder Martial Arts Dojo and Torrent Bear Martial Arts Dojo. In terms of awesomeness, it is fully qualified to sit at the same table as S-rank goods." Hearing this sentence, Jingming's brain felt like it was going on strike out of shock. Holy shit, an S-rank combat skill. Breaking into a cold sweat, he calculated in his head. Just exactly like the grading system of Esper abilities, combat skills are also clearly divided into tiers. The higher the grade, the higher the risk of suffering chi deviation during cultivation, but in return, the final damage output will be invincible in this world. Those Tier 7 Grandmasters out there managing to squeeze out an rank combat skill is already a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Yet, Master Yang not only conceived an S-rank ultimate technique, but it also touches upon the mysterious treasure trove of the human body, the hardest line to chew in the martial arts system. The martial aptitude of this old monster has probably reached the level of hacking the game. Seeing his disciple frozen, Yang Zhentian continued to pour out words. A fair warning, Thunder immortal body is very picky about its master. Only those with the lightning element like us can handle it. It consists of 13 realms in total, and with every tier advanced, the flesh, skin, and bones shed another layer. However, to step into the door of this technique, the very first thing you must do is cleanse your marrow and become a true Esper. Alright, Scram, whenever you finish grinding and leveling up with that manual, come back here and knock on my door. At that time, I will personally descend to the mortal realm and remold your entire bone and flesh foundation for your Thunder immortal body. Su Jingming bent over at a strict 90-degree angle, shouting loudly, "This disciple thanks you, master." Deep down, he was overjoyed. This is exactly it. Having a big boss covering my back and guiding me to the teeth is a billion times better. If I just buried my head and groped around in the dark, who knows how many detours I would have to take. Looking at the boys retreating back, Yang Zhentian's eyes suddenly burned with a blazing ray of hope. Regarding this Thunder immortal body, he himself was stuck at the 13th tier. No matter how much sweat he squeezed out, he couldn't break through the final 3 hurdles. If the seat of a Tier 9 martial saint remains forever out of reach in this lifetime, then this S-rank brat is the greatest hope to prove the theory of this cultivation method. Because if his conceptual blueprint wasn't wrong, whoever could grind through the final tier would have a physical body that truly touched the threshold of immortality and indestructibility in a literal sense. The moment he poked his face out the front gate, Su Jingming was warmly seen off by the smiling butler. Glancing over at the corner of the steps, he caught sight of Tan Ming Yang clutching his head and pulling his hair like a lovesick fool. Finding it strange, Su Jingming hurriedly ran over to ask, "Oh my senior Tan, did someone snatch your ration book or something? Why are you looking so depressed?" And Ming Yang lifted his head, and only then did he realize in shock that the guy's face was swollen like a beehive. Recalling that dapper young man standing as background decor behind Dean Yang, the guy let out a bitter sigh. "Sigh, I am 10 parts helpless, bro. Did you see that pretty boy eavesdropping in the living room earlier? That is Master Yang's favorite student, Senior Liu Ming. The rule is that you have to withstand 1/10 of his power just to pass the screening round. At this rate, my life probably has to reincarnate into the next life to pass this hurdle." Saying that, Tan Ming Yang suddenly turned around to scrutinize Su Jingming. "Oh right, you just got kicked out too, didn't you? I told you, Dean Yang's crucible isn't some market you can just easily sneak into. Need this senior brother to pass on a few tips on dodging attacks." Looking at the bruised and battered face of his senior that looked like it got run over by a steamroller, Su Jingming broke into a cold sweat and waved his hands. No need to trouble you, I just passed the interview." Tan Ming Yang gnashed his teeth loudly, his brain screaming, "Holy shit, you actually passed." Since the dawn of time, there has been no history book recording a dean-level boss breaking the rules to scoop up a disciple before the freshman season even opens. Conspiracy theory immediately sprouted in his head. Could this brat be the principal's illegitimate child? But scrutinizing that round face, there's no resemblance at all, is there? Just what kind of divine entity did this kid pop out from? By that time, Su Jingming had already trotted off quietly, not forgetting to turn back and wave goodbye to his unlucky senior brother. In the blink of an eye, Su Jingming was already settled in the training room on the 2nd floor of the villa, sitting cross-legged in meditation like some enlightened high monk. He closed his eyes and evaluated. Top-tier goods hit different. The amount of pure Genesis energy inhaled into the lungs is 100 times more abundant than those mid-grade manuals sold on the black market. Having this trump card in hand, who has the energy to grind like a beast of burden? Let's play the shortcut game, pump in points and level up directly to make it quick. Dump points, force the level up right here and now. Muttering those words, he unhesitatingly spammed the dazzling upgrade button on the system's virtual control panel. Instantly, the sea of Genesis energy around him became wildly chaotic. They twisted into soaring tornadoes swirling around his flesh before brutally drilling straight into his body. The cell-tearing pain struck, making Su Jingming grit his teeth until his jaw nearly dislocated, a stifled groan escaping from his mouth. Veins bulged on his hands like crawling worms, tightly gripping the hem of his pants to the point where the thin fabric almost ripped in half. Unable to endure it anymore, he let out an ear-piercing roar, and the excess wave of Genesis energy inside him instantly backfired, blowing away everything around him like a small-scale bomb explosion. Collapsing onto the floor, panting heavily like a sled dog, he gasped, "Holy shit, the breakthrough is done." Just like that, from a small fry awakened, Jingming officially leapfrogged to the rank of a Tier 1 lower stage Esper. He sluggishly raised his arm to take a look. Wow, those deep purple lightning bolts obediently twisting around his biceps looked quite stylish. Thrilled, he swung his arm and smashed a bolt of lightning straight into the tiled floor. With a boom, the concrete slab deformed and caved in deeply. The destructive power had clearly surpassed his previous version by miles. Tightly clenching his fist that was still sparking with fire, Jingming teared up in smug satisfaction. A masterpiece is truly a masterpiece. The energy reservoir inside my body must have swelled 4 or 5 times larger at least. If you threw that Tier 2 bloodthirsty tyrant bear gorilla out here right now, I wouldn't even need to pull out my long spear. Just slapping it bare-handed with lightning would be enough to boil it alive. No wonder those Espers just blindly fight over high-tier cultivation method upgrades. If I had foolishly used that deep-sea manual to upgrade back then, my health and spirit bars would have probably bumped up by 30 or 40 points at most. Today, playing with premium VIP gear, one breath hacked nearly 100 grinding points. The gap is just too damn surreal. Right then, the system screen popped up with his current stats. Player Jingming, rank Tier 1 lower state. Spur attribute, S-rank Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Stamina bar 283, health and spirit bars sitting comfortably at the 289 mark. Passive skills, Advanced Spear Arts and Advanced Lightning Gale Strike. Reserve point pool, 2,234 points. Rolling his eyes toward the manual lying crookedly on the table, Jingming muttered his calculations. Well, forcing the level up only cost a measly 300 points, the remaining balance is still plenty. Whatever, let's just put it in the piggy bank and save it as pocket money to buy combat skill books for grinding later. Because this damn Thunder Immortal Body Manual is the real money-burning machine. Its importance even crushes internal energy books. For S-rank premium goods, the burn rate of Esper points will definitely break the game too. Who knows what year of the monkey I'll have to AFK farm until I fully comprehend this ultimate technique. In a flash, the sun had peeked out, signaling the arrival of the next day. At the dean's mansion, Yang Zhentian's jaw dropped in shock. What? How the hell is it so fast? Plucked out a few strands of his beard in extreme shock, muttering, "This old man has rooted himself in Madu for 2 decades. What kind of freakish prodigies haven't I molded? Those god-tier geniuses bust a gut trying to build a foundation to become an Esper, and it still takes them a chunk of time. Yet, you snatched the book from my hands, took it back to your nest for less than 24 hours, and you're already reporting good news." Jingming scratched his head and chuckled, probably because I used a cheat code to speed up the processing master. But I heard rumors on the streets that your Thunder Immortal Body cultivation method, just laying the foundation for the prelude alone, is as sour as vinegar, right? Yang Zhentian gave a sharp, cold snort. Open your eyes and listen up. Laying the foundation here means you have to hunt down and buy the blood essence of lightning element magical beasts to use as a catalyst, and then use your own lightning to roast your bones and tendons. Later on, the tankiness of your immortal body depends 100% on the quality of the beast blood can you use during the startup phase. However, since you've successfully shed your mortal shell just now, let's consider hitting the day rather than picking a day. Today, your master will personally step into the kitchen and forge the foundation for you. Top-tier lightning element beasts are extremely rare. Initially, I plan to squeeze the blood of the Tier 7 storm giant bear that I beat to death in my youth to use as bait for you. But hearing that little girl Zhang Koua chirp that you have an annual S-rank resource insurance package, I took matters into my own hands, hauled 2 things over to bargain with the principal boss, and traded for a ridiculously badass double S-rank toy. That is none other than the flesh and blood essence of the Tyrant Dragon, Thunder Tyrant Dragon, a genuine Tier 8. Jingming was startled and blurted out, "Holy crap, master, how could you and the boss bear to bribe me with such a sweet deal? This debt of gratitude is as huge as a temple. Once I make a name for myself, I swear I'll grind to pay you back double." Yang Zhentian smacked his disciple's shoulder loudly. "You've got a glib tongue, but keeping that mindset is good. Anyway, time is money. Strip off your clothes and get on the chopping block right now." At the sparring arena on the second floor, Yang Zhentian showed no mercy, dumping the entire flask of thick blood essence from the tirate ferocious beast straight onto Su Jingming's body. The teenager was writhing in pain as if being torn apart, but he still gritted his teeth and kept his mouth shut tight, not daring to utter a single word. Yang Zhentian gruffly reminded, "Swallow your spit and brace yourself. Pouring this kind of tyrant thunder, tyrant dragon blood onto the body of a low-level esper is no different from heavy-duty poison. Pain that pierces the heavens is only natural. Brace for impact. I will shoot my wind fire true thunder in to remold this immortal armor frame for you. How much you can piggyback off it depends on your absorption capacity. Got it?" Saying that, he roared out a barrage of wind fire true thunder lightning. A series of fire lightning bolts fired straight from the old master's palms into Su Jingming's flesh. His body instantly acted like a sponge, sucking the pool of blood essence dry, while simultaneously having to bend backward to withstand the double torture from the dragon blood and his master's lightning storm. The scalding hot blood slithered along every fiber of Su Jingming's meridians, under the strict escort and guidance of the frenzied wind fire true thunder. The agony beyond endurance forced Su Jingming to throw his head back and let out a tragic ah that echoed up to the blue clouds. The crackling sounds like roasting beans, caused by the lightning burning his cells, continuously popped one after another. Outside in the waiting hall, Liu Ming was leisurely taking a sip of tea. He glanced over and probed the butler. "Hey, Uncle Fu, he's been roasting in there into the 5th day already. This kid junior brother Su just wandered in here, but he's pretty damn tanky at taking a beating, huh?" The old butler just smiled mysteriously, keeping his lips sealed tight. Liu Ming shook his head wearily. "Gotta admit, there's always someone better out there. I remember when I foolishly begged for it, I cried and begged for mercy after just 2 days of roasting. Little Su's resilience is indeed highly worthy of sucking up that whole batch of heavy-duty tirate dragon-type ferocious beast blood essence. On top of that, he's even equipped with that S-rank lightning element esper ability. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Suddenly, I'm so eager to see what shape his thunder immortal body armor will take when it's forged." Suddenly, a boom like a dropping bomb echoed from the roof of the training room. Both Liu Ming and the old butler jumped in fright, dropping their teacups as they craned their necks to look. Tossing aside his elegant demeanor, Liu Ming bolted upstairs as fast as his legs could carry him, yelling, "Holy shit, our junior brother's bones successfully stewed to a pulp." The guy tiptoed and cracked the door open slightly, poking his head in to spy on the situation inside. Hitting his eyes was Su Jingming's muscles, exuding a chilling, evil black aura. His pupils were cloudy and lifeless, while the purple lightning bolts acted like crazy snakes tearing through his skin, writhing all over his body. Liu Ming gulped loudly, goosebumps erupting all over his skin, this terrifying killing intent identical to a top-tier ferocious beast. It shrinks a man's damn balls. Before he could blink, Su Jingming spun around, lunging like a wild beast straight toward Liu Ming for a fight to the death. Right at the moment when 1,000 pounds hung by a thread, Yang Zhentian roared from behind like thunder. "Jingming, snap out of it right now." As if his mainspring snapped, Su Jingming's striking motion froze midair. Squeezing his buzzing head, he looked over at his master in a daze. "Oh crap, did my brain just short-circuit?" Suddenly a ball of rage flared up inside me, wanting to punch everything to death. Yang Zhentian smiled lightly and brushed it off. "Just a little occupational hazard. It's because that pile of thunder tyrant dragon blood essence was wreaking havoc in your mind. This dragon species is inherently savage and loves to tear things apart, and since your constitution swallowed it whole without leaving a single drop, it triggered this unhinged side effect. But just stay calm, don't let your mood swing too far, and there won't be any trouble. Later, when you grind and level up higher, these trivial side effects will naturally evaporate on their own." Su Jingming stared at his 2 hands, letting out a sigh of relief. Then that's a blessing. Otherwise, I was afraid of being gaslit by the beast, and if I accidentally wiped out my brothers, I'd have to jump off a building to atone for it. Yang Zhentian gleefully punched his shoulder. "Cheer up, son. This batch forged the foundation phenomenally well. Your blood-sucking rate reached up to 98%. Looking at the 20 disciples who have gone through my crucible, the best one only achieved 92%. That cobwebbed record of so many years has actually been smashed to pieces by a brat like you." Liu Ming stood on the side, rubbing his chest to calm his nerves before smiling flatteringly. "Congratulations, little bro, for surviving the ordeal and finishing the molding of the thunder immortal body. With this, your path to the peak of martial arts is basically a red carpet. Yang Zhentian seized the moment to introduce. Speaking of which, let's do the introductions. This dapper guy is your senior brother, Liu Ming. He is currently at the peak Tier 3 Esper mark. In the future, if you get stuck at any point during your cultivation, just hold his head down and ask for guidance, hear me. Su Jingming hurriedly raised his hand to greet, hello, senior brother Liu. Opposite him, Liu Ming unhurriedly pulled out his phone and cheerfully said, I came in a rush and didn't have time to buy anything, so I'll just transfer you some credit points as a welcome gift. Glancing at the screen, Su Jingming jumped in shock and panicked. Oh my god, a whole 200 credit points. Senior brother is way too generous. In his head, he secretly calculated, we just met, and this big bro already smashed 2 million great Zia dollars right into my face. Yang Zhentian stood next to them and chimed in, these 200 points are nothing to your senior brother Liu. Being the older brother means he has to know how to protect his juniors. In the future, when you have junior brothers and sisters, you'll have to prepare gifts like that too. Hearing his master speak so reasonably, Su Jingming hastily nodded, yes sir, I'll keep that in mind. Yang Zhentian rubbed his forehead and instructed, your foundation has been forged perfectly. You've starved and thirsted for 5 days straight, so go home and lie down for now. Tomorrow, you can drag yourself over here to follow senior brother Liu in carrying spears and practicing martial arts. Su Jingming obediently replied, yes, thank you, master. The perspective shifted back to Su Jingming's dorm room. Right as he pushed the door open, hitting his eyes was a platinum blonde guy burying his face in a game, making him involuntarily let out a curious hum. Noticing a newcomer, the young man immediately waved and greeted enthusiastically, wow, you must be my roommate, right? Hello there, I'm Liu Wentao, a pleasure to meet you. Su Jingming also politely raised his hand to return the greeting. Hello, my name is Su Jingming. The moment Liu Wentao heard the name, his eyes widened in wonder. Wait, Su Jingming, don't tell me you are that famous top scorer of Jiangnan province. Su Jingming blinked in confusion. Oh, you know me. Liu Wentao started circling and scrutinizing him like examining an alien, proudly saying, of course, the underworld calls me the Lord of Information. I have the matters of this batch's freshmen in the palm of my hand. But actually, I didn't intentionally investigate you. It's just that the commotion you caused was so huge it would be hard to ignore. Oh, the dark horse top scorer of Jiangnan province, who would have thought that today I'd get to see the real deal and even share a room. Oh, by the way, are you really from that place called Jiangcheng in Jiangnan province? It sounds kind of miserable. Furthermore, you had just barely awakened during the college entrance exam, right? Plus, looking at you from head to toe, there's no way your Esper ability is so trashy that it sits at the E rank. Watching his friend Liu Wentao firing away like a machine gun without stopping, Su Jingming silently evaluated, this roommate has quite an active mouth, huh? But then again, I kind of like this outgoing personality. Come to think of it, whether in my past life or this life, I have always hated the feeling of being all alone. Memories of his past life suddenly flooded back. Since childhood, he had struggled in an orphanage with no family opening their arms to take him in, so he had never tasted the meaning of the word home. Only when he carried his books to school did it get a bit less boring because there were so many friends gathering around to mess about together. Most enjoyable and memorable days were during his college years, grinding games with his comrades every day, then burying his head in studying for his master's and doctorate degrees. Who could have foreseen that, on the night of his graduation celebration, after accidentally drinking a bit too much, he opened his eyes only to find himself shoved into this strange world. Rotten luck that even after drifting over here, he was still stuck as an orphan. Still, snagging such a chatty roommate means the coming days probably won't be depressing anymore. At this moment, Liu Wentao patted his chest and introduced himself. I am currently at the Tier 1 mid-stage mark, possessing an rank mental element Esper ability, and I had the honor of making the top 20 in Sichuan province. I'm studying at the Tactical Academy, harboring the dream of one day holding the command flag to lead an army of millions, herding every single ferocious beast on this blue planet straight into their graves. Seeing the other guy getting too fired up, Su Jingming had to stop him and finalize the plan. All right, stop it my god, I still have to swing by the martial arts dojo later. Liu Wentao scratched his head curiously. The dojo? I haven't shown my face at Madu University's dojo before either. The setting immediately shifted to the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo branch, affiliated with Madu University. The moment the dynamic duo Su Jingming and Liu Wentao set foot in, Liu Wentao went whoa in delight. Well, this place seems pretty bustling, huh? Their eyes were countless youths passionately showing off their skills. the crowd laughing and chattering noisily. Haha, my C-rank positive extreme blazing flame move has finally been cultivated to perfection. One guy pouted, what good does it do after cultivating it? It can't even scratch an itch on my golden transformed leather armor. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out. You guys are just small fries. My tier 3 gigantification jutsu would flatten all of you against the wall like paintings with just one slap. Right then, Eva walked over and warmly explained. This area is the public training room of our main hall, with a capacity more than enough to stuff 300 people at once. All the building materials here use C-rank alloy mixed with memory metal, so everyone just act natural. There's no fear of chipping anything because of Esper abilities or martial weapons. Of course, if customers prefer privacy, they can choose the private training rooms. Jingming waved his hand and said, no need for that level right now, just training in this spot is fine enough. Yu Wentao skipped around shadowboxing while excitedly commenting, wow, this bunch of show-offs is competing to see who has more muscles. The commotion of the next guy is fiercer than the last. Jingming secretly cast a side glance, criticizing in his head, you're acting just as ridiculously as any of them. Liu Wentao pointed all over the place, an elemental fire type over there, and in that corner, if I'm not mistaken, is an rank enhancement type werewolf, a fellow countryman from my Sichuan. After snooping around to his heart's content, Liu Wentao pointed at several massive pillars and asked Eva, what are these stakes planted here for, miss? Eva patiently answered, this is our punching force challenge measuring board. There are 5 pillars in total corresponding to the strength of Espers from Tier 1 to Tier 5. Are you too interested in trying a punch? Just by squeezing into the top 3,000 of the golden leaderboard, you can claim a full 50 credit points. Liu Wentao blinked half-believingly. Wait, you don't even need to go deep into the top. Just making the top 3,000 gets you a prize. Is it that simple? Gleefully calculated, the entire Madu Esper University combined only has about over 4,000 students anyway. Grabbing onto a sweet deal, he cracked his knuckles and excitedly concluded, sweet, let me open the floor and see. Eva hurriedly guided, you just need to swipe your student card on the pillar to start the challenge right away. But take note, this bet only tests pure punching strength. It is strictly forbidden to use Esper abilities or drag out combat skills to cheat. Without hesitation, Liu Wentao pressed his student card close to the pillar's body to scan it. The automated system announced loudly, warmly welcoming student Liu Wentao, registration number 203701256, for officially activating the Punching Force Challenge. Everyone please give a round of applause for encouragement. The surrounding students, hearing the noise, immediately gathered and whispered, oh, some young man opened the force meter, haha, looking at this weak aura he probably just touched the Tier 1 mid-stage threshold, completely looks like a freshman. Hee, this time we've got a good show to watch. Standing in front of the podium, Liu Wentao's face turned beet red as he muttered complaints in his heart. Unlucky, I'm just punching a machine, but it's making a fuss like a house on fire. With so many eyes staring, I absolutely cannot make a fool of myself. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his lifelong strength and smashed a heaven-shaking punch into the pillar's body. The power of the strike was actually pretty decent. The spot where his fist collided sent up a thick cloud of dust and smoke. The cold, robotic voice rang out, punching force index 476 kg, an extremely outstanding performance. Liu Wentao rubbed his chest and sighed in relief. Oh, thank goodness I didn't humiliate myself. Snagging a ticket into the top 3,000 shouldn't be a problem with this. But the machine immediately splashed cold water on him. However, it is highly regrettable, your record is currently sitting at the 101,000th position. Hearing that, Liu Wentao turned completely to stone. What the hell, sitting outside the top 100,000? Doesn't this entire Madu University only have over 4,000 students? Eva then sheepishly corrected, sir, this leaderboard stores the results of every generation of students throughout a century since the dawn of the school until now. It is not divided by batches. Hearing this, Liu Wentao got so mad he saw stars and yelled, scammer. No wonder they swarmed around to stare at me. Turns out they were just waiting to watch me make a fool of myself. The surrounding audience took the chance to roar with laughter, missing the 100,000 mark altogether. That's hilarious to death. Back when I first arrived at the school wet behind the ears, my record wasn't at the bottom of the barrel so tragically, haha. Look at that guy's face as red as a tomato, he's definitely a newbie. Jingming had to pat his friend's shoulder to soothe him. Don't mind them, you cultivate the mental element so your physical strength being weak is a given. Liu Wentao forced a smile and sighed heavily. Sigh, thanks for the paper-thin consolation, so do you want to get on the floor and give it a try? I guarantee you'd be stronger than me with just a flick of your finger. Su Jingming unhurriedly dug the card out of his pocket, nodding. Let's do it. While I'm at it, I'm also curious about where my own limits lie. Liu Wentao immediately cheered. Charge ahead, the face of our dorm room is all entrusted to you now. Machine immediately replayed the familiar sound, welcoming Su Jingming, registration number 203701204 for opening the Punching Force Challenge. Everyone please clap and cheer for him. The crowd that hadn't dispersed yet got another chance to swarm in and dissect. Well, another newcomer on the chopping block. They took turns throwing disdainful looks at Su Jingming. Tusk, this strength is even more trashy, just toddling at the Tier 1 lower stage. At this level, it's hard to say if a swing of the arm could even hit 400 kilos. Wait a minute, this name sounds somewhat familiar. While the crowd was still hesitating, Su Jingming had already rolled up his sleeves, stepping forward proudly. Calculated in his head, I just broke out of my cocoon to level up to Tier 1 Esper, plus the results of grinding the body tempering manual for 5 days and 5 nights without sleep. The system status board immediately popped up before his eyes. Name, Su Jingming, Realm, Tier 1 Lower Stage, plus S-Rank Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Esper ability. Stamina, 391 health, plus Spirit 289 Hz. Plus Advanced Spear Art Skill, plus Advanced Lightning Gale Strike, plus Thunder Immortal Body Tempering, Esper points 2,234 points. He clenched his knuckles tightly and told himself, if you want to know just how beastly your punching force is, throw one punch and the answer will spill right out. With that said, he settled into a solid stance, yanking his arm way back to gather momentum. Pouring his entire passive strength into his fist, he smashed a full-speed strike straight into the testing pillar in front of him. Su Jingming threw out a punch, his posture remaining perfectly intact, but the crowd behind him was now frozen stiff like wooden statues. Not a single soul dared to open their mouths to joke around like they did at first. The mechanical voice rang out to report, punching force 4,589 kg. On strength at the absolute peak, congratulations to the contestant for shattering the record. At the same time, the Electronic Hall of Fame lit up brilliantly as it changed owners. Top 1 Su Jingming, punching force 4,589 kg. Rank 2 Luo Yang, punching force 4,321 kg. Rank 3 Chen Da Hai, punching force 4,122 kg. All the witnesses on the scene were frozen with their jaws dropped. Good heavens, that record is actually shattered to pieces. That's over 4,500 kilos. Is this a level that a Tier 1 lower stage can punch out? If this punch landed on a person, I'd probably be mashed into pig feed, mother of God, and some people are rumored to say he is a freshman. Sisters standing behind also showed extreme astonishment. I heard rumors that the figures making the top 1,000 are all prodigies leading an era. If so, how terrifying will this guy's future be? The short-haired girl standing nearby hurriedly said, the record on pillar number 1 has been held solid for over 10 years now. I have to film this historical moment right away. Liu Wentao excitedly clenched his fists and jumped up roaring loudly, Big boss, you are truly my blood brother. From now on in this lifetime, I swear to be a disciple serving you. If you point east, I absolutely wouldn't dare go west. Hearing that, Su Jingming broke into a cold sweat. All right, tone down the exaggeration, dude. Then he quietly squeezed his bicep, the corner of his lips curling up smugly as he muttered. The result far exceeded my initial prediction. It seems this Thunder Tyrant Dragon manual was born just for me. The leapfrog speed is truly terrifyingly fast. Eva immediately stepped forward to congratulate. Congratulations, student Su Jingming, for successfully breaking the record. The reward of 400 credit points has been added straight into the student's account. Su Jingming was ecstatic and flying high. Quite smooth, isn't it? So next time if I continue to break my own record, will I get rewarded with more credit points? Eva replied. At the same tier level, you can only receive the reward for the first time breaking the record, but you can challenge the pillars of other groups to snatch credit point prizes. Su Jingming rolled his eyes around and calculated. In short, the remaining 4 pillars represent players from Tier 2 to Tier 5. Whatever, I'll save them to feed them dirt later on. In the other corner, Liu Wentao was tilting his chin to the sky, bragging to the ladies, see that? That's my roommate right there. Pink-haired girl shoved Liu Wentao to the side, gracefully pressing close to Su Jingming to flirt. Hey junior brother Su, it's your first time in this hall, right? Let this big sister personally teach you how to use the machines. Another big sister heard that and interrupted with roaring laughter. Yet another lady said, Junior brother, our club is missing a spot, just boldly join my association. Trapped among the surrounding beauties, Su Jingming panicked, hurriedly grabbing Liu Wentao's arm and dragging him away, saying, "Let's run fast, heading to the private training area to save us the trouble." In another development, Liu Ming stared at his phone reading the news while sweating like a waterfall, panic reporting. Master, junior brother Su went straight onto the school's golden leaderboard. He tested his punching strength and broke the record with a number of over 4,500 kg. The sheer tankiness of this guy is truly fictional. Yang Zhentian leisurely took a sip of tea, smiling casually. Won't even rest, and yet trotted off to the dojo to sweep up people's records. Liu Ming closed his eyes tight, sighing heavily in self-pity, recalling the time he grinded to the Tier 1 upper stage and also finished cultivating the first tier of the Thunder Immortal body. When measuring his punching force, it was only a measly over 3,500 kg. This little junior brother Su Jingming is indeed not just a little stronger than me. In some hidden corner, a young man was also gluing his eyes to the school's notice board. Enraged, he crushed the innocent water glass on the table to pieces. Damn it, that guy Su Jingming actually crawled all the way to this Ma Du Tu, huh? His hand bulged with veins as a blazing flame shot out, his voice gritting, making this lord lose the seat of Jiangnan province's top scorer, turning me into a joke for the whole of Ning'an. If I don't avenge this grudge, I'm not a man. I must snatch back every last bit of this glory. Returning to Su Jingming, he was smiling smugly at his new body. Since the day he started practicing the indestructible thunder body, he had skipped meals and sleep for 5 whole days, yet his energy was still overflowing. Grabbed a random small knife and stabbed it straight into his skin, and the blade instantly shattered. He figured that this body forging manual buffed his skin's defense to be on par with an E-rank alloy. To ordinary people, this was basically being invulnerable to swords and spears, right? The reputation of an S-rank body forging ultimate skill was truly no joke. Just then Liu Wentao barged in, yelling at the top of his lungs, Brother Ming, the drama of you breaking the record is sitting right on the front page of the school forum. Everyone is rushing to set up bets and challenge you." Su Jingming jumped in surprise and blurted out, "Huh." But then he quickly regained his playful expression. "Tusk, the martial spirit of Demon City University seems pretty lively, huh?" Liu Wentao, his face red with anger, volunteered, "Brother Ming, let me help you scold these brats who don't know their own limits." Su Jingming quickly waved his hand to stop him. Drop it, don't waste time. I have to drop by the combat skill library today, just head back to the dorm by yourself." The camera quickly panned to the combat skill library. Su Jingming pressed his hand against the sensor system to scan his code. Looking around, he silently evaluated. Rumors said this treasure trove was managed by a vice principal with space-type Esper abilities, and it looked like the real deal. Looking at this hardcore defense system, even inviting a rank 9 martial saint wouldn't be enough to pry open the hidden items inside anytime soon. Truly impressive. Next, he took out his student ID and swiped it. Immediately, the surrounding spatial barrier began to ripple and transform. As soon as Su Jingming strode inside, a pretty girl came right to the door to welcome him. "Hello, Mr. Su Jingming of the S-rank branch. A warm welcome to the combat skill library. How may I assist you today?" Su Jingming scratched his head in confusion. How do you know me?" The girl smiled sweetly and explained, "Sir, students holding the S-rank privilege card are allowed to view all the manuals in the library. As you are a VIP, our system sounded an alert the moment you swiped your card." She smiled while doing the math in her head. Anyone who snagged an S-rank card had limitless potential. At the very least, they would become a Grandmaster-level Esper in the future, so she had to cling to him and build a good relationship right away. Su Jingming nodded in realization. So that's why. So if I want to check out some lightning-type combat skills, which floor should I go to?" The girl quickly guided him. "If you're looking for anything below B rank, just head to the public reading areas on the 2nd and 3rd floors. But if you want the more precious stuff, go straight to the study room on the 4th floor. Just swipe your card and the door will open automatically." Saying that, she took a step back and respectfully gestured the way. "Please go this way, sir." Su Jingming smirked with a bright smile. "All right, thanks, miss." Just then, Eva appeared and reminded him, "After you take a quick look through the challenge system, we will gift you an original manual. However, these items above B rank are extremely expensive, so please be extra careful while studying." Su Jingming gave the command, "Pull up the entire list of lightning-type combat skills from B rank and above for me to choose from." Eva obeyed, "Yes, sir." Instantly, countless images were projected into the air by Eva. SSS-Rank Myriad Heavenly Thunder Guide. using lightning-type Esper ability as the core to pull out a gigantic lightning storm with a diameter of up to 80 kilometers. Note: this manual is restricted to lightning users above B rank and requires a level of at least rank 5 to handle. SSS rank Wrath of the Thunder God, firing lightning from the sky like a divine hammer of punishment with terrifying power. Note: this combat skill is only for lightning Espers above B rank and requires a minimum level of rank 4 to learn. Jingming was startled after looking at them and muttered, "Good heavens, SS rank combat skills were one thing, but where did these SSS rank ones pop up from? This university's top-tier manual treasury is indeed endlessly abundant. Am I really allowed to browse through these for free?" The unlucky thing was that every single one had strict requirements for Espers and their levels. With my current status, I can only touch the A-rank manuals, attack types, defense types, movement types, support types, and crowd control types. The rank goods are literally as common as cow hair here. Luckily, I have an awesome teacher to guide me. If I were thrown in here to swim on my own, I'd really go blind trying to pick one. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, mumbling, "Good thing he slipped me this recommendation list in advance. This will save me a lot of time." After his mumbling, he trotted around to finalize his combat skill choices. After strolling for a bit, he picked out a few manuals that caught his eye. I'll take these 4. Rank Thunder Spear, molding lightning into a giant spear and hurling it straight out. A rank Consecutive Thunder Lance, compressing electricity into the spear shaft and relentlessly thrusting into the enemy's vital points. The fiercer the thrusts, the more electricity flows into the opponent's body, until it explodes like a finishing bomb. A rank Thunder Flash, erupting with lightning to dash a short distance toward a pre-aimed coordinate. Rank Thunder Prison, forging lightning into a cage to lock the enemy firmly in place. Jingming rubbed his chin, smugly analyzing. Thunder Spear is for long-range poking, Consecutive Thunder Lance is for close-quarters combat, Thunder Flash is a movement technique for dodging, and Thunder Prison specializes in crowd-controlling the prey. Combining these 4 playthings, plus the tanky, indestructible Thunder Body, I'm practically perfect with no blind spots. Eva's voice echoed down from the ceiling. After scanning, you are choosing to purchase 4 A-rank manuals. On average, each skill takes about half a year to cultivate. The system advises you to properly coordinate them with lower-rank skills to make it easier. Jingming waved his hand and replied, "No need for the hassle, just keep that lineup for me." In a moment, the receptionist lady from earlier lugged out the 4 combat skill manuals and placed them on the table, chirping, "Here are student Sue's hot items." Jingming neatly stacked the books on the table, silently marveling. God, B-rank and C-rank manuals sold at the black market are already priced in the millions. You'd probably have to mortgage your house to afford these A-rank ones, yet in a blink of an eye, I bagged 4 of them. This is way too extravagant. He fumbled around and flipped through a few pages, clicking his tongue in praise. The intent and aura in these are incredibly mystical. No wonder you have to physically touch the original copies to comprehend A-rank items. If you photocopied these, they'd be completely useless. After his rambling, he rooted himself to the spot and started devouring the manuals, ignoring the time flying by. Before long, Jingming's forehead was dripping with sweat. He had to hit the brakes for a moment, opening his mouth to let out a huge yawn. Flopping back into the chair, he let out a long sigh and muttered, "Finished chewing through them all. Time for the stat buffing segment." System reported, consumed 200 Esper points, Thunder Spear upgraded to beginner level. Deducted another 200 points, Consecutive Thunder Lance reached beginner level. Evaporated 200 Esper points, Thunder Flash achieved beginner level. Took another bite of 200 Esper points, Thunder Prison leveled up to beginner level. Jingming immediately summoned his status panel. Name, Jingming. Realm, lower tier rank 1, attached with S-rank Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Physical strength, 391 vitality points plus spirit, 289 Hz. Skill pool, Advanced Spear Technique, plus Beginner Thunder Spear, plus Beginner Consecutive Thunder Lance, plus Beginner Thunder Flash, plus Beginner Thunder Prison, plus Advanced Lightning Gale Strike, attached with Stage 1 Indestructible Thunder Body. Skill Balance, 1,434 points. He swung his limbs around, feeling the fresh surge of internal energy, and smiled wickedly. Holding onto a bunch of awesome skills like this, I wonder which lucky guy will have the honor of tasting the full power of my new combat skill combo. The scene cut back to Jingming and Liu Wentao's dorm room. By now, night had fallen, and the moon was hanging high overhead. The moment he saw Jingming's shadow return, Liu Wentao started blabbering, Big Bro Ming, Sister Eva came by earlier to announce that we have to drag ourselves to field number 1 for the freshman assembly at 9 tomorrow morning. They even created a massive chat group. Get in here and scan the code. Jingming nodded briefly, sweet. After holding up his phone to scan the barcode and join the chat group, Liu Wentao got nosy again. Oh, by the way, Boss Ming, what rank of combat skills did you cop today? Jingming casually replied, just bagged 4 A-rank ones. Liu Wentao's jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg. Holy crap, A-rank goods, and you snatched up 4 of them. Just chewing through all of that will probably have you grinding your ass off until your 2nd or 3rd year. You truly live up to the title of Big Bro Ming. Nobody can keep up with this unique path of yours. Hesitating for a moment, he pried again. Wait a minute, being able to view A-rank items for free. Does that mean Brother Ming's card is an A-rank privilege card? Jingming shook his head and smirked. Bullshit, it's not A-rank, it's an S-tier goodie. This time, Liu Wentao was shocked to the core. He jolted upright and screamed, an S-card? Where did this school pull out an authority level higher than A-rank? How did you suddenly get your hands on such a fancy card? Hey, don't tell me that E-rank trash label everyone's gossiping about is just a scam. So you're actually an S-rank Esper, aren't you? Jingming gave his friend a side-eye, breaking into a smile that was 3 parts mysterious and 7 parts playful. Well, since we're at it, let's let an information lord like you attain enlightenment on a new truth of life. Liu Wentao perked up his dog ears to gossip. Oh, he silently analyzed. Even though he had roughly guessed the level required to snatch that privilege, he never expected a real S-rank monster to pop out. The top scorers from other provinces could only scrape by with A-rank stuff at best. It seems my investment in clinging to his coattails was truly a brilliant move. Just being a hardcore fan from now on will guarantee a smooth ride. It wasn't clear what sweet nothing Jingming poured into his ear, but the young man Liu Wentao was seen giving an enthusiastic thumbs up, beaming brightly. Cutting to the training room on the 2nd floor, Jingming lifted his spear, feeling as if he were holding a strand of straw. He was engrossed in testing out a few free spear moves, calculating in his mind. I've got the premium manuals, but if my weapon is garbage, it's useless. That F-rank obsidian spear from the other day was shattered, so I left it back in my hometown. But even if it were intact, it couldn't withstand the violent strikes at my current intensity anyway. Acting on his thoughts, he told Eva to open the school's equipment store to hunt for a weapon. Eva quickly obliged, placing the order for you right away, boss. Browsing through the virtual market, Jingming scrutinized for a while and muttered, F-rank, E-rank, and D-rank goods are scattered everywhere like fresh shrimp, and they even allow you to customize the size and weight to your liking. The only catch is the higher the rank, the heavier the chunk of iron, and the more painfully expensive it gets. Deal, I'll cop an E-rank one weighing 210 kg. Hunting down an armor set and combat boots to match will make it perfectly smooth. Beep, the receipt for the E-rank combo of spear, combat suit, and boots bit off 237 credit points. Your wallet currently has 382.6 points left. The transaction for weapons and protective gear is complete. The courier will deliver it right to your hands at dawn tomorrow. Please keep an eye out to receive the goods. Jingming bitterly reflected on himself. Damn it, this credit fund evaporates like the wind if you overspend. In the blink of an eye, half of it flew away. While waiting for the hot gear to arrive, I guess I'll just have to make do with this old friend. Tonight, let's smash through the 4 A-rank combat manuals we just bought. As soon as he finished speaking, he stroked the old spear, the corners of his lips curling into a sly smile. The next morning at the freshman assembly, a massive crowd of people was packed tightly across the entire field. The moment Jingming showed his face, he became the brightest star of the show, eyed by countless gazes, especially the ladies. Oh my god, look, it's that guy Jingming, the one who turned our school record into a joke yesterday. Rumor has it he even took home the top scorer trophy of the Jiangnan region. I thought he'd look like a hulking brute with bulging muscles, who knew his handsome looks would make people want to swoon. Suddenly, a sharp-mouthed guy rudely yelled out, Jingming, I, young Master Lei Zhu, want to challenge you. Glancing at this guy, the crowd immediately started whispering, Look, it's Lei Zhu, the runner-up of the Jiangnan province martial exam. His score soared up to 9,300. Word on the street is he was born with a silver spoon, and both his parents are badass rank 4 Espers. It's just a pity that no one ever remembers the guy who comes in second. No wonder he's so frustrated and resentful. Jingming threw him a half-glance, giving him the bare minimum of attention, and replied with a long yawn. How embarrassing, I really don't have the time to entertain you. Lei Zhu stepped forward, pressing the issue. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I vaguely recall that your aunt's family is running a business selling some exotic flowers and herbs, right? What a coincidence. My family happens to be your aunt's biggest buyer, and we're holding on to a massive unpaid debt. Just imagine, if that money isn't paid back on time, your aunt's family would probably face a massive storm. Su Jingming's pupils instantly turned cold and sharp, an imposing aura exploding from within him. He glared directly at Lei Zhu and asked flatly, "Are you trying to threaten me?" Sensing the imminent danger, Lei Zhu hurriedly pushed off his feet and slipped several meters back to mitigate the risk. Lei Zhu broke out in a cold sweat, terrified and cursing inwardly. What the hell, the pressure radiating off this guy is exactly like those savage, fierce beasts. Patting his chest to calm down, he tried to salvage his pride. "I wouldn't dare call it a threat. I'm just casually reminding you so you can drop the delusions." Su Jingming dropped his words abruptly and coldly. "Set the time, name the place." Lei Zhu smugly spouted out, "Exactly at noon a week from today, we settle this at arena number 3. Su Jingming concluded concisely, "Bet I'll be there. I just hope you won't be screaming in regret when the time comes." The gossip squad got fired up once again. "Oh my god, rank 1 soloing rank 2. Next week we've got a blockbuster movie to watch. Gotta go grab the VIP seats early." Up on the high stage, a teacher held the microphone, cleared his throat and said, "Hello to all students. A warm welcome to all the rookies landing at Demon City Esper University. Let me be straight with you, today's freshman assembly isn't the official opening ceremony yet. Herding you all out here is mainly to drill the credit point rules into your heads and finalize your homeroom teachers. However, the main event of today that I want to emphasize is the school's strategic leaderboard. You will be stuffed into a simulated secret cabin to plunge into the most brutal simulated deathmatches. Your rankings will be determined by the number of kills you grind when clearing the stages. Try your best to climb the ranks, young saplings. If you charge your way onto the gold board, the rewards will drown you." After that, another female teacher went up and droned on endlessly, giving the crowd of rookies below the chance to chatter and buzz noisily. Su Jingming yawned until his jaw nearly dislocated, cursing inwardly, "Oh my god, they finally let us go. After torturing my ears for a whole hour, the only thing I salvaged was that simulated secret cabin stuff, which smells kinda interesting. When I'm free, I definitely need to squeeze in and check it out." Glancing at his buddy Liu Wentao next to him, the guy had been snoring away since who knows when. If someone asked to borrow money right now, he'd probably just nod his head yes. The following grueling days, Su Jingming pitched a tent at Liu Ming's place, sweating buckets over a pile of introductory exercises. After that, he dragged his tired body over to Yang Zhentian to hone the combo of his spear technique sandwiched with his divine thunder. After all that grinding, he'd sit cross-legged and calm his mind, sensing the tingling flow of the purple heaven divine thunder running throughout his body. 7 days flew by in a flash. Liu Ming, panting heavily and dripping with sweat, widened his eyes and asked, "You already broke through to mid-tier rank 1. Mother of God, it hasn't even been that long in the blink of an eye." Su Jingming scratched his head and smiled shyly, "Just dumb luck, brother." He secretly calculated in his mind, "I intentionally held off for a few days before daring to burn 386 Esper points to climb from lower tier to mid-tier. If I had leveled up immediately, senior brother Liu might have fainted in terror." Liu Ming stepped forward, patting Su Jingming heavily on the shoulder and probed, "Oh, I forgot, you have a blood match with some rookie at noon today, right?" Su Jingming nodded instantly, "Spot on, sir." Liu Ming smirked wickedly, "Nice, then let your bro offer a 3-minute silent prayer for that unlucky bastard. I'll escort you over there later, taking the chance to feast my eyes and see just how much of a freak the uncensored version of my junior brother is." As the clock struck noon, at the combat arena, Lei Zhu had already planted himself smugly up there, while the crowd below was throwing shade. "There's still over a month until the freshman tournament, so let's borrow this match to see what the provincial top scorer is made of. I searched until my eyes popped out. That guy Su Jingming just got lucky and won because he's from the middle of nowhere. I bet Lei Zhu is gonna win for sure. We don't know who'll bite who yet. After all, the guy just smashed our school's punch force record." Haha, what can some trashy boxing record do? When Espers fight, isn't the core fundamentally just whipping out their Esper abilities and clashing? Right at that moment, Su Jingming casually dragged himself over, trailed by Liu Ming, who was smiling so wide his eyes were squinting. The crowd oh'd and awed loudly. Look, the main character Su Jingming is on air." Liu Ming stared at Su Jingming's sharp facial features and smacked his lips in jealousy. "Tusk, with my junior brother's good looks, Once he unleashes his insane achievements in the future, he's definitely going to blind the whole crowd of senior and junior sisters. Up on the high stage, Lei Zhu secretly judged. It looks like that brat Su Jingming's level has bumped up a tier, but whatever, I've already got a trump card hidden in my pocket. He tilted his chin up and mocked. Hey Su Jingming, just fighting to decide a winner is too bland. How about we set a bet and go all in with our credit points, are you scared? Su Jingming replied calmly, bet, I have 370 points to spare. Lei Zhu sneered, your points are quite decent. Since I can't match your credits, I'll compensate with Great Zia cash instead. To avoid any cheating or bailing on debts, let's just transfer all the goods into the guarantor's account to be safe. A few steps away, a female teacher walked out. She was none other than Zhou Yun, the head referee holding down the arena, possessing a mid-tier rank 6 healing type Esper ability. Su Jingming racked his brain and calculated, blood matches between Espers have sky-high risks. It seems the school is also tired of picking up student corpses, so they sent a medic. No problem. Thinking that, in a flash, he transferred all his credit points over to Zhou Yun. The audience below got another chance to scream themselves hoarse. Tusk tusk, cold hard cash reaching up to 3,700,000. Tossing money around this generously, my blood is boiling, bros. Zhou Yun waved her hand and announced clearly, I've collected enough money and points from both sides. Listen closely to the rules, you two. If one side raises the white flag or faints, the other is strictly forbidden from following up with a killing strike. Violate this, and you'll eat a massive penalty, got it? Su Jingming nodded, crystal clear, ma'am. Right after saying that, he leaped onto the stage, twirling the black long spear in his hand. Lei Zhu on the other side also strolled over, leisurely drawing his broadsword from its sheath, and replied with a triumphant smirk, I'm clear too. Lei Zhu took his stance, channeling his energy and unleashing a violent aura, roaring at the top of his lungs. Su Jingming, the glory you stole from your daddy, today your daddy is going to take it all back. Witnessing Lei Zhu's deadly pressure, the students below shrank their necks in fear. Truly worthy of an A-rank fire elemental type, standing all the way down here, it still feels like getting burned to a crisp. On the stage, Lei Zhu lunged and leaped into the air, immediately unleashing his ultimate move, Blazing Flame Slash. A vibrant, crimson fire erupted from the tip of his blade with a heat that scorched the skin. The flaming blade sliced through the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was on the verge of splitting Su Jingming's skull in half. Yet Su Jingming's face remained as cold as stone. He lazily raised the shaft of his long spear horizontally, blocking it effortlessly. The crowd below was so shocked their jaws dropped in awe. Oh my mother, what the hell is that? He didn't even bother using a combat skill but still blocked a killing move. Good lord, he used a basic attack to neutralize an ultimate skill. Lei Zhu gritted his teeth, grinding them loudly. His body trembled, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell is this? How can it be this ridiculous? Su Jingming glared at him with half an eye, spitting out a few words as sharp as a razor. Nothing is impossible, just blame it on yourself for being too weak. Speaking of which, Su Jingming's one hand exerted force to shove the spear forward, smashing right into Lei Zhu's ribs, while his other hand withdrew and hid behind his back, crackling savagely with purple divine thunder. Lei Zhu struggled to maneuver his defense, sweating profusely as his face got drenched. Meanwhile, the purple divine thunder erupting from Su Jingming just kept expanding and growing denser. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jingming slashed the spear horizontally in a ruthless arc, sending Lei Zhu flying backward. He completely lost his footing, unable to utter a word of defense or resistance as blood gushed from his body like a geyser. His body plowed a long, ragged trail across the arena floor, only coming to a halt when he slammed heavily into the partition wall. Surrounding crowds started buzzing with discussion. The match just started and it's already over. Su Jingming only swung his spear a mere 2 times. Didn't everyone rumor that Lei Zhu was slightly better than Su Jingming? Why did he get taken down so quickly? That blazing flame slash from earlier, I'm afraid the vast majority of rookies here wouldn't dare block it even if you paid them in gold. We can only tip our hats and admit that Su Jingming's strength completely dominates this freshman class. Standing outside watching, Liu Ming silently let out a long yawn. This kind of fighting is way too dull. My junior brother hasn't even bothered to use 1/10 of his power yet. Witnessing Lei Zhu get blown away like an autumn leaf, Zhou Yun immediately raised her clear voice. The winner of this duel is. Unfortunately, before she could even drop the last word, Lei Zhu on the opposite side raised his hand to hastily wipe the trail of blood on his lips. Stubbornly gritting his teeth, he said, "Teacher, I'm not surrendering. This round hasn't wrapped up yet." As he finished speaking, Lei Zhu ground his teeth audibly, wearing an all-or-nothing expression as he pulled out a bright red pill glowing like a hot coal from inside his robes. Jo Yun panicked the moment she saw that object and screamed, "Blood-burst pill! Are you tired of breathing? This is just a casual sparring session. No one is forcing you to sell your life." The audience in the stands was also stunned to the point their jaws dropped. Good heavens, Lei Zhu is playing it big, bringing out an actual blood-burst pill. Although this stimulant makes your strength skyrocket in a flash, the price to pay is incredibly bitter. After the fight, he's definitely going to be bedridden for 2 months. Is it worth it? Exactly, the big tournament is next month. Using this is totally being penny wise and pound foolish. Lei Zhu braced himself against the pain, squeezing out every word. "It's fine. Whatever the storm brings, I'll tank it alone. Going all out this round, even if things end up messy, I will gladly accept it." The crowd up top took the chance to scream and make noise again. Hey now, you're allowed to use pills in a fight. How is this any different from using cheat sheets during an exam? Straight up facts, this is obviously cheating." Jo Yun hurriedly spoke up to clarify, "This is just a free sparring match, the rules aren't strict. It's like an open book exam. From weapons and armor to medicine, as long as you brought it with you, you're free to use it. If Su Jingming had pills prepared on his person, he would be allowed to use them too." At that exact moment, Lei Zhu swallowed the blood-burst pill in one gulp. His body instantly erupted with a surging pressure, crimson fire blazing wildly around him, as he threw his head back and let out a sky-shattering roar. Jo Yun silently evaluated in her mind. The quality of this blood-burst pill is indeed no joke, pushing Lei Zhu's level straight up to lower-tier rank 2. Su Jingming has bumped into a tough bone to chew this time. She darted her eyes over to Su Jingming, only to see the young man without a single change in expression. His eyes even exuded the authority of a weather-beaten veteran. She smiled inwardly in praise. This kid's fighting spirit is burning even more fiercely. This rock-solid mindset is exactly the core of a great general. As for Su Jingming, the corners of his lips curled up in amusement, secretly imagining, finally escaping the scenario of an adult bullying a child. His hand tightened around the spear shaft, and a surge of purple divine thunder welled up violently from his dantian, snaking and crackling wildly along the body of the weapon. In the blink of an eye, he had seized the upper hand. He shot forward like an arrow piercing the wind, charging straight at Lei Zhu, immediately executing the ultimate skill named Thunder Flash. Seeing Su Jingming looming right in front of his face in a flash, Lei Zhu's heart skipped a beat. Sweating bullets, he groaned. Is this guy's movement equipped with a motor or something? How is he so fast? He frantically raised his broadsword to block. The moment the spear and blade collided, scraping out an ear-piercing metallic screech, Lei Zhu clenched his jaw so tight he nearly chipped his gums to brace against the impact. But in just a split second, the heavy blade slipped from Lei Zhu's grip and went flying into the distance. His entire body was also blown back by the recoil. Luckily, he was quick-witted enough to flip a few times midair to salvage a bit of dignity, struggling to drop to one knee on the floor to break. Lei Zhu's arm that swung the blade was now trembling violently. He let out a muffled groan of intense pain, cold sweat drenching his back. "I obviously popped a pill to rank up to level 2, so how the hell am I still getting completely crushed by Su Jingming in a contest of strength? What kind of monster is this guy anyway?" Since throwing an egg against a rock wouldn't work, he had to resort to kiting from a distance. Having figured this out, he immediately utilized his Esper ability, standing far away and spamming his skills relentlessly. Su Jingming nonchalantly released his purple divine thunder to completely extinguish that pile of red-hot flames. His eyes brimming with mockery, he dropped a taunt. "You squeezed out all your life's strength, and this is all you can do, huh?" Lei Zhu ground his teeth in fury. God damn it, what kind of weird lightning Esper ability is Su Jingming using, defending so tightly without a single flaw? However, he has no way of creeping close to me right now anyway. I'll just take advantage of the time before the pill wears off to completely drain his lightning reserves. My chances of winning are still looking bright. Having plotted it out, Lei Zhu pumped out firepower even more crazily. Seeing his opponent act recklessly, Su Jingming immediately formed hand seals to execute Thunder Spear. A razor-sharp lance condensed from purple divine thunder took shape in the blink of an eye. Channeling all his rippling muscles, he hurled that electric spear straight at Lei Zhu like a shooting star. Before the victim could even blink, Su Jingming's thunder spear had impaled straight through one of Lei Zhu's arms. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, he broke out in a terrified sweat. "I'm screwed. This ruthless bastard also knows how to play as a marksman." Misfortunes never come single. Right above his head, a floating sphere suddenly loomed out. It was like a black hole frantically devouring the surrounding purple thunder. Lei Zhu was scared out of his wits and stammered out a scream. "Wah! What kind of combat skill is this now?" Su Jingming stood from afar, tossing back two bone-chilling words: "Thunder Prison." From the center of that phantom sphere, a crisscrossing electrical net crashed down, forging a cage that securely locked Lei Zhu inside. Both annoyed and bitter, he yelled loudly, "Damn my life, he's even playing restriction-type moves." Unwilling to accept his fate, he channeled all his inner strength to pull out his ultimate fire shield. A bright pink ring of light radiated in all directions, hoping to clash head-on with Su Jingming's thunder prison. Then he cracked a smug, defiant smile. "If I can't get out, you shouldn't even dream of poking your face in. Let's see whose stamina runs out first." Deep in Su Jingming's eyes, a spark of extreme excitement suddenly flashed. He leisurely strolled closer, smacking his lips in appraisal. "Fire shield, huh? It seems the defense level is quite something, just not sure how many of my thrusts you can tank while carrying this turtle shell." After saying that, he pushed off his feet and launched himself into the air. Pouring force into the spear tip that was ready to detonate, the howling streaks of purple divine thunder aggressively whipped into Lei Zhu's ring of fire. The spear in his hands was like a stretching dragon. The moment the consecutive thunder lance technique was unleashed, in a split second, hundreds and thousands of spear illusions infused with purple thunder rained down relentlessly. Lei Zhu's fiery turtle shell took the full brunt of the punishing rain of attacks, but its owner was still gritting his teeth, holding onto a sliver of frail hope. Unfortunately, the situation was too overwhelmingly oppressive. The power of the thrusts became increasingly violent. Lei Zhu frantically realized that death's door was calling his name. Tasting this full combo would guarantee a trip to see the King of Hell. Throwing away all his pride, he strained his neck and roared loudly, "I surrender." Right at that exact second, Su Jingming's razor-sharp spear tip screeched to a halt, a mere hair's breadth away from his forehead. Su Jingming tactfully steered the spear shaft slightly downward, allowing the blade's momentum to plunge right through Lei Zhu's shoulder. Fresh blood immediately gushed out like a stream. The agony caused Lei Zhu to throw his head back and let out a string of miserable, agonizing screams. Su Jingming coldly withdrew his weapon, crossing his arms and watching Lei Zhu, who was now curled up on the arena floor, clutching his wound tightly and groaning. Zhou Yun seized the golden moment and resoundingly announced the outcome. The winner of today's battle goes by the name of Su Jingming. The spectators in the stands started gossiping animatedly once again. Crushing is still crushing. Unleashing 4 ultimate skills back-to-back in a mere fleeting 4 or 5 seconds is just too damn flashy. With a combo executed this smoothly and continuously, who would believe he's a rookie? But the damage output of that bunch of skills Su Jingming just threw out looked insane though. It feels like every single move was at least B-rank, right? A whole 4 B-rank moves is truly magnificent. The best signature move I've grinded for up to now is only a measly C-rank at best. Liu Ming down below could only rub his temples and mutter, "B-rank my foot, you guys are insulting my junior brother." A whole combo of 4 rank moves, this kid really isn't afraid of anyone. The most ridiculous part is how flawlessly he executes them. Throwing them out is basically an instant death sentence. Looking back at the Dark Ages, I had to tiptoe just to pick the rank Thunder Flash skill, and even then, it took me 4 agonizing months of grinding to master it. Carrying a freak of a junior brother like this is enough pressure to crush my spine. Lei Zhu finally managed to gasp out, "Su Jingming, thank you for diverting your spear and sparing my life earlier. I surrender this match and concede wholeheartedly. All the academic credits and Dazia currency are yours. Plus, the debt to your little aunt, I promise to pay it off in full without missing a single cent." Zhou Yun leisurely walked over and reminded him, 50 academic credits and 3,200,000 Dazia coins just chimed into your student account. Su Jingming smiled sweetly and replied, "Yes," thinking to himself that money falling from the sky through betting sure came fast. Liu Wentao below the arena grinned from ear to ear. "Brother Ming, you're too awesome. You're totally a rich man now. Shouldn't we dress up and hit the downtown of Ma Du tonight to party and blow off some steam? Huh." Su Jingming immediately brushed it off. "I'll pass. I still have to go back and grind with my senior brother later." His rejection was still hanging in the air when Liu Ming, standing nearby, cut in. Just go, if you only grind without relaxing, you won't live long. You've been working your blood and sweat out these past few days, it's really time to loosen up your muscles a bit. Jingming smiled in amusement, then I'll obey my senior brother's teachings. Liu Wentao then shifted his gaze to the man who just spoke, almost fainting from shock. Liu Ming, the vice president of the Qi Society, possessing the rank lightning-type superpower Jade Pure True Thunder. The friend turned and gasped in awe. This bro's real-life aura is even more dazzling than his online pictures. At the same time, Jingming also leisurely walked off the arena. Liu Wentao tagged along like a tail, blabbering nonstop. So tonight's plan is set, Brother Ming. You just need to bring yourself, I'll take care of all the dining and partying. Jingming frowned in confusion and asked, what's the occasion? Liu Wentao waved his finger mysteriously and explained, the core event that no university student can afford to miss, the yin-yang networking and socializing gala between the male and female dormitories. Scene transition. Right now, the table was covered with a mouth-watering array of delicacies. Liu Wentao's hands were busy serving food nonstop, grinning as he bragged to Jingming, Brother Ming, your reputation is really off the charts this time. I just dropped the networking invitation on the school forum, and guess how many beauties applied. Jingming still wore a naive, clueless expression, while Liu Wentao carefully placed the last appetizer on the tray. Jingming clicked his tongue and judged, you're quite energetic with this matchmaking gig, picking from a 1 in 100 ratio. Now I'm actually curious to see who you've brought here. Liu Wentao giggled and winked, secret. Let me keep my cards hidden for now, you'll see when the real deal arrives. Right on cue, a silhouette pushed the door open. Liu Wentao slapped his thigh, speak of the devil and the devil appears. The guy hastily turned to the door, waving and shouting, over here, over here. 2 stunning beauties gracefully walked in. The friendly girl with glasses waved, good evening guys, I'm Bai Donghe, here by invitation. The other female student also gave a slight wave in greeting, and I'm Songkyu Yun, her roommate. Liu Wentao jutted his chin towards Jingming to make the introductions. Bai Donghe possesses an enhancement-type beast ability, while Songkyu Yun here is a Tier 1 superior rank, holding the rank natural light superpower. On top of that, she bagged the title of top scorer for Sichuan province in our school's current batch. Hearing this, Jingming politely reached out to wave at them. Then he offered a courteous smile to break the ice. A pleasure to meet you, my name is Jingming. The duo stared in surprise and asked, Jingming, so you're that legendary figure. Songkyu Yun immediately locked her battle-hungry eyes on him, eagerly challenging, interested in exchanging a few basic martial arts moves. I'll let you pick the time and place. Bai Donghe, standing next to her, blushed deeply and timidly tugged at Songkyu Yun's shirt, whispering, Hey Kyu Yun, you're a total battle addict. You just met the guy and you're already asking for a fight. We're here for a blind date. Songkyu Yun was dumbfounded. Huh, a blind date? I thought we were here today to spar with classmate Su. Seeing this, Jingming chuckled to smooth things over. It's probably just a small misunderstanding. Please have a seat, you two. Liu Wentao also quickly chimed in. Exactly, today is mainly for us to let loose. Let's pat our stomachs first, then we can go out for a stroll and do some shopping. Scene transition. After eating their fill, Jingming's core squad headed out to invade the Huihai shopping district, the most bustling area in Madu. Looking up at the tightly packed skyscrapers, Songkyu Yun couldn't help but drop her jaw in awe. Wow, it's so luxurious and extravagant. The rest of the group mirrored her expression, staring around with wide eyes and open mouths. The group glued their eyes to the merchandise displayed in the stalls. There were glamorous, trendy outfits, and even a shiny rank moonlight blade sitting proudly on display. Jingming swept his gaze over the gear, muttering to himself, the rumors are true. A top-tier shopping district in the country really hits different. From combat suits and weapons to elixirs, everything here is top-notch and abundant, completely outclassing that corner in Jiangcheng. Out of nowhere, Songkyu Yun lunged forward and took a bite right off the meat skewer in Jingming's hand, completely ignoring the shocked stares from the people around them, while Jingming froze like a statue on the spot. Afterward, the beauties continued their rampage through the shops, resulting in a mountain of bags of all sizes being dumped onto Jingming and Liu Wentao to carry. Jingming cast a helpless look at the girls, who were excitedly picking out more new clothes. Casting his eyes down at the mountain of loot in his hands, Jingming gulped. Impressive, a quick evening stroll and $1 million is already gone. This Song Kyu-yun looks plain and simple on the outside, but she's actually a little rich lady on the inside. Liu Wentao leaned in and whispered, "Brother Ming, you don't even know the half of it. Not only is her wallet thick, but her background is ridiculously powerful too." Right then Bai Dong he turned around and waved at the two boys. "Hey, you two gallant gentlemen, please hold this last bag. Looks like it's time for us to slip away." After wandering until their knees were sore and shopping to their heart's content, the two beautiful girls finally nodded and agreed to return. Su Jingming and Liu Wentao broke their backs carrying the luggage all the way to the dorm room door. Bai Dong he said softly, "Escorting us here is enough," while Song Kyu-yun blinked her sparkling eyes, looking up at Su Jingming and saying intimately, "We had a lot of fun today, thank you too." Su Jingming quickly turned on his heel to leave, not forgetting to wave his hand to salvage a bit of elegance. "Don't mention it, goodbye." Liu Wentao saw this and also waved goodbye. Suddenly, Song Kyu-yun's cheeks flushed red as she called out, "Su Jingming, what I asked you earlier was 100% serious. Some fine day in the future, I will definitely come to seek guidance and spar with you." Su Jingming looked a bit dazed, turning his neck back to stare at her. Then he smiled gently and replied, "No problem, I'm very much looking forward to it." Catching the satisfactory answer, Song Kyu-yun smiled with pursed lips, her cheeks burning even redder. Witnessing her friend's bashful demeanor, Bai Dong he discreetly covered her mouth and chuckled knowingly. Then she nudged her friend, teasing, "Hey Kyu-yun, since stepping foot into this school, I've never seen you give any guy a nice look, yet you're treating Su Jingming so sweetly. Dragging you to this blind date was definitely a very right decision." Song Kyu-yun silently reminisced. Her rank Divine Dawn light ability was inherently sharp, more than enough to see right through the minds of guys whenever they looked at her with dark intentions. Wow, such big round assets, front-heavy and back-loaded, a smoking hot body must feel great to squeeze. If only she were my girlfriend. Oh man, absolutely delicious, makes me drool. Got some spicy material for tonight. After pondering for a moment, Song Kyu-yun clicked her tongue and muttered, "But Su Jingming is an exception. He only carries pure fondness without a hint of malicious thought. All in all, he's very special." Bai Dong he stroked her chin, giving Song Kyu-yun an ambiguous side-eye, secretly concluding in her head, "Looks like our great lady Song has been struck by Cupid's arrow." Back to the two boys, Liu Wentao let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, going out for a stroll once in a while is actually quite relaxing. Su Jingming nodded in agreement, true. Pausing for a beat, he smiled faintly and added, "Song Kyu-yun has already climbed to the Tier 1 superior rank, huh? Looks like I'll have to bust my ass grinding again." Scene transition. Deep into the night half a month later, Su Jingming was still cultivating like a busy bee, sitting cross-legged with his eyes glued to the combat skill book on his lap. He said, "Looks like it's ripe enough to smash the upgrade card. Deep Blue, buff me up a bit." Ding, ability points minus 456, upgraded from Tier 1 intermediate rank to Tier 1 superior rank. Ability points minus 354. Immortal Thunder Body level, one leaps to Immortal Thunder Body level 2. The tribulation process was complete. Su Jingming puffed his cheeks and exhaled a breath of air, calculating inwardly, the level up in rank still brings a massive boost to overall strength just like before. This second physical level ultimately focuses on accelerating the evolution of the muscular and skeletal systems. According to the records in the book, once lucky enough to break through to the third level, the cultivator will unlock a special state, Extreme Thunder State. This thing crushes limits, pushing strength and speed stats to staggering heights for a short period. Extreme Thunder State, just hearing it makes me drool. Too bad my ability points balance has hit rock bottom. Right at this moment, his personal info panel boldly popped up. Name, Su Jingming. Rank, Tier 1 Superior Rank. Ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder S Rank. Physique, 520 Vitality plus 421 Spirit plus Advanced Spear Technique plus Physical Immortal Thunder Body, Level 2 Ability Points, 62. After skimming through the meager info, Su Jingming smacked his lips. Time to draft a leave of absence to my teacher and take a trip out to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts and farm ability points. No sooner said than done, he trotted over to find Yang Zhentian. The moment he spotted his student who had now transformed into a Tier 1 superior rank, Yang Zhentian's jaw dropped in shock. "Jingming, did you successfully survive another tribulation?" Su Jingming clasped his hands and respectfully replied, "Yes, I was just planning to share the good news with you, teacher. I just broke my limits last night. Besides that, my immortal thunder body has also reached the second level." Yang Zhentian was alarmed once again. Rank breakthroughs and physical breakthroughs are both incredibly bitter and arduous tasks. How the hell does it sound as easy as drinking water coming from Su Jingming's mouth? With an S-rank ability combined with that grueling training ethic, how could he possibly fail? Liu Ming, who was lurking in the background, chimed in to gossip. I told you so, junior brother is absolutely a monster. I remember way back when I crawled from Tier 1 Intermediate to Tier 1 Superior, I had to scrape off my skin and waste half a year of time. Yang Zhentian cleared his throat to regain his composure, stating that while rank upgrades are important, practical combat training cannot be neglected. Go spar with your senior brother Liu, let me see just how ridiculously strong my disciple has become after upgrading. Su Jingming nodded decisively. Understood. After speaking, he briskly followed Liu Ming straight up to the training hall on the second floor. Liu Ming casually tossed him a spear and cleared his throat to warn him, be careful, junior brother. I'll purposefully cap my strength at the Tier 2 inferior rank, just go all out on me. Immediately after, Yang Zhentian's voice echoed from outside, counting down 3, 2, 1. Both Liu Ming and Su Jingming's figures channeled their inner energy, getting into a ready stance. The moment Yang Zhentian's starting command ended, begin! Both figures on the arena evaporated on the spot like magic, leaving behind intertwined trails of lightning, one blue, one purple. The two sharp spearheads clashed into each other, igniting a shockwave that struck straight into the eardrums, accompanied by tens of thousands of sparks flying brilliantly at the point of impact. Liu Ming furrowed his brows tightly, cursing inwardly, pretty damn strong to think he can actually match me. On the other side, Su Jingming was also calculating smugly. Since the day I lucked out with this system cheat, this is the first time I've encountered such an evenly matched opponent. Borrowing the recoil, he pushed off and backflipped, raising his right hand to drain all the surrounding lightning to use a combat skill, Thunder Prison. An electric cage instantly slammed down, neatly trapping Liu Ming inside. However, the older guy still maintained a cool and aloof posture, not showing even a single drop of fear. Following up immediately was Su Jingming's continuous Thunder Spear combo. Dozens of halberds condensed from lightning, as sharp as porcupine quills, roared and flew straight toward Liu Ming. The corner of Liu Ming's mouth curled up in an arrogant smirk. Not bad, actually busting out the combo that defeated Lei Zhu. Too bad your bro here isn't one of those greenhorn freshmen. Saying that, he immediately activated the Jade Pure True Thunder combat skill. A streak of azure blue lightning awakened like a vicious beast, fiercely shattering both Su Jingming's Thunder Prison and the rain of continuous thunder spears into dust. After 20 minutes of relentless brawling that left them battered, Su Jingming finally leaned his spear against the ground, panting like a bellows. Senior brother, my divine thunder energy tank has hit rock bottom. I've lost this round. Liu Ming also leaped and landed smoothly like a bird. He smacked his lips and spoke up. In terms of technique, you aren't lacking at all. You only capsized because you were at a disadvantage in energy. Yang Zhentian, who had been watching the whole time, parted the waves and stepped inside, clapping in praise. Not bad at all. That was truly a spectacular battle. Jingming's performance has genuinely exceeded his master's expectations. At first, I thought Liu Ming would win easily. Who would have guessed you two were so evenly matched that it ultimately came down to a tactical stamina-burning contest to determine the winner. Liu Ming glanced over at Su Jingming, smiling mischievously as he baited, can you guess what rank your combat power reached just now? Su Jingming scratched his head, asking curiously, what rank, senior brother? Liu Ming shrugged and dropped the answer, invincible at Tier 2. Hearing that title, Su Jingming's jaw almost dropped in sheer astonishment. Yang Zhentian, standing next to them, cleared his throat to put the brakes on the bragging. All right, that's enough, combat training ends here. Go find a place to rest for a bit. Right on cue, the butler trotted into the training room carrying a tray. Yang Zhentian tipped his chin at the tray and introduced, this pile of clear spirit fruits was born to wipe away all fatigue. Taking a bite after bleeding yourself dry in training is the perfect remedy. Liu Ming mindlessly stepped forward, plucked a fruit, and tossed it into his mouth, while Su Jingming slowly walked up to Yang Zhentian. Teacher, I have a matter I want to seek your opinion on. Yang Zhentian raised an eyebrow in doubt and replied, go ahead. Su Jingming didn't beat around the bush and cut straight to the chase. Your disciple is preparing to request a short leave from school, pack my bags, and roam out into the wilderness. Yang Zhentian's eyes widened as he questioned, you're going to the wilderness? How long do you plan to go? Su Jingming casually replied, just a bit over a month. I'll definitely be back before the freshman tournament. Yang Zhentian was startled. roughing it out there for that long? Old man calculated in his head. That wilderness area isn't as peaceful as the college entrance exam arenas. There's no military guard stationed there, and herds of ferocious beasts just run rampant and slaughter randomly. Plus, their distribution follows no rules. One wrong step and you could walk right into the mouth of a high-level beast, surviving in there for a whole month. The harshness and danger go without saying. After pondering for a while, he finally patted Su Jingming's shoulder heavily and advised, "Forget it. If you're determined to dive in, then go. But remember this, the moment a situation feels wrong, immediately run for your life. After all, the path to becoming a powerhouse is always paved with life-and-death crises. Since my disciple has the drive to progress, I have no reason to stop you." Su Jingming bowed 90 degrees. "Thank you, respected teacher, for granting my request." Yang Zhentian suddenly remembered and pressed, "Right, so which wilderness area have you set your sights on?" Su Jingming answered clearly, "The wilderness belt on the outskirts of Yuan Shui City, sir." Yang Zhentian stroked his long beard, nodding in judgment. "That place seems decent. It's right next to Madu. The monsters there max out at Tier 4 or Tier 5, so it's relatively safe. In a bit, ask Liu Ming to pass on his jungle survival experience to you." Su Jingming smiled and obeyed completely. "Yes, teacher." After he finished, he sidled up and picked a fruit to chew on. Yang Zhentian smacked his lips and sighed. "For this expedition of yours, your master really can't help much. I'll just have to prepare a handheld weapon for your self-defense." As soon as he finished speaking, his thumb gently flicked the face of his ring, and a brilliant flash of light instantly erupted from the small piece of jewelry. A long spear, neatly wrapped in cloth, materialized in the palm of his hand. Su Jingming jumped in surprise and blurted out, "This treasure is." The scene shifted. By now, Su Jingming had sneaked back to his dorm room. He plopped down onto the bed, the long spear weapon resting neatly beside him. He cleared his throat and called out loudly, "Eve, pull up the school's mission system panel so I can take a look." A list of various missions appeared before his retinas. He rubbed his chin and calculated, "Applying the experience my senior brother drilled into my head before I packed up and left school, the best move is to take on an extracurricular mission to farm some extra academic credits. Gathering loot from beast corpses, gathering exotic flowers and rare herbs, hunting down escaped criminals, or diving headfirst into large-scale bloody campaigns." The contents on the mission board were laid out as follows. Mission 1, collect 30 caddies of Tier 2 blade-nosed tiger tendons, commission pays out 60 credits, C-rank mission standard. Mission 2, grind and collect 30 clear spirit herbs over 20 years old, remuneration is 43 credits, D-rank mission rating. Mission 3, pack your bags and head to Southwest City to join a suppression campaign, minimum entry requirement is Tier 2 intermediate rank, brings back 600 credits, definitely an S-rank mission. Mission 4, act as support for the Madu Security Bureau, catch a Tier 3 fugitive, payout is 200 credits, a rank mission tier. After skimming the entire mission scroll, Su Jingming clicked his tongue and commented, "These missions with sky-high credit rewards are definitely bound to be bathed in blood, basically pushing students into a fiery pit. Classic hardcore training style of Madu Superpower University." No wonder rumors say the elite students of Madu Superpower University rarely warm the benches in school and are always roaming out in society. Well, I'll just lock in this A-rank mission and this B-rank mission. Deal done, his finger tapped the accept button. A moment later, he had strapped on his gear and slung his backpack over his shoulder. His equipment was more or less ready. Time is money, he needed to head out immediately. Eve's melodious voice echoed from behind, wishing you a safe journey and complete success. Camera panned straight to the relief base within the territory of Yuan Shui City. This place was crowded with ability users bustling back and forth, shouts recruiting people for missions echoing all around. Beast hunting squad from afar needs members for a C-rank party here. In another corner, smugglers were screaming to peddle top-tier items and elixirs, roll up, scouting mission, any friends want to tag along. Su Jingming had just touched down in this land. Looking at the chaotic atmosphere before him, he curled his lips into a faint smile. Finally dragged myself to the supply base of Yuan Shui City. Clicking his tongue, he continued to stride deeper inside. He walked straight into the hall to register for an adventurer's permit. Inside, the hall was also packed with a dense crowd of people. A receptionist girl saw a customer and gracefully drifted over, bowing affectionately, "Welcome, dear guest. May I ask what services you need assistance with?" Su Jingming pulled his ID card out of his pocket and tossed it on the counter. "Give me a price. I want to register as an adventurer." He calculated internally, Jungle rules dictate that if you want to grope your way into the wild farming zones, the first step is to get the nationally recognized adventurer ID. The girl scrutinized the card Su Jingming just threw down and clicked her tongue, saying, "A top-tier student from Madu Superpower University wanting to dive into the tiger's den is truly a rare sight once in a decade. The paperwork is a bit tedious and takes some time. Could you please head over to that corner and rest for a bit while you wait?" Then she hurriedly turned around to process the paperwork, while he turned on his heel and moved to the hallway to stand like a statue. Suddenly, a shriek of astonishment tore through the space, successfully grabbing everyone's attention. "Oh my God, it's the goddess Jiang Chuxuan!" The crowd around craned their necks like owls in that direction, chattering nonstop. "The holy maiden of my heart is so gorgeous. She really lives up to her status as the campus belle of Madu Superpower University. This aura she's exuding is pure fire." Su Jingming, being nosy, also stretched his neck to look. Coming into view was the silhouette of an absolute beauty exuding a majestic aura as she walked briskly. Glued to her side was a burly bodyguard built like a tank, and trailing behind them was an entire crew wielding cameras to shoot a vlog. The identity of this beauty was none other than Jiang Chuxuan, a sophomore currently warming the benches at Madu Superpower Academy. Surrounding crowd took the opportunity to gossip. "Looks like Goddess Jiang waded out to this remote wilderness just to farm fame and shoot videos for views. Even though she relies heavily on her party's strength, you gotta admit the production value is top tier. I binge every episode she drops. Wait, isn't her follower count on social media nearing 10 million? Your updates are too slow, Grandpa. It's 15 million now. If she nodded and agreed to be my girlfriend, I'd happily trade 10 years of my life." Standing on the fringes, Su Jingming perked up his ears and caught snippets of the gossip, comparing internally. A beauty of this caliber is pretty much on par with Song Q-yun at Madu Superpower University. Right at that moment, the receptionist girl clacked over in her wooden clogs, holding out his card. She shoved it into his hand and instructed, "Here is your adventurer card and smartwatch integrated with a satellite map for scouting the wilderness. The screen clearly pins the monster's hangout coordinates and the red alert levels for each area." Su Jingming grabbed the gear and politely dropped a thank you. Far off in the distance, some shady guy was sneakily gluing his eyes to him, the corners of his mouth curling into a highly suspicious smile. The guy sidled up to strike up a conversation. "Hey little bro, fresh meat stepping into the wild for the first time, right? Wandering the underworld without elixirs means you'll only eat dirt. So, interested in buying a few pills to keep in your pocket?" Su Jingming swept a probing glance over the peddler and spoke in a cold tone. "What are the prices?" The guy smiled so wide his eyes disappeared as he pitched. "The cheapest Tier 1 healing pills are roughly 20,000 each. The lowest grade Tier 1 antidote pills are 15,000 each. If you want a stronger kick, take the Tier 2 ones, but you get what you pay for, so the price is a bit steeper, around 40,000 and 30,000. Hearing this, Su Jingming muttered to himself, "Oh, so it's not that expensive after all." The peddler immediately gave a thumbs up, grinning to show off his yellowed teeth. "You really know your stuff, little bro. Fatty's goods here are famous in the underworld for being cheap, high quality, and guaranteed to hit the spot." Meanwhile, Su Jingming sneered disdainfully, dissecting it in his head. "Even for bottom-barrel Tier 1 goods, black market prices should be at least 30 or 40,000 a pop. This scalper shouting such dirt-cheap prices is either shady or possessed. He's 100% a professional scammer, and he loves hunting clueless newbies like me to fleece." The smuggler rubbed his hands together and pressed, "So, how many pills are you bagging?" Su Jingming calmly hit back with a sharp remark. "You've plucked a lot of chickens using this trick, haven't you, bro?" The guy instantly froze stiff, his mouth hanging open without being able to squeeze out half a word. He aggressively stepped up, pressing his face close to Su Jingming, looking like a vicious demon. Poking his finger into Su Jingming's chest, he demanded, "You read my mind, so you're trying to play me, right?" Su Jingming calmly shot back, "Why don't you figure that out yourself?" The man cracked a smile reeking of murderous intent. "Not bad, pretty tough. Got the guts to pull the tiger's whiskers right here in the supply base. You're the vanguard rushing headfirst into death." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a fierce girl with a pixie cut charged over and screamed, "Zhao Chunlin, is your foxtail itching to lead people by the nose again?" It turned out this deceptive merchant went by the name Zhao Chunlin. The moment he spotted that fiery shrew storming over, he hastily planned his escape, hissing through his teeth, "Wang Zion, HMPH, I'll let you lucky punks off the hook today." His gaze instantly sharpened like a razor blade. He turned his head to glare at Su Jingming, dropping a threat, but I'm warning you, for the next few days, you'd better stay rooted in this camp. If you poke your head out, you'll be tired of breathing." The onlookers around, hearing the exchange, clicked their tongues and gossiped, "Tusk tusk, getting targeted by this thug Zhao Chunlin, this rookie is totally screwed. Of all the people to mess with, he had to poke the fire ant's nest. That's right, rumor has it he just bumped up to Tier 2 Intermediate. How is this Tier 1 Superior brat gonna block his attacks now?" The female knight named Wang Xian then stepped closer and advised, "That old man Zhao Chunlin holds grudges and has a long memory. Honestly, you should stick around the relief base for now." Su Jingming nodded in appreciation, "Thanks for the heads up. But he's running rampant scamming people like this. Are the laws just for show?" Wang Xian let out a long sigh and explained, "Zhao Chunlin is backed by some big shots in the black market. Who would dare touch him? If you need anything, just go into the official stores and buy it. Long story short, don't be stupid enough to drag yourself out of here." Finishing her sentence, Wang Xian also turned and walked straight away. Su Jingming watched Wang Xian's retreating back, the corners of his mouth curling up in assessment. "Looks like she's quite a righteous student." Whatever, put that aside. The urgent matter right now was to gather enough survival gear for a month of roaming. From healing pills, antidotes, and even stashing some blood-burst pills for self-defense, etc., etc. A whole long list waiting for money to be thrown at it. Next, he waded straight into the government's general goods warehouse, freely digging through and snatching up all the essential accessories needed for a wild farming expedition. Once he was done sweeping through everything, he shoved the massive pile of expensive gear into his backpack, causing the bag to bulge so much it almost busted the zipper. Adjusting his equipment, he boldly carried his butt out of the reception station. The moment he poked his face out, Zhao Chunlin was already waiting with crossed arms. He glared at Su Jingming so hard the corners of his eyes almost tore, cracking his knuckles loudly as he growled, "You little brat, you really are deaf and unafraid of guns. I told you not to step out of the supply base, yet you're stubborn enough to drag your face out here. Seems like you don't give a damn about my, Zhao Chunlin's prestige, huh?" Su Jingming's face remained as cold as cash, calmly dropping a question, "So, what game do you want to play?" The passing commoners, smelling gunpowder, voluntarily scattered to make room for the stage, avoiding catching a stray bullet to the head. Zhao Chunlin continued to crack his knuckles, flashing a smile reeking of a TV drama villain. "For daring to embarrass me earlier, I'm going to chop off both your legs so you'll have to make friends with a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Only then can I vent all the anger choked up in my throat." Wang Xian, watching the drama unfold from a distance, was about to rush over. Her face darkened as she complained, "I talked until I was blue in the face telling him not to show his face. Why is this brat so stubborn? I have to go save his ass." The girlfriend standing next to Wang Xian quickly grabbed her shirt and pulled her back. "Hold on a sec, girl. Let him get a good beating to teach him a lesson. He's so cocky and impulsive, completely ignoring people's advice." Back in the arena, Zhao Chunlin let out a loud roar, his muscles bulging massively. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm was completely encased in a dull, gray, concrete-like substance. He smirked smugly and declared, "If I, Zhao Chunlin, can't flawlessly smack down a wet behind-the-ears rookie today, what right do I have to rule this place? With my metal-reinforced skin, coupled with a D-rank combat skill, you wouldn't even be able to scratch this armor if your life depended on it, kid." Zhao Chunlin, possessor of a C-rank superpower, metal skin reinforcement. He kept running his mouth, "Unless you cough up a full 1 million in compensation for my mental distress, then kneel down and lick my shoes to beg for mercy." Finding this nonsense utterly obnoxious, Su Jingming coldly threw out a single phrase, "You bark way too much." With that, howling purple lightning began interweaving into a net around his body. Zhao Chunlin's arrogant face instantly froze like a block of wood. Su Jingming unleashed a fiercely intense lightning flash. With just a single collision, he punched Zhao Chunlin so hard he was sent flying into the sky. While his brain hadn't even registered what was happening, Su Jingming's razor-sharp gaze was already looming right behind his back out of nowhere. Zhao Chunlin tumbled and rolled violently across the ground, blood spewing continuously, his face contorted in sheer agony. He had just been arrogantly showing off, only to be knocked out cold by a single strike. It wasn't until his body crashed heavily into an obstacle that he finally came to a complete stop. Wang Xian and the surrounding crowd took in the entire scene, all of them so terrified that their jaws practically dropped to the floor. Su Jingming didn't even bother tossing a backward glance at Zhao Chunlin. He leisurely walked straight ahead, leaving the guy lying flat on the ground amid the astonished gazes of the crowd. The crowd erupted into an uproar. Tusk tusk, a quick and clean takedown. Is he really this terrifying? So fierce, how did that kid even launch his attack? I didn't even see a thing. Well, Zhao Chunlin really kicked a barbed steel plate this time, and here I was worrying for nothing about that guy earlier who knew his strength was this monstrous. Wang Xian was equally astounded, her eyes bulging as she exclaimed, "How exactly did he execute that? I'm completely clueless." The girl standing next to her explained, "It was a direct smash to the leg. Zhao Chunlin's pelvis is completely shattered. Even if he keeps his life, he'll be spending the rest of it keeping a wheelchair company." Girl then sighed in admiration, as expected of a student from Modu Superpower University. Extraordinary combat power, and his methods are incredibly decisive to boot. Wang Xian asked in bewilderment, "Modu, how could you tell, Captain?" The other girl replied, "The combat suit he's wearing, I've only ever seen Modu students wear it. It's highly likely a specialized item manufactured by Modu University itself." Wang Xian enthusiastically added, "It's true that only their faction can produce such freakish figures. How about we invite him to join our crew? Isn't our team desperate for a main damage dealer?" The other girl cast a glance and reminded her, "Zhao Qing, when we first formed this team, didn't we agree to only recruit women?" Few young girls in the group immediately huddled around to tease her. "Haha, could it be that our Zhao Qing has fallen in love at first sight? But I have to admit, that guy is genuinely handsome and radiant. I raise both hands in favor of letting him join." Hearing this, Wang Xian's cheeks flushed red to the tips of her ears, stammering without being able to squeeze out a single word. Meanwhile, Su Jingming had just swiped his card through the magnetic gate to head straight into the wilderness. A mechanical voice chimed, "Ding, adventurer data successfully verified, access to the inner wilderness granted." Right after that, Su Jingming strode out of the safe zone, officially venturing into the primitive wilderness. Su Jingming scanned the area ahead for a moment when suddenly, a deafening roar rang out, catching his attention. He analyzed inwardly, this roar is a territorial display. The lowest possible tier would have to be a stage 4 magical beast. However, my targets for today are not you guys. The overall landscape of the primitive wilderness was divided into two subsectors, the ruined metropolis and the dense jungle stretching across the hills. The monster packs in the dilapidated urban area were somewhat weaker, so using them as punching bags to farm superpower points first made the most sense. He tapped on the electronic map, which displayed a dense cluster of coordinate dots. Ping Town ahead seems pretty decent. The monsters are mostly at the second stage, with a meager few at the first stage, and the third and fourth stage types are completely absent. Plus, with its spacious layout, the number of lingering magical beasts should be at least 500 or 600. Ping Town, this young master has arrived. Locking onto his target, he kicked off and dashed like the wind straight toward the destination. His swift legs picked up speed, and in no time at all, Ping Town appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, the silhouette of a magical beast lunged out to block his path. Su Jingming instantly hit the brakes and stood firm. The monster let out a menacing roar, baring its razor-sharp teeth as it growled in Su Jingming's direction. Su Jingming reached back and drew the long spear slung over his shoulder. With a smirk, he said, "A stage 2 black shadow cat. His superpower points are literally delivering themselves right to my doorstep." Lately, influenced by the gloomy emotions emanating from his lightning, his inner bloodlust had been surging. The more he tried to suppress the thrill, the more fiercely that desire exploded. But at this very moment, there was no need to tire himself out by holding back anymore. Su Jingming's eyes radiated an overwhelming killing intent, the corners of his lips curling into a wicked smile. Witnessing this scene, the black shadow cat cowered in fear. The deadly oppressive aura radiating from Su Jingming sent a chilling shiver right down its spine. Time flew by, and a month later, a group of people cautiously made their way into Ping Town. True to its name, the town was currently eerily quiet, entirely desolate without a single strand of a magical beast's fur left. A member spoke up, "Boss, what's wrong with this Ping Town? We've been roaming around all day long and haven't managed to dig up a single magical beast." The captain retorted irritably, "How am I supposed to know the answer just because you asked me?" Another person chimed in, "Rumor has it that Ping Town houses at the bare minimum around 500 to 600 monsters, a massive population like that. Even if they packed up and moved, how could they just evaporate completely without leaving a trace?" At that exact moment, a blade-nosed tiger suddenly popped up, blocking the group's line of sight. The moment they caught sight of the prey, the whole group was thoroughly thrilled. "It's a blade-nosed tiger. It took forever for one to finally pop up. We finally snagged a magical beast. Everyone charge in and slaughter it quick." Suddenly, a streak of deep purple lightning struck down from the sky. The bombardment landed directly on the blade-nosed tiger's head. Under the wide-eyed gazes of the squad, the monster's physical body evaporated into ash in a split second. Purple lightning streaks crackled back and forth, bringing along earth-shattering explosions that plowed the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying blindingly into the air. The group was absolutely stunned. That destructive power that just flashed by, is it some new-gen laser tech? The captain firmly shook his head. No way, laser weapons are way faster. That strike looked exactly like a lightning attribute combat skill. Let's quietly slip away, boys. This ping in town has 10-to-1 been claimed by some elite master. That strike just now was definitely a warning shot meant to test us. Guy clicked his tongue and chimed in. No wonder we've been searching until our eyes got sore without seeing a single magical beast. They must have been wiped clean by that lightning element powerhouse. The power of that lightning spear earlier was utterly horrifying. My knees are still knocking together even now. The captain snapped. Shut your mouth and hurry up. Let's scram fast. If we rub that master the wrong way, we're all screwed. With that, the whole squad scrambled out of there, running for their lives until they were nowhere to be seen. High up in the air, Jingming hovered with electric sparks still crackling in his hand. The system chimed, ding, successfully finished off a lower-tier Stage 2 blade-nosed tiger, bagging 19 superpower points. He muttered in satisfaction, I've trained the lightning spear to the advanced realm now. The attack range has expanded significantly to over 1,000 meters. It feels pretty damn good to use. Spending a month casually grinding out over 8,000 superpower points, he leaped straight from upper-tier Stage 1 to upper-tier Stage 2, and the imperishable lightning cauldron body smoothly leveled up to the third layer as well. At this moment, the system interface popped open. Identity, Jingming. Rank, upper-tier Stage 2. Superpower, Purple Dawn Divine Lightning. Physique, 1,310 points B+. Spirit, 972 points B+. Skills, Advanced Spearmaster, Intermediate Boxing, Advanced Lightning Spear, Intermediate Chain Lightning Spear, Advanced Lightning Flash, Intermediate Lightning Prison, Advanced Lightning Gale Strike, third layer of the imperishable lightning cauldron body. Superpower points, 8,112. Jingming skimmed through the stat panel and chuckled smugly. The proficiency of a whole bunch of rank combat skills has broken through to the intermediate level. Aside from this young master, who else could pull off a stunt like this? He leisurely walked over to the massive sack on the ground, thinking to himself, this spot has been stripped completely bare, time to pack up. Tomorrow I'll retreat to the supply base to unload the goods, and once that's done, I'll pack my gear and dive even deeper into the heart of the wilderness. Shifting the scene back to the primitive supply base, Jingming was straining his back, dragging an absurdly large bundle of goods as he walked up. A few people saw this and immediately clutched their bellies, mocking him. Haha, what kind of clown show is this? A tactical backpack growing legs and taking a stroll? Don't tell me he dragged the whole corpse of a one-horned rhino back here. Words fail me at this level of sheer stupidity. Jingming was too lazy to bicker with those frogs at the bottom of the well. He just smiled and thought to himself, lucky I was smart enough to buy the upgraded, expanded version of the tactical backpack. Otherwise, no matter how hard I stuffed it, this pile of magical beast materials weighing over 400 kilos would have spilled right out. Approaching the checkout counter, the receptionist spoke in a welcoming tone. May I ask what materials you'd like to sell? Please place them on the scale next to you so we can measure the weight. Jingming hoisted the backpack up and dropped it with a thud onto the floor. He then unzipped and popped it wide open, revealing a chaotic jumble of all sorts of precious items inside. He jerked his chin toward the giant bag and said casually, they are entirely Stage 2 magical beast materials, roughly over 400 kilos. Give it an appraisal and see how much I can get for it. The receptionist stared in shock. Oh my, this. The sheer volume of this pile is absolutely terrifying. Tiger sinews, arm blades, rhino horns, they were all top-quality raw materials. The flustered receptionist hurriedly picked up the phone and called the purchasing department directly. Once done, she turned and informed Jingming, please wait here for a moment. Your volume of magical beast materials is far too massive. I have to call a few more people over for assistance to have enough manpower to sort through it all. A little while later, a team rushed out breathlessly. The man leading them greeted warmly, hello there, young man. I am Zhao Yi, the manager in charge of business and purchasing here. Jingming politely offered his hand in return and introduced himself. I am Jingming. Zhao Yi shook his hand firmly and praised him enthusiastically. Mr. Su, you truly are a formidable younger generation. To be so young and talented, yet able to hunt such a colossal amount of magical beasts, it really leaves me in awe. The staff will handle the inventory of the materials. If you don't mind, how about we find a spot to sit down and chat for a bit? Meanwhile, the staff was busy sorting out each item. Stage 2 black arm blade, perfect condition, weight 26, starting to quote a price. Soon as they sat down, Zhao Yi pulled out a card and offered it to Su Jingming, saying with a hearty smile, "This is the base's platinum membership card. Any item purchased will receive a 5% discount. I hope Mr. Su won't refuse." He secretly calculated in his mind, a young upper-tier stage 2 superpower master like this, the base must absolutely win him over at all costs. Su Jingming calmly pocketed the card and replied, "In that case, I'll take the liberty of thanking you, Manager Zhao." And the inspection process was complete. A female receptionist walked over and reported, "Sir, the ledger is finalized. There are 89 upper-tier stage 2 magical beast parts, 107 mid-tier parts, and 221 lower-tier parts." Zhao Yi's heart skipped a beat, secretly horrified. How terrifying did this kid uproot the entire ancestry of these magical beasts? Zhao Yi turned around, squeezing out a friendly smile. "Rough calculations put your batch of materials at a total of 24.764 million. How about we just round it up and finalize the price at 25 million? What do you say?" Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. "Oh, it even gets rounded up. Then thank you very much for your generosity, Manager Zhao." Ding, your Midsummer Bank account ending in 7043 has just received 25 million, balance, 29.1234 million. Su Jingming was overjoyed internally. "Haha, 29 million. This time I can definitely be called filthy rich." Pushing aside his fantasies, he spoke up, "Manager Zhao, let's meet again some other time." Zhao Yi hurriedly pulled out a business card and stuffed it into Su Jingming's hand. "This is my personal card. Whenever you're free, please allow me to invite you for a cup of tea and a chat." Watching Su Jingming's receding figure, Zhao Yi smacked his lips and thought to himself, "This young man has a brilliant future ahead. His path is going to be wide open." All of a sudden, Zhao Yi's phone rang loudly. As soon as he brought it to his ear, Zhao Yi preemptively asked straight out, "Zhao Chunlin, what's the matter with you calling me at this hour?" On the other end of the line, Zhao Chunlin wailed, "Manager, I just spotted that bastard who ruined me returning to the supply base. You absolutely have to step up and avenge me." Zhao Yi frowned. "Oh, you mean that upper-tier stage, one guy from the other day? How do you want to deal with him?" Zhao Chunlin howled with vengeance. "Dispatch the Husha squad to make a move right now. I have to torture him until he wishes he were dead to satisfy my anger." Zhao Yi coldly finalized, "Fine, I'll lend you the Husha squad. But remember this well, from now on, our ties are completely severed. We won't have the slightest involvement anymore." Zhao Chunlin shouted back in response, "You can rest assured. Once I bag this catch, I'll pack my bags and get the hell out of Primitive City immediately." After hanging up, Zhao Yi furrowed his brow and muttered, "How bizarre. My heart is pounding and my legs feel weak out of nowhere. Why do I feel this sense of unease? Or am I just overthinking it? The Husha squad is full of seasoned stage 2 masters. How could there be any mishaps in squashing an upper-tier stage? One ant." At the exact same time, Su Jingming's nose itched, and he let out an earth-shattering sneeze. He reached up to rub the bridge of his nose, thinking in confusion, "What the hell? Could someone be talking bad about me behind my back?" Returning to Zhao Yi, he was dialing his phone to report the situation to his superior. "Chief Manager Wang, I just unearthed quite a sharp superpower sapling named Su Jingming a moment ago. The amount of loot he gathered outweighs several other squads combined." The man addressed as Chief Manager Wang was actually named Wang Chuang, holding the position of the Grand Chief Manager of the base. Hearing the report, he hummed, "Su Jingming, huh, wait for me to search the archives and see." After skimming the information, Wang Chuang was so terrified that beads of sweat frantically cascaded down his face. He instantly roared into the phone's speaker, "Manager Zhao, this Su Jingming you just mentioned is an extremely important figure to me. If he wanders around here again, you must report to me immediately." Zhao Yi was startled and hastily agreed. He secretly broke out in a cold sweat. My, just how much weight does this Su Jingming carry to get old Wang so worked up? It seems his background is absolutely monstrous. It was a brilliant decision that I didn't treat him with any disrespect earlier. On the other side, Wang Chuang glued his eyes to Su Jingming's profile on the screen, a smile blossoming on his face. "I truly didn't expect our base region to welcome the arrival of another core disciple of Yang Zhentian, already at upper-tier stage, too at such a young age. The sheer absurdity of this talent even surpasses Liu Ming from back then. A textbook demonic monster. I absolutely cannot pluck the tiger's whiskers and offend him." At this moment, Su Jingming was strolling leisurely through the crowded street, pondering to himself. The spatial rings sold in this dump are priced at tens of millions of yuan, yet their empty capacity is only as big as a travel suitcase. What a complete ripoff. Still, I have to admit that using a spatial ring is incredibly convenient. My hands are itching to snatch one up right away, but to find a ring that can swallow a whole long spear, the price tag would definitely be ridiculously steep. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang loudly. The caller was Liu Wentao. The moment the call connected, Liu Wentao poured out a torrent of words. "Brother Ming, you've been off the radar without contacting me for quite a while. When are you going to show your face back at school?" Su Jingming calmly replied. "Probably in about half a month. Why, is there some drama?" Not too far away, inside a dark alleyway, a group of people was lying in ambush, preparing to jump Su Jingming. Every lift of his hand and step of his foot fell right into their crosshairs. Zhao Chunlin, hiding in a corner, caught sight of Su Jingming and immediately turned to urge his hired muscle. "Your prey is that guy, shatter both of his legs and drag his body to me." The group of assassins gave a firm nod. "Got it." Su Jingming was currently still chatting merrily with Liu Wentao. The voice coming from the speaker said, "During the whole month you've been absent, a new recruit just popped up and enrolled at the school. He's incredibly arrogant and wild." Suddenly, Su Jingming glanced over and noticed a few suspicious shadows hovering and closing in on him. Liu Wentao perceptively noticed Su Jingming's hesitation and curiously pressed, "What's going on, bro?" Su Jingming replied in a flat tone, "It's nothing, just keep telling your story." The people hiding in the bushes whispered into each other's ears, "Everyone get fully prepared, the prey is walking right into the narrow alley." He Jai quickly analyzed the target's combat power. The woman named He Jai standing nearby nodded, "Leave it to me." While He Jai was channeling her power to evaluate, another random guy babbled, "Boss, it's not that I like picking on you, but you're way too cowardly and overly cautious. How could a wet behind-the-ears stage, one upper-tier brat stir up any storm that could scratch our boys?" He Jai scrutinized for a moment before crying out in sheer terror, "This is insane, how is this even possible?" The young man with dyed blonde hair asked back in bewilderment, "What's the matter? Is something wrong?" "I'll sync everyone up, keep your eyes wide open and see for yourselves." Saying that, he used his superpower to synchronize with He Jai, activating a spiritual sensor. The tougher the opponent, the more blinding the halo they emitted would be. After seeing it with his own eyes, he shrieked in horror, "What the hell is this? This is completely absurd. This burst of light is more than enough to crush stage, 2 upper tiers a dozen times over. An expert of this caliber could crush our entire squad as easily as flipping their hand." In the depths of his eyes, the energy aura Su Jingming displayed was so horrifying that even if they pooled all of their spiritual energy together, it wouldn't even amount to a fraction of Su Jingming's. Having finalized the results, he broke out in a cold sweat and muttered, "Zhao Chunlin, that bastard's big mouth tricked our brothers into jumping headfirst into a fire pit. The intel is completely botched. Cancel the mission right now, let's pull back quietly and settle the score with that Zhao Chunlin." Throwing behind a curse, the whole gang bolted, fleeing without a trace. On the other side, Su Jingming was perplexed, thinking to himself, "How hilarious, what kind of joke is it to suddenly run away leaving a trail of smoke?" He then retracted his lightning spear and mumbled, "My only enemy in this place is that prick Zhao Chunlin. I bet he's still nursing a grudge, unwilling to accept his loss, so he planned to use dirty tricks to retaliate. What a trashy scumbag. Next time we cross paths, I'll have to crank up the intensity and teach him a real lesson." Shifting the scene to Zhao Chunlin, he was currently getting slapped silly by someone, blood gushing profusely from his nose and mouth. The culprits were none other than the Hu Sha squad. With his cheeks stinging from the slaps, Zhao Chunlin howled with aggrieved disbelief, "Are you crazy? What's with randomly jumping in and beating me up?" The blonde guy smirked maliciously, "You still have the nerve to open your mouth and demand answers from me. That rotten intel you fed me was flawed from A to Z, it almost got us all killed. The prey wasn't a stage 1 upper tier at all, but a stage 2 upper tier monster." Zhao Chunlin rubbed his swollen cheeks, his eyes widening as he shot back, "Stage 2 upper tier? How is that even possible? It's barely been over a month." The blonde guy snorted in contempt, "HMPH, I don't give a damn how you explain it, this mission is busted. We'll go and present the report to Director Zhao ourselves." Tossing out the threat, the group stormed off in a huff. Little while later, he dragged himself to see Zhaoyi. Zhaoyi cheerfully inquired, "You guys work fast, have you already wiped that brat clean?" The blonde guy firmly shook his head, "No, this gig has fallen apart and is over." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's brain stalled, his face full of question marks. The blonde guy irritably gave a detailed explanation. Zhao Chunlin's intel was utter garbage. The target didn't stop at the stage 1 upper-tier threshold, but has already hit the stage 2 upper-tier mark. What's even more terrifying is that, through He Jai's radar scan, his actual combat power breaches the 3rd stage at the very least. We're formally withdrawing from this rotten deal. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes, startled as he asked back, a stage 2 upper tier with combat power on par with the 3rd stage. What kind of rat poison did that Zhao Chunlin eat to dare poke this nest of fire ants? Messing with this kind of figure will just get you crushed to dust. And thinking of some ominous omen, he hastily grabbed the guy's collar and pressed, "Wait a minute, stage 2 upper tier. What exactly is the name of Zhao Chunlin's prey?" The blonde guy shrugged. Zhao Chunlin didn't drop a name, but the description is very clear. About 1.9 meters tall, burly and muscular, carrying a long spear on his back. The blood drained entirely from Zhao Yi's face. We're doomed. Could this person really be? In another turn of events, when the story reached Wang Chuang's ears, he flew into a raging fury, slamming the table and cursing out loud. Sending assassins to jump Su Jingming. Where did you get the heavenly gall to do that? Zhao Yi was still oblivious, unable to picture the impending disaster, and tried to placate him. Chief Manager Wang, that brat is merely a stage 2 upper tier at best. You don't need to lose your temper and act so impulsively. In frustration, Wang Chuang ordered Eva to blow up Su Jingming's profile right in Zhao Yi's face, roaring, "You truly have eyes but can't see. Here is Su Jingming's original file, open your eyes wide and read it yourself." Zhao Yi gulped and scrutinized every single word. Valedictorian of the entire Jiangnan province, a heavyweight freshman at Modu Superpower University. At the tender age of 18, he has already pierced through the stage 2 upper tier ceiling. This is completely unheard of. At most, someone his age would only be a stage 2 lower tier. Not to mention, Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weapons Academy, is the master personally mentoring him. Having grasped every corner of the truth, Zhao Yi was frightened out of his wits. "I'm dead. I'm in massive trouble this time." Wang Chuang gnashed his teeth. "Are your eyes open now, messing with a Grandmaster-level figure? If that old man throws a fit and levels this entire supply base to the ground, the government wouldn't even utter a single word of complaint." Zhao Yi shrank back, bowing 90 degrees in apology. "I understand perfectly now. I swear on my life that I will not put the base in an awkward position." Saying that, he ordered, "Throw him in here." Instantly, 2 black-suited guards grabbed Zhao Chunlin by the collar and dragged him roughly into the room. Zhao Chunlin's face had already been beaten completely out of shape, bruised and battered like a torn rag, his teeth knocked out all over the place. He sobbed and begged, "I'm kowtowing and admitting my mistakes, please spare my life." Zhao Yi aggressively stepped forward and grabbed him by the hair. A few mosquito-bite slaps like this won't be nearly enough to quell the storm. A mastermind like you must taste pure torture. If you want to blame anyone, blame your own stupidity for kicking an iron plate. What followed was a series of deafening smacks and punches, with blood continually gushing out of Zhao Chunlin's mouth. Once he was done beating him, Zhao Yi subserviently turned to ask for instructions. "Boss Wang, do you find this level of punishment satisfactory?" Wang Chuang's face remained as dark as the bottom of a pot. "What, do you think putting on a few cheap theatrical tricks is enough to pass this trial?" Zhao Yi trembled as he pleaded, "Chief Manager, about this matter Wang Chuang shot him a deadly glare. "For years, I've turned a blind eye to all your corrupt embezzlement schemes in the main sector, but with your meddling this time, you have truly caused a catastrophic disaster." He waved his hand and passed judgment. "Drag out every single person involved in this mess and deal with them severely. From you down to the Husha squad, not a single one will be spared. When offending someone, we must pull out the weeds by the roots." Immediately, the 2 guards grabbed Zhao Yi by the arms and tossed him out, ignoring his panicked screams of "Manager Wang" echoing behind them. Currently, Wang Chuang was leading a delegation, standing by right in the middle of the main lobby, seemingly waiting to welcome some big-shot guest. A passing crowd saw this and gathered in small groups, gossiping eagerly. "Isn't the man standing with his hands clasped in front the base's Grand Chief Manager Wang Chuang?" Aside from old Zhao from the purchasing department being absent, the bigwigs from all the other departments have gathered here in full force. Tusk, with this kind of grand reception, it's certain that some massive VIP is about to land here. A female captain pointed into the distance and asked, "Zio Kyan, isn't that silhouette exactly the same as that hot boy from Modu Superpower University the other day?" Zio Kyan squinted, looking up and down as she questioned back, "Huh, from which angle, sis?" From a distance, Su Jingming was also strolling over. Catching sight of the ridiculous formation laid out in front of him, he was bewildered, completely clueless as to what was going on. The moment Wang Chuang spotted him entering his line of sight, he enthusiastically rushed forward to greet him. "Brother Su, we've been looking forward to this, and you've finally returned. I am Wang Chuang, the Grand Chief Manager of the base." Zhao Qian and the female captain exclaimed in shock. "Oh my God, the VIP that all these big bosses went through the trouble to welcome is actually him. It looks like the Modu University student label is just a front. This young man's background must be incredibly powerful, no joke." That moment, Wang Chuang bowed deeply in front of Su Jingming, expressing his utmost sincerity. "Regarding the incident where that scumbag Zhao Chunlin offended you, the base has already decided to execute him on the spot. His accomplices have also been hauled off to serve life sentences behind bars. To make up for our poor management, we would like to take the liberty of presenting you with a small gift of compensation as an apology." Su Jingming clicked his tongue and thought to himself. As expected, anyone who can climb to the throne of Grand Chief Manager has brutally cold and ruthless methods, executing his own people without even batting an eye. Meanwhile, Wang Chuang waved his hand, signaling a beautiful receptionist to tiptoe over carrying a silver tray. Wang Chuang pointed at the tray and introduced warmly, "This is the base's supreme, top-tier black gold membership card. From now on, all your living expenses here will be fully covered. Furthermore, you get the exclusive privilege of purchasing all equipment at a massive 20% discount. In addition, please accept this spatial ring artifact with a 1 cubic meter capacity as a token of our sincerity to apologize." Su Jingming narrowed his eyes, mentally calculating in surprise. "A whole cubic meter, huh?" Pinched the ring to inspect it, the corners of his lips curling up as he calculated. A storage ring with a full cubic meter like this, the government's listed price is roughly around 50 million dollars at the very least. Old Wang really emptied his pockets to suck up to me. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, "Since Manager Wang went through the trouble of arranging this, I'll just have to be thick-skinned and accept it." Wang Chuang shamelessly flattered him. Such a decisive and straightforward demeanor, truly the true disciple of Master Yang. Come to think of it, your senior Liu Ming also chose this primitive supply base as his farming spot to hone his skills back in the day. Hearing this, Su Jingming let out an intrigued "oh." Afterward, the two sides continued to grease the wheels with a few more bits of small talk before finally wrapping it up. A short while later, Su Jingming was already lying back in his resort apartment. Casting his gaze out the window, he sighed in admiration. "This black gold status really got me a sick view. The level of luxury absolutely crushes the dorm villa back at school by a mile. After grinding for a whole month, I finally get a proper day of relaxation." Wang Chuang's whispered words echoed in his head. "If you run into any tough issues in the future, just give me a holler. In this primitive city, my words carry as much weight as Mount Tai." He twirled the sparkling ring on his finger and chuckled to himself. My, is this the power of having a protective umbrella? If I were just a normal, random stage, 2 upper-tier nobody, there's no way I'd be enjoying this level of luxurious treatment. This spatial ring toy requires one to infuse their spiritual power and engrave a mark before it unlocks for use. However, my spiritual power has already hit the ceiling at 972 points, leaving those ordinary stage, 2 upper tiers in the dust by 600 or 700 points. I'm sure taming this thing will be as quick as a flash. Messing around to test it out for a bit, he muttered, I can even extract items using just my thoughts, and a light touch makes objects automatically pop into the bag. Aside from the sole drawback of rejecting living creatures, everything else about this is insanely convenient." After that, with nothing better to do, he playfully shoved a bunch of random junk in and out of the ring. Right at that moment of leisure, the phone rang piercingly loud again. The moment he picked up, he rattled off quickly, "Master, yes, your disciple has just swam out from the heart of the wilderness. Oh, right, by the way, there's a bit of drama I need to serve up for you to catch up on." Hearing his prized pupil recount the entire incident from beginning to end, Yang Zhentian snorted coldly. "Great, they actually dared to sick their dogs to ambush my disciple. Coughing up a spatial ring is still letting them off too easy. If you had encountered any mishaps, this old master would have flattened that main sector's ancestral graves to dust." Hearing his master's grumpy defense of him, Su Jingming smiled awkwardly, but deep down, he felt a strangely warm and moving sensation. Yang Zhentian asked with a frown, "Hey, you said that elite high second-stage mercenary squad had you backed into a corner, so why did they tuck their tails and run at the last minute?" Su Jingming clicked his tongue and explained, They probably scanned me and saw I'd also hit the high second stage, which threw off their calculations, so they packed up to go bite the hand that fed them. Yang Zhentian almost dropped his jaw, stammering, you've already broken through to the high second stage. You've only been training out in the wilderness for barely a month, haven't you? Su Jingming scratched his head and chuckled, yeah, I just hit the jackpot and leveled up a few days ago. Yang Zhentian burst into hearty laughter. Haha, as expected of my, Yang Zhentian's, true disciple. Your leveling speed totally beats out your master in his youth. Lock in a date for when you're packing up to come back. Your master must personally throw a feast to wash the dust off you. Su Jingming reported, I'll be back by the start of the school year at the latest. For these last few days of letting off steam, I plan to dive into the high-level maps to get some friction. My lightning flash is maxed out at the advanced level now, so a few fourth-stage monsters will definitely be left eating my dust. If I'm unlucky enough to run into a fifth-stage boss, I'll just pop a blood-burst pill to save my life and run. I'll treat it as a stroll to test my luck and farm some exp, no big deal. Yang Zhentian didn't bother stopping him, nodding in praise, very capable. Just hearing your cocky tone tells me how confident you are, but engrave the saying, better safe than sorry into your bones, okay? Su Jingming replied obediently, I understand. The other side, Yang Zhentian's old butler, seeing his master so openly excited, chimed in, boss, it's been a long time since I've seen you smile so brightly. Yang Zhentian slapped his thigh with a smack, haha, this disciple of mine, Jingming, is a bookworm who punches hard too. His leveling speed is so absurd it's absolutely unprecedented. People say hovering between life and death forges geniuses, but if you apply that theory to Jingming, he's just a machine that toasts all logic. The next morning, the camera panned to the wild mountain range. Su Jingming had already slipped into the core area alone, the ear-piercing roars of fierce beasts echoing from all directions. Su Jingming pricked up his ears to scout his surroundings, silently concluding, the intimidating roars of monsters are everywhere. Looks like compared to that ruined city, the resources in this jungle farming spot are way richer and juicier. In a moment of carelessness, Su Jingming stepped on a dry twig, the crisp snap shattering the dead silence. In the blink of an eye, a face-stinging hurricane whipped up, tearing through the wind and striking straight at Su Jingming's flank. He ducked incredibly fast to dodge the lethal blow, simultaneously activating the purple lightning to shroud his body. The wind blade grazed past him, plowing through a patch of forest behind. A series of giant trees were sliced clean off like tofu. The culprit slowly revealed its muscular physique, and with just a glance, Su Jingming instantly identified it, a gale wolf. A third-stage magical beast automatically possesses a mutated skill set similar to human espers. This gale wolf manipulates wind energy, testing the power of that wind slash just now. It's definitely hovering around the mid-third stage. Wonder how much exp I can slurp up if I finish this thing off beautifully. At that exact moment, a squeaky human voice rang out from behind Su Jingming, catching his attention. Look quick, it's a gale wolf. Taking in the sight of the group aggressively approaching, Su Jingming muttered inwardly, it's Jiang Chuxuan. The men leading the pack jutted their chins toward the beast and bragged, the wind power wrapping around this brute is pretty fierce, it's at least a mid-third stage. Using this monster as a punching bag for Miss Jiang to warm up and get some footage is just perfect. It's like the old rules, seal off its retreat for me. Listening to these annoying flies rambling, Su Jingming scratched his chin and analyzed, except for little Jiang Chuxuan, the rest of this scum are all at the third stage. Pulling a stunt to steal my mob? Wilderness rules clearly state that the prey belongs to the first one to engage. Intentionally kill stealing is considered a provocation. Jiang Chuxuan finally spoke up with a weary sigh, Captain Wang. I made it clear earlier that I don't like this trick of stealing other people's monsters for clickbait content. The captain immediately glibly glossed over it. Miss Jiang, don't use such harsh words. The boys aren't robbing anyone. We're just acting as righteous heroes saving lives. A measly second-stage adventurer bumping into a third-stage monster and hanging by a thread, then getting belayed out by a goddess descending from heaven. This trope is guaranteed to explode in views. Jiang Chuxuan bluntly poured cold water on him. I'll pass on these fake, staged tricks. Besides, look at how calm he is. How does he look like someone needing rescue? The captain was fuming, gritting his teeth and secretly cursing this woman in his head. He sullenly put away his weapon, grimacing as he said, Miss Jiang is the one funding this. Whatever you say goes. Total buzzkill, if it doesn't please you, the whole crew will just move along and find another fierce beast. Jiang Chuxuan merely shifted her gaze and shot Su Jingming a quick glance. Tracking Jiang Chuxuan's graceful back, Su Jingming muttered an evaluation. This Miss Jiang seems to have a pretty decent character. An internet idol with 100,000 fans actually acts the part, but that captain guy from earlier was flashing a venomous look like a viper. Looks like little Jiang doesn't have a firm grip on her subordinates. Whatever, no point in tiring myself out meddling in other people's business. Turning back around, the brute was already lunging with its tongue out to snap at him. Su Jingming scoffed, "Ha, earlier when those third-stage experts were standing right there, you tucked your tail like a coward, and the moment they leave you go off the leash and bite wildly, huh? You clearly think your grandpa here is nothing." Tossing out a curse, he nimbly dodged the fierce beast's stormy bites and slashes. Right after, he pushed off his feet and launched himself into the air, channeling his energy to activate his ultimate skill, Flash Gale Pierce. With a single thrust straight into the monster's skull, he sent it to see Yama, pinned flat against the ground. A beep rang out, cleanly killed a mid-third stage Gale Wolf, pocketing 34 Esper points. Su Jingming rubbed his chin and calculated, carving up a third-stage mob to net over 30 points is pretty sweet actually. For these last 10 days of letting loose, I'm determined to grind until the roof blows off. The corner of his lips curled up into an arrogant smile again. A week went by, and a whole pack of apes were running for their lives, butts in the air. Tailing right behind them was a streak of light ripping through the wind, cleaving the air as it charged forward. That streak of light was none other than Su Jingming's spear, completely cloaked in purple lightning, crashing down. The killing move slammed right into the center of the monkey pack. The shockwave tossed them all into the air, mingling with tragic shrieks that echoed throughout the forest. The bodies of the wild apes fell and scattered into a messy pile. Only a few with immense luck and tough lives managed to hang onto a dying breath. Su Jingming strolled over leisurely, side-eyeing the gasping monkey and mocked, took a scorching lightning strike head-on, and still haven't kicked the bucket, as expected of the ox-like stamina of an alpha third-stage giant-strength ape. A few monkeys still clinging to life glared resentfully at Su Jingming and roared loudly. Su Jingming smirked disdainfully, "You flies better stop screaming. This young master promises to send your entire clan down for a reunion." As soon as the words left his mouth, he dashed forward like a shooting star. Wherever the spear tip swung, blood and flesh splattered. His agile footwork, combined with the purple lightning attached to the spearhead, sent every single ape collapsing. Even the crowned alpha was helpless to resist, unable to handle even a few of his basic moves. In just a flash, all the living remnants of the ape pack were taken down and wiped clean without a single one spared. Su Jingming calculated in his head, "This capital of over 3,000 Esper points is more than enough to buy myself an S-rank combat skill." The moment he had always dreamed of had finally arrived, and his personal stat board immediately flashed in his line of sight. Suddenly, his wristband started blaring continuously. Su Jingming frowned as he checked it, clicking his tongue and muttering, "Well, someone's sending out a SO signal." In another corner of the forest, Jiang Chuxuan was running on fumes. Her figure glided nimbly, constantly using the tree canopy to leap forward. Sticking closely to her was a giant vicious beast. Despite its massive size, its speed was equally terrifying, and its ferocious killing intent was already breathing down Jiang Chuxuan's neck. Turning her head to look back, she secretly cried out in despair, "My squad had just been scattered by a fourth-tier monster, and now I bumped into this low third-tier earth-burrowing dragon. This time it's truly the ultimate bad luck." Any wild beast with the word dragon in its name is undeniably savage and extremely troublesome. My strength is only a measly mid-second stage. Even if I use a blood-burst pill, I'm afraid I still won't be able to beat it. Right now I can only clasp my hands and hope some Esper squad receives my distress signal and takes pity to come save my life. Glancing ahead, her face suddenly changed colors. "Oh crap, it's an open grassy plain without any obstacles. I'll definitely get caught." Seeing the vicious beast's jaws wide open right behind her back, she was in extreme panic, gritting her teeth and thinking there was no way she could escape anymore. Right on the border of life and death, a brilliant purple streak of lightning tore through the wind and crashed straight down, halting the monster's advance. The proud figure that just appeared was precisely Su Jingming. Looking up at her savior's sturdy back, Jiang Chuxuan was stunned and dazed for a few seconds. "Oh, is it him?" Snapping out of it, she screamed out, "Get back quickly. This third-tier earth dragon is terrifying. Your strength can't match it." However, Su Jingming remained rooted to the spot like a stone statue. He merely casually slammed the butt of his spear into the ground, making Jiang Chuxuan stare wide-eyed and let out a confused hum. She clenched her fists, thinking angrily, why is this guy so stubborn? If I lose my life, so be it, but I absolutely can't drag an innocent person down with me. Decisively, she darted forward to shield Su Jingming, yelling, you run, I'll hold it back. This action made Su Jingming widen his eyes in surprise. At that moment, the ferocious earth dragon let out an ear-splitting roar, charging forward in a frenzy, ready to tear its prey to shreds. Yang Chuxuan could only squeeze her eyes shut and raise her arms in a desperate defense as blinding dust obscured her vision. Behind her, Su Jingming's lips curled into a faint smile. A deep purple lightning javelin was summoned, wrapped in crackling electric flames. He leaned back to gain momentum under Jiang Chuxuan's stunned gaze. Channeling all his strength, he hurled the lightning javelin forward with immense force. The kinetic energy tore through the air, creating ear-piercing shrieks. The lightning streak grazed right past Jiang Chuxuan and shot straight toward the wild beast. Jiang Chuxuan was frozen stiff at this point, feeling like her breathing had just skipped a beat. The purple lightning tip soared like a shooting star, aiming straight for the earth dragon's eye socket. The terrifying speed left the monster no time to even blink in response. In the blink of an eye, the earth dragon's head was blown away, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The lightning javelin maintained its momentum, plowing up the ground behind it accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. Witnessing the instant kill, Jiang Chuxuan kept her posture of outstretching her arms to protect the person behind her, standing completely dumbfounded on the spot. When her soul finally caught up to her body, she dropped to her knees on the ground, screaming in horror internally. An earth-burrowing dragon got taken down that fast. She cautiously glanced at Su Jingming and secretly gulped, this destructive power is truly frightening. That explosion just now was definitely no illusion. Isn't he just at the upper second stage? How is he so strong? The system voice rang out, killed a low third-tier earth-burrowing earth dragon, received 36 Esper points. Su Jingming smirked in satisfaction. Wow, as expected of something with dragon in its name, the reward points are way juicier than normal high third-tier mobs. Reeling in his killing intent, he turned to check on Jiang Chuxuan, are you all right? Jiang Chuxuan forced a smile and let out a sigh of relief, I'm fine, my limbs are just a bit jelly, thank you for lending a helping hand. Su Jingming offered his hand to pull Jiang Chuxuan up, shrugging as he said, just a passing effort. If it were anyone else, they'd also step in to help you out. Jiang Chuxuan shyly placed her hand into Su Jingming's palm. She found her footing. She immediately said, that's not necessarily true. I'm Jiang Chuxuan, I don't know how to repay this life-saving grace. If anything comes up in the future, just give me your orders. He thought he'd get to repay you with my body, but Su Jingming just smiled and introduced himself. I'm Su Jingming, no need for errands, but if you're generous enough to give me a few autographed photos, that would be absolutely fantastic. Actually, he was scheming for his buddy Liu Wentao. That guy was her hardcore fan, whining for an autographed photo every single day until it gave him a headache. Jiang Chuxuan blanked out and let out a huh, then awkwardly explained, but I don't have any photos on me right now. Can I give them to you when we get back to the relief station later? Su Jingming nodded, of course that works. Shifting her gaze to her savior's weapon, she pointed curiously, is that the Dark Cloud Gale Spear? Are you also a student at Demon City Esper University? Su Jingming was a bit surprised she recognized the weapon. Yeah, this is a gift from my master. Do you know a lot about this type of weapon? Jiang Chuxuan nodded. Yes, this item is incredibly important to Espers from Tier 1 to Tier 3. Technically, it's even as strong as a C-rank equipment, so it's very famous. Please let me formally introduce myself. I'm a sophomore from Class 3, Ice Department of the Elemental Academy. Greetings, Senior. Her mind started whirring again. For someone this skilled to stay under the radar at school, this senior is truly too modest. Hearing her call him Senior, Su Jingming was slightly startled, telling himself that calling him Senior also made sense. Normally, you'd have to be a junior to reach the upper second tier. Oh well, skip it. With her giving him that look of admiration, he couldn't bear to burst her bubble. Having figured it out, he smiled amiably, hello, Junior. Jiang Chuxuan was so thrilled she practically jumped. Senior, your strength is seriously too overpowered. This earth-burrowing dragon might just be labeled low third tier, but it's as resilient as a high third tier one. I didn't expect you to directly annihilate it so fast. Seeing Su Jingming turn his back intending to leave, Jiang Chuxuan hurriedly asked, are you leaving already, Senior? Su Jingming nodded, that's right. She quickly sidled up closer and hesitantly asked, Senior, could I temporarily tag along with you for a bit? I've lost my entire escort squad, and I can't manage out here on my own. Su Jingming readily nodded. Sure thing, I'll take you to the ruins on the other side of the city. You can head back on your own from there, okay. Jiang Chuxuan smiled until her eyes crinkled. Thank you so much then, senior. After a few steps, she curiously pointed again. Oh right, do you want to check out the earth-burrowing earth dragon's cave, senior? There might be good stuff hidden inside, otherwise why would it randomly run out to hunt me down? Su Jingming replied, all right, let's go inside and take a peek then. Along the way, Jiang Chuxuan was endlessly curious. Senior, which academy are you from? Su Jingming replied, the Weapons Academy. She smiled radiantly. I know that your dean is Yang Zhentian. Folks out there call him Yama Yang. Rumor has it that old man is super fierce. Su Jingming said nonchalantly, that's my teacher. Jiang Chuxuan froze. Oh crap, I'm so embarrassed. I ran my mouth and said the wrong thing. Su Jingming was also speechless at the chatty creature next to him. He silently evaluated, wasn't there a rumor on the net that Jiang Chuxuan is an aloof goddess? In reality, she's a total chatterbox. After wandering around for a bit, both of them stood in front of a massive cave. Jiang Chuxuan lifted her chin and pointed inside. Senior, this is the place. Su Jingming walked in with her, casually reminding her, it's deep and dark in the cave, and we don't know if there are any dangerous monsters. Just stay hidden well behind me. Jiang Chuxuan nodded obediently. Su Jingming hoisted his long spear high, the purple lightning wrapping the shaft beginning to emit threatening crackles. Heading inside, a sweet fragrance wafted straight into their noses. Carrying a maiden's heart, Jiang Chuxuan stepped forward and praised, it smells so good. Su Jingming furrowed his brows, observing and asking himself, is this? What struck their eyes was a small pool of water containing golden leaves and blooming flower buds. Su Jingming's eyes lit up, exclaiming, Tier 3 clear spirit grass, A-rank flaming flowers, C-rank hypnotic grass. Why are so many exotic flowers and rare herbs growing in this one place? Jiang Chuxuan also stammered this place is a spring liquid that condenses the essence of heaven and earth, a 4th-tier holy healing medicine, the S-rank earth spirit spring. Su Jingming raised a brow to confirm, are you sure? Jiang Chuxuan carefully plucked a flower stem to examine it. The earth spirit spring caused the surrounding vegetation to mutate into exotic flowers and rare herbs, carrying the lingering scent of the spring water. I can't be wrong, it's definitely the earth spirit spring. Su Jingming praised in astonishment, impressive, I didn't expect you to have researched so deeply into heavenly treasures and earthly materials. Jiang Chuxuan said smugly, I passed the rank 2 pharmacist certification at school, you know. Su Jingming stared in awe, I didn't expect to stumble upon a top scholar. I heard the rank 2 pharmacist certification exam is insanely hard. Jiang Chuxuan giggled, haha, you praise me too much, senior. This amount of earth spirit spring is more than enough to brew 5 portions of S-rank healing potion. Senior, this earth spirit spring all belongs to you. Su Jingming brushed it off. Let's be fair, 4 parts for me and 1 for you, and we'll split the exotic flowers and herbs here 50-50. Jiang Chuxuan was jumping with joy, thank you so much then. Right at that moment, Jiang Chuxuan's escort squad had found their way to the entrance of the Earth Dragon's cave. A grunt grumbled, Captain, this hole is completely empty without even a single monster. Where would there be any treasure hidden inside? Catching the faint sound of human voices, Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxuan immediately whipped around toward the cave entrance on guard. The captain scoffed, not necessarily, looking at the scattered traces. It's 10-to-1 this is the lair of a 3rd-tier earth-burrowing dragon. His subordinate heard this and immediately said, a dragon-type fierce beast's den has a high chance of holding some good stuff. Before long, the two sides ran into each other. Seeing familiar faces, Jiang Chuxuan let out a sigh of relief. Phew, so it's Captain Wang, you guys scared the life out of me. On the flip side, Su Jingming furrowed his brows slightly in calculation. A Tier 3 elite Esper squad. If they spot this S-rank Earth Spirit Spring, I'm afraid there will be trouble. The mercenaries fawned over Jiang Chuxuan as soon as they saw her. Miss Jiang, we've been frantically searching for you this whole time. Who knew we'd reunite here? A lackey glanced over at Su Jingming and jabbed, Miss Jiang, isn't the guy next to you the one we ran into earlier? Jiang Chuxuan quickly tried to smooth things over. This person is actually a senior from my school. We bumped into each other on the way, and I only found out after asking. Oh right, these exotic flowers and rare herbs are of pretty good quality, finders keepers for everyone. Let's split them evenly. The captain gave a sinister smile. Is that so? Then thank you, Miss Jiang. The soldier next to him suddenly stroked his chin, scrutinizing the area. Captain, something seems off. That puddle of water in the middle looks exactly like the Earth Spirit Spring, an S-rank holy healing medicine. Hearing that, the mercenaries' eyes immediately flashed with streaks of greed, their brains all sharing a single thought, an S-rank heavenly treasure. Jingming muttered inwardly, "Crap, just mentioning an S-rank resource completely shifted the atmosphere." The captain erupted with killing intent, casting a venomous glare at Jiang Chuxuan and growling, "Miss Jiang, it seems you two aren't being very honest." Jiang Chuxuan started to panic, loudly trying to negotiate. "If you've already recognized it, then we'll yield this entire Earth Spirit Spring and all the herbs to you guys." Wrapping up her words, she tugged at Jingming's arm, urging him, "Senior, let's go." But Jingming was like a tree stump, standing firm and unmoving, his face darkening. Jiang Chuxuan broke into a cold sweat and whispered in his ear, "Senior, Captain Wang and the others are all peak Tier 3 Spurs. We can't fight them for it." Jingming gave a faint smile, "Junior, they're just a few peak Tier 3 guys. I've never thought I'd be overshadowed by them. Besides, even if we serve everything on a silver platter to them, these bastards won't leave us a way out alive anyway." Jiang Chuxuan looked in shock at the group opposite them. Jingming smirked and fired back a question, "Right?" The captain burst into loud laughter. "Haha, you little brat, you've got a really arrogant tone, but your guess isn't wrong at all. Miss Jiang is a famous streamer. Letting her run back and post a tearful expose article means our crew will likely lose our livelihoods in this country. So, sending you two to push up daisies right here today is the safest bet." Backed into a corner, Jiang Chuxuan pulled out her blood-burst pill, gritting her teeth with determination. "There's no other way. I absolutely cannot become a burden to Senior." She decisively brought the pill to her mouth. Then with a gulp, she swallowed the blood-burst pill whole. A surging wave of energy swelled up from within, turning her cheeks rosy. Her hands danced expertly, unleashing the full might of an rank natural-type ice spur. A cold ice-snow spirit skill was instantly activated. The freezing air immediately sealed the entire cave, the ground beneath the mercenaries' feet cracking into a slippery layer of ice. The captain mockingly gave orders, "Leave Jiang Chuxuan to me. Zhou Chang, you step up and deal with the spear-wielding guy first. The rest of you just seal off the cave entrance." The lackeys answered obediently, "Roger." Cutting off his words, he activated his beastification form and growled, "Miss Jiang, my apologies, but you have to lose your life here today." His body swelled to a giant size, hands gripping tightly onto a C-rank enhancement-type Esper hammer, the Tiger River sword. The mob of lackeys behind him hooted in glee, some even pulling out cameras to record. "Take it slow, Captain. Don't kill her instantly." "That's right. It'd be a waste to kill such a beauty right away. We'll definitely take good care of you and film the whole process while we're at it." Jiang Chuxuan flushed red with anger, resentfully cursing these beasts in human skin in her head. "Am I really going to be laid to rest here today? I'm really not willing, and I'm even dragging Senior down to suffer with me." However, when she swept her eyes to look for Jingming, she was stunned because his figure was no longer there. Wait a second, where did Senior go?" At the same time, the captain shivered and whipped his head around. The subordinate Zhou Chang, whom he had just ordered to fight Jingming, was now dangling by his last breath on the tip of the spear. Coughing up mouthfuls of blood, he weakly called out, "Captain." Jingming threw a contemptuous look at him, speaking in a flat tone, "Seems like the Tier 3 level of you guys is only so-so." Another grunt was tongue-tied in panic. "Fast. That speed is way too fast." The captain roared furiously. "Even though Zhou Chang is only a mid-third stage, he's no small fry that's easy to kill. Turns out you're the real trump card. I misjudged." Jingming casually swung his spear, and Zhou Chang's corpse flopped onto the stone floor. Mad with rage, the captain swung his hammer and charged over, directly launching his ultimate move, Tiger Roar Slash. Jingming naturally wouldn't just stand there and take the hit. He activated his lightning flash, shifting his body to smoothly dodge the hammer's trajectory. He analyzed as he dodged, judging from the attack intensity, "This peak Tier 3 guy has a slight edge over me. Looks like I can't hold back anymore." Instantly, a fear scale swept through, the deafening howl of the wind inside the cave making the mercenaries break into a sweat in vigilance. Jingming flexed his muscles, channeling his physical strength to activate his extreme lightning state, the long spear spinning wildly to form a screaming tornado of deep purple lightning. Jiang Chuxuan struggled to cover her face and brace herself, yelling out, "Senior." Witnessing Jingming completely transform, the captain choked on his words, backing up and stammering, What kind of demonic trick is this?" Standing ominously right in front of him now was a giant god of war. Pupils contracted sharp as a lynx, two pointy horns jutting straight up from his head, sharp claws tightly gripping the spear shaft, a surging network of purple lightning wrapping his entire body. Jingming curled his lips into a smug smile. This sensation of overflowing power is truly absolutely wonderful. The captain strained his neck and roared loudly, playing God and pretending to be a ghost. You just activated a special state, that's all. Finishing his sentence, he hoisted his weapon and frantically rushed in to attack. Jingming slammed his heel down, cracking the ground open, borrowing the force to shoot forward and meet the captain in a fair fight. He unleashed his ultimate skill, Flash Gale Pierce, while the other guy immediately channeled his outer stone armor skill. His skin instantly turned a sickly gray. He sneered confidently, "It's useless. No attack below the 4th stage can pierce through this protective stone armor of mine." But when Jingming's spear tip struck, that proud armor immediately cracked open, shattering into pieces like tofu dregs. His entire body was knocked flying backward, letting out a stifled grunt of frustration. Jingming sneered, "Ha, my physique has already been enhanced 3 or 4 times past normal. Even if you had copper bones and iron skin, you still wouldn't be able to withstand this strike." Out of nowhere, a giant flaming palm print ambushed Jingming from behind. Without bothering to look back, he just lightly swatted his hand, a surging wave of lightning crashing forward and completely swallowing the fireball. His Esper control had reached a peak state. The sneak attacker's face was drained of all color. My demonic flame claw got broken that easily. A B-rank skill at an advanced proficiency level got casually swatted away. What kind of monster is this guy? Jingming sauntered over to look at the captain, who had reverted to his original human form and was crawling on the ground, clicking his tongue in praise. Wow, as expected of a peak 3rd stage, I still have to follow up with another spear strike to finish this off. It was only now that the captain knew fear, tearfully begging on his knees, Don't kill me. I'll offer you all the Earth Spirit Spring. I also have over 100 million in savings. I'll give it all to you." Jingming threw him a look of disgust. Begging for mercy at this point is way too late. Jiang Chuxuan witnessed the scene, doubting her whole existence. Am I dreaming? A mercenary squad that cost 6 million a trip. The captain even proclaimed himself invincible in the 3rd stage, and he died pointlessly just like that. This is just too exaggerated. I've never heard of any student in the school having such a terrifying track record. A strength far exceeding an rank Esper, could he possibly possess an S rank? Jingming turned his spear blade toward the rest of them, indifferently dropping his words. Originally I was too lazy to kill because I'd just leveled up, but now my hot blood is boiling again. Next up is your turn. The grunts scrambled to raise their weapons in defense, trembling and screaming, a demon yaksha. Jingming raised a brow and fired back, a demon. Compared to you scum who rob and murder, I'm still way more of a human. Pushed to the brink, the mercenaries desperately shouted, "Brothers, pop the blood-burst pills and fight him to the death." Less than a second later, they had all swallowed the pills down their guts. It was unclear how much time had passed. A trail of blood spurted out as Jingming's spear tip withdrew from an enemy's body. The battlefield was littered with corpses, metallic blood dyeing the ground red. Jingming retracted his power, returning to his normal state. In the corner over there, Jiang Chuxuan was also busy cleaning up the aftermath. Jingming leaned his arm against the rock wall, panting heavily, calculating in his head, this extreme lightning state is indeed really strong, but it drains an awful lot of stamina. Just having it on for over 10 minutes is more exhausting than battling fierce beasts for 3 hours straight. Seeing her savior looking haggard, Jiang Chuxuan rushed over in a panic. "Senior, are you okay?" Jingming forced a smile. "I'm fine, just a little tired. Let's hurry and collect the Earth Spirit Spring and that pile of herbs, then we can rest." Jiang Chuxuan's mood eased up a bit. She looked toward the sparkling puddle of water and cheered. Thank goodness the messy blood didn't splash in and contaminate the Earth Spirit Spring. Saying that, she pulled out a glass bottle and carefully scooped up the Earth Spirit Spring ladle by ladle. Jingming also walked over to lend a hand, doing some mental math. "Pretty good, it's half a bottle more than expected. This half bottle belongs to you. You burned quite a bit of energy in that battle just now too." Jiang Chuxuan smiled brightly with delight. "Thank you, senior." Right at that moment, whether accidental or on purpose, Jiang Chuxuan's ankle suddenly gave out, her entire body collapsing forward in an extremely awkward posture. Jingming flinched, failing to react in time to catch her. Jiang Chuxuan screamed in her mind, "Oh no, the side effects of the blood-burst pill are kicking in." Just like that, her whole body toppled straight down, luckily blocked by Su Jingming's leg. The catch was, her full cleavage accidentally landed perfectly right against his leg. Jiang Chuxuan blushed crimson, her breathing ragged, her whole body powerless, and her mental energy depleted. Even pulling a jacket out of her spatial storage to cover herself up was hopeless. It was truly embarrassing to death. The corners of her eyes grew moist. If this ambiguous situation unfortunately gets misunderstood by Senior, leaving a bad impression, what am I supposed to do now? Breaking the silence, Su Jingming decisively scooped Jiang Chuxuan up into a princess carry, comforting her in a deep voice. "The side effects of the blood-burst pill are very strong. I'll carry you over to that corner to lie down and rest up." Nestled against Su Jingming's sturdy chest, Jiang Chuxuan's heart seemed to skip a beat. Her cheeks burned red as she questioned herself, "Why is my heart beating so wildly? Could it be because this is the first time I've been in such close contact with a guy?" Placing her down carefully on a rock, Su Jingming instructed, "Just lie still and recover your strength. I'll loop back and gather up the rest of the exotic flowers and rare herbs." After saying that, he decisively took off his outer jacket and draped it over Jiang Chuxuan, leaving her stunned in surprise. Watching Su Jingming's tall back, the corners of Jiang Chuxuan's lips curled into a smile. Senior is truly very gentle. As for Su Jingming, he set about the task of looting the spoils from the mercenaries' corpses. Toying with a few spatial rings, he inspected the inventory inside. Just a few measly withered blades of grass, some monster materials, and crappy C-rank combat skills. Called themselves a Tier 3 elite squad, but they're as poor as dirt, not a single decent item in here. Just hoping these two 1 cubic meter rings can fuse into a 2 cubic meter one. 'Cause lugging around this bulky spear all day long tires my arm to death. Baron Kia, Jiang Chuxuan called out weakly, "Senior, the Earth Spirit Spring can reduce the weakness caused by the Blood Rage pill." Su Jingming turned his head and let out an ham. The girl continued to whisper softly, "Can you feed me a little? Not much, just a small sip is fine." Su Jingming did not hesitate, bringing the water bottle over to slowly let her drink the Earth Spirit Spring. As the water slid down her throat, Jiang Chuxuan gently wiped a drop of water from her lips. Her complexion immediately regained its rosy color. She said joyfully, "I feel so much better now, though it will probably take another 3 or 4 hours to fully recover." Su Jingming also praised it. "It's my first time knowing that the side effects of the blood rage pill can be eliminated. This S-rank Earth Spirit Spring really is a miraculous elixir." He pondered and made a plan. "In 3 or 4 hours, the sun will set anyway. Let's stay here and rest for the night just to be safe." Jiang Chuxuan's mind immediately jumped to far-fetched scenarios. A lone man and a lone woman staying side by side overnight in a dark cave. Unaware of what was going through her mind, Su Jingming raised his chin and asked, "What do you think?" Jiang Chuxuan lowered her face and whispered, "Yes, sure, I'll follow your arrangements, Senior." In this situation, the other party had already willingly surrendered. Cutting to the dawn of the next day, the sky was crystal clear without a single cloud. Jiang Chuxuan stretched her body to relax her muscles. "The mountain air is really refreshing. If there weren't any monsters lurking around, I could camp up here for a whole month." Stealing a glance at Su Jingming, she secretly scolded herself. "What was wrong with me last night to have such dirty thoughts? How could Senior be the kind of person to take advantage of the situation? But then again, why do I feel a little disappointed deep down?" While her mind was wandering in the clouds, Su Jingming suddenly called out, startling her, "Let's head out. I'll escort you to the edge of the forest." Jiang Chuxuan awkwardly nodded, yes, let's go." The silhouettes of the two moved swiftly, riding the wind and dodging through the dense rows of trees. Halfway there, Su Jingming's senses caught an anomaly. He immediately braked and signaled Jiang Chuxuan to stop. In the distance, a giant ferocious beast was moving with a rumbling sound. Jiang Chuxuan strained her eyes to look closely, her face turning pale as she cried out, "Oh no, that's a Tier 5 flaming tiger." Ironically, the vicious tiger didn't even spare them a glance. It just kept its head down and ran for its life in another direction. Su Jingming frowned and asked, "Didn't it notice us?" Jiang Chuxuan was also full of doubts. "Senior, look at its behavior. It looks exactly like it's fleeing in a panic." Accidentally glancing further into the distance, cold sweat immediately soaked her shirt. A pitch-black sea of wild beasts in the shape of giant rats, bearing razor-sharp fangs, was rushing toward them in a massive wave. She stammered in panic. Although these iron-devouring rats are only Tier 1, when they swarm together to bite and tear, even a Tier 6 expert would be gnawed to the bone. Jingming nodded in realization. No wonder, even that Tier 5 tiger had to run for its life. We should retreat too. Saying that, he tightly grabbed Jiang Chuxuan's hand and dragged her away. The black sea of rats behind them quickly closed in right on their heels. As they ran, Jiang Chuxuan whined, "The stamina of the iron-devouring rats is absolutely insane. They can sprint and chase for 5 or 6 hours without resting. Can we really escape?" Jingming calculated in his head, "We'll only be safe once we reach the base, but the problem is that it's still at least 90 kilometers away. I have to rack my brain to find a way to increase our speed." Jingming grunted while heavily carrying his spear. "This weapon is too heavy, I might just have to throw it away." Jiang Chuxuan quickly spoke up, "Senior, my spatial ring still has plenty of room, toss it all to me." Finishing her sentence, she chanted a spell to store his bulky weapon into her spatial ring. Relieved of his burden, Jingming smiled. "It feels much lighter now. But running while holding hands like this is still too slow. I have no choice but to use my internal energy and carry you on my back to be faster." Without another word, he hoisted Jiang Chuxuan onto his back. Her full chest pressed tightly against his back, making Jiang Chuxuan blush deeply as she let out a shy squeak. Jingming couldn't care less about those things at the moment. He focused all his energy on escaping and shouted, "Let's go." After overcoming the seemingly endless journey, the ruins of the abandoned area faintly appeared before the two of them. Seeing the swarm of iron-devouring rats sweeping through and tearing apart refugees ahead, Jingming gritted his teeth. These monsters have already swarmed all the way to the suburban ruins. The worst-case scenario really came true. "I have no choice but to go all out. Lightning Taiji." Jingming once again overclocked his body, transforming his form. He shouted, reminding her to hold on tight, "I'm shifting gears." His heels smashed directly into the road surface, crushing it and creating a deep crater. Like a bolt of lightning tearing through space, he dashed past the swarm of giant rats. The storm-like wind pressure around him directly crushed dozens of iron-devouring rats to pulp. The system's voice sounded, "Killed mid-tier 1 iron-devouring rat, gained 3 ability points." At the base's defense line, Wang Chuang's group had already set up formation outside the main gate. Behind them was a long line of military armored vehicles with loaded weapons ready to fire. The officer hurriedly reported, "Sir Supervisor, the scale of this rat tide is terrifying. Preliminary estimates say there are no less than 300,000 of them." Wang Chuang frowned in concern. "This battle is going to deal a fatal blow to the ecosystem of the primeval wasteland. Brace yourselves for a crisis bomb that will last for months." The officer smacked his lips and sighed. "It's a pity for those Esper squads trapped in the forest. I'm afraid the vast majority of them will be chewed up with no bones left." Wang Chuang anxiously plotted in his head, "I just hope that kid Jingming hasn't wandered too deep. If he's stuck in the eye of the storm, unless his master Yang Zhentian personally descends from heaven, no one else will be able to save him." Right at that moment, a dark purple sphere of lightning tore through the wind and roared toward the defense line. A guard shouted, "Quick, look, what is that object? Its lightning power is so terrifying, could it be a lightning element mutated monster?" Wang Chuang calmly reassured them, "No need to panic, system. Conduct a threat level assessment immediately. Squad 1, you are authorized to lay down a barrage fire." The heavy artillery immediately poured down a hail of bullets, but the strange object tore through the wind at a speed of 80 meters per second, continuously charging forward and completely piercing through the defensive barrage. From the center of the lightning sphere, Jingming pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. On his back, Jiang Chuxuan was still tightly clinging to his neck. This spectacular leap soared right over the entire line of defending soldiers, blocking the path below. He landed gently and safely right in front of the formation of wide-eyed soldiers. One soldier took off his helmet and gaped, "Good heavens, it's a living, breathing human. I thought it was a lightning element wild beast. The pressure radiating from this guy is truly terrifying. Hey, wait, why does the girl piggybacking on him look so familiar?" Dissipating all the lightning energy, Jingming returned to his normal human state and told Jiang Chuxuan, "We've reached the supply point, we're safe." Jiang Chuxuan patted her chest and let out a long breath of relief. "Yes, that path just now was too perilous. I must have accumulated 3 lifetimes of good karma to meet you, senior." Recognizing a familiar face, Wang Chuang hurried over. "Mr. Su, did you actually tear through the rat tide all by yourself to get here? Do you need any more backup from me?" Su Jingming waved his hand sluggishly. I ran for my life for over 40 minutes straight from the mountain range. I'm exhausted. I'd be perfectly content if you could just book a room for me to get some sleep. Hearing this, Wang Chuang got goosebumps all over. The mountain range area was at least over 90 kilometers away across a death zone. Even a Tier 4 Esper trapped in there might not be able to break out. What on earth did this Su Jingming eat to pull that off? Putting his shock aside, he eagerly said, I'll arrange a resting room immediately. Men, come help Mr. Su inside quickly. Jiang Chuxuan hurriedly stopped them. There's no need to trouble you guys. I can support Senior myself. The surrounding crowd began to whisper, Hey, doesn't the female student next to him look a bit like Goddess Jiang Chuxuan? It really is her. That kid is so lucky. What kind of relationship do these two have? Has my dream goddess really been stolen by someone else? Scene change. After a restorative sleep, Su Jingming slowly opened his eyes. Seeing her crush move, Jiang Chuxuan was overjoyed. Senior, you're finally awake. You fainted for 2 days and 2 nights straight. You scared me so much I almost pried your mouth open to pour the earth spirit spring in. Su Jingming rubbed his forehead in surprise. I slept that long. By the way, how is the situation out in the wasteland? Jiang Chuxuan reported, the rat tide hasn't completely subsided yet. That area has been totally locked down by the military. Even if they manage to push it back, there won't be any beasts roaming there for a short while. Su Jingming let out a long yawn. Come to think of it, the start of the semester is fast approaching. I should pack my bags and head back to the university. Jiang Chuxuan smiled radiantly. Oh, that's great. You're heading back to school, Senior. If it's on your way, let me tag along. I'm also making arrangements to head back. Su Jingming nodded. If it's convenient, we can go together. Jiang Chuxuan suddenly twisted the hem of her shirt and stammered shyly, Ah, that's right, Senior. Here is the autographed photo you asked for the other day. Saying that, she timidly shoved a picture of herself dressed extremely seductively into Su Jingming's hands. At the bottom, there was a carefully handwritten signature. Su Jingming glanced over it and let out a culturally shocked, huh. Swallowing his saliva to restrain himself, Su Jingming scratched his head and clarified, I actually asked for this photo on behalf of my best friend, but I'm afraid this style isn't very appropriate. Do you have any that are a bit more modest and decent? Hearing this, Jiang Chuxuan felt embarrassed. Ah, you were really asking for someone else, and here I misunderstood. The girl was so ashamed she wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. The humiliation was overwhelming. Jiang Chuxuan cursed herself internally. This is so embarrassing. I thought Senior was interested in me. Turns out it was just me being overly sentimental. Feeling ashamed, she quickly pulled out another photo and handed it to him. Here, take this normal photo. Give me back the one from just now, hurry. Loosely holding onto the hot photo, Su Jingming prevaricated and probed, about the one from earlier. Can I confiscate it as a personal memento? Jiang Chuxuan's heart bloomed with joy. She nodded firmly, of course, approved. Deep inside, she was screaming in triumph, heh. Noticing the ambiguous atmosphere, Su Jingming awkwardly changed the subject. Well then, sleeping for 2 days caused a backlog of things to do. I have to run and take care of them now. Oh, I also need to worry about booking a train ticket back to school. Standing behind him, Jiang Chuxuan covered her mouth and secretly giggled at the guy's goofiness. She playfully winked and dropped a flirtatious hint, no need for train or bus tickets, I brought my private car here. On that day, Senior, just hop into the passenger seat and let me drive you back. Would this count as me being your sugar mommy? Scene change. After properly settling all personal matters and finishing packing their luggage, the two of them hit the road back. The luxury car that Jiang Chuxuan had mentioned earlier truly exuded the distinct scent of pure wealth. Su Jingming marveled, the illustrious reputation is truly no exaggeration. You actually own a globally limited edition supercar worth millions of yuan. This is my first time riding in a self-driving car. Hearing this, Jiang Chuxuan covered her mouth and giggled, teehee. The artificial intelligence system is only at Tier 5, but having the car drive itself is as easy as flipping a hand. Time flew by, and the car finally parked in front of the university gates. Jiang Chuxuan elegantly stepped out. As for Su Jingming, he grabbed his familiar spear and lightly swung it over his shoulder. The surrounding crowd saw the young man and woman and immediately started whispering. Wow, that male student is so handsome, he has a muscular build but fair skin, giving off an irresistibly sharp and cold vibe. It's a pity he seems to be taken, and his girlfriend is an absolute beauty on top of that. Gazing at the familiar campus before him, Su Jingming softly sighed, finally back home, After more than a month of training, my abilities have indeed progressed by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Jiang Chuxuan, who was standing beside him, spoke up. Which dormitory area do you live in, senior? Su Jingming replied, Area 3. Jiang Chuxuan nodded, I'm in Area 2, so I guess we have to part ways here. From now on, whenever you need anything, just feel free to let me know. Su Jingming nodded promptly, agreed, if the opportunity arises, I'll definitely bother you. Suddenly, Jiang Chuxuan inched closer to Su Jingming. She slightly stood on her tiptoes, closed her eyes, and brought her cherry lips to gently touch his cheek, leaving behind a fleeting kiss. Su Jingming froze like a stone statue, his cheeks instantly flushing as red as a ripe tomato. Jiang Chuxuan smiled and explained, consider this a small gift to repay you for saving my life. Saying that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Before disappearing from sight, the girl didn't forget to wave back and call out, Senior, until we meet again. Leaving Su Jingming still rooted to the spot, his mind completely spaced out, having yet to recover his senses. The guy foolishly raised his hand to touch the spot Jiang Chuxuan kissed, his mind buzzing with thoughts, wait, did I just get my cheek kissed by a young lady in broad daylight? Arriving back at her own dorm room, Jiang Chuxuan busily typed on her keyboard to search for Su Jingming's information on the university forum. She muttered to herself as she scrolled, an expert with such overwhelming strength like Senior can't possibly be a nobody, let this lady dig through the files and see. She scrolled until her hands ached, but the necessary news was still nowhere to be found. Going back and forth, it was all just about a freshman breaking records, the #1 powerhouse of Stage 1. How strange, why are all the topics revolving around the newbies? After a long while, her eyes finally lit up when she spotted the right target. Ah, here it is, the highly detailed profile of Senior is right here. Her cheeks puffed up with indignation. Su Jingming turned out to be just a freshman. What kind of freshman reaches the upper stage of Tier 2 anyway? To think I wasted my breath calling him Senior this and Senior that. This liar, next time we cross paths, just wait and see how this older sister deals with this little brother. In another development at Su Jingming's room, the young man was busy tallying up his pile of spoils. From fire flowers and wolf pelts to quest items, not a single thing was missing. He even had 2 spatial rings now, and his bank account balance had skyrocketed to 25 million. It was a pity that he ran into the beast tide at the very end. Otherwise, the ability points he gathered would have been even more massive. The stats screen immediately popped up. Su Jingming, Ability S-Rank Purple Dawn Divine Lightning, Physique 1321 HP, Spirit 987 H, Skills Spear Master, Intermediate Boxing, Advanced Lightning Attraction, Intermediate Continuous Lightning Spear, Advanced Lightning Flash, Intermediate Lightning Prison, Advanced Lightning Gale Strike, Body Enhancement Skill Indestructible Lightning Body Layer 3, Ability Points 3,712. Glancing at the series of stats, he told himself, taking these over 3,700 ability points to learn an S-rank combat skill should be more than enough, right? Right at this moment, Liu Wentao rushed in from the outside, shouting loudly, Brother Ming, you finally decided to drag yourself back, and you didn't even bother to send me a text beforehand. Rumor has it that a beast tide broke out over there recently. I was worried sick about you. Su Jingming calmly replied, the outbreak of the beast tide was real, but the military has already stepped in and cleared it all up smoothly. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Wentao suddenly sensed an oppressive aura of power radiating from Su Jingming. He exclaimed in shock, this aura. Wow, Brother Ming, did you break your limits and step into Tier 2? Su Jingming unhurriedly corrected him. To be exact, it's the upper stage of Tier 2. Liu Wentao's mouth formed an O, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Su Jingming casually continued his story. I brushed shoulders with death a few times, but my luck wasn't bad. I managed to keep my little life and force myself to successfully break through. Liu Wentao stroked his chin and marveled, truly worthy of our Brother Ming, mere mortals can't measure up to you. Does hovering between life and death really help skyrocket one's strength that fast? It sounds so appealing that it's making me itch to try it myself. Su Jingming hurriedly extinguished that idea. Drop it right now, I'm an exception. The wilderness is filled with countless traps. If you want to take a stroll there, it's best you grind to Tier 2 first. Liu Wentao scratched his head and laughed playfully. I was just joking. I'm not foolish enough to wander out into the wilderness at my current level. Oh, I just remembered, while you were away, Song Qiu Yun dropped by to look for you several times. Remember to call her back whenever you have some free time. Su Jingming nodded. Let me finish settling my business matters first, then I'll call her. Saying that, He pulled out a photo of Jiang Chuxuan and said, "By the way, I brought a little souvenir back from the wilderness for you." Liu Wentao glued his eyes to the photo with a look full of curiosity. But as soon as he got a clear look at the figure in the picture, his eyes lit up. "Oh my goodness, this is an exclusive autographed photo of Goddess Jiang." Aha! Meanwhile, Su Jingming was tapping his thigh, secretly laughing on the inside, because the photo of the goddess wearing the sexiest outfit was still safely resting in his possession. Scene change to the university's library area. Su Jingming walked in while calculating in his head. Completing 4 quests actually netted me a whopping 871 credits. The path of doing quests to earn points really is as fast as lightning. Finishing his thoughts, he called out loudly, "Eva, filter out all S-rank combat skills belonging to the lightning element for me." Immediately, Eva displayed a series of data. S-rank combat skill lightning tribulation seal condenses lightning ability into a seal and bombards the target, causing extreme lightning damage. Note, only for those with a lightning ability of C-rank or above and have reached tier 2 or higher. S-rank explosive lightning punch compresses the strongest lightning ability into the fist to slam into the opponent. Note, requires a lightning ability of B-rank or above and a realm of tier 3 or higher. S-rank lightning prison realm creates a sturdy cage of lightning to trap the enemy, while continuously raining down lightning strikes into the space inside. Note, requires a lightning ability of B-rank or above and a realm of tier 3 or higher. Scanning through them all, Su Jingming rubbed his chin in thought. An institution as prestigious as Madu University only stores around 20-something S-rank lightning element combat skills. However, this stuff directly affects my long-term combat strength. I absolutely have to choose carefully and place my bets on the right one. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, he finally locked onto a satisfactory target. S-rank Heavenly Lightning spell fuses one's own lightning ability with natural thunder and lightning, calling down lightning strikes upon a designated target. Note, for those at tier 2 with an ability of A-rank or above, the power will be vastly amplified on stormy days. S-rank Nether Prison Lightning Armor uses one's own lightning to weave a solid layer of protective armor enveloping the body through a special method. Note, for those at tier 2 with an ability of A-rank or above. Su Jingming nodded to himself. I'll lock in these two. One move specializes in long-range bombardment. The other is an armored defense, perfectly well-rounded in both offense and defense with nothing to complain about. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably only dare to blindly choose one path, either magic casting or close-quarters combat. But I have a golden finger buffing me to the teeth. It'd be a crime not to grab both and have my cake and eat it too. This Heavenly Lightning spell acts as the foundational brick to activate the 10,000 Heavens Lightning Attraction, which is the one and only SSS-rank lightning element combat skill of Madu University. No wonder its structure is so profound and complex, leaving the indestructible lightning body in the dust, even though both carry the S-rank label. Studying this convoluted combat skill feels like my head is about to explode. It's 10,000 times more agonizing than pulling all-nighters chewing through foreign language materials back when I was studying for my PhD. In my past life. Several hours passed. Su Jingming collapsed onto the study desk, letting out a long, drawn-out sigh. Oh boy, long story short, I've finally grasped the basic framework. I'll just toss the rest to the system to carry the load. Then he clenched his fist tightly and shouted forcefully, "System, level up. Pump the points into it for me." Instantly, a barrage of purple lightning bolts shot straight out of his body into the void. Just as he finished absorbing it, Su Jingming was instantly dumbfounded. Good lord, just raising one S-rank combat skill to the beginner level burned away 1,600 ability points. The points I ground out by the skin of my teeth in the wilderness really are barely enough to fill the gaps between my teeth for these two moves. Eva's system then popped up to remind him, "Master, the clock has struck 1 in the morning. You should allocate your resting schedule appropriately. Furthermore, a warning, you must not casually release your ability within the library premises." Su Jingming hummed, understood. Deep down, he was momentarily surprised. Is it really this late already? It seems the Nether Prison Lightning Armor will take a huge chunk of time to comprehend. I'll just have to put it on hold for another time. In another corner, Song Kyu-yun was still diligently grinding away. It was unclear how many kilometers she had swallowed whole. One could only see sweat pouring down and completely drenching her body. She muttered and calculated, spending over a month straight hugging the training room until midnight. This transformation makes even myself dizzy. Just wait until Su Jingming shows his face back here. This lady will deliver a letter of challenge immediately. And let that guy open his eyes wide to see who the real #1 powerhouse of this freshman class is. Right at that moment, a giant bird silhouette brushed past the sky, catching her eye. Identifying the background of the vicious beast, Song Kyu-yun blurted out, "That's a white-ringed black-feathered eagle." She secretly evaluated, this vicious beast relies on its wind-tearing speed and its feathers that blend into the darkness. That's why it has the audacity to hover and hunt right in the heart of the city. Measuring that velocity, it's definitely around Tier 3, this is going to be tough. Suddenly, a series of deafening sounds rumbled and exploded across the sky. Song Kyu-yun looked up at the crystal-clear sky in sheer bewilderment. How strange, the sky is clear and cloudless. Where did this thunder and lightning come from? Immediately, a pillar of dark purple lightning struck straight down from above onto the ill-fated vicious beast, brilliantly illuminating an entire section of the void. Even standing all the way over here, she could catch the scent of charred meat drifting over. The head of the monstrous bird was already severed from its body, its pitch-black feathers shedding and scattering everywhere. Song Kyu-yun's heart skipped a beat, taking the life of a white-ringed black-feathered eagle with just a single strike, which lightning element grandmaster is casually taking out the trash. Based on this distance, that senior expert is definitely standing right inside the university campus. I wonder which hidden senior brother or instructor it is this time. Not far away, deep inside the woods, Jingming's figure was enveloped by streaks of purple lightning dancing continuously. The corners of his lips curled into an arrogant arc. The author of the finishing blow on that vicious beast just now was none other than him. He smiled smugly, just a light wave of my hand to test the move, and the destructive power is already this terrifying. The S-rank heavenly lightning spell truly lives up to its reputation. Ding notification sounded, defeated 3 mid-tier 3 white-ringed black-feathered eagles, ability points plus 34. Jingming tightly clenched his fist. The overbearing power of the heavenly lightning spell far exceeds my imagination, vaporizing a vicious beast in one strike. The most wonderful part is that its damage range extends all the way to a whole kilometer. In the background, a young man wearing a mysterious smile was quietly evaluating him, thinking to himself, "So this is that wildly famous newbie Jingming, huh? It seems he's not bad at all." As dawn broke, seeing Jingming getting ready to head out, Liu Wentao hurriedly asked, "Brother Ming, the sky is barely light and you're already dragging yourself out. Where to?" Jingming leisurely replied, "The freshman tournament is only a few days away. I have to swing by the combat skill library for a trip." Liu Wentao swallowed his saliva in sheer admiration. This beast just crawled back from the wilderness and is still grinding this crazily. This guy is a literal monster. This isn't good. After breakfast, I need to rush off and train too. Just as he strode out the door, a clear and resonant voice from behind called out Jingming's name, "Classmate Su." The ones who arrived were none other than the duo of Song Kyu-yun and Bai Donghee. Song Kyu-yun immediately started speaking, "So lucky, you went to the wilderness area and still managed to come back here with your life intact." Jingming evaluated Song Kyu-yun's outfit and wondered aloud, "Classmate Song, where are you planning to go dressed like this?" Song Kyu-yun quickly sidled up close to Jingming, smiling brightly as she reminded him, "Classmate Su, surely you haven't forgotten about our previous bet to spar and compare our martial arts, have you?" Jingming was dumbfounded. "Spar?" He narrowed his eyes to confirm, "Are you really confident enough to duke it out with me?" Song Kyu-yun tilted her head up haughtily, "What's wrong? This lady here also bears the title of top scholar of Sichuan province. Don't you dare underestimate your opponent." Jingming let out a perfunctory laugh. "All right, I remember now. Let's exchange moves on a nice day when we have some free time." Just as he was about to slip away, Song Kyu-yun tightly grabbed his hand and yanked him back. "Why set a date and time? Let's do it right now. Just dashing straight to the training room on the second floor of your dorm building would be the most convenient." Jingming was speechless, internally evaluating the young lady radiating a blazing fighting spirit before him. A temper this hot is undoubtedly the standard for people from Sichuan, but the problem is, what's so fun about getting fed a beatdown by me that she's this excited? On the opposite side, Song Kyu-yun's face was as radiant as if she had struck gold. She was secretly looking forward to it. Let's see how Jingming's jaw drops later when he discovers I've already reached Tier 2. But come to think of it, if Song Kyu-yun knew that Jingming had already hit the ceiling of the upper stage of Tier 2, how twisted would her expression become? At the arena on the second floor of Jingming's dormitory building, Bai Donghee and Liu Wentao had already settled in the stands to cheer. Song Kyu-yun stood in a corner, her hands still completely bare without a weapon. While on the other end, Su Jingming already had his razor-sharp spear ready in his hands. Song Kyu-yun cracked her knuckles with a popping sound, smirking mockingly, "Classmate Su, I hope you don't get beaten to pulp by me later." Su Jingming leisurely replied, "If you plan on catching the enemy bare-handed, you have no chance of even scratching my skin." Song Kyu-yun raised her chin, "Of course, I'm not lacking in toys to play with." Saying that, she reached out her hand. An invisible suction force surged from her palm, aiming straight into the air. In the blink of an eye, an imposing weapon rested securely in Song Kyu-yun's hands. The girl skillfully spun the item in the air, then heavily slammed its shaft onto the floor with a loud crash. This weapon was just as long as Su Jingming's, but if his was a spear, her tool was a majestic and awe-inspiring Fangshan halberd. Su Jingming secretly sweat-dropped. A Fangshan halberd, really? A young girl with such a delicate and slender figure is actually wielding such a brutal weapon. Song Kyu-yun stomped her foot into a stance. "Classmate Su, let's warm up. This match, I swear I'll crush you without missing a single hit." Su Jingming nodded indifferently. "Bring it on." Watching the drama unfold, both Bai Donghe and Liu Wentao had a thought pop into their heads. Our brother Ming fighting Kyu-yun this time is a sure win, but looking at them back and forth, these two actually look pretty good together. Su Jingming made a preliminary assessment of Song Kyu-yun's aura. He calculated in his head, lower level tier 2, turns out she just ranked up. No wonder she's so cocky and demanding to hand me a beatdown. Unfortunately for her, this young master is no pushover either. Instantly, his entire body erupted with the terrifying oppressive aura of the upper-level tier 2 realm. Taking the full brunt of the shockwave, Bai Donghe screamed in terror, "Upper-level tier 2? You must be joking, how could this even be possible?" Liu Wentao, standing next to her, clutched his stomach and laughed mischievously. "I told you beforehand, your Kyu-yun has absolutely no chance of overthrowing my brother Ming." As for Song Kyu-yun, she angrily gritted her teeth. "Upper-level tier 2? I clearly intended to use my advantage to suppress and boss him around. Who knew I'd get counterattacked so miserably? We both clearly thump our chests and claim the title of provincial top scholar, so why does this monster's ranking up speed leave me in the dust by tens of thousands of miles?" Su Jingming teased as he asked, "So, do you still want to keep dancing?" Song Kyu-yun replied stubbornly, "Of course we're fighting, but you're not allowed to use too much power." Su Jingming chuckled inwardly, truly worthy of being a Sichuan top student, knowing when to advance and retreat with great situational awareness. Thinking so, he reassured her in a soft voice, "Rest assured, I'll stand still and let you make the first move. Send your horses over here." Hearing this, a sly smile appeared clearly on Song Kyu-yun's face. "Classmate Su, don't you regret your arrogant behavior later?" Saying that, she pointed her hand towards the sky, chanting a spell to activate the skill light of divine radiance. Su Jingming was momentarily startled, thinking to himself, "So this is the renowned light of divine radiance of the A-rank light element ability branch. Let's see just how overbearing its actual combat power is." On the other side, Song Kyu-yun dashed forward like an arrow tearing through the wind. Su Jingming calmly analyzed, "This kind of combat skill that specializes in buffing the power of a weapon truly is a first for me, really broadening my horizons." Just as Song Kyu-yun's Fangshan halberd slashed down, she followed up with the ultimate halberd technique, light flame heavy slash. Even though Song Kyu-yun's razor-sharp halberd blade had closed in on his face, Su Jingming still calmly kept his eyes shut, the corners of his lips drawing an arrogant smile, brimming with confidence. The moment his eyes snapped open, his two hands spun his spear swiftly, directly blocking the heavy, hammer-like blow from Song Kyu-yun's Fangshan halberd. With just a light sweep of his spear, Song Kyu-yun's entire body was knocked flying backward. He unhurriedly commented, using a light element ability to spark up firepower. "The design of this combat skill is quite smart, but the force is too flimsy." Standing by watching, Liu Wentao excitedly clapped his hands, gave a thumbs up, and shouted, "Absolutely top-tier, brother." He thought to himself, this set of combat skills of Song Kyu-yun must have swept through who knows how many experts in Sichuan. How the heck was it brushed aside by brother Ming as lightly as a feather? Behind him, Bai Donghe's face crumpled, unable to stop the restless anxiety in her heart for her roommate. Refusing to admit defeat, Song Kyu-yun roared furiously, "Let's go for another round." Her Fangshan halberd was once again swung high up into the air. Following that was the halberd technique Radiant Hurricane Slash, a barrage of rapid slashes raining down from left to right like a storm, aiming straight at Su Jingming. Conversely, the guy just leisurely swung his spear to block and parry, sealing off all blind spots, absolutely leaving not a single gap for Song Kyu-yun to even touch the hem of his shirt. He sneered and lectured her, too weak, the halberd swings are as slow as a crawling turtle, and the damage is like a scratching itch. You definitely need to go back and polish your skills. At this point, Song Kyu-yun was completely out of breath, her delicate face drenched in sweat. She planted her heaven-piercing halberd into the floor and sighed in exhaustion. Phew, I'm dead tired, I quit. The halberd technique Radiant Hurricane Slash is an expensive A-rank combat skill, and combined with Divine Halo, it can easily unleash hundreds of slashes in just 2 or 3 seconds. How the hell did you block it so effortlessly without using any combat skills? Your spearmanship realm is definitely not just at the advanced level. Su Jingming replied nonchalantly, very perceptive, my spearmanship has already reached the master level. Song Kyu-yun's jaw dropped in shock, master level spearmanship? You're just a kid and you're already a master. This lady here has been training with the halberd since she was 8, and after 10 agonizing years, I barely managed to crawl up to the advanced level. You are absolutely a freak born out of a rock. An S-rank ability paired with this kind of sick cultivation aptitude. With that level of comprehension, how are mere mortals supposed to catch up? This lady surrenders, I'm not messing with you anymore. Su Jingming raised an eyebrow and teased, oh, aren't you going to show off the rest of your tricks? Song Kyu-yun's cheeks flushed slightly as she argued stubbornly, your level completely crushes mine, and your spiritual power is way more absurd than mine. Top that with your S-rank ability, even if I broke my arm spamming spells, I wouldn't be able to scratch your defense. Anyway, thanks to classmate Su for lowering yourself to spar with me. Lunch is on me today, deal. Su Jingming nodded instantly, deal. Song Kyu-yun smiled as brightly as a morning flower, it's a date then, see you at noon. Zio he, let's retreat. By dong he let out a long sigh, what a bummer, it looks like classmate Su is still a cut above you. After enjoying the show, Liu Wentao gave a thumbs up and cheered, Brother Ming is insanely awesome, truly worthy of being the final boss among the provincial top scorers. Su Jingming waved his hand modestly, it's nothing special, Song Kyu-yun's actual combat skills aren't too thorny, it's just her leveling speed that's surprisingly fast. Liu Wentao grinned widely, Song Kyu-yun's power isn't absurd. Probably only Brother Ming in this world could say such a thing. Are you living under a rock? She is the precious granddaughter of Song Daoyuan, the Tier 8 Grandmaster with an S-rank light ability sitting right there in our history textbooks. Su Jingming gaped in surprise, that almighty figure from 80 years ago. I remember the textbook even graciously dedicated an entire chapter to praise this senior's combat achievements. Liu Wentao babbled on, in Sichuan, the reputation of the S-rank light grandmaster Song Daoyuan is renowned in every nook and cranny. Song Kyu-yun is the sweetheart he dotes on the most. It would be weird if she didn't level up like a storm. Su Jingming slapped his forehead in realization. No wonder she swiped her card without blinking at the last gathering, and even uses a spatial ring big enough to fit a 2-meter-long halberd. So there was such a gigantic umbrella shielding her from behind. Let's wrap this up. I need to go grind some more martial skills. Tossing that sentence behind, he bolted right away, leaving Liu Wentao standing there dumbfounded like a statue. Switching scenes to the campus library. At this moment, Su Jingming had finished digesting the new cultivation method. He happily calculated in his head, condensing the nether prison lightning armor only burns a fifth of my ability energy, but lasts up to half an hour. Not only does it negate 90% of physical damage, but it also has an electric shock counterattack feature just like Thorn armor. Top-tier stuff, absolute top-tier stuff. 4 agonizingly long hours passed. He muttered, let's dump some more ability points into the nether prison lightning armor and see how much is left. Instantly, his personal status panel popped up. I'm Su Jingming, Realm Tier 2 upper level, Ability S-Rank Purple Heaven Divine Lightning, Physique 1321 HP, Spiritual Power 987 H, Skills Master Spearmanship, Beginner Nether Prison Lightning Armor, Advanced Lightning Spear, Intermediate Chain Lightning Spear, Advanced Lightning Flash, Intermediate Lightning Prison, Advanced Lightning Gale Piercer, Body Enhancement Skill Stage 3 Imperishable Lightning Body. Ability points 712. The bottom of his wallet only had a meager 700 plus ability points left. He definitely had to find a chance to sneak out to nearby grinding zones like Yangcheng or Tongxiang to hunt monsters and scoop up more points. From this moment on, I must squeeze out 100% of my effort to prepare for the freshman tournament. Switching scenes to February 9th, the day the freshman tournament officially kicked off. Glancing at the gadget by Dong he was gripping in her hand, Su Jingming clicked his tongue in amazement. You two girls' taste in weapons truly takes a different path compared to normal female students. By Dong, he smiled smugly. Haven't you heard the saying? The weirder the design, the faster you slash people. This lady's goal this term is to squeeze into the top 50 on the freshman leaderboard. Song Kyu-yun tilted her chin up arrogantly. My ambition is just a little bit higher than Zio He's. I've already set my sights on the runner-up seat of this batch. Su Jingming scratched his head in confusion. Second place? Why so modest? Aren't you going to fight me to the death for the championship trophy? Song Kyu-yun glared at him sharply. No matter how I fight, you'll just beat me to a pulp. Why would I ask for trouble? Liu Wentao chimed in with a comment, however. Among the freshmen who reached Tier 2, there is still that Li Chengzhai who holds the title of Qinghai's top scorer. That guy is extremely arrogant and domineering. Song Kyu-yun clenched her fists. I'm actually itching to weigh his strength and see just how great that guy is. Bai Dong-hee, walking way up ahead, hurriedly waved her hand and shouted, Hey look, we've dragged ourselves to the tournament hall. Stepping into the Arena 3 compound, a melodious female voice echoed from the audience seats. Xuan, who would have thought you'd drag yourself to watch the freshman tournament? I was absolutely sure you were immune to these boring fighting games. Jiang Xuan smiled subtly, because today, a person I care about is also stepping into the ring to spar. Hearing this, her friend sitting next to her widened her eyes and opened her mouth in utter shock. Her friend immediately covered her mouth and whispered inquiringly, Is the person you've got your eyes on a guy or a girl? Jiang Xuan confessed frankly without hiding anything, It's a guy, and he's just showed up. Right at that moment, Su Jingming walked in imposing. He scanned the hall and marveled, this arena is built so incredibly massive and spacious. Liu Wentao also gasped in agreement, truly outstanding. Even though we know our school has plenty of land, there's no need to flex and show off to this extent. Back then, I heard the instructors whisper that the rookie tournament strictly uses a massive free-for-all rule with 100 people at once, so it's only natural for the venue to be this gigantic. Su Jingming licked his lips in excitement, 100 people brawling in sheer chaos. This freshman tournament sounds quite interesting. Shifting his gaze to the VIP seats, Liu Wentao's jaw dropped as he exclaimed in shock, Oh my god, look everyone, why are there so many big shots from the clubs gathered in the stands today? Even the presidents of the two top dog factions, Ash and Meteor, are personally here to watch. This terrifying lineup might just be here to surround and target our brother Su. Su Jingming turned to him blankly and asked, Our university for ability users also plays these club-forming games. Liu Wentao nodded repeatedly, obviously, but the scale of Mo Du University's clubs is completely different from those trivial gaming or Go clubs in regular universities. To put it bluntly, they are combat legions spontaneously formed by the ability user community. Their daily operations involve forming teams to sweep through the wilderness for fierce beasts, and every month they receive a steady stream of resources for cultivation. Even upon graduation, they are guaranteed to be directly recruited into the parent guilds, officially becoming core members. Oh, almost forgot, your senior brother Liu Ming happens to sit in the vice president seat of the Ash Club. But it's really weird, for such a grand event, his shadow is nowhere to be seen. Su Jingming frowned in thought, Senior brother Liu? Ever since I dragged myself back to school, not to mention senior brother, even my master vanished into thin air and I can't contact them. There are rumors that they went down to the southwest region, but who knows if they are dead or alive. Up in the VIP stands, a guy dressed in a crisp suit spoke respectfully, President, I heard the Southwest is embroiled in the flames of war. It must have been exhausting for you to pull yourself back to school amid such a critical situation. Honestly, you could just throw these rookie recruitment chores to us subordinates. There was no need for you to personally direct this. The imposing man sitting in the front was none other than Wei He, the supreme leader of the Ash Club. Hearing his subordinate blabber, he coldly cut him off. Wrong, those other small fries aren't worth my attention. The sole target that made it worth my trip back here is to secure Liu Ming's little junior brother, Su Jingming, at all costs. He shifted his eyes to the adjacent seating area, silently assessing, but the strange thing is that Wu Yuan from the Meteor Club also showed his face here. Don't tell me his target is also aimed straight at Su Jingming. Right at that moment, Wu Yuan also glanced at Wei He and curled his lips into an enigmatic smile. He was none other than the big boss leading the Meteor Club. Midst the rising tension, a shout tore through the air, oh look, the directors of the academies are starting to show up. It's a sure bet the opening is about to start. Right above them in midair, a massive magic erase circle abruptly lit up. Following that, the halo expanded widely, completely covering the roof of the arena. The students standing on the floor began to discuss animatedly, is this move a spatial ability? Definitely, it's so overwhelming, I wonder which hidden almighty figure in the school is the author of this masterpiece. From the very depths of the array's center, a haughty pointed high heel gently stepped out. Peering before their eyes was an absolutely gorgeous beauty, her hourglass figure captivating down to the last centimeter. Liu Wentao lowered his voice to explain, she holds the seat of vice principal and also manages the combat skills library. Hearing this, Su Jingming was shocked. Such an authoritative vice principal is that young. Song Q-yun, standing next to him, chimed in, ability users possess strong physiques so they age very slowly, but no matter how you look at her, she definitely hasn't hit the 40-year mark yet. At this moment, the female vice principal finally spoke with her melodious voice. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ling Shuang, one of the school's 3-pillar vice principals, and my daily duty is to manage the combat skills library. Since the principal is away, and the other 2 vice principals are buried in tons of work, today's freshman opening ceremony will be handled single-handedly by me. First of all, a warm welcome to all of you stepping through the gates of Modu University. The number of recruits this term totals 1,024, among which 6 hold the title of provincial top scorers. There are 56 A-rank ability users, 832 B-rank, and a combined total of 135 spanning from C-rank to D-rank. What's even more special is the presence of an incredibly rare factor who awakened an S-rank ability. As soon as she finished speaking, her razor-sharp gaze shot straight at Su Jingming. Liu Wentao and Song Q-yun also simultaneously turned to look at him, grinning foolishly. Ling Shuang loudly declared again, in order to push your strength-honing process, the school will distribute resources annually based on the capability evaluation board. From D-rank up to the peak S-rank, you are divided into 5 distinct tiers. This term's rookie tournament is the ultimate metric that determines your treatment in your first academic year. A few freshmen pouted and muttered, all these evaluation systems, point mechanics, and grinding quests. The competition at Modu University is truly suffocating. Others chimed in agreement, yeah, it would be better to just scrap all these ridiculous rules, it might actually bring some fairness to us. Hearing this, Vice Principal Ling Shuang roared in fierce authority, fairness. Who planted the idea in your heads that Modu University is a place of fairness? Her eyes, as cold as ice, swept across the crowd as she loudly declared, the ultimate goal of Modu University is to forge super powerhouses. And to step onto the peak, you are absolutely required to wade through the bloodbath of brutal competition. You must snatch and fight for every little scrap just to survive. Heavily struck by her verbal beatdown, the entire crowd of freshmen turned pale and broke into cold sweat. Only Su Jingming maintained a proud, arrogant smirk. He gleefully plotted in his mind, with an elimination environment this cruel, it seems I have entrusted my youth to the right Modu University. Up on the high podium, Vice Principal Ling Shuang continued to assert her dominance. In short, once you step into my territory, drop all those thoughts of hiding your talents right away. The more tyrannical your combat power, the more abundant the resources you pocket. Next, I will brief you on the details of the rookie tournament. The freshman arena is split into 2 distinct stages. The opening stage is a massive free-for-all brawl involving 100 people. The system EVA will count the number of victims you eliminate, and the final 5 survivors of each bout will win tickets to the inner round for a total of 10 rotating matches. As for the spoils of war, take a look here. EVA instantly flashed a notification on the screen. First place bags a 10 cubic meter spatial ring, an A-rank cultivation resource pack, along with 1,000 academic credits. Runner-up pockets an A-rank combat armor, a B-rank resource pack, and 900 credits. Third place receives a B-rank combat armor, a B-rank resource pack, and 800 credits. Ling Shuang raised her chin. As for the rewards for the lower rankings, I won't drag on detailing them. Liu Wentao's eyeballs nearly popped out as he yelled, holy crap, a 10 cubic meter spatial ring. How much money could this fetch if sold outside? By dong, he immediately threw a wet blanket over him. Even with a mountain of cash, don't even dream of getting your hands on this rare item. Ling Shuang kept on delivering her resounding speech. That's not all, the results from this tournament will be permanently pinned to your evaluation ranking system. On the electronic board, EVA continued to display the privileges. Breach the top 50, instantly suck up A-rank privileges. Crawl from top 200 to 50, receive B-rank privileges. Inch up from top 500 to 200, receive C-rank privileges. As for S-rank privileges, The school will evaluate and decide on its own. To conclude, I have delivered all the necessary instructions. The next part will be handed over to Director Sun. With that said, Ling Shuang elegantly stepped back and vanished into a spatial rift. Director Sun nodded in response, all right. At this moment, the old lady slowly approached the center podium. And she shouted loudly, I solemnly declare, the freshman tournament officially kicks off. This old madam was none other than Sun Xingzhu, the supreme director of the Elemental Academy. She smiled and added, here is a secret for you kids. Any face that displays outstanding talents will catch the eyes of the faculty and be taken in as a true disciple. You all must fight with your lives on the line. The rookies below were like they'd been injected with stimulants, shouting and howling wildly, this deal is too sweet, looks like I have to go all out this time. I pray to God and Buddha that the teachers spot me. Totally spot on, if by some luck a director grabs me by the neck to be their disciple, it's a one-step ticket to the clouds. Up high, Director Sun Xingzhu banged the gavel to command. Stage 1 will consist of 10 full rounds of absolute carnage. Now initiating the selection wheel for the Vanguard match, whoever is called by Eva, please step onto the arena. Groups of students filed up onto the deathmatch stage 1 after another. Suddenly, Liu Wentao's eyes caught a familiar figure. Oh look, that guy Li Chengzhai also got called for this first match. Su Jingming, Song Qiu-yun, and Bai Dong, he immediately directed their gazes toward the arena. That arrogant bastard also glanced down, his cocky face full of provocation. Bai Dong, he whispered a reminder, Su Jingming, that guy is pulling the tiger's whiskers, taunting you. Song Qiu-yun also gritted her teeth and sneered coldly, what a cocky prick, looking at his face just makes me want to punch him. Liu Wentao chuckled secretly in his mind, I admire that guy's death wish. Of all people to provoke, he just had to poke the absolute untouchable final boss. Now it's great, he even offended the number 2 figure who is holding a grudge. Let's just pray he doesn't get tortured too miserably later. At this moment, all the selected rookies had fully assembled on the deathmatch floor. Sun Xingzhu voiced her instructions, you kids just fight to your heart's content, don't fear any fatal dangers. Whenever there is a life-threatening risk, Eva will automatically activate a protective barrier, so getting a few scratches is nothing to worry about. As long as your heads don't get chopped off, the medical team can heal anything. Get on the floor. 3, 2, 1, fight. The moment the command ended, the arena instantly turned into a chaotic battlefield. Some brandished swords, some thrust spears, and there were even those fighting barehanded. Everyone was gritting their teeth and bulging their eyes, throwing out every trick in their books just to catch the eyes of the judges above. Up in the audience seats, the veterans were whispering amongst themselves, asking which deity that blade-wielding guy was to already be sitting comfortably at Tier 2. I heard it's the top scorer of Qinghai Province, Li Chengzhai. Fighting like this, he'll definitely trample the rest of them. Down in the arena, Li Chengzhai was swinging his blade, wiping out every obstacle. He licked his lips and spat a sharp insult, just a bunch of weak trash. After a noisy mess of chaos, the results of round 1 also came to a close. Li Chengzhai rose to the top with a record of defeating 36 people. Carrying his blade down, Li Chengzhai tilted his face up, looked at Su Jingming, and threw out a provocation. Su Jingming, the mighty awakened S-rank ability user, let's see if your performance in this round can topple my record. Liu Wentao, standing next to him, could only click his tongue in pity for the guy's ick. This dude is beyond saving. I've seen people dig their own graves, but this is the first time I've seen someone dig it so thoroughly. On the high platform, someone curiously asked Wu Yuan, President, that guy Li Chengzhai has already broken through to Tier 2. Should we place him as our top recruitment target? Wu Yuan shook his head decisively, forget it, our absolute number 1 trump card target still has to be Su Jingming. The young man asked blankly, did the president get a hold of some inside info? Wu Yuan replied casually, it's no secret. The thing is, the other day these very eyes of mine witnessed his entire performance. In another development, Eva was already prepping to pick candidates for the next round. The system announced, drawing the roster for round 2, those whose names are called please step onto the arena. Su Jingming was also called. The guy smirked and stepped forward. My luck isn't bad today, it's already my turn to deploy in round 2. Song Qiu-yun cheered, go for it, buddy. Liu Wentao chimed in to bootlick, the great brother Ming, open that guy Li Chengzhai's eyes. Su Jingming nodded calmly and replied, all right. The contestants in the same bracket turned pale the moment they saw Su Jingming's figure step up. Good lord, why am I so cursed to be stuck in Su Jingming's pool? It's a guaranteed death sentence at this point. Oh well, let's just fight amongst ourselves to snatch the remaining 4 consolation seats. Su Jingming gripped his long spear tightly, his gaze sweeping across the arena. He thought to himself, do you really think standing far away will let you escape my lightning? So naive. Up on the high seats, Sun Xingzhu whispered to the judging panel, that is the student personally taken in by director Yang last time. Absolutely right, it's the kid wielding the S-rank lightning type ability, Purple Heaven Divine Lightning. The aura he radiates is also very sharp. I wonder what kind of show he'll put on later. An uncle judge who had just taken a sip of tea spat it all over the table and yelled, what the hell is going on? That kid Su Jingming has already broken through to Tier 2. I recall when he first enrolled, he was merely an awakened. The long-haired man next to him also nodded and exclaimed, it's true, it's only been over a month, and his leveling speed is this terrifying, how scary. Sun Xingzhu smacked her lips. Old Yang is really tight-lipped, having such earth-shattering news and not even breathing a word about it in advance. He hides his cards way too well. The referee yelled loudly, 3-2-1 fight. In a split second from Su Jingming's position, streaks of purple lightning violently erupted. The spear in his hand spun continuously, dragging the purple lightning into a swirling tornado. He gleefully told himself, as expected, sparring with fellow humans has a much more refined joy than slaughtering fierce beasts. The pressure radiating from Su Jingming was so heavy that it suffocated the rookies in his bracket. With such terrifying pressure, someone panicked and realized, wait a minute, this aura. Could it be the presence of Tier 2 upper level? A young man screamed miserably, Su Jingming, I can't believe he's a Tier 2 upper level ability user. God, Tier 2 upper level, how are we even supposed to fight this? Am I seriously participating in a rookie tournament right now? We are both students. Why on earth is your realm a whole major tier higher than mine? Down in the corner, a youth from the Meteor Club asked with his jaw dropped, President, did you predict this earlier? Wu Yuan kept his eyes glued to the arena and calmly replied, let's just say I did. Now you've completely seen through Su Jingming's potential, haven't you? Jiang Chuxuan on the other side smiled in utter amusement. It really is you, senior brother. Oh wait, I should call you junior brother now. To dare put on an act to blind me for so long, I definitely have to go find him and settle this debt later. Li Chengzhai, standing outside the arena, gritted his teeth tightly, damn it, Tier 2 upper level. I originally planned to step all over his S-rank label to make a name for myself across the school, but now it looks like this script is going to be tough to pull off. Suddenly spotting a certain figure on the stage, he rejoiced inwardly, thank goodness he's in the same bracket. Oh Su Jingming, if you had fallen into any other bracket, you'd win for sure, but unfortunately for you, that guy happens to be stuck in this very round. Let's see how you cope later. Right on the arena, a voice echoing to add fuel to the fire rang out, everyone listen up. Su Jingming is Tier 2 upper level and holds an S-rank ability. No one can rival him in a one-on-one fight. Why don't we all group up and join forces to kick Su Jingming out first? Hearing this, the rookies nodded like woodpeckers. Makes sense, brother, you're absolutely right. This is the ultimate tactic, I'm totally in. Su Jingming frowned as he assessed, a voice carrying such heavy bewitching power. It's a sure bet that a mental-type ability user is pulling the strings. Mastermind behind the incitement was a young guy with a ponytail. He added, our forces have a total of 103 people. Minus Su Jingming, it's a 102 against 1 deal. If we play the stalling game, we can crush him to death no matter what. I am Shi Liao, an A-rank mental-type ability user. Just listen to me and victory is guaranteed. Chances to pin down an S-rank ability user don't come by often. The students on the stage instantly fell under Shi Liao's spell, their eyes turning dull and dazed. That's right, if we don't risk it we're guaranteed to be eliminated, but if we risk it, there's a glimmer of hope. I'm betting it all. How often in life do you get to feed dirt to an S-rank genius? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I'm going all in too. Shi Liao, hurry up and command, what should we do? Professors sitting above couldn't help but be surprised by Shi Liao's trick. Well, this student Shi Liao is quite capable. He managed to herd the new students into one faction with just a few words. Su Jingming is in massive trouble this time. He might just fall off his horse unjustly. Sun Xingzhu stroked her chin and chipped in. I recall Shi Liao is Director Long's core disciple. Truly outstanding indeed. The teacher next to her chuckled. It's only because Su Jingming is ridiculously strong that the flock of sheep had to unite against a common enemy. My little Liao merely got lucky. He's not worth praising. This modest teacher was none other than Long Qi, director of the Tactical Academy. Sun Xingzhu rubbed her chin and smiled faintly. Luck is also a part of one's strength, but it looks like Su Jingming is going to end up miserable this time. If a dignified S-rank awakened were to trip right in the freshman preliminaries, this joke would probably be a bit too ridiculous. Returning to the battlefield, Su Jingming furrowed his brows, calmly watching the entire herd of puppet-like students stampeding towards him. Shi Liao, standing on the outer rim, lifted his face in provocation. Su Jingming, suppose you took me down before I could say my second sentence, the situation might still have hope to flip. But now that everyone has strictly fallen into my formation, you have no way out. Fighting 102 people all by yourself, how do you plan to turn the tide? Su Jingming flashed a domineeringly confident smile and retorted, turn the tide. Who gave you the illusion that I am the one at a disadvantage? As soon as he finished, he instantly conjured an entire arsenal of glowing lightning spears. On the other side, Shi Liao waved his hands to direct the formation. Melee ability users move up to block. Ranged attackers unleash your offensive skills now. Support group cast your state-enhancing buffs. Everyone charge. The naive flock of sheep obediently followed Shi Liao's commanding rhythm, recklessly ramming their heads into fighting Su Jingming. The glory of taking down an S-rank ability user is right before our eyes. Haha, charge in and make mincemeat out of him. Shi Liao, protected by a wall of people surrounding him, felt smug and crowed loudly, Su Jingming, I advise you to stop dreaming about finding me to settle the score. You better worry about cleaning up the battlefield around you first. Su Jingming kept his disdainful and confident smile. No matter how many ants there are, it makes absolutely zero difference to me. Just as he finished his sentence, he launched a lightning spear that parted the waves and dashed forward. Wherever the lightning spear went, all the students blocking the way were blasted away to both sides of the path. The attack slammed straight into the arena, gouging out a chunk of stone tiles to form a deep pit of death. The students loitering nearby were immediately blown away by the aftershock like torn sacks, the entire arena echoing with agonizing screams that reached the heavens. The cluster of purple lightning that Su Jingming planted into the arena floor was currently still flickering with terrifying energy. The youths witnessing that scene were scared out of their wits. It's going to explode, we're doomed, we're going to get knocked out of the ring. True to expectation, that energy bomb instantly exploded with blinding brilliance. The rolling shockwave blew the crust of the arena into shattered fragments. The unlucky students, as flimsy as paper, were flung high into the sky exactly like a flock of kites with broken strings. The audience below was so frightened their jaws dropped, looking at each other bewilderedly and asking, what was that terrifying explosion? Good Lord, can you believe it? I just saw a mushroom cloud rising from the middle of the arena. Don't tell me Shi Liao's group has all gone to see Yama. Right at that moment, Eva's emotionless voice rang out, detecting shockwave energy exceeding safe limits. Lives are threatened, defensive grid permission auto-activated. Additionally, I regret to inform you that you have officially been eliminated by Su Jingming. Shi Liao was currently battered and bruised. Clutching his bleeding arm, he groaned internally, I'm screwed. If I hadn't foolishly poked the Su family fire ant nest, I would have easily moved on. Now I haven't even claimed a single life. Stage 2 of the exam might as well be closed with the lights turned off. Unwilling to admit defeat, he stubbornly squeezed out his remaining spiritual power to incite the rookies who hadn't fallen yet. Don't worry about me. Continue to surround and attack him. The hypnotized students crazily rushed forward again, burning with a murderous intent that didn't miss a beat compared to earlier. Shi Liao angrily thought to himself, Su Jingming, even if I fall off my horse, I will drag you down with me. In the blink of an eye, the guy surnamed Su fell into the encirclement of this crowd again. Watching the pile of weapons about to slice his skin open, the corners of his lips curled up into a faint smile again. His eyes flashed terrifyingly, and purple lightning was summoned once more. On the other side, Shi Liao was still busy rejoicing inwardly, trading one life for an S-rank genius. This operation is a pure profit with no loss, however. The smug smile on his face died out before it could fully bloom. Striking his eyes was the scene of Su Jingming casually waving his bare hands, triggering a burst of purple lightning that fanned all those who dared to creep close up into the ninth cloud. Su Jingming half closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Shi Liao gaped in shock, not even bothering to use combat skills. Just using raw ability power is enough to block all elemental attacks. What the hell is going on? Is this the terror of an S-rank ability? He collapsed to his knees, bitterly mocking himself in his heart. Gathering so much manpower, in the eyes of the strong, it ultimately just amounts to a bunch of stinking ants showing off their parlor tricks to a master. The audience beneath the stage watching Su Jingming's solo performance turned completely to stone. Good lord, that lightning is way too terrifying, smashing other people's elemental attacks as easily as child's play. It's completely absurd, over 100 people ganging up on one guy and they can't even crack his defense. I cultivate the lightning type too. Why is his lightning strong enough to break common sense like that? Yang Chuxuan was so thrilled she was bouncing up and down in place. I knew it, why the hell would senior brother be afraid? Song Q-yun next to her also narrowed her eyes and sneered, bringing those cheap parlor tricks out to trip Su Jingming. Their thinking is way too naive. Professors couldn't help but smack their lips in shock. His mastery of lightning has reached the advanced mark at the bare minimum. Long Qi added, the bursting sound when the lightning fired shows a speed twice the speed of sound. No joke, this kid's physique is extremely robust. Another teacher nodded, the lightning grid is woven tightly without a single gap. He must surely bury his head in hard training on normal days. Absolutely excellent. Sun Xingzhu spoke again. It's a pity old Yang didn't drag his face here. Otherwise, we could have interrogated him about the earth-shattering secret regarding this kid Su Jingming. The remaining troops on the stage started suffering from vertigo. His defense is as thick as a mountain. How are we supposed to break it? You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? How about we just make a quick run for it? Su Jingming glanced down at the trembling newbies, smiling kindly and asking, what's wrong? Don't dare to charge anymore. Then it's my turn to hunt. Saying that, he vanished from his spot like a ghost. In a flash, he reappeared, casually knocking on the heads of the unfortunate students standing rooted to the ground in the distance. The group standing far away saw that scene and was scared out of their wits. What kind of monstrous speed is this? Brothers, quickly gather and form a formation. Standing scattered makes us easy targets. We must group up to defend. Immediately, the remaining forces hurriedly huddled together into a block, holding their breath waiting for Su Jingming to come pay a visit. Seeing that, Su Jingming became even more delighted. This is exactly what makes it thrilling. Then he transformed into a gust of wind and charged straight in to attack. This slash is at the wrong angle, the speed of wielding the weapon is as slow as a turtle, and the strength is weak. Just like that, he parted the waves and slipped through the barricade of these students as easily as taking a stroll. In just a blink of an eye, his figure had dashed to the other side. The students who were sent flying in his wake hadn't even landed yet, which was enough to show how unreal his spear-wielding speed was. He tightened his grip on the spear, slamming its butt hard onto the arena floor, his cold gaze sweeping across the battlefield as he mocked, "You guys are too useless." The freshmen were lying all over the place, some nursing their arms, others holding their legs unable to crawl. Hearing Su Jingming's harsh remark made them swallow their anger. Damn it, beating us to a pulp like this and still nitpicking, this is pure overkill. Why is my luck so rotten to be put in the same bracket as this god of death? The EVA system immediately broadcasted the conclusion of the second round of Phase 1. The one who cleared the stage is Su Jingming, with a record of wiping out 102 lives. The 4 remaining spots are. Suddenly EVA's speaker crackled and abruptly cut off without further announcement. Sun Xingzhu had to speak up to defuse the situation. Besides Su Jingming, who passed directly, the surviving contestants must participate in the round 11 match to compete again, from which 4 people will be selected. The crowd below the stands gasped continuously, total suppression. This is exactly absolute suppression. A rookie tournament where only exactly one person advances. This is the first time I've seen this in my life. Just watch, those clubs later will definitely bash each other's heads in trying to snatch Su Jingming. School's leaders also clicked their tongues in discussion. This rookie tournament has been held for nearly over 40 years, right? Exactly, the most terrifying record before this was also set by an S-class genius, clearing 87 lives in barely 7 minutes. Counting this, Su Jingming's freakish record should probably be framed and hung on the wall. Who the hell could ever break it? Long Qi smiled radiantly. Don't know how old Yang Zhentian trained him, but Su Jingming's spearmanship has already skyrocketed to the master level. Upon hearing this, Sun Xingzhu's heart skipped a beat as she put her hand to her forehead. Master level, so his weapon talent is truly unparalleled. Was just planning to trick the kid into joining the elemental department. Well, I'd better drop this idea early to save myself the trouble. Securing this golden goose, Su Jingming, the rookie honor of our 2 schools this year, can be considered safe and sound. The moment Su Jingming stepped back on the ground, the brothers immediately swarmed him. Bai Dong he cheered, "Congratulations, boss." Liu Wentao was also extremely excited. "Oh, brother Ming, it's a pity you didn't see the look on Li Chengzhai's face. The moment you kicked Xi Liao flying, his face looked as dumb as an idiot. Truly brilliant, I feel like he flips his expressions even more skillfully than actors." Su Jingming threw a sidelong glance at Li Chengzhai, disdainfully thinking to himself, "It turns out this guy is just a paper tiger with an empty barrel making a lot of noise." However, his arrogant demeanor earlier was such an eyesore. "If I don't beat him up, I won't be able to eat or sleep well. Whatever, later in Phase 2 I'll directly challenge him. After all, I have 3 brawling opportunities to spare." Making up his mind, he clapped his hands and said, "Now I yield the stage for you guys to show off." Liu Wentao chuckled, "Rest assured, getting into the top 50 is a piece of cake for me." Song Q-yun was also enthusiastic, "Just a trifling matter. Suddenly my hands and feet are itching with anticipation too." Saying that, she lightly bumped fists with Su Jingming to boost her morale, silently boasting in her heart, "Just open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Even though I can't beat a freak like you, uprooting the remaining small fry to snatch the second place rookie is more than within my power." Moving to the third round, Liu Wentao crawled and dragged himself on the arena, panting heavily as the battle finally ended. Fortunately, the sweet fruit also arrived. Eva loudly announced his name. "Fourth place this round belongs to Liu Wentao. Number of defeated opponents is 9. Reaching the 6th round, the bronze medal fell into the hands of Bai Donghe with a record of cleaning up 12 lives. It wasn't until the 8th round that Song Q-yun smirked proudly because the golden hour for her deployment had finally arrived. She excitedly muttered, after waiting for heaven and earth, "It's finally my turn." The Fangtian Huajai lay neatly in the palm of her hand, a smug smile blooming brilliantly. The young men sitting in the stands saw this beauty and dropped all their dignity, wiping their drooling mouths and shouting, "Look, that's Song Q-yun, the beautiful valedictorian of Sichuan. This figure, that appearance is truly a masterpiece, and using a Fangtian Huajai as a weapon is so rare. I unilaterally declare her as the new generation goddess of our school." As soon as Eva's speaker concluded with "The match begins," Song Q-yun didn't hesitate to swing her Fangtian Huajai, directly calling out the Divine Dawn Light Pool skill to open the scene. She swept through like a tornado, tripping opponents wherever she went. Her attack speed was so surreal that those blocking the way were knocked out before they could even regain their senses. The remaining candidates began to panic. "Damn it, another second stage person. But thank goodness, she is only lingering at the lower rank, not yet as perverted as Su Jingming, however, calculating it out, it's no different, how can we even fight back?" Wu Yuan sat below smirking and tapping his fingers, putting Song Q-yun on the second priority recruitment target list, while throwing Li Chengzhai down to the number 3 reserve line. The subordinate youth hastily agreed. On the arena, Song Q-yun moved like lightning, single-handedly taking on the entire cast of freshmen. Whenever they saw her shadow rushing over, the whole group would run for their lives to dodge, while the Fangtian Huajai in her hand swung relentlessly. After playing around for a while, a group suddenly felt a surge of heroism and rushed in to surround her. Without flinching, she spun the Fangtian Huajai and activated the Divine Light Defense mode, combining it with the Light Flame Gravity skill to smash straight into the ground with an earth-shattering blow. The small fry lingering around were instantly crushed flat against the floor by the pressure, screaming painfully, "Oh my god, it's so heavy." As Song Q-yun's figure flashed by, another pile of remaining troops collapsed and bit the dust. Eva's honor board lit up to announce that the first place of this round called the name of Song Q-yun, number of defeated opponents 45. She smiled proudly and radiantly, waving her hand to put the little Fangtian Huajai back into her space ring neatly. Then she leisurely strolled down to the audience seats, not forgetting to wave her hand to greet the crowd. Approaching Su Jingming, she blinked with full pride and pressed, "Well then, my performance was pretty good, right?" Su Jingming gave a thumbs up in sincere appreciation. It was indeed very domineering. The combination of close combat skills and magic was extremely smooth. I'm eagerly waiting for you to shine in round 2. In a flash 2 hours passed, Eva's loud voice signaled the second phase of the freshman tournament, the free challenge stage. Each youngster has 3 chances, just aim at anyone ranked higher to challenge and seize their position. However, there is a rule, those outside the top 50 are banned from challenging anyone inside the top 50. The arena space suddenly split into dozens of small fighting platforms hovering in midair. In a corner of the stands, Li Chengjai was scratching his head plotting, better to avoid that guy Su Jingming to be safe, should I knock on the door to demand a match with the second-place Song Kyu-yun. Right when he was daydreaming, a freezing voice rang out to ruin the mood. "Eva, I want to challenge the third-place Li Chengjai." Li Chengjai jolted and whipped his head around stammering, "What's going on?" Bristled up, pointing his finger at Su Jingming and screaming, "Su Jingming, you are sitting pretty in first place. Why on earth are you so free to challenge a third-place guy like me?" Su Jingming didn't even bother giving him a direct look, lightly replying, "Is there any line in the rules that forbids a higher-ranked person from stepping on a lower-ranked one? Besides, do you think I would easily let go of your arrogant and mocking words from earlier?" The gossiping crowd immediately switched to whispering mode. "What is happening? Since when did those two form a grudge?" A well-informed person then blabbered the story, "Hee, you don't know anything. Earlier that punchable Li Chengjai dared to pluck the tiger's whiskers and provoked Su Jingming first. Being so insolent, it's completely understandable that Su Jingming proactively called his name for a beating." Eva's speaker clearly announced, "The system has finished arranging arena number 74 for this match. Please bring your weapons to the stage, you two." Li Chengjai ground his teeth, his face fuming. "Bring it on, I also want to see just how ridiculously strong your S-class ability is." Just stepping onto the mat, Li Chengjai already took over the role of a self-appointed host. "Both sides prepare your gear, 3, 2, 1, smash." In a blink, Li Chengjai flexed and transformed into a giant beast thanks to his A-class enhancement-type beast ability, the Mad Blood Lion King. His face was now fiercely contorted, sharp claws protruding ready to pounce on prey, and he let out a threatening growl. Gripping his broadsword tightly, he charged toward Su Jingming like an unchained wild beast, screaming furiously, "Su Jingming, you're the one forcing me into a corner." Su Jingming threw a look of contempt, giving a curt reply, "Stop being delusional, no one cornered you. It's just your own arrogant attitude bringing karma upon yourself." Saying that, he evaporated on the spot as if invisible, leaving only a few strands of purple lightning crackling teasingly at the position where he just stood. In a split second, he circled straight behind Li Chengjai's back. The hybrid lion also sniffed out the chilling, murderous aura that had just closed in on him. He whipped around, firing a straight broadsword slash toward Su Jingming accompanied by the powerful Mad Lion slash skill. He smugly boasted prematurely, "A measly lightning element Esper wants to compete with me in raw muscle strength head-on? You're asking for death." Without hesitation, Su Jingming also whipped his spear forward to strike. The broadsword and spear clashed, creating a deafening sound, sparks tearing through the air and scattering everywhere. Li Chengjai couldn't hold his ground, appearing completely outmatched. His entire body was instantly sent flying backward. His hands gripping the sword hilt trembled violently, his mind in utter bewilderment. Good heavens, how could his strength crush mine like this? Not waiting for him to wake up from his dream, Su Jingming stuffed a whole basket of purple lightning wrapping around the gleaming spearhead. He let out a shout, launching the Purple Dawn Divine Lightning attack crashing down heavily onto Li Chengjai's head. Before the guy could dodge, he took the full painful blow, screaming miserably, "Oh my God, my flesh is burning." The Purple Dawn Divine Lightning rained down consecutively like a downpour, exploding messily and crackling, while Li Chengjai kept screaming tragically. Stands above were once again noisy. Li Chengjai is a stage 2 muscle enhancement Esper, and even he can't stand the heat. Getting grilled like that, how much must it sting? The most wicked one is that guy Su Jingming. He's intentionally controlling the power of the lightning just to torture Li Chengjai. Even Eva hasn't bothered to finalize the outcome yet. So chilling, in the future when going out, remember to spare that guy Su Jingming from any provocation. After spinning around dizzily for a while, Li Chengjai was roasted black, losing his fur and reverting to human form before falling flat on his back on the floor. Only then did Eva open her speaker to announce, "This round Su Jingming has excellently claimed victory." Su Jingming stood rubbing his hands and clicking his tongue in regret. "What a waste. I planned to electrocute him for another 10 seconds to cook him thoroughly, but this agony is probably enough to scar him for life. Let's hope the little brother carves it into his heart and tones down his attitude a bit. Otherwise, with this arrogant personality, he will invite disaster upon himself sooner or later." On the other side, Li Chengjai was battered like a torn rag but secretly rejoiced in his stomach. "Thank heavens I've passed the critical state. For a moment back, there I thought King Yama had come to escort me away." He peeked with half-open eyes at Su Jingming's retreating back and let out a sigh. Phew, the plague god finally left. But before he could even catch his breath, Song Kyu-yun down below grabbed the megaphone and hollered, "Eva, I also take the liberty to challenge the third place Li Chengzhai. Upon hearing this, Li Chengzhai was scared out of his wits, his face turning as green as a banana leaf. His tearful look was as if he wanted to scream, "Damn you guys, did I rob your ancestors' graves or something that you husband and wife are taking turns dragging me out for a group beating like this?" Not long after dragging his body up to the platform, Li Chengzhai took the full force of Song Q-yun's smash and went flying straight off the arena. The EVA system quickly reported, "The cup winner this round is Song Q-yun." The girl smiled sweetly looking at the mangled pile of meat that was Li Chengzhai and dropped a polite remark, "Thanks for giving away your points, buddy." By this point, Li Chengzhai officially foamed at the mouth and fell into an unconscious coma, leaving his body to the medical team to hastily carry him out on a stretcher. Skipping leisurely down, Song Q-yun grinned and asked sarcastically, "Well, are you satisfied with my trash cleaning performance?" Su Jingming had no choice but to nod along, "Yeah, well, consider yourself quite capable, miss." The two bumped fists to celebrate, laughing loudly in extreme complacency. The gossipy crowd below clamored again, "There's something fishy, these two are definitely having a secret romance." "What, you mean the goddess of our batch has already been swept away by someone else? This guy Su Jingming acts way too fast, the school hasn't even started yet, and he's already making his moves." The youth next to him hurriedly lunged over to cover his friend's mouth. "Shush, keep your trap shut. I don't want to share a hospital room with that guy Li Chengzhai. If we get ganged up on and beaten by that couple, our bones will be shattered." 4 hours flashed by. Sun Xingzhu held the microphone and announced, "0 hour has struck. The freshman tournament is officially concluded. Here is the announcement of the final ranking board." Eva swiftly threw the list onto the big screen. The throne belongs to Su Jingming, runner-up Song Q-yun, second runner-up Li Chengzhai, 26th place calls the name of Bai Donghe, and rank 39 is Liu Wentao. For the next procedure, please log into the school's web system and select the academy you wish to enroll in. Song Q-yun poked Su Jingming to gossip. "Jingming, which class did you settle for?" He answered concisely, "Class 2 Year 1 of the Weapon Academy, and what about you?" The girl replied nonchalantly, "Class 3 Year 1 over at the Elemental Department." From afar, Bai Donghe nudged Liu Wentao with his elbow and smiled wickedly. "Oh wow," skipping right from Su Jingming to calling him Jingming so sweetly. Liu Wentao also grinned widely and joined in. Today she's bold enough to call him Jingming, tomorrow it might just change to baby. On the podium, Sun Xingzhu spoke again. "The academy distribution procedure is now complete. The opening ceremony, along with the freshman tournament, hereby concludes." "Oh, I forgot. The students who performed excellently today will receive exclusive apprenticeship messages from the mentors tonight. Remember to check your phones." The Council of Deans sitting below stroked their beards and laughed with amusement. This year's crop of newbies is quite fierce. Especially that golden weight Su Jingming standing at top 1. With a few more years of forging, he might just crush the students nationwide. Those clubs will definitely bash their heads in trying to recruit the kid. Just watch. After the ceremony ended, Su Jingming's group invited each other to change into neat clothes. The young man initiated, finally out of debt, want to find a place to sweep through and have a full feast. Song Q-yun giggled and nodded, approved, "But you, the new valedictorian king, must be the one footing the bill. After all, the big shot just pocketed a 10 cubic meter space ring." Su Jingming waved his hand cheerfully, "Piece of cake, you guys just order freely later." Liu Wentao was thrilled and jumped up screaming, "Oh my god, long live the generous brother Ming." While they were cheering from a distance, Wu Yuan led the entourage of the Yunxing Club over to block their way. "Student Su, please hold your steps for a moment." Su Jingming, his face full of question marks, replied, "Who are you?" Wu Yuan cheerfully introduced himself. "I am Wu Yuan, president of the Yunxing Club, taking the liberty to invite student Su here to join our family. Of course you are currently the only S-class student. Our Yunxing will spare no effort in showing our sincerity. With just your nod, the president's seat will be handed over immediately. An injection of 100 academic credits every term, plus an extra portion of B-class resources." Passers-by who overheard were so shocked their jaws dropped. So envious, throwing out the reserve president position just to invite him. People like us who want to join a club even have to pay money to be errand runners. This gap is truly like heaven and earth. Not to mention that Yunxing Club is the peak of power in the school. Just having the background of a vice president guarantees immediate acceptance into an elite guild upon graduation. Right at this moment, another thorn popped out to interrupt. "Oh please, Vice President Wu Yuan, the price your Yunxing offered is way too stingy." That mocking tone definitely belonged to Wei He. He turned to wink at Su Jingming and coaxed, "Hey Su, come over to our QE Zin Club. The reserve president position is served right to your mouth. Once I graduate, you'll take power, and there's more than enough of other lucrative benefits to pile on." The gossiping crowd was dizzy once again. Good heavens, offering the reserve president seat outright, is QE Zin's treatment going that big? Wu Yuan frowned and swallowed his anger, thinking to himself, the Yun Xing Club is under the management of the Mother Guild. According to the rules, the president is arranged by the superiors. I really don't have the authority to promise this abdication condition. Su Jingming stroked his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. Vice president and reserve president, I need some time to research. I can only finalize my answer for you all in a few days. Bitterly reviewed past memories in his mind. In his previous life in college, he also got involved in the student council, even making it to the president position. As a result, he bit off more than he could chew. Meddlesome tasks ate up all his grinding time. Learning a bloody lesson in this life, when getting involved with these organizations, caution must come first. Wu Yuan hurriedly shoved a business card into his hand and instructed, "Fine, this is my hotline. Whenever you have thought it through, contact me directly." Wei He wasn't one to be outdone, also stuffing his business card into his hand to compete. "This is my information." Then both of them abruptly turned to pitch to Song Qiu Yun's group. "If you three have the interest to join Yun Xing, we will always open our arms to welcome you." Wei He salvaged, "QE Zin also welcomes you." Waiting for Wei He and Wu Yuan to quietly withdraw, Su Jingming let out a sigh of relief and waved his hand. "Let's go everyone." Song Qiu Yun threw a sidelong glance around and whispered, "I'm afraid we won't be able to slip away that smoothly." Sure enough, an army of people from other clubs rushed over, swarming them. Fighting and pulling while shouting loudly, "Student Su, join my club. My club is all girls for you to look at to your heart's content. Come to mine, the development environment is #1. We even have a tycoon backing us." Su Jingming was sandwiched in the crowd and turned to stone on the spot. Seizing the opportunity, the whole group scrambled to slip away from the mess. Running nonstop to shake off the trailing crowd, the gang stood panting heavily. Su Jingming wiped his sweat in joy. "Oh mother, finally survived and escaped. Let's head to Qingyaju to fill our stomachs." Just as they were about to move out, another figure popped up blocking the way, making Su Jingming widen his eyes in surprise. That was none other than Jiang Chuxuan, the senior sister who once gave a carelessly seductive photo to Brother Ming. She walked over with a charming smile. "Long time no see, dear junior." Su Jingming smiled stiffly and scratched his head. "Hello, senior sister." Song Qiu Yun sniffed out something fishy and frowned, interrogating, "Who is this girl?" Su Jingming hurriedly diffused the situation. Let me introduce. This is senior sister Jiang Chuxuan. We had the fate to meet during a hunt in the Yuanxi wilderness last time." Jiang Chuxuan narrowed her eyes and smiled brightly. "I'm in class 3 year 2, belonging to the Elemental Academy. Hello everyone." Way in the back, Liu Wentao's jaw dropped meeting his idol, while Song Qiu Yun's eyes darted constantly, not knowing what she was plotting. Liu Wentao blushed furiously, his body trembling with nervousness. It's Goddess Jiang. The boy secretly admired, truly worthy of the name Brother Ming, managing to get to know even this cold beauty who knows how to smile. Song Qiu Yun braced herself to regain her dignity, raising her voice. "Hello, senior sister, I'm Song Qiu Yun, Su Jingming's classmate." Jiang Chuxuan glanced around and was secretly amazed in her heart. This little girl is so sharp, a stunningly beautiful face, and a perfect figure. Just looking at her brings up an urge to get closer and tease her. Suddenly realizing her train of thought went a bit too far, she hastily shook her head hard to dispel the weird idea. Good lord, what kind of dangerous female student is this? This attraction is to die for regardless of gender. Song Qiu Yun looked at Jiang Chuxuan's constantly changing expressions in a daze, then initiated, "We were just planning to go out to grab some food. If you are free, senior sister, join us for fun." Jiang Chuxuan smiled, her eyes turning into crescents as she agreed. "I'd be a fool not to go." So the whole group dragged each other to Qingyaju to feast. It was peak hour, so the restaurant was jam-packed, with customers coming in and out. Delicious food was served. The whole table raised their glasses and cheered. Congratulations on a smoothly successful freshman tournament mission, bottoms up. Jiang Chuxuan was tipsy, her cheeks flushed red, as she leaned over to hook arms with Su Jingming coquettishly. "Come on, dear junior, let's clink glasses." Su Jingming sweated and nodded all the way. Song Qiu Yun sitting opposite pouted, immediately pulling him toward her by the elbow and mocking, "Jingming, It's thirsty on this side too. Have a glass? Su Jingming grimaced and replied, yes, all right. What kind of dangerous meal is this, oh man, sandwiched so tightly from both sides, pressing 4 huge cartons of milk onto my body already. Liu Wentao leaned close to Bai Donghe's ear and whispered, these two girls are 100% infatuated with our brother Ming. We brothers need to quickly slip away from this Shura field. Bai Dong, he secretly cast a glance at the 3 of them, nodding in agreement, okay. Immediately, the 2 youths hurriedly stood up. Liu Wentao waved his hand and shouted, brother Ming, we'll leave senior sister and upperclassmen in your care. Bai Donghe and I have urgent matters, so we'll slip away first. Bai Donghe also quickly waved goodbye. Su Jingming didn't know whether to laugh or cry, lamenting inwardly, what kind of act are these 2 playing, slipping away so fast? Truly alcohol ruins everything. At this time, both Jiang Chuxuan and Song Qiuyun were languidly resting their chins on Su Jingming's shoulders, their cheeks blushing hazily. Jiang Chuxuan whispered softly, senior sister seems to be unable to walk anymore. Can you hold my hand for a bit, Junior? Song Qiuyun beside him naturally didn't want to be outdone, immediately acting coy, Jingming, I can't walk either, help me back together with you. Su Jingming looked at the 2 drunk girls, questioning skeptically, are you 2 for real? The 2 girls confirmed in unison, absolutely. Su Jingming broke into a cold sweat, sighing reluctantly, fine, let me take you 2 home. Witnessing the scene of Su Jingming walking away arm in arm with 2 great beauties, the surrounding young men were green with envy. Look, that person seems to be Goddess Jiang, that kid is so lucky, I'm turning red with jealousy. After painstakingly escorting the 2 dead drunk beauties all the way back, Su Jingming finally dared to let out a sigh of relief. However, right at this moment, a strange woman suddenly loomed inside his room. Su Jingming frowned cautiously and asked, who are you? The girl slowly stood up to introduce herself. Hello, student Su, my name is Su Yu, your class counselor. I brought your freshman tournament reward on my way here. Su Yu said while carrying a box walking towards Su Jingming. He smiled politely. Hello, Ms. Su, sorry to trouble you, thank you very much. Su Yu handed the box straight to Su Jingming and instructed, this safe box is unlocked by your fingerprint. I will text you the group code later, remember to join the class's shared group. In the future, if you run into any trouble at school, just contact me for assistance. Su Jingming nodded happily, yes, I understand. After handing over the items and sending the group information, Su Yu stated decisively, the task is done, I still have to go notify some other students, excuse me for leaving first. Not knowing from where, Liu Wentao suddenly hopped out, wearing a mischievous expression as he probed, how did it go, brother Ming? Did Song Qiuyun and senior sister Jiang not have a great battle earlier? Su Jingming asked back blankly, what great battle, what excuse would those 2 have to fight each other? Liu Wentao scratched his head and pulled his ears in amazement, oh come on, so they didn't have a jealous catfight, it was that peaceful. The young man muttered in praise, truly worthy of being brother Ming, turns out you've arranged everything smoothly. Meanwhile, Su Jingming was focusing on confirming his authorization to open his freshman reward box. As the box cracked open, Su Jingming smirked proudly, hee, I have to unseal the loot to see how it is. Slipping the 10 cubic meter space ring smoothly onto his finger, he immediately pulled out his spear and shouted loudly, store. In just a blink, the spear shrank down and obediently ducked right into the ring. Su Jingming clicked his tongue in praise. Wow, 10 cubic meters of space is quite roomy. My hands are free from now on, no need to lug my weapon running around everywhere anymore. Liu Wentao stood by teasing, tusk, wearing 3 storage rings at once. Brother Ming is emanating the regal aura of a wealthy single bachelor. The boy continued to grumble with self-pity in his heart. A guy who made the top 50 like me ground my face off just to get 400 academic credits. How can I compare to brother Ming? Truly makes one drool just looking. Su Jingming scratched his head and replied, it's true I'm wearing a bit too many rings. Let me drop by the equipment department tomorrow to ask. I'm sure they will recall these extra items. Next, he pulled out a pill to admire, asking curiously, what exactly is the use of this dangling pill? There's no label or instruction manual to be seen either. Liu Wentao tilted his head and answered succinctly, appraising pills is a piece of cake, Eva manifest. Instantly, Eva flew over and emitted a beam of light to carefully scan the mysterious pill. The result was immediately announced. This is the Ning Xin pill, a product concocted by the pharmacy department of Modu Esper University. This item exerts extremely strong effects on espers of stage 5 and below. Just swallowing it will make spiritual power skyrocket. This is a standard-class cultivation resource. Su Jingming's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, Eva even has the talent to analyze pill ingredients. Liu Wentao boasted smugly, medicine is nothing. Even materials, fierce beast bones, or rare plants and flowers, Eva can scan them all. Su Jingming reached out to pet Eva, sighing, artificial intelligence is truly useful. It's just a pity I can't take Eva out for a walk on the streets. Liu Wentao suggested, there are probably similar tech gadgets sold at the market. Su Jingming nodded, makes sense. I have to take a stroll to hunt for one when I'm free someday. The scene shifted to the training room on the second floor. Su Jingming sat cross-legged properly, muttering to himself, I have to check what level my spiritual power is currently at first. In front of him were 10 Ningxin pills. Su Jingming secretly analyzed, the two core foundations of a human are physique and spirit. The more an esper accumulates, the longer their sustaining capability, and the more brutal their destructive power. Unfortunately, using esper points to exchange for spiritual power is getting more and more bitter. From a starting price of 1 for 0.2, it has now tragically dropped to 1 for 0.1. The more I exchange, the heavier the loss. He eagerly hoped this pill would bring a miracle. Thinking so, he grabbed a Ningxin pill and tossed it straight into his mouth. Right after, he closed his eyes to calm his mind, concentrating on refining the surging medicinal power radiating inside. Just a moment later, all the essence of the pill had been completely devoured by him. At this time, he hurriedly opened the system panel to review. Physique reached the mark of 1,321 vitality with a plus sign. Spirit jumped to 1,037 Hz also with a plus sign. Su Jingming was overjoyed all over. Spiritual power surged by a whole 50 points, both breaking the 1,000 mark and saving 500 esper points. The efficacy is truly domineering. Taking advantage of his highly enthusiastic spirit, he decided to practice spearmanship for another 2 hours before going to sleep. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned his spear from the space ring to his hand. The next morning, the scene shifted to a mysterious location. Su Jingming strode over, reaching out to scan his code for confirmation, excitedly calculating in his head. After selling those rings, my wallet suddenly bulged to 100 million, just like that I smoothly completed a few minor goals. The esper profession is truly a hyperspeed money printing machine. At that moment, the scanning device let out a crisp beep. Eva's cold voice rang out, please invite number 14 to proceed to the counter of pharmacist number 3. Su Jingming depressingly calculated, just called up to number 14. I'm way back at 43, so I will definitely grow roots here for at least an hour. Guess I'll just sit in meditation to cultivate and kill time. Acting on his thought, he cast his eyes around searching for an empty spot to rest. Right at this moment, Jiang Chuxuan's figure accidentally caught his eye. The girl excitedly called out upon seeing him, oh hey Junior, are you hanging around here too? Su Jingming turned and smiled in greeting, senior sister, it's a small world indeed. Has your dead drunk stupor from last night completely vanished yet? Jiang Chuxuan blushed slightly, muttering in embarrassment, I woke up ages ago. She leaned in close, asking cheerfully, hey, did you sell that batch of magical herbs you picked up in the cave a while back? Su Jingming shook his head, not really. It's much better if we can get a pharmacist to refine them into pills. Selling them off cheaply would be a waste. Jiang Chuxuan covered her mouth and giggled brightly. She playfully tossed her flowing hair and confidently declared, why bother looking far and wide for a pharmacist when you have a talented and beautiful female pharmacist standing right in front of you? Su Jingming looked at her with deep skepticism. Wait, isn't your skill level just amateurish? Jiang Chuxuan puffed her cheeks, stomping her foot in frustration. Who dared to rumor that I'm an amateur? I have a legitimate second-grade pharmacist certificate, okay? Whipping up a few second-grade pills is a piece of cake. Besides, I'm going to quit wandering around the wilderness shooting videos from now on. I'll be focusing entirely on the path of pill refinement in seclusion. Hearing this, Su Jingming couldn't help but look dumbfounded, his eyes wide with astonishment. The two of them then strolled leisurely toward the long bench ahead and slowly sat down. Jiang Chuxuan sighed. After that near-death experience last time, she realized that the desolate wilderness was just too harsh for her. Of course, she would still make videos regularly, but the content would pivot to an alchemy diary. Su Jingming warned her, with such a sudden shift in content, I'm afraid your fanbase will drop drastically. Jiang Chuxuan nodded, exactly, that's the headache. Her voice suddenly softened as she began to confide in the hidden corners of her life. She was actually an orphan. Her parents died in a brutal beast tide when she was just a young teen. In her memories, the excited voice of a female colleague of Jiang Chu Xuan suddenly echoed, "Chu Xuan, look. The clip of you killing that ferocious beast is going viral." She continued, "Ever since awakening my rank I Selaman ability, I exhausted myself to get into university, but my financial situation was always tight. Since that video hit the trending charts, I started taking sponsorships for combat gear and weapons, which finally made my wallet a bit fuller. But deep down, my true passion has always been tinkering with pill refinement. If it hadn't been for you descending like a god to save me last time, I probably would have died long ago. But Lady Luck won't always smile at me, so I've firmly decided to change careers." Hearing her heartfelt words, Su Jingming warmly encouraged her, "Stay determined. I wish you smooth sailing on your new path, sis. By the way, can someone with a cold Icelement ability like you even become a pharmacist?" Jiang Chu Xuan burst into crisp laughter. "Oh my, hearing you ask that shows you know absolutely nothing about the pharmacist world. You just need to buy an enchanted cauldron or a specialized alchemy furnace. They can easily convert any elemental energy into fire and lightning. Even your lightning power could be perfectly used to brew medicine." Finding this reasonable, Su Jingming immediately brought out the box full of precious herbs and placed it down with a thud. "Then I'll leave this entire batch of rare herbs for you to handle." Jiang Chu Xuan's eyes widened. You're giving them all to me. Do you really want me to refine them for you?" She happily hugged the box, looking at Su Jingming with sparkling eyes. "Since you've placed your absolute trust in me, I won't bother refusing. Just wait, in exactly 1 week, I'll hand you a batch of fragrant pills." Right at that moment, the phone in Su Jingming's pocket suddenly vibrated violently. The scene shifts to the quiet courtyard of Yang Zhentian's villa. Young man was talking nonstop to Liu Ming. "A while back when I returned here, I saw a bunch of sensational news about our little junior brother on the school forum. He truly is a monstrous talent." The girl standing next to him curiously chimed in, "I saw it too. Brother Liu, is that junior brother really as impressive as they say?" Liu Ming just gave a meaningful smile. "Just be a bit patient. You'll be dropping your jaws when you see it with your own eyes shortly." The girl remained half skeptical. "Really? Then this lady will have to observe him very closely later." She thought to herself, that junior brother probably has some basic skills, but there's no way he's as godly as senior brother praises him to be. Just as Su Jingming showed his face, Yang Zhentian stepped out to greet him, speaking in a deep voice, "Jingming, you're here." Su Jingming respectfully bowed, "Yes, sir. I rushed over as soon as I got the call." Then he glanced at Liu Ming, who was sitting heavily in a wheelchair, and frowned in distress. "Senior brother Liu, what happened to you?" Liu Ming fell silent, biting his lip without answering. Yang Zhentian, standing nearby, heavily broke the silence. "It was that bastard 8th stage Grandmaster Wang Lin. He dared to use the Huijin Guild as beast bait. The result was the guild suffering tragic casualties, and your senior brother was miserably wounded. I threw myself into a life-and-death battle with that bastard. Though I couldn't win, I battered him enough to make him taste agony. That's why I was absent from your freshman tournament." Hearing this, Su Jingming's blood boiled. He clenched his fists and cursed inwardly, "Damn it. A dignified 8th stage Grandmaster with earth-shattering power, yet his character is worse than scum." He smiled bitterly to himself. "The enemy is an 8th stage Grandmaster, while I'm just stuck at the 2nd stage. There's no point even mentioning avenging my senior brother. Against that kind of monster, I'd only be cannon fodder. In this dog-eat-dog world, the weak are bound to be ruthlessly trampled by the strong." Seeing his student looking gloomy, Yang Zhentian gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Let it go, Jingming. Don't dwell on it too much. Come here, let me introduce you. This is your 3rd-year senior brother, Su Wei, and this is your 2nd-year senior sister, Tong Yue." Su Wei and Tong Yue looked at Su Jingming affectionately, greeting him in unison, "Hello, little junior brother." Su Wei pulled a small box from his jacket and handed it directly to him, smiling. "This is a 4th-grade Origin Energy pill. It helps recharge Origin Energy super fast, genuine rank B resource right there." Tong Yue beside him was also tapping away on her phone. "I'm more practical. I just transferred 200 academic credits directly to you as a starter fund." Su Jingming bowed in gratitude, sincerely thanking senior brother and senior sister. He joyfully embraced the welcome gifts from the 2 seniors. At this moment, Liu Ming cleared his throat and spoke up. "Earlier, senior sister Tong didn't seem to believe my words. Why don't you clarify it yourself? Is it true that you've mastered all 4 rank-a-lightning combat skills?" Su Jingming smiled calmly. "Senior brother Liu is not wrong." Hearing the person involved confirm it himself, Su Wei and Tong Yue almost dropped their jaws. What? The rumors are true. Pulling off 4 combat skills at once. How on earth did you do that? Tong Yue also asked in panic. Exactly. How did you manage to handle training combat skills while simultaneously pushing your cultivation all the way to the upper second stage? Tong Yue's mind was now a tangled mess. Rank A combat skills are as hard as reaching for the stars. She had worked her fingers to the bone just to master 2, and her cultivation had barely crawled up to the upper second stage. This kid was not only at the same level as her, but he also had twice the amount of Rank A combat skills. Where was the logic in this absurd situation? Su Jingming scratched his head and answered nonchalantly, "There's no profound secret. I was just born with good comprehension." Tong Yue held her forehead and sighed heavily. "Oh God, little junior brother, you're breaking my heart." Su Jingming secretly wiped a drop of sweat, telling himself that the secret of the system couldn't be revealed to anyone, even if they pried his mouth open. Yang Zhentian laughed heartily and interjected, "I've never had to complain about Jingming's diligence and comprehension. Later, let's have a feast to celebrate your victory in the freshman tournament. Lately, Dean's son praises you to the high heavens every time he opens his mouth." Su Jingming rubbed his head shyly. "It was just okay. The opponents were just too weak. Oh, by the way, sir, I want to ask you to help me test a new combat skill." Su Wei eagerly thumped his chest. "What combat skill is it? Brother Liu's mobility is compromised, but little junior brother, don't forget I'm still here. Why bother the master?" Su Jingming replied seriously, "It's a rank S combat skill, Ming Yu Lei Kai." Upon hearing the name, all 4 of them froze on the spot, their faces showing absolute horror. Su Wei's face fell and he stepped back. "Forget it. I'm only lingering at the lower 3rd stage. How could my punches ever break through the defense of Ming Yu Lei Kai?" Seeing this, Tong Yue chuckled and patted his shoulder to console him. Yang Zhentian excitedly waved his hand. "Let's go to the training ground." With that, the master and disciple headed up to the 2nd floor together. On the training ground, the group of Su Wei, Tong Yue, and Liu Ming also gathered fully. Su Wei probed, "What's your diagnosis, guys? Did little junior brother really learn that rank S combat skill?" Liu Ming calmly analyzed, "I know Jingming's character well. He's not one to boast." Tong Yue sighed in admiration. "Well then, I guess I finally understand what senior brother meant by the title monster." Up on the arena, Su Jingming's body began to emit surging purple lightning. Without hesitation, he immediately executed the rank S combat skill, Ming Yu Lei Kai. His entire body was instantly bathed in a blinding suit of lightning armor. With a confident smile on his lips, he looked straight at Yang Zhentian and shouted boldly, "Master, bring it on." Yang Zhentian laughed heartily. "Jingming, I'll use the intensity of a peak 3rd stage spur to test the waters first." Saying that, he swung his arm, hurling an energy sphere straight at his opponent. The moment the attack was unleashed, the brutal pressure on the arena swept away all obstacles, creating a terrifying aura. But looking again, Su Jingming stood as still as a rock, completely unscathed. He casually spoke up, "Sir, increase the power. This level hasn't even scratched the itch yet." Yang Zhentian nodded, growing even more excited. "Excellent, then I'll increase it. If you can't take it, just yell and let me know." Instantly, he continuously cranked the power up to 2, 4, and then 6 times. Su Jingming started to feel the heavy pressure and had to grit his teeth, bracing himself to resist. Once again, Yang Zhentian boosted the power to 10 times. Under that pressure, Su Jingming broke into a cold sweat, swaying as he resisted. Just a blink later, he was completely exhausted and couldn't hold on, and the Ming Yu Lei Kai armor shattered and vanished without a trace. Yang Zhentian hurriedly pulled his hand back, laughing heartily, "Haha, not bad, very good. The attack intensity of a lower 4th stage spur is only about 10 times that of a peak 3rd stage. This armor of yours would require at least a 4th stage rank of a spur to break its defense." Su Wei's jaw dropped, stammering in shock. A rank S combat skill paired with a rank S ability can actually withstand attacks to this terrifying extent. Tong Yue shared the same dumbfounded expression. Little junior brother crossed 2 major tiers to block an attack from a 4th stage spur. This can no longer be encapsulated by the word monster alone. Liu Ming, sitting in his wheelchair, also broke into a cold sweat at this sight. Yang Zhentian then spoke up, "It's mealtime anyway, let's head out to eat." Suddenly, Su Jingming raised his hand and yelled loudly, "Master, wait, hold on a second." He screamed at the top of his lungs, "This isn't my limit yet." As his cloud-piercing shout ended, his hair began to turn pure white. Wild purple lightning wrapped around his body, slowly lifting him to levitate in midair. Witnessing this scene, Yang Zhentian froze in absolute shock. Liu Ming was once again scared out of his wits, exclaiming, "Extreme lightning state. Jingming's Lei Ding Bu Mai Shen has leveled up all the way to the 3rd tier." Tong Yue, forced to brace herself against the oppressive aura, couldn't help but let out a scream. Beside her, Su Wei muttered in deep doubt, "Tusk, is little junior brother really that overpowered?" Tong Yue cried silently in her heart, "My Lei Ding Bu Mai Shen is still struggling at the 2nd tier. This brat hasn't only mastered 4 rank A combat skills and 1 rank S combat skill, but has also broken through to the extreme lightning state. Is he even human anymore?" Seeing his disciple's fierce transformation, Yang Zhentian became even more thrilled. "I was just wondering why your physique could so easily endure an impact 10 times your limit. So your Lei Ding Bu Mai Shen has advanced to the 3rd tier. Bring it on, boy." In a flash, his body also soared into the air, continuing to bombard Su Jingming with attacks. After wrestling for 3 full minutes, Su Jingming finally hit his absolute limit. Yang Zhentian laughed sonorously, "Magnificent. 20 times, which means only the attack intensity of a mid-4th stage Esper is enough to shatter your defense. Jingming, reaching this threshold has truly far exceeded your master's expectations." Su Jingming hastily wiped the sweat pouring down his face, grinning broadly as he replied, "I've troubled you too much, sir." Inwardly, he celebrated, "This time I've managed to accurately measure the sturdiness of my defense." Yang Zhentian ran over to help his disciple up, speaking proudly, "Among all my students, you're the only one who puts me completely at ease. You understand everything thoroughly without me having to hold your hand. All right, let's go eat. I'm in high spirits today, so everyone feel free to order the most expensive dishes." And so, the party of 5 trailed along together to fill their empty stomachs. The scene shifted to the streets, bustling with heavy traffic. Sitting on the same bench with Liu Ming, Su Jingming probed curiously, "Senior brother, between the Kui Chin and Yunxing societies, which haven do you think I should choose?" Liu Ming answered concisely without hesitation, "Yunxing." Su Wei, sitting in the front, turned his head in confusion. "Huh, brother Liu? I was so sure you'd entice little junior brother to join our side's Kui Chin society." Liu Ming calmly explained, "If the internal affairs of the Kui Chin Guild weren't such a mess, I would have easily pulled him into our family. But with the current muddy situation, entrusting him to Yunxing is definitely the better option." Yang Zhentian, who was driving in the front, also chimed in, "Listen to my advice, Jingming. It's best you just sit tight in the freshman and sophomore societies for now. Wait until you're in your 3rd or 4th year, then establish a completely independent society of your own. After graduation, this number of people will become the core members of a faction built by you." Su Jingming scratched his head awkwardly. "Is forming factions really necessary, master?" Yang Zhentian sighed wearily, "Why do you think your master has never been able to crawl up to Grandmaster? It's exactly because I lack a faction to back me up. I have to roll up my sleeves and do everything myself whenever an issue arises, wasting so much time. Jingming, etch these words into your heart. You need subordinates to handle the trivial tasks so you can have the free time to focus entirely on your cultivation." Su Jingming nodded in realization, "I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, sir." In his heart, he calculated, "It seems that once my strength levels up a bit more, I'll really have to lay out a strategy and seriously consider this matter." The next morning, Su Jingming carried his backpack to the lecture hall. He thought to himself, "Wow, finally classes are officially starting. All the routines in the school are getting on the right track." At this moment, the teacher's voice rang out from the podium. "Today's lesson will cover the origin of ferocious beasts. Going back a few hundred years, when origin energy suddenly appeared on Lanxing, wild beasts instantly mutated into ferocious beasts, while we humans awakened our powers." Su Jingming kept his eyes glued to the projector while listening intently, muttering as he realized the truth. So, since the origin energy boom, humanity at the bottom accidentally excavated countless ruins from the ancient era. Most of the advanced scientific and technological products currently on Lanxing, including ability testing devices, actually evolved from ancient ruined civilizations. The camera shifted to an anatomy class, where the whole class was attentively swallowing every word of the lecture. Sitting right on the podium was a ferocious beast skeleton brought out as a teaching specimen. Immediately following, that was a class at the Weapons Academy. Next up was a class at the Elemental Academy. After Su Jingming's practical demonstration, the teacher couldn't help but drop his jaw in praise. "Excellent work. Manipulating rank S lightning energy into any shape at will is no easy feat. Where else in this Elemental Academy could we find someone who can do what you do? It really breaks my heart that you aren't a sapling of our academy." On the weekend, deep within the Yangcheng wilderness, Jingming was throwing a slaughter party on a pack of ferocious beasts. The weapon gripped tightly in his hands right now was the Zio Haijiao Qiang worth 1,000 academic credits. Twirling it in his hands, Jingming smiled smugly. The combination of new knowledge, masterful skills, and top-tier gear had indeed pumped his practical combat capabilities to an unimaginable height. Strength accumulated over the past 2 months had more than doubled, and his ability points had comfortably surpassed the 13,000 mark. It was just a pity that a plus sign still hadn't popped up next to his ability panel. Logically speaking, since everything else leveled up so wildly, the ability should definitely have that mechanic too. Right at this moment, his personal status panel popped up. Aim Jingming, rank upper 2nd stage, plus, ability Purple Dawn Divine Lightning rank S, physique 1452 vitality plus, spirit 1107 Hz plus, skills Spearmanship Grandmaster, advanced Heavenly Lightning Technique, beginner Mingyu Lei Kai, intermediate Boxing Technique, advanced Lightning Spear, intermediate Chain Lightning Spear, advanced Lightning Flash, intermediate Lightning Prison. Lightning Gale Strike Grandmaster, plus, Body Tempering Lei Ding Bu Mai Shen Tier 3, plus, ability points 13,134. He clicked his tongue in calculation. What's the point of saving up bit by bit? Taking this chance to dump it all into upgrading myself to optimize efficiency is the best plan. Thinking this, he decisively pressed his finger on the screen to level up. He clenched his fists, firm in his belief. I'm absolutely sure there will come a day when my Purple Dawn Divine Lightning gloriously evolves into a rank SS ability. The scene shifted back to the school. Song Kyu-yun complained indignantly, "How on earth is that ability manipulation trick you picked up just a few days ago better than the results of my grueling training for a whole month? It's so infuriating." Jingming laughed it off modestly, "I just suddenly figured it out." But in his gut, he sneered, "I have a system backing me, how could you ever compare?" Song Kyu-yun then chirped, "In a week, the joint freshman study tour for Qingjing Esper University, Jinsheng Esper University, and our school will kick off. Are you planning to join?" Jingming shrugged and replied, "I heard rumors that the drop zone is the wilderness. With such a sweet deal, of course I'll be there." He secretly calculated with excitement, this trip will be a free-for-all to hoard ability points. I'm also really eager to broaden my horizons and see exactly what kind of skills those freshman geniuses from those 2 top training grounds possess. A week passed by in a flash, and Liu Wentao's and Jingming's groups were gathering in small clusters. Liu Wentao patted his chest loudly, "With Brother Ming backing us for this year's freshman field trip, our side has victory securely in our grasp." Song Kyu-yun chimed in, "Exactly. Even without any rank S popping up in the past few years, our school still sat on the throne for 4 consecutive years. It looks like grabbing the championship for the 5th time this round is a sure thing." Jingming suddenly glanced over and gently warned, "She's here." The room's door swung wide open, and the imposing figure of Ling Shuang appeared. She spoke loudly and clearly, "Greetings to all students. I will be leading today's meeting, and the content revolves around the upcoming study exchange. Eva, pull up the map." She tapped on the simulated map and articulated clearly, "The battlefield for this field trip is Wilderness Zone number 7, nestled deep in the mountainous forests of Shun and City Guizhou Province." The students below shivered, whispering, "Oh mom, it really is a devil's den. Just hearing the name is terrifying. No wonder rumors say that place has buried countless espers. This hunting trip feels extremely dangerous." Ling Shuang rapped the table firmly, "I will personally lead the expedition this time, accompanied by support from the instructors. Additionally, the higher-ups will distribute resources among the 3 schools based on the gold ranking board. The rules are based on the quantity and tier of ferocious beasts killed, and achievements are only counted for those who make the top 50. Specifically, 1st place takes 34%, 2nd place scoops up 23%, 3rd place picks up 19%, and the remaining 47 people will have to split the meager remaining 24% equally. Therefore, the top 1 throne carries immense significance. It not only preserves the glory of Modu Esper University's 5-time championship, but also dictates the amount of resources distributed. Jingming, this heavy responsibility rests on your shoulders. Can you carry it?" Jingming smirked, "Absolutely no problem." He calculated inwardly, "With my current skill set, those freshmen have no chance of surpassing me." Ling Shuang nodded with a smile, "Very good. But I warn you not to underestimate the enemy. The latest intel just revealed that, determined to win this trip at all costs, Qingjing Esper University played dirty and hired a foreign mercenary with a rank S ability." The whole hall erupted in panic. What the hell? Where did Qingjing dig up a rank S recruit? In recent years, apart from Su Jingming, the entire Dazia hasn't produced a single new rank S. The last rank S to appear in Dazia was 3 years ago. Ling Shuang cleared her throat to clarify, this rank S isn't originally from Dazia country. He is an Indian exchange student directly smuggled into Qingjing Esper University. His identity is Curran Rao, possessing a rank S enhancement type ability, and his level is at the lower 3rd stage. Su Jingming frowned slightly and muttered, wow, 3rd stage already. The students' eyes bulged as they yelled, what? A lower 3rd stage rank S? Did a newly sprouted freshman really grind to that realm that insanely fast? Ling Shuang rapped the table to quiet the chaos. This is intelligence data collected by Eva. It is absolutely accurate. But there is one difference. That person is already sitting at 20 years old. The crowd clamored, throwing shade, 20 years old. No wonder he's had 2 full years of cultivation over us. Hitting his 20s and still having the nerve to call himself a freshman? Those Qingjing guys play so dirty. Someone quickly explained, in India, the rule is to enter university at 20, so technically, that guy Curran really is a rookie. Song Q-yun secretly glanced at Su Jingming, her stomach tied in knots. A 3rd stage rank S, with her current meager abilities, going against him would be pure suicide, but looking at Jingming's expression, this guy didn't seem to have a single trace of worry. At this moment, Su Jingming was staring intently at the photo of Curran projected by Eva, thinking coldly to himself, so what if he's rank S? I'm already used to the game of punching above my weight class. Monopolizing 3 rank S combat skills and 4 rank A combat skills, why on earth should I be afraid of him? Not to mention the rules are based on the head count and level of slaughtered ferocious beasts. With my current form, I dare any freshman in the world to challenge me, even a 3rd stage rank S. From the podium, Ling Shuang quietly observed Su Jingming. Seeing that overflowing confidence, she nodded in secret praise. Not bad, truly worthy of being Modu's most outstanding rank S student in recent years. Facing such an oppressive situation while remaining as steady as a mountain, it truly wasn't a waste of effort to give him that drop of rank SS Tyrannosaurus pure blood. Qingjing Esper University resorted to hiring foreign aid just because they coveted the priority resource distribution of 1st place. It seems they'll have to swallow the bitter pill of disappointment this time. Closing her train of thought, she concluded loudly, all right, that's the overall situation for this exchange. You have exactly 7 final days. You better sharpen your swords and get prepared. 7 days later, Jiang Chuxuan arrived at Su Jingming's den, carrying bags and parcels to deliver the pills in person. She pointed at the pile of bottles scattered across the table, smiling brightly as she listed them: detoxification pills, healing pills, ability recovery pills, mind-clearing pills, all of them are 2nd-grade goods. Each bottle is packed with exactly 20 pills. You can use them freely all month without a worry. In a moment of high spirits, Su Jingming reached out and gently rubbed Jiang Chuxuan's hair, kindly reminding her, you've worked too hard. Look at your panda eyes. From now on, you're forbidden from staying up late to refine medicine. If I run out, I'll just go out and buy some. This sudden intimate gesture left Jiang Chuxuan feeling as if her acupoints had been struck, turning her to stone for a few seconds. After the initial fluster, her cheeks flushed red, and she shyly retorted, how could the quality of pills floating around the market compare to the ones I refine myself? I swear on my reputation that each and every pill here has excellent efficacy. Also, I prepared an extra portion for each type of pill. Make sure you give these to Q-Yun. Oh my, with Jiang Chuxuan being this accommodating, could it be she has accepted the fate of sharing a husband with another wife? Su Jingming frowned in confusion. Q-Yun, since when did you two get so secretly close? Jiang Chuxuan winked mischievously and laughed, it's a secret. I'd be a fool to tell you. Before picking up her bag to leave, she kindly added, for this upcoming life and death study trip, you and Q-Yun must be extremely careful. Put safety first, okay? You're heading to the chopping block tomorrow, so turn off the lights and go to bed early tonight. I won't stay and bother you anymore. Tossing a bottle of pills in his hand, Su Jingming couldn't help but smile. 162nd-grade pills. Unless someone exhausted themselves pulling all-nighters for 3 or 4 days straight, only a saint could finish refining them in a short week. How could I not feel your true sincerity? But the annoying thing was, right now wasn't the time for romantic daydreams. The priority was to level up my power first. The scene shifted to the sports field inside Modu Esper University, where all the students who signed up for this trip had fully assembled. Su Jingming and his bros were also swallowed up in that sea of people. He clicked his tongue and sighed, wow, roughly 856 people. I didn't expect almost all the rookies to drag their bodies to join this trip. Beside him, Song Kyu-yun scratched her head in confusion. Wait, why did the school make us gather at the stadium? Wouldn't it be more convenient to just take us to the high-speed rail station? Liu Wentao proudly lifted his chin, acting like a know-it-all. You're too old-fashioned. Who takes trains or buses for a field trip? We're taking a plane this time. Song Kyu-yun frowned even deeper. A plane? Where would this tiny stadium find a runway for takeoff? Before she could finish, the massive dark shadow of a monster-shaped aircraft descended. Someone shrieked in shock, "Oh my God, look!" Hundreds of pairs of eyes looked up simultaneously, everyone's eyes widening in shock. The imposing airplane slowly lowered itself onto the field, creating a storm of gasps and screams. Mother of God, a giant spaceship. That looks so incredibly badass. A young man asked curiously, "What the hell is that? Has our current technology excellently created something like this?" Someone explained, "This is a spaceship excavated from an ancient ruined tomb. Rumor has it that the anti-gravity device attached to it remains an unsolved puzzle even today." Right at that moment, Ling Shuang appeared majestically and commanded loudly, "All freshmen, line up and board the ship immediately." As soon as the order was given, the crowd bustled about but maintained an orderly queue, squeezing past each other to step into the cabin. Once all the students were seated, Ling Shuang clasped her hands together and executed a magic skill. Yin-Yang's spatial realm, a giant magic circle flickered and glowed brilliantly. Then it slowly expanded, swallowing and completely sealing the entire hull of the airplane. He stared at that eerie sight, stammering in awe. "Oh my God, why did the spaceship suddenly turn completely transparent?" Liu Wentao happily explained, "Principal Ling is truly a genuine 8th stage grandmaster, absolutely top tier. This yin-yang spatial realm shell allows the machine to exist independently in another dimension. When flying in the sky, it just glides straight through without having to steer to avoid any bird-type ferocious beasts." Su Jingming secretly calculated, as expected, power that exceeds ordinary comprehension is reserved only for the strong. Once the Lei Ding Bu Mai Shen reaches the 6th tier, it's very likely I could randomly pick up the ultimate skill of refining the primal bloodline of wild beasts. Wow, I hope my luck is good enough to roll a flying skill then to save my legs from getting tired. As soon as the entire ship entered absolute stealth mode, Ling Shuang ordered clearly, "Eva, let's fly." The artificial intelligence Eva immediately responded in a clear voice, "Captain Eva has received the order. Soldier-class battleship is officially taking off." The scene now transitions to the Shun and Logistics Station in Cayenne Province. Soon as Su Jingming's group of 8 set foot in the place, they were enthusiastically welcomed by the person in charge. Each academy was exclusively assigned 2 dormitory blocks, with Mo Dua Spur University settling in buildings number 1 and 2. With a room key in hand, they could carry their suitcases in and move in right away. The internal area didn't just have a cafeteria to fill their hungry stomachs, but it also generously featured a super-massive training center right next door. Just getting the room key, Bai Dong he happily showed off. "I'm settling down in room 402 on the 4th floor. What about you guys?" Liu Wentao shrugged, heading straight to 302 on the 2nd floor. Su Jingming smiled calmly. "As for me, I'm climbing up to the 5th floor, room 504. Song Kyu-yun bloomed a radiant smile like a spring flower, turning to look mischievously at Su Jingming. "Giving you some good news, I'm in 505, honored to be your next-door neighbor." Su Jingming raised an eyebrow in surprise. Well, how skillfully fate arranges things. The young man stroked the spatial ring on his finger, saying nonchalantly, "With this convenient treasure, there's no need to waste effort carrying luggage up to the room. I'm planning to drop by the training area to see if there's anything fun." Song Kyu-yun chuckled playfully, "I caught on to your intentions. Wait a bit so I can tag along." Inside the immensely spacious training area, the atmosphere was burning with sweat and the heat of countless students passionately conditioning their bodies. Song Kyu-yun's gaze suddenly stopped at a silhouette. She nudged the person next to her. "Jingming, take a look. Is that the authentic S-rank big shot of Qingjing Spur University?" Center of attention was a young man wearing a traditional headscarf with a strong hometown vibe, grunting as he swung a pair of massive dumbbells. The surrounding crowd was whispering with their mouths wide open in awe. "Good heavens, how much weight is that guy lifting? 200 kilos per piece. If we tried lifting that kind of weight, our backs would definitely break." At the same time, Curran also locked onto his rival's silhouette, a flash of calculation crossing his mind. Isn't that Madu University's trump card Su Jingming? Without a word, he threw the heavy dumbbells onto the floor, darting forward as fast as a tornado. The merciless throw just now caused the innocent floor to cave into two deep craters. Hurriedly draping a cape over his shoulders, he braked sharply right in front of his future counterpart and spoke loudly. "Hello, Su Jingming. I am Curran, the renowned figure of Qingjing Esper University. It's a pleasure to meet you." All eyes in the gym were immediately drawn to that dramatic corner, and whispers began to break out. Is that truly the formidable rookie Su Jingming leading Madu University? Rumor has it he has already broken through to the upper tier of the second stage. Incredible, truly living up to his reputation. What's scarier is that this kid is still wet behind the ears. Wait, no, he's only 18, much younger than Curran. Fortunately, our Qingjing University has Curran backing us up. Otherwise, we'd be beaten to a pulp this time around. Su Jingming thought to himself, well, I wondered what this foreign friend would be like. Turns out he actually knows some manners. He smiled and reached out his hand to return the greeting, nice to meet you. But a spectacular plot twist occurred. Curran completely ignored the extended hand, brushing past to head straight for Song Kyu-yun, flirting, this beautiful flower must be Song Kyu-yun, right? It's an honor to know you. Leaving Su Jingming standing awkwardly and frozen behind. Unfortunately, Song Kyu-yun slightly grimaced, bringing a hand up to cover her nose because the sour stench emitting from Curran's freshly exercised body made her want to hold her breath. Not letting the situation go any further, Su Jingming circled from behind, gripping Curran's outstretched hand like a vice. His gaze, tinged with a chilling aura, stared straight at the guy, smiling with deep implication. Brother Curran, you learned a bit of the polite Western facade but forgot the most basic lesson, didn't you? Approaching a lady while reeking of a sour stench is an incredibly classless act, didn't you know? Curran, hit right where it hurts, was so furious that his jaw clenched, grinding his teeth but only managing to squeeze out a broken word, you. The erupting pressure from the two S-rank title holders clashed violently, sending a chill down the spine of the entire gym. The crowd started to panic. Oh no, with such a heavy smell of gunpowder, are they planning to fight right here? Someone go quickly and call the teachers to the rescue. If these two monsters start brawling, using our bodies to stop them would be useless. Right at the most tense moment, Su Jingming gently let go of the opponent's hand, adding a mocking remark. By the way, here is a piece of sincere advice for you. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, take some time to brush up on the etiquette of our Dazia. Hearing this, Curran's hot blood rushed straight to his brain. These words were no different from directly insulting him to his face as an uneducated brute. Having handled the situation, Su Jingming elegantly turned around and walked away with Song Kyu-yun. Curran stood rooted to the spot looking after them, secretly panicking in his heart. That S-rank guy from Madu University is as strong as a bull. No matter how hard I tried just now, I couldn't crush his hand. How bizarre, where does an electric-type Esper get that kind of monstrous physical strength? Shifted his covetous gaze toward Song Kyu-yun's back, unconsciously licking his lips. The precious daughter of the Song family in Chuan province is truly a gem. Regardless of what kind of entanglement she has with that brat Su Jingming, I must definitely snatch this beauty into my hands. Striking this gold mine means my future path of burning through cultivation resources is practically fully sponsored by someone else. Stepping outside, Song Kyu-yun breathed a sigh of relief looking at Su Jingming. Thank heavens you came to the rescue in time. I couldn't bear to breathe in that signature scent in the gym anymore. How about the two of us find a quiet corner to have a light martial arts spar? Su Jingming smiled cheerfully, whatever you wish. After an hour of stretching their muscles, the pair managed to sweep clean a massive meal. Song Kyu-yun rubbed her full, round belly, sighing with satisfaction. Food really does taste heavenly after you've exhausted your energy. Right nearby, a middle-aged uncle was straining his neck preaching to the passing crowd. The end of humanity due to those ferocious beasts is about to descend. The moment of destruction is near. Only the Supreme God has enough mercy to salvage this world. Hurry and join our ranks to be blessed. However, the passers-by only threw back exhausted shakes of their heads, not interested. Su Jingming watched this scene and pondered. Rumors in the martial world say that ever since the beasts ran rampant, fanatical elements have sprung up like mushrooms to brainwash the public about doomsday. The Devil's Den area is a landing zone for all sorts of Espers, both good and bad. No wonder these evil cults take the opportunity to profit. Being ignored time and time again, the uncle started losing his temper, viciously screaming, Why? Why do you people stubbornly refuse to believe my words? Why? Ah, I've realized it. I understand it all. It's definitely because you ignorant fools haven't been beaten into tasting bitterness, haven't been tormented to the bone by suffering. His smile gradually distorted into madness. Ha ha ha, spot on. That is exactly it. Having spoken, he pulled out a razor-sharp short sword from within his coat. His vicious gaze locked onto a mother and daughter strolling nearby, muttering, "Only by drowning in tragedy will you see the greatness of the Supreme One." He pounced forward like a mad beast, swinging his blade intending to claim the lives of the innocent mother and daughter, making them only have enough time to squeeze their eyes shut and scream in terror. The depths of Su Jingming's eyes instantly flashed with a streak of purple lightning. An ethereal long spear materialized in the palm of his hand. In just the blink of an eye, he dashed over, beating that fanatic to a pulp, his whole body oozing with a pool of blood. Su Jingming's sturdy back stood blocking like a fortress wall protecting the two victims. The mother, pale as a ghost, tightly hugged her little daughter to comfort her. "Don't cry, Ren Ren, the nightmare is over, we are safe now." Calming down, the mother looked up at her benefactor with tearful eyes. "I owe a debt of gratitude to you, young man, for your righteous life-saving act. If anything had happened to little Ren Ren, our family would have lived a life worse than death." Su Jingming turned his head, smiling reassuringly, "Just taking out the trash while at it. Don't mind it, miss." Cast a puzzled look down at the man lying flat on the ground, muttering, "These evil cults are running too rampant, daring to act like butchers right in broad daylight like this." Song Kyu-yun stepped up next to him, frowning as she analyzed, "The situation really smells fishy. Usually these guys are only good at flapping their lips to seduce people. They aren't violent to the point of taking people's lives like this." Su Jingming's mind was racing. Could this just be a random moment of impulse? Or is there an entire large-scale organization network behind this madman? In a hidden corner not far away, a suspicious figure hurriedly pulled their hood down to completely cover their face, sneaking away as fast as a ghost. Night fell over a certain secret lair. A dark silhouette knelt prostrate on the floor, respectfully reporting, "O great grand hierarch, the truth is clear. The one who just snatched away the kill on our believer is Su Jingming, a student of Madu Esper University." Figure sitting up high spoke in a hoarse, deep voice, "Su Jingming, is that the S-rank upper-tier second-stage seed of the Madu University faction who is making a splash?" The underling bowed deeply to confirm, "Yes, exactly him. At the time of participating in the National Martial Arts Tournament, he had only just awakened. Yet in less than half a year, he climbed straight to the upper tier of the second stage." The Grand Hierarch glanced coldly at his subordinate, muttering, "Pulling weeds requires tearing out the roots. Letting this freak grow any bigger will surely cause enormous trouble for our plans." Right after that, he waved his hand to give a directive, "You may retreat first. Soon, divine blood will descend into the Devil's Den area. Take this tracking compass. Your mission is to mobilize the Brethren to escort that item back at all costs. Engrave this in your mind, absolutely do not use the banner of the Tian Ming cult to cause a ruckus." The underling kowtowed, "Your subordinate receives the command." Suddenly an anomaly occurred. All the furniture in the room abruptly floated suspended in midair. Even the body of the Grand Hierarch himself was floating. He smirked with full arrogance. "Well, in just one more month, the Tian Ming cult will officially shock the entire globe. So let's consider taking the life of that brat Su Jingming and the elites of the three schools, including that Indian-origin S-rank guy, as a sacrificial appetizer for our grand debut." The camera lens shifted to a massive square, where a dense crowd was gathering and discussing passionately. Su Ping, the vice principal of Jingming Esper University, spoke clearly, "Hello to all the future seedlings of the three academies. I am Su Ping, holding the position of vice principal of Jingming Esper University. This combat training excursion will push the start button at exactly 9 this morning, and the deadline to wrap up is at this exact time 1 month from now. Now line up to receive your smart bracelets." A batch of specialized bracelets was handed out to each individual, the faces of the students unable to hide their extreme excitement. Su Ping continued to disseminate the rules of the game. "The system in this bracelet will automatically record the number of beasts you take down along with your exploration journey in the Devil's Den. The final converted score will be used to draw lots for any martial arts manual in the archives of all three schools. Especially, whoever sits firmly at the top one on the golden leaderboard will pocket an exclusive extra reward from the board of directors." Hearing this, the students sighed in dismay and whispered, "Oh well, we can just put away the dream of being top one for our own peace of mind. Just sitting and watching the battle for the throne between Curran and Su Jingming to see who becomes the final boss is entertaining enough." On the high podium, Su Ping concluded, "For this excursion, the school has given free rein to allow teaming up, hoping you guys eliminate the beast horde with the most bloodthirsty spirit. The procedures are done, the remaining time is yours to shine." The atmosphere instantly became as bustling as a market, cries looking for teammates echoing from all sides. Team 5 of Qingjing is urgently recruiting a healing support Esper here. An elite duo team needs to recruit a critical damage master. The entry standard must be a rank or higher. Taking advantage of the chaos, the class rep of Class 2, Ding Yu, wandered close to Su Jingming and probed, "Brother Ming, the brothers of Class 2 are planning to form a squad to sweep the outer ring of the Devil's Den. Are you interested in joining us, big boss?" Su Jingming chuckled and politely declined. "I'll pass, class rep. You go ahead and lead everyone to form the team." Song Q-yun asked quietly with curiosity, going into the Devil's Den shortly, "Do you really plan to play the lone wolf?" Su Jingming answered leisurely, "My target is to go deep into the core of the Devil's Den. Dragging others along will probably only slow down my own progress." Su Jingming glanced over the map to analyze the situation. The outer belt of the number 7 Devil's Den is densely packed with beasts ranging from the first stage up to the 5th stage. With my current abilities, butchering the lower-tier 4th stage ones is a piece of cake. If I bump into the 5th stage ones, then running away is the best policy. Therefore, rushing straight into the inner circle is the wisest choice. On the map, the upper area displays the active zone of the 1st to 3rd stage, while the lower area is the territory of the 3rd to 5th stage. Song Q-yun blinked, straight into the central zone. "If I show my face in there, I'll definitely be giving my life away early, but to walk from the outside into there takes a solid 1 or 2 days. How about during this travel time, you let me go with you?" Su Jingming nodded instantly, approved. Hearing that, the girl smiled as brightly as if she had struck gold. "Deal, then we'll go together later." Seeing that, Curran found an excuse to come over and instigate, "Hey Su Jingming. Hope your martial arts performance doesn't leave me disappointed. Try to keep up, and don't let me leave you too far behind." Su Jingming nonchalantly threw out a sentence, 100%. Curran froze for a few seconds. "Huh, what do you mean?" Su Jingming smirked and replied sharply, "I mean the probability of me beating you is 100%. After speaking, he breezily turned his steps and glided away, leaving the young man Curran standing there cursing in silence. Curran ground his teeth, bitterly muttering, "That little brat brings his mouth to a fight. This time I must use an overwhelming attitude to crush you, to open the eyes of the people of Dezia to see what true strength is like." At the same time, Su Ping's voice echoed over the loudspeaker, "I hereby boldly declare, the hunt officially begins." The entire mob of students surged forward like a broken beehive. "Advance, let's go. Our team must risk our lives to completely secure a 2nd stage to open the pot. Devil's Den, here we come." The clock struck past 7 hours since entering the territory of the number 7 Devil's Den. Su Jingming and Song Q-yun finally made their way to the designated area, both simultaneously drawing their weapons, stepping lightly, their scrutinizing eyes on every blade of grass along the path ahead. Blocking their path was a teeming horde of pangolins. Song Q-yun whispered her analysis. "Although these iron-furred pangolins carry the 2nd stage label, their scales are even tougher than E-rank alloy. Taking them down won't be easy to swallow." Su Jingming calmly brushed it off. "Let me put on a show for you." He shot up and dashed straight towards the beast horde. Seeing someone daring to stroke the tiger's beard, the pangolins also panicked and shrieked ear-piercing sounds to sound the alarm. Not to be trifled with, the whole pack immediately curled their bodies up exactly like spiked tires, rumbling and rolling forward to crush the target. Su Jingming twisted his wrist, thrusting his long spear with millimeter precision, a fatal strike piercing right through the first one. His silhouette glided gracefully like flowing water and drifting clouds amidst the siege, the spear's path unpredictably swinging continuously, fountains of fresh blood splashing and dyeing an entire patch of land red. A few breaths passed, and yet another one had the honor of logging out of the world of the living. Standing outside spectating the battle, Song Q-yun widened her eyes in pleasant surprise. Every thrust and retraction of the spear accurately plunged into a vital point, with a margin of error of 0. This kind of assassin-like skill, even with the highest levels crammed in, wouldn't guarantee it could be done. It required an absolute wealth of combat experience and terrifying intuition. It didn't stop there. The way he measured out his Esper ability in every move was exquisite to a formidable degree. A bodily energy regulation system reaching the threshold of perfection, not letting a single excess drop leak out. Wiping clean the pangolin nest, Su Jingming flicked the blood off his spear blade and reviewed his ledger, sent off 12 2nd stage iron-furred pangolins, smoothly collecting 276 Esper points, alongside an extra 1,200 reward points, a pretty decent profit. At this rate of advancing into zones with fiercer monsters, closing the books this month will net me at least 30,000 Esper points at the bare minimum. I wonder if a fortune of that size is enough to push my Esper rank straight up to the SS rank level. Song Kyu-yun trotted over, smiling brightly as she started a conversation. Let me help clean up the aftermath. Jingming, your fighting style is completely out of phase compared to those other lightning-type Espers. Su Jingming furrowed his brows curiously. Oh, in what way am I different? Song Kyu-yun happily explained. Other lightning users, when executing their moves, just indiscriminately unleash their power to their heart's content, whereas you use energy in an incredibly measured way, calculating meticulously down to the last detail. Su Jingming let out a crisp laugh. I've been wronged. That is what they call performance optimization, miss. Fi brought out the entire Purple Dawn Divine Lightning and dropped it. Of course, I have more than enough power to turn this beast horde to dust in a single note, but how is that any different from using a greatsword to kill a chicken? You have to save up Esper power to be able to farm a lot of vicious beasts. Song Kyu-yun nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain, comprehending the philosophy. So that's how it is. In her heart she secretly felt a pang of regret. So boring, I was still craving to watch Jingming's explosive demeanor when unleashing his ultimate move. Looks like there's no hope for that now. Casting his gaze towards the coloring horizon, Su Jingming smacked his lips. The evening glow is about to fade. Let's find somewhere to lie down and rest up first and hit the road again tomorrow morning. Song Kyu-yun nodded obediently, agreed. Su Jingming pulled out the map and scrutinized the terrain looking for coordinates, muttering, wait a minute, it seems there's a lake nearby. According to the law of the wild, around a freshwater source is the most crowded gathering place for beasts. The distance is also quite close, salvaging a little bit of the day's last light. Let's take the chance to go over there and clean up one more batch. Kyu-yun, follow me. Song Kyu-yun chuckled softly in agreement, toddling along behind his back. Trekking a short distance, the tranquil surface of the lake appeared clearly before the young couple's eyes. Sweeping his eyes around the lakeshore that was completely deserted, Su Jingming frowned in doubt. This is surreal, such a lucrative freshwater source, and yet how on earth is there not a single trace of a beast daring to approach? Just as he was puzzled, a bush rustled, and a blade-nosed tiger ominously crawled out, grimacing and baring its razor-sharp fangs accompanied by a threatening growl. But it just put on airs like that, and then slowly trudged down to the edge of the lake to gulp down the cool water. Unlucky for it, the deep mud at the bottom of the lake just shifted, and a giant crocodile head slowly emerged, its icy eyes looking at the blade-nosed tiger. Quick as a flash, a barrage of water jets sharp as razors tore through the surface of the lake, shooting relentlessly into the ill-fated tiger, making it endure the full brunt of the damage as fresh blood seeped out endlessly. The crocodile monster entirely surfaced onto the shore, revealing a massive body, its eyes radiating a terrifying murderous aura. As for that blade-nosed tiger, it had long since laid flattened on the ground. Tucking himself behind a rock, Su Jingming nodded in realization. Well, so this lake is guarded by a great evil beast, a primeval crocodile. No wonder the lackeys around here refused to come and quench their thirst. Beside him, Song Kyu-yun was already so terrified that her eyes widened in panic. Trembling, she gripped Su Jingming's shoulder tightly, crying out in panic, Mother of God, that is a genuine fourth-stage monster. How could a fourth-stage one drop into the surrounding belt like this? Jingming, step back and let's retreat. Her mind was in a tangled mess of fear. The senses of a fourth-stage beast are extremely sharp. It might have already discovered the two of us hiding here ages ago. Despite his panic-stricken friend, Su Jingming didn't seem the least bit inclined to retreat. On the contrary, his eyes were shining brightly with excitement. Calm down. A fourth-stage beast sounds cool and all, but beating it is by no means an impossible task. Song Kyu-yun, hearing his bold statement, was shocked to the point her jaw dropped. The Purple Dawn Divine Lightning began to sizzle and crawl in a zigzag pattern around Su Jingming's body. He curled his lips in an arrogant smile. These fourth-stage beasts, back when I went on a wilderness internship in Yangcheng, I boiled no less than one of them. Song Kyu-yun tilted her head, blinking with full suspicion. Did Dean Yang secretly impart some esoteric combat skill to you? Su Jingming replied unhurriedly. The immortal thunder body is strong indeed, but to deal with this armored fourth-stage crocodile, I still kept another trick up my sleeve that yields a much higher efficiency. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in from nowhere, pitching black. Thunder and lightning slashed across the sky, booming like a signal for doomsday. Song Kyu-yun flinched in a daze. Is a downpour hitting? But her intuition told her something was off. She suddenly realized it wasn't. Glancing over, she saw streams of purple lightning shooting straight up from Su Jingming, connecting as one with the sky. Without hesitation, he swung his hand and delivered a direct strike of heavenly thunder art that tore through the void. A bolt of purple lightning as thick as a pillar, carrying the might of a heavenly tribulation, blasted straight into the primeval crocodile's armor. It took the full package of damage, the scorching sound of lightning sizzling loudly, making the monster writhe. The bone-deep pain made it roar tragic, agonizing cries, its massive body continuously bouncing from the oppressive force. Not even a few breaths later, the monster went belly-up white, officially taken down. The system popped up a notification. Ding, successfully eliminated a lower-tier 4th-stage primeval crocodile, Esper points plus 213. The electronic bracelet also chimed in with good news, accumulated points leaping up by an extra 1,000. Su Jingming clenched his fists, cheerfully doing the math. This harvest is a massive bargain. The Esper point reward for these 4th-stage ones works out to be over 5 times higher than the 3rd-stage ones. At this rate, the design of the Deep Blue system is deliberately forcing me to dive headfirst non-stop, pushing close to the absolute limit. He turned and smiled, waving at Song Kyu-yun. The primeval crocodile's corpse is already laying stiff. Let's go, over there to pick up the loot and see. Song Kyu-yun stood dead in her tracks, her eyeballs practically falling out of their sockets. In this world, she lacked no opportunities to meet prodigies, but a monstrous genius that shatters common sense like Jingming was truly a first for her today. An upper-tier 2nd stage, skipping 2 whole stages to ride roughshod over a lower-tier 4th-stage beast, and even sending the opponent off in a split second, was the terrifying part. So he had been hiding his skills this whole time. This is his true strength. Gulping loudly, she tiptoed, trailing behind Su Jingming, edging closer to that primeval crocodile's corpse. Su Jingming stood looking at the crocodile's corpse, feeling a gut-wrenching regret. This primeval one's armored hide could be sold for 20 to 30 million at the very least. It's a shame it was beaten to a torn shred. Song Kyu-yun finally spoke up. Don't be greedy. It's not just the skin that prints money. The entire body of this 4th-stage vicious beast is a precious treasure. She broke into a commercial smile and offered an idea. My spatial ring still has a whole chunk of capacity left. Just toss this lump of meat into my inventory to hold on to temporarily. When we haul the carcass back to the supply station, I'll return it intact to you. Doing as she said, she conjured away the giant primeval crocodile into her storage ring neatly. Beside her, Su Jingming opened the map again, muttering calculations. The beast horde living around here must be well aware of the danger of this lake by now. Basically, it will be devoid of any creature daring to approach for a drink. Lingering to wait here is useless. Anchors away, let's go find a decent cave to catch some sleep. Song Kyu-yun suddenly turned beet red, twiddling her fingers and stammering, "Oh dear. Can we linger for a tiny bit longer? Seeing how clear and blue the lake is, I was planning to go down and quickly rinse my body." Switching on his gallant demeanor, Su Jingming waved his hand and stepped forward. "Fold your arms and wait a moment. Let me check if there is any other beast buried beneath the lakebed." Having said that, he tossed a ball of purple lightning crashing down onto the lake's surface that was still as paper. But upon seeing the reaction underwater, Su Jingming's eyes suddenly widened to the max, blurting out, "What the hell is this?" Beneath the crystal-clear water, a red liquid began to surge up turbulently. An enchanting aroma from the liquid rushed straight up his nose. Su Jingming was stunned and secretly evaluated, truly fragrant. What exactly is mixed in this pool of water that it exudes such a fatally tempting magic? A surge of hunger and thirst erupted from deep within his body's primal instincts. In just the blink of an eye, the entire surface of the lake was almost completely engulfed by that dark red substance. In a dark corner of the forest, the hunting squad of the Tian Ming cult was weaving through to clear the path. A minion trotted along asking, "Hierarch, whose divine blood are we going to retrieve this trip?" The leader coldly dropped a few words, "The bloodline of an ancient divine dragon." Hearing this, the lowly soldier was so excited he almost jumped for joy. "Mother of God, divine dragon blood no less. Wait until we securely snatch this batch of divine blood into our hands. Our Tian Ming cult will give birth to yet another blood god emissary invincible under heaven." The ringleader suddenly whipped around, glaring and roaring, "Shut your mouth, you fool. When out here you must call us the Blood Moon cult, hear me." The subordinate trembled and assented, "Your subordinate understands." On the leader's hand, The guiding bracelet tracking the divine blood was flashing incessantly. He frowned, muttering, truly strange, why did the goods appear earlier than expected? Without delay, he waved his hand urging his lackeys. The coordinates are just lingering around here. No one is allowed to rest tonight. Unleash full speed and sweep the area for me. Back at the lake area, Song Kyu-yun was also scared out of her wits, taking a few steps back, asking in a panicked voice, Hey, what is this anomaly? Why did the puddle of water suddenly turn crimson blood red? Su Jingming narrowed his eyes, turning to ask her back, Kyu-yun, when you smell this blood do you feel an intensely burning attraction? The girl blinked blankly, attracting me. I don't feel any craving at all. But my light of Shanxi radar is alerting that this bloody water is reeking of a vicious beast's aura, and somehow its scent is exactly the same as the disposition on your body. Su Jingming raised his hand thoughtfully to look, quite similar to my aura. Back then I completely devoured the SS-Rank resource, the 8th stage lightning essence blood of the dragon lineage. Could it be that this gory red blood is also the essence blood of a beast from the dragon lineage, which is why my body is craving and reacting like this? Curiosity aroused, he tiptoed slowly wading down into the lake, not forgetting to look back and instruct, Kyu-yun, I'm diving down to scout a bit. If there's any bad omen, remember to grab my head and drag me up immediately. Just as he submerged himself, the volume of blood beneath the lake water acted as if it had a life of its own, rushing over to start wrapping around Su Jingming's body. He completely relaxed his body, inwardly sighing in awe, so comfortable, it feels like a parched traveler lost in the desert for 10 days and 10 nights who stumbled upon a cool, clean spring. The blood surged and clung on, molding Su Jingming's body into a giant crimson blood sphere, then slowly lifting him to float suspended in midair. Song Kyu-yun, witnessing this bizarre scene, frantically called out loud Jingming. With no answer to her call, she had to quickly pull out the Fangshan halberd and grip it tightly in her hands, her eyes sweeping around full of vigilance, muttering, It seems this idiot has stumbled upon a fateful encounter belonging to himself, and is even locked tight up there unable to move. All right, leave the job of protecting you next up to me to shoulder. The dawn broke, the scene around the base of the tree was littered with countless beast corpses, the stench of fresh blood scattered everywhere. Song Kyu-yun, exhausted after a sleepless night of grinding and fighting, wiped a streak of sweat from her forehead panting. It's a blessing from 70 generations of ancestors that the whole of last night, the monsters that came to hand over their lives topped out at only the lower tier of the 3rd stage. Casting her eyes back towards the lake's surface that was gradually regaining its transparency, she secretly rejoiced. The color of the water has faded significantly. It seems Jingming's process is about to be complete. But life is not a dream. The assassins disguised as the Tianming cult finally made their way there, exuding an incredibly dark aura that suffocated people. Song Kyu-yun quickly spotted them, getting goosebumps as she glanced at the uninvited guests. Ringleader narrowed his eyes, examining the blood sphere floating up there, his stomach doing flips. Truly bizarre, this seat hasn't retrieved divine blood just once or twice. Why did the divine blood form into such a mutated shape this time? He shifted his gaze to Song Kyu-yun, who was holding the fort below, frowning in recognition. Isn't that brat the salutatorian of Madu University? What are the new students of Madu University doing hiding in this obscure corner? Song Kyu-yun pointed her Fangshan halberd straight up, wondering in her heart what kind of background do these people have. Looking at their attire, they aren't students of the 3 universities. Thinking that, she spoke out to preempt them, it's completely cleared of beasts here, and the water source is severely polluted. If you gentlemen want to find water to quench your thirst, I suggest you take a step back and move to another spot, please. Henchman hearing that went mad with rage and roared, You glib-tongued wench, that is the divine blood of the Supreme One. How the hell do you dare to blaspheme it with the word pollution? Another guy waved a hand to block him. Leave her be, sweep her aside, and haul the blood cocoon behind her back first. Song Kyu-yun broke into a cold sweat. This is a disaster. So these bastards targeted the blood lake to find their way here and snatch the goods. The leader reached the 4th stage mark, and the weakest one tagging along has also touched the 3rd stage threshold. This time, I have no choice but to unleash my final trump card to hold out. No sooner said than done, she immediately grasped the necklace on her chest to activate the energy. Instantly, 12 dazzling golden rays erupted brilliantly. A halo of light burst open into a solid protective layer, neatly encapsulating both her and Su Jingming behind her inside. At the same time, the mob from the evil Tianming cult, burning with murderous intent, was also rushing in to attack her. Despite a rain of blades and storm of swords relentlessly firing down, the protective layer remained as impassive as stone, without suffering even a tiny scratch. The lackeys hacked until their swords chipped, howling in panic. What kind of evil sorcery is this? Is this thing made of diamond? The leader snapped harshly, idiots, this is a protective amulet dug out from the ruins of ancient civilizations. It's an extremely rare limited item, only existing in ancient ruins, capable of being used repeatedly many times, truly a life-saving divine artifact. Song Kyu-yun stood inside and challenged them back. Since you already know this is top-tier goods, you should just back off voluntarily. What's the point of wasting your time scratching at this shield? The leader laughed hysterically as if he had hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha, from what I know, protective talismans have a cooldown time. Anyway, we have plenty of free time, sitting around and waiting a bit longer here won't hurt. Song Kyu-yun stubbornly retorted, then you uncles can just take your time sitting here and waiting to rot. Outwardly tough, but inwardly she was filled with panic. The backup battery of this item could only last for just over an hour at full capacity. Once it powered down, she would have to charge it and wait a whole 12 hours before she could use it again. She could only pray to the heavens that Su Jingming would wake up from his trance in time during this last hour. As the clock ticked exactly 1 hour, the leader clapped his hands in smug mockery. I told you, your trashy protective cage has a time limit. I advise you to stop being so stubborn. Be smart, hand over that protective talisman voluntarily, and I might spare your miserable life. Otherwise, I guarantee your death will be very ugly. Song Kyu-yun gritted her teeth until they bled. At this point, she could only risk her life. She then pulled a medicinal pill from her chest, preparing to grit her teeth and swallow it. Right at the most desperate moment, Su Jingming's calm, sarcastic voice rang out from behind. Oh my, how come my eyes are seeing that the ones about to lose their lives are you guys? Song Kyu-yun's heart skipped a beat as she spun around, while the Tiananmen cult members outside also jumped in panic. From the center of the hovering, blood-red sphere, 2 sturdy hands reached out, leisurely parting the membrane to the sides. Su Jingming stepped out unhurriedly from within, like a god who had just woken up. His gaze was cold and sharp, sweeping across the Tiananmen cult members as if looking at soulless corpses. With every step Su Jingming took, the phantom image of a fire dragon flared up and surged, roaring majestically to the heavens. The leader broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in his head, Su Jingming? Why is one of the biggest targets on our cult's blacklist showing up here of all places? Damn it, the aura radiating from him is so suffocating that even a Tier 4 ability user like me feels terrified, yet his file clearly states he's only a measly Tier 2. Overwhelmed by fear, he frantically waved his hand and roared, ordering his underlings to charge forward and hack them to pieces. But it was too late. Murderous intent flashed in Su Jingming's eyes as he snapped his fingers, summoning the purple heaven divine lightning to cover the space. The electrical grid tore through the void, weaving into a cage that trapped the entire group inside. The purple lightning hissed and crackled, discharging countless terrifying sparks, causing the fanatic disciples of the Tiananmen cult to turn pale with fear. In the blink of an eye, all the lackeys were blasted backward by the lightning, crashing heavily right in front of the leader. The guy bit his lip in anger, cursing inwardly, Bastard, I knew full well that 5 Tier 3 ability users fighting Su Jingming would just be scratching an itch, but who would have thought they'd be killed in an instant like this? Whatever, a Tier 4 crushing a Tier 2 is the law of nature. The advantage is still in my hands. Before he could revel in his smugness, Su Jingming was already wielding his spear, tearing through the wind and launching forward from the lake's surface. His lightning-fast speed made the leader's heart stop in panic. He shrieked internally, "This is bad." A split second later, the shaft of Su Jingming's spear slammed into his ribs, making him curl up in agonizing pain. His arm bones shattered with a crack, and blood spewed violently from his mouth. The terrifying impact launched his body flying backward like a cannonball, plowing through several ancient trees, blocking his flight path. The headfirst crash into a large tree trunk left his entire body trembling. Horror flooded his guts. Damn it, I didn't even get a clear look at how this brat launched his attack. Su Jingming's figure landed like a ghost, the freezing spear tip pressed right against the wretched man's throat. He asked indifferently, "Game starts, I ask and you answer. What kind of goods is that pool of blood water in the lake?" Scared out of his wits, the leader stuttered and confessed everything. "Why yes, boss, that is divine blood, which is the pure blood extracted from a Tier 9 beast emperor." Su Jingming frowned, pressing further. How could something as rare as the pure blood of a beast emperor be left lying around in this wasteland? The man hastily explained, in the ancient era, the martial saints of humanity and the beast emperors waged an all-out war, so the pure blood of various species was scattered across all directions. Su Jingming pinned down the information. Ancient era, huh? All right, one last question to wrap things up. Which faction do you belong to? Are you scavenging this pure beast emperor blood to make hot pot or what, to be hunting it so aggressively? The leader suddenly let out a creepy smirk. We are people of the Blood Moon cult. As for the reason we use this stuff, I'll tell you in a dream when I go to the underworld. Saying that, he bit down on the poison pill hidden under his tongue. The deadly poison acted in a split second. Black blood oozed out from his 7 orifices. He stopped breathing, but that eerie smile remained frozen on the corner of his mouth. The corpse collapsed onto the ground like a rotten log. Su Jingming clicked his tongue and put away his spear, thinking to himself, playing the suicide card, just another bunch of religious trash. This case seems a bit tricky. I guess I'll just have to take these questions back and ask Vice Principal Ling Shuang to clear things up. After everything was settled, Song Q-yun finally rushed over in a panic, anxiously asking, Jingming, are you missing any pieces? Seeing him turn around with a calm smile, the boulder weighing on Song Q-yun's heart was finally lifted, and her whole body relaxed. The nerve string that had been pulled as taut as a bowstring snapped, and she swayed from total exhaustion. Su Jingming gently stepped forward and ruffled her hair. I'm perfectly fine, you worked hard holding the fort earlier. Receiving such an active, doting gesture from her male idol, just like in a romance drama, Song Q-yun's cheeks instantly flushed crimson with awkward shyness. The girl stammered, changing the subject, pointing at the corpses scattered on the ground. Those cultists just now seemed to be targeting the pool of blood to rob it. Su Jingming nodded in confirmation. Yeah, they claim to be from the Blood Moon cult, sneaking all the way here to loot that pure beast emperor blood. Hearing that, Song Q-yun screamed in pure terror. Oh my god, you dared to suck dry the supergrade blood of a tier 9 beast emperor? That's an SSS-rank cultivation divine medicine. Swallowing it requires 1,000,001 complex processing steps. How could your body just absorb it raw directly? Su Jingming shrugged, feigning innocence. I'm also wondering about that, but my body took it in real smooth, not a single scratch. It even accidentally pushed my indestructible lightning body straight up to the 4th layer. It seems the bonus perks of this thing don't stop there. I'll have to grab a teacher to dissect this once I get back to school. Two quickly cleaned up the scene and slipped away from the lake area. After walking a distance, Su Jingming spoke up to remind her, find a tree root to lie down and rest for a bit. Staying up all night guarding me for 2 whole days has completely drained your energy. You couldn't even walk straight just now. Hearing his caring words, Song Q-yun obediently nodded. As if striking gold, Song Q-yun threw herself right down beneath an ancient tree trunk and fell into a deep, sound sleep. Su Jingming sat quietly beside her, half his mind admiring her sleeping face, the other half putting up his guard to protect the perimeter. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa in some mysterious location. Subservient lackey reported, long live the Grand Cult Master. The tracking signal for the divine blood detector chip on Cult Master Joe's hand suddenly vanished. I'm afraid there's been an unexpected incident. Do we need to dispatch more personnel to retrieve the divine blood? The Grand Cult Master waved his hand dismissively. No need to deploy troops for such trivialities. Clearly, an ability user has thrown a wrench in the works. Let's just seal this matter for now. He revealed a sinister, evil smirk, emphasizing with a creepy chuckle, the final strike next month is the most important event of our lives. Panning back to Su Jingming, the young man was busy fanning a barbecue grill, emitting a mouth-watering aroma. Song Q-yun stretched and yawned, finally waking up after a long, refreshing sleep. Seeing this, Su Jingming waved a meat skewer. You woke up right on time for meal bells, miss. Come over and grab some hot food. Song Q-yun smiled with sheer delight, her eyes turning into crescents. She eagerly ran over and snatched the grilled meat skewer from Su Jingming's hand, taking a deep sniff. Oh wow, it smells amazing. I didn't expect you to secretly be a culinary expert. Su Jingming chuckled. When you rough it out in the wild a lot, your survival skills naturally level up. Who knows, by the time this training trip ends, you might also graduate from my delicious barbecue course. After taking a massive bite, Song Q-yun chewed with a look of immense enjoyment and deep satisfaction. It's insanely good, Jingming. It'd be a waste if you didn't open a street stall with these skills. Please allow me to invest in your startup. Su Jingming laughed and teased. The eldest miss of the Song family wants to invest. Then I'll have to boldly franchise the brand and cover the entire blue planet to make it worth the effort. Half an hour later, after eating their fill, Song Kyu-yeon rubbed her bulging belly and slumped onto the ground to relax. Phew, I'm so stuffed. Hey Jingming, before we pull up our anchor and leave, let me go down and rinse off with a quick bath so I can feel lighter, okay? Su Jingming cheerfully replied. Make yourself at home, we have plenty of time anyway. Once you're done washing up, give me the spot so I can rinse off this sour sweat for a bit. Song Kyu-yeon happily dashed off. Deal, then I'm diving in to wash first. Stepping into the cool water, Song Kyu-yeon lightly waved her hand, conjuring a thin water barrier to act as a makeshift partition, letting her long hair blow freely in the wind. After setting up her private space, the girl shed her cumbersome clothes and plunged in, splashing and bathing to her heart's content under the crystal-clear water. As time passed, the thin water barrier gradually dissipated. On the shore, Su Jingming was still playing the role of a dedicated security guard, keeping watch so that not even a mosquito could slip through. At this moment, Song Kyu-yeon turned around, looked at Su Jingming, and smiled. I'm done, it's your turn. Her hair, still dripping with water, cascaded over her shoulders, inadvertently highlighting her innate elegant beauty. Witnessing the scene of a beauty emerging from her bath, Su Jingming's cheeks involuntarily burned hot. His eyes frantically tried to look away, but deep inside, he felt a bit reluctant to shift his gaze. Su Jingming had no choice but to turn his face the other way, pretending to clear his throat as he said, Then I'm going to wash up. Song Kyu-yeon stepped ashore step by step, a trace of doubt secretly rising in her mind, wondering why that guy Jingming's gaze just now looked so weird. When she looked down at her own body, oh my god, her soaking wet clothes were clinging tightly to her skin, and being so thin, everything that needed to be hidden was exposed for others to admire. In an instant, her face turned as red as a boiled lobster, and she let out a panicked ah in pure shock. Covering her face in embarrassment, she blamed herself. I'm so used to wearing this in the dorm room, who could have predicted these clothes would betray me this badly when wet? An hour passed, and Su Jingming finally washed off all the dirt and stepped out. Song Kyu-yeon carefully took out a small object and handed it to Su Jingming, attentively instructing, Jingming, this is a teleportation and protective talisman, please keep it. Su Jingming quickly declined, telling her to keep it for self-defense. Just trust me, my experience surviving out here is veteran tier after all, absolutely nothing bad will happen. Seeing this, Song Kyu-yeon didn't force it. The two curled their hands into fists, lightly bumped them together and laughed happily. She spoke up, then remember to take care of yourself, let's meet again in a month. Su Jingming also gave a bright smile and replied, see you in a month. Right after that moment, the two went their separate ways, carving out their own distinct paths of training. On her way, Song Kyu-yeon secretly clenched her resolve. From now on, she had to give it her all too. Even if she couldn't reach the champion or runner-up spot, she at least had to secure third place. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this moment, Su Jingming was sitting in meditation, cultivating in a desolate area. Suddenly, a fierce beast with blood-red eyes quietly approached. It stared at Su Jingming as if looking at a delicious meal, slowly baring its razor-sharp teeth menacingly. It roared deafeningly at Su Jingming, yet the figure of the male student sitting ahead remained as calm as a stone statue, with only swirling purple lightning coiling around his body. Boom, he gently raised his arm, even though his eyes were still peacefully closed. Only the whoosh of tearing wind was heard as a spear shot out from God knows where, directly piercing through the body of the unfortunate beast. Notification rang out, ding, successfully killed a peak tier 3 Shadow Panther, gained 43 ability points. Su Jingming flicked his hand, tossing the corpse into a corner, mentally calculating his next move to test and hone his ability methods to see if he was capable of officially breaking through to the tier 3 realm. His eyes suddenly shot open, every muscle in his body tensed up, and the power of the purple heaven divine lightning erupted frantically as he let out a thunderous roar. Shatter the shackles for me. The time of an incense stick passed, and the thick dust clouds finally dissipated, revealing Su Jingming's figure still sitting tall and proud. He rejoiced internally, phew, after going through so much hardship, I finally stepped into tier 3. Speaking of those geniuses at Madu University, most of them would take double the time I did to reach this level. It seems this young master's cultivation talent is truly outstanding, no joke. At this very moment, his system notification panel displayed the details. Name, Su Jingming, realm, lower tier 3, possessed ability, S-rank purple heaven divine lightning. Physical stat, 2032, HP plus spirit stat, 1513. Skill list includes Spear Master, Beginner Heavenly Lightning Art, Beginner Netherworld Lightning Armor, Intermediate Fist Technique, Advanced Lightning Hammer, Intermediate Continuous Lightning Spear, Advanced Lightning Flash, Intermediate Lightning Prison, Master Lightning Gale Pierce, and the fourth layer of the Body Tempering Technique Indestructible Lightning Body. Total ability points reached 38,429. Su Jingming nodded slightly in appraisal. Jumping from upper tier 2 to lower tier 3, both my physical and spiritual stats surged by nearly 400 points, and my health also broke through the 2,000-point barrier. I'm truly very satisfied. Yet consuming a whole 48,000 accumulated points still wasn't enough to drag the ability up to SS rank. Then I'll just patiently wait to gather 50,000 points and see. If I still can't upgrade it by then, I'll just have to temporarily shelf this matter. Calculating the time, the day after tomorrow is the deadline for the leaderboards, based on the massive amount of points I've ground out so far. Snatching the top scorer position is definitely in the palm of my hand. Thinking of this, he slightly raised his head, revealing a proud smile brimming with confidence. Finally, the day of the ranking announcement officially arrived. Countless students had gradually returned to the central area to report their results. Male student excitedly bragged, "I farmed 1,201 points, sitting pretty at rank 998. Oh my god, it's awesome, I made it into the top 1,000. But a friend next to him immediately poured cold water on him. Don't get excited too early. You just scanned your bracelet yesterday. If those big shots return today, your rank will drop like a rock." Another person chimed in, clicking his tongue, spot on. There are still 2 full hours until the cutoff, and the number 1 and 2 seeds are nowhere to be seen yet. Right at that exact moment, Song Kyu-yun strode in from the main entrance, her composed and ethereal demeanor incredibly captivating. The crowd immediately buzzed with gossip. It's Song Kyu-yun, the runner-up of Madu Ability University's freshman class. We're doomed. I'm definitely going to drop another rank for sure. Her accumulated score is bound to be a monstrous number. Amidst everyone's intense stares, Song Kyu-yun calmly took off her tracking bracelet and placed it into the scanner slot of the testing machine. A beep sounded and the system loudly announced, "Identity confirmed, Song Kyu-yun from Madu Ability University. Total accumulated points, 12,131. Current ranking, first place." All the masses present stared in sheer shock. Good heavens, she actually surpassed the 12,000-point mark. Absolutely peak. Tusk, truly worthy of being the second-ranked among Madu's freshmen. If put on the scale, Madu Ability University's Li Chengjai still falls quite a bit behind her. Watching Song Kyu-yun achieve such excellent results, Vice Principal Ling Shuang smiled brightly in praise. Fantastic performance. Song Kyu-yun also politely smiled back. "Thank you for your gracious praise, Principal." Principal Su Ping, standing nearby, also smiled with crinkling eyes and spoke, "This girl must be the precious granddaughter of Senior Song from the Sichuan province, right?" Ling Shuang nodded gently. "That is correct. Who would have thought the Song family wouldn't keep their descendants at home to train them personally, but instead entrusted her to our academy? But you have to admit, this girl is incredibly capable and talented." At the same time, a figure slowly approached Song Kyu-yun and said with deep affection, "Zio-yun, you did great." Hearing the voice, Song Kyu-yun hurriedly turned her head to look. Immediately after, the girl gasped in utter astonishment. "Auntie!" The person who just appeared was none other than Zhou Ying, Song Kyu-yun's powerful youngest aunt, who was also the supreme chief supervisor of the Shunan relief base. Zhou Ying leaned in closer, whispering into Song Kyu-yun's ear with a suggestive tease, "Outstanding performance indeed, but why don't I see your little boyfriend escorting you back?" Song Kyu-yun immediately got so flustered her cheeks turned as red as lipstick, hurriedly waving her hands to argue. "What boyfriend? We haven't even established any relationship, Auntie. You're spouting nonsense." The next second, Song Kyu-yun seemed to snap out of it, asking in confusion, "Wait, Auntie, how on earth did you find out about this?" Zhou Ying smiled faintly with a look of total triumph. "Don't underestimate your aunt's title as chief supervisor. Inside this base, my eyes and ears are scattered in every corner. Nothing gets past me." Suddenly, a panic scream came from outside. "Look quickly. It's the S-rank super rookie of Qingjing Ability University's outer academy, Curran Rao. That monster finally dragged himself back." For a Tier 3 powerhouse like him, it's only logical that he scraped together at least 50 or 60,000 points. It wouldn't be a surprise if the top scorer's seat definitely falls into his hands. Ignoring the murmurs, Curran swaggered over and threw his tracking bracelet straight into the scanning device. The mechanical voice rang out coldly. Beep, updating roster. First place, Curran Rao with 113,264 points, affiliated with Qingjing Ability University. Second place, Songkyu Yun with 12,131 points, affiliated with Madu Ability University. The notification affirmed once again. Student Curran Rao from Qingjing Ability University records a total score of 113,264, officially taking over the first place. The entire hall seemed to explode in absolute horror. Holy crap, his score hit over 110,000. That's the kind of thing you only dare to think about in sci-fi. This gap is truly too cruel. The second place's score put together isn't even a fraction of his. This is what you call absolute crushing. A teacher quickly stepped up to shake Su Ping's hand, eagerly flattering him. 110,000 points indeed. I must congratulate Principal Su in advance. You guys have firmly grasped the crown. Su Ping smiled and returned the courtesy with sheer modesty. I wouldn't dare, I just got a little lucky. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang stood quietly in a corner, calculating mentally. Even though this glimmer of hope was incredibly slim, looking at Su Jingming's usual arrogant demeanor, who knows, maybe that brat would drop a shocking bomb that would leave her jaw hanging. Right at that moment, the scanner system continued its cold announcements. Candidate Tong Sheng from Jincheng Ability University records 13,526 points, rising to the runner-up position. The crowd clamored again. Oh, Jincheng Ability University's trump card has shown up too. Witnessing this scene, Song Kyu-yun's face showed a hint of disappointment, as she annoyedly thought, so frustrating, after going round and round, I still got knocked out of the top 3. She looked out toward the grand hall with anxious eyes, searching for Su Jingming's silhouette, her stomach churning as she told herself, there are only a mere 8 minutes left until the gates close. Why hasn't Jingming shown his face yet? Some students began to murmur, where did that guy Su Jingming from Madu Ability University disappear to? Or did he meet with some tragic accident? A male student immediately agreed, that's highly possible, whatever you say, the demon lair is a land of death after all. However, a female student spoke up to defend him fiercely. I don't believe that's the case. Our brother Ming has experienced 100 battles and is full of skills. How could he stumble in such a stupid way? Just as the rumors were peaking, Su Jingming's figure strolled in leisurely from outside. Someone with sharp eyes caught the sight and immediately yelled, Su Jingming is back. Passion surging, the crowd cheered in unison, charge forward. You're always number one in our hearts, brother Ming. No matter what the results are this time, you will always be the pride of our Madu Ability University. Brother Ming will support you to the end. Witnessing this noisy scene, Curran just smirked disdainfully, thinking arrogantly, what a bunch of weak losers huddling together for warmth. So what if you shout encouragement, the one getting the last laugh is still this young master. On the other side, Su Jingming slightly raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, so that Curran guy scraped up a whole 110,000 points. No wonder these people are cheering for me so passionately, they must be certain that I'm going to lose miserably. Ling Shuang quickly walked over and urged, go on young man, it seems the entire system is just waiting for you alone, hurry up and update your score. Deep down, she couldn't help but panic upon sensing his aura. He reached tier 3 already? That's so fast. Su Jingming just calmly replied with one word, yes. Without hesitating for half a second, he took off his tracking bracelet and tossed it neatly into the inspection device. The surrounding masses once again showed off their fortune-telling skills. Bros, take a guess at how many points Su Jingming got. I'm guessing somewhere around 50 or 60,000. After all, he does have an upper tier 2 foundation. Oh man, it's just a pity he bumped into the stumbling block Curran today. The chance of taking first place has gone up in smoke. At that very moment, the machine's soulless voice suddenly blared loudly. Ding! Candidate Su Jingming of Madu Ability University, unprecedented total accumulated score of 405,637 points. Rank, first place. The electronic board immediately flashed in giant letters. 1. Su Jingming, 405,637 points. Every living soul present in the hall stood frozen in shock. Song Kyu-yun smiled as radiantly as a spring flower, while Curran's face darkened, furious to the core. Students started screaming like crazy, 400,000 points. I'm completely blind, right? Holy shit, this is truly unbelievable. Madu Ability University's S-rank monster is actually this strong, crushing Qingjing's Outer Academy score by 4 times. This is too insane. Even if you chop Tier 1 beasts without sleeping or resting for a whole month, how the hell could you grind out this many points? Su Ping himself was inwardly horrified at this moment, calculating in utter dismay, converting 400,000 points. To kill Tier 1 beasts, this brat would have to chop off the heads of 666 of them every single day. This result truly breaks all laws of physics. Zhou Ying standing nearby also clicked her tongue in awe. 400,000 points, truly earth-shattering. Zhao Yun, don't tell your aunt that you had already seen through him from the start. Song Q Yun giggled and replied, No, auntie, I just know that no matter what kind of miracle descends upon him, it's never a surprise. In another corner, Curran gritted his teeth furiously, a lump of anger stuck in his throat. He screamed madly in his mind, that bastard Su Jingming's score crushed mine by 3 times, how is this possible? If I just let this be, won't the fat cultivation resource mine that Qingjing Ability University promised go up in smoke? No way. Having thought of this, he angrily pointed his finger right at Su Jingming's face, loudly insulting him. Su Jingming, that freakish score of yours couldn't possibly be that high. Principal Su, I request an investigation into Su Jingming's AI bracelet. I suspect he has cheated. Immediately, waves of booing and jeering from the crowd hit him square in the face. WTF, you can't beat him so you call it cheating? Aren't you the one playing dirty here? It's truly hard to believe this level of thick skin. Exactly, the AI bracelets were already checked by the machines. Are you doubting that the testing machines have problems too? In the eye of the storm, Su Ping turned to Ling Shuang and spoke. Principal Ling, what do you think? Ling Shuang replied coldly, checking the records will naturally reveal no issues. But if after the investigation, Su Jingming's records are exposed and show no cheating, how do you plan to handle it? Saying this, her domineering aura surged dramatically. Another person from the stands added a stab in the back. That's right, the AI bracelets and machines have gone through the strict approval process of our 3-university alliance. By doing this, isn't Principal Su just doubting himself? Hearing this, Su Ping's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, his lips moving but saying nothing more. He sneaked a venomous glare at Ling Shuang, cursing bitterly in his heart. This brat Ling Shuang is 10 years younger than me, to think she's this thorny and hard to chew. Then he looked toward the crowd of students and boldly declared, Student Su naturally cannot bear such unjust grievances. If after checking the logs there are indeed no issues, my Qingjing Ability University is willing to pull from our vault and compensate him with an S-rank cultivation resource as an apology. Finding this agreeable, Ling Shuang raised her chin toward the young man. Since the bet is set, let's check the logs in the bracelet. Jingming, come here. Su Jingming slightly quirked his lips, flashing an incredibly arrogant smile. Approved. Getting an S-rank cultivation resource for free without doing anything, where else could you find such a good deal? What caught Su Ping's eyes was Su Jingming's overwhelmingly confident smile, making his heart skip a beat and sweat pour out as he thought, what the hell is with this expression? Could I have been wrong? After that, a team of staff hurriedly began the work of extracting and examining the logs from Su Jingming's bracelet. Only that idiot Curran hadn't realized he had just pushed himself into a corner. He smirked triumphantly, thinking to himself, I'd actually like to see how you managed to get these 400,000 points. I'm also an S-rank. Even if you really crawled up to Tier 3, there's no way you could create such an unbelievable event. This moment, the giant projection screen illuminated the footage of Su Jingming wielding his spear, slaughtering hordes of fierce beasts. Everyone covered their mouths in shock. Holy shit, this spear skill is absolutely lethal. I could never possess such peak spear techniques in my entire life. It's not just the spear technique, Su Jingming's control over his ability is also terrifying. Ling Shuang watched intently, turning slightly to ask Su Jingming, has your spear technique already stepped into the master tier? Su Jingming just scratched his head and laughed it off. Blind luck, just a fortunate breakthrough, that's all. Ling Shuang nodded slightly in great satisfaction, assessing in her mind, how could reaching the master threshold rely on just a bit of luck? This kid Su Jingming is hiding quite a few secrets that make people curious. Suddenly someone's scream tore through the air again. Look quickly, a Tier 4 beast, the primeval giant crocodile. Why isn't Su Jingming running away? Yeah, why is he just standing there like a statue? Is he planning to beat that monster to death? An upper Tier 2 trying to kill a Tier 4, how could such a fictional thing happen? At that exact moment, the screen displayed Su Jingming wielding the purple heaven divine lightning, delivering a fatal blow that tore the primeval giant crocodile apart. The crowd's jaws dropped once again in sheer amazement. Damn, is this lightning truly fired off by Su Jingming single-handedly? This is too terrifying. Exactly what rank of combat skill is this? A primeval giant crocodile got killed that quickly and cleanly. Curran stared blankly at the electronic screen, sweating profusely. This was clearly an S-rank magic-type combat skill, and that guy specialized in using a long spear, so how on earth could he master a magic-type combat skill? Ling Shuang was also secretly screaming in shock in her mind. That was actually the signature Heavenly Thunder skill of the Elemental Academy. In that massive Elemental Academy, there were barely a few people who could master an S-rank combat skill, yet Su Jingming, a mere freshman from the Weapon Academy, had already learned it. She turned around, her sharp gaze piercing straight into Su Ping's face, and asked coldly, "Principal Su, do you still have the mood to continue enjoying this video?" Su Ping's face was deathly pale at this moment. He waved his hands with a grimace. "Let's stop here. There is no need to watch anymore." After taking a moment to regain his composure, he had to offer some praise. Grasping an S-rank combat skill just after stepping into your freshman year, Su Jingming, your performance is excellent. The S-rank cultivation resource package will be delivered to your hands later. Su Jingming smirked triumphantly, sincerely thanking Principal Su for the compliment. Su Ping turned his back and walked away in deep agony, bitterly complaining in his heart. Sigh, after making so many preparations and scheming so much, Qingjing Esper University was still trampled into the mud by those from Modu. If he had known earlier that this brat Su Jingming possessed such a monstrous, speechless talent, he would have called him to Qingjing Esper University at all costs back then. Having settled his emotions, he strode up to the high podium and announced loudly, "I officially declare the end of the tournament for this study tour. The specific rankings for the top 3 are as follows. Third place goes to Jin Cheng Esper University, holding 27.5% of the resource distribution shares. Second place goes to Qingjing Esper University, holding 31.5% of the resource distribution shares. And the first place crown goes to Modu Esper University, sweeping a full 41% of the resource distribution, while also monopolizing the priority distribution rights. The students under Modu Esper University went crazy with joy, jumping and celebrating loudly. "We won big, brothers. Modu has climbed to the peak of glory again. What a badass comeback. Brother Ming is too cool, maintaining a 5-year undefeated streak. We did it, everyone." Wu Ping cleared his throat and continued. "Besides, the extra reward resources for our 3 universities this time are rare exotic flowers and herbs cultivated around the Demon Lair area. Early tomorrow morning, under the guidance of the university mentors, all students will enter the plantation to harvest the flowers. After completing the harvest, the universities will arrange their own teaching schedules, and everyone will be granted a half-month vacation to relax before dismissing." Right at this moment, Curran aggressively charged forward, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, and growled, "Principal Su, I am absolutely not resigned to this. Please arrange a life-and-death melee fight in the arena between me and that Su Jingming. If I lose, all my resources will be offered to him, but the resources you promised me before must still be dispersed to me." Su Ping's face darkened. He snapped his head around, glaring, and asked, "How confident are you in winning?" Curran smugly patted his chest and sneered that Su Jingming's S-rank magic-type combat skill requires at least 1 or 2 seconds of chanting to activate. Dragging him into a one-on-one arena, I bet my head that I will absolutely win. Su Ping waved his hand and let out a heavy sigh, looking completely resigned. "I don't care about the outcome of this matter anymore. Let's just do as you say." In another scene, Ling Shuang walked over and patted Su Jingming's shoulder to check on him. "The upcoming half-month leave is the mentor's teaching time. What are your plans?" Su Jingming nonchalantly replied, "Just grabbing my spear and diving into the demon lair to continue hunting fierce beasts." Ling Shuang frowned, clearly showing her doubt. "Are you planning to dive headfirst into continuous slaughter for almost another month? Aren't you afraid of exhaustion?" Su Jingming flashed his signature confident smile. "It will be tiring indeed, but only by pushing myself to the limit like this can my strength maintain a fast leveling speed." Ling Shuang nodded and advised, "Throwing yourself into life-and-death crises does sharpen a person profoundly, but you must also combine work and rest to go the distance. I guess you understand this basic truth yourself, right?" Su Jingming respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. "This student receives your teachings. After the study tour is completely over and I return to the university, I will give my body a proper rest. Oh, speaking of which, Principal Ling, during the camping trip in the Demon Lair, I accidentally stumbled upon a mysterious lake." Immediately after, he detailed all the anomalies and secrets hidden at the bottom of the lake for Ling Shuang to hear. After absorbing the shocking amount of information from Su Jingming, Ling Shuang rubbed her chin, pondering deeply. Based on what you described, that liquid is 100% the essence blood of a Tier 9 beast emperor, an SSS-Rank cultivation treasure. However, the essence blood you risked your life to absorb must have been diluted tens of thousands of times. Otherwise, with the pure coercive pressure of a beast emperor, even if you had 3 heads and 6 arms, your body would have exploded instantly, making it impossible to absorb. As for how on earth you managed to integrate it so smoothly, I suspect it has a close connection with the body-tempering combat skill you are practicing. You should go back and ask your teacher about this. As for that Blood Moon cult, I don't have much of an impression of them. It's highly likely they aren't some large-scale religion, so you don't need to pay special attention to them. Su Jingming understood and nodded. Yes, I've got it. Ling Shuang waved her hand slightly. All right, go take a breather and rest a bit. Grinding this much must have worn you out. Having said that, she turned on her heel and left. Just then, Song Q-yun also came trotting over. Walking closely beside her was the familiar figure of Zhou Ying. Song Q-yun excitedly pulled Su Jingming over to introduce them. Jingming, come here, let me introduce you to someone. This is Zhou Ying, my youngest aunt. She is currently sitting in the fiercely powerful position of chief manager at the Shun and Relief Base. Su Jingming hastily bowed and greeted her properly. This junior pays his respects to Manager Zhou. Zhou Ying showed a kind and highly satisfied smile. Tusk, we are all family. Why are you being so formal? Just call me Zhou naturally. Saying that, Zhou Ying pulled out an extremely exquisite jet black card and handed it to him, explaining, this meeting gift is the limited edition black gold card of the Song family. From this moment on, whenever you swipe this card to purchase products distributed under the Song family, you will enjoy a 20% discount. Su Jingming was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat, as waves of doubt surged in his heart. What a black gold card of the Song family faction! His brain quickly processed the information. The Song family's entire business network covered everything from armors, weapons, and spiritual medicines to rare exotic flora, almost monopolizing every aspect of the cultivation world. To get a flat 20% off on everything now, just how much money was this worth? Seeing him hesitate, Song Q-yun nudged him with her elbow, urging, just go ahead and take it. It just so happens that your equipment update rate is as fast as changing clothes. You really need this. Seeing this, Zhou Ying casually stuffed the card of power into Su Jingming's palm. Stroking the pitch-black card in his hand, Su Jingming gulped, a wicked thought flashing through his mind. What the hell is this situation? Have I just officially joined the club of boys being sugar-bobbied by wealthy women? While his thoughts were still flying high, a crowd of reporters and merchants swarmed in from nowhere like a broken beehive. Student Su, can you stay for a brief interview? The newest defensive gear from our company has just been released. Are you interested in trying it out? Our nation's top weapon corporation wants to invite you to be our brand ambassador. Please consider signing a contract with us. Handsome Su, can I get your contact info? Let's form a team to grind together when you're free. The planet's largest Esper communication forum wants to request permission to shoot some exclusive clips of you. Do you have time? As evening fell, Ling Shuang had someone call Su Jingming to the office for a discussion. That guy Curran insists on a fight to the death with you in the arena. The Qing Esper University faction is willing to put up 20% of their lottery resources as collateral, while we have to bet half of our ruin access passes. What do you think? Do you want to kick his ass? Su Jingming frowned in confusion and asked back, wait a minute, what kind of treasure is this ruin access pass exactly? Su Ping strolled in and explained that ruin access pass is the key to opening the gate to the relic treasury of the ancient civilization. The ultimate purpose of us throwing the S-rank foreign aid into here to grind was solely aiming for these 40 passes. The problem is that you are now sitting comfortably in the top spot, which means all the golden tickets will fall into your pockets. That is exactly why we are a bit unresigned. Su Jingming pondered, digging through his memory. He vaguely remembered the history curriculum at Mo Du Esper University, once mentioning that, before modern humanity rose, the world had once hosted a brilliant era called the ancient civilization. That ancient civilization era was also swarming with fierce beasts and the presence of countless Espers, and the developmental level of this civilization was arguably at its absolute peak. Not only did they possess scientific technology ahead of its time, but their foundational understanding of Esper abilities was profoundly unfathomable. It's just an unsolved mystery. That civilization was on the verge of its dazzling peak when it suddenly broke down halfway, completely buried under the deep layers of the earth. It wasn't until thousands of years later, when Blue Star continuously erupted with waves of Esper awakenings, that these ancient ruins were excavated and brought to light. The most domineering cultivation methods and the world's SSS-Rank combat skill manuals were all dug out from these deep pits. Regarding these ancient ruined tombs, any that left their doors open for the public to enter freely had been scraped clean long ago. The rest were sealed by barriers, requiring an access pass to slip in. Precisely because of this, the value of the access passes was pushed to an unimaginable level. Ling Shuang, standing nearby, continued with a detailed explanation. These 40 keys are directly linked to the number 9 civilization secret zone. The opening cycle is once a year, limited to Espers from Tier 4 up to Tier 6 to qualify for entry. If you beat that Curran to a pulp, I promise to reward you with a pass immediately. The decision lies entirely in your hands right now. Su Ping, seeing this, added fuel to the fire, using reverse psychology. If you feel your hands shaking, little boy, then just let it go. Frankly speaking, that tiny arena inherently creates countless advantages for that Curran's close combat style. After hearing this, the corners of Su Jingming's mouth twitched up into an arrogant smile. Reporting to the two principals, I accept this bet. Su Ping struck gold, secretly laughing with glee because the fish had taken the bait. Very well, I will go inform Curran immediately. See you at the arena area of the relief base. Ling Shuang blinked in confusion, not expecting him to nod so quickly and decisively. Are you that confident in winning? Su Jingming modestly replied, well, just so. The odds of sending him to meet his maker are around 90%. Ling Shuang's eyes widened in shock. A 90% win rate, and you call that just so? Su Jingming chuckled and replied, to be honest with you, I have to pretend to be a little modest, but actually, I am 100% sure of winning this bet. Ling Shuang let out a long sigh, pointing her finger straight at his face and muttering, this brat. If Su Ping and that Curran heard you bragging about a 100% sure win, I wonder how colorful their expressions would be. Cutting to another corner, the moment he received the news that Su Jingming had fallen for the arena trap, Curran was so excited that he cracked his knuckles, shouting boldly, to think that brat actually dares to bet his life. Well then, don't blame me for being ruthless. Turn to ask Su Ping, principal, hypothetically, if I accidentally cripple that kid Su Jingming while my blood is boiling, will there be any trouble? Su Ping waved his hand to reassure him, just let loose. The vice principals, the mentors, and a large crowd of students from the 3 universities are all on standby down there. You just go all out and bash him. If things get too tense, some master will naturally jump in to put out the fire. A cold, murderous glint flashed in Curran's eyes, and he cursed inwardly, Su Jingming, oh Su Jingming, get ready to eat a mouthful of dirt. The atmosphere at the arena at this time was hotter than ever. The area around the stage was packed tightly with the figures of both lecturers and thousands of students. One student excitedly gossiped, the super classic match between 2 S-rank monsters is here. I'm drooling in anticipation. Someone next to him agreed, absolutely right. Both bosses are at the Tier 3 realm. This clash is going to be messy. It's hard to tell who will come out on top. Someone analyzed, if they fought in a wide open space, Su Jingming's lightning strikes would be a sure win, but being locked in this iron cage of an arena makes it very tough. Exactly, that guy Curran is a close combat tank. Let's see if Su Jingming has any trump cards left to salvage the situation later. Curran carried a heavy broadsword on his shoulder and strode into the ring, resentfully calculating in his heart. These ignorant fools are actually hallucinating that the brat Su Jingming is still hiding another S-rank combat skill. Pulling out one skill in the freshman year already bends the laws of nature. Where would he get the chance to cram in a second one? Do you guys think learning an S-rank combat skill is as easy as eating porridge? On the opposite side, Su Jingming also leisurely stepped into the arena. The entire audience instantly erupted with thunderous applause. Su Jingming is coming out. Come on, brother Ming, poke a hole in his stomach for me. Mo Du Esper University forever peaks. Curran tilted his chin up provocatively. Brought your life here, huh, Su Jingming? I've been waiting here for you so long my neck is stiff. Su Jingming smirked, dropping a cold remark. In such a hurry to find your way into a coffin, are you? Fine, I will graciously grant your wish. Right after the two planted themselves in the arena, their arrogant auras rising intensely. Everyone carried the overwhelming pride of a genius possessing an S-rank Esper ability. The two sides stood at opposite ends of the battle line, the fatal distance established. A person acting as the referee stepped to the center of the ring and roared, "Today's deathmatch will be directly overseen by me. Whichever side loses consciousness or drops their weapon to surrender, the match will close immediately, and any act of pursuing to completely eradicate the opponent is strictly prohibited. The person who just spoke was Jiang Quan, the formidable vice principal of Jin Cheng University, a heavyweight possessing the water element, having reached the threshold of a tier-8 grandmaster. He emphasized further, of course, you guys can just unleash your killer moves. The professors are here to protect you, so don't twist your panties about losing your lives. Saying that, he cupped his hands together, and a surging, rapid stream of water gushed out from his palms. In an instant, a massive water mist shield barrier completely enveloped the entire arena. Nestled securely within this space, in just a blink of an eye, he could grasp and intervene in any fluctuation, no matter how small. Jiang Quan raised one arm high and shouted loudly, "Both sides take your ready positions. 3, 2, 1, fight." Catching the command, Curran immediately activated his physical enhancement Esper ability. His form transformed at a dizzying speed, muscles bulging out, carrying the bloodthirsty, murderous aura of a wild beast. That was the power-amplifying lever named Brahma Beast Lord. Witnessing that freakish scene, Su Jingming nodded slightly. So this is the tyrannical power of an S-rank enhancement type Esper ability. Curran threw his head back and roared, "Su Jingming, I generously give you a few seconds to chant that trash magic combat skill of yours. I will crush you to make you kneel and bow down to me." A crowd of students below the stands started buzzing in discussion again. This is exactly the formation-crushing power of an S-rank enhancement type. Su Jingming is really going to eat dirt this time. Spot on, this arena is as small as a nostril, barely 30 square meters. For mages who play the long-range poking game like lightning, their hands and feet are truly tied. Su Jingming daring to bring himself up here must mean he has some tricks up his sleeve, right? At the same time, Su Jingming's entire body was wrapped in deep purple lightning arcs burning with murderous intent. He leisurely retorted, "To be honest, ever since I dragged myself up to Tier 3, this young master hasn't had the chance to fully unleash the power of his Esper ability. It just so happens I can borrow your life today as a target practice dummy." In just the blink of an eye, Su Jingming's Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Network expanded, swallowing the entire space inside the arena. Below the ring, Jiang Quan stood with his arms crossed, watching, while his heart surged with terror. My water barrier is at the very least more than enough to block the attack of a peak Tier 3 A-class Esper. How the hell is this kid already pushing my glass cage to the brink of shattering just by releasing his aura? He hurriedly waved his hand to strike out a stream of spiritual energy, instantly slapping on a thick layer of water armor to reinforce the endurance of the arena's barrier. Students outside constantly gasped in awe. Is this the frenzy of the S-rank branded Purple Heaven Divine Thunder? The pressure is too disgusting. It feels like if I were on the same stage, I'd be vaporized in one note. How can the gap between people be like heaven and earth when we all wear the same freshman uniform? On the arena, Curran's complexion changed constantly, and he was secretly startled. Those normal, trashy lightning types can't even scratch my itch. But this lightning of that brat Su Jingming can actually gnaw into my very bones. It seems I really need to go all out and finish him off as soon as possible. Making up his mind, he shot toward Su Jingming like a cannonball. Naturally, Su Jingming didn't show any sign of fear. Instead, he swung his spear, stomped hard on the floor, and flew forward like a lightning bolt toward Curran. Curran stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before him. This brat didn't choose to hide in a corner and spam skills from afar, but dares to confront my physical strength head-on. Since that's the case, your granddaddy here will give you a taste of despair. The physique of an enhancement Esper is invincible under heaven. Cutting off his thoughts, he gained momentum and swung his broadsword to chop down right onto Su Jingming's head, growling at the top of his lungs, "Eat my blade." But before the blade could strike its target, the razor-sharp tip of Su Jingming's spear was already pressed perilously close to his throat. Curran's pupils contracted violently, and an alarm siren howled in his head. Crap. With no way to retreat, he had to grit his teeth and cancel his offensive stance, frantically twisting his blade across his chest to block the fatal thrust from Su Jingming. The terrifying force from Su Jingming's thrust crashed into him like a collapsing mountain, forcing his massive, physically buffed body to fly backward for a long distance. Curran's face was drenched in sweat by now, and his mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. What the hell is going on here? How can the arm strength of a magic-using brat rival mine after I've activated my S-rank physical enhancement Esper ability? Su Jingming stood far away, smiling with full mockery. "Looking at your face, I know your brain is fried right now, isn't it? But sorry, there's no damn rule stating that a lightning mage isn't allowed to smash the face of a muscle-enhancing meathead. Curran growled in response, I admit that no one has written that rule yet. Actually, I plan to toy with you a bit more for fun just now, but given this situation, I have to seriously tear you apart. Saying that, he raised 2 fingers and pointed straight at his own glabella. With a boom, Curran's body entered another terrifying phase of evolution. He puffed out streams of white breath, arrogantly declaring, Su Jingming, oh Su Jingming, you should carry your shoes and thank the heavens and earth because I decided to use my most peak state to crush you. Taste the flavor of despair, Beast Lord Descent. Right then, a pair of long horns sprouted atop his head, and his deformed hands grew claws as sharp as razors. Students outside were panicking, their hearts skipping a beat. Oh my god, the innate S-rank Brahma Beast Lord ability stuffed with another S-rank combat skill? Who can play against this? So this is the true power of the monster Curran, truly terrifying. A perfect fusion between combat skill and Esper ability like this, the power is indeed immeasurable. Standing on the observation deck, Su Ping smirked triumphantly, secretly rubbing his hands and patting his belly, saying, this time, victory is firmly in our grasp. In complete contrast, Ling Shuang maintained her calm face as if nothing was happening, calculating in her mind. If I remember correctly, that Yang Zhentian from the Weapon Academy also has a similar combat skill up his sleeve. As his core disciple, Su Jingming must have definitely been properly taught it as well. Back in the arena, Curran's domineering defense layer had completely nullified all of Su Jingming's hovering lightning arcs, preventing them from touching a single hair on his body. Curran smugly lifted his face in provocation. Su Jingming, with your pathetic appearance right now, where do you get the right to demand another muscle flex with me? Su Jingming frowned and asked back, are you thirsting that much to be beaten by muscle power? I will satisfy you. After finishing his words, Su Jingming's entire head of hair suddenly turned a fluffy, pure white. Each lock of silver hair quickly grew past his shoulders, and the aura erupting from his body was like an erupting volcano, with deep purple lightning arcs gathering thickly around him. Curran's eyes bulged and his jaw dropped, his throat stiffening, unable to utter a single word. Su Jingming's 2 pupils had also ignited with a gloomy emerald green glow by this time. Male student below the stage jumped up. Holy shit, what the hell is happening? I just glued my face to my phone for 3 seconds, and when I look up, the arena has spawned 2 boss monsters. The young man next to him clicked his tongue in annoyance and explained, you goldfish brain, these aren't boss monsters at all. It's just Su Jingming and that guy Curran transitioning into Phase 2. The other guy, still reeling from shock, argued stubbornly, damn it, if they play to the level of shedding their skins into Phase 2, people just call them bosses, what else? The young man next to him fell silent, completely helpless against his friend's level of panic. In the arena, Curran stuttered as he backed away, eyes wide open. This is also an S-rank combat skill. Su Jingming sneered faintly, spot on, but unfortunately there are no consolation prizes for you. Before the sentence was finished, he swung his hand, unleashing a violent thunder prison that lunged forward to tear at Curran. Curran recognized the move in horror. Damn it, it's a binding control-type skill again, this is getting intense. With no other way out, he had to channel his energy, preparing to pop his final S-rank defensive shield. Go big or go home, blood chi armor. He shouted loudly, and instantly, an armor as red as blazing blood manifested bulkily, clinging tightly to his body. The purple heaven divine thunder swept through madly, crashing into Curran's blood armor, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The aftershock of the power spread throughout the arena's space. A moment later, Curran panted heavily, dragging his battered body out of the dust and smoke area, secretly sighing in relief and patting his chest, finally made it out of that death pit in one piece. But his joy was short-lived. At this moment, his eyes were glued to something else in midair, something that terrified him enough to send a chill down his spine. He only saw a thunder spear carrying destructive power tearing through the wind and rushing straight at him. Curran panicked, throwing himself to the side in a rolling dodge, his heart still pounding wildly in his chest from the tension. The thunder spear grazed past him and impaled itself into the arena's protective water membrane, instantly detonating and causing a violent tremor in the space. He knelt prostrate on the ground, sweating like a pig, murmuring in absolute panic. The power of that thunder spear is too horrific. If I had been unlucky enough to get hit by it just now, even if my worthless life didn't go meet the Grim Reaper, my flesh and bones would be mashed. At that exact moment, Su Jingming tore through the wind like a phantom. The lightning gale piercer skill allowed him to close in on Curran in a flash, leaving the opponent only enough time to stare in sheer horror at this absurdly illogical speed. The guy clumsily swung his blade up across to block, struggling to catch Su Jingming's razor-sharp spear. Upon the weapon clash, the concussive force sent the guy staggering way back. However, Su Jingming wasn't going to let him off so easily. He continued to lunge forward, unleashing a storm of attacks. Right after, the continuous thunder spear skill was activated. In just the blink of an eye, spear thrusts were unleashed densely like a torrential rainstorm, impossible to count. All the damage rained straight down onto Curran. At this moment, the guy was no different from a mobile punching bag, gritting his teeth to take every single hit. A thin ray of hope flashed in his mind, telling himself that if he could just endure this attacking rhythm, he would somehow find an opening to bounce back. Having barely survived the hurricane, he howled with resentment, "It's my turn to counterattack." But Su Jingming just stood there leisurely, slightly raising his hand to snap his fingers, and whispered, "Explode." Immediately, the spots struck by the continuous thunder spear on Curran's body began to accumulate purple thunder. The electric currents jolted and then exploded with a boom, tearing his flesh and causing fresh blood to spurt out, while the guy screamed miserably. The explosion's aftershock launched him into the air, making him fall flat with a thud, and his mutated form deflated back to its original appearance. He lay pinned to the ground like a rotten fish, his whole body paralyzed, his chest bearing several charred black patches that were still emitting a foul-smelling smoke. The icy-cold tip of Su Jingming's spear was already resting right in the middle of his forehead, making Curran tremble as he blurted out, "I surrender." Jiang Quan immediately declared loudly, "Su Jingming wins." The audience below burst into excitement. "That's so brutal. I thought this bet would have to grind on for 10 minutes. Who knew the show would be over in just 2? Yeah, right, total domination. A lightning element is matching muscles with an enhancement element, and still winning big is what's crazy. Not to mention Brother Ming's combat skill level completely outclassed him, burying Curran without letting him show his face." Ling Shuang smiled in admiration, silently evaluating his tactics. First, using Thunder Prison to lock down the arena, borrowing Thunder Spear to force Curran to use a move to escape. Then using Lightning Flash to close the distance, using the caliber of Lightning Gale Piercer to dig deep into the opening, and finally sealing the deal with continuous Thunder Spear. A smooth, razor-sharp combo. Su Jingming is truly an outstanding seed. Having finished her thoughts, she turned to mock Principal Su. "Do you have any more excuses to make?" Su Ping dropped his head in dejection. "Principal Ling, my side concedes defeat wholeheartedly. That 20% of resources belongs to you all, and the S-rank item promised privately to Su Jingming will be delivered to him by tomorrow afternoon." He swallowed his anger and turned away, his guts twisting with bitter remorse. Having already missed out on 20 ruined passes, now he had to grit his teeth and compensate an extra 20% of resources. It really was a double loss, being too smart for his own good and bleeding heavily. Ling Shuang smiled brightly, holding out the access pass to Su Jingming, praising, "Well done. This is the ticket to the number 9 civilization relic. I am keeping my word and handing it to you. That's not all. The university will reward you with an extra 10,000 academic credits on the spot." Su Jingming rejoiced inwardly, 10,000 points. "Thank you so much, Principal Ling." Stroking the pass in his hand, he smiled subtly. So this was the golden ticket into the relic that the whole world was rushing head broken and bleeding to snatch. Ling Shuang added a reminder, "Go take a breather. The S-rank resources from Qingjing Esper University and the privilege of choosing a secret manual from the joint library of the 3 universities will be fully given to you tomorrow morning after you harvest enough precious herbs in the demon lair." Su Jingming obediently replied with a yes. He muttered calculations to himself. This field trip was a massive jackpot. Not only did he sweep the relic pass, academic credits, and S-rank items, but tomorrow he would also scavenge a bunch of rare exotic flora and loot from fierce beasts. What a bumper harvest. Suddenly, someone stepped up to strike a conversation that was a highly satisfying spar. Being able to witness the demeanor of a genius like you is truly the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Su Jingming glanced at the other party and calmly replied, "Thank you for the overpraise." Seeing that person's figure glide away, he curiously asked, "Who is that guy?" Song Q Yun, standing next to him, explained, "That's Tong Sheng, the number 1 from Jin Cheng Esper University. Ranking-wise, he's just at the bottom right after you and Curran." Su Jingming nodded. No wonder his foundation has reached the mid-tier 2 level. He truly is a formidable talent. Song Kyu-yun put her hands on her hips and teased, "A guy who has already hit the tier 3 mark like you saying this, are you trying to flatter yourself?" He laughed brightly. "Well, I'm not like normal people. I have a cheat button to level up, do you believe it?" Song Kyu-yun pouted and shot back, "Believe my foot." At the same time, inside the luxurious lair of the evil Tianming cult, the high priest was clasping his hands, muttering chants, revering the heavenly mandate, "The heavenly God is eternal." The fanatic followers waiting below also shouted in unison, "The heavenly God is eternal." The high priest narrowed his eyes and interrogated, "Is the trap near the cultivation area ready?" A follower bowed obsequiously and reporting to the high priest, "The net has been cast, everything is complete." Hearing this, the guy coldly ordered, "The lecturers from the 3 universities are handed over to you, make sure to uproot them completely, kill as many as you can." The flock of followers shouted in unison, "As you command." The high priest's eyes sparked with a vicious gleam. "As for those 2 S-rank praise, they will be your meal, holy son. You can conveniently use them as a stepping stone to break through as well. Can you swallow them?" The holy son smirked arrogantly, "As small as rabbits. Tomorrow, I will close in on them at the shortest distance." The high priest tapped his fingers on the table. "If those brats are sensible enough to enlist in the Tianming cult, it will be a joyful matter. But if they dare to be stubborn, send them to meet the Grim Reaper." And he spread his arms and roared, "Oh my flock, tomorrow will be the most glorious prelude for our cult. We will use fresh blood and corpses to carve the name of the Tianming cult onto the map of Great Xia. Show me your fanaticism." The followers went into a frenzy, straining their necks to scream, revering the heavenly mandate, "The heavenly God is eternal." Revering the heavenly mandate, "The heavenly God is eternal." Early next morning at the Mythical cultivation area, a bright red sign hung dangling, clearly stating restricted area, absolutely no entry. As soon as the bunch of students stepped into the boundary, they gasped in awe. "So awesome are those grade C sunflowers. To think the base grows so many of them, my hands are itching to uproot them all." Just then a man warmly stepped forward to greet them. "Welcome teachers and students of the 3 great universities." "Huh, aren't the 3 vice principals escorting everyone?" This guy was Ma Yang, the base manager. Hu Ping, the leader of the Madu Ability University delegation, calmly replied, "They're tied up with some matters. Besides, picking flowers and pulling weeds holds no risks, so they didn't tag along. Plus, if anything happens, Principal Ling Shuang can use her spatial teleportation to land here in the blink of an eye." Ma Yang chuckled in agreement, "That makes perfect sense. All right, please follow me, everyone." Along the way, he began dividing the groups. Than Kin Ability University will handle harvesting the sunflowers in Sector Seatwelve. Tan Than Ability University will pull the Crimson Flame grass in Plot B16, and Madu Ability University will take care of the Clear Heart grass in Field C11. Then he added, "As for the top 3 seeds, please step away from the group and come this way with me." Hu Ping slightly furrowed her brows in alert, separating them. Since when did the Mythical cultivation area invent this weird rule? Yang covered it up with a hearty smile. "It's like this, we've just successfully cultivated a batch of grade S herbs, so I wanted to take this chance to broaden your top students' horizons." Hearing this, Hu Ping relaxed her face. "I see, that sounds good. Su Jingming, Curran Rao, Tong Sheng, you 3 follow us." A lump of unease rose in Su Jingming's heart. Suddenly being led away to pick grade S items, this Ma Yang guy was giving off a very suspicious vibe. But seeing the teachers right beside them, he reassured himself that it should be fine. Tong Sheng quickened his pace to strike up a conversation. "Greetings to you both. I am Tong Sheng from Tan Than Ability University. Your sparring match yesterday was so captivating, I was completely mesmerized." Su Jingming waved his hand modestly. "It was just showing off my meager skills." Meanwhile, Curran Rao, walking ahead, had a face as stiff as if he had stepped in mud. Tong Sheng continued to probe. "I heard rumors that some religious cults possess secret techniques to stimulate power, allowing a Tier 2 awakened to shoot straight up to Tier 4. If this is true, perhaps I would have more than enough power to spar with you too." Su Jingming advised flatly, "When it comes to cults, it's best to stay as far away as possible." Curran Rao suddenly clasped his hands and muttered, "What's wrong with religion? Whether it's the Hinduism of my homeland or the Holy Father cult, they all enlighten the soul. It is precisely with the backing of the Lord Brahma that I am ever victorious." Su Jingming sarcastically mocked, "Oh, ever victorious, huh? Then why did that great Lord Brahma forget to bless you so you could defeat me yesterday?" Curran Rao choked on his words, his face flushing red with anger as he growled, "You." Tong Sheng, standing nearby, chimed in, I actually think Curran Rao has a point. Some cults bring boundless benefits. Jingming, in a little while, when you personally taste that divine power, you might just change your mind and beg to join. Su Jingming frowned deeply. What do you mean by taste it in a little while? Right at this moment, Ma Yang, walking way ahead, waved his hand and called out, Ms. Hu and the 3 students, we have arrived at the field. Hu Ping looked around in confusion. We're here, but where are the grade S herbs? Ma Yang pointed at an empty corner. Look closely, Ms. Hu, the grade S goods are waiting right there. Hu Ping turned her head to look, her face full of bewilderment. Seizing the moment, Hu Ping was distracted. Ma Yang tore off his gentle disguise. His hand suddenly transformed into a giant beast's claw, tearing through the wind and lunging straight at her. The vicious strike hit Hu Ping squarely in the chest. The terrifying power caused her to cough up a pool of fresh blood, severely injuring her in an instant. Hu Ping's body was sent flying backward, but thanks to her sharp reflexes, she immediately channeled her ability to land safely. Clutching her chest and gasping for air, she glared at him in horror and exclaimed, You are a Tier 7 master. At this moment, her face also manifested the beastly traits of her Grade A ability, Swift Shadow Spirit Cat. She snapped, You are absolutely not Manager Ma, who are you? Playing this despicable trick, have you considered how horrific the consequences will be? Ma Yang smiled eerily, Tusk, you truly live up to the title of a peak Tier 6 expert from Madu Ability University. Such a tenacious vitality, far surpassing those brats of the same level. He ripped off his human skin mask and boasted smugly, Since you're heading to the grave anyway, I'll give you a little spoiler. We belong to the Heavenly Mandate cult. As for threatening me with consequences, the more tragic the consequences, the more thrilled we become. From all directions, agonizing screams erupted continuously. Oh no, it's an ambush. Who is this despicable? Kill them, don't let anyone escape. Hu Ping suppressed her pain, clutched her wound, and furiously questioned, Heavenly Mandate cult. Are you planning to uproot the young sprouts of Great Zia? You better stop before it's too late. Saying that, she secretly squeezed a tiny object hidden in her palm, crushing it into pieces. The butcher disguised as Ma Yang laughed sadistically, planning to call that spatial-type lady over to save the day, huh? Too late. He raised his palm, and a glowing red blood sphere appeared, inside which hovered a pale white bone. That evil object instantly radiated waves, freezing the entire spatial barrier around them. Outside, the 3 vice principals immediately smelled danger and roared in fury, Who is bold enough to ambush the students of the 3 universities? Are you tired of living? Ling Shuang flew forward and urged, Principal Su Ping, Principal Jiang Quan, hurry to the cultivation area. After speaking, she immediately erupted with her spatial power. The oppressive aura descending from Ling Shuang left the crowd below breathless. So blinding, what terrifying power. Are these 3 all grandmasters? Such an intimidating pressure. Exactly, they are the vice principals of the top universities. Oh crap, did the field trip group run into trouble? In another development, Zhou Ying frowned in anxiety and urgently issued an order. Squads 9 and 10 marched to the Ma Kwe cultivation area immediately. Protect the eldest Mrs. Safety at all costs. She consoled her own uneasiness. Anyway, the eldest miss has a protective talisman on her, plus 3 Tier 8 grandmasters are rushing there. She will surely be safe and sound. Right. Inside the blockaded boundary, Hu Ping stared wide-eyed at the glowing red sphere and cried out in panic, spatial ability fluctuations. The butcher sneered, I told you so, even if your grandmaster crawls here, she will be powerless. As for you, please go meet the king of hell first. Hu Ping felt the grim reaper pressing against her neck and thought in despair, I'm done for. How am I supposed to dodge from this angle? The man swung his giant claw, slashing straight down at Hu Ping. Fresh blood splattered, dyeing a patch of earth red. Curran Rao was scared out of his wits and shrieked in terror. Su Jingming furrowed his brows tightly, sweating profusely as he analyzed. A damn Tier 7 master, even if I pull out all my trump cards, it's just hitting a rock with an egg. Suddenly, deafening, earth-shattering pounding echoed from the outside. The butcher twitched slightly and muttered, well, strong enough to shake the spatial armor of a beast emperor. The power of this grandmaster is truly fierce. Then he jerked his chin and ordered, Holy Son, I'll leave the trash here for you to clean up. Saying that, he rode the wind and dashed away. Tong Sheng's eyes turned into a crazed, bloodshot red. He laughed hoarsely, finally. The glorious moment of the Heavenly Mandate cult has come. Su Jingming, Curran Rao, open your eyes wide and admire my ultimate form. Hearing this, both of them flinched and turned their heads. Tong Sheng's physique mutated violently in the blink of an eye. His energy waves surged madly from upper Tier 2, jumping straight to peak Tier 2, breaking the barrier to lower Tier 3, and then soaring straight to middle Tier 3. The growth momentum only stagnated when it hit peak Tier 4. His body had now swelled up like a monster. Curran Rao became tongue-tied and swore, "Holy shit, what kind of demonic secret technique is this? How can it stuff in such terrifying cultivation?" Jingming also broke into a cold sweat as he recalled, "This evil stench, it's divine blood." Jingming frowned in calculation. This guy Tong Sheng definitely has divine blood infused in him. A single drop of divine blood is as precious as grade S resources. No wonder he could break through all the way to peak Tier 4 in one breath. Standing next to him, Curran Rao was already cowering in fear. Tong Sheng declared arrogantly, climbing straight from middle Tier 2 to peak Tier 4, "This is the blessing of the heavenly mandate cult. I'll give you two paths. One is to kneel in submission and follow me to slaughter those little brats. Two is to be crushed into pulp by me. Choose decisively." In a distant corner, several students shouted, "Charge, the 2 grade S seeds are in danger. Go provide cover quickly, Jingming is our trump card, we absolutely cannot let him fall here. Advance." The heavenly mandate cult lackeys sneered in contempt, swinging their weapons to block the way. "Today, even gods are helpless. Worry about your own lives first, because you're all going to be turned into fertilizer." On another front line, Song Kyu-yun tightly gripped her Sky Piercer halberd, fighting valiantly against the fanatics. She bit her lip and prayed, "Jingming, you absolutely must not fall." On the outer perimeter, the vice principals were pouring all their strength into breaking the barrier wall. Su Ping asked anxiously, "Principal Ling Shuang, why don't you use your teleportation to jump straight into the cultivation area?" Ling Shuang gritted her teeth and replied, "I've been trying, but the space inside is completely locked down. I can't pierce through it." Staring inside, she concluded, "The item in that guy's hand is definitely a bone from a Tier 9 spatial-type beast emperor. This entire area has been frozen by it." Hearing that, the heavenly mandate bishop in the distance laughed savagely. Su Ping clicked his tongue in shock. A Tier 9 spatial-type beast emperor bone? They sure invested heavily. Jiang Quan also added nervously, "If those 2 grade S seedlings lose their lives, there will be massive trouble." The heavenly mandate bishop threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Haha, what good can 3 grandmasters do? Just stand outside and watch my heavenly mandate cult slit the throats of every single freshman. Today will be our grandest sacrificial ceremony." Jiang Quan snorted angrily, "Bastards, it's the heavenly mandate cult again." Su Ping frowned in indignation. "We cleared their remnants from the borders of Great Xia 6 decades ago. Who would have thought they could still resurface?" Ling Shuang began to channel her ability, calling upon the other two, "Quickly focus your strength for a combined strike. If we hit it continuously for 3 minutes, there's a chance to shatter this spatial shell." She roared, and a blinding pillar of energy shot straight up into the sky from the center of her forehead. Under the terrifying pressure, the ground around the cultivation area finally revealed cracks. In an instant, the massive architectural structure of the cultivation area was uprooted completely, floating in the air like a magical island, leaving a bottomless pit below. Ling Shuang gave a resounding order. "The underground veins are locked tight. Redirect the attack to the thinnest point in the southeast corner." Hearing the command, Su Ping and Jiang Quan didn't hesitate, immediately draining their abilities to the limit. In a flash, Su Ping transformed into a mighty beast, madly lunging at the weak point. Jiang Quan also erupted, his body dissolving into a giant phantom made of water storms. The two of them, like 2 heavy artillery shells, built up momentum and crashed thunderously into the invisible wall. The earth-shattering explosions echoed, causing the space inside to shake violently. The students and the heavenly mandate fanatics alike were dizzy and pale with fear. Wave after wave of destructive attacks from the 2 grandmasters hammered against the barrier. The students cheered joyfully, "It's the teachers. The vice principals are breaking the siege to save us, there's a chance to survive." Jingming quickly glanced at his system panel, calculating in his head, "I only have exactly 49,000 ability points left. If I go all in on an upgrade, I might just pierce through the Tier 4 threshold, then I might have a chance to turn the tables." Tong Sheng bared his fangs and laughed menacingly. "Listen up, elites of the 3 universities, isn't the buffing power of our cult that takes you from middle Tier 2 to peak Tier 4 awesome? I'm bestowing a favor upon you. Gang up and butcher those brats, join the heavenly mandate cult to be blessed with divine power like me." The students exchanged glances, their minds in turmoil because of this vicious temptation. Ling Shuang on the outside roared with a voice like thunder, "Absolutely forbidden. Whoever dares to cowardly backstab their schoolmates, I will immediately revoke their student ID and send them straight to hell." Hearing this, the few who were contemplating betrayal quickly extinguished their dark thoughts and tightened their formation. Forget it, being a traitor never ends well. Exactly, follow the light of the teachers. If we hold on a little longer, we'll definitely survive. Tong Sheng roared in bitter rage. "A bunch of bird brains, you don't even have the guts to rebel." He glared threateningly, a final act of mercy, just 3 seconds. Surrender or lose your lives. Saying that, he counted down coldly, 3-2. Curran Rao lost his nerve, his knees went weak, and he plumped down to the ground, begging, "Please spare my life. I am willing to sell myself to the heavenly mandate cult." Tong Sheng jerked his chin toward Su Jingming and sneered, "This guy is smart. What about you?" Su Jingming ignored him. His entire body suddenly lit up, streams of purple heaven divine thunder burst out, crawling around his body like snakes, emitting terrifying crackling sounds. Tong Sheng smirked disdainfully, "Stubborn, choosing death, huh? You rejected the Holy Sun seat, so Curran Rao, go fetch his head and offer it to me as your initiation fee." Curran Rao's face drained of color. He shrank his neck and stammered, "This task? How could I possibly pull it off?" Right at the boiling point, several beastified awakened charged forward, shielding Su Jingming and shouting, "Brothers, let's fight side by side and chop them to pieces." Su Jingming quickly glanced at them and analyzed, 1 lower tier 3 along with 4 lower tier 4s. "Luckily, I can probably handle this amount without biting into my reserve points." Thinking so, he smirked in provocation, "Bring it on if you've got the guts." A guy wielding a massive axe swung at him, laughing shrilly, "Do you think having a grade S label makes you invincible? If you're that arrogant, go meet your maker, boy." The axe blade chopped straight down at Su Jingming's head, but he didn't even bother to budge or dodge. Strangely enough, that terrifying slash bounced back, failing to even scratch a single hair on him. In an instant, a long spear thrust out as fast as lightning, piercing a gaping hole right through the axe-wielder's chest. The guy collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he muttered his last words, "Impossible. I am a dignified Tier 4 expert." Su Jingming flicked the blood off his spear and judged contemptuously, "A mere small fry, and you dare jump out to claim your lunchbox." Tong Sheng, standing on the sidelines, clicked his tongue and yelled at his servants, "Step back, leave him be. I'll join forces with you guys to send him off." Su Jingming slightly furrowed his brows under the pressure. "Man, this guy's killing intent is suffocating me. This is no joke. Looks like I still have to pump in those ability points. It's just a bit of a pity. I was planning to save up to around 50,000 to test if there's a power threshold breakthrough." Right at that moment, the system panel chimed. "Ding ding, successfully eliminated a lower tier 4 divine blood envoy, rewarding 1,000 ability points." Su Jingming's eyes widened in delight, exactly the 50,000 mark. "The time is ripe, let's go all the way, upgrade." The virtual screen unfurled to display. Lower tier 3 plus Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Grade S, accompanied by 2,032 Vitality, 1,513 Hz. He decisively pressed the plus sign right on the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder line. The system flashed the text, "Initiating upgrade cycle, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Grade S advancing 10%, 20%. At the same time, the sky was abruptly torn apart, and terrifying pillars of lightning surged down. Mysterious force lifted Su Jingming, suspending him in midair. The currents of lightning, like 100 snakes, rushed in to cleanse his body, shooting up to 30%. The crowd below was dumbfounded in fear, while he was completely intoxicated by the domination of power. Though Tong Sheng was terrified, he tried to suppress his fear and impulsively yelled, putting on an act, playing gods and ghosts, "Who are you trying to fool?" In just a few seconds, the lightning bombardment shattered a vast area of the cultivation field, leaving it scorched and dusty. His system interface rapidly updated the numbers, the progress bar jumping to 98%, 99%. Hitting the ceiling at 100%. The metamorphosis process was complete. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Grade S officially evolved into the SS grade, All Heaven Divine Thunder. Su Jingming slowly opened his eyes wide. The All Heaven Divine Thunder glowed with a dazzling, brilliant golden light. Instantly, a colossal pillar of thunder tore through the cloud layer and crashed into the ground, its terrifying power 10,000 times stronger than the previous lightning bolts. That giant pillar of lightning struck straight down on the top of Tong Sheng's head. He let out a tragic shriek, agonizingly crushed without even being able to struggle or fight back. The familiar system chime rang out. Eliminated Peak Tier 4 Divine Blood Envoy, gaining an additional 2,000 ability points. Su Jingming pointed his finger at the thugs of the Heavenly Mandate cult one by one, saying in a deep voice, You, and you too, go down to the underworld for me. Wherever his fingertips swept, thunder crashed down. The entire sky was ripped apart by a series of blindingly golden lightning pillars. After sweeping the area clean, he turned his deadly gaze toward Curran Rao. This guy's soul almost left his body as he waved his hands and begged, Don't, please don't. He frantically banged his head against the ground with a thud. Spare my life, Jingming. Earlier I was forced against my will. I swear I never intended to stab you in the back. On the horizon, the bishop witnessed the scene, muttering in utter terror, the Holy Sun just croaked like that. He furiously strained his neck and roared at Su Jingming, You little brat, today I'll make you be buried along with him. His hand expanded into a sky-covering claw and slammed down, but Su Jingming didn't flinch at all, keeping his head held high to face the giant claw. The suffocating pressure from the ruthless bishop flattened him, making Su Jingming shudder as he exclaimed in his heart, I'm completely stiff, I can't even lift a finger. So the gap of a Tier 7 master is this terrifying. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shout shattered the atmosphere. Stop right there. Su Jingming snapped his eyes open, sensing the intense ripples of a spatial-type ability. The majestic figure of Ling Shuang trampled through the void and descended, her sharp eyes like icy spikes locking straight onto the bishop. The bishop panicked. Impossible, how could you pierce the net? I was still holding the spatial lock tightly. Ling Shuang snorted coldly, casually swiping a line to execute a spatial slash, mocking, playing with abilities using borrowed fake items, and you still dare to be distracted. If you don't go meet the king of hell, who will? The invisible slash cleanly severed one of his arms, and blood spewed profusely. The excruciating pain made him lose his grip and drop the blood sphere containing the beast emperor bone, while his mouth let out a wild howl. Ling Shuang pressed her palms together, crushing the invisible space. The bishop's body instantly became heavy and was forced face down onto the ground. That was her renowned ultimate skill, spatial prison. With another gentle wave of her hand, the evil sphere obediently flew straight into Ling Shuang's palm. Having handled it, she turned around and asked anxiously, Jingming, are you missing any hairs? He smiled in relief, I'm still alive and kicking. Only then did Su Ping squeeze his way in, hastily asking, Principal Ling, how should we clean up this Heavenly Mandate cult trash? Ling Shuang judged coldly, they dared to mess with Great Zia's precious gems, so they must pay the price. Keep the Tier 6 dogs alive for interrogation. As for the rest of the small fries, mince them without mercy. And so, a bloody massacre led by 2 Tier 8 grandmasters rained down upon the cultists. Curran Rao saw that things had settled and crawled over to flatter Principal Ling. Ling Shuang gave him a cold side-eye. Shut your mouth. Your crimes will be thoroughly interrogated by someone later. Once finished, she turned to Su Jingming with curiosity and probed, what kind of power was that just now? A limited edition grade S skill? You cast it without even charging up, and it was golden lightning on top of that. The young man had to play dumb, scratching his head, I'm clueless myself. I was in such a panic to save my life earlier, my ability just suddenly ignited and broke its limits, it probably mutated. Ling Shuang's eyes widened in amazement, so it's not an overclocking technique. Hurry up and release your purple heaven divine thunder so I can take a look. He obliged and opened his hand. A dazzlingly golden lightning bolt, sparkling with flawless purity, flared up. Ling Shuang muttered with deep curiosity, weird, is this really the purple heaven divine thunder? Once things are mostly settled here and we retreat to the medical station, I have to measure your ability. Su Jingming nodded obediently, yes ma'am. From afar, Song Qiu-yun ran over frantically and threw herself into his arms, sobbing, Jingming, you worried me sick. Seeing that rosy scene, Ling Shuang tactfully turned her back and walked away, pressing her lips together in a secret smile. Tusk, the taste of youth is indeed sweet. Su Jingming gently wiped away the tear streaks on Song Qiu-yun's cheeks. Comforting her, don't cry, it's all over, my skills are this good after all. His warmth naturally made the girl blush deeply. An hour later, the architectural block of the cultivation area was carried back by Ling Shuang and placed exactly in its original state. Gathering the freshmen of the 3 universities, she announced with grief, The disaster caused by the Heavenly Mandate cult has claimed the lives of 342 students. The boards of directors from the 3 schools will bear the responsibility. The death compensation will be distributed in full according to the standards for dying on the battlefield. Those from the Heavenly Mandate cult are not only humanity's tumor, but the mortal enemies of the 3 University Alliance. From this moment on, an indefinite wanted order will be issued. Whether you are a teacher or a student, you have the right to hunt them down, swearing to uproot them completely. Su Jingming stood below, nodding and calculating. Killing these divine envoys to farm ability points is pretty smooth. I'll definitely have to register for a chain of missions to wipe them out once I get back to school. On the podium, Ling Shuang further announced, due to this unforeseen accident, the field training will conclude right here. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the entire freshman class will withdraw back to school. For now, follow the teachers back to the medical station to rest. After the group settled down at the medical station, Ling Shuang took out a measuring device, tapped it, and waved Su Jingming over, instructing, "Release your power. This machine will thoroughly analyze what it is." The young man didn't hesitate to flare up his ability. The dancing lightning crackled loudly. Ling Shuang observed intently, immersed in her speculation. Could this kid's grade S branch have leapfrogged all the way to SS? It's too hard to believe. His foundation was sluggishly stuck at grade E, transforming to grade S was already 1 in a million. Beep beep, the machine rang with the results. Analysis complete, detected all heaven divine thunder of the lightning system, natural type, classified as SS grade. Ling Shuang froze, unable to believe her ears. All heaven divine thunder, genuine SS grade goods. She calculated in her mind, the gap between SS and S is as vast as the ocean. If provided with enough nurturing resources and thrown onto the battlefield, it would be an absolute deterrent capable of turning the tides. If I remember correctly, the last expert in Great Zia bearing an SS mark was 10 moon cycles ago. Putting away her stunned expression, she laughed and gave a thumbs up in praise. Fantastic SS grade ability indeed. You really do me proud, Jingming. The young man started to act it out, pretending to be wide-eyed and slack-jawed. All heaven divine thunder. So my power really evolved. But how does this machine know its name so well? Could it be that someone in history has used this before? Ling Shuang explained, if the machine has the data, then of course it existed. But not in this era, rather from way back in the ancient civilization period. The school's machine is an exact copy of the technology unearthed from the ancient ruins. Su Jingming let out an "oh" and nodded. That makes perfect sense then. She smiled and teased further. So that means your current potential is enough to brawl barehanded with the powerhouses of the ancient era. Stopping her laughter, she instructed seriously, Jingming, you don't need to hide your abilities upgrade, but you are strictly forbidden from showing off and drawing attention. She handed out a piece of jade, continuing, I carved this talisman myself. If you encounter a crisis, crush it, and I will jump over to save you immediately. Remember carefully, only use it as a last resort. Don't call for me over every little thing. Su Jingming eagerly accepted the protective talisman, grinning widely. Your student will carve this into his heart. Then Ling Shuang shoved a medicine bottle into his hand, grade S goods sent to you by Than Kin Ability University. A 7-star realm-breaking pill, exclusively used for overcoming major bottlenecks. My advice is to wait until you grind to peak Tier 5, then swallow it to break through the barrier to Tier 6. Using it carelessly would waste its medicinal power. Holding the bottle, he smirked and probed, Teacher, can I exchange this for another grade S item? He knew perfectly well in his gut that with the system's backing, upgrading only required dumping in points, so what was the point of chewing on these pills? Ling Shuang shook her head. Than Kin Ability University is very stingy, they won't exchange it. But I will make a concession. When you get back to school, just take it to the logistics department of Madu Ability University and swap it for something else. Oh, there's also the special privilege of picking a secret manual for the champion this time. Browse through and take whatever catches your eye. She pressed a button to issue an order. Eva, scan the entire treasury of lightning-type skills from grade A and above from both Than Kin and Than Ability Universities, and project them for viewing. Instantly, dozens of virtual screens popped up, blanketing the sky with a dazzling array of techniques. Skimming through, there was the Ming My Thunder cloud of the SSS tier, which summons lightning to create a storm formation that continuously rains down strikes. The requirement forces one to be above Tier 5, along with engrade a lightning ability to practice it. Then there was the Thunder God's Descent, also SSS tier, which manifests a thunder god to deliver a judgment that smashes the enemy's skull. but it demands a cultivation level above Tier 6 along with grade S lightning ability to work. Su Jingming smacked his lips in regret. Those SS and SSS scrolls smell as sweet as jackfruit, but the snag is the requirements are ridiculously high. With my low-level, battered body, how could I even touch them? I'd better be practical and grab a book that I can consume right away for an instant boost. He diligently scrolled through the system panel again to find something suitable, while Ling Shuang stood behind with her hands clasped, silently evaluating her student. After browsing to his heart's content, he finally spoke up and pointed, "Principal Ling, I'll lock in on this grade S Thunder God Finger technique." The Thunder God Finger, standard grade S, concentrates lightning into a single finger strike that shocks the world, piercing through the enemy with massive damage. You only need to reach Tier 3 and possess a grade A lightning ability to eat it right up. Ling Shuang frowned as she weighed it. This is a deeply buried secret manual of Than Kin Ability University. There's no way they would send someone over to guide you wholeheartedly. If you swim on your own, it might easily take you many years to comprehend it. Su Jingming calmly waved his hand. It's just a mosquito, teacher. In his mind, he sneered, I still have a whole 6,000 points to spare. I'll just pump them straight in and it'll be done instantly. Seeing his decisiveness, Ling Shuang didn't bother to stop him, smiling gently to yield. If you like it, then go ahead. Besides, you've already bagged a few grade S secret manuals, so you have your own path. My further nagging would just be redundant. Admiring Su Jingming's confident demeanor, she secretly marveled, upgrading like a storm, with overbearing power, and even a weak ability evolved on its own. So many buffing halos all gathered onto one person. If this batch sprouts and grows smoothly, humanity will surely welcome a supreme being that will shake the world in the future. Switching the scene to a private training room, Su Jingming was currently seated in a cross-legged posture. The young man voiced a request for the system to display his personal stat panel. Immediately, a data screen popped open. Title: Su Jingming, Realm, Lower Tier 3, Superpower, All Heaven Divine Thunder Grade SS. Physical stats reached 2,038, with Vitality and Spirit at 1,522. Skill panel included Master Level Spear Art, Basic Level Heavenly Thunder Spell, Basic Level Nether Prison Thunder Armor, Intermediate Level Fist Art, Advanced Level Thunder Flash, Intermediate Level Chain Thunder Spear, Intermediate Level Thunder Prison, Master Level Lightning Gale Pierce, and the fourth layer of the indestructible group Thunder Cauldron Body. The number of available ability points was 6,359. Su Jingming muttered to himself, 50,000 superpower points were indeed worth every penny, as they helped the grade S Purple Heaven Divine Thunder undergo a spectacular transformation into the grade SS All Heaven Divine Thunder. The only hitch was that the All Heaven Divine Thunder was far more stubborn and difficult to tame than its predecessor, so the immediate goal was definitely to dedicate his efforts to grinding his control over this new power. The day he could lay his hands on the grade SSS Lightning Superpower, he dreamed of every night was finally beckoning. Moving on to 6 o'clock in the evening, the crowd tilted their heads up to the sky, their mouths forming an O shape and eyes wide open in buzzing discussions. Look at that aircraft. What kind is it to be so flashy? It has no propellers and doesn't even emit smoke. Or is this an anti-gravity flying ship excavated from the ancient ruins? For such a precious strategic toy to appear here, could some big shot have just descended upon the base? Right in the middle of the sky at that moment, a massive airship with a rounded design exactly like a flying saucer loomed into view. The colossal machine slowly landed on the ground. The door opened, and a man wearing a top hat leisurely stepped out, the corners of his lips curling up into a deeply meaningful smile. Su Jingming, I've come looking for you. Upon seeing that highly dangerous-looking figure, the people started breaking into cold sweats under his oppressive aura. Wow, what kind of big shot is this? Should we run and report this to the station's management board? The man in the hat thought to himself, for this undercover trip, it's best to silence as many people as possible to save on the hassle. As soon as the thought ended, the old man gently snapped his fingers. As if by magic, the entire surrounding crowd instantly had their recent memories wiped clean, treating him like an invisible man and returning to the rhythm of their daily lives. There's a great movie playing in theaters recently. Want to go watch it? That one. What should we eat this afternoon to warm our stomachs? Witnessing that scene, the man could only smirk in triumph. Shifting his gaze to the temporary solitary confinement block of the station, loud screaming echoed out from a cell. Let me go, the Lord above will punish you all, hoping to dig information out of my mouth, in your dreams. The one screaming was none other than the highest representative of the heavenly mandate cult. This guy was still stubbornly straining his neck to roar. The great gods will surely manifest to save this devout follower, just you wait and see. Blond young man standing next to the cell muttered in frustration, "These fanatics from the Tian Mingjiao are truly stubborn. We couldn't pry a single useful word out of them." This guy was actually the boss of the intelligence department under the Mind System Superpower Police Bureau. Ling Shuang stood beside him and sighed softly. "I know the situation. Everyone has exhausted themselves all morning, so just go get some sleep." The Tian Mingjiao cleric smirked. "What a bunch of blockheads. If it were me, I wouldn't waste my breath on this pointless endeavor." From behind, Jiang Quan spoke helplessly. "The intelligence department's guys are out of ideas too. Looks like we can only wait for the higher-ups to send an expert down to handle this." Ling Shuang replied calmly, "Just relax, calculating the time. The reinforcements from headquarters should be arriving any minute now." What a coincidence. The mysterious man from earlier just leisurely stepped into the detention area. Just being swept by the terrifying aura radiating from that middle-aged man, Ling Shuang broke into a cold sweat, secretly panicked by such overwhelming pressure. The man strolled closer, casually flicked the brim of his hat up with 2 fingers, and smiled. "Well, I've kept you all waiting." Ling Shuang hurriedly bowed in extreme reverence. "Lord Liu, I can hardly believe you would personally grace us with your presence." The distinguished guest replied calmly, "This Tian Mingjiao organization has been lying low for 60 years and suddenly resurfaced. If I didn't show up myself, I'm afraid things would go south." Watching the old man's back as he approached the cult leader, Ling Shuang secretly analyzed in her head. Liu Yushan, an S-rank mind system superpowered individual, one of the 10 great 9th-tier martial saints of Dazia, possessing heaven-shaking authority. But what exactly is in this place that is worth him making the trip all the way here? Returning to Liu Yushan, he instantly unleashed his mind manipulation ability to crush the cleric, then coldly began the interrogation. "Answer my question truthfully. Are you the ultimate boss of the Tian Mingjiao?" The fanatic was now reduced to a controlled puppet. His brain flickered for a few seconds before obediently spilling the truth. "No, I am not. I am merely a grand cleric." Liu Yushan continued to press. "Then what is the target of this operation?" The man answered obediently. "The goal is to send the first-year students of the 3 major academies to the afterlife, and conveniently announce the return of the Tian Mingjiao." Old Liu pressed further. "Do you have spies planted in the major academies? How many?" The puppet honestly confessed, "Yes, we do. Jincheng University is not the only one with our people." After about 10 minutes, every necessary detail had been completely dug out by Liu Yushan. He turned to instruct Ling Shuang. "This cleric's brain has been tampered with by someone else, so core information like the base layout or the identity of the grand leader cannot be extracted no matter what. But based on what we gathered, it's clear the Tian Mingjiao is hatching a massive conspiracy. I reckon the higher-ups at headquarters will raise the banner for action soon." Let's put the cult case aside for now. My trip down here is also tied to another matter regarding the Esper Su Jingming. Where is he currently? I want to meet him. Hearing this, Ling Shuang secretly slapped her thigh. As expected, Lord Liu came here with another purpose. The scene shifted to Ling Shuang's office, where the strong woman was currently seated on a cushioned chair. Su Jingming poked his head in and asked, "Principal, what did you call me up here for?" Ling Shuang jutted her chin toward the opposite chair. "Have a seat first." Waiting for the young man to sit down, Ling Shuang introduced, "Let me introduce you. This person sitting here is a prominent figure in our Dazia National Council, Councillor Liu Yushan." Hearing that massive title, Su Jingming was so shocked his eyeballs nearly popped out. He looked at the elder who was friendly waving at him, his heart churning wildly. How bizarre, there's another living person in the room, and I was completely blind to it, sensing not a single ripple of energy. Liu Yushan cheerfully spoke, "Hello, student Su Jingming." Su Jingming suddenly felt a chill down his spine in panic, his intuition telling him there was something not quite right about this pressure. At this moment, he realized he was completely in the palm of Liu Yushan's hand. Standing before him, he felt like a tiny ant, while the other party was a giant who could see through all his secrets. Suffocated by fear, the young man instantly tensed his muscles, activating his superpower in a desperate attempt to resist. After struggling for a moment, the boy had exhausted his strength, sweating profusely and panting continuously. Looking up at Liu Yushan, he silently swallowed. "I used to only surf the net to see 9th-tier martial saints. Who knew that when facing the real deal, just a light glare from them, and I can't even control my own body." Liu Yushan unhurriedly stepped forward and praised, "Not bad. It's rare for a third-tier rookie to stand firm under this gaze of mine. Su Jingming, your willpower is very resolute." Su Jingming quickly bowed with utmost respect. "It is the counselor who went easy on me." Liu Yushan smiled in satisfaction, stroking his beard as he analyzed. Blue Star produces about 3 or 4 S-rank espers every year, but as for SS-rank ones, the annals of the past 2 centuries record no more than 50. If they don't die prematurely, they all eventually reach the peak of combat power to protect humanity. I highly expect you to force your way into those ranks. Of course, we will also provide you with ample support. A strange object suddenly flashed in Liu Yushan's palm, and he explained, "This item is called the spiritual seal. It can grant you an extra layer of solid protection." Saying that, the old man pointed a finger, and the seal shot forward like an arrow, sinking straight into the center of Su Jingming's forehead. After casting the skill, Liu Yushan's face looked a bit tired. He exhaled, "This spiritual seal is an SS-rank combat skill that I researched myself, personally attached to you. From now on, even if a 9th-tier spiritual esper wants to break it, they would have to expend an extreme amount of effort." Ling Shuang standing nearby quickly chimed in, "The counselor has expended so much effort for you, aren't you going to thank him?" Su Jingming obediently helped Liu Yushan to sit down, extremely gratefully replying, "Thank you very much, counselor." Liu Yushan waved his hand and laughed, "No need to thank me. This was originally a collective decision by the National Council. Just remember to take down a lot of enemies for our Dazia when you get stronger in the future." Ling Shuang smiled teasingly, "The outer layer of your sea of consciousness is now wrapped in a thick, unbreakable steel shield. Counselor Liu's spiritual seal is something countless 8th-tier grandmasters covet, but can't obtain. Falling into your hands is a massive jackpot." Su Jingming proudly rubbed his nose. "I am the most outstanding student of Manhwa Esper University after all." Ling Shuang crossed her arms and snorted, "You really don't know the word humble. Then it's settled, the National University Student Exchange Tournament next March, I'm handing it over to you." Su Jingming was startled. "Principal, are you mistaken? I'm still just a first-year freshman." Ling Shuang brushed it off. "Stop making lazy excuses, I've already reserved a spot for you. There are only a few months left, you better grind and level up for me." Su Jingming clenched his fists, his battle intent flaring as he replied, "Deal, I'm also extremely looking forward to beating up the prodigies from academies across the country." 3 days later, at Manhwa Esper University, the students were starting to return to school. Jiang Chuxuan looked up at the airship hovering in the sky, secretly rejoicing in her heart. Jingming is finally back. At the same time, the machine carrying the student delegation landed smoothly on the ground. Jiang Chuxuan was waiting right below, and the moment she saw Su Jingming, she waved enthusiastically, "Welcome back, Jingming." Su Jingming also smiled brightly, "Hello, Senior Chuxuan." Song Q-yun, standing next to her, also chipped in happily, "It's been a long time, Senior." Jiang Chuxuan stepped forward to pat his shoulder, breathing a sigh of relief as she smiled, "Thank goodness you guys are safe and sound." Song Q-yun enthusiastically flattered, "It's all thanks to Senior's high-quality pills. If we didn't have them during the recent expedition in the demon lair, we'd be in huge trouble." Jiang Chuxuan flipped her hair and smiled smugly, "Obviously, you have to see who personally refined them. I've already booked a VIP room at Qing Yaju, grab your luggage, let's head over there together." Su Jingming's eyes lit up, "Oh, Senior is going big and treating us to a meal today." Jiang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow, "Treating you is fine, but business is business. Did you bring back the exotic flowers and rare herbs I needed?" Su Jingming grinned, "Of course I brought them all back, and the quantity is extremely large. I'm just afraid you won't be able to handle the workload." Eavesdropping from a balcony not far away, Ling Shuang took in the whole scene of Su Jingming's group and secretly assessed, "This brat Su Jingming is quite the ladies' man. But thinking about it, top-tier experts pairing up and having kids increases the chances of inheriting dominant Esper genes, so him getting a wife early is a good thing." She closed her eyes and let out a long sigh, feeling sorry for herself. In her 20s, she dominated everywhere and had no peers who could rival her. The consequence is that now she's 30 and still clutching the title of a spinster. Back to the group, Jiang Chuxuan stared wide-eyed at the mountain of exotic flowers and rare herbs, unable to hold back a shriek. "Did you uproot the entire ecosystem of the demon lair and bring it back?" Su Jingming scratched his head and grinned, "It's not that much, Senior. The espers who have the skills to reach the central part of the demon lair can be counted on one hand. If I had stayed a little longer, I might have scavenged double this amount." Jiang Chuxuan clutched her forehead and sighed deeply. Oh my god, I'm definitely going to be rooted in the alchemy room for the next few days. After unloading the loot, Su Jingming dusted his hands and said, Transaction complete, then I'll slip away first. I still have to drop by the resource department to exchange for the S-rank cultivation materials sponsored by Qingjing Esper University. The camera shifted to the resource area of Madu Esper University. Su Jingming ordered his virtual assistant, Hey Eva, list the S-rank resources I can exchange with the 7th-tier realm-breaking pill. The AI quickly replied, Understood, boss. The screen immediately popped up a long list of items exactly as requested. Su Jingming skimmed through and rubbed his chin, clicking his tongue. Great, lots of good stuff. Eva, filter out anything that can buff my lightning system superpower manipulation to the max limit. Eva immediately highlighted the Thunder Secret Realm S-Rank Access Pass. According to the description, whoever holds this token is granted permission to enter the Thunder instance located in Hedong City, Jiangnan Province, for training. Su Jingming stroked the card, puzzled. That's weird. Hedong City is less than 100 kilometers from my house. How come I've never heard any rumors about this secret realm before? Eva kindly explained, boss, this secret realm has been located in Kang'er town of Hedong since before the year 87. But after the Thunder Dojo took over the contract, they managed it tightly, without an access pass. Don't even think about stepping inside, so ordinary people don't know about it. Su Jingming nodded in realization, so they're playing the Monopoly game. Are there fierce beasts in that map to grind levels? Eva replied instantly, of course there are, most of them possess the ability to control lightning. The young man slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. That's sweet, lock in this S-rank material package for me. While he was wandering around, Su Jingming's phone suddenly rang loudly. The voice on the other end spoke, Is Su Jingming listening? What's up, man? It's like this, the club is holding an exchange meeting this afternoon. Su Jingming muttered in his head, Just the other day I fell for Senior Liu Ming's coaxing and foolishly joined the Yunxing Club to grab the vice president's seat, who knew I'd be called to grind before my seat even got warm. Thinking so, he replied sluggishly, Yeah, I got it, I'll drag myself over later. Putting the phone in his pocket, he consoled himself. But then again, this exchange meeting is somewhat beneficial. People practicing in different departments sitting together and shooting the breeze about their experiences is very easy to learn from, so it's still worth the trip. The scene shifted. Yang Zhentian suddenly appeared, staring in pleasant surprise and shouting, Oh my god, Jingming, you went on a trip and ranked up to the 3rd tier just like that. Su Jingming scratched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Yes, sir, I picked up some exp during the extracurricular trip so I broke through. Yang Zhentian patted his disciple's back heavily. Good heavens, your tone makes breaking through bottlenecks sound as easy as eating and drinking. You haven't even finished one semester at school. At this rate, by the time you get your diploma, you might become a 7th-tier grandmaster. No joke. After the banter, the teacher stroked his beard and laughed in amusement. Get your ass up. Let's head to the training room with me. Let me check how your physique has transformed after chugging that divine blood. As soon as he set foot in the training area, Su Jingming didn't hesitate to fully unleash and show off the power of his newly upgraded SS-rank superpower. Yang Zhentian's jaw dropped for the second time. What the hell is going on? Your Purple Dawn Divine Thunder is supposed to be blue-purple, right? Why did it change color and dye your hair too? Wait a minute, it's not just the color change, the original aura of the energy is completely different from before. Su Jingming looked dumbfounded and asked back, didn't Vice Principal Ling inform you? My superpower system has evolved into the SS-rank Du Tian Divine Thunder. Yang Zhentian gasped in absolute shock. The superpower actually evolved, jumping from S-rank to SS-rank. No wonder the vice principal teased me on the phone yesterday afternoon, saying you were going to bring me a huge surprise. Calming down, he sternly instructed, a power mutation is a good thing, however. The trickiness of controlling an SS-rank ability is completely different from an S-rank. You better grind harder. Su Jingming nodded repeatedly. Yes, student understands. By the way, I just exchanged for the Thunder Secret Realm Access Pass. What do I need to prepare for a trip in there, sir? Yang Zhentian chuckled and nodded. The Thunder Secret Realm is indeed the ultimate grinding spot for lightning espers like us to practice and train. As for the gear you need to bring, I'll decide after I test the toughness of your physical strength. Turn on your Thunder Extreme form and let me see. Su Jingming cupped his hands in challenge. Then please show me a few moves to test it out, sir. Saying that, he channeled his energy. his once pure white hair instantly flared up into a dazzling golden color. His entire body was enveloped by the brilliant power of the Du Tian divine thunder. Yang Zhentian stroked his beard, amazed. Well, pretty good. The foundation of your immortal body has visibly toughened up. It's at least on par with a high-level 8th-tier powerhouse. What's more, it also faintly carries the bloodline aura of an emperor-level beast. Hearing his teacher's assessment, Su Jingming realized the truth in his heart. Aha, no wonder the durability of my physical strength lately can stand on par with an S-rank enhancement type Esper. This is the root cause. Yang Zhentian pointed and signaled, "You rest first for a bit. Let me make a call to get an opponent to act as your punching bag. You can only reveal your current physical state through actual combat." Su Jingming obediently deactivated his Du Tian divine thunder form. Old Yang stood in deep thought, calculating. Tong Yue is only at high-level 2nd tier, Su Wei is at low-level 3rd tier, and that kid Liu Ming is bedridden recovering from injuries. All 3 of these core disciples are unfit to step up. Who knows since when this youngest brat Jingming got such an insane buff, leaving his seniors miles behind. Exactly 10 minutes later, the old butler walked in slowly and smiled to announce, "The person you called has arrived." A burly teenager followed behind, trembling and stumbling as he whined, "Yes, Dean, I've been walking on the straight and narrow lately. I haven't caused any trouble in the neighborhood." In his gut, he was screaming, "Did this Yama Yang get bored and call me up to eat me alive or what? This is Zhang Shan, a senior from the Weapons Academy." Yang Zhentian jutted his chin toward Su Jingming, smiling as kindly as a Buddha. "Stop trembling, son. It's nothing major. I called you here mainly to have a physical sparring match, bare-chested brawling with my disciple Su Jingming." Zhang Shan looked dumbfounded and questioned, "A pure physical sparring match, sir? Wow, Dean, if we play like that, I'll beat him to a pulp, and I'll get a bad rep for bullying the weak." Yang Zhentian waved his hand nonchalantly, "You worry too much, just go all out for me, I'll be watching from the sidelines." Seeing the teacher backing him up, Zhang Shan instantly changed his attitude, rubbing his hands together and grinning as he approached Su Jingming. "Then that's great, Junior. The dean has ordered us to fight to the death, so your senior here won't hold back." Waiting for the two to get into position, Yang Zhentian turned to nudge the butler, "Hey Lao Fu, who do you bet will win this?" The butler smiled calmly and analyzed, "Based on overall strength, Su Jingming is a sure win, but if it's a test of physical toughness, I'm afraid young Zhang Shan is a notch higher." Yang Zhentian shook his head and pouted, "Not necessarily, old friend. Don't just look at that kid Zhang Shan bearing an A-rank enhancement superpower at peak 3rd tier, 2 levels higher than Jingming, and start crowing. The lucky encounters Jingming has consumed lately are far beyond your imagination." In the middle of the arena, Zhang Shan had already transformed into a massive wild wolf, activating his A-rank beast enhancement superpower called Cyanide Dire Wolf. Glancing at the small Su Jingming, the wolf thought to himself, "This kid is an S-rank seed, treasured by both the dean and the grandmaster vice principal of the space system. If I accidentally punch his teeth out, I'm dead meat, better put on the brakes a bit. How can I explain myself if I hurt him?" Finalizing his idea, he roared, "Hide well, kid." Then, like a tank, he crashed forward, throwing a thunderous punch straight at Su Jingming's face. Unfortunately, our protagonist was no pushover. He instantly raised his head to meet the challenge, throwing a punch right back on equal footing. After this physical collision, Zhang Shan was so shocked his jaw dropped. His entire mass of muscles was knocked back a few meters. He was stunned and panicked. What the hell just happened? I'm at peak 3rd tier, and I even used an A-rank physical buff skill. Even if I held back a bit, I should have crushed him like a frog. Su Jingming frowned and complained, hasn't senior gone all out yet? Why is the punch so weak?" Zhang Shan turned red with anger and retorted, "Yeah, I underestimated you earlier, just you wait." The werewolf roared again, unleashing a shockwave, overclocking his body to expand his strength to its absolute limit. Witnessing his opponent struggling, Su Jingming smirked with a thrill of excitement. Without hesitation, the two monsters crashed into each other and brawled, throwing brutal punches aimed straight at each other's faces. What followed was a relentless rain of punches, the two sides taking turns pounding each other like pounding rice, neither willing to take a step back. The sound of flesh colliding echoed thunderously. Acting as a judge on the sidelines, Yang Zhentian provided live commentary. "The blood in that kid Jingming's veins is pumping 1.5 times faster than Zhang Shan's. It must be the effect brought by that mysterious beast emperor essence blood. When it comes to muscle grinding, these two are evenly matched." After giving his verdict, he shouted into the arena like a megaphone, "Jingming, turn on your Thunder Extreme Form Ultimate for me." Hearing the name of the move, Zhang Shan instantly chickened out, turning his head and crying, Sir, let's just stick to physical brawling. Why Thunder Extreme Form at a time like this?" Now fighting hand-to-hand, I was already beaten to pulp by him. Now if he uses Thunder Extreme Form too, who the hell could withstand that? But his protests scattered in the wind, as Su Jingming was already fully geared up. His form underwent a complete transformation, his hair dyed a blinding golden yellow, and the Dutian divine thunder coiled around him, crackling loudly and turning the wolf Zhang Shan pale with fear. Swallowing his frustration, he timidly negotiated, "Hey brother Jingming, can we play it soft and friendly in the next round?" Su Jingming, looking badass in his dazzling armor, replied nonchalantly, "Okie dokie, no problem." 5 minutes later, the punching bag Zhang Shan had collapsed onto the floor, his tongue hanging out as he panted like a puppy. "Good lord, I surrender, I can't keep up." Su Jingming pulled out a bottle of pills and tossed it to the victim, then turned to report, "Sir, I got an idea on how to modify my combat skills. Let's stop the sparring here for today. Thanks Senior Zhang for enthusiastically practicing with me." Zhang Shan jumped up to express his gratitude and then cursed fiercely, "Damn it. Whichever punk on the forums dares to expose you as a fraud, I will lead the charge to bite their keyboard and bash their head in." Su Jingming turned around to ask the butler, "Uncle Fu, when will Teacher Rong finish his secluded cultivation?" The old butler scratched his head and shrugged, "Oh well, who knows? He might pop out in a few hours, or he might just pickle himself for a few more days." While they were chatting, Su Jingming's beloved phone started ringing again, beeping incessantly. Familiar voice came out of the speaker, "Jingming, the delegation from Qingjing Esper University is here for the exchange. The premium S-rank combat skill Thunder God Finger has been delivered to the gate. Swing by the library pavilion to pick up the goods." Su Jingming was stunned and asked back, "Principal Ling, why are you suddenly calling at this hour?" Ling Shuang snapped irritably, "What are you still busy hugging onto? Forget it, I'll drag myself over to pick you up and haul you away, it's faster." Saying that, this domineering sister used her space teleportation superpower to appear right in front of Su Jingming, making the kid jump in fright. Before he could even mutter half a word, Ling Shuang grabbed Su Jingming tightly by the shoulder. With a swoosh, she dragged the boy straight into the spatial rift. Zhang Shan and the old butler stood there with their jaws dropped, looking as confused as a cow wearing a hat. In the blink of an eye, Ling Shuang had landed in a secret room. Inside, a man was sitting imposingly, drinking tea. Su Jingming stumbled out of the teleportation portal. Ling Shuang cleared her throat to introduce, "Mr. Chen, this is our Madu Academy's S-rank prodigy Su Jingming. And Jingming, this is Teacher Chen Lin from Qingjing Esper University." The college student hurriedly bowed to greet him, "Hello, Teacher Chen." Chen Lin nodded with a bright smile, "Hello, little brother Su." Ling Shuang whispered into Su Jingming's ear, "This old Chen is a badass low-level 7th-tier grandmaster, an absolute master at using the Thunder God Finger. He'll be camping here for about half a month. During this time, you better suck up to him and drain his knowledge for me." Su Jingming obediently nodded, Yes, I got it." Male lead secretly highly praised Qingjing University's heartwarming handling of the situation, truly playing fair, not only gifting the secret manual, but also throwing in a free one-on-one tutor. It's a pity that this bro is using an auto-point-adding hack, so there's no need to cram so hard. Thinking this, he still put on a good boy act on the outside, hoping Teacher Chen will grace me by stuffing knowledge into my head for the next half-month. Chen Lin laughed and waved his hand, "No need to be so polite. Your Yang Zhentian and I have been close buddies shooting the breeze for years. I dropped by this time mainly to drink and reminisce. Whenever you get stuck in your studies, just run over to Yang Zhentian's area and call my name." The camera shifted to another corner of Madu Esper University. Su Jingming pushed the door open and walked in, scratching his head shyly to explain, "Oh my bad, I've been running around exhausted today, so I'm a little late." Then he headed towards the chair reserved for the executive committee. The crowd below cheered in unison, "The vice president is here, hello vice president." Su Jingming sweated profusely, thinking to himself, "Good heavens, the number of people in this club is as numerous as ants." At that moment, a young man with dreamy purple hair waved enthusiastically, "Jingming, come sit down, it's mind-blowing, in the blink of an eye you've already reached the 3rd tier." With this map-hacking speed, the president seat of Yunzing next term might just fall straight onto your head. This person was Vice President Du Liangping. Su Jingming smiled awkwardly to politely decline, I'll pass on that empty title. By the way, what are the bros gathering to plot today? Du Liangping rubbed his hands and whispered, "It's about the mission to hunt down the Tian Mingjiao. Those lunatics dared to pluck the tiger's whiskers, snatching the first-year students of the 3 major schools. They really ate a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Do you want a sip on this sweet deal?" Su Jingming's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, murderous intent. "Why would I pass up this sweet deal? I'll take it immediately." Club President Wu Yuan stood up solemnly to announce, "The Tian Mingjiao organization has just risen from the dead and caused havoc. Now the Dezia government has beaten the drums and issued an all-out extermination order against them. The school administration has also opened the floodgates and released a ton of cult-hunting missions. I hope the brothers here will enthusiastically respond and root them out completely." Saying that, he turned and winked at Su Jingming. "I bet 10 to 1 that you will definitely take on this mission. If you need an errand boy to tag along, just call me into your squad." Su Jingming smiled and politely declined. "Thanks for the kind offer, President, but I have social anxiety. I prefer playing the lone wolf style." He secretly calculated in his head, before taking on this hunting gig, it's best to finish tinkering with the Thunder God Finger Manual. Pocketing an extra premium S-rank combat skill will make wreaking havoc much more reassuring. The scene shifted to Chen Lin's living room at the academy. Su Jingming was sitting there waiting. He quickly broke the ice. "Sir, I stayed up all night chewing on the Thunder God Finger book. There are few places that are too mind-boggling to digest. Please enlighten me." Chen Lin smiled kindly. "Oh my, I just threw the book at you and you've already devoured it. That's some intense learning spirit, worthy of being Ma Du's top scholar. Come on in, whatever is tricky, I'll solve it all." Su Jingming instantly fired off a barrage of questions. The first hurdle lies in that long-winded paragraph describing how to connect with the lightning of heaven and earth, and blend it with the lightning in one's own body. Wow, how exactly are we supposed to understand this ancient theory? Chen Lin took a sip of tea and unhurriedly explained, "You've dabbled in the sky thunder art before, right? Actually, the core nature of this move is pretty much the same. It's just that the Thunder God Finger compresses energy more intensely, and its form variations are also much more complicated." Su Jingming nodded, clearing the blockage. "Aha, I understand this part now. What about this angle over here?" Just like that, he brought out a ton of silly questions to torture old Chen, and this professor was also extremely dedicated, patiently peeling back every issue and spoon-feeding him. 3 hours passed. Chen Lin massaged his sore lower back, stood up and patted Su Jingming's shoulder in praise. "Your IQ is quite high. You've chewed through most of the essence. The next step is to head out to the field and practice, grinding so that your spiritual power and superpower merge into one, and you're good." The old man secretly shed a tear of self-pity. "Back in my youthful days, it took me over 10 days of fumbling to reach this level." Su Jingming cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Chen, for your guidance." His mouth said thanks, but in his head, the college student secretly bowed to the system. "Hey Shen Lan, pump points into the Thunder God Finger right now. Push it up to beginner rank for me." Chen Lin cleared his throat and suggested, "How about you try busting a few moves with the Thunder God Finger? Let teacher correct your posture." Su Jingming pouted, thinking, what the hell is there to correct at this point? This bro used a hack and memorized it all. Thinking so, he made an excuse to decline. Maybe let me drag myself back to my room for some solo training before I perform, lest I waste your precious time, sir." Chen Lin still eagerly pulled him in. "Oh, come on, don't be dramatic. It only takes a few seconds to perform. It won't take much time at all." Su Jingming could only sigh in defeat. Then so be it. He lazily stood up, bringing his hands together into the starting stance to unleash the move. As his eyelids slightly opened, the power of the Du Tian Divine Thunder instantly flared up fiercely, his hand pointing straight to the sky, getting into position to unload. Chen Lin stroked his beard, smiling and nodding. "Wow, the posture of raising the hand to charge the skill is spot on, not missing a single beat, very charismatic. Plenty of my favorite students have to grind for 2 whole months just to raise their hand properly." But before his smile could fade, his eyes rolled back in shock. Wow, the second step of drawing in the lightning energy of heaven and earth went smoothly too. Those top scholars at Qingjing University had to struggle for 4 months just to pass this hurdle. But wait, the toughest part is still ahead. He'll definitely misfire. The contemptuous smile didn't even have time to bloom on his lips before Su Jingming decisively thrust a finger straight into the air. With a boom, an absolutely massive finger of light, bringing with it roaring thunder and lightning, swooped down from the highest heavens. Chen Lin was so scared his heart almost leaped out. cold sweat pouring down. Holy crap, the Thunder God finger skill activated successfully. What kind of absurdity is this? Only then did Su Jingming panic and scream, "Oh, Teacher Chen, save me, the brakes are broken, I can't retract the move." The blindingly bright missile, named Thunder God Finger, that he had just launched was hurtling down like a meteor, threatening to turn the school campus into flatland. With no time to be shocked, Chen Lin hastily pinched two fingers together, activating his standard, authentic Thunder God Finger. Instantly, he shot a violent surge of energy up into the sky to intercept Su Jingming's out-of-control lightning pillar. Bang! The two thunder bombs slammed into each other in midair, creating an earth-shattering explosion of light, the ear-splitting sound echoing across the entire area. Chen Lin dusted off his clothes and let out a heavy sigh. That damn burst of power was definitely a full-blown Thunder God Finger. From now on, you just need to grind more braking force and you're golden. Tusk, if I had been a beat slower and let that nuisance drop down here, we all would have bitten the dust. Su Jingming scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile to hide his embarrassment. Oh man, luckily my teacher was here to save the day. I've fully digested this Thunder God Finger, so I'll return this secret manual to you to lighten my load. Grabbing the manual, Chen Lin could only shake his head in resignation. Su Jingming grinned widely. I gotta bounce and get back to the grind now, bye-bye teacher. Tossing that sentence behind, the kid turned around and vanished into thin air. Chen Lin stood alone, sighing deeply as he muttered to himself. Lao Yang's rising star is an absolute beast. No wonder our school swallowed a bitter pill during the freshman martial arts tournament. If he wasn't Modu's S-rank prodigy, I swear I'd grab a shovel, dig up his roots, and bring him to Qingjing University at any cost. On his way sneaking out, Su Jingming rubbed his chin in awe. The destructive power of the Thunder God Finger is truly insanely terrifying. Even a scrubby Tier 5 Esper trying to tank it would probably get their skull crushed. But the downside is just as brutal. Unleashing it once sucked dry more than half of my Du Tian Divine Lightning tank. Pulling out his beloved phone, he ordered his AI assistant, Eva, open the shop. I need to swipe my card and stock up on a bunch of energy recovery potions. The AI quickly replied, understood, boss. While he was glued to the screen, Song Q-yun suddenly popped out of nowhere, waving her hand and grinning from ear to ear as she yelled, "Hey Jingming." Su Jingming looked bewildered and asked, "Huh, why are you wandering around here?" Song Q-yun excitedly pointed, "I just saw that gigantic lightning finger pierce through the roof of the villa area earlier. I guessed it was probably your doing, so I ran over to check out the gossip." She leaned in closely with a curious face, spit it out, "What op skill did you hack this time?" Su Jingming shrugged nonchalantly, I just picked up the S-rank Thunder God Finger, buying some gear to prep for hunting those heavenly mandate cult guys." Song Q-yun raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. "You took a quest to ambush the heavenly mandate cult. What rank is it?" Su Jingming replied honestly, "It's just a cleanup job of their underground branch, S-rank." Song Q-yun immediately pouted her lips. "With an S-rank, how am I supposed to tag along and get carried? I guess I'll just stay rooted at school and light some incense to wish you smooth sailing." Su Jingming looked at his friend's gloomy face and asked, Aren't you going to grab a quest to earn some extra scraps?" Song Q-yun let out a depressed sigh. "I really want to, but the problem is I haven't found a decent party to leech off yet." Su Jingming waved his hand and offered an idea. "Why don't you run over and beg Senior Jiang? I've seen her hard carry teams like a boss." Song Q-yun's eyes lit up. "Oh, perfect plan, let me go cling to her. Are you coming along?" Su Jingming nodded. "Yeah, I also need to negotiate a potion trade with her." The camera shifted the scene to Jingming City. News I Cafe, a group of people was sitting around in low spirits. A beauty complained in frustration, "Boss, hasn't that backup from Modu University dragged himself here yet?" The captain tried to appease her. "Chill, we agreed on 8:30. It's still early, just sip your drinks." Who can we blame when our Jingming City Security Bureau is severely understaffed? The girl got curious again. "So boss, who is this mysterious guy coming over?" That guy is named Su Jingming, barely 19 years old, a freshman at Modu University. Hearing this, the girl almost fell backward. A first-year freshman? Are they joking, sending a wet behind-the-ears brat over here to feed? The other members also chimed in. True that, those guys at the headquarters work like a comedy troupe. The boss hurriedly raised a hand to stop his subordinates. "Quiet down and let me finish my speech. That kid Su Jingming has an S-rank ability, and though his actual cultivation is at lower tier stage 3, his real combat power is already at peak stage 3. The whole gang's jaws dropped in shock upon hearing that. Oh my god, Modu's S-rank trump card, lower tier stage 3? A freshman being that overpowered, is he a reincarnated monster? The captain concluded, you get the point now, right? When he shows up later, reel in that attitude of yours and be serious for once. Speak of the devil, Jingming casually pushed the cafe door and walked in. The kid scratched his head, speaking up bashfully, oh man, my bad. The traffic was so bad I kept you guys waiting and straining your necks. The captain scrambled over to welcome him, grinning like he won the lottery. Oh, don't sweat it, we also just arrived. Let's do some intros. I'm Taiju, a B-rank enhancement esper, peak stage 3. Then he pulled his teammates from behind for roll call. This is Xiang Shan, our B-rank support healer, mid-tier stage 3. That one is Zhang Tong, a B-rank pyromancer, upper-tier stage 3. And this beauty is Sun Yan, a B-rank mind control initiator, also upper-tier stage 3. After wrapping up the introductions, Taiju clapped his hands to call for attention. Our round table is full. Let's jump straight to the main course. Let me summarize the clues about the heavenly mandate cult that my team just tracked down. Jingming pulled up a chair and plopped down, grinning, okay bro, thanks for the hard work. Taiju continued sharing. Right now we have pinned down 2 major leads on the heavenly mandate cult. Zhao Wuhao, the head of the Fierce Tiger Gang, and Leng Cheng, the core CEO of Lan High-Tech Group. According to the intel in our hands, both of these guys are deeply tied to the heavenly mandate cult branch in Jingming City. As long as we nab them and hand them over to a mental type esper for interrogation, there's a high chance we can extract the location of their Jingming hideout. Since Leng Chang's side is pretty tough to chew, we plan to collar Zhao Wuhao first. Student Su, tomorrow you just need to tag along and support us. Jingming smiled lightly and replied, there are clearly 2 targets. Why don't we split our forces to speed things up? Taiju showed hesitation and advised, it's best if we stick together, it'll be safer and more guaranteed. Jingming secretly grumbled, looks like I'm being underestimated here. After a moment of thought, he stated firmly, leave Leng Chang's side to me, you guys can just go handle the Fierce Tiger Gang, it'll be perfect. Taiju frowned, secretly wondering if this S-rank student from Modu Esper University was a bit too delusional about his own strength. Even with an S-rank ability, demanding to solo a mid-tier stage 4 powerhouse was simply absurd. Zhang Tong interrupted the conversation. Leng Chang's bodyguard squad has someone who reached mid-tier stage 4. I'm afraid you won't be able to stomach it alone. It's best we join hands to catch Zhao Wuhao first. Jingming patted his chest, asserting confidently, just sleep tight, that trivial matter won't give me any trouble. Zhang Tong grumbled with a bit of annoyance. Do you even understand the situation to be acting so tough? Seeing this, Taiju quickly stepped in to mediate. If you've made up your mind, then we'll have to trouble Student Su to make a trip. Here are the complete detailed files and a 3D map of their corporation. Jingming took the stack of documents and nodded in agreement. Inwardly, he smiled. Does his S-rank title really lack that much weight? Looks like he'll have to unleash some real skills this time. On his personal mobile device, Eva began projecting a detailed 3D schematic of Leng Chang's entire lair. Jingming squinted his eyes to observe and muttered, wow, installing up to 5,362 sensor chips plus 51 espers patrolling around. This guy Leng Chang sure knows how to play it extravagant, turning a civilian tech zone into a heavily guarded military fortress. Right then his phone rang, interrupting his train of thought, and he pressed the receive button. From the other end, Taiju's voice came through with instructions. Jingming, the Bureau has assigned a special task force of 20 elites specifically for you. They will all follow your orders completely. Jingming lightly smacked his lips. Well, they sent the manpower, but why did he have this hunch that these guys would just be standing there as decorations without helping much? The next morning, at a secret location, Jingming sat with his legs crossed, calmly asking Captain Wang, how's the scouting progress? The man standing opposite him reported, Commander, the brothers have scoured the place multiple times but still haven't found any defensive loopholes. The one speaking was Wang Gang, the Special Task Force captain, a master currently at the peak of Stage 2. Hearing the report, Jingming was speechless. He furrowed his brows and sighed internally. He originally wanted to play stealthily and elegantly, but at this rate, he'd have to play the role of a thug and bust the door down. At that exact moment, a beautiful figure glided by. The girl saw Jingming and curiously called out his name. Oh my, is it really you? The person who just appeared was Lin Qingyan, his former class monitor who had helped him a lot in the past. Su Jingming was equally surprised. Class monitor, it really is a small world. He told himself he almost forgot she was also attending university in Jingming. Lin Qingyan smiled brightly. Jingming, aren't you studying all the way up at Modu Esper University? What wind blew you down to Jingming? Are you traveling? Su Jingming scratched his head and answered, yeah, something like that. I was planning to visit the Lan high-tech zone to see what it's about, but they locked the gates and wouldn't let me in. Hearing that, Lin Qingyan clapped her hands proudly. Then you've met the right person at the right time. My eldest uncle is currently a VIP guest at the Tech Expo inside. Let me ask him to get you through the door. Su Jingming's eyes lit up. Really? That would be great. Lin Qingyan waved her hand and said, it's a piece of cake. He just needs to clear his throat and it's done. Su Jingming looked at his friend with a bright smile. Then I must thank the class monitor immensely. The girl covered her mouth and giggled. Oh, come on, calling me class monitor makes us sound so distant. Let's go now while it's hot. Su Jingming secretly rejoiced. He didn't expect to find a pillow just when he was dozing off. At this rate, he'd just let the special task force obediently lay low and wait for orders. The outer campus of the tech zone was currently extremely bustling with crowds of people. A plump man walked up hospitably. Boss Leng will grace us with his presence a bit later. Uncle needs to go say hi to some old pals. You two kids just enjoy strolling around freely. This was Lin Hai Ma, Lin Qingyan's eldest uncle. Su Jingming smiled. Thank you, Uncle Lin. In his gut, he calculated, the target delivering himself to the doorstep was perfect, saving him the trouble of searching. Lin Qingyan leaned in close and asked softly with curiosity, Jingming, rumor has it you've become an Esper now, right? He replied nonchalantly, yeah, that's right. Lin Qingyan's face dropped into a pout. What a blessed life. I really admire you. It hasn't even been half a year and you've already ascended to become an Esper, while I'm still stuck in the awakened stage, unable to cross the threshold. Su Jingming's phone chimed again. He apologized to his friend. Wait a sec, let me take a call. A rushed voice transmitted from the speaker. Student Su, have you tracked down Leng Chang's whereabouts yet? My side got slipped by the fierce tiger guys. Now we can only cling to your Leng Chang lead. Please absolutely do not let him escape. Su Jingming smirked, thinking, aha, seems like this Leng Chang guy is also packing up to flee. On the other end of the line, Taiju anxiously urged, Student Su, why are you suddenly so quiet? Su Jingming replied calmly, it's no big deal, I've locked onto Leng Chang. Zhang Tong beside him chimed in and asked, Captain, what's the situation on Su Jingming's end? Taiju frowned and answered, he said he found Leng Chang, but we have no clue about the current state of things. Let's rush over there to back him up immediately. Su Jingming turned to look at Lin Qingyan, his expression flashing a hint of seriousness. Class monitor, quickly take your people and step aside to take cover. I have some personal business to take care of. The girl looked perplexed. Take cover from what? Su Jingming's face turned. I scold. I won't hide it from you. I came here this time for another purpose. Over on the other side, a crowd was huddling together to flatter someone. Boss Leng, long time no see. The main character was none other than Leng Chang, the illustrious CEO of the Lan high-tech zone. He put on a pretentious act. It's been a bit busy over at the main building lately. Another guy squeezed in to suck up. The boss always keeps old friends like us in his heart. Right when the atmosphere was warming up, Su Jingming roared with a voice that shook the sky. You evil cultist Leng Chang of the Heavenly Mandate cult, be a good boy and put your hands up. The thunderous sound from behind made Leng Chang jump in shock and whip his head around. Su Jingming pointed straight at his face and boldly declared, according to the investigation files of the Jingming City Security Bureau, Leng Chang of Lan Hai has deep-rooted ties to the Heavenly Mandate cult. Those who are not involved, please step aside immediately. If you stubbornly protect him, you'll be treated on the same level as those evil cultists. The entire crowd of guests was terrified. What the hell, the Heavenly Mandate cult? Someone like Leng Chang joining an evil cult? Are you kidding? But the people from the Security Bureau came all the way here, so it couldn't possibly be a scripted play, could it? A burly, muscular bodyguard aggressively stepped out to block his way. Sorry, sweetie. I only know I'm Boss Leng's close bodyguard. As for whatever evil cult, I don't know shit. Is your Security Bureau out of talent that they sent a lower-tier stage 3 brat here to play the clown? This big guy's name was Wu Heng. Lin Qingyan stood from afar, her eyes bugging out in shock. Mother of God, Su Jingming is actually a lower-tier stage 3 already. It's one thing for top-tier universities to train monsters, but he hasn't even finished one semester, and they've already pumped and awakened up to a stage 3 spur. Su Jingming snorted coldly, looking at your attitude. You're also in the same boat as the Heavenly Mandate cult. I might as well conveniently sweep you all up in one go. Eva, turn on mission recording mode. Eva obediently responded. Eva understands. Wu Heng immediately channeled his inner energy, his veins bulging wildly. He drew a razor-sharp sword and arrogantly spat out, "Wanna sweep me up? Who gave you the guts to talk so crazy, huh?" Die with a roar, he swung his sword and lunged like a moth to flame straight at Su Jingming. Without hesitation, he unleashed his killer move, Blood Tiger Slash, with terrifying power, aiming to chop his opponent in half. However, Su Jingming easily dodged it with a simple sidestep. Looking at Wu Heng's horrifying combat power, the surrounding crowd shivered violently. It's over, Grandmaster Wu made his move. There's no saving him. He's a genuine mid-tier stage 4. He can even slice through bluestone pavement as hard as D-grade alloy like it's mud. Grandmaster Wu is simply too strong. Wu Heng smirked triumphantly. Well, your reflexes are pretty quick, but let's see if you're lucky enough to dodge the second move. Su Jingming chuckled disdainfully. Dodge? No need, I've already figured out the absolute limits of your skills. Having said that, he immediately activated his strongest combat state. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was wrapped in dazzling, brilliant currents of Du Tian divine lightning. Wu Heng's eyes widened in panic as he stammered, Is this a divine transformation? Isn't this the exclusive secret technique only divine blood envoys in the cult can master? But he quickly denied it himself. No, that's wrong. This isn't a divine transformation. There's no limb mutation from the immortality divine transformation. Su Jingming flashed a farewell smile. If you're so stubborn and love showing off, you can take your questions down to the underworld. Utilizing his maximum power, he launched the combat skill Lightning Spear. A radiant golden spear of lightning tore through the wind and shot straight at Wu Heng's position. Wu Heng couldn't react in time at all. He took the heaven-shaking thrust from Su Jingming head-on, the spear piercing right through his chest without missing a millimeter. Just a blink later, the hulking bodyguard collapsed to the ground, dying on the spot. A scorched, pitch-black hole was carved into his chest, blood splattering all around. Lin Haima turned pale with fear, hugging Lin Qingyan tightly as he mumbled, too strong, to think he actually killed Grandmaster Wu. Xiao Yan, is this kid Su Jingming really your middle school classmate? The girl replied, trembling, yeah, absolutely, I'm finding it weird too. He leveled up way too fast. At this moment, Leng Chang began to tremble uncontrollably, his brain working on overdrive to calculate an escape route. Since when did the security bureau spawn such a freakish character? Glancing out of the corner of his eye and noticing Leng Chang preparing to flee, Su Jingming sneered sarcastically, HMPH, planning to run now? It's too late. He immediately unleashed his ultimate skill, Thunder Prison, locking down the target. Leng Chang was quickly imprisoned stiff. Surrounding him were tens of thousands of crackling streaks of Du Tian divine lightning, scaring him so much his face turned pale. With just one jump, Su Jingming appeared looming right in front of the villain. He coldly warned, Wu Heng is dead. It's best you don't do anything stupid, otherwise I can't guarantee I'll hand you over to them in one piece for interrogation. Seeing himself tied up and his subordinate killed, Leng Chang yelled out in a panic, I never thought the security bureau would have someone so bloodthirsty. Seeing Su Jingming's hand inching closer to him, he panicked even more and screamed, What? What are you trying to do? But the only answer was an energy blast fired straight into Leng Chang's body. The flesh-tearing pain hit him, causing him to convulse violently, white foam foaming at his mouth, his eyes rolling up to the sky. He passed out instantly, his whole body slumping down to the ground. But without stopping there, Su Jingming waved his hand to expand the Thunder Prison, enclosing the entire area and detaining everyone present at the scene. The crowd started shouting frantically, What's going on? The Heavenly Mandate cult guy got arrested. You should let the rest of us go. Exactly, we aren't cultists, let us out. Right at that moment, the special response team dispatched by the Security Bureau finally arrived. Su Jingming raised his voice to lay down the law. Before everything is clearly investigated, no one is allowed to leave this place. Anyone who forces an escape will be dealt with like the cultists of the Heavenly Mandate cult. The Security Bureau guarantees that no law-abiding citizen will be wronged, but we absolutely will not spare any criminal. This murderous concluding sentence made the crowd fall dead silent out of fear. Who knows how long it took, but Taiju's group finally rushed to the scene, panting. Seeing his personnel standing guard strictly, Taiju clicked his tongue. What an orderly scene, the special ops squad doesn't even have any combat marks. Looks like the mission failed, we were too late again. Zhang Tong also kicked up a fuss in frustration, damn it. We wasted so much blood, sweat, and tears. I thought we'd catch one this time to sniff out the heavenly mandate cult's branch. Taiju walked up to ask a task force member, did you let Leng Chang slip away? The guy replied, no, the Lan high-tech zone has been taken over by us. The scene is fully under control, and Leng Chang has been arrested too. Taiju asked suspiciously, that's not right, Leng Chang is arrested, why are there no signs of combat on you guys? The guy replied, well, we don't know the exact situation either. By the time we rushed in, Commander Su had already handled everything. We brothers are just doing cleanup work. Taiju's entire squad dropped their jaws in horror. What do you mean handled everything? Weren't there 4 mid-tier stage, 4 bodyguards guarding that side? The camera shifted scenes. The whole gang was now gathered around inspecting Wu Heng's corpse. He died in a very baffling way. The fatal wound pierced right through his chest without any signs of a struggle. Taiju examined the body for a moment, swallowed hard, and thought to himself, Su Jingming actually managed to cleanly one-shot a mid-tier stage 4. I thought the most he could do was chase them away. Utterly defeating and punching someone to death are 2 completely different levels of difficulty, and it was a one-hit kill on top of that. I truly misjudged the S-rank student from Undisputed University. Thank God I didn't offend him before. Just then, Su Jingming slowly walked over to greet them. Captain Tai, you guys made it. Taiju smiled warmly. You've worked hard, student Su. If it wasn't for you, our squad probably would have just stood there waiting to be tied up. After this mission is over, I definitely have to buy you a drink. Su Jingming glanced at Leng Chang and smiled faintly. Let's leave the drinking for later. First, we need to interrogate him for the address of the Heavenly Mandate cult's branch. After an interrogation session, Sun Yan stepped out to report, the Heavenly Mandate cult's branch is located in the outskirts of Jingming City. The estimated number is around 200 cultists. Among them are 3 lower-tier stage 4 guys who are all divine blood envoys, plus 8 officers, including one who reached stage 2. Upon hearing the intel, the corners of Su Jingming's mouth curled up into a smile. He thought to himself, well, divine blood envoys, huh? After being busy for so long, I finally snagged what I wanted. Every single one of these envoys is basically a massive, juicy chunk of Esper points. Taiju asked anxiously, Student Su, there are too many enemy Espers over there. Should we go back to the bureau and ask for reinforcements? Su Jingming waved it off, no need. I have more than enough power to handle this. We can't delay, let's set off immediately. So Su Jingming, Taiju, and the formidable task force battalion rumbled straight toward the outskirts, marching right to the Heavenly Mandate cult's stronghold. As they walked, Sun Yan constantly used her Esper ability to scout. She signaled them to stop, their branch is right here. You won't spot anything unusual with the naked eye, everyone just relax your minds, I'll sync my vision with you. Su Jingming nodded, all right. After the visual synchronization, Su Jingming could also see everything crystal clear. He marveled that this ability of mental-type Espers was really practical. When I get back, I'll have to drop by the library and check if my lightning element can achieve a similar perception effect. What hit everyone's eyes right now was a giant gate, camouflaged and hidden by some sort of ability. Taiju turned to ask, Zio Tong, using your fire element ability, is there any way you can burn down that alloy gate, or at least shatter the mountain wall? Zhang Tong frowned and shook his head, very difficult. Amidst the deadlock, Su Jingming pulled out a Tier 3 Esper energy recovery pill, popped it into his mouth, and spoke up, step back, let me give it a try. Taiju quickly replied, then we'll trouble you, Brother Su in his heart. Taiju mocked himself in despair, finding Leng Chang didn't help, and getting stuck at this door also required clinging to Su Jingming. 2 elite stage 3 Esper squads like us, standing in front of this S-rank student from Undisputed University, seemed completely useless. Meanwhile, Su Jingming had overclocked his body to its absolute peak state. He settled into a stance, stretching his hand straight forward, ready to unleash his move. It was precisely the ultimate skill Thunder God finger that he had polished to perfection just a few days ago. With just this single strike, the entire magical barrier in front of them was completely shattered by him. The shockwave swept violently to both sides, forcing Taiju's group to frantically jump behind large tree trunks to take cover. Sun Yan screamed in disbelief, her jaw dropping, oh my god, I'm not dreaming, am I? Xiang Shen standing next to her also dropped his jaw. Is this really the combat power a stage 3 should have? After flexing his power, even Su Jingming was secretly amazed. Fun, that felt so good. The first time I unleashed the Thunder God Finger, teacher Chen Lin erased it, totally killing my vibe. Pulling this mountain out to make up for it today is truly satisfying. Without hesitation, he pulled out his familiar spear, holding it in his hand, and imposingly led the way, shouting loudly, "Captain Tai, the main alloy gate has been breached, so I'll head in first." Then he softly ordered his AI, Eva, turn on combat follow mode. Just like that, one man and one spear charged single-handedly into the heavenly mandate cult's lair, with an extremely eager mood. Taiju snapped back to reality and hastily commanded, "Assign 10 people to guard the outside to prevent the remnants from escaping. The rest of you grab your weapons and follow me in." At that moment inside, a ringleader was standing there, shouting until his neck veins popped, inciting the cultists, "Everyone, do not be afraid. Hold your weapons tight and deal with the enemy. The heavenly God is eternal, he will bestow power upon us." Hearing those brainwashing words, the cultists immediately regained their spirits. That's right, makes perfect sense. Follow Priest Wang. The leader continued to run his mouth to comfort them. "Rest assured, everyone, the highest-ranking dogs of the Security Bureau won't surpass Stage 3. Meanwhile, our side has noble Stage 4 divine blood envoys holding the fort. So if they come one, we kill one. If they come two, we slash the pair. We have received the heavenly mandate. The heavenly God is eternal." The entire flock of cultists chanted in unison, "We have received the heavenly mandate. The heavenly God is eternal." But before their cheers could even finish, Su Jingming's Du-Tian divine lightning from the outside surged in like a thrashing dragon, exploding and instantly killing the leader who had just rallied them. His corpse crashed to the ground, his eyes rolling back in his head, entirely void of breath. The remaining cultists witnessing this scene were scared out of their wits, absolutely terrified. Su Jingming landed with a crash that cracked the floor, smiling as he spoke, "Sorry for interrupting your pre-battle mobilization. By the way, does anyone know where your divine blood envoys are hiding?" A few fanatics who still didn't know the fear of death yelled curses, "You running dog of the Security Bureau. You're just a lower-tier Stage 3 brat. What are you being so arrogant for?" A crazed guy carrying a scimitar charged forward, exploding with Esper energy and screaming, "Brothers, don't be afraid. If we rush him together, we can absolutely butcher him." Su Jingming laughed coldly, truly a bunch of fools who don't know their own limits. He merely flicked his hand and boldly shouted the word "destroy." In a flash, rolling Du-Tian divine lightning poured out from his body, striking straight into the formation of the heavenly mandate cultists. Instantly, anyone touched by the Du-Tian divine lightning collapsed, breathing their last breath of life. The survivors standing in the back pissed their pants, breaking out in a cold sweat. A guy unable to bear the pressure dropped to his knees, crying, "Have mercy, boss, I surrender, please don't kill me." Su Jingming sneered, "Now that's a cooperative attitude. Then spit it out, which corner are your divine blood envoys hiding in?" The surrendered guy obediently answered, reporting to the boss, "The divine blood envoys are hiding in the blood pool area deep in this mountain range." Upon getting his answer, Su Jingming nodded, "Blood pool, huh, I got it." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate to immediately execute that guy, sending him to meet the king of hell. Seeing this, another guy panicked and screamed, "Are you crazy? He already surrendered. Why did you still kill him?" Su Jingming flashed a cold smile, Du-Tian divine lightning still radiating from his hand. "Since when did I ever say I'd spare someone just because they surrendered?" The whole group of cultists panicked and groaned, "Please don't kill us. Our crimes don't deserve death." "Exactly, we are completely innocent. We only joined because we were bewitched by the heavenly mandate cult." Ignoring the whining and crying crowd, Su Jingming gave a cold order, "Eva, scan all the real identities of this bunch for me." Eva immediately replied, "Eva understands." Su Jingming crossed his arms, looking down at the crowd, "Innocent, huh, that's rich. Let me open my eyes and see just how clean your innocence really is." In less than a heartbeat, Eva's steady voice rang out loud and clear. "Zhou Ping, wanted fugitive, lower-tier Stage 2, has a criminal record of murdering an innocent mother and child in Anhua. Liu Yang, wanted fugitive, mid-tier Stage 2, the mastermind behind selling highly addictive mutant fruits in Zhejiang. Wang Hai, wanted fugitive." Hearing up to this point, the murderous intent in Su Jingming's eyes erupted fiercely. He shouted loudly, "Is this the innocence you guys open your mouths to cry about?" The roaring Dutian, divine lightning, instantly rained down like a storm, crushing the group of criminals in the blink of an eye. Looking at the scum collapsing lifelessly, he spat out words coldly, "Then be good boys and take your tickets to hell." Just then, Taiju and Zhang Tong also dashed inside. The sight greeting their eyes was merely a field littered with corpses of the heavenly mandate cultists. Taiju broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, the power of an S-rank Esper ability is truly a nightmare, roasting living people into ashes with just one move. Zhang Tong also went wide-eyed. Mother of God, if I wanted my fire to burn people away this quickly and cleanly, I'd have to reach at least stage 5. Su Jingming turned around to report the situation. The head priests and the divine blood envoys are huddled up in a location called the Blood Pool. Do you guys know what they use that place for? Taiju frowned and answered, I heard Leng Cheng whispering in the past. Rumor has it that place is an incubator used to nurture the divine blood envoys. Sneaking deeper into the lair, Su Jingming's group disgustingly discovered an underground lab area. There, countless human corpses were soaking together in bizarre vats of liquid. Su Jingming roared furiously, bastards, this heavenly mandate cult actually dared to use humans and animals as lab rats for their research. This scum absolutely cannot be left alive. Taiju spoke up solemnly, Student Su, looks like we have to find the blood pool. Oh, and there's also that guy Zhao Wu Jai from the Fierce Tiger Gang. Right as his words ended, a series of heavy footsteps echoed as people marched into this place. Taiju was startled and drew his weapon, turning around. A squad of heavenly mandate cultists stormed in, the leader pointing arrogantly, Captain Tai, originally I didn't intend to bicker with you people, but since you willingly delivered yourselves to our doorstep, you'll just have to leave your dog lives behind. Su Jingming glanced at the newly arrived personnel and sneered, the strongest is only at the peak of rank 3. What, did your divine blood envoys chicken out and run away? Zhao Wujai flushed red with anger and roared, you arrogant brat, why would the Lord Divine Envoy bother with ants like you? We just need to snap our fingers to deal with you. Saying that, he swung his weapon, ready to fight Su Jingming to the death. However, Su Jingming displayed a terrifying speed invisible to the naked eye, flashing past his opponent in the blink of an eye and sending Zhao Wujai to the afterlife with a single slash. Glancing at the collapsing corpse, Su Jingming curled his lips in disappointment. All talk and no bite. I thought you were incredibly capable, but it turns out you're just an empty vessel making the most noise. The remaining cultists looked at their cult leader's sprawled corpse in sheer terror, trembling and stuttering. The leader is dead, you. What kind of monster are you? Listen, if you join us, I guarantee the Lord Divine Envoy will make you a red-robed cardinal, allowing you to summon the wind and rain. Su Jingming snorted with a contemptuous laugh. Sorry, but I have absolutely zero interest in your destiny cult. And honestly, is your intelligence network running on turtles? Haven't you received the news that your holy son was just crushed to death by my own hands? Hearing this, the fanatics turned pale and scrambled to flee, trampling over each other. Oh crap, he's that S-rank freshman from Madu Ability University. Run, brothers. But there was no way Su Jingming would let his prey off the hook that easily. Flashes of Dushan divine thunder struck relentlessly, dropping them one by one like cut grass. What followed was a series of continuous, agonizing screams echoing throughout the cave. Taiju rushed forward in a panic, pulling his arm to stop him. Brother Su, save a few alive so we can interrogate them. Wiping his sweat, Taiju muttered to himself, if I didn't know for a fact that this kid is a student at Madu Ability University, I would have thought his main profession was being an assassin. Su Jingming turned to glare at Taiju and gave a soft HMPH. He turned on his heel and walked away, casually dropping a sentence, fine. Now that the small fries are dealt with, let's go check out that blood pool. While making his way deeper inside, Su Jingming conveniently picked up the access card from an unlucky dead guy. He stepped forward and swiped the card on the security control panel. A mechanical voice rang out, Welcome to the blood pool, Cardinal Zhao. As soon as the steel door cracked open, Su Jingming, with a cold and expressionless face, strode proudly inside. Taiju's group hurriedly followed behind. Zhang Tong wrinkled his nose, looking around and complaining, Gross, the stench of blood here is overwhelmingly thick. Taiju also looked around in confusion. Weird, there's no one here. Did the divine blood envoy sense the danger and slip away? Leading the way, Su Jingming calmly observed the scene without uttering a single word. Walking a bit further, the group came to a halt in front of a boiling pool filled with blood, the foul and metallic stench assaulting everyone's nostrils. Su Jingming immediately condensed the lightning spear combat skill in his hand and instructed, "The situation down here is a bit bizarre. Let me throw some bait to test the waters first." Without hesitation, he hurled the crackling lightning spear straight into the bottom of the blood pool. The extreme destructive force caused the crimson blood to splash violently in all directions. After waiting for a long time, the surface of the pool remained completely calm with no signs of movement. But Su Jingming didn't stop there. He continued to rain down lightning spears like a machine gun into every nook and cranny of the blood pool, devastating every single spot without exception. The deafening crackles of thunder echoed relentlessly. Watching the show, Taiju clicked his tongue in admiration. Brother Su is truly a cautious player. Zhang Tong's eyes widened as he thought to himself, "Holy crap, is he really spamming combat skills like a rainstorm?" Just then, an envoy who couldn't take it anymore popped his head out of the blood pool and roared furiously, "Enough of this cheap trick." From beneath the pool of blood, 4 dark figures shot up simultaneously, taking a defensive stance and preparing to enter combat mode. Seeing this, Su Jingming raised an eyebrow in amusement. "So you really were hiding like turtles in this cesspool. 3 low-tier rank 4s and 1 mid-tier rank 4. It's them. Captain Tai, everyone just step back and watch my performance." The leader of the envoys tilted his head up arrogantly, pointing a finger directly at Su Jingming in contempt. "How dare you lowly humans use us for your entertainment?" Su Jingming retorted. "Oh, judging by that tone, I guess you guys don't even consider yourselves human anymore." The monkey-headed guy laughed boisterously, showing off. "We are superior beings personally chosen by Lord Angel. Of course, we cannot be compared to a despicable species like yours." Su Jingming cracked his knuckles loudly and nodded. "Tough talk. Then let me measure just how special you divine envoys actually are." Without wasting any more breath, he hoisted his spear and charged straight into the battlefield. The speed of light allowed him to close the distance to the lion-headed guy in the blink of an eye. A single direct thrust forced the enemy to stumble backward awkwardly. The guy was sweating bullets but still talked tough. "The S-rank title of Madu Ability University is quite something, but are you blind? Can't you see there are 4 of us here?" Saying that, the other 3 instantly pounced, forming a formation that surrounded Su Jingming from all sides. Their eyes burned with extreme cruelty and sheer excitement. "Die here, boy Su Jingming. Bagging an S-rank genius today will secure my fortune." However, when the dozens of deadly ultimate moves from the divine envoys landed, Su Jingming didn't even bother to dodge, simply standing still and taking the hits with his own body. To their horror, his body was as hard as diamond, and not a single scratch appeared. The monsters were absolutely terrified. How is this possible? Su Jingming stretched his back and flexed his muscles. The energy of the Dushan divine thunder violently erupted, blasting all 4 of them away and sending them crashing into the 4 corners of the wall. His eyes blazed with freezing murderous intent. "You think you can take my life with such weak attacks? You guys haven't woken up yet, have you?" The spear in his hand began to spin rapidly, and then he suddenly unleashed his ultimate killer move, the Lightning Gale Breaker. With just one sweep of the spear, all 4 envoys who called themselves demigods were crushed to a pulp. System's notification chimed happily. "Ding! Eliminated 1 mid-tier rank 4 divine blood envoy, ability points plus 1,500. Killed 1 low-tier rank 4 divine blood envoy, ability points plus 1,000. Killed 1 low-tier rank 4 divine blood envoy, ability points plus 1,000. Killed 1 low-tier rank 4 divine blood envoy, ability points plus 1,000. Having cleanly wiped out the spider's nest, he leisurely retrieved his spear, mentally calculating, "Cleaning up these 4 scumbags netted me 4,500 ability points. Not bad at all." After that, he began his usual habit of looting the bodies of his defeated foes. He hit the jackpot by finding a 2 cubic meter spatial storage ring packed with pills, exotic herbs, and cash. This business trip was truly a massive harvest. Taiju and Zhang Tong followed the path out, giving him a thumbs up in pure awe. "Brother Su, that was incredible. Is everyone at Madu Ability University as overpowered as you?" Su Jingming shrugged and smiled modestly. "Pretty much the same, I'm just a little bit special." Taiju shook his head in admiration. "Brother Su is way too humble, only an idiot would blindly believe that. The mission to destroy the Destiny Cult branch is considered a complete success. Tonight, I must throw a grand celebration party. Brother Su, you absolutely must come." Su Jingming didn't politely decline. He smiled happily, "Sure thing." The next day, on the campus of Madu Ability University. Scores of students who had gone out on missions were also steadily returning to school. Some clutched their heads, sighing in regret. Damn it, this D-rank mission was a nightmare. I almost lost my life out there, and in the end, I had to drag myself back to hand it in. Another person immediately mocked him. Haha, it's just because you're too weak, son. I finished my D-rank mission smoothly and easily snagged 74 credits. The other guy stared wide-eyed. Holy crap, that much. Amidst the commotion, the appearance of Su Jingming drew everyone's attention. A student spotted him and yelled out, "Hey guys, look over there, it's Su Jingming." Another student curiously speculated, "I wonder if Su Jingming finished that C-rank mission this time." Are you stupid? A C-rank mission only gives a measly 120 credits. He wouldn't even bother wasting his time on it. It must be an A-rank mission. I remember Zhang Yue just submitted an A-rank completion. He's about to break through to rank 4, so the combat power of the first squad goes without saying. No matter how much Su Jingming boasts, he probably can't surpass that level. While the crowd was busy guessing, Su Jingming calmly pulled out his mission card. Then he gently inserted the card into the slot of the dedicated data scanning machine. The electronic mechanical voice immediately echoed through the hall. Congratulations on completing the S-rank mission to eradicate the Destiny cult, excellently claiming the first place on the honor ranking board. Upon hearing that, the surrounding students were left with their mouths shaped like an O and their eyes wide open. Their jaws dropped in unison. What the heck, an S-rank? At the same time, Eva's screen popped up with a bright red notification panel. Ding, first place. Su Jingming S-rank mission achievement, time consumed, 67 hours and 23 minutes. Second place, Li Shang A-rank mission achievement, time consumed, 65 hours and 32 minutes. Third place, Zhang Yue A-rank mission achievement, time consumed, 67 hours and 12 minutes. The entire crowd erupted in a wave of shock. Damn, it actually is an S-rank mission. This god-tier leaderboard has only been out for 2 days, and there's already a Superman who completed an S-rank mission. This freshman is truly a monster of magic, absurdly strong. While everyone was frozen in shock, a handsome and elegant male student walked over and struck up a conversation. I really didn't expect a master to complete an S-rank mission even faster than me. Your reputation is indeed well-deserved. I have always had a straightforward personality and love making friends with the strong. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Yao Fang. It is a pleasure to meet you. Seeing the newly arrived figure, the crowd experienced a second wave of shock. Oh my god, it's Iceberg Yao Fang, the freakish genius ranked top 5 in the whole school. Judging by his tone, it seems he also just finished an S-rank mission. Unbelievable. Su Jingming's S-rank completion speed was actually faster than the Iceberg's. No wonder he humbled himself to take the initiative to make friends. Su Jingming's current strength is indeed unparalleled and unrivaled. On this side, Su Jingming silently evaluated Yao Fang. This senior elemental-type student was at low-tier rank 4, possessing an A-rank ice-type ability. He sat firmly in the top 5 experts of Madu Ability University simply because of his glorious record of freezing an entire mountain, which permanently earned him the nickname Iceberg. Reached out his hand to enthusiastically shake Yao Fang's, smiling as he said, "Hello, senior. To be honest, I have admired your great name for a long time." Yao Fang also leaned in and gripped his hand, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, you actually know of my reputation. Initially, I made a bet with my brothers to see who would finish this S-rank mission first, but who would have thought we'd all lose our money to you in the end. Brother Su, I'm going to submit my mission report first. Whenever you're free, I'll take you to meet the comrades in our club to network and hang out." Su Jingming nodded readily without refusing, secretly feeling smug in his heart. Wow, does this mean I've officially received the seal of approval from the school's top elites? As soon as he stepped out of the mission delivery hall, Su Jingming walked briskly while calculating his next move. Just yesterday morning, his master had texted him to say that the old man had officially come out of seclusion. Therefore, before diving headfirst into a new gig, he had to drop by to pay his respects and fulfill his duties as a disciple. The scene shifted to Yang Zhentian's magnificent mansion. Su Jingming bounded inside, and as soon as he saw Yang Zhentian's figure, he waved frantically. "Hello, Master. Hello, Senior Brother. Master, has the Undying Thunder body combat skill been completely upgraded by you?" Yang Zhentian curled his lip and replied, "You brat, acting as if it's a piece of cake. I locked myself in for a full 4 or 5 days of cultivation just to barely make out a tiny bit of a clue." Liu Ming, who was standing nearby enjoying the gossip, also chimed in. "Kudos to you, Junior Brother. Not only did you casually devour an S-rank mission, but you also conveniently recruited Iceberg Yao Fang as a buddy." Su Jingming stared in surprise. Huh, senior brother, is your intelligence network really updating that fast? Liu Ming grinned goofily. I just surfed the school forum for gossip, that's how I know. But considering you could single-handedly and effortlessly resolve an S-rank mission like this, maybe they'll reserve a starting spot for you in the National Inter-University and College Tournament this coming March. Yang Zhentian sat majestically, stroking his beard, his face radiant as he laughed loudly. It's not a maybe. Principal Lang personally whispered it to me. Jingming is definitely on the official tournament roster. Liu Ming dropped his jaw. Oh my god, the deal is already sealed so soon. In that case, Jingming is absolutely the unprecedented first-year student in our school's history to step onto such a massive stage. Yang Zhentian cleared his throat. Enough chit-chat, get your butts to the training room right now. Ever since your senior brother Liu fully recovered, he hasn't had the chance to spar with you. Today, we'll use this excuse to have a real combat match and see what happens. Liu Ming grinned widely. Awesome, I've been itching to weigh and measure just how ridiculously tough my junior brother has become. Shortly after, both Liu Ming and Su Jingming proudly stepped onto the fighting ring. Tightly gripping his spear, Liu Ming declared loudly, Jingming, I'm not playing around this time, I'm going all out. Standing opposite him, Su Jingming nodded firmly. Bring it on, brother. Yang Zhentian stood outside with his arms crossed, acting as the referee, and announced resonantly, both sides get in position, ready, begin. Instantly, sparks of lightning began to erupt around Liu Ming's body, his bulging muscles transforming straight into his most hardcore combat state. On the other side, Su Jingming wasn't lacking in the slightest, immediately activating his own peak combat form. Liu Ming sweated bullets as he calculated in his head. An SS rank ability is truly too terrifying. If I want to win this match, my only option is to use a blitzkrieg strategy and finish it fast. As soon as his brain processed the thought, his feet kicked off the ground, launching him toward Su Jingming. Seeing this, Su Jingming smirked slightly. Your dancing is right on time. What followed was a series of fiery clashes that exploded like bombs between Liu Ming and Su Jingming. Every collision sent sparks flying everywhere, with the power of lightning intertwining and surging endlessly. The battle grew increasingly intense with blazing strikes, both sides locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield a single step. Exactly 3 minutes later, Liu Ming leaned on his knee, panting heavily like a bellows. Then he looked up at the ceiling and waved his hand in surrender. Forget it, I concede. How could I possibly chew through someone like you? Su Jingming retracted his stance and walked over, saying modestly, Senior brother Liu went too easy on me. Liu Ming laughed bitterly and waved it off. You think I'd go easy on you? You are a total freak. This won't do. When the national tournament comes around, I definitely have to drag a chair there to watch the show. Yang Zhentian stepped over, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. Very good, very good. Jingming, what are your plans for the next phase? As for those institute classes, I can completely turn a blind eye and sign off on your legal leave. Su Jingming smiled brightly. That's perfect. I'm planning to spend the next period of time burying myself in running missions. He smirked, his mind racing. At this rate, compared to those trashy magical beasts, using those divine blood envoys as target practice helps me grind ability points at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the crowd of students gathered densely again in front of the virtual leaderboard projected by Eva. Top 1 was none other than Su Jingming. Achievement: 3 S-rank missions devoured in 225 hours and 12 minutes, 6 A-rank missions consumed in 265 hours and 45 minutes, plus 4 B-rank missions taking 187 hours and 57 minutes. Top 2 was Kangxi. Achievement: 3 S-rank missions taking 275 hours and 12 minutes, 4 A-rank missions costing 243 hours and 12 minutes, along with 3 B-rank missions spending 91 hours and 45 minutes. Top 3 belonged to Yao Feng, with a record of beautifully slashing through 2 S-rank missions in 292 hours and 12 minutes. The crowd erupted in shock again. Even in their dreams, no one dared to think that the throne of this god-tier leaderboard would be entirely claimed by a first-year rookie. Someone clicked their tongue and said, It's true. Kangxi is clearly on the verge of touching mid-tier rank 4, yet he's still lagging behind eating dust. I really don't understand what kind of potion that Su Jingming drank to cultivate at such an absurdly monstrous rate. Su Jingming stood waiting outside with his arms crossed, saying to himself, The day to collect the spoils has finally arrived. I wonder what chunk of gold the school will toss my way. As soon as he showed his face, people were already pointing at him. Look, guys, that guy Su Jingming has already climbed to mid-tier rank 3. In just half a year, going from a clueless awakened newbie straight to mid-tier rank 3 is truly unbelievable. Even knowing he uses an S-rank ability, this speed is just too wrong. No wonder people love calling him the Thunder Emperor. Yao Fang popped out of nowhere, smiling brightly and waving at him. "Hello, Jingming, you've only been grinding for a month, and you've already bagged the title of Thunder Emperor. How incredibly badass." Su Jingming scratched his head in embarrassment. "Senior Yao, you keep teasing me. It's just a random nickname people made up for fun." From behind, a beauty strolled over. Yao Fang immediately used his slick tongue to introduce her. "Let me educate you. This is the blood hand Shen Dongling that I told you about." The newly arrived beauty spoke in a clear voice. Only at the mid-tier rank 3 mark, yet possessing such a terrifying aura. The Thunder Emperor label is indeed no exaggeration. "Oh, where are the two girls who usually stick to you? Why aren't they trailing behind you today?" Su Jingming smiled casually and explained, "Those two ladies are busy burying their faces in books preparing for final exams. After I finish receiving this pile of rewards, I probably have to drag myself back to take the exams too." Yao Fang furrowed his brow in confusion. "Final exams? Oh right, you're only a first-year rookie. Damn it, I always get your age and academic year mixed up." An instructor walked over briskly, declaring with a radiant smile, "It's time to hand out the gifts." Student Su Jingming monopolizes the throne on the honor board, with an achievement of taking exactly 978 lives of the Destiny Cult's followers, excellently securing an S-rank resource package along with 3,000 credit contribution points. Upon hearing the reward level, the crowd's jaws dropped once again. Just throwing himself out there for a month, and he had already wiped out nearly 1,000 lives. Did this Thunder Emperor really need to be that cold-blooded? Divided evenly, he sent 33 souls to the west every single day. Mother of God, that level of brutality probably even surpassed the blood hand Shen Dongling. Shen Dongling, standing nearby, also widened her eyes. "You cleaned up that many people from the Destiny Cult. I've been grinding my ass off and still haven't slaughtered 500 of them." Su Jingming smiled modestly. "It was just so-so. I accidentally wandered right into the main headquarters of that Destiny Cult during 2 of my missions, so I conveniently scooped up a few more batches." The instructor stepped up and handed the reward directly to Su Jingming. "This is an S-rank cultivation resource package just for you. A perfect quality rank 6 origin returning pill bottle containing exactly 10 pills. I hope you keep up the good work, kid, and sweep the first place again next time." Su Jingming took the reward with both hands, smiling obediently. "I promise to exhaust all my strength, sir." Seeing the gift safely resting in Su Jingming's hands, Yao Fang clicked his tongue. The rank 6 origin returning pill is something that severely accelerates cultivation speed. Your first place prize is absolutely superb. Su Jingming smirked. "It's just all right, senior." Yao Fang winked and teased. "I don't see why you keep throwing yourself into these dangerous missions. You'd be better off humbling yourself and listening to Song Shun. The Song family is a genuine lineage of hardcore rank 8 grandmasters." Su Jingming sweated and waved his hands repeatedly. No, I have no passion for leeching off women." Although he said that, in his mind he secretly despised the idea. If I went leeching, how could that ever compare to the godly grinding speed of my deep blue system? Unknown amount of time later, Su Jingming was once again buried in the process of selecting a combat skill to learn. Staring at the messy pile of manuals in front of him, he scratched his chin and pondered. "If I do exactly as my master instructed, I must swallow another fist technique for the upcoming journey." When activating the Thunder Apex form, this flesh and blood body already transforms into an incredibly tough weapon. Charging in for hand-to-hand combat is not only satisfying, but also conveniently vents the cold-blooded, murderous side effect caused by the undying thunder body. Then he finalized his decision, pointing directly at a manual. "This is the one, the Thunder Dragon Fist. It's both rustic and highly practical." This was the A-rank Thunder Dragon Fist, an ultimate move that utilized lightning-type abilities, synthesized through a specialized structure to compress all the power into the fist, and then released at tearing speed exactly like a lightning bolt ripping across the sky. Su Jingming muttered to himself, "Let's just train it to the beginner level first. When I have free time, I'll drag the old master out to act as a punching bag for testing." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated violently. It turned out to be an extremely urgent call from Lang Shuang. She gave a brief order, "Jingming, drag yourself to my office immediately." Su Jingming instantly replied obediently, "Understood, principal." As soon as he poked his face into the place, Su Jingming was startled once again. He stared blankly at Lang Shuang, unable to hide his curiosity. "Principal, did you just level up?" Lang Shuang also raised an eyebrow in surprise. Your intuition is really sharp. It absolutely doesn't match the level of a rookie rank 3 ability user at all. Receiving her nodding confirmation, Su Jingming sharply buttered her up. Congratulations to Principal Lang for successfully achieving your cultivation goal. In his mind, he secretly calculated. Among the 3 vice principals holding the title of low-tier rank 8, the other 2 old fogies are nearly half a century old and still haven't budged an inch. Yet Vice Principal Lang leaped ahead 1 step. I have no idea how old this woman is this year, but judging from her smooth skin and that figure, she still looks quite young. Suddenly, Lang Shuang coldly dropped a sentence. Sitting there scrutinizing and guessing a woman's age is a very rude behavior, kid. Su Jingming broke out in a cold sweat, stuttering, Principal, you even know how to use mind reading. Then he mentally slapped his own forehead and cried silently, Oh no, I exposed myself before even being interrogated. Vice Principal Lang is infamous for being dark and vicious. This time I'll probably have to brace myself to take the full wrath of a rank 8 grandmaster. Lang Shuang smiled faintly. I have no free time to learn such useless mind-reading tricks. It's just that the mental power of a rank 8 grandmaster is quite sensitive, so how could your tiny facial expressions possibly fool me? Therefore, engrave this in your heart. Whenever you stand in front of a top-tier ability user, it's best to tone down those diverse facial expressions. Su Jingming nodded profusely. Yes, this student has fully absorbed the lesson. In his heart, he patted his chest in relief. Luckily, this Vice Principal Lang didn't seem to have reached the point of losing her temper yet. At this moment, Lang Shuang leisurely added, While we're at it, I'll just let you know so you don't need to sit there guessing. I only turned 34 this year. I haven't reached the level of those old aunties you're imagining. Right after pouring out that sentence, she suddenly felt something off in her mind. Weird, why on earth did I just waste my saliva explaining my situation to a student? Suddenly, Su Jingming roared with sheer terror. Only 34? That is exceedingly young. The rank 8 grandmasters in Great Xia are on average all over 46 years old. Even my old master Yang is past his 50s and still struggling at the peak rank 7 position. This student truly falls to his knees in utter admiration. Lang Shuang laughed and scolded. Stop putting on a show of flattery, let's get back to the main topic. In about 5 days, the school will start letting everyone off for winter break. During this relaxation period, have you mapped out any plans? Su Jingming honestly confessed, I'm planning to pack up and head back to Jiangnan, crashing at the Thunder Realm to train casually for a month. Hearing this, Lang Shuang immediately called the AI, Eva, measure the exact distance from Madu Ability University to the Thunder Realm. The EVA system on standby replied instantly. Reporting to the vice principal, the total distance falls around 563 kilometers. Lang Shuang raised an eyebrow slightly. 563 kilometers, that's fine. After upgrading to mid-tier rank 8, my teleportation range has hit the ceiling of 600 kilometers. Then she instructed Su Jingming with an extremely serious tone. Lately, the Destiny cult has been counterattacking very fiercely. Engrave this in your heart. If you see your life hovering on the brink of death, immediately pull out this card and crush it. Saying that, she tossed a card to Su Jingming. He respectfully caught it. I am immensely grateful to Principal Lang for worrying about my old bones. Tears welled up in his heart. Although Vice Principal Lang doesn't stand shoulder to shoulder with me every day molding me like old master Yang Zhentian does, she stands tall like a bulletproof umbrella protecting my life. This time, I must risk my life to cultivate and absolutely cannot let her efforts in paving the way for me go down the drain. At a deserted clearing, deafening booms echoed one after another. The main culprit was Su Jingming, sweating profusely as he tested his newly acquired move. The moment he channeled his power to launch the attack, a brilliant golden dragon phantom emerged, roaring deafeningly. Immediately after, the dragon phantom crashed violently into the target and exploded fiercely, the resulting damage scattering to cause absolutely brutal destruction. Yang Zhentian stood at the edge with his hands clasped, nodding in approval. Not bad at all. It looks like you've wrapped your head around the bunch of theories I just pointed out to you. The key to this Thunder Dragon Fist lies in the smooth synchronization of your ability operation with your punching speed. The denser the ability is compressed, the more lightning-fast the punch is thrown, resulting in more terrifying damage. The old man reached in and pulled out a talisman, muttering, I'm gifting you this rank 6 protective talisman as your travel gear. Using it can block lethal damage from anyone below rank 7 Grandmaster, and the effect lasts for a full 3 minutes. Su Jingming happily grabbed it. I am deeply grateful to you, Master. While holding it, He drooled as he calculated. This truly is a rare item dug out from ancient civilization ruins. Even if you hauled a ton of money to the black market, it would probably be hard to buy this. Seeing his beloved disciple carefully putting away the item, Yang Zhentian continued his instructions. Aren't you about to head over to the Thunder Realm? Let me send you the phone number of your senior brother Jiang Luo from the previous batch. He's currently being assigned to work as a casino manager over there. Having a local guide will definitely grease the wheels and make things easier. Su Jingming grinned widely. Yes, sir. Yang Zhentian frowned and reminded him that Thunder Realm is over 500 kilometers away from Madu Ability University. There's no way Principal Lang can teleport there in time to save you. Therefore, when you're out there and something happens, you have to be careful on your own. Su Jingming blinked suspiciously. Huh, master, haven't you heard the news yet? Principal Lang has already transformed and ascended straight to mid-tier rank 8. Her teleportation coverage can easily reach 600 kilometers. Yang Zhentian wiped the sweat off his forehead and exclaimed in shock. Mid-tier rank 8, Principal Lang truly lives up to the reputation of the ultimate S-rank ability boss of Madu Ability University. This promotion speed is just horrifyingly scary. It looks like the diplomatic relationship between you and Principal Lang is quite tight. You were even given priority to know this kind of top-secret intelligence before this old man did. But with her protecting you, I also feel much more at ease. The picture shifted to 2 days later at the Jinghu residential area, Jiangcheng. An excited female voice echoed loudly, Our Jingming is back. Su Jingming stepped into the house wearing a gentle smile. Hello, Auntie Su Qingwan. Hello, cousin. Without a doubt, this was exactly the large family of Tang Qi. Upon seeing Su Jingming's figure, everyone's face lit up as if they had won the lottery. Tang Qi's father laughed heartily. Sit and chill for a bit, the food will be served right away. Her mother also warmly pulled his hand. Come here, let Annie get a good look at you. You've only been away for 1 semester and you've grown quite tall and sturdy. Su Jingming quickly stopped her. Su Qingwan, don't worry about cooking just yet. Everyone come sit down first. I brought some gifts for you all. All 3 members of Tang Qi's family exchanged glances, full of doubts. Then the whole family pulled out chairs and gathered around the tea table. Su Jingming opened the presents and took out a few shiny items. As soon as Tang Qi saw them, her eyes widened and she cried out, Oh my God, these are spatial rings, right? I've only seen one once before in my instructor's office. Su Jingming smiled proudly. Exactly, spatial rings with a capacity of 1 cubic meter. I'm giving one to each of you, so you can easily store your belongings without having to carry them around. Tang Qi fiddled with the ring on her hand and chirped. Holy cow, a whole cubic meter. This capacity might be even bigger than my school instructor's ring. At this moment, Tang Qi's father looked a bit serious and sternly reminded her, Qi, put that down right now. This treasure is priceless. Our family absolutely cannot accept it. Tang Qi looked puzzled and asked, Is this ring really that expensive, Dad? Her father glared and explained, Even the cheapest iron ring of this kind costs at least 50 million yuan, which is equivalent to our family working and saving frugally for a decade. Tell me yourself, is it expensive or not? Hearing the price, Tang Qi was shocked and quickly threw the ring onto the table, waving her hands repeatedly. No, this is indeed too expensive. Su Jingming smiled casually. Everyone is being too polite. Look at my hand. I am using a huge ring with a 10 cubic meter capacity. Besides, I have already broken through to mid-level tier 3, so these tiny rings are useless to me anyway. Tang Qi was stunned once again. What? You've already transformed into a mid-level tier 3? This is terrifying. My old instructor at school has only barely reached tier 4. Her mother, standing nearby, also shed tears of happiness. Our Su Jingming truly has a bright future ahead. Her father rubbed his chin, patted Su Jingming's shoulder and smiled kindly. If you say so, then just give Xiao Qi one, so she won't have to suffer as much when roaming the wilderness. As for us 2 old folks, we'll pass. Now let your aunt go cook later on. We uncle and nephew must have a good drink together. Su Jingming grinned and nodded. Yes, sir. A long time later, Su Jingming locked himself alone in his room. He dug out the cultivation resource package and admired it. Let's see how powerful this S-grade resource, the tier 6 Gui Yuan pill, really is. I'll test it on my own body. Saying that, he picked up the Gui Yuan pill, popped it into his mouth, and swallowed it straight down into his stomach. Immediately, a scorching surge of vitality erupted and continuously wrapped around every muscle in his body. After 30 minutes of meditating with his eyes closed, Su Jingming finally absorbed all the medicinal efficacy. He opened his eyes and smiled proudly. The S-grade resource label is indeed genuine. It is incredibly powerful, increasing both my physical strength and mental power by a whole point. Normal explosive training would only yield a 0.5-point increase even if I clenched my teeth. The system immediately popped up a notification. Physical strength and vitality stats jumped from 2,523 to 2,524, and mental power rose from 2,014 particles to 2,026 particles. He shook the empty bottle regretfully. It's a pity that premium goods come with a side effect limiting consumption to exactly 1 pill per day. Oh well, my Shen Lan system is still my true love. As long as I throw enough ability points into it, even a Tier 9 bottleneck can be easily broken through. The scene fast-forwarded to early the next morning, at the Lei Ting's secret realm in Dong City. Su Jingming was sitting in a car next to his senior brother, Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo pointed forward and introduced, "Junior brother, look, the area inside that city wall is the Lei Ting secret realm." Su Jingming, sitting next to him, frowned and scratched his head. So in short, is the sky of this Lei Ting secret realm just filled with rolling dark clouds and striking lightning all day long? Jiang Luo smiled mysteriously and kept him guessing. Just be patient, you'll naturally know once you get inside later. The car drove smoothly, turned a corner, and slowly approached a towering gate nestled in the middle of a dense forest. The security system, Eva, was immediately activated for scanning. A dry beep sounded. Identity confirmed. Lei Ting Dojo Headquarters, Director Jiang Luo beep. Identity confirmed. S-grade access pass of Manhwa Spur University. Cardholder Su Jingming, authorized stay limit. 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. The heavy, thick steel doors slightly opened, clearing the way for the car carrying the two of them to leisurely roll into the forbidden area. When they fully entered, what appeared before their eyes was a prosperous and magnificent megacity, with smooth roads and bustling traffic passing by like a woven web. Jiang Luo nudged him and asked with a smile, "Well, are you shocked?" Su Jingming craned his neck to look at the sky, his jaw dropping. "This is truly incredible, standing outside looking in, absolutely no one could have pictured this scene." High above their heads at this moment, countless giant pillars of lightning were furiously pouring down onto the ground like a spider web. Su Jingming clicked his tongue in admiration. "This place completely shatters all logical imagination. I was certain it would be a desolate wasteland. Who would have thought a megacity would sprout right here? But I wonder, what method did everyone use to stuff a bunch of massive anomalies behind such a modest city wall?" Jiang Luo smirked, unraveling the mystery. "This is a masterpiece created by a high-level spatial esper. The wall we just passed through, to put it bluntly, is equivalent to an independent spatial teleportation door. This entire plot of land surrounded by the wall is exclusively used to provide a resting place for espers, along with soundproofing functions. Meanwhile, the thunderstorm zone way out there is the true meat grinder of the Lei Ting secret realm. Let me give you some basic concepts about the Lei Ting secret realm. This is a specialty thunder core, a rare drop from the corpses of thunder beasts. Don't even think about finding one in Tier 1 thunder beasts. It depends on luck when smashing Tier 2 or Tier 3 ones, but if you devour a Tier 4 one, it's 100% guaranteed to have one. These thunder cores have many uses. The most brutal method is to crush them so the lightning flows out to temper your physique. Take this Tier 4 thunder core as a welcome gift from your senior brother. Su Jingming squinted and accepted it. "Thanks, Brother Jiang Luo, but I have a small question. Why don't we just rush outside and take the lightning strikes directly to cultivate faster?" Jiang Luo immediately corrected him. "Are you crazy? The lightning outside in the thunderstorm zone is too violent and its intensity is unstable. Rushing out there is extremely dangerous. Using a thunder core is much smoother and gentler. Not to mention, the thunder beasts in this secret realm are 10,000 times tougher than normal desolate beasts. The closer you get to the eye of the storm, the more terrifying both the lightning and the wild beasts become. We're almost at the resting point. I'll drop you off to sleep for a night and we'll figure things out tomorrow." Su Jingming hurriedly interrupted. "There's no need to waste time resting. I can't wait any longer. Just throw me straight inside later." Jiang Luo conceded. "All right, your senior brother will drive you straight into the fire pit." Jiang Luo smiled and thought to himself, bearing the title of an S-grade esper and still working this hard, no wonder Master values him so much. The scene shifted to a certain secret base. Cultist of the Tianming cult was kowtowing and reporting, "Great Hierarch, please see clearly. In just a single month, that university student Su Jingming from Manhwa Spur University has slaughtered over 1,000 of our fellow cultists and conveniently crushed 2 of our branch divisions. Intelligence reports say he's currently wandering around the Lei Ting secret realm. How do you plan to handle this matter, sir? The man addressed as the Great Hierarch frowned in frustration. That brat Su Jingming carries an S-grade ability on his back. Getting involved with him is very troublesome. If we make a move, it must be a fatal one-strike kill. For this mission, I'll wait for a convenient time to report to the Supreme Hierarch and ask for instructions. Anyone who dares to oppose the Tian Ming cult must be killed without mercy. The camera switched to the checkpoint leading into the center of the thunderstorm. This area was currently as crowded as a festival, with military special vehicles lined up in an endlessly long queue. Zhang Luo raised his hand and beckoned someone. "Greetings, Drill Master Wu, are you heading to the thunderstorm zone too?" The man named Wu twisted his neck and complained. "I have no choice. I'm burdened with the responsibility of dragging the newcomers for their periodic tests. Oh, the brother standing next to you looks unfamiliar. Who is he?" Zhang Luo smiled brightly and introduced. "This is Su Jingming, my junior brother from Manhwa University, getting ready to train here during the winter break. Jingming, say hello, this is Drill Master Wu Chuang from our Lei Ting dojo." Su Jingming hurriedly bowed. "Hello, Drill Master Wu." Wu Chuang curled his lip into a smile. So it's a chosen genius from Manhwa University. No wonder the aura radiating around him is so sharp. The crowd surrounding them also whispered among themselves. That guy is a top university student. Scanning his aura, it's pretty similar to ours, probably around mid-level tier 3 at best. What do you guys think? Are the top experts from Manhwa University stronger, or are we? Another one snapped. Isn't it obvious? We came out of the elite training camp, so of course we are stronger. Su Jingming ignored the rowdy bunch, smiled, and said, "Brother Jiang, then I'll take my leave and head inside first." Zhang Luo waved his hand and replied, "Be careful." On this side, Wu Chuang also waved his hand, ordering the trainees. "You guys head in too. Engrave this in your minds. The time limit for this test is 6 days. If you don't drag back the corpse of a peak tier 3 thunder beast, then just stay there, no need to crawl back and see my face." Zhang Luo was a bit puzzled. Requiring each person to kill a peak tier 3 thunder beast, isn't this standard a bit too harsh? These kids are at best barely touching the peak of tier 3. Wu Chuang shrugged. They grew up in the elite training camp. These petty requirements are nothing major to them. See that trainee walking in the front? His name is Lei Yaoyang. He possesses an grade lightning ability. He's the ultimate trump card of this elite training class of the Lei Ting dojo. Throwing him in to slay a tier 4 thunder beast wouldn't be a problem at all. But I see the temperament of your mid-level tier 3 junior brother is also quite extraordinary. His combat power is probably equivalent to peak tier 3, right? Zhang Luo smiled faintly. Peak tier 3 is more than enough. Despite saying that out loud, Zhang Luo secretly cursed in his mind. Junior brother Liu Ming boasted to me that this little junior brother's ultimate moves are on par with peak tier 4. Wu Chuang grinned. As expected of a chosen genius from Manhwa University. Whenever you have some free time, let's bring them together for a friendly sparring match with my students just for fun. Stepping out into the wilderness area, Su Jingming glanced around and muttered to himself. Truly worthy of the name Lei Ting Secret Realm, the thunder and lightning explode endlessly without a break. Now the plan is to wipe out the desolate beasts first, and once that's done, I'll roam around to find the spot with the strongest lightning strikes to observe the natural thunder. Right at this moment, Wu Chuang's disciples also came jogging over. One of them smiled and beckoned. "Hey, brother from Manhwa University, hold up a second." Su Jingming turned around, frowned, and asked, "Is there a problem?" The young man scratched his head and explained, "It's like this, we're quite curious about the strength of a genius from a top-tier school. If you don't mind, how about we set up a little competition? Let's race to see who can take down more thunder beasts in the next few days. We don't have any malicious intent, just want a casual spar." Su Jingming brutally rejected him right to his face. "A competition? Sorry to disappoint, but I have absolutely zero interest." In his mind, he secretly despised them. They don't even have a single tier 4 among them. On what basis are they asking to compete with me in a body count? Seeing Su Jingming walk straight away, the young man was left dumbfounded. Such a flat-out rejection? Lei Yaoyang, standing with his arms crossed behind him, spoke coldly. "If he doesn't want to, then drop it. What's the point of nagging and forcing him?" The boy snorted angrily. "Humph, the golden boy from a prestigious school is this cowardly. He doesn't even dare to accept a trivial competition." Seeing the tension rise, the other kids in the group wisely kept their mouths shut, not daring to utter another word. Ignoring the rowdy kids, Su Jingming shifted into high gear and dashed straight into the deeper zones. Suddenly, a wild, desolate beast flew out of nowhere and attacked him. Jingming scanned the monster with his eyes and calculated. A black-armored thunderbull, Judging by its size and level, it's probably around high-level Tier 1. Senior brother kept scaring me, saying the monsters here are tougher than those in normal wilderness areas. Let's see how hard its actual punches hurt. Right at that moment, a blinding beam of electrical sparks began to gather between the monster's two horns. Once it had accumulated enough power, it blasted a bolt of lightning straight at Jingming. However, he didn't even bother to dodge, merely relaxing his muscles and sticking out his chest to take the attack head-on. Taking the lightning strike right in the face, he patted the blackened soot off his chest and nodded. The power of this lightning strike isn't bad at all. Just this single electrical current would be more than enough to roast most Tier 1 desolate beasts in normal wilderness areas. Next step, let's test my body's defensive capabilities. Acting on his thought, he pushed off his feet and leaped into the air, clenching his fist tight in preparation for a heavy blow. With a loud thud, his fist smashed directly into the beast's skull. Its entire head caved in, forming a massive dent. Fresh blood spurted from its mouth like rain, and its eyes rolled back. In the blink of an eye, the vicious beast collapsed and died. Jingming rubbed his chin and muttered, "The defensive power of this thing is far more resilient than normal high-level Tier 1s, but it makes sense. If its body wasn't sturdy enough while eating lightning for every meal, that would be weird." Right then, the system popped up a notification. Killed a high-level Tier 1 black-armored thunder bull, ability points plus 15. Jingming rubbed his hands together. Come to think of it, I haven't had a crazy slaughter fest with these desolate beasts for a whole month. I might as well start the harvesting machine right here. I pray to God that I can grind enough ammo to shoot straight up to high-level Tier 3 while I'm at it. After grinding relentlessly for 4 hours, Jingming swung his spear and sent another vicious beast to the afterlife. The system reported, killed a mid-level Tier 2 swift lightning iron wolf, ability points plus 25. He tapped the butt of his spear against the ground and grumbled, "The monster spawn rate in this thunderstorm zone seems a bit low. Grinding for 4 hours, and I've only dragged out 9 of them. If this were a normal wilderness area, I would have probably gathered over 40 by now. These meager gains aren't even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Does sneaking into this thunderstorm pit mean I have to bitterly focus solely on grinding proficiency to level up my abilities? The area around here is divided into the outer zone, the middle zone, the core zone, and the eye of the storm. I'm lagging behind in the middle zone. I should just dive straight into the core zone and see what happens. Who knows, those beasts might be waiting for me in there." 5 hours passed. In the core zone, a streak of lightning struck straight down from the top of the sky like a giant hammer. Having just arrived at the spot, Jingming immediately jumped away to dodge. Glancing over, the ground next to him had been hollowed out into a massive crater. Jingming broke a sweat and thought to himself, the core zone truly lives up to its reputation. The power of the lightning striking down is actually strong enough to inflict physical damage on my thunder-indestructible body. It seems I really have to maintain the circulation of my Esper ability at all times. Rumor has it that the desolate beasts anchored in the core zone must at least reach Tier 4. But the irritating part is that I've been stalking around for a while and still haven't caught a whiff of a single monster. Suddenly, a wild avian beast appeared in the sky. It took a full lightning combo right on its head and let out a blood-curdling shriek of pain. Jingming calculated, that spot over there is definitely the center of the storm eye, the wild bird species cyan-feathered thunder eagle. They are risking their lives chasing after stronger lightning currents to absorb. Soon after, a whole flock of cyan-feathered thunder eagles appeared in a dense cluster, tailing the flashing lightning bolts. A brilliant idea popped into Jingming's head. It's not just the cyan-feathered thunder eagles, thunder beasts have always had this habit. To them, lightning is a power-buffing tool. In that case, I can totally use the Du Tian Divine Thunder as bait to herd the monsters. Finalizing the plan, he leaped and swung up onto a nearby tree branch. Perching precariously and stalking the descending lightning bolts, he muttered, "But before dropping the bait, I need to upgrade the proficiency of the Du Tian Divine Thunder to the peak. This place is exactly the perfect spot to observe this natural lightning and suck up some cultivation experience while I'm at it. There's cloud-crawling lightning, ball lightning, branch lightning, and even the type that violently strikes everywhere. It turns out this lightning discipline contains so many complex details that I never bothered to carefully observe before." Sure enough, watching how natural lightning operated helped his lightning control skills advance extremely fast. 3 hours passed, and Su Jingming was still diligently sharpening the proficiency of his Du Tian Divine Thunder. He smiled proudly. My control level right now is probably on par with the S-grade Purple Cloud Divine Thunder from back in the day. But to evolve another step and compress the lightning into a liquid form will definitely require a lot more time. Liquid energy solidifies bit by bit. As it condenses, it carries an even more brutal power. That's enough for today. I'll fall back to the middle zone and test out how effective my previous scheme really is. The camera panned back to the middle zone of the thunderstorm area, where Su Jingming was flexing and wildly unleashing his Esper ability with immense power. He muttered, "Whether this net can haul in a fat sum of ability points all depends entirely on this bait." From the distant horizon, a series of deafening, furious roars of desolate beasts began frantically surging toward Su Jingming's direction. He narrowed his eyes and smiled inwardly. This method is indeed exceptionally effective. He immediately dashed in one direction to herd the monsters, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Flock of thunder beasts, bring it all to me." After a 2-hour marathon, the number of trapped monsters was densely packed into the thousands, panting heavily as they chased right on his heels. Su Jingming grinned widely. The prey is in the cage, it's time to harvest the net. Just as he finished calculating, he slammed on the brakes immediately. Looking at the horde of monsters lunging at him with bared fangs and brandished claws, he loudly pronounced their sentence. "Since you crave my lightning this much, I shall mercifully fulfill your dying wish. Thunder Prison." Instantly, an entire massive cage of electricity crashed down, securely trapping the whole pack of thunder beasts inside. Following the rhythm, a razor-sharp lightning javelin vividly materialized right in his hand. He hurled a barrage of lightning spears at the beasts struggling in the prison. A series of explosive booms echoed out, and fresh blood splattered everywhere, dyeing a huge patch of the area stark red. The surviving remnants outside still roared and charged over, demanding to eat him alive. Su Jingming waved his hand with extreme confidence. "You rushed in at the perfect time. Divine Thunder descends." As he raised his hand, the Du Tian Divine Thunder was instantly summoned. Lightning crashed straight down onto the doomed herd of beasts. In the blink of an eye, only the agonizing screams of pain echoed around. The system continuously popped up notifications. Killed a mid-level Tier 3 Black-Armored Thunder Bull, ability points plus 37. Killed a high-level Tier 3 Snake-Tailed Thunder Lion, ability points plus 57. Killed a high-level Tier 1 Long-Tailed Thunder Cat, ability points plus 11. Killed a low-level Tier 2 Sword Thunder Tiger, ability points plus 23. The corner of Su Jingming's mouth curled up in immense satisfaction. Hee, this trick is truly effective. The gathering speed is easily dozens of times faster than before. Regardless of how much time passed, as another batch of violent beasts was sent to the afterlife, Su Jingming panted heavily while doing the math. He had already gathered 1,813 ability points. At this grinding pace, the day he stepped into high-level Tier 3 was definitely not far off. My maximum endurance limit is staying awake for 6 days and 6 nights straight. Having only grinded for 1 day, spending 2 hours herding monsters, 8 hours resting, and securing 2 batches a day for a total of 3,600 ability points. Minus the time spent observing, this prospect is truly brilliant. Now I just need to collect all the loot, quickly find a place to rest for a bit, and then drag my butt out to continue the slaughter. The first Tier 3 Thunder Beast that fell dropped a Thunder Core. My luck today seems exceptionally good. Right at this moment, the sparkling Thunder Core was already resting snugly in the palm of his hand. 5 days flew by. Right at the core of the thunderstorm, the group of trainees under Wu Chuang was snaking their way in. A female student walking in the back yawned widely and mumbled, "Brother Lei, it's only 3 in the early morning. Is it really necessary to torture ourselves by waking up this early?" Lei Yaoyang replied nonchalantly. "In this thunderstorm wasteland, what the heck is the difference between 3 in the morning and 12 noon? It's just one color of daytime all year round." The girl still wouldn't stop complaining. "Brother Lei, today marks the end of the 6-day test. When is our team finally going to sneak out of here?" Lei Yaoyang stated calmly. "Around 6 in the evening. We've hit the quota, but the longer we hold out, the higher our impression score will be. We absolutely cannot disgrace our elite training camp." Girl smirked coldly. "Rest assured. But that cowardly guy from Madu Esper University probably cried out loud and packed his bags to leave this thunderstorm zone a long time ago, right?" A male student walking nearby chimed in. "Goes without saying. Even with us taking turns sleeping, we're on the verge of depression. How could he possibly hold out all by himself?" The girl looked visibly smug. Seems like the title of a top university student is just an empty barrel making the most noise. Luckily, this lady was wise back then to skip those martial arts college entrance exams and dive straight into the Lei Ting dojo. Right at that moment, a violent storm of lightning tore through the wind, sweeping up blinding dust right in front of them, startling the girl into screaming, "What the hell is this? An earthquake?" Suddenly the girl widened her eyes and shrieked in terror. "The beast horde is coming, run for your lives." Lei Yaoyang hurriedly calmed them down. "Stay calm, the scale of this pack hasn't reached a terrifying beast tide level yet." Unexpectedly, the person running for his life and leading the entire pack of thunder beasts in the front was none other than Su Jingming, the guy who was diligently hoarding monsters to slaughter them all in one go. As soon as the girl recognized Su Jingming, her mouth hung wide open in shock. "Oh my god, it's that guy from Manhwa University. He actually wandered all the way in here." Lei Yaoyang frowned and assessed. "Looks like he had some bad luck during his stroll and stepped on a beast pack's tail. Let's push forward, brothers, and go rescue him." The girl hurriedly stopped him immediately. The girl panicked and yelled, "Wait a minute. This guy is deliberately herding the whole pack of monsters toward us to find an escape route for himself." However, Su Jingming's actions slapped her right in the face. He just zoomed past them without a backward glance, not showing the slightest intention of charging toward their group. Behind him was an entire pack of furious thunder beasts closely tailing him. The strange thing was that these monsters completely ignored Lei Yaoyang's group, wholeheartedly focusing solely on hunting down Su Jingming. The girl held her stomach and laughed hysterically. "Haha, that awful guy got struck by karma, serves him right." Lei Yaoyang, on the other hand, pondered deeply. "But our side has so many people, why didn't those beasts even spare us a glance? That guy must have definitely scattered golden thunder around as bait to lure them." Deep down, he started to feel a chill down his spine. This guy is clearly only crawling at mid-level tier 3. What the hell is he trying to achieve by dragging along such a massive horde of thunder beasts? And there are even a bunch of peak tier 3 ones mixed in that crowd. Right at this moment, the girl shrieked again in horror. "Look quickly," he slammed on the brakes. Lei Yaoyang furrowed his brows tightly. Facing such a hardcore pack of thunder beasts, even I would have to struggle to clean them up without using my ultimate move. Where on earth does that brat get his confidence from? Su Jingming did not hesitate and charged straight into hacking and slashing the thunder beasts in front of him. Pieces of flesh from the bodies of the pitiful monsters were continuously blasted away and splattered everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Lei Yaoyang was left speechless. Unleashing an Esper ability over such a wide area, and the destructive power is actually this terrifyingly brutal. Even at my peak tier 3 state, the maximum radius I can reach is 30 meters at best. This guy's lightning ability reeks of something fishy. There's absolutely no way it's a weaker grade. Could he possibly possess an S grade? Impossible. There's no way such a fantasy could be true. The S-grade geniuses at Manhwa University are clearly just first-year rookies, and this guy is at least mid-level tier 3. The girl's jaw dropped as she screamed, "Holy crap, so the stuff from Manhwa University is actually this terrifying. Slaughtering thunder beasts is as effortless as butchering a chicken." Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Su Jingming rubbed his chin proudly. "Over 23,000 ability points, it's finally enough to level up. Staying awake and grinding for 5 days and 5 nights has left my body sluggish. Now I need to urgently hunt down a secluded spot to pump up my points first. Once that's done, I'll pack my bags and head home." The young man in the team swallowed hard and asked timidly, "Boss Lei, suppose you swap places with him, could you handle that horde of violent beasts just now?" Lei Yaoyang cleared his throat. "I could still do it, but the cleanup wouldn't be as smooth and fast as his." The boy hastily wiped away a cold sweat on his forehead and clicked his tongue. "Damn it, he's even more dominant than our boss Lei. This guy sure has some serious skills. Lucky he was too lazy to accept our sparring challenge earlier, otherwise, our whole group might have gotten our teeth knocked out by him. Boss Lei, with your sharp eyes, do you think this guy has enough skill to skip levels and go toe-to-toe with tier 4 desolate beasts?" Lei Yaoyang shook his head and judged. "If he only unleashes what he showed just now, his chances of winning are 0. The girl next to him quickly chimed in to flatter him. "So in the end, our boss Lei is still on a higher level." About 15 minutes later, in some obscure corner, Su Jingming opened his system panel and confidently shouted, "Shen Lan, pump up my points." In just the blink of an eye, pillars of Du Tian divine thunder carrying world-destroying power furiously crashed down. This very moment, his agility in manipulating the Du Tian divine thunder had ascended to a whole new level. He nodded and evaluated. Here is high-level Tier 3. My physical strength and mental power leaped by nearly 500 points, and the discharge radius of my Esper ability expanded by another 40 meters. It's exactly like the prestige of an grade Esper sitting comfortably at Tier 4. I was planning to sneak back home, but after recharging my points, my brain is somewhat awake again. I might as well take a stroll around the core center to gaze at the natural thunder for a bit. Finishing his thought, he pushed off his feet and dashed into the air. Outside the boundary, Jiang Luo frowned anxiously and muttered to himself. That kid Su Jingming has been MIA for 5 days and 5 nights now. Don't tell me he ran into some serious trouble. Even a battle-hardened veteran like me can only barely last for about 8 days max. Wu Chuang strolled over and asked, "Oh, Manager Wang, what wind blew you all the way over here?" Jiang Luo sighed heavily. "I'm stationed here waiting for my junior brother to drag himself back." Wu Chuang was stunned and asked back, "Hold on, that junior brother who entered that area last time still hasn't crawled out by now?" Jiang Luo replied gloomily, "Spot on. Today's roll call marks the 6th day. Normally, we should have seen his face by now to be considered reasonable." Wu Chuang patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Calm down, I'm about to enter the thunderstorm zone to find some slaughter targets. On my hunting route, I'll keep an eye out for him for you." Jiang Luo was overjoyed. "Then I'll have to trouble Drill Master Wu to take this trip for me." Wu Chuang waved his hand as he strode toward the wilderness. "It's nothing. We're brothers under the same roof of the Lei Ting Dojo. Lending a hand for trivial matters is only natural." Back at the core of the thunderstorm, 6 hours passed, and Su Jingming was still rooted to the spot, his eyes glued to studying the movement of natural lightning. After a while he dusted off his pants, stood up, stretched, and mumbled, "It's probably time to pull up the anchor and head home." Saying that, he directly leaped off from the towering tree branch down to the ground. Just a gentle landing with his heels caused the ground beneath his feet to crack open and sink deep into a huge crater. Su Jingming rubbed his chin and smiled faintly. The bronze body of a high-level Tier 3 seems pretty tough after all, but compared to the peak realm, it's still just flies and mosquitoes. The grinding journey ahead is still very bitter. Before he could finish speaking, a thunder beast suddenly sprang out from some hidden corner, letting out an ear-piercing, wildly aggressive roar. Su Jingming glanced over lightly. "Tusk, it's a storm thunder bear. Checking its level, it's probably around high-level Tier 4. Whipping out the heavenly thunder technique would easily send it to its ancestors, but I just upgraded to high-level Tier 3, so let's just go hand-to-hand and see if I can smash this thing flat." The moment the idea struck, he stomped the ground and soared straight toward his prey. Coincidentally, Wu Chuang also happened to swing by this area at this exact moment. Catching sight of Su Jingming's silhouette, he thought to himself, well, if it isn't Su Jingming. I searched high and low until my eyes turned red, and out of nowhere, I bump into him in this corner. His level has shot up to high-level Tier 3, but isn't the area covered by his lightning discharge a bit over the limit? Looking at his stance, this kid probably plans to go toe-to-toe with the Storm Thunder Bear. Youth truly hasn't experienced the hardships of life. This junior brother of Manager Wang sure is gutsy. With this arrogant genius label, he just needs life to slap his face swollen so he can open his eyes to how much of a rookie he still is. Meanwhile, the violent beast suddenly let out a savage roar, throwing its massive body forward and crashing heavily towards Su Jingming. A massively powerful arm swing slammed straight down like a strike from heaven, aiming right for Su Jingming's face. However, Su Jingming pulled a truly shocking stunt, sticking his own head straight out to forcefully tank that lethal blow. Wu Chuang hit up high, his jaw practically dropping at the sight. What the hell, he actually blocked it. Not only that, but Su Jingming's lightning even overpowered his opponents. That monster was a high-tier rank 4, outclassing Su Jingming by a whole major realm. This was completely messed up. Su Jingming's lightning power was definitely not some basic A-grade trash. It had to be at least S-grade, maybe even SS grade. But wait a minute, why did the name Su Jingming sound so familiar? It felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Ah, he remembered now. It was that famously hyped S-grade lightning freshman from Madu University. But this leveling speed was absolutely illogical. Damn it, even if you beat someone to death, they wouldn't believe a first-year college student was already sitting at the high-tier rank 3 level. Back to the battle, Su Jingming smirked smugly. It seemed his lightning was far more lethal. At the same time, the storm lightning bear charged in like a moth to a flame, frantically swinging its claws at Su Jingming in a barrage of attacks. Su Jingming's expression remained completely unfazed. He used his bare hands to fiercely meet the massive beast's strikes head-on. The blows from both sides carried terrifying power. The high-intensity collisions between man and monster seemed to crack the surrounding space, creating a suffocating pressure. Wu Chuang's eyes widened in sheer shock. Holy crap, he was actually going toe-to-toe with a high-tier rank 4 storm lightning bear. This was no longer a human, he was literally a wild beast in human skin. Hurriedly whipped out his camera to capture this masterpiece, thinking to himself how those arrogant, wet-behind-the-ears kids in the elite training camp were always overestimating themselves, claiming top university students couldn't hold a candle to them. This time, he was going to slap this clip right in their faces to open their eyes to what a true, limited-edition genius from a top-tier university looked like. Down below, Jingming let out a satisfied chuckle, blocked it perfectly. His physical strength was clearly on par with a high-tier rank 4 storm lightning bear. A power of 3,000 vitality points, the tankiness of the immortal lightning body, and the sheer dominance of the extreme lightning state were on full display. With his mind made up, he immediately dashed forward, diving headfirst into close-quarters combat with the storm lightning bear. With a single swing of his iron fist, a massive dent was left in the storm lightning bear's gigantic body. Taking the critical hit head-on, the storm lightning bear roared agonizingly in extreme pain. Stubbornly fighting back, it channeled its strength to smash its claws down, but Jingming was as smooth as an electric eel. With a slight dodge, he effortlessly bypassed the brutal strike. He clicked his tongue and laughed to himself, realizing a full-power punch still hadn't broken its leg. It seemed that the most stylish way to butcher these ferocious beasts was to use a weapon. But whatever, today he was in the mood for some boxing. On the other side, the storm lightning bear had reached its peak of fury. It threw its head back and roared loudly, preparing to unleash its ultimate move. As its massive bare arms were raised high, countless flashing thunderbolts immediately gathered, densely intertwining around its colossal body. Hiding on the outside, Wu Chuang started sweating bullets. It was the lightning storm. Getting sucked into that tornado would leave anyone crippled, if not dead. The right move right now was to pack up and run, waiting for the storm to dissipate before planning the next step. However, Jingming's style seemed a bit too stubborn. He had no intention of running away. Just as Wu Chuang predicted, Jingming's fighting spirit was blazing down below. His lips curled into an arrogant smirk. "Bring it on, let's see whose lightning hits harder." Saying that, he shattered the ground beneath him, using the momentum to launch himself straight at the storm lightning bear at breakneck speed. Two terrifying pillars of lightning brutally clashed against each other, splitting into two blinding patches of color, accompanied by a series of earth-shattering explosions. The harder he fought, the more excited Jingming became. His entire body instantly flared up with a brilliant lightning shield, directly brushing aside all the thunderbolts crashing down from the roaring beast. Right after, carrying an overwhelming aura, he shot forward like an arrow cutting through the wind, closing in on the giant bear and delivering a thunderous punch. A fiery hand-to-hand brawl broke out. One side relentlessly threw punches, while the other gritted its teeth and took the hits. In the blink of an eye, the shadows of their fists were flying chaotically, filling the sky. Jingming sneered sarcastically. Big and clunky, with reflexes as slow as a turtle, this so-called high-tier rank 4 label was only worth this much. Time to meet your maker, baby. As he spoke, he channeled all his power into unleashing the ultimate technique, Lightning Dragon Fist. A flashing, brilliant golden dragon materialized and furiously bit right into the storm lightning bear's head. Taking the hit head-on, the storm lightning bear coughed up a huge pool of crimson blood. Its tragic roar shook the entire area. Successfully taking down the high-tier rank 4 storm lightning bear, the system notified him of an addition of 321 ability points. Wu Chuang froze for a solid 5 seconds, his eyes bulging out. In this monster den, the high-tier rank 4 storm lightning bear was a notorious mob boss, yet it had kicked the bucket in such a lame way. Calling this kid a humanoid beast was probably an understatement. Calling him a genuine dragon-level monster would be more accurate. Swallowing hard, he quickly walked up right behind Jingming and praised him. As expected of a fresh S-grade talent from Madu University, your moves are truly sharp. Jingming turned his head, staring at him before greeting. "So it's Instructor Wu." Wu Chuang excitedly replied, "You're rocking the high-tier rank 3 title, yet you literally punched a high-tier rank 4 into oblivion. If this country produced a few more freaks like you, we wouldn't have to worry about not being able to wipe out those ferocious beasts." I managed to record all the bloody action just now in high definition. It's absolutely fire. I'm planning to take it back as training material for the noobs at the dojo. Would you happen to be cool with that?" Su Jingming replied nonchalantly, "Feel free to use it. Instructor Wu, whatever works." Inwardly, he was chuckling. It wasn't like he had shown all his cards anyway. Letting the guys at the Lei Ding dojo study it wouldn't hurt. Wu Chuang was visibly thrilled. "In that case, on behalf of all the brothers at the Lei Ding dojo, I sincerely thank you for your generosity." "But wait, Su Jingming, have you made any plans to drop your anchor at our Lei Ding dojo after graduation?" Su Jingming shrugged and replied bluntly, "I haven't had the time to care about that yet." Wu Chuang lifted his chin and pitched, "The big boss of our Lei Ding dojo is a monstrous rank 9 martial saint of the lightning system. If you nod and join our family, the boss himself will mentor you personally, setting you up to be the head guard of the Lei Ding secret realm. The perks and benefits are absolutely top tier. I highly advise you to think it over carefully." Su Jingming gave a polite laugh. "I appreciate your kind intentions, Instructor Wu. I will definitely consider this sweet deal." In his mind, he was calculating. Snatching the gatekeeper role for the Lei Ding secret realm really was a fat piece of meat. Leeching off the lightning here would be undeniably great, but he was only a freshman. Why the hell should he stress his brain thinking so far ahead? Wu Chuang clapped his hands in delight. "Hearing that puts my mind at ease. Oh, I almost forgot, your bro Jiang Luo is still craning his neck waiting for you out there. Are you planning to put down roots in this lightning storm zone? Do you need me to pass on a message that you're safe? He's terrified you've already dropped dead in here." Su Jingming looked dumbfounded. "Senior Jiang, I wouldn't dare trouble Instructor Wu. I'll pack my things and head back right away." He felt a pang of guilt, reflecting on how he had been grinding so hard that he caused Senior Jiang to lose sleep and appetite. Wu Chuang broke into a wide grin and turned to leave. "Damn, soloing the core of the lightning storm for 6 straight days, the new wave really pushes the old wave out. Back in the day, I managed to hang on for 4 days before I was half dead. I've got things to do, so you should bounce soon too." Su Jingming, busy digging out the beast's core, waved his hand. "Take care, Instructor Wu." Waiting for the man to disappear from sight, Su Jingming thrust his hand straight into the storm lightning bear's corpse, blindly digging around to find the hidden lightning core inside. After groping around for a bit, he pulled out a blindingly sparkling lightning core. He grinned from ear to ear. Even though the quality was slightly worse than the good Senior Jiang had smuggled to him, scavenging something like this was still too damn good. Time to bounce. After quite some time, Su Jingming finally dragged his tired body out of the middle of nowhere, just in time to see Jiang Luo still standing there, waiting for him like a petrified statue. Catching sight of Su Jingming's silhouette, Jiang Luo let out a heavy sigh of relief. Phew, this little boss stayed soaked in their way past the limit, a solid 6 days and 5 nights. Su Jingming chuckled awkwardly. "It wasn't some wild high or anything, bro, right now I just feel dead tired and sleepy." Jiang Luo threw an arm around the kid's shoulders and snickered. 5 whole days of keeping your eyes peeled to grind, while also carrying the burden of slaughtering ferocious beasts nonstop. Even Iron Man would shut down, let alone you. Cultivation requires knowing when to chill if you want to last. Come here, let your big bro drag you back to base for a good sleep. Su Jingming nodded. "Deal, bro." At 9 o'clock that evening, in Instructor Wu's office, he was busy reviewing the performance scorecards of his precious batch of students. After finalizing the evaluations, he nodded in satisfaction. The 6-day training camp went off without a hitch, all troops accounted for, no one heavily injured. The risk prevention and safety side of things was buttery smooth. But what about the assigned quotas? Were they fully completed? Lei Yaoyang reported confidently, "Don't worry, boss, the mission is completely cleared." At the very least, everyone on the squad skewered 3 peak rank 3 vicious beasts, and as for me personally, I single-handedly finished off a low-tier rank 4. Wu Chuang scratched his chin, thinking to himself. Lei Yaoyang bearing the title of an elite training camp graduate and having the ability to carry the team and leapfrog to kill a low-tier rank 4 monster was indeed a rare commodity. Unfortunately, putting him on the same scale as that monster Su Jingming was like comparing a mosquito to a dinosaur. Still, he had to inflate his ego a bit to keep up morale. Snapping out of his thoughts, he praised loudly, "Well done. It seems my guidance didn't go to waste. Oh, by the way, while you guys were roaming around, did you happen to catch a glimpse of Senior Jiang's Jr. from Madu University?" Lei Yaoyang was quick to answer. "Manager Jiang's Jr., huh? We bumped into him in the lightning storm zone. His combat skills are pretty fierce, way better than those fake mid-tier rank 3s. The female student with them chimed in, gotta admit, his ability to clean up the battlefield is insanely domineering. If he went all out, he could probably touch the peak rank 3 threshold. The young guy next to her threw in some flattery. He's definitely a beast, but he still doesn't have what it takes to carry our big bro Lay's shoes. Wu Chuang smirked knowingly. Well, are you guys really that confident? The young man immediately patted his chest proudly. 100% accurate. Coming out of our elite training camp, there's no way we wouldn't crush the students from Madu University by a head. Right at that moment, Wu Chuang casually pulled out his EVA device and tilted his chin. I've got a fresh, piping hot clip I just picked up right here. Keep your eyes peeled and judge for yourselves. Instantly, the EVA device projected the clip straight onto the widescreen. The fiery clash between Su Jingming and the storm lightning bear immediately slammed into their retinas. Someone panicked and yelled, "Holy crap, it's a storm lightning bear. Judging by its build, it's at least a high-tier rank 4. Wait, hold on, the guy soloing it is. Is that Su Jingming?" Watching the intense action unfolding on the screen, the whole group broke out in cold sweat, drenching their shirts. Reaching the climax, the screen perfectly captured the moment Su Jingming unleashed a lethal ultimate move, blasting it straight into the storm lightning bear's head. The guy who was just talking a big game suddenly got tongue-tied. What the hell is this? Compared to when we first bumped into him, how did this Su Jingming multiply his power by 2 or 3 times? The female student in the squad nodded like a chicken pecking rice. It's truly surreal. Not to mention, that domineering aura wasn't overshadowed by the storm lightning bear in the slightest. Wu Chuang then asked again, "So how is it, kids? After watching this blockbuster, did your brains clear up a bit?" Lei Yaoyang gritted his teeth and blurted out, "Su Jingming is too overpowered. This level of skill is exactly like those monstrous freaks, completely breaking past the limits of human imagination." The boy next to him also looked dumbfounded. Is he really rocking a mid-tier rank 3 title? This level of destruction simply defies the laws of heaven. Wu Chuang poured another bucket of cold water on them. Who told you he was at mid-tier rank 3? When he ran into me, that kid had already quietly broken through to high-tier rank 3. The other guy patted his chest, soothing his fragile little heart. Oh, so he's a high-tier rank 3, well, that makes sense then. Not even 2 seconds later, he shrieked like he'd been stung by a bee. How the hell does that make sense? At his age, leveling up to high-tier rank 3 lightning fast like that. Lei Yaoyang, his face ashen, marveled beside him. The caliber of a high-tier rank 4 storm lightning bear is more than enough to smack down most spurs of the same level. How the hell did it get completely flattened by Su Jingming? I wouldn't even dare to dream up this scenario. The other guy swallowed hard. No kidding, but the creepiest part is that he used pure hand-to-hand brawling to eat that monster alive. Wu Chuang quickly tried to stroke their egos. Don't chicken out, guys. Even if you toss him into Madu University, this Su Jingming is still an exceptionally rare, 1-in-a-million outlier. The guy scratched his head cluelessly. A special case? How fancy is Su Jingming's background anyway? Don't tell me he's the pampered golden boy of the principal of Madu University. Wu Chuang pursed his lips and shot back. Principal's son my ass. Even if he were the principal's eldest grandson, he wouldn't magically get this freakish level of power. All I managed to dig up is Su Jingming's ability type. His toy is an S-grade lightning Esper ability. Lei Yaoyang frowned in confusion. Madu University's S-grade. That title belongs to the freshman batch. How the hell could a greenhorn rookie rock a high-tier rank 3 status? Wu Chuang let out a long sigh. Even though I'd love to toss this absurdity into the trash myself, that's just the truth of it. He just blew out the candles for his 19th birthday not too long ago. He's a genuine, bona fide first-year rookie. The young man's jaw dropped so hard he nearly dislocated it. Holy shit, a wet behind-the-ears 19-year-old. Us elite grads from the local camp are at least 23. The girl in the group, drenched in cold sweat, whimpered, 19 years old holding a high-tier rank 3 card. Does that mean we've wasted all these years of our youth cultivating for nothing? Lei Yaoyang sighed in exasperation. Total monster, this guy is a certified pickled freak, no doubt about it. Wu Chuang chuckled softly to soothe them again. I didn't drop this clip to crush your hopes, but to inject you with a dose of motivation. Just pin Su Jingming's name as your goal to strive for. If you're lucky enough to even eat his dust in the future, that'll be considered a massive success. Lei Yaoyang forced a smile and nodded. Understood, boss. His teammate beside him also snickered in agreement. Totally, we'll squeeze out every drop of energy trying to keep up. Lei Yaoyang suddenly scratched his head and pleaded, "Oh right, instructor, would you mind giving me a copy of this clip for reference?" Wu Chuang shrugged and replied quickly, "Whenever I have free time, I'll toss the clip straight onto the dojo's homepage. You can just go there directly and watch it." His teammate hastily tried to stop him. Instructor, that doesn't seem like a good idea. I think this year's National University Martial Arts Tournament is about to blow the starting whistle soon. Wu Chuang slapped his forehead and groaned. Tusk, I almost completely forgot about that. Scratch that then, no uploading it to the net. If rival universities manage to snoop and expose their trump card, Su Jingming, it'll ruin everything. I remember Madu University taking the runner-up cup last time. This time, dragging that monster along, they're dead set on sweeping the #1 spot without missing a beat. 2 short days passed by. Deep in a sound sleep, Su Jingming's beloved phone suddenly blasted out a series of ear-piercing rings. He groggily wondered to himself, weird, I only took a little nap. How did I sleep like a log past the time like this? Hazily grabbing the phone, he jumped in shock when he saw the caller was Principal Ling Shuang. Holy crap, 1 snooze and 2 whole days flew out the window. On the other end of the line, Ling Shuang's serious tone hammered into his ear. Su Jingming, secret intelligence reports indicate that the remnants of the Tianming cult are gearing up to cast a net for a counterattack. Your family and friends have already been assigned top experts by the school for close protection. If you get ambushed, you must absolutely crush the rescue talisman immediately. There is a high chance they will paint a target on your back. Su Jingming replied calmly, I understand the situation. I'll have to trouble the principal to expend so much effort. After hanging up, he casually pondered over it. This area was heavily armored with multiple layers of security. Sneaking through the checkpoints required passing eye-straining permit checks and rigorous identity verifications. It'd be hard for a fly from the Tianming cult to get in, let alone a person. And even if they somehow tunneled their way inside, he still had a bunch of protective talismans given by his teachers. Screw it, the immediate priority was just to haul ass and go train. At the same time, the camera panned over to the supreme stronghold of the Tianming cult. Inside the magnificent and grandiose castle, a series of blazing torches illuminated the gloomy corners. Dark silhouette seated upon a towering throne exuded a chillingly evil dark aura. A lackey kneeling on the floor timidly reported, O mighty grand cult leader, the branch in Madu has submitted a report stating that the brat Su Jingming, who holds Madu University's S-grade trump card, is leveling up at an ungodly speed. They fear that rearing a tiger cub will turn into a massive disaster blocking our path. The branch earnestly requests orders to send this Su Jingming to the underworld to pull the weed by its roots. Do you think we should consider striking? The figure lounging on the throne spoke in an indifferent tone, Su Jingming from Madu University. What corner is the target currently hiding in? The lackey quickly answered, reporting to you, sir, he is grinding in the Lei Ding secret realm located in Hedong City, Jiangnan province. He won't be showing his face outside of there anytime soon. The grand cult leader immediately issued an order to the assassin. Zhu Sha, hear my command. Once you finish cleaning up the remnants in Jiangnan province, drag yourself over and handle this trip for me. From Su Jingming's life to the Lei Ding Dojo's damn secret realm, flatten them all to the ground. Zhu Sha curled his lips into a savage grin. Yes, boss, my elegant hobby happens to be strangling the geniuses of that species right in their cradles. Lackey stepped back, piling on the flattery. With Lord Zhu Sha personally taking action, this matter is practically in the bag. He secretly calculated in his head. Lord Zhu Sha held the power of a mid-tier rank 8, fully loaded with killing experience. Even if that Ling Shuang from Madu University, who was at low-tier rank 8 specializing in spatial abilities, rushed out to protect him, it wouldn't change the outcome at all. Shifting the scene back to the bustling hub of the Lei Ding secret realm, the place was suffocatingly crowded, with hawkers touting their wares like a busy market. Lunar New Year clearance sale, massive price drops, all elixirs on a 20% floor crashing sale, buy 10 get 1 free. New Year limited edition, exactly 100 E-grade snowman brand combat suits hitting the market, first come first serve. E-grade fairy herbs on Super New Year sale, hurry up and lock in your orders. Su Jingming was also swallowed up by the bustling market. He let out a sigh and muttered with a wry smile, the New Year vibe has crept into every nook and cranny. At this rate, I'll probably be buddies with loneliness for another spring. Gotta admit, inhaling this lightning core is really good for the lungs. Absorbing it for 2 hours bumps up 3 vitality points instantly. But grinding for 6 straight days, the speed is still as sluggish as a turtle. I just hope the Thunder Tower isn't a spectacular scam. Senior Jiang Luo hyped that place up to the clouds, calling it the golden spot for observing natural lightning to help grind and upgrade Esper ability manipulation. The moment he stepped into the ground floor lobby of the Thunder Tower, Su Jingming was immediately stopped by a ticket inspector who asked, since you hold an S-Class pass, You're rewarded with 4 bonus hours to experience the premium secret chamber on the 100th floor. Would you like to use it right now while it's hot? Su Jingming asked blankly, what's the benefit of hiding out in a secret chamber on the 100th floor? The staff girl smiled and explained, our Thunder Tower stretches all the way up to 110 floors. The higher you climb, the clearer the angle to observe natural lightning, yielding higher efficiency. Su Jingming let out an "oh" in understanding. Ah, so that's how it is. All right, take me up there to use it right away. When the elevator doors opened on the 100th floor, Su Jingming gingerly pushed the door and stepped into the secret chamber. Su Jingming glanced around at the 4 walls, scratching his head as he asked himself, so where in the world is all that lightning hidden? Before he could finish his sentence, the ceiling of the secret chamber suddenly sparked, unleashing crisscrossing bolts of lightning that struck straight down to the floor. Su Jingming's jaw dropped in amazement. Holy crap, so this is the most primal and purest version of lightning. Without hesitating for a second, he immediately sat cross-legged in meditation. The origin of the lightning out in the storm zone hung thousands of meters in the sky. Even if you tore your corneas staring, you wouldn't be able to see it with the naked eye. Hiding in here, though, let him observe every single detail up close, complete with all sorts of hidden mysteries. In a flash, 4 hours flew by. Su Jingming grinned broadly in pure bliss. If he camped in this room forever, he wouldn't even need 5 days. He'd have more than enough power to perfectly grind the lightning liquefaction skill. This place was an absolute holy land for cultivation. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from outside the door. The receptionist poked her head in to report, sir, your time limit for using the room has run out. Su Jingming looked up and asked, what's the play if I want to extend my time and just laze around in this secret chamber? The girl smiled and replied, you can only offer up lightning cores for exchange, sir. Specifically, for this room on the 100th floor, the currency is rank 4 lightning cores. 1 low-tier rank 4 core buys you 3 hours of lounging around, and if the core is 1 minor tier higher, it tacks on an extra hour. Su Jingming's eyes widened. Are you trying to bleed people dry? He mentally gritted his teeth and calculated. The government purchased a low-tier rank 4 lightning core for at least 6 million yuan. Meaning, just lying here sniffing lightning for an hour would burn through 2 million. That was crazy expensive. Seeing the guest looking conflicted, the girl suggested, if you want to save money, you can drop down to the rooms between the 70th and 90th floors. Those use rank 3 lightning cores. But Su Jingming waved his hand dismissively, casually pulling out a few core stones from his storage ring and closing the deal. Nah, I like this room, take them. After picking up the lightning cores, the girl froze, screaming inwardly, oh my god, these are all peak and high-tier rank 4 lightning cores. Is this handsome guy a hidden tycoon or something to be dropping bags like this? She immediately bowed respectfully and said, adding these 2 premium pieces together pumps up an extra 11 hours for you. I'll go to the desk and top up your time right now. Su Jingming asked curiously, the 100th floor already uses rank 4 lightning cores, so what does it cost to climb to those top-tier floors up there? The girl grinned and answered, from floor 101 to 107, you have to bite the bullet with rank 5 lightning cores. And to soar from floor 108 up to the roof at floor 110, you've got to swipe with rank 6 lightning cores. Hearing this, Su Jingming broke out in a cold sweat, waving his hand with a grimace. All right then, go do your job. Cutting ahead 11 hours later, at the main headquarters of the Lei Ding Dojo. Zhang Luo had his arm slung around Su Jingming's shoulders, saying cheerfully, the loot harvested from that pile of vicious beasts filling up 4 rings sold for a cool 311 million. Junior brother, hitting the jackpot like this, you definitely have to treat your big bro to a proper meal. Su Jingming chuckled, of course, but it's also thanks to bro Luo putting in a good word with the purchasing director. Otherwise, who would have swept up that pile for such a sky-high price? Zhang Luo smiled and teased, I heard the leaked news from Instructor Wu. You're insane, skewering a high-tier rank 4 storm lightning bear dead. Your leveling speed is truly suffocating. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes and smiled sheepishly. It's probably just because my talent is slightly better, bro. Zhang Luo shook his head with a grimace. You don't even know the meaning of humility. Lunar New Year is creeping up on us. Where are you planning to schedule yourself over the next few days? Su Jingming calmly replied, I'm planning to pack my stuff and dive straight into the lightning storm zone. I probably won't be going home for the new year. Zhang Luo gave a thumbs up in admiration. You're truly formidable, but I honestly advise you to take a detour back here. Right on the new year, the Lei Ding Dojo is gonna throw a massive auction event. Who knows, there might be a good item you've been craving. Su Jingming frowned curiously, throwing an auction party. To be honest with you, bro, I really am craving new gear. He stroked his chin and calculated. The blunt spear I'm currently using is too useless now. This time, I'll probably have to bite the bullet and cop a much better weapon to go wild with. Yang Luo clapped his hands loudly. Deal. When that day comes, your big bro will have a ticket set aside for you to sneak into the hall. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. Sweet. Then I'll haul ass over to the lightning storm zone to keep grinding. On the campus of Madu University, Song Kyu-yun was sipping tea with Jiang Chuk-shuan. The girl edged closer and started, Sis Jiang. This new year, I'm planning to take a trip over to the Lei Ding's secret realm to visit that guy Su Jingming. Are you free to escort me? Jiang Chuk-shuan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Me? Then she smiled and nodded. If we go, nothing to be afraid of. In her mind, she secretly thought, looks like little Kyu-yun wants to ship me with Su Jingming. That's not bad. On the contrary, it's actually a good thing. Time flew by in a flash. 6 days later, at the Lei Ding secret realm. Su Jingming once again lugged a whole batch of rank 4 cores and tossed them straight onto the front desk, speaking boldly, check for me how many hours of camping on the 100th floor this batch translates to. Catching the pile of lightning cores, the girl was startled. Oh my god, where on earth did you dig up a whole basket of rank 4 lightning cores like this? After doing inventory for a moment, she muttered, 1 peak rank 4 core, paired with 3 high-tier rank 4s, plus 1 mid-tier rank 4, added up with 4 low-tier rank 4s. The total converted time is 37 hours, sir. As she turned around, her face flushed red, heart pounding as she fantasized to herself. I've been warming this seat for 2 whole years, and the VIP guests who use rank 4 spirit cores can't even fill up 2 hands. Who would have thought this young, handsome guy is not only loaded, but casually scooped up 9 rank 4 lightning cores? Just how strong is he anyway? Su Jingming suddenly called out to ask, can the purchased hours be paused and split up to use slowly? The girl jumped in surprise, hurriedly turning back to answer obediently, yes, of course, sir. Whenever you finish observing, you just need to swipe your card at the machine outside the door, and it will automatically stop the timer. Su Jingming nodded in approval. Super convenient. On the evening of New Year's Eve, Su Jingming was still rooted in the secret chamber, engrossed in observing the lightning, when his traitorous phone roared continuously with ear-splitting rings. The moment he swiped to unlock it, Song Kyu-yun's pretty face popped up on the screen. She winked playfully. Jingming, I'll give you 3 seconds to guess which land this lady is camping in right now. Su Jingming kept a straight face and stated bluntly, the Lei Ding secret realm, where else? Song Kyu-yun's jaw dropped as if she'd seen a ghost. Wow, that's surreal. How did you guess so accurately? Su Jingming sneered and exposed her. Other than the Lei Ding secret realm cave, where else in the world would have so many flashing thunderbolts blinding the viewers like that? Song Kyu-yun scoffed. Fine, I completely forgot the lighting would give me away. Sis Chuk-shuan and I took the trouble of trekking all the way over here to give you a good scare, but unfortunately, I forgot to track your location first, so I had to throw away my pride and call to ask for your address. Su Jingming paused for a moment. Senior Jiang also made her way over here. Out of nowhere, Jiang Chuk-shuan poked her head close to the screen, smiling softly. What's wrong? Is Senior Su not happy to see this big sis visiting? Su Jingming hurriedly defended himself. Are you kidding me? How could that be? With you 2 VIPs gracing me with your presence, I must welcome you warmly. You 2 shoot your location over right now, and I'll drive out to pick you up personally. Right as Su Jingming stepped outside and swiped his card, the automated female voice of the EVA system rang out to announce, Room number 6's session has ended. Your remaining time is 4.5 hours. Su Jingming calculated in his head. With just this meager 4.5 hours, I'm afraid it'll be tough to comprehend the secret of lightning liquefaction. Looks like I'll have to pack my bags and grind in the lightning storm zone for another trip. At the resting lounge, the moment they caught sight of Su Jingming, Jiang Chuk-shuan's eyes widened in shock, lamenting that you disappeared for just 20 days and you've already leveled up again. Song Kyu-yun beside her also stared wide-eyed, clicking her tongue and saying that your leveling speed like this has to be a violation of natural laws, right? Su Jingming scratched his head and laughed it off, nodding as he said that during training he accidentally ran into a bit of danger. Who knew it was a blessing in disguise, so he accidentally broke through to high-tier rank 3. Song Kyu-yun grabbed her head and groaned. At this rate, I suspect that by graduation you'll claim the title of a rank 7 Grandmaster. Just thinking about it seriously makes me sick with envy. Su Jingming quickly smoothed things over and changed the subject, asking how many credits everyone had spent on their entrance tickets. Song Kyu-yun pouted and replied, Our B-rank passes cost us a whopping 1,000 credits, and we only get to camp here for exactly 2 days. Su Jingming gasped in shock upon hearing this. 1,000 credits for a brief 2-day stay, converted to Dazia currency, that was easily a smooth 10 million yuan gone. After thinking for a moment, he generously offered that the second floor had 4 vacant rooms, so aside from the one he was using, the two of them could freely pick 2 other rooms to rest in. Jiang Chuxuan waved her hand and laughed. No need to be so extravagant. The 2 of us sharing 1 room is cozy enough. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. Then you 2 go upstairs and unpack. Later I will treat you to a grand feast. Song Qiu-yun smiled with her eyes crinkling and reminded him, today is a once-in-a-millennium New Year's Eve. The sacred dinner must of course be a cozy gathering at home. Saying so, Jiang Chuxuan took out a pile of pre-prepared food and spread it all over the table. Su Jingming's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, so you 2 also know your way around a kitchen. Song Qiu-yun patted her chest proudly. Of course, Sister Chuxuan and I are both hidden master chefs, you know. Su Jingming chuckled, tossed off his jacket, and eagerly said, all right then, I volunteer to be the kitchen assistant and wash the vegetables for our 2 head chefs. Jiang Chuxuan burst into laughter and nodded in agreement. Who knows how much time had passed, but all 3 simultaneously put down their bowls and chopsticks, letting out a satisfied breath with their bellies completely full. Su Jingming patted his round belly, profusely praising their cooking skills, which were truly delicious beyond imagination. Jiang Chuxuan smugly lifted her chin. Naturally, this is the very pinnacle of culinary arts. Right at that moment, a barrage of fireworks suddenly shot up, brilliantly illuminating the entire sky outside. Seeing the magnificent scene, Song Qiu-yun excitedly skipped outside and cheerfully suggested, it's such a rare New Year's Eve, how about the 3 of us go to the balcony and take a photo of a lifetime to commemorate it? Su Jingming happily nodded to oblige. As soon as they stepped outside, the sky full of fireworks became even more dazzling, with colorful streaks of light continuously blooming and engulfing the entire sky of the Thunder's secret realm. Su Jingming took out his phone and held it high, with the 2 beautiful girls pressing in closely on either side. He shouted, give me your biggest smiles. At the moment the shutter clicked, Su Jingming smiled softly, an indescribable emotion swelling in his heart. Ever since he obtained the system, his life felt like it had turned to a grander new chapter, and a wonderful New Year's Eve like this was truly an unprecedented experience. On the morning of Lunar New Year's Day, the 3 of them went out together. Su Jingming scratched his head sheepishly. I feel really bad dragging you 2 to an auction on the very first day of the year. Jiang Chuxuan smiled and teased, you're being as polite as a stranger. Song Qiu-yun chimed in, exactly, besides, my hands are itching to pick up some new gear anyway. While they were talking, Zhang Luo popped up and curiously asked Su Jingming who these 2 fairies were. Su Jingming cheerfully introduced them. Brother Luo, these are my comrades from Madu Ability University, Song Qiu-yun from the first year and senior Jiang Chuxuan from the second year. Then, he turned to introduce Jiang Luo to the 2 beauties, and this is my senior brother Jiang. Jiang Chuxuan and Song Qiu-yun greeted him in perfect unison. Hello, senior brother Jiang. Jiang Luo blushed in embarrassment, but inwardly he was in awe. This junior brother of mine is truly top tier, bringing along 2 gorgeous girlfriends who are still so harmonious and sweet with each other. I've really fallen behind. After letting his thoughts wander, he cleared his throat and said, well, let's head inside. I'll take care of the entrance tickets for the 2 ladies. Su Jingming smiled gratefully, then thank you very much, senior brother. Right at that moment, hushed whispers echoed from the next table, our sister Wan Ying is still the best. Not only did she cover our entry into the Thunder's secret realm, but we also get to attend the auction. Rumor has it that other people had to smash tens of millions just to get through the gates. Haha, throwing tens of millions out the window. What a bunch of idiots. Those arrogant and boastful words pierced right into Song Qiu-yun's ears. She frowned and wondered, which family's descendants are these to be so domineering? Ang Luo leaned in and lowered his voice to explain. That girl is the heir to one of the 6 great families governing this secret realm, the eldest lady of the Li family, Li Wan Ying. Word has it that their patriarch is the deputy director of the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo headquarters, hovering on the verge of becoming a 7th-tier grandmaster, while her older brother reached the peak of the 4th tier at just 27. With such a terrifying background, it's understandable why she looks down on everyone. Su Jingming nodded in realization. The old and young of their family are all talents. No wonder this Li Wan Ying is so arrogant. Zhang Luo smiled and nodded, spot on, and come to think of it, Her older brother Li Shanglin also wields a long spear just like you. The only difference is he's in the enhancement system, while you're in the lightning system. Strolling a bit further, Jiang Luo stopped and opened his arms to announce, "We have arrived. A warm welcome to everyone attending the grand auction of the Thunder Secret Realm. This year's early spring auction is of extremely high importance. The faces present here are no small fry. All are prominent figures carrying hundreds of millions in liquid capital in their pockets, and it's estimated that the organizers sent out invitations to about 800 VIP guests. Each seat is assigned a specific number, and there's an electronic screen attached to the right armrest. If you want to make a bid, just enter your desired amount and press confirm to participate in the auction. Keep in mind that after bidding, you must raise your hand to signal it to them." Su Jingming nodded. "I see, I know the rules now." Jiang Luo smiled and said, "Just operate the screen to browse through the item list first so you can prepare." Su Jingming eagerly obliged. "Awesome, let me scroll through and see if there's anything interesting." He scrolled through the screen while secretly marveling. From rare herbs and exotic flowers, lightning cores, combat suits to S-rank resources, a full 108 auction items, they could truly put any damn thing up for sale. Jiang Luo smiled and rubbed his hands together. "Do you feel like the items capping at S-rank is a bit low? But honestly, I think this level is just right. If they were too expensive, we wouldn't have the money to buy them anyway." Su Jingming chuckled. "You hit the nail on the head." Song Q-yun, sitting next to him, curiously leaned her head over. "Have you spotted anything that catches your eye, Jingming?" Su Jingming smirked. "I'm a bit interested, but I have to wait for the host to finish her introduction before I can make a final decision." In reality, he had already locked onto two lucrative targets in his mind. One was an S-rank long spear starting around 500 million. He was tired of using the C-rank Zio Haijiao spear, and it was time for a weapon upgrade. The second item was a set of 5 lower-tier 4th-rank lightning cores with a floor price of 40 million. Buying them outright like this would save much more time than dragging himself around hunting lightning beasts. Right at this moment, the glamorous female MC stepped onto the podium for the opening. "A warm welcome to all of you to the auction hosted by the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo. Today we have 108 treasures. Opening the show is a 30-year-old rank frost grass, which can boost spiritual power by 50 points for those below the 5th tier. The starting price is 20 million, and each minimum bid increment is no less than 100,000. A flurry of bidding voices immediately rang out from the audience below. Seat 0213 at 21 million, Seat 0625 at 22 million, Seat 0408 at 24 million. An entire grueling hour later, the female MC crisply announced the 36th item, the set of 5 lower-tier 4th-rank lightning cores, hitting the floor at 40 million, with each bid increment being no less than 200,000. Su Jingming, seated calmly in the audience, curled his lips. He had waited forever for the first piece of prime bait. Acting on his thoughts, he decisively pressed the bidding button. With a ding, the screen displayed Seat 310 bidding 41 million. In less than a second, the crowd swarmed in to fight for it. Seat 0637 at 41,400,000, Seat 0708 raised it to 41,800,000. Su Jingming furrowed his brows slightly in calculation. With so many people eagerly waiting, this dragging back and forth will never end. I have to increase it by a massive number to scare them off. He decisively slammed the button with force. Ding! Seat 310 locked in 46 million. The MC on the stage excitedly hyped up the crowd. Does anyone want to raise the price? 4th-rank lightning cores floating on the market can be counted on one hand. If you miss out today, who knows how many lifetimes you'll have to wait. 46 million going once, 46 million going twice. 46 million going for the third time, sold. The entire hall fell into a sudden dead silence. Ding! Congratulations to the tycoon at Seat 0310 for a successful bid. The goods will be delivered straight to your hands after the closing ceremony. Su Jingming blinked in bewilderment. Locked in that quickly. Jiang Luo sitting next to him chuckled. The Thunder Martial Arts Dojo and the Esper families already have piles of lightning cores in their hands. Only those independent mercenaries have to bring their wallets to buy them. With a single wave of your hand, you bumped it up by a whole 5 million, so of course they had to pack up and run. Their money isn't as easily earned as yours. Then Jiang Luo asked curiously, "Anyway, why are you hoarding so many 4th-rank lightning cores? Wouldn't hunting down lightning beasts be way more profitable?" Su Jingming let out a long sigh. "I feel like my thunder proficiency needs a breakthrough, so I want to go big and see if I can break the bottleneck." Yang Luo widened his eyes in shock. Good heavens, such terrifying speed. You're about to kick down the door and enter the liquid condensation realm. Back in the day, I dragged my feet all the way to my 4th year before I could crawl up there. You really are a monster. In a flash, 2 hours passed, and the female MC's voice rang out vibrantly again. Coming up next is the masterpiece with the lot number 98, the Liu Yun Jin Feng Spear, an S-rank long spear personally forged by the artifact refinement Grandmaster Yu Wen, boasting an impressive length of up to 2.1 meters. The spear shaft is forged from a special edition of a rank Kim Mia alloy, while the spearhead is cast directly from S-rank Extreme Wind alloy, a legend in the material world with sharpness and toughness capable of piercing through all things. Upon hearing the blacksmith's reputation, the crowd below immediately broke into astonished murmurs. Oh my God, Grandmaster Yu Wen has hung up his hammer for a year or two now. Who would have thought that upon returning to the scene, he would unleash such an exquisite masterpiece? The Extreme Wind alloy is truly worthy of admiration. Su Jingming smirked triumphantly, inwardly evaluating, the Kim Mia alloy combined with an ability will create a weight of 1,000 catties, while the Extreme Wind tip cuts through iron like mud. It's truly a spear born for me. This precious weapon absolutely cannot fall into anyone else's hands. Female MC on the stage continued to dangle the bait. A little more insider info for you all. Once you pump your ability into the spear shaft, its maximum mass can reach the threshold of 100 tons. I am completely certain that countless people will be infatuated with it. The starting price is 500 million, and each bid must not be less than 1 million. Instantly, Seat 0113 shouted a bid of 505 million. Seat 0224 slammed down 520 million. And Seat 0131 soared to 530 million. Without any hesitation, Su Jingming raised his hand and pressed the button, Seat 310 bidding 600 million. The money war became fierce. Seat 0107 at 610 million, Seat 0137 at 620 million, and then Seat 0104 locked in at 630 million. Su Jingming stroked his chin in thought. It seems it'll be very hard to use sheer dominance to scare them into backing down. I guess I'll have to observe calmly. Intuition tells me that Li Wanying's Seat 0104 is the heavyweight rival. Li Wanying, sitting further up, also leisurely raised her hand and arrogantly raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself, once the miss of the Li family throws down money, I dare any bold fool to try and compete. The female MC began the countdown, 630 million going once. Su Jingming's arm swung up decisively again to press the button. Ding! Seat 310 raised the price to 640 million. A few auction-goers around began whispering to each other, oh my, someone actually dared to raise the price again, and he looks totally unfamiliar. Must be some rookie from afar coming here to train, so he doesn't understand the unspoken rules here. Li Wanying spoke up in annoyance. Hey young man, my older brother Li Shanglin just happens to be desperately hunting for a long spear. If you know what's good for you and yield it to me, you can consider it as gaining a favor, perhaps even the precious friendship of our Li family. Su Jingming lazily cast a glance over, smirking and secretly mocking. The so-called friendship of a family with a peak 6-tier old man is truly not worth a single penny to me. The female MC on the stage banged her gavel with a stern warning, Miss Li. The auction rules strictly forbid buyers from interfering verbally. If you continue to disrupt the rules, we will be forced to revoke your bidding rights. Li Wanying furiously pressed the button, Seat 0104 bidding 650 million. Immediately, Su Jingming gave a tit-for-tat response, Seat 310 bidding 660 million. The whole hall practically exploded, with echoing gasps, oh my God, what kind of deity is this guy to be so bold, being warned to his face and still daring to outbid her? Is he not afraid of being pinned down and retaliated against by the Li family in the future? Tusk, he really poked Li Wanying's fire ant nest. This is gonna be some good drama to watch. Li Wanying ground her teeth, her face fuming with indignation. This little brat dares to disregard Li Wanying and the entire Li family. How utterly detestable. Ever since Grandma and the peak 6-tier master appeared, a humiliating situation like this had never happened before. The female MC's clear voice rang out loudly again, 660 million going once. Ding, Seat 0104 bumped it to 670 million. Li Wanying curled up a malicious smile, secretly smug. I, on the other hand, want to see just how much financial power you have to compete with my money. Su Jingming turned to the two great beauties for help. Qiu Yun, Senior Jiang, could you two circulate some funds and lend me a little? I promise to pay it all back squarely in the future. Jiang Chuxuan nodded readily. I have 500 million sitting in my card right now. That should be enough for you to use. Song Qiu Yun also generously chimed in. I still have a surplus of about 1 billion. If that's not enough, I'll call my family to transfer some more. Su Jingming hastily waved his hands to stop her. No, that's enough. If an S-rank weapon gets its price inflated past the 1 billion mark, there's no point in biting the bullet to buy it. It would be better to take the money and find a blacksmith to forge a custom one. Zhang Luo, sitting in the corner, was left with his jaw dropping to the floor, his inner voice screaming nonstop, "Oh my God, junior brother, just how terrifying are the backgrounds of these two female companions." Opening their mouths and casually throwing out 500 million and 1 billion, and even offering to have their families send backup. What kind of surreal backgrounds are these? It truly shocks a person right down to their core. Having gathered enough capital, Su Jingming confidently raised his hand. Ding, seat 310 yelled straight out 700 million. The auction turned into an unsparing money-throwing spectacle. Ding, seat 010 for 750 million, seat 0310 threw back 780 million, seat 0104 bitterly shot up to 800 million, seat 0310 retaliated with 830 million. 830 million going twice. A person sitting next to Li Wanying sweated profusely and whispered to dissuade her, "Sister Wanying, this price has exceeded our budget. Just leave that brat to hug that massive debt until he coughs up blood." Li Wanying bit her lip till it nearly bled and swallowed her anger to give up. Damn it, others aren't stupid either. I'll spare his dog life for now. I have plenty of dirty tricks to deal with him later. 830 million going for the third time, sold. Congratulations to the tycoon sitting in seat 0310. Su Jingming smiled radiantly. The price of 830 million was still within an acceptable range. He just hoped this precious spear wouldn't leave him with regrets. About half an hour later, the female MC brought out the spoils that Su Jingming had snatched up for handover. "Sir, your 5 lower-tier 4th-rank lightning cores along with the S-rank Liu Yun Jin Feng spear are right here. The total damage is 874 million. Please take your time to inspect the goods, and then we will proceed with the payment." Su Jingming nodded. Excellent. Su Jingming reached out and grabbed the long spear, his eyes shining brightly as he admired it for a long while before smiling in sheer delight. He hardly pulled out his credit card and handed it to the MC. "There are no issues with the goods. Swipe the card hard for me." Switching scenes to another gloomy room, a man frantically pushed the door open and reported, "Miss," gathering the brothers so urgently, "is there some hit job that needs cleaning up?" Li Wanying coldly waved her hand. "Uncle Li, I want you to dispatch people to hack a bastard into pieces, and then strip him clean of all the gear on his body for me." A man called Uncle Li frowned and asked, "Who is the unlucky soul, and on which turf do we need to handle him?" Li Wanying scoffed coldly, "I've investigated everything clearly. His name is Su Jingming, with an upper-tier 3rd-rank cultivation. He relied on the S-rank pass from Madu Ability University to sneak into the Thunder secret realm." Uncle Li looked wary, a core student of Madu Ability University. "Shouldn't we investigate his background a little more carefully?" Li Wanying waved her hand dismissively. "It doesn't matter. The kind of students who run to our Thunder secret realm to grind are all mediocre types. Just lie in wait for him to wander into the thunderstorm zone and finish him off right there. With the brutality of the ferocious beasts in the thunderstorm zone, it will only take an hour or two for him to be chewed up until not even bone fragments are left. As for that spear, bring it back, modify its appearance a bit, and the matter is settled. It's extremely simple." Uncle Li immediately turned and ordered a few henchmen. "You two, starting from this very moment, stake out right at the entrance of the thunderstorm zone. The moment you see Su Jingming's shadow poking out, you must report it instantly." The two guards shouted in unison, "Understood, boss." Li Wanying frowned and added, "Uncle Li, when preparing to make a move, remember to inform me. I want to personally tag along to witness his tearful, regretful face with my own eyes for daring to offend me." Uncle Li patted his chest and guaranteed, "Not a problem." Returning to Su Jingming, at this moment, the guy was still deeply engrossed in embracing the long spear in his hands. Stroking it and feeling the aura it emitted while inwardly praising it to the skies, it truly lives up to its name as an S-rank weapon. How can mere words describe this wonderful feeling? The absolute limit of the Liu Yun Jin Feng spear is 100 tons. Well, let's just go all out to pump my ability into it first and test how much weight it can reach. Acting on his thoughts, he immediately channeled the Du Tian divine thunder, relentlessly transmitting it into the shaft of the spear. The weight of the spear suddenly spiked terrifyingly. The crushing pressure weighing down made Su Jingming's legs tremble uncontrollably, nearly causing him to pitch forward and fall. Breaking into a cold sweat, he muttered, "My arm strength's lifting limit is at most around 5 tons. Just now I almost lost my grip and dropped it. The mass at this moment has definitely crossed the 6-ton mark. It looks like I'll have to flexibly change up my attacking style." Gripping the long spear tightly, he swung it horizontally in a decisive arc, and an eardrum-tearing whoosh echoed through the air. He slammed it down hard onto the floor, and instantly the ground shattered into fragments, sending debris flying everywhere. Su Jingming curled his lips into a triumphant smile. Not bad at all indeed. At the exact moment of attacking, if the weight suddenly presses down at 6 tons, resonating with the force of inertia, even if the opponent has 3 heads and 6 arms, if they are completely off guard, they will definitely be severely injured. However, after increasing the mass, the center of gravity gets a little wobbly and hard to control. I guess I'll have to wait until Q Yun and the others pack their bags and head home before I wander out to the thunderstorm zone to train a bit. This is truly a life-claiming weapon of mass destruction. At noon the next day, the sisterhood duo of Song Q Yun and Jiang Chu Xuan packed their luggage to head home. Song Q Yun waved goodbye. "Take care of yourself here, Jingming." Jiang Chu Xuan also smiled gently and said, "Wait until school starts again. We will be counting on Senior Su to spare some time and guide us more." Su Jingming also happily replied, "I should be the one thanking you all for taking the trouble to travel all the way here to hang out with me. See you again on the first day of school." After the 2 beauties disappeared from sight, Su Jingming still stood quietly in place, smiling affectionately as he waved his farewells. He stretched his arms, cracking his joints, and calculated inwardly, "The most urgent matter right now is to seize the time and sprint straight to the thunderstorm zone. My remaining time in the secret realm isn't even a full week. I absolutely must make a final dash and hoard enough lightning cores to be satisfied." After he left, a stealthy gaze followed him. The monitor immediately reported through an earpiece, reporting to the Miss, "Su Jingming is heading straight toward the thunderstorm zone. Please bring your people over quickly." Li Wan Ying on the other end of the line burst into delighted laughter. "Really? Fantastic! I will grab my skirt and run there right away." Right at that moment, someone standing nearby noticed Li Wan Ying getting antsy and spoke up to ask, "Zio Ying, where are you planning to go?" Li Wan Ying smiled as brightly as a flower and replied, "Yes, I'm getting ready to haul a huge birthday present back to offer to you. A gift I've been racking my brains and putting in effort to prepare for a long time." The young man nodded pretentiously. "Oh, then I am extremely looking forward to it." And this young man was no stranger. He was exactly Li Wan Ying's biological older brother, Li Shanglin. Returning to the battlefield in the thunderstorm zone, Su Jingming was deeply engrossed in charging left and right, slaughtering lightning beasts to search for lightning cores. Suddenly he stopped his hands, glanced over his shoulder, and spoke calmly, "Tailing me so persistently for so long, you folks hiding in the shadows should probably show your faces and brighten up the day, shouldn't you?" The old and withered butler of the Li family slowly stepped out, clapping his hands in praise, indeed living up to the well-deserved reputation as a prodigy of Madu Ability University, merely hovering at the upper tier of the 3rd rank, yet your 6th sense is as sharp as a razor. Su Jingming raised an eyebrow and retorted, "I don't recall knowing any of you, so why are you trailing after me?" Right at that moment, Li Wan Ying leisurely stepped out, jerked her chin, and said, "It's fine if you don't know them, but you definitely couldn't have forgotten this lady, right?" The moment Su Jingming saw her appearance, he immediately recognized Li Wan Ying. He gave a faint smile and said, "So it turns out you guys dragged your whole gang here just to rob my S-rank Liu Yun Jin Feng spear." Li Wan Ying clicked her tongue in mockery. No, not just the long spear. I also crave your little life too. It's just a pity for this handsome face of yours. If only you had known better than to offend me, you might have comfortably sat as a favored boy toy in my harem, enjoying yourself day in and day out." Su Jingming clicked his tongue and grimaced, "Gross, to think you'd even lustfully devour a human being. Is your heart really that terrifyingly cruel?" Li Wan Ying smirked and scoffed in front of the strong. "What right does weak trash have to speak up? If you have any brains, kowtow and beg for forgiveness 1,000 times, and out of pity, I will grant you a painless ticket to see the King of Hell. Otherwise, I will slice off your flesh and make you taste the agony of death by 1,000 cuts." Su Jingming twisted his body and instantly shifted into a battle-ready stance, coldly firing back. That line about the weak having no right to speak in front of the strong, you said it very well indeed. But I'm guessing that you frogs at the bottom of the well haven't even bothered to properly investigate my background. In the end, it's still unknown who will emerge victorious. We still have to see who the real strong one is. Sensing the blazing aura radiating from Su Jingming, Li Wan Ying suddenly shuddered in terror. Wait, what the hell kind of script is playing out here? Su Jingming burst into disdainful laughter, bringing along just 2 mid-tier 4th rankers and 2 lower-tier 4th rank guys, and you still want to take my life? Truly hilarious. Come on then, I'll be merciful, and let your whole pack rush up to hand over your lives all at once. The butler caught a whiff of something wrong and frantically screamed, "The situation isn't right, all brothers, charge at him simultaneously and hack him to pieces." The moment the words dropped, the whole gang rushed in like moths to a flame. The corners of Su Jingming's lips twitched with excitement. His hands danced, unleashing his Du Tian Divine Thunder combat skill before roaring loudly, "All of you go to hell." Instantly, savage lightning bolts from the 9th heaven struck straight down onto the heads of the lackeys, zapping them explosively without missing a single target. In merely the blink of an eye, the entire formidable squad was completely wiped out. The charred, smoking corpses plummeted and thudded to the ground right at Li Wan Ying's feet. Li Wan Ying was so terrified that her soul flew out of her body, her mind spinning wildly. Uncle Li was so aggressive, yet he got obliterated in a single note. Gotta scram, run as fast as possible. She hurriedly scrambled to her feet and turned to flee for her life, but unluckily tripped over a rock and fell flat on her face. Su Jingming leisurely walked up close to her, smirked, and said, "Now it's your turn." Li Wan Ying trembled, stuttering incoherently, "You, who on earth are you? Why is your strength so terrifying?" Su Jingming shrugged, not even bothering to hide it. "Su Jingming, a student of Madu Ability University, weren't you lot just aggressively threatening to murder and rob me a moment ago?" Li Wan Ying wailed and begged, "I had eyes but was blind. I know my mistake now, spare my life. I am willing to compensate you with tens of millions in cash and guarantee you leave this place safely. I can even personally serve and worship you. I guarantee my skills are absolutely not inferior to those 2 snot-nosed brats who follow you around." Su Jingming was utterly disgusted and spat on the ground. "Those 2 female students are exquisite gems. A type of woman like you who uses her body as a plaything isn't even fit to carry their shoes. Let me add this, I'm a germaphobe, and you are far too filthy." Hearing this, Li Wan Ying furiously roared like a slaughtered pig, "You bastard, you dare insult me by calling me filthy? If you're smart, don't let me drag my life back home. Otherwise I will slaughter your entire family, skin you and pull out your tendons. My father and brother will absolutely hack you to pieces and won't let you off." Su Jingming nodded nonchalantly. "Ah, telling me not to let you make it back alive, huh? All right then, deal, I'll be a good person and help grant your wish." As he spoke, the surging energy of the Du Tian Divine Thunder crackled and gathered in the palm of his hand again. With a deafening zap, Li Wan Ying's physical body was blasted to smithereens. Casting a glance at her ruined corpse, Su Jingming shrugged and thought to himself, "Those who go around sowing death must also prepare themselves mentally to be sent to oblivion by others. These Esper families often secretly implant tracking chips into spatial rings. Better safe than sorry, might as well throw it away to spare myself the trouble." At some distant base, an alarm bell blared, beep beep. The system scans show the user of wristband number 003 has suffered cardiac arrest. All vital signs have completely disappeared. The death notification repeated, "Check shows the heart of the owner of wristband number 003 has frozen. All vital signs have completely evaporated." Li Shanglin jumped in shock, breaking into a sweat. Code 003 was exactly Xiao Ying's inseparable item. He went completely insane and roared until his voice cracked. "Which audacious bastard dared to take my little sister's life? Quickly track Xiao Ying's coordinate signals right now. I must know in which godforsaken corner she met with an accident." A subordinate frantically reported, "Wristband number 003 has lost connection, boss." The final locked-in coordinate was sent from around the thunderstorm zone. Li Shanglin furrowed his brow in confusion. "Strange, Xiao Ying clearly went to pick up my birthday present, so why would something happen to her in the thunderstorm belt? Grab the comms and contact Xiao Ying's bodyguard squad immediately. I want to know how those useless freeloaders let their master die like this." The subordinate answered, trembling all over, reporting to the boss, All 4 lives in the escort squad have also lost their vital signs. Every single one of their wristbands is dead and cannot be connected. The more Li Shanglin heard, the more his blood boiled with rage. Damn it, even an expert like Uncle Li lost his life. What kind of monster made a move that caused Uncle Li's squad to be unable to even send out a report in time? Subordinate scratched his head and analyzed. There's a possibility they ran into a peak 4th-tier expert who just broke through, or our side was too overconfident. Not to mention, this killer acted extremely cautiously, not even bothering to mess with their rings. Li Shanglin ground his teeth fiercely. If the culprit is this cunning, then I'm afraid finding clues is going to be quite difficult. Subordinate timidly suggested again, how about we send an urgent notice to the patriarch? Li Shanglin snapped back, no need, my dad has been in closed-door cultivation giving it his all for 6 straight days to pierce through the bottleneck of a 7th-tier grandmaster. Don't disturb the old man. Just dispatch people to dig up clues first, scour through Xiao Ying's recent schedule to see where she went, and what kind of people she interacted or clashed with. The subordinate hastily bowed deeply and obeyed. Understood, boss. I'll have people investigate right away. Reporting back, a month ago the miss had a heated verbal argument with someone from the Wang family. Half a month ago, she was hanging around camping in the thunderstorm zone. Just 2 days ago, the miss went to an auction to secure an S-rank long spear as a gift for you, but it was snatched away by someone else. Li Shanglin immediately shouted to interrupt, slam on the brakes right there, spit it out quickly. What is the name of the person who snatched the spear? The subordinate flipped through his notebook and smacked his lips. His name is Jingming, a student of Ability University, who sneaked into the Thunder secret realm holding an S-rank pass. He was the fierce top scorer of Jiangnan province for the class of 2037, possessing an S-rank lightning system ability, with a mid-tier 3rd-rank cultivation. Li Shanglin slammed his hand on the table with a bang. No need to investigate any further. It's 100% this bastard who made a venomous move. Xiao Ying brought disaster upon herself because she was too eager to go get my birthday present. The subordinate broke into a sweat and stammered, young master, this matter involves an S-rank Esper. I'm afraid that messing with him will drag out a whole basket of troubles. Li Shanglin glared and roared, what a load of crap, blood pays for blood. Even if he is an S-class awakened genius, since he killed my sister, I will send him straight to hell. Shu Quan, grab your gear and come with me. We will camp right at the chokepoint of the lightning storm zone and wait for him. If I can't beat him to death, just jump in and take his life for me. Cutting back to the lightning storm zone, Jingming had just dismembered another lightning beast and successfully extracted a sparkling lightning core. Grinned in satisfaction, calculating inwardly, having crushed 17 Tier 4 lightning beasts, he earned 4,250 ability points along with 17 assorted lightning cores. This harvest should be enough for now. This time, he must take the opportunity to push through the limit of lightning liquefaction to make it worthwhile. Time to withdraw. After making up his mind, he casually dusted off his pants, grabbed his spear, and left the lightning storm hunting ground, heading straight for the city. At the same time, at a security checkpoint, a female ticket agent spoke in a monotonous voice, "Hello, dear guest. Please take out your access pass for the system to scan." The person looming forward was none other than the red-robed archbishop of the Heavenly Mandate cult. Zhu Sha's system beeped mechanically, identity verification successful, guest of the Lightning Dojo, C-Class Access Pass, username Zhang Heng, countdown timer remaining exactly 23 hours, 59 minutes and 58 seconds. The staff member happily let him pass, adding a reminder, your C-Class ticket is only valid for staying in the Lightning Secret Realm for exactly 24 hours. Please manage your time accordingly. Zhu Sha gritted his teeth, smirking and muttering under his breath, rest assured, these 24 hours are more than enough for me to turn this place upside down and get everything done. A plot was already mapped out in his head, that S-Class genius brat Jingming of Ability University, your doomsday has arrived. Switching scenes to the trading gate leading into the wilderness, a crowd of people was gathering in small groups, gossiping. Nosy Guy pointed and wondered, hey, who are those people over there? Don't they get tired of standing guard here all day? The guy next to him quickly covered his mouth and reminded him, SHH, keep your voice down, those are all hounds of the Li family. They've been camping here for days, seems like they're hunting for someone. Looks like someone is about to face a disaster. Right at the moment Jingming leisurely stepped out from inside, a tracker immediately shouted into the walkie-talkie, young master, the target has appeared. Jingming stopped in confusion, scratching his ear and wondering inwardly, What young master is here? Before he could gather his thoughts, Li Shanglin lunged out from nowhere like a wild beast, pointing his weapon and charging straight at Su Jingming, roaring, "Su Jingming, you finally dared to crawl out of your hole. Today, I will make you pay blood with blood." Su Jingming took a step back to observe and evaluate. Tusk, a peak tier 4 wielding a long spear, 8 or 9 out of 10 times it's that madman Li Shanglin. Sai, if I knew my tracks would be exposed like this, I would have pocketed those spatial rings the other day to line my pockets. Destroying them to hide the evidence cost me hundreds of millions for nothing. What a waste of good stuff. Li Shanglin charged forward furiously, roaring, "Su Jingming, I ask you, did my sister Li Wanying die by your hands?" Su Jingming shrugged nonchalantly. If you already have the answer in your head, why waste your saliva asking me such nonsense?" The gossiping crowd surrounding them gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. Good heavens, Li Shanglin's sister was actually killed. But with that bitch's arrogant attitude, it's not surprising she brought disaster upon herself. It's just a pity for this unlucky brother. He will definitely be skinned alive by the Li family for revenge. Li Shanglin was so angry that his chest heaved and trembled. It really was you, you animal. Why did you ruthlessly murder my sister? Su Jingming's face darkened as he retorted in a low voice, "Your precious sister tried to rob and kill me but failed, and got herself killed when I fought back. What other reason do you need?" Li Shanglin cried and screamed like a maniac. "Even if my sister was wrong 1,000 or 10,000 times, you have no right to take her life, because backing her is not just me, but the entire massive Li family." Su Jingming smirked disdainfully. Why waste breath spewing such garbage? At the end of the day, the martial world only decides who's superior by seeing whose fist is harder, right? With that, Su Jingming unleashed his killing intent and entered combat mode, lifting his chin in challenge. "Since you've already torn off your mask to throw a tantrum, come and take a bite if you dare. Let's see if that Li family hiding behind you actually has the capability to pluck a single hair from my head." The busybodies around them started whispering again. "Oh my God, this kid turns out to be the S-class ability genius Su Jingming from the first year of Madu Ability University. He's only 19, but has already reached upper tier 3. Good Lord, it's really heartbreaking. Is such a dazzling seed going to die unjustly in this corner?" Li Shanglin immediately beastified, expanding his muscles and roaring madly, "You arrogant brat, a trashy upper tier 3 ant like you, I can crush you all by myself with ease." But right as he finished speaking, Su Jingming's razor-sharp spear thrust forward like a violent storm, its terrifying power making Li Shanglin break out in a cold sweat in slight panic. He gritted his teeth and roared defensively, "A lightning element ability user like you dares to compete in brute strength with me. You're just courting death." In the very next moment, the sharp tips of their long spears clashed, sparking a blinding flash of fire. With just one sweep carrying the power to move mountains and fill seas, Su Jingming sent Li Shanglin flying far into the distance. His massive body drew a beautiful arc in midair before plowing into the ground and dropping like a brick. Li Shanglin coughed up blood, muttering in utter horror, "How the hell is this ridiculous nonsense possible? This brat's physical strength is even more monstrous than mine. This is too damn bizarre. I am a genuine peak tier 4 enhancement type ability user, yet my physical prowess is inferior to someone who specializes in throwing electricity." Su Jingming gathered crackling lightning in the palm of his hand and spoke coldly, "If this were under normal circumstances, I would have wanted to toy with you a few more times for fun, but I'm in a hurry right now, so I'll just finish this in a flash and send you on your way." Heavenly Thunder spell activated. Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning carrying destructive power struck straight down on Li Shanglin's head, his agonizing screams echoing throughout the area. Li Shanglin writhed in the sea of electricity, screaming in agony awe, his panicked mind calculating, "Damn it, if I keep fighting to the death like this, the next charred corpse will definitely be me." He frantically retracted his beastification, returned to human form, and ran for his life, shouting loudly, "Shu Quan, save me." Immediately, his old bodyguard darted out of the shadows like a ghost, aggressively charging forward and launching an attack aimed straight at Su Jingming. Witnessing this scene, the crowd outside turned pale with fear, whispering to each other, having to face butler Li Quan, who has reached peak tier 5, Su Jingming is doomed this time. However, Su Jingming couldn't care less about Li Quan. He aimed straight at Li Shanglin. Taking the full brunt of the storm-like attack, Li Shanglin instantly stopped breathing. Seeing this, Li Quan let out a tragic howl with bloodshot eyes, "Young master." The gossip squad took the opportunity to discuss eagerly again, what kind of power is this that 2 bolts of lightning can batter a peak tier 4 expert like that? S-class abilities are truly terrifying, but how the hell did he block that flame? At that moment, Su Jingming crushed the jade token given by Yang Zhentian. An optical shield flared up, blocking Li Quan's strike. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, I still had to pull out my teacher's life-saving treasure. On the other side, Li Quan was stunned in amazement. This is clearly a protective amulet from ancient ruins. Given the situation, I must urgently report this to the family head immediately. Without hesitation, the old man immediately contacted the head of the Li family, reporting, "Family head. The young master has been murdered by a scoundrel right at the entrance of the lightning storm zone, and the young miss as well." At the headquarters of the Li family, a man's figure aggressively smashed through the roof and soared straight into the sky. He roared in fury, "Xiao Lin, my precious son." Carrying overwhelming killing intent, he flew as fast as lightning toward the entrance of the lightning storm zone. The invisible pressure weighed down heavily, making Su Jingming break out in a cold sweat. Just seconds later, the head of the Li family landed. His touchdown caused the road surface to cave in and bricks to shatter. Fortunately, Su Jingming was still hiding behind Yang Zhentian's shield. The head of the Li family roared furiously, "You little brat from Madu Ability University, you had the guts to take the lives of both my son and daughter. You have pushed things too far." Seeing his master arrive, Li Quan bowed subserviently, "Family head." But the man immediately pointed right at his face and cursed a torrent of abuse. "You useless trash, if you can't even protect one person, what's the point of this family feeding a waste of space like you?" Saying so, he unleashed a move that sucked Li Quan's body forcefully toward him. In just the blink of an eye, Li Quan's muscular body shriveled up into a dried-out corpse. Having disposed of the useless servant, the head of the Li family glared and advanced toward Su Jingming, declaring coldly, "Now it's your turn to go see the king of hell." Su Jingming gripped his long spear tightly, ready to risk his life, but suddenly another terrifying surge of power descended. A group of experts from the lightning zone revealed themselves, led by Wang Gu, the pavilion master of the lightning secret realm branch. He raised his voice intimidatingly, "Li Wanghai, what kind of tricks are you trying to pull here?" The gossip squad continued their analysis. "Oh wow, Pavilion Master Wang has taken the stage. He is the one and only Tier 7 Grandmaster of the Lightning Secret Realm. Oh look, Instructor Wu Chuang is also here. With the core personnel of the Lightning Dojo all gathered like this, they are definitely here to cover for Su Jingming." Li Wanghai glanced at the formidable lineup in front of him, resentfully calculating in his heart, "Damn my luck, with this situation, it'll be hard to chew this brat's head off today." Swallowing his anger, he had no choice but to awkwardly bow in greeting, "Pavilion Master Wang." At this time, Wu Chuang immediately reassured Su Jingming, "Junior brother, just stay calm. With the Pavilion Master personally stepping in, even if that Li Wanghai grew wings, he wouldn't be able to pull off any stunts." Su Jingming gave a faint smile, "Thank you for lending a hand." Wang Gu turned to look at the young man. "Su Jingming, I've heard Instructor Wu praising your achievements since forever, and today I finally get to see it with my own eyes. You truly live up to your reputation." Su Jingming smiled modestly and replied, "Pavilion Master Wang is flattering me too much." Just then Zhu Sha also quietly appeared. He broke into an evil smile, secretly gloating, "Hee, everyone is gathered here, huh? This saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one." Wang Gu announced loudly, "Student Su, just cast your worries aside. As long as you stand on the grounds of this lightning secret realm, I guarantee no one can touch a single hair on your head." Su Jingming clasped his hands respectfully, "I am incredibly grateful to Pavilion Master Wang." The busybody youths clicked their tongues. Well, it looks like Su Jingming is in the clear now. Of course, Pavilion Master Wang is a middle tier 7 Grandmaster, after all. I bet you a candy Li Wanghai won't even dare to cough loudly. Others felt disappointed. So boring, the good show is over. Completely unbeknownst to anyone from behind, Zhu Sha was slowly closing in, carrying a towering killing intent. With just a flick of his wrist, as light as a feather, the entire gossip squad instantly received a one-way ticket to the underworld without a single survivor. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of those unfortunate souls evaporated into dust as if they had never existed. Zhu Sha let out a shrill, savage laugh. "This seat is Zhu Sha, the red-robed archbishop of the Heavenly Mandate cult, ordered to cleanse this lightning secret realm. Wang Gu, Su Jingming, your doomsday is here. Wang Gu turned pale and shouted, someone from the heavenly mandate cult, and a Tier 8 great grandmaster at that. Hearing this, Su Jingming also jumped in shock. Zhu Sha leisurely walked toward Su Jingming as if strolling through an empty land. He clicked his tongue in appraisal. Tusk, 19 years old and already an upper Tier 3, with combat power even surpassing a peak Tier 4 expert. At this rate, you might actually become a martial saint in the future. What a pity, you have to hand over your life here today. Oh right, rumor has it that your school has a notorious space element great grandmaster. Why don't you call her to save you? Or is it too far away for your vice principal to conveniently drag her feet here? Su Jingming broke out in a cold sweat, muttering to himself, this Tier 8 great grandmaster of the heavenly mandate cult seems to have a few screws loose, doesn't he? Arrogant to this extent is just beyond saving. Even if he didn't know Vice Principal Ling had leveled up, she's still an S-class space ability user. Well, if he insists, I'll oblige. Acting on his thoughts, he immediately pulled out the card given by Ling Shuang, smiling faintly. Why are there always people in this world who love to crow too early? If you are so desperate to meet our Vice Principal Ling, then I will grant your wish. Without another word, he crushed the card in his hand and tossed the fragments into the air. In a flash, a massive spatial portal immediately tore through the sky and appeared. In less than a blink of an eye, Ling Shuang's figure descended majestically. The terrifying pressure of a middle Tier 8 expert radiated outward, crushing the confidence of everyone standing there. A few surviving ghosts busy gossiping gasped in awe, Mother of God, it's the Tier 8 Great Grandmaster of Madu. She's so awe-inspiring and majestic, truly a heavyweight figure capable of leveling an entire nation. We're totally safe now, nothing to fear anymore. When Li Wanghai saw Ling Shuang appear, his face was drained of all color. How the hell did Su Jingming manage to invite a Tier 8 Great Grandmaster here? Thank goodness I was too scared to make a rash move earlier, otherwise the entire Li family would definitely be flattened today. Ling Shuang cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Sha, coldly dropping her words, you remnants of the heavenly mandate cult are undeniably as clingy as starving leeches. Zhu Sha was now scared out of his wits, stammering, Ling Shuang of Madu, how the hell did you drag yourself over here? His brain was processing rapidly. How could this hag's teleportation limit possibly exceed the 500-kilometer mark? Ling Shuang looked at Zhu Sha with mocking eyes, as if looking at a clown. I guessed you heavenly mandate cult remnants would still try pulling tricks, which is why I kept my breakthrough a secret. I didn't expect you to naively walk right into the trap so easily. Hearing this, Zhu Sha became even more panicked. A breakthrough? No wonder this aura is completely overpowering mine, to think this hag actually climbed to middle Tier 8 too. But the bitter truth is I only have a B-class ability, while she holds an S-class ability. There's no way I can fight this battle, better bolt fast. Having finalized his plan, he immediately turned around and ran for his life. Ling Shuang emanated a towering killing intent, sneering, trying to slip away. It's a bit too late for that. She gently raised her hand, and a spatial magic circle immediately lit up. The array rapidly expanded, completely locking down every escape route around Zhu Sha, ensuring that even if he grew wings, he wouldn't be able to flee. This was precisely Ling Shuang's renowned ultimate skill, the yin-yang space realm. Ling Shuang leisurely stepped into the barrier, ready to send Zhu Sha to meet the King of Hell. Unleashing a decisive slash, she coldly decreed, just obediently lie down here for me. Naturally, Zhu Sha refused to just roll over and die. He immediately spun around and launched a counterattack, roaring, taking this seat's life isn't going to be that easy. In a split second, the two surges of power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Right after, the two lunged into an incredibly fierce close-quarters combat, determined to see who would have to forfeit their life today. In just a single breath, both sides exchanged hundreds of lightning-fast moves, tit for tat. Their terrifying speed was such that the crowd below could only see blurry shadows. This time, Wang Gu finally spoke up to give orders. It seems this fierce battle is far from over. Manager Zhao, Instructor Wu, you two stay here to stand by and cover for Vice Principal Ling alongside me. Manager Li, immediately take the rest of the group to relay orders to the brothers of the Lightning Dojo to quickly evacuate the civilians out of here safely. Student Su, you should also go take shelter with Manager Jiang to be safe. Su Jingming, his eyes still glued to the battle, replied, I'm fine, just let me camp out here and watch. Muttered inwardly, that guy Zhu Sha stands zero chance against Vice Principal Ling. And even if by some stroke of bad luck she loses the upper hand, she definitely has more than enough strength to carry me to safety. If I run around blindly now, I might end up being a burden getting in the way. Not to mention, watching Tier 8 Great Grandmaster Experts duel is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Missing it would be a lifetime of regret. 30 minutes passed, and the deathmatch finally came to a close. Zhu Sha's lifeless, pale eyes widened in disbelief. His heavy corpse slumped down onto the cold ground, completely devoid of breath. Jingming secretly felt regretful. A Tier 8 Great Grandmaster who had even comprehended the Blood God's secret technique. If only I had been the one to land the finishing blow, who knows how many ability points I could have reaped. Standing beside him, Jiang Luo patted Su Jingming's shoulder and sighed in admiration. Our Madu's vice principal is truly on another level, absolutely top tier. That guy Zhu Sha couldn't fight her and couldn't even manage to run away. What other option did he have besides waiting to die? Su Jingming turned and asked, Brother Luo, when you were studying at the academy, did you often see Vice Principal Ling take action like this? Jiang Luo shook his head, absolutely not. She is even more elusive than the principal. All her movements in Madu are incredibly unpredictable, but Vice Principal Ling seems to really favor you, generously gifting you a spatial amulet. Su Jingming waved his hand. Where would I get many? I only had exactly one for self-defense in emergencies. Once it's used, that privilege is gone. Jiang Luo nudged him playfully with his elbow. Oh, come on, having one tucked under your belt is already amazing enough. Are you greedy enough to want a second one? At that rate, wouldn't Vice Principal Ling just turn into a nanny carrying your bags and running after you? Right at that moment, Ling Shuang walked over and spoke up. What are you two whispering about? Su Jingming and Jiang Luo jumped in shock, instantly standing straight as statues, stammering, We respectfully greet Vice Principal Ling. Ling Shuang said sternly, the remnants of the heavenly mandate cult have been running rampant lately. I'm rewarding you with this spatial amulet. The moment you sense danger, crush it and call for help immediately. Su Jingming took the amulet and said joyfully, I am incredibly grateful. Ah, wait, thank you, Vice Principal Ling. Witnessing this gift-giving scene, Jiang Luo's eyes widened as he thought to himself, holy crap, another spatial amulet. At this point, the Vice Principal really has become a professional nanny. Ling Shuang turned to examine Wang Gu. You are the branch pavilion master of the Lightning Dojo, right? I assign you the task of locking down all information regarding the battle just now. Simultaneously, leak out a rumor that I suffered severe injuries while fighting Zhu Sha, temporarily crippling my martial arts, and can no longer use my space ability. Wang Gu nodded respectfully. Yes, I understand clearly, ma'am. With cold sweat beading on his forehead, he secretly felt terrified. This move is clearly baiting the hook to catch fish. If the heavenly mandate cult takes the bait, it's highly likely it will cost them a few more Tier 8 red-robed archbishops in the near future. Ling Shuang added further instructions. Oh, one more thing, you must absolutely keep Su Jingming's cultivation achievements at the Lightning Secret Realm during this period a secret. The National University League tournament is about to start. Wang Gu immediately agreed, yes. By the way, regarding the matter between student Su and the Li family, please allow me to report it as well. Having said that, he clearly recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. After hearing this, Ling Shuang's face turned livid with rage. It was a blatant case of robbery and murder, yet they still had the nerve to demand the victim be hunted down. Where is that old Li Wanghai hiding? Li Wanghai, wearing an ashen face, dragged himself out while trembling, reporting to Vice Principal Ling, I am standing right here. Ling Shuang unleashed her fury. Spoiling your children until they became rotten and letting them run rampant to rob people is the crime of failing to educate them. Knowing they ran amok but still turning a blind eye to cover for them and demanding the murder of a witness to silence them is the crime of intentional misconduct. Li Wanghai, I am throwing you into the security bureau to rot in a cell for 20 years. Do you have any objections? Li Wanghai was so terrified that his limbs went weak. 20 years. He collapsed onto the ground, sobbing and wailing. I accept this wholeheartedly and agree to pay for my crimes. The gossip squad's eyes widened once again. O Mother of God, a full 20 years. That's an eternity. Madu has always maintained this overbearing tradition of shielding its own students. Shielding my ass, the Li family was clearly dead wrong in this. Wang Gu stood observing and calculated silently. Eating prison food for 20 years means the Li family is completely done for. With both of its pillars falling from grace like this, their family's foundation will definitely collapse. Ling Shuang shifted her gaze and instructed Su Jingming, in the coming time, make sure you watch your back. The lackeys of the Heavenly Mandate cult will definitely come looking for you to settle the score. Su Jingming cheekily asked back, well then, Vice Principal, if I have to act as such dangerous bait, do I get any little gifts as compensation? Standing nearby, Jiang Luo was scared witless hearing Su Jingming bargain. Holy crap, has this junior brother always been this bold, actually daring to hold out his hand and ask for a gift from a Tier 8 Great Grandmaster? Surprisingly, Ling Shuang calmly replied, so, what kind of reward would you like? Jiang Luo's brain short-circuited even more. Damn, is she actually going to give him one? Su Jingming laughed it off to cover up. Hee, nothing at all, I was just joking around. He silently reflected, I already scored a premium spatial amulet, I shouldn't push my luck and get greedy. Ling Shuang's lips curled into a slight smile. It's been a long time since someone dared to joke with me. However, I really do have a small gift I want to give you. With that, she opened her hand as if taking out an object. A brilliantly glowing bracelet appeared, and she presented it in front of Su Jingming. Take this. Su Jingming quickly waved his hands to decline. Vice Principal, this gift is too valuable. How could I dare accept it? Deep down, he was extremely astonished. The aura radiating from this trinket was even more overbearing than his teacher's Tier 7 amulet. Ling Shuang smiled brightly. You have a good eye for quality. This is an 8th grade defensive jade seal, more than capable of blocking a fatal strike from a middle Tier 8 Great Grandmaster. This item is now just a redundant piece of jewelry to me, so consider it an encouraging reward for you. Su Jingming stopped refusing and reached out to accept it. 1,000 thanks for Vice Principal Ling's patronage. If you ever need a favor in the future, even if it means climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of fire, I swear I won't decline. Ling Shuang replied with satisfaction, you've got quite the silver tongue. But if you want me to ask you for a favor, you're still way too green. Just bury your head in your cultivation and get stronger first. Su Jingming happily slipped the bracelet onto his wrist right away. Standing beside him, Jiang Luo watched with drool-worthy envy, sighing jealously, oh, I wish I could be handed a bracelet like that too. In a hidden corner, Wang Gu secretly assessed, it seems this boy Su Jingming is already an invaluable treasure in the eyes of Vice Principal Ling. With such a massive tree to lean on, I need to seize the opportunity to be befriending him as soon as possible. Ling Shuang probed again, are you more or less done with your business here? Madu Ability University is about to start its semester. I can just carry you back on this trip. Su Jingming hurriedly explained, I still have a little matter that hasn't been completely resolved. Vice Principal, please feel free to return to the university first. Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow, so how long will it take to finish? Su Jingming calculated mentally, probably around 2 days. Ling Shuang finalized, approved. Then I will camp here and wait for you. Once you finish your closed-door cultivation, the two of us will depart together. Su Jingming chuckled awkwardly, then I'll be troubling the Vice Principal too much. Jiang Luo stood there, his jaw dropping in admiration yet again, absolutely prostrating in respect. A Tier 8 Great Grandmaster acting as a chaperone for door-to-door pickup and drop-off. This is definitely a welfare perk exclusive to geniuses. If it were me, not eating a full slap that sends me flying 10 meters away would already be a blessing accumulated from a past life. Back in Su Jingming's private rest area. Su Jingming groggily opened his eyes and casually grabbed his phone to check the time. He shot up in a panic and hastily threw on his jacket. I'm screwed. I slept like a log for 2 days and 2 nights straight. Has it already crossed into the 19th day? My remaining stay in the lightning secret realm is merely a scant 2 hours. How the hell can I cultivate lightning liquefaction in 2 hours? What a scam. Dashing toward the door, he suddenly froze when he caught sight of a familiar figure. It turned out to be Ling Shuang. He muttered to himself, what a surprise, the Vice Principal actually patiently stuck around in the villa waiting for me. Seeing him poke his head out, Ling Shuang immediately spoke, had enough beauty sleep. Su Jingming scratched his head in embarrassment, yeah, my batteries are fully recharged, but the bitter part is that the time meant for comprehending natural lightning has almost entirely burned out. Ling Shuang waved her hand, just relax. The pavilion master at the lightning dojo has already automatically upgraded your S-Class access pass to a limitless one. You can take your time to cultivate, no need to watch the clock. Su Jingming was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear, thank you, Vice Principal Ling, for putting in a good word for me. Ling Shuang shook her head, I didn't lift a finger. Pavilion Master Wang took the initiative to upgrade it for you all on his own. It's probably just because he highly values your talent. Su Jingming slickly flattered her, oh please, if you weren't here backing me up, There's no way Pavilion Master Wang would be acting so generously. Ling Shuang chuckled. Well, you look at things quite sharply, kiddo. But if he knew you possessed an SS-class ability, he wouldn't need me to show my face. He'd automatically drop to his knees and beg to offer you the pass. By the way, by the time the National University League tournament kicks off, I'm afraid this secret will be hard to keep hidden anymore, so you better temper a will of steel. Su Jingming wondered, so exactly what should I mentally prepare myself to face? Ling Shuang listed them off: wealth, power, fame, and of course, there won't be a shortage of beauties swarming around you. This entire blue planet sprouts dozens of S-class geniuses every year, but the last SS-class figure to appear was a full 4 years ago. You will undoubtedly be besieged by temptations, so remember to keep a cool head. Su Jingming coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment. Your student will engrave this in his heart, ma'am. Ling Shuang chimed in again. I'm not worried about money or power. I'm only afraid you'll fall into a honey trap. This is a familiar tactic those Western factions often use to lure in talents. If those 2 girlfriends tagging along after you still aren't enough to keep you grounded, just say the word, and I will personally step in to handle your needs. Su Jingming blushed furiously, waving his hands frantically. I won't trouble you with this matter. Inside, he was utterly panicked. Good Lord, what kind of dangerously scented dialogue is the vice principal spouting right now? It's so easy to misunderstand to death. Right at that moment, Ling Shuang cast her gaze toward the door and said, You 2 can just come in. Wang Gu and Jiang Luo entered the room. Wang Gu announced, Student Su, I have sent Li Wanghai off to serve his time in prison. From now on, I promise that Li family won't dare to hover around and bother you anymore. Su Jingming smiled gratefully. You've worked hard, Pavilion Master. By the way, I also want to thank you for playing big and hooking me up with an unlimited time access pass. Wang Gu laughed and waved his hand. It's no big deal. I just wanted to contribute a few bricks and stones to build the future of our great Zia's outstanding genius. Oh, I heard a rumor that you want to undergo closed-door cultivation for lightning liquefaction, so I went ahead and approved a special exemption for you to use the top floor of the lightning tower for 24 hours. Su Jingming's eyes lit up brightly. The top floor of the lightning tower. I'm incredibly grateful to Pavilion Master Wang for showing me so much favor. Just as he finished speaking, Ling Shuang placed her hand on Su Jingming's shoulder. Next, she drew out a spatial passage and dragged Su Jingming away. Let's hit the road. I'll teleport you there so it's quicker. Su Jingming waved back in greeting. Brother Luo, as soon as I finish cultivating natural lightning, I'll dash straight back to the university. See you again in the near future. Jiang Luo smiled warmly. Take care. I knew you were tied up with a busy schedule, which is why I came all the way here to see you off. In just the blink of an eye, the boy's figure vanished into the void, leaving Jiang Luo and Wang Gu standing there bewildered. In the outside scenery, blinding lightning bolts were still raining down madly without pause. Su Jingming was now sitting cross-legged, calming his mind at the highest peak of the tower to absorb the lightning. While calming his mind, he calculated mentally. The amount of lightning here feels even closer to the primordial power than on the 100th floor. He slowly spread his hands wide, closed his eyes, and merged himself into the flow of natural lightning. A grueling 17 hours passed, and the refinement process of lightning liquefaction was finally successfully accomplished. Su Jingming smirked in satisfaction. Finally, the secret technique of liquefaction is resting squarely in the palm of my hand. With my current proficiency, just crumpling this mass of lightning into a small sphere and tossing it out would be enough to create devastating destructive power. Let's check the stat panel to see what's what. Thinking this, he immediately summoned the system interface. Beep, name Su Jingming, realm upper tier 3, ability SS class capital heaven divine lightning, vitality 3122, spirit 2612. Skills include master spearman, beginner heavenly thunder spell, beginner nether hell lightning armor, intermediate boxing, advanced lightning spear, intermediate chain lightning spear, advanced lightning flash, intermediate lightning prison, lightning godfinger, master lightning gale breaker, group indestructible lightning body 4th layer. Available ability points 18,231. He pondered. The ability point balance is a mere 18,000. Punching through to tier 4 is still a long shot, so I might as well dump it into upgrading my combat skills while the iron is hot. I'll just upgrade my power first and wait until I explode in the National University League tournament to freely harvest more ability points. Every tournament cycle is clearly divided into solo matches, team matches, and survival. The survival round is the real goldmine because the competition is about who can slaughter the most ferocious beasts. All the targets then will be at least tier 4 or higher. I'll definitely be able to reel in a massive, gigantic basket of ability points. Finalizing the decision to use points to push the indestructible lightning body to the 5th layer. Immediately, a tyrannical surge of capital heaven divine lightning flooded straight into Su Jingming's body. His physical appearance also transformed rapidly, gaining majestic and sharp facial features. Stretching his limbs, he smiled in satisfaction. Sacrificing 15,000 ability points to upgrade was completely worth it, as his vitality surged by nearly 1,000 points. Clicking his tongue in calculation, he thought that a monstrous physique must be paired with matching skills to unleash its full potential. Since he was already at it, he might as well upgrade his fist technique to the Grandmaster level to see how it goes. Eager to test his new level, he casually threw a punch. A streak of lightning tore through the wind, creating an earth-shattering explosion. A deep crater appeared on the wall. Su Jingming smiled triumphantly. In this state, he had more than enough power to send a peak tier 4 storm lightning bear to the afterlife with a single punch. Even if he had to fight a tier 5 fierce beast in close combat, he could definitely hold his own. Now that the liquid condensation was complete, it was time to pack up and head back. Stepping out of the tower, he saw Ling Shuang standing with her arms crossed, having waited for him for who knows how long. She blinked and asked, finished condensing the liquid, "But why do I feel like your physical body has also toughened up by a whole level?" Su Jingming smiled sheepishly. "I just got lucky today, miss. I took the chance to push the inextinguishable lightning body to the 5th layer, so my vitality naturally skyrocketed along with it." Ling Shuang nodded. "I almost forgot about the inextinguishable lightning body combat technique created by your teacher. A while ago, because he wanted to get the blood essence of a low-level tier 8 SS-Rank storm lightning Tyrannosaurus for you, I had to close my eyes and agree to it. All right then, your business here is successfully concluded. It's time for us to return home." After saying that, she immediately summoned a teleportation magic circle. The scene shifted to a gloomy secret base. Minion of the Heavenly Mandate cult bowed subserviently and reported, "Cult leader, Lord Zhu Sha has lost his life at the hands of Vice Principal Ling Shuang of Madu University. However, in exchange, Ling Shuang was also heavily injured and is currently unable to use her spatial abilities to secretly protect that boy Su Jingming anymore. Should we seize this opportunity to finish him off?" Another burly subordinate spoke up eagerly, "Cult leader, leave this task to me. I guarantee I will bring that brat Su Jingming's head back to you." Cult leader raised a hand to stop him. "Ever since the Dazia government issued a strict wanted order, the elite forces of our Heavenly Mandate cult have suffered too many losses. Pooling our resources to attack Su Jingming right now is a bad move. Pass down my order. From today onwards, everyone is to lie low and patiently wait for the origin energy tide to reach its peak to welcome the descent of the Supreme Angel. At that time, our Heavenly Mandate cult will achieve eternity." The cultists below chanted the slogan in unison, obeying the Heavenly Mandate. "The angel is immortal. The Supreme Angel shall rule the eternal world." The scene shifted back to Madu Esper University. Seeing Su Jingming's exhausted face, Ling Shuang asked, "It seems the process of comprehending lightning liquid condensation has drained quite a bit of your strength, hasn't it?" Su Jingming nodded tiredly. "Yes, I had to rack my brains and release my abilities continuously for 17 hours straight to force a breakthrough. My body is as limp as a noodle right now." Ling Shuang casually tossed him a packet of snacks. "Try this immortal senbei. A few bites and you'll regain your spirits instantly." Su Jingming caught the item curiously. "Wow, is this the immortal senbei classified as a B-rank cultivation resource that you brought back from the secret realm a while ago? This is my first time seeing it with my own eyes." Taking just one bite, he was completely wide awake and exclaimed, "This is insanely delicious, miss. My stamina is instantly refilled to the max." Ling Shuang smiled brightly and advised, "This thing doesn't just replenish your mana, it's also a lucky charm. I hope that after eating it, you will flatten Qingjing University, carve your name on the golden board, and snatch the championship trophy of the National University Tournament. Oh, and there's one more thing. I have appointed you as the captain to lead Madu's team in this upcoming tournament." Su Jingming was dumbfounded. "Wait, you're really making me the captain?" Deep down, his ambition flared up. Regardless of the title, the championship seat of this tournament must securely land in his hands. Seeing the burning fire in Su Jingming's eyes, Ling Shuang fully understood his determination. She smiled in satisfaction. Very good. Then tonight, I will finalize the tournament roster. If everything goes smoothly, the Divine Ranking Board will be publicly posted on the school forum tomorrow morning. At exactly 8 in the morning the next day, the whole school was buzzing. Oh my God, come and look. Our school's team roster for the national tournament is out. On the bright red bulletin board, it was clearly displayed. The captain's seat belonged to Su Jingming, a freshman from Class 2 of the Weapon Academy. The vice-captain was Kang Shi, a senior from Class 3 of the Weapon Academy. Team member Yao Feng, Class 1 senior from the Element Academy. Upon reading it, the crowd erupted into a heated debate. Are you kidding me? Making Su Jingming the captain seems a bit too risky, doesn't it? Exactly, no matter how outstanding he is, he's still just a greenhorn. That seat should belong to senior Kang Shi to be safe. Not necessarily. Kang Shi is only struggling at mid-level Tier 4. How can he compete against the lineup of high-level Tier 4 monsters from Qingjing University? Making Su Jingming the captain is a logical move. In another corner, Curran Rao read the news and dropped his jaw in shock. My goodness, has Su Jingming's combat power already reached such a terrifying level? We are both freshmen, both top scorers of the entrance exam, so why the hell is the gap between us as vast as the galaxy? By dong, he rushed over from out of nowhere, threw an arm around Song Q-yun's shoulders and gleefully delivered the news. Q-yun, your future husband has climbed to the position of captain for the national team. So badass. Song Q-yun blushed and glared at her friend. What nonsense are you sprouting? What future husband? We are just pure friends. By dong, he rolled her eyes. Stop acting. On New Year's Eve, you trekked all the way up to the Lightning Secret Realm to visit him. A lone man and a lone woman in the same room, and you're telling me nothing happened. Song Q-yun clicked her tongue. I'm innocent. I went with senior sister Jiang Chu-xuan that time. By dong, he scratched her head in frustration. Oh my God, are you stupid? Why would you bring senior sister Jiang along to meet your crush? She's totally obsessed with Su Jingming too, you know. Song Q-yun calmly justified, it's because senior Jiang treats me very well. Sneaking off alone would make me look so secretive, my conscience just wouldn't let it go. By dong, he was speechless. It's romance, yet you're treating it like splitting a cake. Song Q-yun shrugged. What's wrong with that? I don't mind sharing Su Jingming with senior Jiang, and she thinks the exact same way. By dong, he held her head in despair. Oh Lord, you two are truly the most magnanimous living bodhisattvas on earth. Song Q-yun philosophized. What's so magnanimous about it? With Su Jingming's skyrocketing progress, he's bound to be surrounded by a whole bunch of beauties in the future anyway. So, it's much better to share him with an acquaintance than let him fall into the hands of an outsider, right? By dong, he raised both hands in surrender. Okay, I bow down to your selflessness. Song Q-yun sighed. Besides, talking about this now is like putting the cart before the horse. Jingming hasn't even shown any signs of accepting me or senior Jiang yet. By dong, he fiercely retorted. How is it too early? Just wait until the university tournament ends. The name Su Jingming will be broadcasted nationwide. By then, there will be tens of thousands of hot and outstanding girls queuing up to chase after him. You two will just sit there and cry. Song Q-yun started to feel anxious. A girl's more outstanding than me. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. This girl makes a good point. I need to take action and secure the deal immediately before I miss the boat. The scene shifted to Yang Zhentian's mansion. His tone was deep and warm. Your senior brother Jiang has already reported the whole fiasco in the Lightning Secret Realm to me. Well done, young man. Real man must strike when necessary. Hesitating and showing mercy will only nurture a snake in your bosom. Su Jingming scratched his head modestly. It was only thanks to the protective talisman you gave me and Vice Principal Ling's jade token that I dared to act so ruthlessly. Yang Zhentian laughed heartily. I gave you the talisman for self-defense, not for decoration, so there's no need to be shy. But as for Vice Principal Ling, you owe her a huge debt of gratitude. She has poured so much sweat and effort into nurturing you and even saved your life. Su Jingming nodded obediently. I have carved this favor deeply into my heart, teacher. Yang Zhentian probed curiously. So to sum it up, what level has your current strength reached? Su Jingming reported honestly. If I let loose in my base form, I cap out at peak Tier 4. But when I turn on the extreme lightning state, I'm confident I can knock out even low-level Tier 5 opponents. Yang Zhentian almost choked on his tea upon hearing this. That terrifying, a mere Tier 3 wanting to fight to the death with a Tier 5. Such things only happen in myths. Su Jingming giggled and showed off. At first I wasn't that overpowered, but luck smiled on me. So I managed to grind the inextinguishable lightning body straight to the 5th layer. Yang Zhentian frowned slightly in thought. Public opinion on the internet has been aiming fiercely at Vice Principal Ling lately. This is the first time she has broken the rules to intervene in such matters. If your strength is already that domineering, I advise you to use your actions to crush the rumors and prove to the world that her judgment of character was not wrong. Su Jingming scratched his chin and asked, "How should I show it? Drag Senior Kangxi out for a duel?" Yang Zhentian smiled mysteriously. "No need to go through so much trouble. Just quietly go and snatch the top 1 spot on the school's combat power ranking board. That seat is currently held by Kangxi." Upon hearing that, Su Jingming slapped his thigh. "Aha, how could I forget about this? All this time I thought that simulated training room was just for show, so I never bothered to check it out." Yang Zhentian smiled encouragingly. "Just drag yourself to the practical training building and experience it, young man. Its effectiveness will definitely exceed your wild imagination." Immediately, the camera zoomed into the practical training building. This area gathered countless modern training rooms with students bustling back and forth. Male student loudly blabbered, "I was so unlucky last time. I was this close to passing the 10th floor and securing the 10,000 combat power milestone. Today, I must absolutely get my revenge." The friend beside him sneered, "Stop having delusions of grandeur, bro. The 10th floor has a whole pack of 20 low-level Tier 2 rhinos ganging up on you. With your trashy Tier 2 skills, you can only dream of passing it." At that exact moment, Su Jingming casually strolled in. He walked straight to the Super VIP simulation machine and smacked his lips. "Oh, so this is the exclusive luxury simulation pod of the practical training building. Rumor has it that it's strictly reserved for S-rank VIP students." A sharp-eyed female student spotted him and shrieked, "Oh my god, the school boss Su Jingming has arrived to take the combat test, guys. Whip out your phones and update your statuses quick. This scoop is burning hot. I bet you guys can he dethrone Kangxi." In less than a minute, the school forum crashed due to a storm of comments. "Shocking news. Su Jingming is officially climbing the simulation ranks. Everyone. The super classic match between the Lightning Emperor and the Iron Bear is about to yield results. Grabbing my popcorn to see how many combat power points our Lightning Emperor can crit for." Su Jingming, of course, couldn't care less about the noisy outside world. He calmly stepped into the simulation pod. The female staff on duty gently typed on the keyboard, initializing the system. The cold female AI voice of the server echoed, "The simulation system is preparing to scan your physical parameters to create an exact replica of your level and stamina. Please demonstrate some of your abilities and combat techniques for the system to copy. Are you ready to load the data?" Su Jingming replied curtly, "Let's roll." The biometric data scanning process is complete. The neural connection is stable. Setup finished. Welcome to the simulated world. Su Jingming's consciousness was immediately drawn deep into the virtual space. Opening his eyes, he found himself standing alone in the middle of a vast, sealed room. Su Jingming clicked his tongue and looked up. "Oh, so this is the divine ranking board listing 4,200 top experts. It looks quite majestic." Catching his eye was the name sitting proudly at the top of the tower. Top 1 Kangxi, combat power 502,513. Su Jingming scratched his chin and muttered, "Senior Kangxi monopolizes the number 1 spot, while my name is nowhere to be found. No wonder they were so sure he could beat me. The point gap on this damn board is literally light years apart." Right then, a petite figure appeared and greeted him. "Hello, I am Eva. It is a great honor to welcome S-rank student Su Jingming to the virtual reality test. For the first step, please choose a B-rank battle suit and weapon for yourself. Whichever item catches your eye, just reach out and touch it lightly, and the equipment will automatically be put on you. As for the weapon, feel free to try it out to see how its weight feels." Su Jingming immediately stepped toward the weapon rack. Eva spoke up again to ask, "The equipment and weapon are all set. Do you want to start the test immediately?" At that moment, Su Jingming had just pulled out a long spear. He nodded decisively, "Let's begin." Eva announced loudly, "System countdown, 3, 2, 1. The first stage of the virtual reality test officially opens." In the blink of an eye, Su Jingming found himself standing in the middle of a desolate wasteland recreated by the system. From the teleportation portal, a pack of ferocious beasts flooded out, roaring madly and charging toward him as if wanting to eat him alive. Su Jingming didn't flinch. He slightly raised his hand, and the Dushan divine lightning erupted blindingly. With just a single strike, the entire pack of beasts was completely wiped out. Eva's figure reappeared along with an announcing voice, "Congratulations on passing the first stage. You have exactly 1 minute to rest. Do you want to take a break or move on?" Su Jingming replied nonchalantly, keep going. The scene shifted to the dormitory area for fourth-year students. A group of male students was gathered around chatting. One boy pursed his lips and said, I feel like Principal Ling has been doing a poor job lately. You are at the mid-level Tier 4 stage. It makes much more sense for you to be the captain than that guy Su Jingming. The person next to him chimed in, exactly, you two haven't even fought a match yet. On what basis did she just hand the captaincy over to him? The male student sitting on the outermost edge, who was the top ranker on the combat power board, Kangxi, slowly intervened, don't say that, guys. Su Jingming's strength is absolutely worthy of that position. That friend continued to grumble resentfully, you're just too nice to the point of being a pushover. Anyway, I'm not convinced. I have to find an excuse to beat him up to satisfy my anger. Kangxi waved his hand and advised, why go through all that trouble? Principal Ling definitely has her profound reasons for making such a decision. Suddenly, the remaining male student yelled out, oh holy crap, look. The forum is blowing up about Su Jingming entering the virtual reality test. I'm so curious, what kind of monstrous rank is this guy going to climb to? The other friend scrolled through his phone and exclaimed with wide eyes, ranked 42nd, combat power 214,000. I vaguely remember his score always being a big fat 0 before. Kangxi immediately asked out of curiosity, check and see when Su Jingming started taking the test. After typing furiously for a moment, the male student looked up and reported, dug it up. He just started 3 minutes ago. Upon hearing this, Kangxi secretly broke into a cold sweat. Gathering a whopping 200,000 combat power points in just 3 short minutes meant he had to have flattened at least the 20th floor of the system. In other words, it took Su Jingming less than 9 seconds to clear each floor. The brown-haired friend rushed over with a suspicious look and interrogated him, are you blind? Did you read it wrong? The black-haired male student firmly patted his chest, how could I be wrong? The whole forum is furiously spamming posts right now. A lightning element player farming monsters is indeed more overpowered than us, but once he reaches the 21st floor, he'll definitely choke for a bit. Brown-haired youth snorted disdainfully, exactly. The 21st floor is home to low-level Tier 4 beasts, which is a massive hurdle. To pass this stage, a student's combat power must hit the 240,000 mark, which is the qualification required to step into the official team of Manhwa University. However, in the other corner, the black-haired guy's face was turning deadly pale. He tremblingly showed his phone screen to the brown-haired youth. The brown-haired guy glanced at it and jolted in shock, holy smokes, clearing stages at godlike speed. But the 22nd floor has 20 low-level Tier 4 monsters. I bet there's no way he can slaughter them fast this time. Right at that moment, an ear-piercing notification sound rang out. Beep. Su Jingming ranks 35th on the combat power board, score 244,000. A black-haired friend gulped hard and said, you guessed totally wrong, he just completely wiped them out again. Even the pack of armor-devouring earth dragons on the 23rd floor has vanished into thin air. This guy isn't human, he's a monster, right? Hearing this, the brown-haired youth's jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg. This whole thing is truly surreal. On this side, Kangxi stroked his chin, silently marveling in his mind. This guy Su Jingming's skill level is even more terrifying than I imagined. The camera shifted back to the 23rd floor of the challenge tower, where Su Jingming had just effortlessly finished off another monster. The lowly girl even narrowed her eyes and smiled brightly, teasing him, oh S-rank genius, the forum is currently flooded with posts exposing you. The whole world is loudly rumorizing that you're clearing stages at game-hacking speed. Su Jingming shrugged and smiled faintly. I've currently reached the realm of an SS-rank Esper, so clearing things a bit fast is only natural. Eva playfully announced again, you've also resolved the 23rd floor stage. Now, do you want to sit and breathe for a minute or keep tearing it up? Su Jingming didn't even think about it. He waved his hand and replied, keep tearing it up while it's hot. Eva nodded, order received, unlocking the 24th floor. Brace yourself, this time you'll have to welcome 5 mid-level Tier 4 armor-devouring earth dragons. Out of thin air, 5 massive armor-devouring earth dragons appeared. They emanated towering killing intent and brought along terrifying power as they thundered closer. Su Jingming calmly gathered the lightning of the Dushan divine lightning, compressing it into an electrically sizzling ball right in the palm of his hand. Without another word, he swung his arm and forcefully hurled the lightning ball at the pack of earth dragons, shouting loudly, have fun playing. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering explosion erupted right in the middle of the armor-devouring earth dragons. With just a casual throw, All 5 monsters were crushed into scum in a split second. Eva cheerfully clapped her hands. Congratulations to the S-rank expert for flattening the 24th floor. Your current combat power is 400,000, officially stepping into the top 10. Your upcoming opponent on the 25th floor is a little peak Tier 4 Storm Lightning Bear. May I ask if you want to take a breather or continue climbing the tower? Hearing the familiar name, Su Jingming smirked. Oh, so it's an old acquaintance. Open the door. My hands are itching. I want to see if one punch can send it to the afterlife. Eva giggled. Okie dokie, the 25th floor challenge officially begins. Su Jingming suddenly remembered and asked, Hey Eva, if I smash this stage, roughly how high will my combat power jump? Eva blinked and explained, from position number 2 to number 7 on the overall leaderboard, everyone is falling flat on their faces at this stage. Only that guy Kong she managed to scrape through after struggling for half an hour. If you resolve it swiftly and neatly in under 30 minutes, the throne will definitely belong to you. Right after those words, the Storm Lightning Bear revealed its true form. It stood towering in front of Su Jingming, continuously letting out earth-shaking roars. Su Jingming looked up at the giant bear and sneered, Last time I had to sweat bullets just to wrestle with you. But today, drop it, there's no need for such complications anymore. Saying so, he casually tossed his long spear aside and charged straight ahead barehanded. The power of the Dushan Divine Lightning surged madly around his fist. Seeing that towering killing intent rushing over, the Storm Lightning Bear panicked and hastily swung its 2 massive arms to cross in front of its chest to block the attack. However, the moment Su Jingming's fist made contact, a massive bear arm was blown to pieces. The domineering kinetic force still refused to stop. It continued to smash a heaven-shaking blow right into the center of the beast's chest. With just that one brutal punch, the arrogant peak Tier 4 Storm Lightning Bear bit the dust, its colossal body instantly turning into nothingness. Eva's voice rang out again full of awe, "Oh S-rank genius, your playstyle is unspeakably brutal. But I have to admit that punch just now was very crisp, more than enough to take the top 1 spot home." Gossiping students outside were still glued to the ranking board. The newly updated result immediately caused a storm. One guy yelled with his jaw dropped, 510,000 points. The Lightning Emperor has climbed to top 1, I knew it. The Lightning Emperor's strength absolutely trounces Kangxi. And hey, securing first place in the test, and it only took a mere 5 minutes. It's so fast it would make ghosts cry and gods weep. In another corner, Kangxi frowned and asked, from the moment he reached 400,000 points to shooting up to 510,000 points, roughly how much time did Su Jingming take? The black-haired friend next to him replied shakily, counting it over and over, it wasn't even 20 seconds, man. The brown-haired youth scratched his head in frustration, his face full of bewilderment. If I remember correctly, the gatekeeper of the 25th floor is a peak Tier 4 Storm Lightning Bear, right? How the hell did it get slaughtered so swiftly? Is that guy Su Jingming a human or some kind of demon god? Is the power of an S-rank awakened truly this terrifying? Kangxi sighed, the gap between us and him is too dreadful. Su Jingming has left us behind by a massive distance. It seems Principal Ling's decision was extremely wise. Back inside, Eva whipped out a dazzling golden board and joyfully said to Su Jingming, S-rank talent, congratulations on sweeping up the top 1 spot on the combat power board. Please, boss, personally sign your name to leave your mark for eternity. Su Jingming leisurely picked up the pen and casually dashed off a few strokes. Ding, Su Jingming, sitting proudly at first place on the combat power board, recorded score, 514,000. Su Jingming smiled with satisfaction and rubbed his hands together, fighting like this truly scratches the itch. Hey Eva, I must be the first student in Manhwa Spur University to use a high-level Tier 3 cultivation to flatten the 25th floor, right? Eva covered her mouth and giggled, well, I didn't expect you, an S-rank, to be quite narcissistic. Unfortunately, you guessed completely wrong. Hearing that harsh answer, Su Jingming's eyes widened in surprise. He hastily pressed for details. What? There's a freak even more overpowered than me. What divine being is this? Eva slowly recounted, going back in history 100 years ago. When this system was first inaugurated, there was a male student named Qian Liang who used his high-level Tier 3 strength to plow through the 25th floor. However, that guy possessed an SS-rank body enhancement ability. Su Jingming touched his chin in thought. Qian Liang, huh? I think he was mentioned in the history books. It's a pity that this senior lost his life while exploring an ancient civilization ruin before he could break through to Tier 8. Eva interrupted his train of thought. S-rank genius, do you want to keep fighting to the death? Su Jingming nodded decisively, of course. Let's go all out. Su Jingming's curiosity flared up. So back in the day, which stage did that Qian Liang guy reach? Eva replied unhurriedly, he was stuck at the 25th floor. Facing 5 peak Tier 4 monsters on the 26th floor, he pushed himself to the limit, but only managed to bludgeon 3 to death before kicking the bucket. Su Jingming clasped his hands behind his back, lifted his chin, and confidently declared, "Open the door. His moldy old record is about to be smashed to pieces by me." Eva smiled with her eyes crinkled and nodded, approved. The 26th floor stage. Activated. Instantly, 5 peak Tier 4 storm lightning bears appeared simultaneously, opening their maws and roaring loudly enough to echo across a corner of the sky. Su Jingming smirked and mocked them. "Oh, so you know how to split up and launch sneak attacks now. You really bothered to load up on some ick, huh? But sadly, no matter how smart you are, the outcome remains beyond salvation." Without further hesitation, he unleashed the ultimate move, Lightning God Finger. A colossal finger carrying the destructive might of the Dushan, divine lightning tore through the sky, crashing thunderously down onto where the 5 ferocious bears stood. Boom, boom, boom. Just a single strike fed them a mouthful of dirt, sending all 5 peak Tier 4 monsters fading into oblivion. Eva glided over and clapped loudly, "Bravo, you've flattened the 26th floor, and your combat power has surged to 710,000. Waiting for you on the 27th floor is a little low-level Tier 5 Great Earth Black Wolf. Does the young man want to keep brawling?" Su Jingming furrowed his brow and calculated, the Great Earth Black Wolf possesses 2 incredibly tricky innate talents, Earth Wall and Earth Block. Regardless, this is my first time fighting hand-to-hand to the death with a Tier 5 monster. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "Please give me some time to heal up first." After saying that, he plopped right down on the ground to regulate his breathing. Eva hovered nearby and reminded him, "Boss S-Rank, you have a full 3 minutes to recharge your energy." In the real world, the black-haired guy let out a sigh, mother of God. He finally decided to hit the brakes. "Big bro Kong, Su Jingming probably finished boiling the 26th floor, right? So what kind of nuisance will spawn on the 27th floor? Kong she shook his head and replied, "I give up too. Logically, it should revolve around low-level Tier 5 monsters, or the system might throw out dozens of peak Tier 4 monsters to gang up on him." The brown-haired youth panicked and cried out to the heavens, "Holy crap, low-level Tier 5 beasts. This whole thing sounds way too fictional." Kangxi nodded thoughtfully, "Yeah, the vast majority of students only face Tier 4 monsters. This time, I'm afraid Su Jingming is going to have to grit his teeth and take a beating." Back inside, the 3-minute breather flew by in a flash. Eva boldly shouted, "Action." Su Jingming sprang up like a spring, activating his ready-to-slaughter mode. He gripped the shaft of his spear tightly, lifting his face in a challenge, "Come at me if you dare." Instantly, the low-level Tier 5 Great Earth Black Wolf emerged. Its blood-red eyes radiated towering killing intent, and it opened its maw to roar ferociously, intimidating its opponent. The Black Wolf slowly and menacingly closed in. Su Jingming immediately took his stance, ready to fight to the death. Kicking off the battle, the Black Wolf manipulated countless razor-sharp slabs of stone, shooting them like a pouring rain that tore through the wind straight toward Su Jingming. Su Jingming whirled his long spear rapidly to knock the rocks away, silently marveling in his heart, "Damn, the impact force is insanely monstrous. It's been a long time since I tasted a slap this painful." Having just deflected the opening strike, Su Jingming gathered momentum and charged forward, deciding to strike the wolf right in the face with a direct attack. Seeing this, the Great Earth Black Wolf lightly stomped its paw on the ground. Immediately, a sharp mound of rock shot up, forming a wall to block his forward momentum. However, how could such a petty trick hinder Su Jingming? The spear, sparkling with the power of the Dushan divine lightning, pierced a massive hole, smashing the boulder into tiny fragments. But when the dust settled, he was dumbfounded to discover that the Black Wolf had long since vanished. Su Jingming felt a chill run down his spine. "Crap, I fell into a trap." From right within the blind spot behind his back, the Great Earth Black Wolf suddenly lunged forward, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Su Jingming turned pale and scrambled backward, as fast as his legs could carry him to dodge the attack. But the beast's speed was too terrifying. In just the blink of an eye, a set of claws had torn away a chunk of flesh on Su Jingming's shoulder, fresh blood spurting out and soaking a patch of his clothes. The Black Wolf's silhouette brushed past like a tornado. Su Jingming gritted his teeth to endure the pain, muttering to himself, "The damage output of a Tier 5 monster is truly unbearable. At this rate, it'll be easy to get knocked out." Throwing away his rambling thoughts, he raised his hand and activated the Dushan divine lightning. A sky-tearing bolt of lightning shot rapidly in the direction his finger pointed. Bitterly, the great earth black wolf had incredibly slippery agility. It twisted and dodged entirely clean of the fatal strikes he had just unleashed. Jingming ground his teeth. With this bastardly speed, the lightning god finger and the S-rank heavenly lightning spell would only hit empty air. It seems I'm out of tricks. I guess I have to switch to hand-to-hand combat mode to fight it to the death. Making up his mind, he gripped the spear shaft tightly, let out a roar, and dove straight in to fight the wolf at close quarters. The cold spear tip plunged into the soft underbelly of the beast. Suffering from the pain, the great earth black wolf hastily let out a lung-tearing howl. It frantically swung its massive front paw, repeatedly slamming it into his spear to find a way to escape. At this moment, both man and beast were engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, evenly matched. With a masterful maneuver, Jingming crouched and somersaulted, launching his body to soar right over the top of the great earth black wolf's head. From midair, he angled the spear tip downward and dove head first, dragging along the horrifying destructive might of the Dushan, divine lightning erupting all around him. However, a Tier 5 beast was no pushover to be easily devoured by him. It raised its razor-sharp claws and swung a 1,000-pound slap, batting the spear tip aside. Pushed into a corner, Jingming had no choice but to turn on his most tyrannical combat mode. His jet-black hair instantly turned a majestic pure white. Borrowing the momentum of his charge, the spear thrust this time carried earth-shattering damage, obliterating a whole patch of earth and rocks beneath his feet into dust. Observing the battle from the outside, Eva silently nodded in evaluation. This S-rank student is of truly formidable quality. Reaching the threshold of Tier 5 strength at just 19 years old is undeniably one of a kind in the past 100 years. Moreover, thanks to the advantage from the Aegui system, his actual combat power even overpowers that great earth black wolf. After brawling relentlessly for a full 20 minutes, the monstrously tough great earth black wolf finally collapsed. Jingming bent over, resting his hands on his knees, panting heavily like a blacksmith's bellows. He glared at the lifeless corpse of the giant wolf lying flat over there, raising a hand to hastily wipe away the sweat streaming down his forehead. While rubbing his chest to ease the fatigue, he calculated in his mind, it seems I'm still lacking a top-tier S-rank spear technique skill set. If I had a core signature martial art ready, my stamina wouldn't have been drained so tragically just now. I guess after this, I'll have to pack my bag, head out to the wilderness to farm a batch of ability points, and urgently snatch up a premium martial art. Eva ran over excitedly and cheered, congratulating the S-rank big boss for smashing through the 27th floor. His combat power points just skyrocketed crazily, breaking the 1,010,000 mark, completely shattering the school's record. Jingming asked blankly, "What the hell, can combat power points really be buffed this magically?" Eva pouted and replied, "A low-rank 5 monster isn't just some roadside trash you can beat up whenever you want. So, young S-rank man, do you want to keep fighting to the death on the 28th floor? Just a gentle heads up, there are 5 low-rank 5 earth black wolves waiting for you in this round." Jingming gulped, waved his hand, and said, "Of course I'll play to the end, but please give me a moment to catch my breath." Meanwhile, the crowd outside was exploding with joy. 1,000,000 combat power points, Lei Dai is truly a monster reincarnated. It's a sure thing, our university will definitely snatch the championship trophy in the upcoming inter-school tournament. Hey brothers, rush into the challenge tower and catch the heat right now. Over at Kangshi's area, the brown-haired guy was holding his head in bewilderment, using high rank 3 power to beat 10 peak rank 4 monsters to death. Isn't this damage stat a bit too like a game hack? Kangxi smiled mockingly. I vaguely remember some loudmouth earlier demanding to challenge and test Jingming's limits. Is there anyone else who wants to step into the ring and try now? The trash talkers from earlier turned pale with fear, waving their hands in a panic. No way, please spare me. With over 1,000,000 combat power points, he just needs to flick a finger and I'd be reduced to dust. In Yang Zhentian's office, the teacher had also just scrolled past the news board, a smug smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Knocking down a low-rank 5 monster while at the high-rank 3 level, even among SS rank awakened around the world, such people can be counted on one hand. Who would have thought that the quietest student would turn out to be the most terrifying atomic bomb? He told himself, since I am personally the head coach this time, it looks like I'll have to use Jingming as the core to completely redraw our tactical playbooks. However, Vice Principal Ling Shuang must have finally lifted the heavy stone off her chest by now. On MS. Ling Shuang's side, the beautiful woman was also smiling and nodding approvingly, purposely climbing all the way to rank 1 just to slap the faces of those who doubted her decision. This kid's move was indeed incredibly subtle. Back inside the virtual space, Su Jingming had channeled 100% of his power into his most domineering state. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Eva, summon the monsters." Eva nodded, receiving the command, and the 28th floor officially lit up. Poof, 5 low-rank 5 Earth Black Wolves loomed into view. Su Jingming firmly gripped the spear in his hand, slowly stepping forward to meet the battle. All 5 Black Wolves roared in unison. The ground instantly shook, and countless giant boulders blasted thunderously straight towards Su Jingming's position. Su Jingming quickly and deftly spun his spear to create a defensive shield, but the incoming damage was so horrifying that it forced him to grit his teeth and brace himself to block it. If he kept slashing and stabbing against a mountain of rocks like this, he would exhaust his stamina sooner or later. Just as he let his guard down, an Earth Black Wolf slipped behind his back like a ghost, opening its maw and biting a bone-deep wound into Su Jingming's shoulder. Seeing this, the rest of the wolf pack swarmed in to tear him apart, using their razor-sharp fangs to frantically shred their prey. In just a few short seconds, Su Jingming was torn to pieces by the monsters, leaving only a haunting, miserable scream echoing in the space. His physical body gradually faded into the void, leaving only his upper torso behind. Seeing that, Eva waved her hand to recall the 5 black wolves into the system, ending the bloody test. She looked at Su Jingming's battered body and shook her head, saying, "Oh, S-rank boy, you died on the 28th floor." Su Jingming laughed bitterly. "What a lame way to die, but I have to admit, the feeling of getting my head chewed off this time was so thrilling it gave me goosebumps." Eva clutched her stomach and laughed out loud. Dying in the virtual space only tricks your senses, your soul remains perfectly intact. Of course, if you're feeling adventurous, I can completely turn on the mode that lets you feel death exactly like the real deal, but play stupid games like that, and your brain might just fry. Su Jingming asked curiously, "By the way, all jokes aside, what exactly is inside the 29th floor after clearing this one?" Eva pouted and replied, "According to the rules, I'm not allowed to leak information until you clear the 28th floor. But since I respect your status as an S-rank prodigy, I'll bend the rules a bit." Spoiler alert, the boss of the 29th floor is a mid-rank 5 Earth Black Wolf, and up on the 30th floor, there are 5 mid-rank 5 monsters. And currently, the system's software is only updated up to the 30th floor at maximum. Su Jingming looked dumbfounded. "Wait, after the 30th floor it's just over. Why is the test designed so short?" Eva rolled her eyes and scolded him. "Do you think everyone is on steroids and cultivates like a machine like you? A normal student grinding until their senior year graduation only peaks at mid-rank 4. Building it up to the 30th floor is already more than enough for them to play with." Su Jingming smirked. "With this kind of attitude, it looks like your system will have to stay up late to code new levels soon." Eva covered her mouth and sneered, "Worry about flattening the 30th floor before you talk big. Oh right, the throne on the combat power leaderboard will ping you 2,000 credit points every quarter. The money is already in your card. Bye-bye, hope to never see you again." Saying that, she swung her leg and kicked Su Jingming right out of the system. Returning to the real world, Su Jingming suddenly opened his eyes. He scrambled out of the machine pod, the corner of his lips slightly twitching as he evaluated, excluding the fact that getting my head chewed off wasn't very realistic. Everything else in this virtual space is exactly like real life. The technology of this era is truly magical. While deep in thought, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening at the horrifying scene in front of him. Wow, what kind of carnival is this, packed like ants? Outside the machine pod, an entire ocean of people was waiting. The crowd competed to scream, "Oh my god, 1,000,000 combat power points, the rank 1 war god is forever awesome. Lei Dai, we're definitely taking the cup in the next tournament. Oh Lei Dai, please give me a signature right on my heart." Su Jingming sweated profusely, feeling quite awkward. What did my fellow students eat today to be this energetic? After a while of waving his hands and greeting them, he finally managed to squeeze through the encirclement and slip away quietly. As he walked, he rubbed his chest and sighed in relief. "Oh God, I almost suffocated and drowned in a sea of fans." Right at that moment, Song Q-yun suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She smiled radiantly and said, "Jingming, congratulations on taking the number 1 spot on the combat power leaderboard." Su Jingming stepped forward, waving his hand modestly. "Oh, it's just some basic operations, nothing to be surprised about." Song Kyu-yun nodded, smiling playfully. True that. By the way, back in the Lei Ding secret realm, you promised that when we got back to school, you'd invite me for a sparring session. Are you free this afternoon? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow and teased, wow, haven't you been beaten up enough that you're still craving more? Song Kyu-yun curled her lips in a challenging smile. Exactly. If you're so good, let's see if you can beat me into total submission. Su Jingming scratched his head, forcing a smile. Beat you into submission. Well, you seem to have forgotten that disastrous moment when you and Senior Jiang were completely crushed by me, haven't you? But unfortunately, my schedule is tied up with training this afternoon. Song Kyu-yun quickly sealed the deal. That's easy then. I'll drag myself straight to your door to find you tonight. Inside, she was already popping champagne, secretly calculating, this guy Jingming is improving at a terrifying speed. Hopefully, my plan tonight goes off without a hitch. The scene shifted to the second-floor area of the lecture building. A nosy student poked and prodded, "Hey brother Kangxi, your #1 throne got snatched. Are you feeling bitter?" Kangxi looked emotionless and replied dryly, "Bitter about what? Su Jingming is 10,000 times stronger than me. That seat was born for him to sit on, that's all." Next to him, a girl walked over, clapping her hands in praise. "Awesome, that's our brother Kang, true nerves of steel." The girl who just spoke was none other than Shen Dongling, a piece of the battle lineup. Another male student gestured toward the entrance, signaling, "The main character is here, brothers." The person who just walked in was none other than Su Jingming. He walked in while raising a hand to greet, "Hello, seniors." Seeing Su Jingming, the whole group excitedly said in unison, "Hello, Captain, Big Boss Su is here." Right at that moment, teacher Yang Zhentian also strolled into the room from the hallway. He clapped his hands to urge them, "All right, cut the greetings, everyone get into the simulation pods right now." As soon as the order was given, the whole group obediently climbed into the pods and were immediately connected to the virtual dimension. Yang Zhentian's figure appeared, his voice ringing out, "In team battles, the money is in your coordination skills. And to work seamlessly together, you first need to know each other's origins and abilities. Let me briefly summarize everyone's profile so it's easy to grasp. This term's team roster features 8 golden faces, 5 starters and 3 substitutes. First is our team's vice-captain, Kangxi. This guy possesses an A-rank physical buff ability named Ironclad Giant Bear. Kangxi smiled friendlily and raised his hand, "Hello everyone." Yang Zhentian did a voiceover to explain further. Once he transforms, his muscles bulge massively, and his brute strength is just like a lunging bear. His role in the lineup is the damage-soaking punching bag and fighter. Next is the beauty Shen Dongling, holding the A-rank enhancement ability Demon Moon Blood Fox, specializing in the assassin role. And here is Yao Fang, awakened with the extreme element ability Extreme Cold Ice Soul, taking on the role of a long-range mage. The next person, Gu Wan, holds the A-rank support ability named Myriad Turns Spirit Light. She acts as the team's healing station and damage buffer. The 3 faces on the bench are Dao Guan, with the A-rank enhancement ability Bronze Body, playing as a fighter. Li Changfeng, with the A-rank fire element ability Invading Karmic Fire, playing as a mage. And finally, Su Ryu Yun, with the A-rank support ability Nourishing Spirit Water, acting as a secondary buffer. And for the final boss, allow me to briefly reiterate the profile of our captain Su Jingming so all you brothers are clear. Yao Fang nosily interrupted, "Oh teacher, no need to be long-winded about the captain. Who doesn't know he's a rare commodity with an S-rank ability?" Yang Zhentian waved his hand, immediately refuting, "What S-rank? Completely wrong. Su Jingming holds an SS-rank lightning ability named Capital Heaven Divine Thunder." Hearing that, both Yao Fang and Shen Dongling stared like frogs, their mouths hanging open, unable to close them. What the hell? An SS-rank ability Capital Heaven Divine Thunder. Dao Guan strolled over, scratching his head in awe. Mother of God, SS-rank, no wonder his fighting style is so brutally savage. Yao Fang also nodded, no wonder I was wondering why his lightning was a blinding yellow before. So this is why. Wait, how on earth did he evolve from S-rank to SS-rank? What trick did he use? Yang Zhentian put on a serious face and reminded them, "Don't go prying into the secret of someone else's evolution. Just keep in mind that Su Jingming is at the SS-rank level, and that's enough. Speaking of which, the organizers have rules to balance the game. Armor cannot exceed A-rank, and weapons better than S-rank are forbidden. The pile of equipment laid out here is all A-rank armor and S-rank weapons. Just pick whatever feels good to use. If you aren't used to these items, you can just import your home weapons stats into the machine next time." As soon as he finished speaking, A glittering treasure trove of weapons appeared before the team's eyes. Su Jingming casually pulled out a long spear, secretly smiling as he guessed. The organizers probably made this rule to leave a way out for the underdog schools. Because for the big three like Mo Da, Jing Da, or Jin Da, forging SSS-rank toys is as easy as flipping a hand. He thought to himself, later after testing the formation, I'll just directly import the stats of the flowing cloud golden wind spear for a smoother experience. Yang Zhentian clapped to get their attention. Before we dive into practice matches, each of you needs to step into the ring and show off your signature moves. Jingming, as the boss, you open the floor first. Su Jingming asked blankly, you mean I have to dig out every single ultimate move I have, teacher? Yang Zhentian nodded firmly, exactly. Doing that will let your teammates know how to dodge, and it'll be easier for me to sketch out the tactical sandbox. Su Jingming nodded, understood. Just a heads up, my martial arts arsenal is quite diverse, from spear dancing and boxing to throwing long-range spells. I've got the full package. Now I'll demo each skill one by one to wash your eyes. Saying that, Su Jingming tightened his grip on the spear shaft, swinging a wind-tearing arc. Kangxi gulped, sweating profusely. So this is the power of an SS rank ability, it looks terrifying. Yao Fang gasped in admiration. The blinding lightning flashes are beautiful, but touch them and you're dead. Dao Guan was also amazed. Normally watching through a screen was already surreal, but seeing it with my own eyes gives me chills. Su Jingming didn't stop swinging his spear. A barrage of stabs rained down like a storm, and he announced loudly, this move is called consecutive thunder spear. Immediately after that, he unleashed a messy barrage of skills consecutively, from thunder prison and thunder wings to a bunch of other moves that sent lightning flying everywhere. Li Changfeng clicked his tongue in awe. The big boss is truly the big boss. His moves are fire. With this setup, we can just let him carry the whole map in the tournament, and our trophy is guaranteed. Gu Wan blinked. I wonder how ridiculous it'll get when I pump my buff into the captain. After a spear dancing performance like a soaring bird, Su Jingming rested the spear shaft on the ground and said calmly, those warm-up spear techniques from earlier were just to get the blood flowing. Now I'll empty my inventory to show everyone my premium S-rank skill set. Li Changfeng's jaw almost dropped. Holy crap. He smashed the floor to pieces and says that was just a warm-up. Su Jingming braced himself, activating his complete combat form. He started with the physical buff skill Immortal Thunder Body, personally passed down by his teacher. Then he layered on the super defense shield Nether Prison Thunder Armor. Dao Guan was stunned and smacked his forehead. Oh my god, the toughness of that shield completely outclasses my premium bronze body. Su Jingming still showed no signs of stopping. He shouted loudly, feast your eyes, an S-rank skill specializing in long-range spellcasting, Heavenly Thunder Art. Yao Fang cried to the heavens, oh my, where did another S-rank skill pop out from, and it's even from the magic branch. Su Jingming smirked proudly. The single target damage of the Heavenly Thunder Art is indeed punishing, but to let everyone know, this still isn't my bloodiest trump card. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened, and a giant hand wreathed in lightning violently crashed down from the 9th cloud. That was the ultimate technique, Thunder God's Finger. As soon as this attack landed, its terrifying power turned everyone around into stone on the spot, their feet rooted to the ground, unable to twitch. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering explosion instantly plowed through an entire area. Shen Dongling shakily pointed at the deep crater in front of her, stuttering incomprehensibly. Oh my god, this game-breaking damage is supposed to belong to a kid who just hit high rank 3. Kangxi, sweating bullets, turned to look at Yang Zhentian. Dean, what material is the floor in this game made of? Yang Zhentian stroked his beard and replied, that silver floor is modeled after standard C-rank alloy. Kangxi was horrified. C-rank alloy, and it still shattered into dust like bird feed. If that hit someone's head, their flesh and bones would be pulverized, straight to the crematorium. Dao Guan smiled like he was crying. Honestly, in the tournament, the captain just needs to drop one Thunder God's Finger and all the scrubs will be wiped out. Are we just dragging our bodies in to make the lineup look pretty? Shen Dongling scratched her head. He can solo from A to Z by himself. So did they recruit us just to be cheerleaders? Dao Guan froze. Peanut, that actually makes sense. Teacher, when we get on the arena, could you please tell the captain to go easy on them? Yang Zhentian smiled subtly. Banning him from using skills is too hard. Instead, why don't you guys fight a bit faster and clear the mobs before Su Jingming can even raise his hand? Problem solved. The teacher stroked his chin in delight. Last year we were beaten to a pulp by those Jingda kids. This year, our school caught this monster Su Jingming. Revenge is definitely guaranteed. Su Jingming clapped his hands to call them. All done, everyone get in the machines. Yang Zhentian chimed in, the rest of you show off your goods quickly, and then we'll start testing the tactical formation right away. Hearing that, the whole team eagerly shouted, yes sir. Guwan tiptoed over to Su Jingming and asked timidly, Captain, I don't even know if my scrub buff will have any effect on your SS rank system. Can I pump a shot into you to try? Su Jingming nodded casually, go ahead, throw your skill and let's see. Instantly, Guwan threw her stat buff skill straight at Su Jingming. He was startled feeling the power inside his body. This is surreal, a straight 30% boost in power. No wonder every lineup fights to the death to cram a support player in. After a long session of sparring until their limbs were jelly, Yang Zhentian finally let them go. All right, break time, we've drained enough energy for today. Su Jingming, stay behind for a bit, the rest of you get out of here to shower and rest. The group crawled out of the machines and hurriedly took their leave. Goodbye, Dean. See you later, Captain. Waiting until the energetic bunch was out of sight, Yang Zhentian clicked his tongue and said, Jingming, I need to discuss this matter with you privately. Please don't get mad after hearing it. Su Jingming replied calmly, whatever it is, just spit it out, teacher. Yang Zhentian rubbed his hands and explained, in the upcoming team matches, I want you to grind through the levels from start to finish without missing a single beat. Do you think you can handle it? This time it's a round-robin tournament among the 10 top-tier training grounds. The match density is packed, not just fighting 1 or 2 matches and done. Think about it carefully. Su Jingming answered immediately without thinking, I thought it was something major, just leave it all to me. I'll cover everything. Just as he popped his head out of the training room, the phone in Su Jingming's pocket rang loudly. On the other end of the line was Song Q-Yun's voice. She spoke shyly and softly, Jingming, are you done training? I'm stuck in this inconvenient combat suit. When you're free later, just come over to my dorm room to find me. Su Jingming smiled lightly, deal, I'll ride over right now. After hanging up, he muttered to himself while scratching his head, wearing an inconvenient combat suit. What kind of secret code is that? Dragging himself to the door of Song Q-Yun's dorm room, Su Jingming reached out and rang the bell. By dong he waddled out to open the door, winking and saying, well, the prince has arrived. Q-Yun is anxiously waiting for you in the training room on the 2nd floor, get yourself up there. Su Jingming nodded, okay, thanks. Looking at Bai Donghee's sly smile, Su Jingming felt even more creeped out. How weird. What did this girl take today to have such an obnoxious smile, or am I just overthinking things? Lost in random thoughts, he dragged his feet up to the training room on the 2nd floor. As soon as the door opened, Su Jingming almost got a nosebleed. Song Q-Yun was standing right there, wearing a skin-tight combat suit that highlighted her fiery curves perfectly. Her face was completely flushed as she stammered, Jingming, you're here. Su Jingming blushed furiously, too embarrassed to know where to look. Song Q-Yun hurriedly and shyly explained, this is a new technology combat suit that helps reduce wind resistance, recently released to the market by Extreme Limit Company. I just bought it yesterday. Does it look a bit weird? Maybe I should go change into something else. Su Jingming cleared his throat, waved his hand and said, no need to trouble yourself. I think the current situation looks fine enough. Song Q-Yun smiled faintly, her cheeks blushing pink. Then it's approved, she celebrated inwardly. I was smart enough to deliberately choose a smaller size so it would hug my body, mainly to see how Su Jingming would react. Sure enough, this trick is top-notch. My divine radiance light has already caught his flustered frequency. Thinking for a second, she immediately took out her Skypiercer halberd and challenged him, old rules, just suppress your power down to the low rank 2 level. Let's see if you can beat me into submission today. Su Jingming nodded in agreement, sure, I'll indulge you all the way. Swinging his arm to toss his jacket behind him, Su Jingming smirked, since the day we parted last time, I've leveled up. This time, just using my bare hands is enough to knock you out. Song Q-Yun raised her chin and shot back, bring it on if you're so good, but I'm not just going to stand still and wait for you either. As she finished speaking, Song Q-Yun swung her Skypiercer halberd and charged straight at him, while Su Jingming remained extremely confident, rushing forward unarmed to meet the battle. With just one graceful twist, he cleanly dodged the deadly halberd strike. In a flash, one of his hands grabbed firmly onto Song Q-Yun's weapon, while the other curled into a solid fist. Immediately after, he unleashed a flurry of punches. Falling onto the defensive, Song Q-Yun leaped into the air, twisting her body to dodge the attacks gorgeously. Su Jingming couldn't help but praise, "Nice dodge." Hearing the compliment, Song Kyu-yun giggled, hee. Peaceful atmosphere enveloped the following moves. Both Song Kyu-yun and Su Jingming just played around smoothly like dancing, sweet smiles lingering on both their lips. It was exactly the type of fighting just for the fun of it. After playing around for a while, Song Kyu-yun had to plant her sky-piercer halberd into the ground for support, standing there panting in exhaustion. Su Jingming waved his hand smugly. "So, have you tasted defeat and obediently surrendered this time?" Song Kyu-yun sneered and said, "Asking me to surrender? Even though I fell off the stage, I still don't respect it. Unless you land a hit that makes me taste real pain." Su Jingming instantly switched to combat mode, flashing a wicked smile. "Let's see then, I refuse to believe I can't handle you." Saying that, he launched himself straight forward, his fist tensed hard. Song Kyu-yun was startled, crying out in panic, "Ah!" At this point she had no choice but to squeeze her eyes shut and surrender her life, having no strength left to defend. Fortunately, Su Jingming's attack suddenly slammed the brakes. He broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly apologizing profusely. "Oh no, I accidentally went too far," leaving Song Kyu-yun standing frozen on the spot. Seeing him blame himself, she hurriedly comforted him. "It's okay, it's not your fault. It must be the influence of the dragon beast bloodline power inside you." Meanwhile, Su Jingming just kept clutching his head with both hands, looking pained. Song Kyu-yun hesitantly opened up. "Jingming, I'm curious about something, may I?" Su Jingming blanked out, giving a confused hem. Her cheeks burning red, Song Kyu-yun shyly muttered, "Do you have any feelings for me at all?" Su Jingming looked as if his pressure points had been hit, standing as still as a statue. A few seconds later, he looked straight into her eyes, dropping one extremely high-quality word, "I like you." Hearing that, Song Kyu-yun was completely stunned by Su Jingming's straightforwardness. She immediately retracted her sky-piercer halberd, her eyes wide as she asked, "Really?" Then she lunged forward, throwing her arms around Su Jingming's neck and cheering, "Oh my God, that's wonderful, I'm crazy about you too. Then let's be together." Su Jingming wrapped his arms around her shoulders, smiling and nodding, agreed. Following up the program was a sweet kiss planted right on Song Kyu-yun's lips, leaving her stunned and bewildered, her embarrassment skyrocketing. Song Kyu-yun also stood on her tiptoes, passionately returning Su Jingming's fiery kiss. After locking lips for who knows how long, Song Kyu-yun finally pushed Su Jingming away, panting and complaining, "Ugh. When we weren't officially together, I didn't see you being this bold." Su Jingming calmly retorted, "If I aggressively kissed you when things weren't clear, wouldn't that make me a hooligan harassing a girl?" Song Kyu-yun thought about it and found it reasonable, nodding, "Come to think of it, you have a point." Without warning, she launched a sneak attack with a fleeting kiss on Su Jingming's cheek, making our male lead freeze for a few seconds. Song Kyu-yun smiled sweetly, "Senior Chu Xuan left a mark on your face, so I have to squeeze in and get a new mark too." Su Jingming was dumbfounded. "She even gossiped with you about something like this? Your relationship is so close it's actually startling." Song Kyu-yun grinned and replied, "Absolutely. Senior Chu Xuan's personality is incredibly good. Hypothetically, if you were also pining for her, Brother Jingming, I would raise both hands in approval." Su Jingming was shocked upon hearing that. What?" Song Kyu-yun revealed a bright, charming smile. "Brother Jingming, your ears didn't hear wrong. As a dignified SS rank awakened, you'll definitely have many beauties surrounding you in the future. So, I'd rather share you with Senior Chu Xuan than make room for some other stranger." Su Jingming completely ran out of words, replying awkwardly, "I surrender to you, who would have thought you'd think so far ahead. But even if I were willing, there's no guarantee Senior Jiang would agree to get involved with us." Song Kyu-yun seized the opportunity to press him. "Does that mean, as long as Senior Jiang nods, our Brother Jingming won't refuse?" Su Jingming panicked, "Huh?" Right on the spot, Song Kyu-yun pulled out her earpiece and announced loudly, "Sister Chu Xuan, you've heard enough, right? The choice is in your hands now." Jiang Chu Xuan timed it perfectly, walking in from outside. Su Jingming was in absolute panic. "Wait, Senior Jiang was waiting out here this whole time too." Jiang Chu Xuan winked mischievously and shot a finger heart. "Hey Junior, a gentleman keeps his word. No backing out or regretting it." Su Jingming staggered, almost falling over, his brain not yet finishing digesting this shocking situation. In the other corner, Song Kyu-yun laughed triumphantly, hee. Caught in the trap, Su Jingming had no choice but to helplessly yield. "I accept it. With such good things knocking on the door at the same time, of course I won't regret it. Song Kyu-yun and Jiang Chu-xuan happily walked over, one on each side, linking their arms tightly with Su Jingming's. It settled then. From this moment on, the three of us will be together. Jiang Chu-xuan also cheerfully added, you two used a lot of energy sparring, your stomachs must be starving, right? How about we go get some late-night snacks for fun? Song Kyu-yun hurriedly waved her hand. Wait, I need to go take a shower and freshen up first. Does Sister Chu-xuan want a shower with me? Jiang Chu-xuan nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I sweated a bit earlier too. In the blink of an eye, Song Kyu-yun had already dragged Jiang Chu-xuan away, but she still managed to turn her head and ask, Brother Jingming, wait for us like a good boy, or, do you want to jump in and shower together? Su Jingming was thrilled, his mouth already about to blurt out I do. But before the words could leave his mouth, they were blocked by Jiang Chu-xuan. He's so strong, there's no way he sweated enough to need a shower. Just the two of us sisters will go wash up, and that's that. Su Jingming swallowed his tears inwardly. This is pure torture. I wanted to enjoy a bit of cool steam too. Letting out a long sigh, he watched the two girls' figures disappear, his brain still buzzing. The original goal was clearly just to spar and train. How on earth did it come with a bonus of two girlfriends like this? Moving on to the next day, amidst a scene of beast corpses scattered across the primeval ice wilderness, Su Jingming counted his loot while calculating. I probably harvested around 5,000 ability points. This should be enough capital, right? In barely less than half a year, I'm already strolling through this primeval ice wilderness. Aside from those rare mid-rank 5 monsters, I fear nothing. This rapid transformation is truly incredible. While deep in thought, he suddenly noticed something unusual right next to him. Approaching it to inspect, he couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, it's the white flower species that only grows in the primeval ice wilderness. Might as well pluck 2 flowers to bring back. Actually, let's just pick 3. Saying that, he bent down and neatly plucked the white flowers. The scene shifted back to Mo-Du Ability University, at Vice Principal Ling Shuang's office. She was intently examining documents when knocks on the door interrupted her. Ling Shuang looked up and spoke, come in. Figure stepping in was, of course, Su Jingming. He greeted her cheerfully, hello, Principal. Ling Shuang said, just got back from fieldwork in the primeval ice wilderness. Su Jingming replied immediately, yes, I just flew back today. I went there to clear out some monsters mainly to maintain my combat sharpness. Ling Shuang rested her chin on her hand, nodding in praise. Although the virtual system simulates well, it's still not real life. Knowing to drag yourself to the wilderness to maintain your form, you're doing quite well. Su Jingming was startled, painfully thinking to himself, I got away with it just like that. I just cooked up a random excuse, and the principal believed it unconditionally. He immediately pulled out the white flowers, smiling brightly, thank you, Principal, for the praise. Oh, by the way, this student picked these white flowers from the trip. Please do me the honor of accepting them for fun. Ling Shuang waved her hand, pulling the white flowers to float in front of her, her eyes revealing curiosity, white flowers. Her cheeks blushed slightly, as she smiled to herself in her mind, as a dignified rank 8 Grandmaster. I've received all sorts of gifts from A rank to SS rank, but being gifted flowers is a first. Then she smiled faintly, thinking to herself, but this romantic feeling is actually quite interesting. Restoring her serious demeanor, she stated, I heard that your squad just took down one of the 2 historical championship teams of Mo-Du Ability University in the simulation room. Rumor has it, their highest level has crawled up to the mid-rank 4 milestone. Su Jingming smiled modestly. Yes, but that team's strength was quite immature. Ling Shuang replied with satisfaction, performing up to that level is excellent. Since you have gathered such strength, I am somewhat relieved. With a flip of her hand, the space opened up to reveal a magical formation array. Hovering above it were a few tickets. Ling Shuang spoke, these are the stadium admission tickets for the National University Tournament. I'm giving you 10 tickets, just consider it my compensation for the favor of you giving me flowers. Su Jingming took the stack of tickets, his heart blooming with joy. I was just scratching my head, afraid I wouldn't be able to hunt down any tickets, and was planning to find a black market scalper even though the outside prices are cutthroat. To think I'd just stumble upon a whole bunch of VIP seats like this. Thinking this, he scratched his head and feigned shyness. Principal, this return gift of yours is too heavy. I feel quite embarrassed taking it. I usually receive countless special favors from you, now I don't even know how to properly repay you. Ling Shuang burst out laughing and waved her hand. Ha, save your sweet talk. Just give it your all on the day of the tournament, that's the best way to repay me. Su Jingming nodded repeatedly, yes ma'am. After finishing the exchange, Su Jingming took his leave and exited Ling Shuang's room. As soon as he stepped out, he immediately called his youngest aunt. Auntie, are you and my cousin planning to go watch the National University Tournament? I have a bunch of tickets here. On the other end of the line, his aunt replied excitedly, yes, Tang Chi has been worrying sick about not being able to get tickets. After ending the call, Su Jingming calculated in his head. Even after dividing them up, there are still some left. Saving the rest for Song Qiu-yun and Jiang Chuxuan would be perfect. Just then, hurried footsteps from afar headed straight towards him. The owners of those footsteps were none other than Song Qiu-yun and Jiang Chuxuan. Song Qiu-yun spoke up, Jingming, were you looking for us? Su Jingming immediately opened his hand to reveal 2 white flowers, presenting them right in front of the 2 beauties. Gifts for you too. Seeing the beautiful items, the 2 girls happily accepted them, and did not hesitate to reward Su Jingming with a kiss as a token of gratitude. He then pulled out the stack of tickets from his pocket and showed them off. Oh right, I have extra tickets for the inner section of the tournament, how many do you 2 need? Song Qiu-yun smiled radiantly, stadium seats, that's amazing, I want 2 tickets, one for me and one for Bai Donghe. Jiang Chuxuan also spoke up, tagging along for 1 ticket is enough for me. Song Qiu-yun hugged Su Jingming's arm with a regretful look. Jingming, your team's airship travels very fast. I have to depart early tonight, so I can't stay back to see you off. Jiang Chuxuan added, I also have to participate in the level 3 pharmacist exam later, so I'll probably miss the chance to say goodbye when you leave. Su Jingming patted the 2 girls' heads and comforted them. It's fine, then we'll reunite in Qingsu City. Good luck with your exams. Jiang Chuxuan nodded shyly. Ma. The scene shifted to the martial arts library pavilion. Su Jingming entered with a plan. Since I still have some free time, I need to sneak in learning another S-rank spear technique to ensure I don't lose my rhythm when I step onto the battlefield. He commanded loudly, Hey Eva, list all the S-rank lightning attribute spear combat techniques. The AI Eva replied, yes. Instantly, a series of manuals appeared. Su Jingming skimmed through them, thinking to himself, only 5 manuals, let's study them to see which one is reasonable to bring home. Pointing his finger at a sparkling manual, he called out, this is it, the S-rank Lei Guan Ma Sha Qiang. It uses one's own lightning energy to weave a net of electricity wrapping around the spear shaft, pushing the attack speed to soar. Once it pierces the opponent, it erupts with highly compressed, penetrating lightning damage. Note, only experts at the 3rd tier or above with an A-rank lightning ability meet the requirements to practice this. Su Jingming tapped his finger. Eva, bring a copy of the Lei Guan Ma Sha Qiang manual here. Eva spoke up. Yes, please wait a moment. A moment later, the ultimate manual was delivered right into Su Jingming's hands. He began flipping through each page to examine the contents inside. The more he studied, the more he was mesmerized and captivated by these moves. A while later, he closed the manual, thinking with satisfaction, explosive swinging speed, devastating splash damage, it completely suits my fighting style. Ability points deducted, 3,200. Lei Guan Ma Sha Qiang has advanced to the beginner level. Su Jingming wiped his sweat and sighed. It consumed a whopping 3,200 points just to comprehend, but having the deep blue system is truly incredibly convenient. The points spent on this spear technique are even more expensive than the Thunder God's finger. When I have free time, I really must take my spear out to test its power. Not stopping there, he turned and called out again, Eva, I want to browse the newly updated A-rank lightning attribute combat techniques repository. Eva replied, yes. Skimming through a bunch of manuals, Su Jingming praised, the goods this time are pretty decent. Let's just pick the Lei Yingshen as a backup trump card. Introducing the A-rank Lei Yingshen, absorbs the lightning in one's body to create a lightning shadow that closely follows behind one's back. When the main body unleashes an attack, the phantom will follow suit with the next strike, with a maximum damage output equal to 30% of the main bodies. The user can string them together into a series of miraculous combo attacks. Condition: only experts at the 2nd tier or above possessing a B-rank lightning ability are allowed to learn it. Su Jingming secretly evaluated. Although the damage of this move isn't explosive, it cleverly covers the gaps between attacks. If used well, it is truly a divine technique on par with an S-rank combat skill. Without hesitating, he said, choose this one, Eva. Eva clearly reported back, okay. Early the next morning, The private jet picking up the tournament team landed right on the academy's grass field. Smoothing out the creases on his shirt, Shen Dongling nodded in praise. I must admit, the design of this uniform is extremely eye-catching. The crowd of students below was screaming passionately. Representatives of Madu Ability University, go all out. The championship trophy definitely belongs to us. Thunder Emperor, sweep all 3 top spots. There's no need to leave any face for the enemy. Go Thunder Emperor, long live Madu Ability University. From above, Su Jingming waved his hand to greet the enthusiastic crowd below. The roaring sound of engines echoed as the Iron Bird tore through the wind and took off, leaving behind the students who were still craning their necks to scream and cheer. The scene shifted to Qingsu City, where boss Su Ping was loudly giving instructions. Our Qingsu City is located next to the number 5 Demon Lair and borders Qingjing City. Therefore, the security arrangements must be extremely tight. Absolutely no mistakes that would make us lose face are allowed. The reception must be truly grand. Let the partners experience the passionate hospitality of our Qingjing Ability University. His subordinates answered in unison. Understood. Looking up at the sky, Su Ping pointed straight at the aircraft. The plane from Madu Ability University is here. Turn on the guiding signal lights quickly. The giant Iron Bird slowly made a smooth landing in the middle of the airport. The delegation from Madu Ability University stepped out of the plane's door. The gossiping crowd outside immediately boiled over. Oh my God, look at the Iron Bear Kangxi. He actually broke through to the mid-level of the 4th tier. And there's the blood hand Shen Dongling. Her figure is so hot. I'm totally infatuated. The person anchoring the formation was none other than the star Su Jingming, the S-rank Thunder Emperor who was currently insanely popular. The young man took confident strides, secretly calculating in his head. The final battle is finally opening. There's no need to hide my SS rank ability anymore. Su Ping rushed over, bending over backwards to welcome the Madu delegation, greeting them smoothly. Please walk this way, Principal Ling. The organizing committee has already prepared a grand luncheon to treat everyone. Ling Shuang smiled politely. All right. Inside the massive dining hall of Qingjing Ability University. At this moment, the delegation from Madu Ability University streamed in, and leading the formation was naturally Su Jingming. Seeing this, a few Qingjing University students gathered to whisper, Hey, the Madu team is here. Does that guy leading the pack with the captain label really have an S-rank ability? Well, he is handsome, but can good looks feed you? His realm is only lagging at the upper level of the 3rd tier. It's obvious that Madu brought him out as a promotional vase with no real use. Hearing them mocking, Shen Dongling leaned in and teased, Captain, you're being openly looked down upon. Su Jingming just chuckled. I think it's better this way. Playing the pig to eat the tiger makes it much more dramatic. In the middle of their conversation, a figure slowly approached. Su Jingming frowned and turned to look curiously. A tall, muscular young man charged forward and reached out his hand to greet. You must be Captain Su Jingming of Madu Ability University, right? I am Wang Qi, the captain representing Qingjing Ability University. A pleasure to meet you. Su Jingming smiled politely and reached out to shake it. Hello. Wang Qi then added a sentence reeking of gunpowder. Captain Su's reputation has long been renowned. Tomorrow morning we will clash in the opening match. After dropping the provocation, Wang Qi led his school's people away, leaving Su Jingming staring after him with a profound look. Yao Fang, standing behind, grumbled indignantly. That guy is really arrogant, acting as if he's absolutely certain they'll crush us. Shen Dongling analyzed. The files state that Wang Qi uses a pseudo S-rank ability, a heavenly martial defensive shield that is close to the real deal, plus the label of upper-level 4th tier, so his arrogance is somewhat justified. Yao Fang gnashed his teeth in anger, his fists clenched tight. They got lucky and beat us exactly once, and now they're thumping their chests in delusion. So naive, just wait until this match is over. I'll bash them to let them know who the real boss is. Su Jingming waved his hand to intervene. True, but everyone just focus on eating your fill first. After the meal, I still have to rush to the high-speed rail station to pick up some guests. At the high-speed railway station, the announcement speaker blared loudly. Train K321 is about to enter the final terminal, Qingsu City. Dear passengers, please double-check your luggage, pay attention to safety, and disembark in an orderly manner. A group of students poured out, everyone wearing extremely excited expressions. Tang Qi looked around and marveled. So this is Qingsu City, it's so magnificent. The female friend beside her nodded in agreement. Exactly, this high-speed rail station is truly the most beautiful place I've ever set foot in. Tang Chi praised further. The service here is also excellent. There are enthusiastic guides in every corner. She looked around searching and complained, "Why hasn't Su Jingming shown up yet at this hour?" Right at that moment, a young man with dyed bright blonde hair saw she was pretty and sauntered over with a frivolous remark. "Hello there, long-legged beauty. Would you mind giving me your contact info so we can get to know each other?" Tang Chi glared at him with annoyed eyes, coldly refusing. "Sorry, I don't have the habit of handing out my personal information to strangers." Immature friends accompanying the blonde guy burst into mocking laughter. "Haha, that was a harsh reply. Didn't expect our group's hot boy Qi Liang to actually get ruthlessly rejected by a girl." The girl with them also smiled maliciously and added, "Oh, how hilarious. Later when we get back, I'm definitely going to broadcast this to the captain." Being made a fool of, the young man was so embarrassed his face turned bright red. Bitter from the humiliation, he roared and yelled, "You cheap thing, acting all high and mighty. Me opening my mouth to ask for your number is already giving you face. Damn it, you really killed my mood." Immediately, a male friend in Tang Chi's group got heated and jumped in front. "What the hell did you just spout?" The blonde guy stepped menacingly forward, exuding a heavy, oppressive aura. "Kudos to the one who wants to play hero. You don't even know who I am and you dare open your mouth to challenge me?" Taking the full brunt of the aura, the black-haired male student beside Tang Chi panicked internally. Damn it, this guy has peak third-tier strength, on par with the mentors. A few bystanders murmured as they recognized them. That uniform belongs to Bai Shan Ability University, I think. Spot on, that guy in white is their vice-captain Qi Liang. Is a brawl going to break out right here?" Tang Chi began to turn pale with worry, gently pulling her friend's arm. "Let's step back. It's not worth arguing with this kind of street thug." Qi Liang's companions were also apprehensive and spoke up to dissuade him. "Qi Liang, cool it. We're here to compete. Don't cause a scene. If this blows up, it'll ruin the whole school's reputation." Qi Liang pointed his finger straight at Tang Chi's group, threatening arrogantly. "If I weren't stuck with the tournament schedule, I would have skinned you all alive long ago. And you, brat, lagging at the upper level of peak first tier, and you want to play the protector for a girl. You don't even have the right to lick my shoes. I spit on you." After saying that, he spat a wad of saliva onto the floor in contempt, then smugly turned around to leave. Unfortunately, as soon as he turned on his heel, he slammed face first into a tall, imposing man standing like a mountain right behind him. He frowned and looked up, and that wall of flesh was precisely the tough guy Su Jingming. He shot a gaze as sharp as a razor, coldly stating, "My friend isn't qualified. Then take a good look, am I myself qualified to talk to you?" Qi Liang was pressured by Su Jingming's chilling aura so much that his hair stood on end, his feet instinctively retreating backwards. Su Jingming smirked, "Keeping dead silent now, huh? Good boy." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hand and delivered a resounding slap that made Qi Liang see stars. This slap was enhanced by the Du Tian divine lightning, making its descending power absolutely terrifying. Taking the full force of this strike, Qi Liang instantly coughed up blood pouring from his nose and mouth, and a dozen teeth flew out and scattered everywhere. Not letting him off yet, Su Jingming grabbed Qi Liang's hair tightly and yanked it back. Next was a lightning-infused knee strike driven straight into his stomach, forcing him to vomit another puddle of fresh blood. Qi Liang went limp and flopped onto the ground, coughing and wheezing breathlessly. Only then did Su Jingming dust off his hands and stop the attack. Tang Chi's side finally snapped back to reality, happily rushing over and cheering, "Jingming, you're way too awesome." On the other side of the battle line, Qi Liang's two companions frantically helped him up. "Boss, try to stay still lest you break a bone. That demon is exactly Su Jingming, the notorious captain of Madu Ability University. We'll just have to grit our teeth and wait for our own boss to step up and handle this." In the corner of the crowd, a quick-handed young man held up his phone to livestream, loudly commenting, "Bros, come watch quick. The S-rank Superman of Madu Ability University is so fierce. Just a casual move, and he's already beaten Bai Shan team's vice-captain half to death." The girl from Qi Liang's team glared and questioned Su Jingming. "You from Madu Ability University, we didn't do anything to provoke you. Why did you beat our vice-captain to pulp for no reason?" Su Jingming jerked his chin toward Tang Chi's group, firmly retorting, "It's true that you didn't pick a fight with me, but unfortunately, you had the gall to mess with the friends accompanying me." Hearing this, Qi Liang was scared out of his wits, his whole body trembling violently as he cried, See cousin. Right at the climax, a large-framed young man hurriedly pushed through the crowd from inside and shouted, "Make way, what on earth is going on?" This guy was Jai Hui, the leader of the Bai Shan team. Jai Hui glared at his underlings and scolded, "I just went to handle the payment for a bit, and you guys have already turned the place upside down and caused such a huge mess." The pink-haired girl cried for help. "Captain, you've finally appeared." Jai Hui shot a sideways glance at Su Jingming, saying through gritted teeth, "Su Jingming of Madu, I know your reputation. It's clear my people were in the wrong first this time, but ultimately we're all contestants in the tournament. Being this ruthless is going a bit too far." Su Jingming raised an eyebrow, blinked, and threw a sarcastic jab back. "Oh, so you guys also have the face to compete for the trophy? How strange, which school's representative team just sprouted up?" Jai Hui was so furious he could spit blood, grinding his teeth in anger. "This is too much, beating my guy half to death and not even bothering to remember our school's name. This level of contempt is the absolute limit." His fury rising, he roared to assert dominance. "Look closely, I am Captain Jai Hui representing Bai Shan Ability University. According to the tournament rules, anyone who arbitrarily starts a fight will be stripped of their qualifications. If you don't bow down and apologize to our vice-captain immediately, don't blame me for blowing this up and reporting it to the Ministry of Education." Su Jingming smirked nonchalantly. "Want to sue? Please, brother, feel free to take your complaint to the authorities." Jai Hui choked on his words, his anger exploding further. "Very well, Su Jingming of Madu, consider yourself cruel, kid." Knowing he couldn't win the argument, he waved his hand, calling his disciples to drag Qi Liang up by the armpits, and muttered, "We're retreating." At this point, Tang Chi timidly clung to his arm and asked, "Jingming, causing such a huge ruckus, will it get you implicated?" Su Jingming brushed it off. "Rest assured, sister. Reason is on our side. Besides, the tournament doesn't have the time to disqualify our team based on some petty scuffle." On the other side, a member of Jai Hui's team sneaked a question. "Boss, are we really going to swallow this bitter pill? Are we really not going to tell on him?" Jai Hui whipped around and yelled, "Tell my ass. Earlier I was just raising my voice to scare him a bit. Madu Ability University is the golden seed of the tournament. There's no way the organizing committee would strip them of their right to compete so easily." He held his head, scratching his ears, and groaned. "Furthermore, this matter isn't closed yet. That guy Su Jingming definitely won't let us off easily." Qi Liang dragged his battered body along, wheezing in fear. "Boss, I'm already in such a tragic state and he still won't let it go. Is he planning to take personal revenge again?" Jai Hui shook his head vigorously. "No, I'm afraid he'll bring this whole basket of grudges up to the arena to vent his anger." The young man next to him nodded in agreement. "We're truly doomed." The female teammate also gasped and wailed. "It's hopeless. I guarantee we're going to be tortured miserably by the Madu Ability University crowd for sure." The male student turned to scold Qi Liang. "Damn it, is old Qi crazy? Why did he have to blindly jump straight into the gun barrel to provoke them?" Qi Liang's teeth chattered like a scorpion as he prayed. "God bless us, please keep the Madu Ability University team far away from us during the group stage draw." Jai Hui sighed and cleaned up the mess. "It wasn't easy for our team to squeeze into the top 10 strongest schools list. Wang Ming, you are Qi Liang's backup. If Qi Liang is bedridden tomorrow, you grab your blade and take his place on the field." Wang Ming hurriedly nodded. "Yes, Captain." Qi Liang slumped on the ground, mumbled, "Captain, is the situation really that desperate?" Jai Hui immediately snapped. "Only knowing fear now. Shut your mouth. Now we can only pray the Madu Ability University side shows some mercy." Back to Tang Chi, she waved her hand and suggested, "Jingming, let's get out of here." Su Jingming typed on his phone with one hand while saying, "Wait a moment, sister, I still have to stay to pick up another guest." Tang Chi asked curiously, Who else?" Su Jingming smiled brightly and showed off, "My girlfriend." The Tang Chi trio stood there dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock. Tang Chi rested her chin on her hand, guessing, "I'm so curious, I wonder what Jingming's girlfriend looks like." The girl accompanying them immediately replied, "I bet 10 to 1 she's definitely a long-legged beauty with heavenly looks." Just as she finished her sentence, the two ladies Song Qiu Yun and Bai Dong he strolled over. Song Qiu Yun happily ran ahead. Su Jingming smiled and introduced her right away. "She's here, my girlfriend Song Qiu Yun, and the bespectacled lady next to her is her roommate Bai Dong he." Song Qiu Yun skipped over, waving enthusiastically as she asked, "Brother Jingming, who are these people?" Su Jingming happily introduced them. "Let me introduce everyone, this is my cousin Tang Chi, Traveling with her are her close friends from Jiang Cheng, Zhou Ming Yang, and Meng Dai. Tang Qi also friendly waved her hand in greeting. Hello, everyone. After looking Song Q-yun up and down, Tang Qi exclaimed in admiration. Oh my, Miss Song is so gorgeous. Meng Dai chimed in proudly. See, I predicted she'd definitely be a long-legged beauty, and you guys didn't even want to believe me. Song Q-yun reached into her spatial storage and pulled out a few bottles of pills, sweet-talking smoothly. Hee, cousin is also a great beauty inferior to none. Inside here are some B-rank cultivation resources. They aren't worth much. Perhaps they'll be of a little help to cousin. Please gladly accept them. As a result, the three people in Tang Qi's group each snagged a bottle. Zhou Ming Yang's jaw dropped in shock. These B-rank resource items, how dare you call them not valuable? Taking them to the market would easily fetch at least 5 or 6 million yuan, no joke. Su Jingming laughed it off and interrupted. All right, anyway, our numbers are complete. Let's head to the hotel to drop off the luggage first. Where did Sister Qi manage to hunt down a room? I'll lead the way and take everyone there. Tang Qi obediently replied. Just around the high-speed rail station area, about a 1-kilometer walk from here. Su Jingming was slightly taken aback. Near the high-speed rail station? Then it's a hell of a long trek to the arena. Tang Qi sighed heavily. There was no other way. The tournament is too hot. The lodgings near the competition area were completely booked up ages ago. At this point, Song Q-yun smoothly chimed in. The station area is quite sketchy. Coincidentally, right next to the arena, I bought a few empty villas. If Sister Qi doesn't mind, you can bring your luggage and stay at my place. I guarantee commuting will be 100 times more convenient. Zhou Ming Yang got dizzy all over again, screaming internally. Good heavens, in this golden land of Qingsu City, a villa is worth millions, not to mention that having a bunch of money doesn't even guarantee the right to buy one. Just what kind of big shot is Brother Ming's girlfriend? Her background feels incredibly terrifying. Hearing this, Tang Qi was too embarrassed to refuse, shyly replying, Then we'll have to trouble you. Song Q-yun smiled as bright as a flower. Oh please, Brother Jingming's cousin is like my own biological sister. Helping out a little like this is no trouble at all. Right after saying that, she immediately grabbed her phone and called. Uncle Hua, please have everyone drive the cars over here for a trip. Just a moment later, a fleet of dazzlingly ultra-luxury cars appeared out of nowhere. The old butler and a squad of bodyguards stepped out, lining up neatly and shouting, Greetings, eldest miss. Zhou Ming Yang experienced yet another heavy shock. My God, even the lowly driver position is filled entirely with peak third-tier ability masters. Meng Dai next to him also dropped his jaw. These 4 big bros, randomly plucking one and tossing him back to Jiang Cheng would be enough to dominate an entire region, right? Song Q-yun smiled and urged, All right, everyone stop standing there looking dumbfounded. Sister Qi, hurry and get in the car, the fleet will take us straight to where we need to be. Tang Qi awkwardly stepped in. All right. And so the whole group got into the cars one by one and started rolling. Sitting comfortably in the car, Song Q-yun nudged Su Jingming's shoulder and probed. So, was my acting performance just now smooth? Su Jingming looked at her, pouted, and replied. It was pretty convincing, but mobilizing a whole legion to fly over from Sichuan takes a lot of effort. You're forbidden from putting on such a flashy show next time. Song Q-yun bared her teeth to defend herself. How unfair, these troops are actually stationed right here in Qingsu City. I just conveniently whistled to call them out to make the pickup look a bit grand. Su Jingming frowned in confusion. Wait, isn't your family's main headquarters located right next to the number 7 demon lair? Song Q-yun scooted closer, hugging Su Jingming's arm tightly and whispering, The number 7 demon lair is just the main base where we raise our troops. Scattered around the other major demon lairs, the Song family has already planted roots and stakes everywhere. Su Jingming raised his hands in surrender, cutting her off. All right, the network of a Grandmaster clan is truly terrifying beyond measure. Shifting the scene to the first day of the fiery tournament. Around the hall area, security helicopters hovered in circles to maintain strict public order. Hang Chi's group was also obediently sitting in the grandstands by now. She marveled. I never expected that heavyweight factions like the Thunder Martial Arts Center, Violent Bear Martial Arts Center, Extreme Curse Guild, and Radiant Light Legion would all dispatch 7th-tier grandmasters to bring troops here to watch. Song Q-yun beside her analyzed accurately. This is the most lucrative hunting ground for talent. Of course, they would never willingly miss such a good opportunity. Right at that moment, clusters of fireworks exploded with a bang, illuminating the sky brilliantly to celebrate the opening. The host announced loudly, Welcome, everyone. who traveled far and wide to participate in this year's National University Exchange Tournament. I am MC Feng Mo. Before the opening whistle blows, I would like to briefly call out the names of the 10 representative university teams that have advanced to the inner rounds. First heavy favorite, last year's defending champion, Qingjing Ability University. Right then, the Qingjing Ability University Legion, led by Wang Qi, marched out majestically. The audience immediately went wild, screaming, "Qingjing Ability University! Qingjing Ability University is invincible!" MC Feng Mo on the stage strained his neck to announce again. Continuing the program is last year's runner-up, Madu Ability University. The Madu Legion also leisurely marched out. The crowd once again took the chance to shriek loudly, "Madu Ability University! Madu Ability University for the win!" Su Jingming at this moment smirked with absolute confidence, leading the formation with a mature demeanor. Feng Mo now pointed his mic and shouted, "The third team marching out promises to be." And so, one by one, the university factions revealed themselves, drawing countless rounds of applause and continuous screaming from the audience. A while later, the introductory phase was more or less done. The gangs had all checked in and obediently stood in their respective combat positions. Feng Mo continued to raise his voice to introduce, and capping off the list was the mysterious factor named the Bai Shan representative team. Enemies often cross paths on narrow roads. This was exactly the group that had a bit of friction with Su Jingming not too long ago, spearheaded by Jai Hui. The announcer Feng Mo clearly proclaimed the structure of this year's National University Tournament. The program will consist of 3 core competition segments: team combat, individual duels, and survival skills. Among them, the 2 categories of team and individual will kick off first. Right now, I would like to reveal the series of incredibly enticing rewards. Collective that claims the crown in the team bracket will be honored with S-rank combat suits tailor-made for each individual. The king of the individual bracket will walk away with an enormous spatial combat ring with a capacity of up to 30 cubic meters. As for the sole survivor in the survival category, they will bring home a 6th-grade protective amulet excavated from ancient civilization ruins, possessing defense as solid as a boulder. The entire stadium instantly erupted into gasps of awe. "Oh my God, S-rank equipment, and they're handing out 1 set per person like wholesale goods. What kind of fiction is this? The organizing committee is playing too big this year. The schools are definitely going to tear each other to shreds this time." Standing submerged in the crowd, Su Jingming slightly twitched the corner of his lips, secretly smiling in triumph. "It's exactly like finding a pillow when you're sleepy. These are all the treasures I've been thirsting for." On the high podium, Feng Mo again clearly explained the rules. The opening will be the team group stage in a round-robin format. Each school will have to successively face off against the other 9 opponents, with a schedule of 5 matches per day, lasting continuously for 9 days and nights. And without making you wait any longer, the opening match right now will be. The EVA system immediately flashed, and glowing red text appeared on the massive screen. Madu Ability University versus Bai Shan Ability University. Instantly, a transparent layer of energy wall rose up like a mountain, tightly enclosing the entire arena area. Feng Mo's face appeared on the projection screen again, his voice stern as he reminded, "In the event that any individual falls onto the borderline of life and death, the artificial intelligence system will automatically activate a protective membrane to save their life. Of course, that means that contestant will officially pack their bags and go home. Now then, please invite the heroes of both sides to step onto the stage of glory." The audience began to murmur and dissect the match. Wow, getting to see Madu Ability University dispatch their generals in the very first match, what a high-quality appetizer. Rumor has it that their batch this year has a rookie possessing an S-rank ability. I wonder how his real combat is. Oh please, I bet it's just average, lagging at the upper level of the 3rd tier. What can he even do? At this time, the Madu Ability University team had already unhurriedly stepped into the competition area. Kang Shi flashed a radiant smile, speaking up excitedly. Well, our first unboxed opponent is our friends from Bai Shan. Looks like our luck today is explosive." On the opposite side, Qi Liang's face was deathly pale as he trembled and begged, "Captain, can I fall back to the substitute bench and give my spot to someone else?" Jai Hui immediately furrowed his brows and coldly brushed him off. "In your dreams, we've shed so much sweat on the training ground. Even if we have to eat dirt, we still have to hold our heads high and fight." Wang Ming slapped his thigh in agreement. "Totally right, losing is one thing, but we can't throw away our pride." A female student on the team also nodded strongly. "Exactly. "Captain, lead the brothers into the ring." Qi Liang's face looked as dejected as a deflated balloon, resigning to his fate with a sigh. "Fine, I'll go up." Saying that, the whole group dragged themselves up onto the arena. On the other side of the bridge, Su Jingming's squad had also finished getting into formation. He was currently standing tall right next to Kangxi. Crowd below continued to passionately comment, "Oh look, that Yaofang from Madu has actually broken through to the mid-level of the 4th tier. So their lineup has 2 mid-level 4th tiers, 2 lower-level 4th tiers, sandwiched with 1 upper-level 3rd tier. Tusk, the Baishan faction is facing more danger than luck this time. 1 mid-level 4th tier guy struggling to carry 4 dead weights at peak 3rd tier. It's the classic script of a master breaking his back carrying the team." The referee's voice echoed out, cutting through all the discussions. 3, 2, 1, let the match begin. From behind, Yao Feng softly asked, "Captain, what formation are we using for this round?" Freezing arcs of Duotian divine thunder flashed through Su Jingming's eyes as he casually replied, "To clean up this bunch." No need to overcomplicate things. Dropping a short sentence, he single-handedly grabbed his spear and dashed straight into the enemy's formation. The whole stadium was left dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Did Madu's proud S-grade just throw himself out of the formation? Has this kid always been this arrogant? Isn't doing this like delivering meat to a tiger's mouth? It's obvious he's definitely going to get eliminated. Seeing their opponent isolate himself, Jai Hui's group instantly became highly excited. Jai Hui shouted his commands, "Su Jingming is going solo, brothers. Our chance is here. Qi Liang Ma Long, follow me and let's mince him. Old Li, Old Wang, you two step back to provide long-range magic and healing support charge." As soon as he finished speaking, Jai Hui immediately erupted with power for a preemptive strike. His skills surged, unleashing rolling, flesh-cutting tornadoes that swept forward. In the high seats, a few figures couldn't hide their astonishment. "Oh my god, the S-grade wind ultimate dimensional wind blade. These Baishan kids are playing dirty right off the bat. You're stating the obvious, it was that kid Su Jingming who arrogantly wanted to show off solo. Of course, they'd focus their burst damage to send him to the bench first, who told him to act tough." On the arena, Su Jingming charged valiantly with his long spear in hand. Streaks of Duotian divine thunder intertwined into a solid lightning armor that completely enveloped his body, directly crushing the Baishan team's stormy assault into dust. The keyboard warriors in the stands who were just sneering had their jaws drop straight to the floor. "Oh mother, he actually blocked that. Is the power of an S-grade lightning ability really this magical? This is way too overpowered. One man blocking an entire team." Member of the Qingjing lineup frowned and asked Su Ping uneasily, "On the outside it clearly looks like a normal elemental shield. How the hell did it neutralize the damage from an S-grade combat skill?" Su Ping thoughtfully analyzed, "The secret lies in his proficiency with the liquid condensation state." The other person immediately widened his eyes. Liquid condensation. Isn't that kid just warming the benches in his first year? Su Ping withdrew his gaze, silently marveling in his heart. To master an ability to such a profound level, this kid's future is truly immeasurably brilliant. Back in the ring, Jai Hui rushed forward madly with towering rage, roaring, "Su Jingming, if you had obediently formed up with your teammates, I might have had to surrender. But you chose to be arrogant and play the lone hero, so when you end up in a body bag later, don't blame me for being ruthless." Right after his warning, he tensed up and swung his heavy sword down, activating his mighty ultimate skill, Berserk Slash. Facing the lethal blow, Su Jingming only gave a faint smile. He gripped his spear tightly, standing as unshakable as a mountain without changing his expression. The razor-sharp spear slowly thrust forward, and with a parry as light as a feather, it easily locked down the brutal power of Berserk Slash. The moment the two weapons clashed, a terrifying shockwave explosion erupted, sweeping away everything around them. In just a blink of an eye, Jai Hui's precious sword was knocked out of his hand by the impact, flying far away into the distance. He was scared out of his wits, his panicked eyes looking at his empty hands as he stuttered to himself, "How the hell could this happen?" Seizing the opportunity, the other members of the Baishan team roared and swung their fists to support him, while Qi Liang quick-wittedly slipped behind Su Jingming to create a pincer attack. The corners of Su Jingming's lips curled up again into a provocative smirk. The Duotian divine thunder power radiating around him swelled violently, twisting together into a dense, electromagnetic web. He lazily waved his hand. Instantly, the frantic lightning violently pounced on the two enemies who just closed in, striking them pitch black before they could even struggle for a second. Boom, 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 a series of explosive sounds echoed right behind him. Ignoring the thick smoke, Su Jingming elegantly took slow steps, pressing close to the remaining little lambs of the Beishan team. Next, without even blinking, he directly activated his ultimate skill, Thunder Prison. A streak of devotion, divine thunder roared forward like an unleashed beast, grabbing straight onto the last two trembling figures who had eyes full of extreme panic. Countless arcs of lightning intertwined tightly, erecting an electromagnetic cage that locked the prey in. Right after, the high-voltage current mercilessly pierced their flesh, forcing them to let out tragic, ear-piercing screams. The gossip lovers in the stands burst into an uproar again. I really thought Su Jingming was tired of living. Turns out I was the clown all along. With just one spear strike, he disarmed Beishan's captain, and with a little burst of his ability, he sent those two guys packing. Just where is this guy's power limit? Oh my lord, is there any skill in this world more surreal than this? After flawlessly wiping out the Beishan lineup, Su Jingming carried his spear and muttered to himself. It seems these peak Tier 3 ability users are still just small fry, way too weak. In another development, Kangxi and Shen Dongling were sprinting frantically towards Jaihui. Shen Dongling complained between tears and laughter, "Captain, please hold back your power a bit. If you hog all the spotlight, how are we supposed to show off?" Saying that, the two of them punched and kicked with perfect coordination, beating the poor Jaihui to a pulp, leaving him with no choice but to hold his head and scream in terror, "Ah ah." Fresh blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes rolled back, becoming dull and pale. Feng Mo put all his energy into shouting over the mic. The entire lineup of Beishan Supernatural University has officially been wiped out and lost combat capability. The victory for this year's opening team match goes to Madu Supernatural University. The whole stadium erupted in cheers again. Good lord, winning like this is a walk in the park. Gotta admit, the skill gap is like heaven and earth. If you timed this whole clash, it probably didn't even last 30 seconds. Nobody would dare believe a script like this. The crowd sitting right behind Su Ping couldn't hide their shock mixed with doubt. Weird, can the power of an S-grade ability really be this earth-shattering? It's strong for sure, but Su Jingming was supposed to have Zixio Divine Thunder. Why did the color of that lightning just now look a bit off? Su Ping. Su Ping spoke slowly, his eyes flashing with sharpness. With this kind of terrifying destructive power, you could beat me to death, and I still wouldn't believe it's just at a normal S-grade level. He turned and whispered to Dean Liu, "Have you ordered the AI to rescan Su Jingming's ability rank?" The man respectfully nodded, "Yes, the data regarding the lightning wave source, energy burst level, and intensity index have all been recorded. The system is currently analyzing the core nature of his ability." Suddenly, the central control panel lit up, accompanied by loud, echoing beep-beep warnings. Dean Liu's eyes widened, his voice trembling from the shock. "The report is out. The type of ability Su Jingming wields is indeed called Duotian Divine Thunder, and its evaluation level has shot straight up to the SS grade threshold." Su Ping shuddered, cold sweat breaking out and wetting his forehead, his inner thoughts surging like violent waves to think. A living, breathing SS grade monster has appeared. Took a deep breath and turned around, exclaiming in awe, "On this entire blue star with a population of tens of billions, we have to wait 10, sometimes even 20 years just to produce an SS-grade seed. Just how the hell did that kid Su Jingming evolve to that realm? This matter is truly far beyond human imagination." No wonder it even alarmed the councilman. "Principal Ling, I have to admit your faction's information concealment work is incredibly airtight." Ling Shuang remained expressionless and replied blandly, "You flatter me. Doing so was just to let Su Jingming grow up in peace." Su Ping let out a long, hollow breath and nodded in agreement. "You have a point. This time, those foreign factions will probably be scared shitless." Right after, he patted Dean Liu's shoulder and asked, "Hey Dean Liu, when is our team's turn to fight?" Dean Liu shook his head slightly. "Our school isn't on today's schedule. We have to wait until early tomorrow morning for our team to fire their first shot." Su Ping curled his lips into a satisfied smile. "Excellent. Please pass the word for Wang Qi's group to head straight to the villa. I need to hold an internal meeting with the kids." Right next to them, Ling Shuang stood as still as a statue, completely devoid of emotion. In truth, she was secretly sneering in her heart. These old geezers from Qingjing Supernatural University are probably planning to target Su Jingming and redraw their tactics. What a pity that no matter what tricks you rack your brains to come up with, your chances of winning will always be zero. Back at the rest area, Yang Zhentian laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the room. "Outstanding work, kids. The opening match was so smooth, cleaned up neatly without a single wasted movement. Brother Guan stood nearby, chuckling playfully. "We've been wronged, coach." Before we could even warm up our muscles, the captain took the all-inclusive package and cleaned everything up. Yang Zhentian stroked his chin and analyzed. "To be fair, Beishan Supernatural University's level is a bit green. But don't get cocky. Tomorrow's opponent, Suhang Supernatural University, is a veteran team that once comfortably sat in the top 4. Tonight, everyone gather at my villa. I will personally review the tapes to brief you on their strength." Su Jingming nodded calmly. "Understood, coach." Suddenly remembering something, Yang Zhentian snapped his fingers. "Oh, almost forgot, the registration portal for the solo category is open. Who here wants to test their skills in the individual arena?" Kangxi eagerly volunteered. "Sign me up for a spot." Su Jingming also replied nonchalantly, "I'll join too." Shen Dongling hurriedly raised her hand. "Hi, me too, don't leave me out." Yang Zhentian finalized with satisfaction. "Approved. I'll take your registration forms and submit them to the organizing committee shortly." At that exact moment, Ling Shuang's figure quietly appeared right behind the coach. She called out in a calm voice, "Su Jingming, follow me over here for a moment." Su Jingming flinched slightly, turning his head with a bit of curiosity to look at the woman. Soon as the student approached, she got straight to the point without beating around the bush. "The management of Qingjing Supernatural University has already scanned your SS grade level. This news will quickly be sniffed out by other major powers, and in just a blink of an eye, the whole blue star will be shaken. If you face any difficulties or need backup, don't hesitate to ask." Su Jingming's eyes went wide with surprise as he blurted out, "The spread speed is that crazy?" Ling Shuang cast him a gaze as steady as a mountain. "Just cast your worries aside. With me here, no one will dare to touch a single hair on your head." Saying that, the corners of her lips gently bloomed into a radiant and breathtakingly captivating smile. Shen Dongling's group peeking from afar almost dropped their eyeballs. "Oh my lord, the iceberg Principal Ling actually knows how to smile." Yao Fang nudged and whispered, "Hey, why do I get the feeling that Principal Ling is treating our captain way too gently?" Shen Dongling side-eyed him, stating the obvious. "If you had an SS grade ability in your hands, Principal Ling would treat you like a fragile egg too, my boy." Kangxi, standing next to them, clicked his tongue and sighed. "You guys really have no fear with those mouths. With this distance, do you two naive fools really believe Principal Ling is deaf?" Shen Dongling instantly froze like a sandstone statue, while Yao Fang turned pale as a sheet and whimpered, "Oh right, I'm screwed." Ling Shuang swept her eyes over the gossiping students, secretly planning in her head, "These kids sure have some nerve, daring to gather and gossip behind their leader's back. It seems that after the tournament concludes, I'll have to ask Dean Yang to gift them a few extra hellish training courses." Accompanied by that thought was a glare as sharp as a razor aimed straight at Yao Fang's group, making the poor sapling shiver uncontrollably before the wind even blew. At the same time, inside the grounds of Su Ping's villa, waiting for Wang Qi's group to fully assemble, he hastily began, "How do you guys evaluate Su Jingming's power limit?" Wang Qi spoke up thoughtfully. "Su Jingming's innate talent is indeed extremely outstanding, and his explosive combat power is quite formidable. But the key point that creates the gap is that he possesses an S-grade ability." Su Ping nodded heavily. "Decent analysis. Wang Qi has hit the nail on the head. No matter how high the skill level is, it must bow to the core nature of the ability. However, according to the confidential report I just received, Su Jingming's power didn't stop at the S-grade. It has broken through the barrier to reach the SS grade threshold." Upon hearing this, the whole group of students felt like they were struck by lightning, shouting in panic, "An SS grade ability? Are you kidding? Wasn't Su Jingming's ability profile evaluated ages ago? How the hell could there be such a disastrous mix-up? Or did our school's scanning system glitch out today?" Su Ping rubbed his chin lightly, analyzing deeply. "The measurement equipment is working perfectly. Though it's unclear how it came about, Su Jingming's ability has truly transformed. It's highly likely that this breakthrough occurred during his recent field trip." Person standing nearby exclaimed in shock, "You mean the time he was ambushed and assassinated by the Tiananmen group?" Wang Qi couldn't hide his amazement either. "I've only heard rumors that the line between life and death helps humans burst forth with combat power, but I've never seen anyone jump an entire ability tier like that." The person next to him nodded in agreement. "Exactly, and jumping straight from S to SS. It's truly unbelievable to the point of absurdity." A male student stepped forward from the back to chime in. "If that's the truth, then Su Jingming's glorious achievements at Madu Supernatural University aren't just rumors, which means he really did single-handedly slaughter dozens of Tier 4 monsters." Wang Qi clenched his fists, secretly telling himself that this guy is truly a rare monster. If given another year to polish himself, he absolutely wouldn't stand a chance against him. But luckily, this year the opponent is just a rookie. He believes he still has enough strength to crush him. Su Ping patted Wang Qi's shoulder lightly, comforting him. That's right, it's a blessing for our Qingjing Supernatural University that we still have you as our pillar this year. Wang Qi let out a heavy sigh. Unfortunately, I'll be graduating next year. Su Ping turned and walked away, clicking his tongue. Squeeze out as many years as we can. Dean Liu has already started completely overhauling our tactics. Wang Qi nodded. I understand. At the same time, a principal who had just finished reading the report couldn't help but exclaim in shock, good heavens, Su Jingming's ability didn't stop at S, but is at the SS grade. Immediately draft up a new response plan at the Thunder Dojo and quickly contact headquarters to see if we need to change our recruitment strategies. At the Violent Bear Dojo, a decisive order was issued to recruit Su Jingming at all costs. The staff member receiving the order replied loudly, understood. In another development, an officer frantically ran in to report, sir, an SS-grade awakened prodigy has suddenly appeared in our Daxia this year. The commander turned around, his eyes sharp, leaked the news to the media immediately. I want all the nations on this blue star to carve into their bones that Daxia has an SS-grade talent. Because of this, newspapers everywhere were flooded with shocking information about Su Jingming. After 23 long years, Daxia has welcomed a new SS-grade ability legend, student Su Jingming from Madu Supernatural University, wielding the ultimate skill duotion Divine Thunder. An SS-grade prodigy has descended. Daxia will certainly enter a golden era. Shifting the scene to a quiet corner, two figures were leisurely playing chess. One of them was Liu Yushan, a Tier 9 master. A subordinate stepped up softly to report, Second Lord Wang Jun, the news of Su Jingming possessing SS-grade power has already climbed straight to the top of social media search trends. It seems foreign factions are intentionally adding fuel to the fire. Should we step in to cool down the public opinion? The white-haired old man snorted softly with sheer disdain. HMPH, just some petty tricks from foreigners to stir up trouble. Let them be. There's no need to pay any attention. This old man was the renowned Councilman Tianqing. Wang Jun added leisurely, with Daxia's foundation, we aren't so useless that we can't protect an SS-grade seedling. Saying that, he turned to look at Liu Yushan. Zio Liu, you bumped into Su Jingming when you went down to Demonic Cave number 7 last time, who is currently assigned to protect the kid. Liu Yushan replied respectfully, it's the vice principal of Madu Supernatural University, Ling Shuang. Wang Jun raised his eyebrows, thoroughly amused. Is that the little girl from the Thunder Dojo with the S-grade spatial ability? Is she still clinging to Madu Supernatural University? Liu Yushan smiled bitterly. That's right. She didn't dare mess with that big shot from the Li family, so she had to seek refuge at Madu Supernatural University. Climbing up to mid-tier 8 in 3 years without resources from the Thunder Dojo is quite impressive in itself. Wang Jun stroked his beard and sighed, this girl's stubbornness is truly incurable. She treats the fortuitous encounters that normal people beg for like the plague, but having her as a bodyguard puts my mind completely at ease. Checkmate, the old man placed his piece right as he finished speaking, making Liu Yushan jump in surprise. At exactly 2 in the afternoon at the arena, Feng Mo stood on the high platform and announced with a fiery voice, next on the agenda is the individual competition. A total of 64 warriors from 10 universities have registered. This afternoon we will find the top 32 outstanding faces. Now, please invite the AI Eva to draw lots and pair up the 32 matches. The system Eva immediately scanned the data and displayed the list. Kangxi looked up at the screen and said excitedly, I'm up in the 6th round, facing a representative from Suheng Supernatural University. This is a perfect chance to probe their strength for tomorrow's team match. Shen Dongling also chimed in, I fell into match 12. My opponent is just a reserve from Beishan Supernatural University. Su Jingming smirked slightly, I'm opening up early in match number 3. My opponent is Zhou Kao from Jincheng Supernatural University. After finalizing the match bracket, Feng Mo's voice echoed again. The individual category will have 4 matches per round. Right now, the first round officially begins. Immediately, Su Jingming shouldered his spear and stepped onto the arena with a relaxed demeanor. Below the stage, the crowd erupted. Su Jingming is fighting right in the first round. This is awesome. Thunder Emperor to victory. Go Madu Supernatural University, Go Thunder Emperor. Facing his idol, the blue-haired youth Jokeo was sweating bullets, his face clearly showing tension. He muttered to himself, "Why am I so unlucky to bump into Madu Supernatural University's Su Jingming? But who knows, what if I manage to turn the tables? Defeating an SS grade would make my reputation skyrocket." The countdown timer sounded, 3, 2, 1 fight. Jokeo immediately sealed himself in a defensive stance, fierce winds howling wildly. With just a stomp of his foot, he rocketed up into the sky. Su Jingming raised his eyebrow in surprise, thinking to himself, "Wow, he already has flight capabilities at such a young age. As expected, you can't underestimate any opponent." Hovering high up, Jokeo regained his confidence and laughed triumphantly. "Su Jingming, you didn't see this coming, did you? This young master knows how to fly. Unless I drain all my stamina, don't even dream of touching a single hair on my head." Saying that, he continuously unleashed the wind blade slash skill downwards. Su Jingming dodged back and forth, avoiding the razor-sharp wind blades. He looked up at his flying opponent, calculating in his head, "My maximum jumping height is 32 meters, and that guy is hovering at 70 meters. Even if I jump, I won't reach him. At this distance, it'll be hard to land a hit with Thunder's spear. If only there was some attractive force to pin his speed down, that would be perfect." Watching the match, the audience gossiped among themselves. Using flying tricks in an arena fight is really playing dirty. But no matter how arrogant he is, he'll still eat dirt. In 20 minutes when the energy zone shrinks, he'll be crying. Exactly, this trick is just to stall for time. Su Jingming was racking his brain at this moment. Running around taking hits like this is absolutely not my style. He stopped, stood up straight, and summoned the Duotian Divine Thunder to envelop his entire body. Seeing this, Jokeo burst out laughing. "Su Jingming, it's useless. I'm gliding at over 75 meters per second. Even if your lightning chases me to the next life, it won't hit." Su Jingming smirked and replied calmly, "Oh, you think knowing how to fly makes you a big deal? Facing my thunderstorm tempest, even if you were a fighter jet, I'd still drag you down by the neck." He pointed his hand straight to the sky, and massive bolts of blinding lightning shot upward, interweaving like a spider web and covering the entire arena's airspace. The terrifying power of the move made the entire audience's hearts leap in horror. The lightning began to tightly wrap around Jokeo, and he frantically struggled to climb higher, beads of sweat pouring down his face. Screaming internally, "I'm screwed. I need to get out of here fast." Down below, Su Jingming had already summoned his thunder spear and held it firmly. He got into a throwing stance and coldly declared, "Your flying ability is somewhat decent, but it's your bad luck that you bumped into me." Jokeo looked down with terrified eyes, his face distorted with panic and anger. Su Jingming swung his arm, and the thunder spear tore through the wind at a terrifying speed. Midair, Jokeo hastily threw up a wind god shield, clinging to the slim hope of blocking this fatal blow. The moment the two powers collided, in the blink of an eye, the wind shield shattered like glass. Su Jingming's thunder spear drove straight through, piercing Jokeo's body. His body fell like a bird with broken wings, crashing straight onto the arena floor, blood splattering everywhere. Feng Mo announced loudly, at arena number 3, "Jokeo is completely unconscious. Su Jingming wins by an overwhelming margin." The crowd in the stands erupted in excitement once again. "Oh my god, that was badass. One-hit kill. Creating such a massive explosion bare-handed, it's truly surreal. That's exactly why the title Thunder Emperor isn't just for show." On the other side of the stands, a female player from the Qingjing team marveled. "I thought that Jokeo flying up there could hold out for a bit. Who knew he'd still get minced in a single note?" Su Ping analyzed, "But through this, you can also see how refined and sharp his control over his ability really is." Wang Qi clenched his fists, his aura burning fiercely. "It's almost my turn to show off." As soon as he stepped onto the stage, his hands immediately turned into giant boulders. And with just a single punch, he sent his opponent flying out of the ring. The system's voice rang out, "Wang Qi takes the win." The audience instantly cheered loudly, "Wang Qi, Wang Qi, Wang Qi." In the stands, Shen Dongling nudged him, "Wang Qi is throwing a provocative look your way." Su Jingming smiled faintly, "Calm down, he's nowhere near qualified to be my opponent." Just then, teacher Yang Zhentian walked over and called out, "Su Jingming, the Thunder Dojo, Violent Bear Dojo, Radiant Light Legion, and Extreme Mantra Guild, those big shots asked me to pass on the message that they want to meet you." Are you interested in sitting down to chat with them? Su Jingming was decisive. Please politely decline all of them for me. Yang Zhentian nodded. All right, I guessed you'd react like that. Yao Fang stood nearby, scratching his head in confusion. Captain, why don't you go feel out the situation a bit? Su Jingming shrugged. Because right now I absolutely have no need for their backing. Yao Fang put on a bewildered expression, completely failing to understand. Su Jingming chuckled inwardly. With the enhancement points from the Deep Blue system, plus the massive pool of resources from the school, right now he truly didn't care about the benefits from those outside factions. As night fell, Su Jingming walked alongside Song Q-yun, strolling down the street. When suddenly, a figure blocked their path. It was a beautiful foreign woman. She swept her eyes over Su Jingming and spoke in a soothing voice. Hello, Mr. Su. I represent the William family from Miguo to send you our warmest greetings. This girl was Erin. Su Jingming frowned and repeated greetings. Beside him, Song Q-yun's vigilance immediately flared up, hugging Su Jingming's arm tightly. Erin got straight to the point. I won't beat around the bush. As long as you agree to give up your Daxia citizenship and join the William family's embrace, we can grant you anything you desire, even the stars in the sky. Su Jingming's expression turned cold. You sure have an arrogant way of speaking. Erin maintained her commercial smile. Perhaps Mr. Su here doesn't fully grasp the potential of the William family. We possess 3 Tier 9 martial saints, hold 10 ancient civilization ruins in our hands, and a third of the council seats belong to our family members. Su Jingming's expression clearly showed shock. Song Q-yun's jaw also dropped. She thought to herself, having 3 martial saints as backing is indeed incredibly overpowered. Erin pressing her advantage. Once you join our ranks, let alone SS or SSS grade resources, even items far surpassing the SSS tier, we are more than capable of serving them to you on a silver platter. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes above SSS. Erin smiled mysteriously. Once Mr. Su here advances a few more tiers, you will naturally comprehend the vast sky above the SSS threshold. As for beautiful women, however many you need, we'll provide exactly that many. Hearing this, Song Q-yun's jealousy rushed to her brain, glaring at Erin with eyes as sharp as razors, subtly marking her territory. Erin was slightly flustered. I spoke a little too freely. I hope Madam here can forgive me. Saying that, she bowed deeply to show her remorse. Su Jingming dropped his words nonchalantly. I acknowledge the William family's goodwill, but I have absolutely no interest in betraying my homeland, and I never will in the future. You don't need to waste your effort following me anymore. Finishing his words, he pulled Song Q-yun along, walking straight past Erin. Erin looked at their fading backs, letting out a long sigh, thinking to herself, did I mess it up? Just then a voice called out in her earpiece, Erin, has the prey taken the bait? Erin clicked her tongue, not at all. He splashed a bucket of cold water right in my face. The person on the other end cursed in annoyance. How troublesome. Why are these Daxia people always so stubborn? Did you try using your mind manipulation ability on him? Erin replied, I didn't get the chance. An aura of a Tier 9 martial saint's spiritual pressure is radiating around him. The man asked again, then can we sneakily execute Plan B? Erin looked up at the sky and spotted Ling Shuang hovering right above her head. She clicked her tongue, impossible. The prey is being closely guarded 24/7 by a Tier 8 Grandmaster. There's no chance for an assassination. Ling Shuang's gaze shot down from above, full of murderous intent, locking firmly onto Erin. The man had no choice but to click his tongue. Looks like we're out of options, retreat. Erin nodded, understood, then she hung up and left. Moving on to the second competition day, the loudspeakers echoed once again. Continuing the program is the 4th match of the team round. Please give a round of applause to welcome Madu Supernatural University and Suhang Supernatural University to the stage. Su Jingming led his team onto the arena. On the opposite side, Suhang's lineup of elites had also taken their positions. The audience began to whisper. Suhang sat comfortably in the top 4 last year. This match will definitely force Su Jingming to show all his cards. Exactly, ranking right below the top 3 means their strength is no joke. Look, they're about to throw down. Feng Mo shouted loudly, 3-2-1 fight. What struck everyone's eyes was the sight of Su Jingming carrying his spear and dashing forward alone, leaving his teammates behind, exactly like the script from the previous match. The crowd in the stands dropped their jaws. Oh God, is Thunder Emperor pulling the same old trick? Fighting against Suhang and still underestimating the enemy like this. Isn't he a bit too overconfident? Seeing this eyesore, Su Heng's captain flared up. Su Jingming dropped the arrogance. We aren't some small fry like Beishan University. By his side, a blonde youth immediately unleashed the flowing violet gold thunder ultimate, a violet lightning snake blazing with purple electricity shot straight forward. Seeing this, Su Jingming smirked, playing with lightning too. But sorry, your stuff is way lower quality than mine. Duotian Divine Thunder instantly cloaked Su Jingming, lunging forward like a monster to bite onto the violet lightning snake. In just a flash, Su Jingming's lightning tore apart and completely swallowed the opponent's attack. The audience rubbed their eyes, unable to believe the truth. It swallowed the lightning snake whole. They can't even put a scratch on Su Jingming's defensive lightning layer. How are they supposed to fight like this? Is an SS-grade ability really this terrifying? The blonde young man turned around in a panic. Boss, what do we do now? The captain gritted his teeth. We're out of options. The only way is to gang up on him. We have to knock out Su Jingming at all costs. If we wait for Kangxi's group to charge in, we'll walk away with nothing. He turned back and roared his orders. Sun Fang buffed the lightning shield. Everyone charge. The whole team surged forward with burning fighting spirit. Su Jingming maintained his charging speed, just a few steps away from close combat. The layer of electricity surrounding Su Jingming just brushed past, and the Su Hang team's defensive shield instantly shattered like a soap bubble. The captain cried out in horror, "Oh my God!" Su Jingming braked abruptly and said casually, "Using abilities would be bullying you guys too much. Bring it on, let's see how good your hand-to-hand combat is." Hearing this, the captain became even more furious and roared, "Attack together and hack him to pieces." 5 members besieged Su Jingming from 5 directions. The long spear in Su Jingming's hands danced swiftly, so fast that only blurry afterimages could be seen. The Su Hang group absolutely didn't have a single chance to touch the hem of his clothes. The fans watching from above were sweating bullets. So fierce, it's 5 against 1, but it feels like a bunch of creeps fighting a boss. The most bitter part is that they're ganging up and still getting thrashed. Is Su Hang really this useless this year? This is surreal. Su Jingming swung his spear in an earth-shattering blow, smacking one guy right in the face and sending him flying far away. At this moment, Yao Fang's group finally came jogging over. "Captain, we're here for backup." The Su Hang captain looked back and thought in despair, "It's over." Wang Qi sat in the stands, crossing his arms in disdain. What a bunch of useless trash. How are they fighting that they can't even force Su Jingming to use an S-rank combat skill? Just a mere 3 minutes later, the entire Su Hang lineup was lying scattered all over the place. The system announced, "The 4th match has ended, victory belongs to Modu Ability University." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It's over. That was God-tier speed. Agreed, I didn't even get to process it. Thunder Emperor carried the team so hard, it feels like he could take them all on by himself. A certain student shouted loudly to clear their name. See that? It's not that our Bai Shan team is weak, it's just that Su Jingming from Modu Ability University is way out of their league. The 8th day of the National Tournament Series. The audience whispered to each other again, Modu Ability University clashing with Jin Cheng Ability University. The highly anticipated match is finally here. And it's the opening match too, definitely worth the hype, but I bet Jin Cheng is definitely the underdog. In the waiting room, Yang Zhentian instructed, "There are only the last 2 hurdles left. Later, send out the number 1 lineup for me. Jingming, in this match you are not allowed to underestimate the enemy or play the lone hero charging ahead, got it?" Su Jingming obediently nodded, "Yes, sir." Outside the arena, Feng Mo held the mic and shouted, "We respectfully invite Modu Ability University and Jin Cheng Ability University to step onto the stage of glory." The Jin Cheng lineup marched out imposingly. The captain directed his gaze at Su Jingming and declared, "Su Jingming of Modu Ability University, an SS-rank genius, I don't deny that your personal ability is terrifying." His name was Han Shan. He smirked and continued, "But that's only in singles. In a team fight, your side shouldn't even dream of having a 10% chance of winning." Su Jingming smiled gently. "If you want to know who will win or lose, actual combat will make it clear." Shen Dongling muttered a curse. "Are these guys having delusions of grandeur? Where did they get that ridiculous confidence?" Both sides moved into position, and the battle formation was clearly displayed on the electronic board. The audience began to murmur in confusion again. "Wait, what's going on?" Jin Cheng benched their 3 heavy hitters and replaced them with 3 substitutes, 2 healing supports and 3 poking marksmen. Is Jin Cheng planning to play hide and seek? How can they win? they'll get their heads blown off. In the VIP seating area, Principal Jiang Quan of Jin Cheng turned and smiled flirtatiously at Ling Shuang. Principal Ling, do you want to make a little bet to add some excitement to this match? Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow. What's the wager? He replied concisely, a portion of S-rank cultivation resources, let's see which side reaps the sweet fruit. Ling Shuang pretended to hesitate. Su Ping sitting behind her chuckled inwardly. Jin Cheng is quite bold, looks like there's a good show to watch. Ling Shuang smiled sharply. S-rank is too cheap, it has to be at least SS rank for me to play. Jiang Quan was startled. Isn't SS rank a bit too big of a gamble? Su Ping inwardly praised her. Ling Shuang is still as domineering as before. Even an 8th stage grandmaster would feel the pinch losing SS rank items. Ling Shuang finalized, if you want to play, bring out the SS rank gear, otherwise drop it. Jiang Quan gritted his teeth and waved his hand. If Principal Ling is that eager, then I will bet a portion of SS rank resources on Jin Cheng's victory. Su Ping glanced at Jiang Quan, inwardly evaluating that this old man was a true old fox. He wouldn't throw money around unless he was sure of winning. He definitely had some hidden trump card. It's lucky that our Qing Jing is fighting Jin Cheng tomorrow. Today we can just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight to gather intelligence. On the arena, the bell rang. 3, 2, 1, the battle begins. Immediately, the Jin Cheng team simultaneously unleashed their skills. A bright light of ability enveloped all their members, their aura blazing. Hanshan patted his chest proudly. Su Jingming, open your eyes wide and look. This is the SS rank ultimate skill that I spent 2 grueling years to master. Life Resonance. All incoming damage will be neutralized by 60%, and the rest will be shared equally among the whole team. Not to mention I also have an extremely strong healing support. This is an immortal shield. The crowd in the stands erupted in analysis. One shares damage, one pumps health. So this is the role of the 2 supports. They plan to hide in a turtle shell and poke until the opponent dies of exhaustion. This strategy is truly sinister. Yao Fang muttered, to think this guy comprehended an SS rank skill, something that even 5th or 6th stage users take forever to train. This is too absurd. Su Jingming ordered, Senior Yao test out their shield. Yao Fang nodded, leave it to me. He channeled his ability, and the freezing air condensed into massive blocks of ice. This was the A-rank Extreme Cold Ice Soul. After compressing the power, Yao Fang launched a barrage of razor-sharp ice spears at the opponent. The sharp ice pierced through Jin Cheng's shield. But upon touching their bodies, it instantly dissolved into mist. Hanshan brushed off his shoulder and sneered mockingly, are your elemental attacks just meant to tickle us? Why so weak? Do it again, we'll stand still and let you attack for another few dozen rounds. Shen Dongling gritted her teeth in anger. They even used 3 S-rank elemental defense skills on top of it. We're in big trouble. It truly is a perfect turtle shell. Kangxi rubbed his hands and proposed, how about I charge in for some close combat? Shen Dongling immediately shot it down. No good, the firepower from their 3 marksmen is too fierce. Su Jingming started to warm up, smiling dangerously. Since teacher Zhen Tian ordered so, we'll just have to use the number 1 lineup and give them a surprise. Su Jingming's hair suddenly grew longer. The Du Tian divine thunder erupted and coiled tightly around his body, his killing intent soaring to the sky. The audience above was terrified to the extreme. Oh my god, doesn't Thunder Emperor only use magic? How does he know how to transform too? This is definitely a super-tier combat skill. It looks horrifyingly berserk. Hanshan smiled faintly. Su Jingming, your lightning state does make you tankier, but don't even dream of breaking this armor. Stop hallucinating. Su Jingming replied coldly, you're a bit too overconfident. Senior Gu Wan, give me max buffs. Gu Wan nodded, understood. She immediately cast Spiritual Light Grace, and Su Jingming's power violently surged to a terrifying level. He raised one finger to the sky, channeling his ultimate skill Thunder God Finger. A massive hand sparkling with thunderous lightning crashed down from the dark clouds with a rumbling roar. Hanshan looked up, his eyes rolling back. He couldn't believe what was happening, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. A teammate trembled and asked, Boss, the pressure from that finger seems a bit wrong, doesn't it? Hanshan strained his neck and shouted, Don't panic, pour all your abilities into the shield, we can definitely block it. The whole group chanted in unison, understood. They desperately pumped energy into the shield. Hanshan roared, Life Tide. At that exact moment, the Thunder God Finger struck down. An earth-shattering explosion swept across the arena, obscuring everything in smoke and fire. The audience cried out in panic. What kind of brutal attack is that? The energy fluctuation is too savage. I thought a god was descending to punish sins. This is truly the power of a deity. Someone strained their eyes. Are they blown to pieces yet? There's too much smoke, I can't see anything. The dust settled, and Han Shan's gang, who were so arrogant just moments ago, were now lying completely flattened in a pile, blood pooling everywhere. Su Jingming stood tall, looking down from above, not bothering to utter a single word. The system immediately announced, the Jin Cheng team has been completely wiped out. Mo Ability University takes the final victory. Zhang Quan sat in the VIP seat, his face pale. Han Shan really lost. If he's this terrifying at just the third stage, how game-breaking will he be when he reaches the fourth stage? Ling Shuang smiled triumphantly. Principal Jiang, it seems our Mo Ability University has bagged the prize. Zhang Quan bitterly pulled out the treasure and handed it to Ling Shuang. This is the red flame spirit fruit. It belongs to you now. Ling Shuang happily accepted it. A treasure that helps upgrade fire-type abilities. I'll gladly accept it without standing on ceremony. Su Ping sitting behind chuckled in satisfaction. Tusk, Jiang Quan must be crying inside right now, but that thunder god finger attack from Su Jingming is truly overpowered. I must warn Wang Qi to be on high alert. Heaven truly favors Qing Jing, letting us sit back and relax while gathering intel. In the waiting room, Yang Zhentian smiled radiantly. Well done, for the final decisive battle tomorrow. If you defeat Qingjing Ability University, I will approve double course credits as your reward. Hearing this, the whole team cheered in delight. So awesome, we'll gather a fortune in resources before graduation this trip. Just then Ling Shuang walked in and waved. Su Jingming, come here, I need a word. She turned and walked to a secluded corner. Su Jingming approached, and Ling Shuang held out an elixir, a 6th grade origin return pill. This is an S-rank goodie, take it. Su Jingming was puzzled. Principal, what's the meaning of this? Ling Shuang smiled. Just now, I used an SS-rank item to bet with that old man from Jin Cheng on who would win. You helped me rake in the cash, consider this your commission. Su Jingming accepted it, inwardly marveling that they used SS-rank items as bait for betting. These 8th stage big shots are true high rollers, he replied politely. Then I thank you, Principal Ling. Yao Fang, peeking from afar, stared in astonishment. That's an S-rank item. Kang Shi beside him also gulped in jealousy. The principal really favors the captain, just walking over gets him an S-rank item. Shen Dongling smacked her lips. You don't say, I'm drooling too. Su Jingming boldly suggested at this moment. There are still matches in the later rounds. If it's convenient for Principal Ling, please make a bet for me too. No need for extravagant SS-rank items, an S-rank would satisfy me. Yao Fang's jaw dropped. Oh my god, he dares to ask the principal to gamble for him. The captain is truly brave. Ling Shuang didn't mind at all, nodding promptly. Okay. Then she turned and walked straight away. Su Jingming clasped his hands behind his back. Then I'll leave everything to Principal Ling. Yao Fang gave a thumbs up in admiration. The captain is simply the best of the best. That afternoon, the individual tournament continued. The loudspeaker echoed. The battle for the top 8 officially begins. Please welcome Sun Jai of Suhang Ability University to the arena. And his opponent was the heaviest favorite for the championship. The crowd screamed themselves hoarse. Thunder Emperor, Thunder Emperor, Thunder Emperor, Thunder Emperor. Feng Mo's voice rang out again. Su Jingming of Mo Ability University. Sun Jai gritted his teeth. Su Jingming, enemies on a narrow path. This time I definitely won't back down. Having said that, he took a fighting stance. Su Jingming smiled slightly. Your fighting spirit is pretty good. Hope you can keep this toughness up later. The warning bell rang. 3, 2, 1, begin. Su Jingming immediately unleashed his ultimate skill. Dutian Divine Thunder erupting, gripping his long spear and charging straight forward like a storm. Sun Jai was startled, so fast. He immediately transformed into his strongest beast form, the rank enhancement ability, Saber-toothed Giant Tiger. The two clashed fiercely, and Su Jingming had already closed in on Sun Jai at point-blank range. Sun Jai swung his sword and unleashed the tiger pounce slash. An illusion of a giant tiger roared and lunged forward. Su Jingming didn't flinch at all, smirking faintly. The long spear and sword clashed with sparks flying. Electrical sparks splattered everywhere, the deafening sound echoing and shaking the entire arena. The situation seemed evenly matched. But just a blink later, the terrifying power from Su Jingming's long spear erupted. Sun Jai's sword bent out of shape and then shattered to pieces. The spear tip, carrying 1,000 pounds of force, smashed right into his chest. Sun Jai let out a miserable roar, his body flying backward and doing several flips, gradually turning back into human form, then violently slamming into the barrier before finally stopping. Blood oozing from his mouth, his whole body twitching, he muttered, "Su Jingming's power is truly impossible to defend against, but at least this time I didn't run away." Then he passed out. Feng Mo immediately announced, "Congratulations to Su Jingming for excellently securing a spot in the top 8. The audience's jaws dropped again. Charging up and swinging his spear once puts him in a coffin, wiped out in the blink of an eye. Since when has there ever been such a horrifying stomp in the quarterfinals? Thunder Emperor is invincible, even Sun Jai's blade was bent into a loop. As expected, it's an unstoppable force. Feng Mo continued hosting. The third match of the individual round is about to take place. Please welcome Yao Fang of Mo Du Ability University and Wang Qi of Qing Jing Ability University to step onto the stage. Su Jingming patted his shoulder to encourage him. Do your best, snatch that ticket to the semifinals, senior. Yao Fang smiled wryly. Facing that monster Wang Qi, I wouldn't dare dream of reaching the top 4, but even in defeat, I must lose in a way that befits someone from Mo Du. When the two warriors took the field, thunderous cheers echoed. Stone Venerable, Ice Mountain, Ice Mountain. Wang Qi was bursting with confident aura, thinking to himself, finally a decent person to warm up my muscles with. Feng Mo shouted, "Let the battle begin." Wang Qi immediately donned a thick layer of stone armor. He declared loudly, "Su Jingming, don't think you're the only one with area of effect moves. I have these toys too." Su Jingming raised his eyebrows slightly. Another one walking the same path as me." On the stage, Wang Qi unleashed the absolute earth sandstorm. Massive tornadoes of earth and stone surged up, sweeping straight toward Yao Fang. Yao Fang quickly created an ice wall to block, nimbly jumping around to dodge the attacks. But suddenly, the sandstorm became more furious and dense, cutting off his retreat. Wang Qi tore through the wind, darting out from the eye of the storm, closing in on Yao Fang and unleashing thick earth slash, his arm turning into a giant stone broadsword chopping down mercilessly. Yao Fang put all his strength into erecting an ice shield, groaning inwardly, "I can't dodge this." Boom, an ear-piercing explosion rang out, dust and smoke filled the air, the ice shattered and mixed with the dirt and sand. Yao Fang completely lost consciousness. Feng Mo loudly congratulated, "Congratulations to Wang Qi for entering the top 8. The crowd erupted in astonishment again. Stone Venerable is amazing, crushing Ice Mountain in an instant. They are both from top universities. One Stone Venerable, one Thunder Emperor. This year's tournament suddenly produced two extraordinary monsters with the exact same style." Wang Qi looked up at the stands with an arrogant gaze. "Su Jingming, taking someone down in one note, I have more than enough power to do it too. I am really looking forward to a bloody battle with you in the finals tomorrow. You better show up." Kangxi felt his face burn with anger upon hearing the insolent tone, listened to his tone, acting as if the championship trophy is already safely in his pocket. Shen Dongling chimed in, "Ignore him. Today finalizes the top 4, tomorrow the captain will slap his face off." Only Su Jingming stood silently observing. An hour later, the results were announced. Congratulations to Su Jingming and Kangxi of Modu, along with Wang Qi and Zhou Taizhai of Qingjing, for advancing straight to the semifinals. Entering the day of the semifinal matches, Shen Dongling looked up at the VIP stands and jumped in surprise. "Oh my God, isn't that Vice Director Wu Yuan of the National Education Bureau? Did he personally come to watch the match too?" Gu Wan whispered. "That's not all, the Vice Corps Commander of Yanlong is also there." Shen Dongling clicked her tongue. "I remember last season had VIP guests too, but no figures of this caliber. They're probably here to scout our captain." At this, Gu Wan gasped, "All of them are bigwigs." From the VIP entrance, an elegant female figure slowly walked in, the corners of her lips holding a graceful smile, exuding the haughty demeanor of someone standing above 10,000 people. Feng Mo stepped forward and bowed respectfully to greet Pavilion Master Su. Seeing this, Su Jingming blankly nudged the person next to him, asking who she was. Shen Dongling exasperatedly explained that she was Su Qingli, the illustrious General Pavilion Master of the Thunder Martial Arts Pavilion. A 9th stage martial saint possessing the S-Rank, Jade Pure Divine Thunder Lightning type ability. Su Jingming scratched his head in confusion. remembering that the head of the Thunder Martial Arts Pavilion was a middle-aged uncle. Shen Dongling rolled her eyes and retorted that he was talking about the previous pavilion master Su Qiang, who went missing 4 years ago, and Lady Su Qingli had taken over long ago. The media had covered it extensively. Su Jingming smiled awkwardly, saying that back then he was busy studying in 9th grade and didn't care about worldly affairs. Shen Dongling facepalmed in despair, sighing at the generation gap. Right at that moment, Su Qingli's eyes were also sizing up Su Jingming. She lifted her chin and asked manager Su softly if he had hooked up with Mo Ability University yet and if he had spoken privately to that kid. Manager Su sighed, saying he had made an offer, but the boy's teacher Yang Zhentian was like a mother hen protecting her chick, blocking all invitations from various factions. He hurriedly added that he would brazen it out and try again later. If she personally stepped forward, success would be guaranteed. Su Qingli smirked lightly and said there was no need, just wait until the individual matches were over. She would go meet this treasure herself. Manager Su almost dropped his jaw, exclaiming in shock that she would personally intervene. He screamed internally, "Her ladyship is a lofty 9th-stage martial saint, lowering herself to poach a mere 3rd-stage student." Meanwhile, Su Qingli muttered her evaluation. This kid's bulging muscles far exceeded those of ordinary upper 3rd-stage users, and he exuded the dangerous aura of a fierce beast. His foundation was as solid as a rock, showing no signs of vanity from using level-boosting drugs, truly top-tier goods. On the martial arts stage, Feng Mo's crisp voice rang out, inviting everyone to watch semi-final 1. According to the draw, please welcome Su Jingming of Mo Ability University and Zhou Taizhai of Qingjing Ability University to the arena. As the two young men stepped onto the stage, the cheers were deafening like a broken nest, the crowd constantly chanting Thunder Emperor and Fist King. Zhou Taizhai smirked confidently, acting heroic. He clasped his hands and said he had studied Su Jingming thoroughly. Rumor has it that besides spear arts, his punches are also quite something. So today, let's try dropping the weapons and measuring our fists and kicks. The audience immediately burst into chaotic discussions, mocking him for being delusional to challenge Thunder Emperor to a fistfight. This kind of provocation was too cheap. He definitely knew he would lose if they used regular powers, which is why he pulled this trick. Unexpectedly, Su Jingming rubbed his nose, smiled genially, and replied that if he likes comparing fists, he'll indulge him to the end. The whole stadium was struck dumb with amazement, not expecting Thunder Emperor to nod in agreement. Everyone cried out to the heavens because their idol was about to capsize his own boat. Zhou Taizhai was also stunned, hesitantly asking again if he was being tricked. Su Jingming shrugged and said it's up to him whether to believe it or not. Zhou Taizhai was ecstatic inside, his heart blooming with joy as he declared he would trust him this once. He smugly thought to himself that he had been practicing boxing since age 7, 15 years of cultivation had him on the verge of Grandmaster rank. Challenging him to a fistfight was truly showing off before an expert. In the guest of honor seats, Dean Liu of Qingjing Ability University whispered into Yang Zhentian's ear, mocking that his student talks a big game, but if he fails in the semifinals due to overconfidence, both the championship and runner-up titles will fall into Qingjing's hands. Yang Zhentian took a sip of tea and sneered, advising old Liu to stop worrying over nothing because Su Jingming doesn't know the meaning of defeat. The system's timer rang, 3, 2, 1, begin. Zhou Taizhai leaped and transformed into a giant gorilla in the form of the giant strength demonic ape, pounding his chest majestically. And he launched like a rocket toward Su Jingming. The Modu student remained as calm as a cucumber, smiling. Zhou Taizhai unleashed an earth-shattering explosive punch. Su Jingming lightly dodged to the side and commented that the explosive power was good, but the speed was crawling like a turtle. Finishing his words, Su Jingming's fist, wrapped in blinding Dutian divine thunder, aimed straight for his opponent's stomach and smashed forward, saying he would show him what true fist power is. Unfortunately, Zhou Taizhai twisted his body and dodged, causing the punch to slam straight into the floor. The giant gorilla laughed triumphantly, asking how a nobody dares to compare fists with him. Is he courting death? Su Jingming smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, a massive lightning phantom sprouted from his back, swinging an uppercut right away. Before Zhou Taizhai could react, his chin caught the full force of the punch, his head snapping back with a painful grunt. He crashed to the ground, his head spinning, wondering what the hell just happened in his life. Su Jingming still stood there with a confident demeanor, smiling. Zhou Taizhai rubbed his eyes in panic. Did that phantom just beat me up? The Qingjing Ability University team held their heads in terror, curious about what kind of monster had sprouted behind Thunder Emperor. A clone or a lightning shadow that knows how to punch? A female student stammered, asking the principal what kind of magic that was. Su Ping's face darkened, grinding his teeth as he explained that it was the Lightning Shadow Body, an extremely rare A-rank lightning-type combat skill that creates a clone to fight alongside the user. Looking at his proficiency, it's probably only at the beginner level. The punch power is only 30% of the original. The girl almost fainted. 30%, and it already made Zhou Taizhai cough up blood. The stands erupted with questions on how Thunder Emperor, playing an elemental class, was so tough. He must have secretly trained in body-tempering combat skills. Zhou Taizhai realized the situation and pouted in disdain. So it's just the A-rank Lightning Shadow Body. Su Jingming mockingly asked, so what if you know, can you block it? Zhou Taizhai, furious, pounded his chest wildly like a poisoned chimpanzee, roaring in defense that it was due to a lack of intel. If it was a one-on-one duel, he wouldn't be afraid. He activated the combat skill Thunderous War Drum, adding an extra 20% power to his physique, and charged over with his fists. The power of this strike was much more brutal. Su Jingming didn't even bother to dodge, directly swinging his arm to punch straight. The two fists collided, creating shockwaves that flew everywhere. The outcome was still unclear. Only Zhou Taizhai was seen staring wide-eyed at Su Jingming, stammering in disbelief, questioning why his boxing arts had reached advanced proficiency. No, this was already at the Grandmaster realm. At this moment, the Dutian Divine Thunder had wrapped tightly around Zhou Taizhai, electrocuting him violently. Su Jingming winked and congratulated him for guessing right. The reward is a one-way ticket to elimination. Saying that, a Thunder Dragon fist hooked over. Zhou Taizhai twisted like a spiral, flipping several times in the air. Smashed his face against the protective glass enclosure, and slid down to the ground unconscious. Feng Mo held the mic and announced that Zhou Taizhai had lost consciousness, clapping to congratulate Su Jingming for winning the men's singles semifinal. The whole stadium cheered loud enough to shake the heavens, chanting Thunder Emperor is mighty, long live the Thunder Emperor. Su Jingming sighed on the stage, saying that this punch was a bit weak, making his expectations useless. The audience above chattered excitedly, marveling that Su Jingming mainly uses a spear but secretly hides Grandmaster boxing skills. It's truly unbelievable. The important thing is, if Zhou Taizhai hadn't run his mouth and challenged him to a bare-handed fight, who would have known? How many more trump cards is Thunder Emperor hiding? Yang Zhentian turned to glance at Dean Liu, mocking that the one with delusions of grandeur was his university student, not my disciple. Dean Liu turned purple with resentment, trying to save face by saying don't celebrate too early. Wang Qi is still there for the finals. You guys won't get to touch the championship trophy. Tossing out that sentence, he angrily turned back to his team's side. Bending down to check on Zhou Taizhai's injuries, he cried pitifully that it was just superficial scratches. Liu stroked his chin, concluding that this Su Jingming is truly insidious, instructing Wang Qi that if he defeats him later, to go a bit easy and not ruin his foundation. Wang Qi smiled brightly, replying that he understood and wouldn't be that cruel. But in his stomach, he was cursing inwardly. This is an exchange tournament, a death match. Moreover, the guy is an SS-rank ability user. If he heavily injures him, the bigwigs will deal with me. On the loudspeaker, Feng Mo announced again to prepare for semifinal 2 between Wang Qi of Qingjing and Kang Shi of Modu. 5 minutes passed, Kang Shi had collapsed. The announcement rang out congratulating Wang Qi for entering the finals. The decisive battle would take place in 1 hour. Su Jingming crossed his arms, observing, and secretly hoped Wang Qi wouldn't disappoint him. At the guest of honor seats, Ling Shuang smiled, rubbing her hands in anticipation of the clash between a true S-rank upper 4th stage talent and an SS-rank upper 3rd stage user. It would definitely attract a massive viewership. Sure enough, newspapers were flooded with images of this battle. Everyone placed their hopes on whether Modu would reclaim the throne or Qingjing would defend their crown. A 3rd stage fighting a 4th stage, who will take the cup. Television stations also broadcasted analyses on whether an SS-rank ability user could cross a major realm to defeat their opponent, running headlines that a 19-year-old reaching upper 3rd stage was truly absurd. Netizens debated enthusiastically because seeing an SS rank ability was a once-in-a-lifetime event, so they couldn't miss it. They wondered if Jing could defend their championship, praised Thunder Emperor as the biggest surprise of the tournament, and simultaneously raced to dig up his background profile. At home, Jiang Chuxuan looked at the screen, smiling sweetly and cheering for Jingming to do his best. Exactly 1 hour later, Feng Mo announced that without making the audience wait any longer, please welcome the individual finals match. Calling Wang Qi of Qingjing and Su Jingming of Mo to the stage. The moment Wang Qi showed his face, the fans screamed themselves hoarse, calling for Stone Venerable. When Su Jingming stepped out, the screams erupted even more, chanting Thunder Emperor. The two destined rivals glared daggers at each other on the stage. Wang Qi tossed his hair, warning Su Jingming that messing with him this year would end in regret. The glory must belong to Qingjing. Su Jingming shrugged and smiled faintly, replying, "Let's see if your skills are as big as that arrogant mouth of yours." The starting whistle blew. 3, 2, 1, begin. Su Jingming immediately activated Lightning Extreme State, his entire body erupting with power multiplied several times over. Wang Qi was not inferior in the slightest. Instantly activating Thick Earth Body, his arms and legs covered in a towering layer of dirt and stone. The two killing intents collided with a crash. The audience stared wide-eyed, doubting that this was a university student tournament, but rather a battle between fifth-stage ability users. It was hard to believe there was a freshman rookie competing. On the floor, Su Jingming hurled his lightning spear swiftly. Wang Qi laughed in contempt, mocking that his innate lightning was countered by his earth type. He raised 2 fingers, and a concrete wall sprouted from the dirt and stone, stopping the spear dead in its tracks. The collision created a massive explosion. Wang Qi rode the momentum, charged forward, and shouted that it was his turn. Immediately using explosive steps to dash over, his hand transformed into a giant boulder crashing down on his opponent's head. Followed by a sharp, thick earth slash chopping downward. Su Jingming calmly held his long spear firmly, using the lightning gale piercer to meet the attack. The two streams of moves clashed with sparks flying. Wang Qi was knocked backward. Bracing his hand against the ground to break, sweat broke out on his forehead as he thought to himself that the opponent's D-rank combat skill, managing to block his A-rank combat skill, was truly abnormal. Su Jingming poked fun, asking if he was scared and where his arrogant aura from earlier went. Saying that, he used lightning flash to teleport right in front of Wang Qi in the blink of an eye, thrusting his spear continuously. Wang Qi's reflexes were godlike, bringing up his steel-plated arms to block. But sensing the power from the spear tip scared him out of his wits. Sliding backward a long distance, he smiled, admitting that Su Jingming was very strong, so he would show him his full-powered state. He shouted Earth Guardian, punched the floor hard. Borrowed the force to leap into the air, his arms sprouting sharp stone spikes that split vertically down toward Su Jingming. The young man smiled brightly, raising his spear to meet the blow easily. The two sides brawled at a terrifying speed, appearing in another corner in a flash. Evenly matched, making everyone excited. The stands were once again in an uproar of astonishment because Su Jingming's spear arts had also reached the Grandmaster level. Both his boxing arts and spear arts were at the peak. His ability was truly too terrifying. Su Qingli, sitting above, was secretly amazed by his terrifying close combat and killing abilities. Wang Qi gritted his teeth, thinking that his earth armor could only last for 5 minutes, so he had to end the battle quickly and defeat his opponent. On the other side, Su Jingming also frowned because his Esper ability was more than half depleted, and his stamina was starting to drop, yet he still hadn't broken through that defense. Wang Qi gathered all his strength and roared that if given another year to train, he would admit defeat, but today, his opponent would absolutely not be able to block this ultimate move. Su Jingming also unleashed his full power in response. Coincidentally, he too had a combat skill he had never shown before, and if blocked, he would accept defeat. Wang Qi unleashed the Glacier Earth-splitting slash, swinging down a giant stone greatsword. Su Jingming used the demonic thunder-piercing spear, with rolling lightning gathering at the spearhead and thrusting upward, illuminating the entire arena. Deafening explosions rang out, and the thick dust obscured the results from everyone's view. As the dust settled, two figures brushed past each other. Su Jingming still stood perfectly straight, holding his spear, while a stone sword was planted in the middle of the stage. Wang Qi staggered, muttering in disbelief about how the spear could be so fast. Then collapsed onto the floor. The announcement echoed that contestant Wang Qi had lost consciousness, congratulating Su Jingming on winning the men's singles championship of the national tournament. Su Jingming smiled amidst a sea of people, endlessly screaming the name Thunder Emperor. Down below, Song Qiu-yun's cheeks flushed with joy because Su Jingming had taken first place. His older cousin, Tang Qi, twisted her body, proudly praising her little brother for being so dazzling, while her friends beside her also gasped in awe at how incredible he was. At home, Jiang Xuan secretly rejoiced, telling herself that she must work hard to get her third-tier pharmacist certificate and then go find him. In the stands, Shen Dongling's group cheered for their captain's victory, truly living up to his reputation. Yang Zhentian stroked his beard, laughing to himself, thinking that if they snagged the team championship as well, Manhwa University would become the overall champion this year. In the other corner, Wang Qi's team was drowned in sorrow. Director Liu patted his shoulder to comfort him, reminding him not to lose heart as there was still the team match against the Manhwa faction tomorrow. Wang Qi's injuries would heal after a night's treatment, so the opportunity remained. In another area, Su Ping bowed to Ling Shuang to congratulate her. She smiled and politely returned the courtesy, praising Wang Qi for not being bad, but secretly regretting that old Su Ping hadn't bet with her. Suddenly, Su Qingli took quick steps forward. Below the stage, as soon as Su Jingming stepped out, a swarm of reporters rushed over to demand an interview with the champion, fighting for front-page news and trying to rope him into signing endorsement deals. Even the renowned sword dojo was determined to recruit him. Ling Shuang was speechless looking at this scene. Su Qingli smiled and greeted Principal Ling Shuang, saying it had been a long time, while asking for permission to speak privately with Su Jingming. Ling Shuang was startled but nodded in agreement, and then she used her spatial esper ability to grab Su Jingming, who was being besieged, pulling him straight into another dimension right before everyone's bewildered eyes. The paparazzi stood there like statues, complaining about being beaten to the punch, considering their quota for this time completely ruined. In a secluded place, the trio of Ling Shuang, Su Jingming, and Su Qingli materialized. Ling Shuang pointed at Su Qingli, introducing her as the master of the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo, a name the kid had surely heard of. Su Jingming obediently clasped his hands and bowed. Su Qingli smiled and told him there was no need to be so polite, as she and the principal were old friends, so they should sit down and talk slowly. After settling down, Su Qingli praised his cross-tier achievement of defeating a Stage 4 opponent as an upper Stage 3, on top of possessing many A-rank and S-rank combat skills, which truly made others admire him. Then she asked if he was interested in joining the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo. Su Jingming scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, saying he hadn't graduated from university yet, so he hadn't thought that far ahead. Su Qingli covered her mouth, laughing, and said that actually, as long as he agreed, he could apply for early graduation at any time. Su Jingming's jaw dropped as he looked at Ling Shuang, asking if Manhwa University had such a policy. Ling Shuang nodded, confirming that he could apply, but it had to pass the school's review. Su Qingli asserted that he wouldn't be stuck at school for a full 4 years because the school's resources only had a major impact on his spurs below Stage 4, and he had already reached upper Stage 3. Ling Shuang agreed that this was indeed not wrong, as not many fourth-year students reached Stage 4. Su Qingli continued that compared to the university, the power of the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo was much vaster, with several Stage 9 martial saints holding the fort and immensely abundant resources. Notably, past dojo masters were all lightning types, so their repository of combat skills reached tens of thousands of sets. Su Jingming thought to himself that with the Deep Blue system here, external resources were secondary, but martial arts manuals were a different story. Su Qingli offered 4 extremely attractive preferential conditions. First, an allowance of 100 million currency units per month. Second, the qualification to join the Global Genius Training Camp. Third, free access to read all combat skills from S-Rank to SSS-Rank. Fourth, he would become a direct disciple personally taught by her, a Dharma saint. Su Jingming inwardly assessed that the first 2 conditions were quite standard, but the third was very tempting. Yet he wondered what a Dharma saint meant, as he had assumed she was a Stage 9 martial saint. Su Qingli looked surprised and asked if he really didn't know. Ling Shuang explained that Su Jingming only buried his head in learning close combat techniques with Yang Zhentian, so it was normal he didn't know. Dharma Saint was the ancient title for Stage 9 Elementalist, while Martial Saint was reserved for Stage 9 martial artists, categorized by close combat and long-range fighting styles. Su Qingli added that, although the distinction was that simple, in reality, only those who learned mind-forging combat skills were true elementalists. Body forging trained the physical body, while mind forging trained the spirit, and a spiritual intensity of 6,000 units was required to qualify for cultivation. Ling Shuang chimed in that to reach that intensity, one had to be at least stage 5, so the school didn't have a curriculum for these combat skills. Su Qingli smiled again, dropping the bait that mind-forging combat skills were divided into many tiers, and as long as he joined the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo, she was willing to teach him the highest current SS rank secret manual. Su Jingming asked in astonishment if it was truly an SS tier item, and then asked for permission to think about it for a while. Su Qingli replied that of course he could, and her promise was permanently valid, but it would be best to come find her as soon as his spiritual power reached 6,000, so as not to waste precious learning time. Su Jingming smiled, thanked her, then bowed and took his leave. With only the two of them left, Su Qingli clicked her tongue, remarking that her friend's student was awfully cautious. Ling Shuang proudly affirmed that he was the top student of Manhwa Esper University right now, outstanding in both mentality and true strength. Su Qingli narrowed her eyes, chiding that the school had only been established for 3 years, yet she had completely forgotten about the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo, wasting their close friendship. Ling Shuang replied unhappily that this was exactly why she had to forget it completely. She didn't want the Li family's people to continue harassing the dojo. Su Qingli asked in confusion which Li family she meant, then placed her hand on Ling Shuang's shoulder with a gaze full of murderous intent, guaranteeing that she would deal with them sooner or later. Suddenly, she hugged her friend, whispering that she came this time not just for Su Jingming, but she hoped Ling Shuang would return because she really needed her. Ling Shuang was startled, saying she wasn't just poaching students, but now she wouldn't even let her go. What a great calculation, but she worried that if she returned, the Li family would come knocking again. She didn't want to get involved and didn't want the dojo caught in an awkward position. Su Qingli erupted with the power of a Stage 9 martial saint, declaring she dared them to try. 3 years ago, she had just broken through and taken over as the dojo master, her foundation unsteady, which was why she let her friends suffer grievances. But now, even if she gave the Li family 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare storm the headquarters. Moreover, the dojo had just recruited an A-rank Spatial Esper student, and the most suitable person to personally teach them was Ling Shuang. She spoke up, saying it was difficult, and she would think about it for a bit before giving an answer later. Shifting the scene, after Su Jingming recounted what he had heard, Yang Zhentian exclaimed in shock that the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo had thrown out 4 generous conditions. They were truly willing to spend, but advised his student to listen to the Violent Bear Dojo's offer first before considering. Su Jingming immediately asked if Violent Bear had an SS rank mind-forging combat skill, to which Yang Zhentian promptly replied they didn't. It seemed that in the entire Great Xia, only Thunder possessed such a thing. Su Jingming rubbed his chin, concluding that it seemed the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo was indeed more suitable for him. Yang Zhentian laughed, saying he thought the boy wouldn't like the elementalist's long-range combat style. Su Jingming smiled, replying that he had already learned the Heavenly Thunder spell and Thunder God Finger, then asked his teacher when it would be appropriate to graduate and head to Thunder. Yang Zhentian patted his shoulder, advising there was no need to rush for now. Mind-forging combat skills required a spiritual power of 6,000 to learn, so he should wait until he reached middle or upper stage 4 before going. By then, Manhwa Esper University would no longer be comparable to the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo. Su Jingming smiled, agreeing that he would focus on completing tomorrow's team match. The next day, Feng Mo loudly announced on the stage, welcoming everyone to the 9th competition day that would decide the team champion, with only 2 universities qualified to compete. One of them was Manhwa Esper University, with a perfect record of 8 sweeping victories. Su Jingming led the team out, everyone excited and declaring that this was the final match, and the championship trophy would fall into their hands. Su Jingming also followed up, saying that after today, Manhwa Esper University would completely transform itself. as the loudest cheers of encouragement echoed from everywhere. Feng Mo then announced that the other bracket winner, also holding 8 sweeping victories, was Jingming University, giving the audience another chance to scream for their home team's guaranteed win. Wang Qi looked up in confusion, wondering why the Ma Du formation had placed Su Jingming in the backline. The audience also gossiped, guessing if Su Jingming intended to use the Thunder God finger to wipe out the whole team like he did against Jin Cheng. Although that move was very strong, last time the opponent was clustered too closely, and Qing Jing surely wouldn't be unprepared. Su Qingli secretly wondered if Ma Du planned to use Su Jingming as long-range firepower. Wasn't he supposedly good at close combat? Wang Qi began analyzing what Su Jingming was actually planning by standing in the back, but decided it was for the best. He would take out the other members first, increasing their chances of winning. The notification sound of 3, 2, 1 begin rang out. Su Jingming switched to combat mode, relying on his senior Gu Wan to buff him. She immediately used Holy Light Bestowal to amplify his power. Su Jingming's body flared with lightning, exuding a terrifying might. Wang Qi and his teammates charged forward, mocking that the Thunder God finger attack was useless because they were not Jin Cheng University. But on the other side, Su Jingming didn't use the Thunder God finger at all. He smiled and softly called out Heavenly Thunder spell, and a bolt of lightning instantly appeared, smashing straight into Zhou Tai. Zhai's body. The entire Qing Jing team was startled, not understanding what had happened, with Wang Qi being the most shocked of all. Zhou Tai Zhai deflated like a popped balloon, taking the full brunt of the attack, his eyes rolling back white. The audience above gasped in horror, exclaiming that the lightning strike was too fast and massive. If hit, even a stage 4 Esper might be wiped out on the spot, truly terrifying. Wang Qi angrily gritted his teeth, realizing it wasn't the Thunder God finger but the Heavenly Thunder spell, and they had been tricked. Moreover, how could the casting speed be this fast? A team member asked Wang Qi what they should do now. He reassured them not to worry too much, as the Heavenly Thunder spell had a cast range limit, so they should take this chance to block Kang Shi, while he would go deal with Shen Dongling. The group charged forward to attack again. But suddenly, a girl in the team was struck by another of Su Jingming's Heavenly Thunder spells. She screamed in agony and collapsed right in front of Wang Qi. He gritted his teeth in panic, wondering to himself if it was the Heavenly Thunder spell again, and how its cooldown could be so fast. Before he could think further, currents of electricity continued to crash down on the remaining members of Qing Jing. As tragic screams echoed continuously, Shen Dongling smiled, commenting on how ruthless it was and that the rest could be left to them. Yao Fang also praised their captain's Heavenly Thunder spell for being too powerful, leaving the opponent with absolutely no way to defend. Looking at his scattered team, Wang Qi thought to himself, could this Heavenly Thunder spell just be thrown out at will? At this moment, Zhou Tai Zhai was convulsing on the floor, his eyes rolled back as he let out unconscious groans. Wang Qi snapped, exclaiming, "Zhou Tai Zhai, even you can't hold on anymore." Right at this moment, a teasing voice cut in. "Wang Qi, everyone over there has fallen. Are you the only one left to salvage things?" Wang Qi resentfully turned his head, and what met his eyes was Kang Shi in his giant beastified form. Kang Shi belonged to the enhancement system with the A-rank Esper ability, Iron Thorn Giant Bear. He looked at Wang Qi with a humorous gaze. "The situation is clearly a 1-on-5. How long do you plan to play the stubborn hero?" Wang Qi choked on his words, not knowing how to retort. From another direction, Shen Dongling had also switched to her beastified state. Shen Dongling belonged to the enhancement system with the A-rank Esper ability, Demon Moon Blood Fox. She leisurely added another stab. "Yesterday our captain just beat you to a pulp. If you take another full blast of the Heavenly Thunder spell later, it will truly be a double disaster." Caught tightly in the encirclement, Wang Qi's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Having no other choice, he helplessly spoke up. "The Qing Jing Esper University team concedes." Deep down, he comforted himself that this match was a dead end anyway, so raising the white flag early to save some meager strength was still better. Immediately, the system sounded a clear announcement. The Qing Jing Esper University team has surrendered. The team match concludes, and the throne of victory officially calls the name of Ma Du Esper University. A warm congratulations to Ma Du Esper University for excellently conquering the championship title in this category. In the stands, ecstatic screams exploded into the sky. Manhwa Spur University is the champion. We've taken the cup, everyone. I knew it. How could this throne escape the hands of Manhwa Spur University? Manhwa Spur University is the absolute peak. Thunder Emperor is true love. Sitting high above, Su Qingli slightly curled her lips into a smug smile, secretly evaluating. I truly didn't expect Su Jingming's aptitude in executing long-range skills to be this outstanding. It seems that even if I push him towards the elementalist path, it won't waste a bit of his close combat talent. Su Jingming, a talent like you, I definitely must bring into my team. In another corner, Yang Zhentian breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest and muttering to himself. Finally, the boulder in my heart has dropped. Seeing Su Jingming walk over, Yang Zhentian cheerfully greeted, Jingming, well done, young man. We only have the final door left, which is the survival match event. Our school's history has never witnessed a triple championship sweep in the same tournament. Hopefully, the miracle will call our name this time. Su Jingming winked confidently. You can rest easy, teacher, leave this to me. He silently cheered in his belly. Finally, the survival arena was opening its doors. This was nothing short of a perfect feast for him to hunt ferocious beasts to his heart's content and harvest Esper points until his hands grew tired. From behind, Shen Dongling poked her head out to invite him. Captain, tomorrow is our day off to unwind. Our group plans to wander around the city center to eat, play, and smash things up. Do you want to join us? Su Jingming waved his hand. You guys go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Yao Fang clicked her tongue, dropping a teasing remark. The boss's girlfriend has been waiting wearily for so many days. Where would he find the time to goof off with our group? Stop dreaming. Shen Dongling smacked her forehead. Spot on. My goldfish brain lost it. How could I forget this major event? All right then, we'll slip away first. Having said that, she dragged the whole group to quietly withdraw. In a quiet room, a pair of soft hands was skillfully manipulating the flow of Esper energy. It was Song Q-yun. At this moment, she was sharing the space with Su Jingming. She spoke in a soft voice. How do you feel about the effect of this A-rank physique cultivation fluid? Su Jingming sat leisurely and replied, You really get what you pay for, it's extremely effective, but I can't just keep clinging to your resources forever. Song Q-yun's cheeks flushed pink as she shyly said, Between the two of us, why do you still nitpick about what's yours and what's mine? Then suddenly, she threw her arms around him, whispering, About that. If you truly want to repay the favor, don't leave tonight, okay? Su Jingming looked down at her, blossoming a radiant smile. Whatever you wish. Those words only made Song Q-yun's cheeks turn as red as a ripe tomato. As night fell, in the resting area of Jin Cheng Esper University, Yang Quan looked at Su Ping curiously. Principal Su Ping taking the trouble to find me at this hour surely means you're plotting something. Su Ping put on a thoughtful face. It's nothing major. I just dropped by to discuss a little cooperation plan with Jin Cheng Esper University for the upcoming survival battle. You understand perfectly well. Manhwa Esper University is blazing with momentum this year, and if we don't join hands, the survival champion title will definitely fall into their pockets. Jiang Quan shrugged indifferently. If it falls into their pockets, let it be. How can we stop it? Su Ping frowned in annoyance. Aren't you worried at all? If Manhwa sweeps all 3 gold cups this year, both of our schools' recruitment reputations will plummet miserably in the future. Jiang Quan found this agreeable to the ear and nodded in agreement. Su Ping immediately tossed out the bait. Rest assured, I won't make you work for nothing. As long as you agree to ally and kick Manhwa Esper University out, every member on your side will immediately pocket a portion of premium A-rank cultivation resources. Jiang Quan's eyes lit up. 8 portions of premium A-rank resources? You're really playing hardball. Su Ping sighed wearily. Do you think I have a surplus? To be honest, all the heavy responsibilities of Qingjing Esper University have fallen on my head this year. The failed internship trip was bad enough, but if we come up empty-handed in this prestigious tournament too, I won't be able to bear this massive burden. Yang Quan laughed gleefully, jumping up to shake Su Ping's hand. Deal, I'll take this bet. But remember, after we kick Manhwa Esper University out of the game, who the throne belongs to will depend on whose side is more capable. Su Ping nodded decisively. Of course, here's to a smooth cooperation. He secretly gloated. A single tree makes no forest, but with 4 hands joining together, there was no way they couldn't crush the Manhwa gang. On the 20th of November, a boiling atmosphere echoed everywhere. Let's get down to business. The survival round, where violence reigns supreme, the most bloody part of the tournament has officially begun. I really look forward to seeing who will rise to become the most notorious beast hunter. In the audience seats, Song Kyu-yun suddenly blushed bright red. She secretly worried. The survival arena was inherently full of unpredictable variables, and last night she had tangled with Su Jingming all night long, wondering if it would affect his combat performance. Bai Donghee, sitting next to her, found it strange and asked, "Kyu-yun, why is your face red as a boiled shrimp? Are you sick?" Song Kyu-yun jumped in fright, clumsily replying, I'm fine." Her clumsy lie only made her face feel even hotter. On the high platform, Feng Mo cleared his throat to grab attention, then loudly welcomed the audience into the finale of the national tournament. The AI Eva immediately projected the panoramic map of the survival zone. Feng Mo enthusiastically explained, "Our playground this time is tucked neatly inside the demon den, spanning about 400 square kilometers. The organizers generously dropped thousands of ferocious beasts in here, ranging from Tier 3 and Tier 4 all the way up to Tier 5. The game will last for a grueling 10 days. With 80 outstanding talents participating, whoever takes down more beasts and hunts higher-level prey will see their score soar higher. But please note an extremely interesting point. Contestants have the absolute right to fight each other. If someone raises the white flag or lets the automatic protective sphere trigger, they are considered eliminated. And the most thrilling part is that the victor will snatch half of the defeated's points." The whole stadium erupted in excitement. "So awesome, infighting like this is what you call a real specialty." Feng Mo continued, "So you won't miss any sensational moments. We've scattered ultra-clear cameras in every nook and cranny. The auspicious hour has struck. Let's turn our eyes to the contestant screens." Instantly, Su Jingming's image and ranking took over the broadcast. Su Jingming stretched to warm up, his voice eager. "Open the pot quickly, my hands and feet are itching all over." The opening whistle blew piercingly. The survival battle officially starts. All movement restrictions have been lifted. In just the blink of an eye, Su Jingming shot off like an arrow tearing through the wind, diving straight into the deep forest, silently roaring, "My little beasties, I'm coming to play with you." Catching the scent of a stranger, a pack of beasts bristled their fur in alert, glaring toward the source of the noise. The intruder was none other than Su Jingming. Upon seeing the human figure, the whole pack immediately lunged madly, letting out eardrum-tearing, furious roars. However, Su Jingming just smirked faintly, not trembling in fear in the slightest. His whole body lit up, enveloped by the surging armor of the Du Tian Divine Thunder. He bounced up, launching himself into the air, as coiling arcs of lightning displayed their might, causing the beasts below to suddenly freeze in hesitation. The moment his toes touched the ground, Su Jingming released the Du Tian Divine Thunder, sweeping in all directions, directly bringing down a punishing strike upon the monsters' heads. In a mere blink of an eye, the entire pack of beasts had been blown away without a single survivor left. The system rang out continuously, defeated lower Stage 3 Jungle Wind Wolf, rewarded 45 points. Eradicated peak Stage 4 Jungle Wind Wolf, collected 211 points. Eliminated upper Stage 3 Jungle Wind Wolf, received an additional 39 points. The notification sounds crackled non-stop. Su Jingming clapped his hands, laughing with satisfaction. "Fighting like this is what I call satisfying. Let's do another round." Without hesitation, he picked up his weapon and swept deeper into their lair. 3 days later, at the temporary headquarters of Jingming University, Wang Qi squinted at the person limping over. "Is that Captain Han Ying? Why do you look like a battered wreck?" Han Ying clutched her bleeding arm, smiling bitterly. "This survival arena is a paradise for you heavy hitters, but for a fragile support type like me, keeping my life until now is already incredibly fortunate." Wang Qi patted her shoulder and said, "All right then, from now on, Captain Han can just tag along with our actions. The #1 goal right now is to go clean up the people from Mythical University." Han Ying held out her hand, smiling radiantly, very happy to cooperate. Zhou Taizhai stood behind, scratching his head in confusion. "The principals sure play big, instigating our two schools to join hands just to ambush Mythical University alone. This is truly a rare occurrence in the world." Han Ying clicked her tongue. "What can we do? That guy Su Jingming is truly some kind of monster. It's only been 3 days, and he's already farmed over 6,000 points." Zhou Taizhai's eyes bulged. "Are you kidding me?" He hurriedly opened the leaderboard to check. Rank 1, Su Jingming, 6,310 points, Mythical University. Rank 2, Kangxi, 2,501 points, Mythical University. Rank 3, Wang Qi, 2,121 points, Jingming University. Looking at the scoreboard, Zhou Taizhai's jaw nearly dropped. Good heavens, it's really over 6,000 points. Han Ying added another chilling detail. From what I've observed, that madman doesn't seem to have slept a single wink. Hearing this, even Wang Qi broke out in a cold sweat, speechless. Zhou Taizhai frowned in confusion. What the hell is Su Jingming farming so many points for? The real payoff is in the last 3 days, when everyone jumps in to tear each other apart. Wang Qi only then squeezed out an extremely sinister smile. Spot on. No matter how many points he hoards, if we knock him out at the last minute, it will all go down the drain. Su Jingming's massive pile of points is ultimately just a hidden treasure waiting for us brothers to come harvest. Outside the stands, the viewers were buzzing with heated discussions. It's terrifying. Thunder Emperor's point-grinding speed is no different from a harvester. On top of that, he stays up all night to grind. Last night he was clearly at 4,000, and in the blink of an eye this morning, he's shot past 6,000. Hold off on discussing the Thunder Emperor. Look at the news board. Qingjing Esper University and Jincheng Esper University have formed an alliance. They really rely on numbers to bully the lone wolf. Playing the gang-up game like this leaves no martial spirit at all. In the VIP area, Su Ping sauntered over to Ling Shuang, initiating, Principal Ling Shuang, the last few times you kept avoiding making a bet with me. How about we go all out for this survival finale? I bet my side, Qingjing Esper University, will take the cup. Ling Shuang turned her head, flashing a proud and authoritative smile. Since it's the final round, let's play worthy of our status. One portion of SS-Rank resources, accompanied by an additional portion of S-Rank resources. I bet Manhwa Esper University will step up to the peak of glory. Su Ping jolted in shock. You dare to play that big? He calculated inwardly that even if Su Jingming had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't turn the tables when swarmed and bitten by a whole pack. Thinking of this, he nodded sharply. If Principal Ling Shuang is so inclined, then I shall accompany you to the end. Ling Shuang directed her eyes toward Su Jingming on the screen, cheering silently. Su Jingming, I have absolute faith that you will create a miracle. Stepping into the 7th competition day, Wang Qi's formation had backed Kangxi into a corner. Wang Qi jerked his chin. Kangxi, drop your weapons, there's no way you can chew through us. Kangxi glared fiercely, telling me to admit defeat. Do you guys think I'm some cowardly turtle shrinking its head? If you're so tough, come on in and rob my points. Having said that, he tensed his bulging muscles, transforming into his beast state and roaring with savage ferocity. But just 3 short minutes later, a safety barrier draped over Kangxi's motionless body. Wang Qi's group had already fled far away. Ding, the safety shield has been activated. You are officially eliminated. Please stand still and wait for the rescue team to pick you up and take you back to the stadium. Han Ying glanced at the leaderboard, her eyes narrowing into slits with a smile. Pushed up to 3rd place, gathered over 10,000 points, the harvest is truly not bad. Zhou Taizhai clicked his tongue, but compared to Su Jingming, it's still just a drop in the ocean. That monster has already crossed the 20,000 point mark. Captain, should we continue sweeping and hunting for Su Jingming now? Wang Qi waved his hand to stop them. No need to be hasty. There are only 54 minutes left until the 9 o'clock roll call, when the location map will be fully revealed. By then, even if he grows wings, he won't escape our grasp. At the same time, Su Jingming was sitting relaxedly leaning against the giant corpse of a ferocious beast. He opened the leaderboard, frowning as he realized his teammates' points had evaporated by half, their rankings dropping miserably. Manhwa Esper University was now left with only him and his senior Gu Wan. He skimmed his personal information. Su Jingming rank upper stage 3, plus Esper ability Du Tian Divine Thunder, SS, Physique 4115 Vitality, plus Spirit 2624 Hz plus Skills Spearmanship Grandmaster Thunder Immortal Body, Forging Esper points 51,283. Su Jingming smiled smugly. Over 51,000 points, more than enough to break through the bottleneck to lower stage 4. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, spending all his points to upgrade. Instantly, rolling thunder and lightning surged out, enveloping his entire body. Feeling the boiling energy flowing in his veins, he nodded in satisfaction. It really hits different. You have to step into stage 4 to be considered qualified for actual combat. The damage range of the Du Tian Divine Thunder suddenly extended from 40 all the way to 80. So 2 schools like playing the handshake game. If it were the me of yesterday, I might be a bit wary, but the situation has turned around now. After muttering, he picked up his spear again to continue his leveling grind. Exactly at 9 o'clock, the alarm clock rang. The 9 o'clock mark has arrived, the regional map and player coordinates have been updated. Zhou Taizhai glued his eyes to the screen, shrieking in delight, caught the signal, about 8 kilometers away. Captain, should we march our troops over to ambush him right now? Wang Qi brushed it off. Look closely, Undisputed University's Guwan is right nearby, only 4 kilometers away. Meet her first, extinguishing all of Su Jingming's hopes for rescue. Zhou Taizhai flattered him. The captain's thinking is indeed airtight with nothing to criticize. Wang Qi grumpily scolded, stop acting like a clown, move out now. The whole squad immediately accelerated, shooting forward like arrows. Continuous beeping sounds rang from the device. The red dot locating Guwan was flashing on the map. Guwan broke into a cold sweat. I'm dead meat. A whole pack of dozens of light spots is rumbling toward this direction. Wang Qi and that gang really played out the alliance charade. Disregarding her image, she buried her head and ran desperately for her life in the opposite direction. In her mind, only one thought circled around. They want to sever the communication between me and the captain. I can't let them catch me. At the same time, Su Jingming's bracelet also beeped with an alarm. He glanced at the screen, sneering sarcastically. Having the guts to show their faces and hunt down the people of Undisputed University to the bitter end, these guys are really tired of living. Without bothering to hide, he accelerated like a bolt of lightning, splitting the air as he dashed straight toward Guwan's position. Guwan was gasping for breath, secretly longing to close the distance with Su Jingming. Meanwhile, the hunting dogs led by Wang Qi persistently clung on without letting go. But Su Jingming, with his terrifying speed, shortened the distance in an instant. Just a few minutes later, his figure visibly appeared right before Guwan's eyes, making her overjoyed. Seeing Guwan panting and drenched in sweat, Su Jingming calmly spoke, Senior Gu, it's good that you're safe and sound. Guwan, panting heavily, urged, Captain, run away immediately. Wang Qi's formation is very strong, and they're even buffed by support types, but if we run for our lives, they might not catch up. Su Jingming shrugged, his voice completely nonchalant. Why bother running? We can just plant ourselves right here and wait for them to deliver themselves to our doorstep. Guwan was stunned. Wait for them here. Then it dawned on her, and she secretly admired him. I see, it looks like the captain is planning to go all in and wipe them all out at once. From a distance, Zhou Taizhai checked the radar and shouted, Guwan and Su Jingming have grouped up. Wang Qi frowned in suspicion. How strange, why are those two just standing there like idiots without moving? I'm afraid they want to risk their lives to avenge their teammates. Han Ying stood nearby and sneered, they've got guts, but unfortunately, with their meager strength, they're just throwing their lives away for nothing. The crowd behind them also chimed in, saves us the trouble of scouring the whole map to find them. Outside, the spectators were scratching their heads in confusion. Look at that, why did Lei Dai suddenly take root there? He just needs to run around like the wind, and it's a guaranteed win, right? Youth is too impulsive. Without keeping everyone waiting for long, the two sides finally clashed. Wang Qi stepped up to the front lines, his voice full of arrogance. Su Jingming, you've got some nerve, huh? Aren't you going to run for your life when you see us? Su Jingming gave a bland smile. Do I really need to run away from a ragged bunch of thugs like you? Wang Qi strained his neck to mock him. I just hope that later, when this ragged bunch beats you to a pulp, you won't cry too miserably. Han Ying immediately stepped back, waving his hand to cast the life resonance skill, buffing the entire team with overflowing power. He smirked complacently. With the absolute backing of Jin Cheng Ability University, combined with the power of Qing Jing Ability University, we will grind you down to your last drop of blood. You have no way out, so just kneel down and surrender to make it look a bit more dignified. Su Jingming stood tall, his icy expression overwhelming everything else. Surrender? The ones who should be kneeling and begging are you. Having said that, he tensed his muscles, tilted his head back, and roared to the heavens, Du Tian Shen Lei. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of raging lightning bolts tore through space and struck down. Zhou Taizhai's face lost all its color. Wang Qi stammered, the aura of a lower rank 4, you broke through. In the stands, because the live audio was muted, everyone could only see their lips moving, so they booed. Hey, what the hell are they mumbling about? Turn on the sound. Why do Wang Qi and his gang look like they've seen a ghost? Feng Mo immediately reassured them. Calm down, everyone. I'm connecting with Teacher Chu, who is in charge of security at the scene. Hello, Teacher Chu, what's going on down there? From the other end of the line, a shocking voice rang out. Su Jingming has broken through. He is officially a lower rank 4. The person who just confirmed the information was none other than Chu Qiang. a rank 8 wind element grandmaster. The entire stadium seemed to explode from the shock. Unbelievable, Lei Dai has leveled up, reaching rank 4 at only 19 years old. This is truly heaven-defying. My intuition tells me that those two universities are definitely going to get absolutely crushed this time. Su Ping, sitting below, gripped his armrest tightly, furiously screaming in his heart, leveling up right in the middle of a survival battlefield. Cheating, this is clearly a scam. Leng Chang smiled proudly, his eyes shining brightly. He really is a kid who specializes in creating miracles. On the battlefield, Gu Wan was worried sick and hurriedly offered, "Captain, let me cast some buffs to lend you a hand." Su Jingming waved his hand to dismiss it. "Senior sister, just stand aside and rest. I can handle these small fries single-handedly." At that very moment, a super-colossal sphere of lightning condensed right in front of his chest, and the corners of his lips curled into a deathly smile. Zhou Taizhai trembled uncontrollably, stammering, "Absolutely terrifying, is this really the power of a rank 4? I bet even rank 5s couldn't produce such a terrifying oppressive aura. What's the plan, brothers?" Wang Qi gnashed his teeth. "Since we're already riding the tiger, we have no choice but to see this through, put our lives on the line against him." He immediately activated his combat mode, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Focus all your firepower, fight to the bitter end." The entire group immediately threw everything they had, firing all sorts of abilities roaring toward Su Jingming. But he merely flicked his hand casually to erect a wall of electricity, effortlessly neutralizing the entire rain of attacks like brushing off dust. Wang Qi broke into a cold sweat, utterly horrified. He blocked everything. Su Jingming gave a half-smile, enunciating every word, "Lei Shenjai." From the ninth heaven, a giant hand of lightning struck straight down at the speed of light. Wang Qi only had time to scream in panic. The casting speed is too fast, quickly set up defensive shields. However, all their efforts to defend against the destructive power of Lei Shenjai were as fragile as torn paper. The lightning hand pierced through all defensive barriers. Boom, 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 an earth-shattering explosion swept through. The deafening crash of lightning drowned out all background noise. When the dust settled, Wang Qi's entire formation was lying sprawled on the ground, completely stripped of their combat capabilities. Wang Qi groaned in agony, ah. Su Jingming strolled leisurely over to Wang Qi, tapping the toe of his shoe. "Don't think playing dead will get you off the hook. Eliminating you guys from the game right now would be letting you off too easy." He summoned Liu Yunjin Fengqiang, transforming it into its flexible whip form. Crack, 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 the chilling sounds of a whipping echoed. Su Jingming showed no mercy, relentlessly lashing out at the battered bodies of Zhou Taizhai's group. Wang Qi let out a desolate shriek. The whole gang was beaten to a pulp, but bizarrely enough, they couldn't faint even if they wanted to, and the system hadn't announced their elimination yet, so they were left exposing their bodies to serve as punching bags for Su Jingming. Wang Qi cried tears of blood inwardly. "A disaster. He already won but still wants to torture us just to vent his anger. I need to be quick and surrender." But cruelly, his nervous system had been paralyzed by the electric current. His mouth could only babble, unable to force out even half a word. Su Jingming laughed uproariously, a smile that looked no different from a devil's. "This is the price you pay for ganging up and bullying my team member. Don't be in a rush, the night is still long." And so the electric whip strikes rained down pitilessly once more. Ah. Gu Wan stood watching from the sidelines with her mouth wide open, thinking to herself, "Good heavens, is our captain really this brutal?" Outside the arena, the audience also simultaneously fell silent, everyone's faces bearing expressions of sheer horror. Unbelievable, just one finger of Lei Shenjai crushed the elites of both universities. After leveling up, Lei Dai is truly like a descending god of destruction, trampling Wang Qi like an ant. Lei Dai is clearly carrying out justice on behalf of heaven, taking his sweet revenge.